Before me stands a prison that holds 4 billion of Blue Star's most dangerous criminals, yet there is only one guard watching over it. Even so, not a single person has managed to escape. In fact, they willingly accept their confinement. 3 years ago, a man came to the prison and declared that all inmates could have their freedom, including escaping or even assassinating themselves. However, even if all 4 billion criminals were to expose themselves, not a single one would take a step out of the prison. No matter who they are, even the top assassin on the killer rankings, or the elite agents from Snow Wolf Nation, or the cybernetic beings from the Mechanized Nation, that day, they all lay before the man. From that moment on, the man single-handedly suppressed the evil prison of Blue Star. But today, as yellow sand swept across the sky, a military helicopter slowly landed in front of the prison. A few minutes later, a document was tossed onto the table in the shabby room. "Let's get a divorce, Yi Xiao. You no longer deserve me," said a beautiful woman arrogantly. "Though your parents have supported my family over the years, that was their choice, and we won't return a single cent to you. As for my company's shares and assets, they have nothing to do with you, so you better not have any ideas. If you refuse to sign, I will get a lawyer to discuss this with you," she said, casting a disdainful glance at the man across from her. "I never expected that he could stay in such a rundown place for 3 years. Luckily, he came here right after our marriage, otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. I wore a blue alert uniform and had a matchstick clenched between my lips. This woman is named Lu Ruyan, my nominal wife, but we have no feelings for each other. Our marriage was arranged by our parents. Before the marriage, the Lu family only ran a small workshop. With my parents' 5 million in betrothal gifts and 10 million in investments, they gradually grew stronger. I won't reconsider," I said calmly. "Even though our marriage was due to our parents' arrangement, she has waited 3 years for me. I had planned to cultivate our feelings after my mission ended." At that moment, the man in a suit accompanying Lu Ruyan sneered, "Yi Xiao, your family did help the Lu family back then, but that doesn't justify your current obsession with Ruyan. You are just a small prison guard in a rundown facility, while she is the president of a company worth hundreds of millions. What makes you think you deserve her? Look at the people around you, either old or disabled. With your kind of attitude, you'll never amount to anything." The man in the suit glanced at the scruffy old man sitting on the threshold smoking, and the cripple sweeping outside. "This is your final ultimatum. Don't be ungrateful." I raised an eyebrow. This guy seemed to have a special relationship with Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan stood up and said, "Yi Xiao, whether you sign this divorce agreement or not, I will definitely get a divorce from you today." After saying that, she turned and walked out. She could no longer stand the stench of this rundown place. However, the man in the suit did not follow her. Instead, he laughed and said, "Yi Xiao, don't marry a beautiful woman if you're poor. Just look at Wu Dalong. Let me give you some good news. Next month, Ruyan and I will be getting engaged. I truly feel sorry for you, such a beautiful wife, and you've never even touched her. What a bargain for me." I thought, unfazed by the suit man's mockery, as I quickly signed the divorce agreement and told him to get lost. The man in the suit, furious, said, "You probably don't know this, but your parents' company has gone bankrupt, and they've run off with the money. They might even be on the run now. So stop trying to act like a rich kid, you're just a broke loser now." Upon hearing this, I suddenly stopped, swiftly moved in front of him, grabbed his collar, and demanded, "When did this happen? My parents can't possibly be bankrupt, they work for the government. The so-called company is just a cover. Unless the Dragon Nation falls, they can't go bankrupt." The man in the suit jumped back in fear. "Yi Xiao, let me go, or you'll end up in a grave." "Humph." I pressed the suit against his stomach, and his face twisted into a mask of pain as he said. I coldly spat out a single word. The man in the suit instantly cowered. It turned out that half a month ago, his parents' company suddenly declared bankruptcy, and they disappeared right after. No wonder Lu Ruyan rushed to get a divorce. It all makes sense now. But this woman is too short-sighted. The man in the suit stumbled out of the room, pointing at me and cursing, "Yi Xiao, you're finished. I have a fierce wolf under my command. Offer him 100,000 to take care of you." He shouted at the muscular man smoking outside. That man was a retired Special Forces soldier he hired. However, at that moment, the fierce wolf stood frozen, smoking a cigar. The old man with the smoking pipe looked just like the oligarch from Snow Wolf Nation, and the cripple sweeping the floor seemed to be the former king of the underground world of the Dragon Nation. The muscular man, Blood Lord, swallowed hard and said with a serious expression, "We need to leave, something isn't right here." "Leave? What do you mean? Take him down." The man in the suit persisted. "Tianhao, we've achieved our goal. This is a prison. Causing trouble here won't end well. I'll compensate you when we go back," Lu Ruyan said, holding back the man in the suit. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with interest. Yi Shao, today I'll spare your life for Ruyan's sake. After they left, I picked up my satellite phone and dialed several numbers, but as expected, they were all turned off. Finally, I dialed a number I hadn't called in 3 years. Old man, what happened to my parents? On the other end of the line, an old man raised an eyebrow and then reassured me. Shao Yi, don't be anxious. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm asking you a question. I interrupted him bluntly. The old man chuckled, having not had anyone speak to him this way for decades. I have nothing to say. Fine, let's do it this way. The 3-year agreement has expired, I'm done. You have half a day to send someone to take over. After hanging up, the old man twitched his lips, then snapped back to seriousness and instructed his aide, notify Wu Dogwa to mobilize 100,000 elite troops to Tianqi within 12 hours, otherwise, if these guys escape from the prison, the consequences will be on you. The aide was taken aback. What happened, Elder 2? It was the first time he had seen the second elder, who controlled the Dragon Nation's army, so flustered. The old man sighed. Our little warden has thrown down the gauntlet. He must be regretting it now, thinking why he didn't listen and sign a longer contract. The aide looked horrified. Among the 5 great nations, only one could be called the sovereign, and that was the ruler of the number 1 prison, who was currently in the bath. I stepped into a secret room and took the elevator down several dozen meters underground. Unlike the dilapidated buildings above, the 6 walls here were reinforced with thick concrete. At this moment, the underground prison was filled with noise. Shirtless inmates formed a circle, whistling and shouting, cheering on the 2 fighters in the center. Brute, are you a sissy? Hurry up and make your move. Shadow Ghost, what are you doing? Gouge out his eyes. The 2 in the circle were viciously biting and attacking each other, filled with murderous intent. At that moment, someone shouted, the warden is coming. Immediately, the rowdy inmates, just a second ago shouting, became as meek as schoolchildren facing their teacher, bowing their heads and greeting the warden. Hello, warden, have you eaten? Shadow Ghost and the brute also stopped and laughed heartily. Warden, we were just playing around. The one called Shadow Ghost is the infamous god of assassins. After being imprisoned for assassinating the queen of the hidden nation, he attempted to assassinate me 13 times, but in the end, I broke every part of him except his neck. The brute is a chieftain from a tribe on the Dark Continent, convicted of mass murder. 3 years ago, he spat at me and was left with broken limbs, submerged in excrement for 3 days and nights, head down. I remained silent. Since taking over this prison, I lifted solitary confinement and declared no restrictions on personal freedom. They could escape or attempt to assassinate me if they could. Although a riot broke out, none of the inmates managed to step outside the prison. Since then, my authority was established in the prison. I hardly interfered with the inmates, as long as they didn't bring in women or contraband, and didn't cause any fatalities. They set up boxing rings, gaming halls, and casinos. Those who performed well could even go outside for fresh air. A middle-aged man who called himself the king of gamblers approached and handed over a stack of documents. Warden, this is your share. I casually glanced at it. The mortgage documents for real estate companies and private yachts filled 10 large boxes. Warden, could you let me call my family again? Once it's done, I'll give you a diamond frame. I'm a weapons dealer dominating the Dark Continent, he said with a beaming smile. Warden, could you allow my wife to visit? Once it's done, all 10 of my beautiful daughters will marry a prince from the Central Continent. The inmates here are no ordinary individuals. None of them are of ordinary status. Any one of them released could shake a city or even a country. Yet at this moment, they all bowed their heads, humbly flattering me. I raised my hand to signal for silence, then calmly said, I am leaving. In an instant, the sprawling prison fell silent. Everyone looked up at me, wondering, what do you mean you're leaving? After a brief silence, the prison erupted into enthusiastic cheers. This demon king was finally leaving. Each of them, lords in their own right, revered by thousands, found themselves dominated by this young punk. They were more than ready for this to end. However, after the cheers, some inmates began to feel dejected. After I left, they would surely face the onslaught of thousands of troops, confined in dark cages. Thinking of this made them feel reluctant to let me go. Warden, I've always respected you, can you please not leave? Warden, I can offer you 20 diamond mines if you stay. I turned away without saying another word. There was no way I would stay for these people. Sitting atop the world's #1 jade was merely a chapter in my life. Early the next morning, I left on a military aircraft. After I left, the area within a 500-mile radius was sealed again. Soldiers from the 5 great nations, as far as the eye could see, spontaneously stepped out of their tents to salute the aircraft flying away. A few hours later, at Jiangnan Linzhou Airport, Lu Ruyan and Qi Tianhao had just disembarked when a squad of military police escorted them out of the airport. Qi Tianhao arrogantly shouted, "Let me tell you, my cousin is military personnel. How dare you treat me this way? When I get back, I'll have her strip you of your clothes. Lu Ruyan was also quite displeased. It wasn't a time of war, so the military police were being too overbearing by immediately driving people away. Upon hearing Qi Tianhao's words, a leading military officer scoffed, "Do you know who's coming? It's Sun Hongzheng, the general. You're just military personnel. What does that count for? What general Sun?" Qi Tianhao suddenly felt the pressure, realizing the general was a powerful figure ruling a territory, far surpassing his cousin's status. Lu Ruyan also inwardly gasped. Sun Hongzheng was currently the hottest figure in the military. Half a year ago, he defeated an invading army of over 100,000 from 4 nations in the East Sea, forcing their fleets to retreat over 1,000 nautical miles. If such a general were to come to Linzhou for security, it was certainly justified. Many people, upon hearing that Sun Hongzheng was coming to Linzhou, lingered outside the airport, feeling honored to get even a distant glimpse of the general's presence. At that moment, Qi Tianhao suddenly brightened up and said to Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, would you like to have a face-to-face conversation with General Sun? Is that possible?" Lu Ruyan asked, half in doubt. "Of course. My cousin was once a favored subordinate of General Sun. As long as I mention her name, the general will surely give me some face," Qi Tianhao said proudly. "You're so nice. If you can really get General Sun to meet me personally, I will definitely reward you well tonight." Lu Ruyan had no doubts about Qi Tianhao's military background. This time, they were looking for Yi Xiao, arranged through Qi Tianhao's cousin's military connections. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but dream about her future, realizing that the Yi family no longer provided any support to her career. If she married Qi Tianhao, his family's company would surely rise to new heights, and she'd soon be able to receive visits from someone like Sun Hongzheng. As for Yi Xiao, he was probably still eating sand. However, at that moment, while Lu Ruyan thought I was eating sand, I was sitting casually with my legs crossed in a spacious reception room at Linzhou Airport. Shortly after, a man in military uniform walked in. A middle-aged man, sporting 2 5-pointed stars on his shoulders, pushed the door and entered the reception room. I looked up to take a glance. I saw a bronze-colored, square-faced man with sharp and deep facial features, exuding an aura of authority with every movement. "You must be Sun Hongzheng. Spit it out quickly. I'm in a hurry. I was brought here right after getting off the plane and have been waiting for 5 minutes. I'm a bit annoyed." An officer behind Sun Hongzheng was about to reprimand me for my rudeness, but Sun Hongzheng approached with a smile, saying, "Warden Yi, I apologize for the inadequate reception. Please bear with me." The officer gasped, surprised that General Sun was being so polite to a young punk. Seeing the other party's good attitude, I decided not to make things difficult. "Alright, enough with the small talk. Let's get to business." Sun Hongzheng then sat down beside me, smiling as he said, "Warden Yi, I have 2 tasks during my visit to Jiangnan. The first is to deliver 2 items on behalf of Elder 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer beside him quickly presented a box. Sun Hongzheng opened it and took out a medal and a key. Upon seeing the medal, the officer's eyes widened. "That's the Xian Yuan medal. Half a year ago, General Sun earned one after defeating the naval forces of 4 nations. What right does this kid have to possess one?" I glanced at the medal, unimpressed. After guarding that old man for 3 years, it should be worth at least 1 billion or 8 billion. This piece of junk is just to brush me off. Sun Hongzheng smiled awkwardly, saying, "Warden Yi, I'm just passing this on, please don't make it difficult for me." He quickly changed the subject. "This key was left by your parents." Hearing this, my attention was drawn to the key. I clearly cared more about it than the medal, as it was a clue left by my parents. I quickly took it. "Is that all? I'm off then." After receiving the key, I felt a sense of urgency to uncover the truth. However, at that moment, Sun Hongzheng cleared his throat and said, "Warden Yi, for my second task, I'm overseeing divination in Jiangnan province. I hope you'll take care of me in the future." Sure. Since a general has come all this way to deliver a key, I naturally should show some respect. As I left the reception room, I exited the airport without any hindrances. As soon as I appeared, Lu Ruyan and Qi Tianhao spotted me, both feeling quite baffled. All non-military personnel had already been cleared from the airport. How was I allowed to come out? Did the military police not drive me away? I figured I must have been overlooked while using the restroom, which Qi Tianhao thought was a reasonable explanation. Lu Ruyan also agreed, as she couldn't make sense of it otherwise. Why would I come out now? Surely I wasn't kept for a conversation with General Sun. Qi Tianhao sarcastically remarked, "Ruyan, I think Yi Xiao must be here to claim his share of the inheritance. He was so calm in prison, just maintaining that pitiful pride, otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to chase after you." Lu Ruyan deeply agreed. With Yi Xiao's parents' company going bankrupt, he was merely a low-level warning now, and claiming post-marriage assets was his only option. He called out to me, Yushao, you'd better not set your sights on my family's company, nor cause any trouble at my home. We're no longer on the same level. Pestering me won't do you any good. The onlookers nearby, hearing Lu Ruyan's words, cast contemptuous glances at me, thinking that I was the type who couldn't let go after being dumped, begging for reconciliation. However, I didn't even glance at Lu Ruyan as I continued walking towards the airport exit. This woman no longer held any interest for me. Seeing me so calm, Lu Ruyan felt a bit frantic. Did I come to Linzhou not for her? Humph, the daffodil doesn't bloom. What's the point of pretending? At this moment, someone shouted, look, General Sun is coming out. Many people waved and called out, hello, General Sun. Sun Hongjiang also nodded politely. At this moment, Qi Tianhao suddenly shouted, General Sun, my sister is Qi Tianwu. May I invite you to lunch? After shouting this, he responded with a beaming smile. Lu Ruyan was also full of anticipation. If she could have a meal with General Sun, his status in Linzhou would surely rise considerably. However, Sun Hongjiang seemed to ignore him and walked right past them, causing the smile on Qi Tianhao's face to instantly freeze. Lu Ruyan's expression of hopeful anticipation turned into one of despair. I took a taxi to Jiangnan Bank, where the key brought by Sun Hongjiang originated. I opened the safe, and inside was only a letter written by my mother. Shower, by the time you read this letter, the girl from the Lu family has probably come to divorce you. This is all because I have poor judgment. To soothe your wounded heart, Mom has selected 9 new girls for you. Reading this made my scalp tingle. 9 new girls for Shower. Don't think about escaping. I gave each of these 9 girls a token. Only by gathering all 9 tokens can you find both me and yourself. I hope you find us, always holding my grandson. I won't say more. Good luck. After reading the letter, I couldn't help but smile and cry. Truly, a mother knows her child best. Normally, I would never go on a blind date arranged by her, but now that she had met them to course me, I had no choice but to go. My mom was ruthless. She only provided information about the first girl. The other 8 could only get their info after providing me with the previous token. Is this really from my own mother, or is it just an excuse to abandon me? A dangerous smile crept across my lips. Mom, you have your schemes, and I have mine. Kicking the wall won't solve the problem, but I can deal with the ones creating the problem. I can use the excuse of breaking off the engagement to go to those girls' homes and demand their tokens. Considering this, it won't take too long to gather all 9 tokens. Without hesitation, I focused on the information of the first girl, Song Jia, Song Qingxue. Before long, I found myself outside Song Jia's luxurious villa. Just as I was about to knock on the door suddenly swung open from the inside. I looked up, and just one glance left me completely stunned. Inside, 3 generations of the Song family were engaged in a heated debate. Song Qingxue's mother, Huang Mei, looked at the elder sitting at the head of the table. Dad, please talk some sense into Qingxue. She's not a child anymore. The young master Lu introduced this time is truly a good match. Song's father, Song Guanqing, quickly rebutted, no way. The Lu family just runs a few hotels. The one I introduced is the president of Jiangnan Bank. Qingxue would definitely be happy marrying him. Before the elder could speak, a stunning woman with her arms crossed pouted and interjected, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I absolutely refuse to accept an arranged marriage. I, Song Qingxue, will only marry a man of my choosing. She looked confidently at her grandfather. Since childhood, he had favored her the most, and she believed he wouldn't pressure her. The elder cleared his throat and said, enough already. I've already decided on Qingxue's marriage. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them froze, especially Song Qingxue, whose eyes widened in shock. Who is this lucky guy, Dad? Grandfather has an eye for talent. Whoever he chooses must be better than my recommendations. Song Guanqing and Song Qingxue couldn't help but look at him with curiosity. Just as Song Qi was about to reveal the name, a servant walked in and said, Sir, there's a young man named Jishao outside who wants to see you. Send him away quickly. Song Guanqing snapped impatiently, not wanting an irrelevant young man to interrupt his father's words. However, the elder suddenly stood up and said, Quick, let him in. Qingxue, this Jishao is the man I've arranged for your marriage. I guarantee he is superior to all the young men. Song Qingxue was surprised that her grandfather was more anxious than her parents, actually inviting this person to their home. He fell right into my trap. He really shouldn't have come back today. Humph, do they think this will make me yield? No matter who it is, I'll find a way to pick at his flaws and drive him away. Soon, I was brought into the room by the servant. As soon as I entered, Huang Mei looked disappointed. This Yishao is dressed too plainly. He looks okay, but good looks alone won't feed him. Surely the elder won't fall for this. Song Guanqing frowned as well. This kid doesn't look like he comes from a wealthy family at all. Has my father lost his discernment? Song Qingxue scrutinized me with a critical gaze. Aside from my looks, she couldn't find a single reason that made me worthy of her. As I walked into the room, I glanced at the four people. When I saw Song Qingxue, I couldn't help but be taken aback. Having traveled the world for missions in recent years and seen many beautiful women, this girl was definitely top tier. She had enchanting features, rosy lips, and a delicate oval face. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she looked like a fairy descending from heaven. No, I couldn't let a woman distract me from my swift actions. I was here to break off the engagement. I forced myself to look away. Ha ha, you must be Yi Xiao. Indeed, a fine-looking young man. Come, sit next to Qingxue. Song Qingxue raised an eyebrow and glared at me fiercely, as if she were going to kill me with her eyes for coming over. Old Song, I'm here to call off the engagement. What do you mean call off the engagement? The elder's brows furrowed tightly. Song Guancheng and Huang Mei both sighed in relief. This kid seems to know his place. However, Song Qingxue did not think so. As one of the three most beautiful women in Linzhou, how could she be called off? Especially by this guy, who, aside from his looks, had nothing to offer. Xiao, did I hear you wrong? Do you think Qingxue isn't good enough or not pretty? I was about to deny it, but the words caught in my throat. I glanced at Song Qingxue and thought, she's just average. Just average? Song Qingxue's fist clenched tightly, gritting her teeth. Her pride felt like it had been shattered. Who do you think you are, Yi? How dare you look down on me? Do you know that someone like you wouldn't even get a second glance from me on the street? You toad, a naked snail of a turtle. She had rarely insulted anyone, but now she was pulling out all the words she found most disgusting. I felt completely unfazed. This level of verbal assault was milder than the daily greetings from inmates in prison. Even the elder noticed that Miss Song was dissatisfied with me. Let's just call off the engagement. Also, please return the token my mother left me. Song Qi glared at his granddaughter. Qingxue, sit down. How will you get married like this? After saying that, he laughed again. Xiao, the marriage was arranged by your parents and mine. If you want to break it off, your parents must come to do so. He knows my status and won't easily give up such a rare grandson-in-law. I narrowed my eyes slightly, taking a serious look at this rather tricky old man. He was about 70 years old, with graying hair and age spots on his face, but his eyes were bright and spirited. He was clearly a cunning old fox. Mr. Song, while that may be the case, do you really know me? If we can't come to an agreement, I'll retrieve the token in my own way. My words hinted at a threat. As the warden of the world's #1 prison, I had 1,000 ways to make this old man give up his life. I didn't believe he was tougher than the inmates in prison. Hearing my threat, Song Qi took a deep breath, but his experience in the underworld meant he wasn't easily intimidated. However, he sensed from my words that I seemed to care a lot about that token, so he devised a plan. Xiao, if you want to break off the engagement, that's fine. I can return the token as well, but I have a condition. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Mr. Song, please be straightforward. I took a deep breath, not wanting to trouble someone who couldn't fight back. All I want is for you to protect my granddaughter for 3 months. After 3 months, if you still insist on breaking off the engagement, I won't oppose it. Protect her closely? I couldn't help but frown. 3 months was neither long nor short. Spending it on this girl seemed unwise, but I could reluctantly accept it since Song Qi hadn't restricted my freedom. I could still look for other girls. I disagree. At this moment, Song Qingxue stood up angrily. Grandpa, return that token to her. I want to break off the engagement. Song Qi felt a headache coming on. He had finally thought of a clever plan, only for his granddaughter to interrupt. Qingxue, if you agree to date Xiao for 3 months, I won't interfere in your love life anymore. Otherwise, you'll have to go on blind dates every day. Song Qingxue glanced at her grandfather, weighing the pros and cons. Fine, I agree, she said in unison with me. Ha ha, the elder looked at us. Look at how well you two get along. Qingxue, take Xiao back and settle him in. Song Qingxue shot me a cold glare, grabbed her handbag, and walked out. I followed her, leaving the room as well. Once in the car, she said nothing, and I couldn't be bothered to engage with her either. Half an hour later, we arrived at her family's villa. As soon as Song Qingxue entered, she kicked off her high heels and slipped into comfortable cartoon slippers. She turned back, crossed her arms, and said, Yi, let's set some ground rules. First, you stay on the first floor and are not allowed upstairs. Second, we are just in a bodyguard-employer relationship. I'll pay you 8,000 a month, and we can't disclose our engagement to outsiders. Third, you don't interfere in my personal matters, and I won't interfere in yours. Alright, let's treat it like a 3-month roommate situation, and I won't have to pay rent. After saying that, I picked up my suitcase and headed for the room on the first floor, not treating myself as an outsider at all. Seeing my indifferent demeanor, Song Qingxue got angry. She thought that as one of the 3 beauties of Linzhou, I would be eager to please her. Instead, I didn't care at all. Back in her room, Song Qingxue was furious and immediately called her friend to vent. My grandpa arranged a marriage for me. Her friend's surprised voice came through the phone. Is he handsome? Which rich family does he belong to? He looks alright, but he's just a low-level warning. A low-level warning? How could he be worthy of you? Don't agree to this marriage. I know, but my grandpa insists on the engagement and has him as my personal bodyguard. On the other end, her friend stomped her feet in frustration. This guy must be after your family's wealth. He's definitely coming to kick your door down tonight. Hurry and move things to barricade the door. Make sure to wear clothes to bed tonight and keep the pepper spray I gave you under your pillow. If that toad dares to come in, spray him in the face. Yu Tujin was the one giving advice to Song Qingxue, and she felt a bit speechless. It can't be that serious. I really don't think he has that intention. This is how it is with the lower-class men these days. They meet wealthy people to start their careers, find good partners to settle down, or latch onto rich women. So be careful. Her friend's words reminded Song Qingxue. This guy is so calm. He must be faking it. What should I do then? Do as I say. If anything feels off, call me immediately. I'll send someone to chase him away tomorrow. After hanging up, Song Qingxue set things up according to her friend's advice and spent a tense night, but nothing happened. The next day, when she came downstairs with panda eyes, I was happily eating noodles. I made a bowl for you too. Come down and eat. She glanced at the bowl of noodles, thinking, this guard actually knows how to cook. Then she dismissed the thought and huffed, I won't eat such greasy food. Not going to eat? Fine. I then moved the bowl of noodles in front of me and continued eating. Song Qingxue was once again angered by my nonchalance. Doesn't he realize that if he tried a little harder to persuade me, maybe after 5 or 6 times, I'd graciously eat his noodles? At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Song Qingxue knew it must be someone arranged by her friend, so she pretended to be calm and went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, 199 giant roses blocked her view. She was first taken aback, but upon seeing who was holding the flowers, her brows furrowed immediately. She didn't expect her friend to bring in Bai Haitao, one of her many suitors. Bai Haitao was the son of the director of the Tianhua Taekwondo Academy, and he brought flowers every time they met, which made Song Qingxue quite annoyed. Suddenly, she saw a slightly pudgy girl winking at her from behind Bai Haitao. Only then did Song Qingxue take the roses. Come in, Bai Haitao said happily. After pursuing Song Qingxue for so long, this was the first time he'd been invited inside. He thought this was a great opportunity to get closer to the goddess, not realizing it had all been arranged by Louis. Bai Haitao brought 3 people with him. One was the mastermind Louis, and the other 2 were disciples dressed in white taekwondo uniforms. As soon as Louis entered, she scanned the room and saw me wolfing down noodles. Instantly, a look of disdain appeared on her face. What a letdown. A gourd vine producing pumpkins, he couldn't even care when his fiancée is sent flowers. After Bai Haitao entered, he gazed at Song Qingxue like a sycophant. Qingxue, have you had breakfast? Would you like me to treat you to brunch at the Golden Coast Western Restaurant? Song Qingxue hadn't even had a chance to respond when Louis cleared her throat to remind Bai Haitao to get to the point. Bai Haitao finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at me, a sharp look in his eyes. A weak little punk like him? It would be no challenge to get rid of him. He made an okay gesture towards Song Qingxue and Louis, then walked towards me with his 2 lackeys. He plopped down arrogantly, saying, So you're Miss Song's bodyguard, huh? What skills do you have to protect her? Wise up and get out of here, or I'll break your legs. I couldn't be bothered to respond and continued eating my noodles. I had never seen anyone in taekwondo uniforms delivering flowers. It was clear they were up to something else. Song Qingxue felt a bit guilty and whispered to Louis, Isn't this too much? Yi Shao didn't even go upstairs last night and cook me noodles. It's unfair for us to treat him like this. But Louis spoke with a tone that seemed to see through everything. Song rich girl, don't be fooled by his facade. The better he pretends, the bigger his ulterior motives. By the time he tricks away your family fortune, you won't know where to cry. After hearing Louis' words, Song Qingxue fell silent. Bai Haitao was already quite impatient, seeing that he hadn't succeeded in provoking me. One of his lackeys rolled up his sleeves and walked up to me, saying, You bucket of rice, didn't you hear young master by talking to you? Eat, 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 I'll make you eat. He waved his hand and flipped my bowl of noodles, sending it crashing to the ground, with noodles and broth splattering everywhere. I glanced at him, and that look was as sharp as an ice blade. The lackey shivered slightly. Hey kid, don't give me that look. If you want to keep eating, you better lick it off the floor like a dog. Bai Haitao laughed mockingly, thinking this would finally provoke me. However, I merely wiped the grease from my mouth. Wasting food was something I hated most in prison. Once, a Mexican mobster, dissatisfied with the prison food, dumped all his meals. I ordered the brute to feed him 3 large buckets of leftovers, which cured his pickiness from then on. I'm giving you a chance. Pick up those noodles off the floor and eat them, or else you'll definitely regret it today, I said calmly. Regret? Ha ha ha. The lackey laughed. I'll just stand here and watch you try to make me regret it. Bai Haitao and another lackey laughed as well. This kid really doesn't know his place. He thinks he can make a black belt suffer? That's ridiculous. Louis clenched her fists excitedly and said to Song Qingxue, get ready for a good show. This toad is about to suffer a big loss. As soon as she finished speaking, I suddenly struck like lightning, kicking the lackey's knee, causing him to lose balance and fall. I grabbed his hair and slammed him against the chain, executing the entire process seamlessly. Bai Haitao's smile froze, Louis's mouth dropped open wide enough to swallow an egg, and Song Qingxue was also left speechless. Bai Haitao was furious, shouting, "You little punk! Are you shameless enough to sneak attack me?" Louis hurriedly chimed in, "Of course it was this toad who snuck up on you. How else could a black belt possibly lose?" At this moment, another lackey stepped forward. He narrowed his eyes, braced himself on the table, and leaped into the air, delivering a spinning side kick aimed at me. Bai Haitao certainly didn't believe I could dodge this kick. Louis was excited again. She had seen this lackey perform a spinning side kick at the Taekwondo Academy, capable of breaking 5 wooden boards. If this toad gets hit, he'll surely end up a vegetable. However, I simply blocked with my hand, grabbed the lackey, and pulled him in front of me, then followed up with a kick to his back. With a thud, another face landed in the noodle soup. Louis and Song Qingxue swallowed hard in disbelief. Bai Haitao couldn't help but gasp. If the first time had some elements of a sneak attack, this time, one of his own had made the first move. In the end, I sat in my chair without even having to adjust myself and subdued another black belt. Even he couldn't achieve that. At this moment, Bai Haitao finally felt a tinge of fear. But he wasn't about to lose face, especially in front of the goddess. Bai Haitao gritted his teeth and shouted, "You little punk, do you know who my dad is?" He knew he likely wasn't my match, so he decided to invoke his father to intimidate me. I merely responded, "Oh, didn't your mom tell you?" My words turned his face a deep shade of purple. His father was a black belt of the 8th degree. He thought I would be intimidated, but I wasn't playing by the rules at all. "I will kill you." Bai Haitao was furious and swung a straight punch towards my head. He thought he could take advantage of me being caught off guard and gain some benefit. As a result, I remained calm and composed, and similarly threw a punch to clash with him. Suddenly, with a crack, the sound of bones shattering rang out. The white sea tide broke like hemp, flying towards the wall like a bag, and the body stuck to the wall for nearly 3 seconds before slowly sliding down. Seeing this scene, Song Qingxue and Louis were shocked and dropped their jaws. They originally thought I was just Zhang Xiaosan, but it turned out I was indeed Zhang San, a lawless madman. Zhang San, in shock. 2 women are extremely disappointed with Haitao. What Taekwondo genius, really a waste of expression. But the mess left by the 3 of them can only be cleaned up by them. After all, that late-night snack was my friend, so you shouldn't be too calculative, right? Song Qingxue said awkwardly. I gave him a meaningful glance, and that look clearly said I know what you want to do. Then I let go of the 2 brothers of Bai Haitao. 3 people awkwardly escaped from the villa. I finally understand why a spare tire is round, because it's convenient to roll. After the 3 people left, Louis pulled Song Qingxue and ran up the stairs. "Song, rich woman, didn't you say before that this kid is useless? How could he have such impressive skills?" Song Qingxue is also very fierce. "I don't know, he only said he is a prison guard. How would I know? Now prison guards need to have such good skills." Lo Yi spun around in the room. "You make me think. What's so great about being skilled? Someone of his status is still not worthy of you. I must think of a way to drive him away." At this moment, Song Qingxue suddenly said, Why don't I just confront him directly and give him some money to make him leave?" "No way." Louis directly rejected her best friend's method. "Song, rich woman, why do I feel like your IQ is somewhat lacking right now? Think about it, if he marries you, he can enjoy the wealth of your Song family. What does that little bit of money you give him count for? In 3 months, he can have both people and wealth. Only a fool would be willing to take the money and leave." Song Qingxue nodded, feeling that what was said made a lot of sense. "As soon as I have it, I have a way to make that kid retreat on his own." Louis suddenly stopped, her footsteps paused, and the corners of her mouth curved into a sinister arc, her big eyes squinting into a narrow slit, looking like a little witch. The 2 women had been discussing in the room for half a day, and just as they walked down the stairs, they saw me lying on the sofa watching the game. Louis pushed Song Qingxue and remembered to definitely let him go to your company. Song Qingxue took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and then walked over to Yi Xiao, saying, "I'm going to the company now, you come with me." I don't have time to mix for 3 months just to get the token and be done with it. Do you really think I came here to work as a bodyguard? Song Qingxue angrily clenched her pink fist and said, Yishao, my grandfather sent you to protect my safety, not to let you laze around and do nothing. If that's the case, then get the hell out of the villa. Oh my, did this woman eat explosives? How dare she speak to herself so loudly? If a prisoner in jail dared to do this, they would at least be locked in a cage and starved for 3 days. However, looking at Song Qingxue's unwavering gaze, I sighed helplessly and said, Alright, I'll accompany you, is that okay? Soon the two of them arrived at the Song group by car. Song Qingxue directly called in the head of the security department, Hua Daguan. Hua Daiguan is a burly retired special forces soldier and is highly valued by Song Qingxue. Minister Hua, this is my bodyguard Yi Xiao, and he will be assigned to your security department from now on. Hua Daiguan glanced up and down at me, seeing that I was not particularly strong, and immediately felt reassured. This is not a bodyguard, he is probably a poor relative who got in through connections. Just send him away and leave the rest to me. Hua Daguan acts decisively and takes me to familiarize myself with the department environment. When they arrived at the security department's office, Hua Daguan pointed to a table in the corner, looking very proud, and said, You can use that table from now on. I walked over and sat down by myself, and this scene left Hua Daguan dumbfounded. Does this kid not understand the rules? Doesn't he know who is the boss here? Is it big? Now he is increasingly certain that the late-night snack is only available through connections, so Hua Daguan decided to give me a good talking to. Late-night snacks, I don't care what your relationship with President Song is, but one thing to remember is that my security department does not support idlers. I give you your first task to guard the parking lot, immediately however. Hua Daiguan's words were not finished before I interrupted him. Minister Hua, I think you are mistaken. I am Song Qingxue's bodyguard, not the company's security. Hearing this, Hua Daiguan clenched his fist tightly. My words seemed to him a provocation to his authority. No matter who you are, once you enter the security department, you must obey my orders. I have something to attend to now and will be out for a while. In an hour, if you haven't gone to the parking lot, I will personally report to General Song and recommend your dismissal. He left without looking back. I curled my lip and didn't take Hua Daguan's words to heart at all, then lazily crossed my legs and took out the Xiaomi 6 I bought 5 years ago, playing $43.99. Look at my unrestrained demeanor. The other security guards in the office are secretly laughing, thinking to themselves that this kid is probably going to be in trouble. In the security department, how can one not give the department head face? Otherwise, one might either be given a hard time or directly kicked out of the company. In the president's office, Song Qingxue was particularly in a bad mood today, with her mind completely occupied by Louis's plan, and she had no intention of working at all. He frequently looked at the watch and finally made it to 11 o'clock in the morning. Closed the document and prepared to call me, but I found that I didn't leave my contact information at all. Just go find him directly. The time spent playing games on the other side always goes by quickly. I have already been at my workstation for more than an hour. With a loud bang, the office door was violently kicked open, and Hua Daguan walked in angrily, saying, What are you doing with the late-night snack? Are you treating my words like the wind passing by your ears? TSK, it's been a long time since I've seen Minister Hu so angry. This new guy is going to be in trouble. Who says it's not? Just arrived and dares to go against Minister Hua. Doesn't he know he comes from a special forces background? I slowly put away my phone and disdainfully said, Minister Hua, can't you understand what I'm saying? The office instantly fell silent. Everyone gasped in shock. This kid is really bold to the extreme. Hua Daguan's fists were cracking as he was about to teach me a lesson when suddenly the voice of Song Qingxue came from the doorway. Late-night snack, come out with me. The security guards stood up in unison to greet. Hua Daguan didn't dare to act again. Mr. Song, I want to tell you that Hua Daguan wants to take the opportunity to complain, but Song Qingxue did not give him this opportunity. Minister Hua, if you have something to say, let's talk about it after I finish dinner with Yi Xiao. What eating? This kid actually can eat with President Song. The security guards are dumbfounded. Hua Daiguan was also puzzled. What exactly is the relationship between this kid and General Song? I smiled and walked straight past Hua Daiguan, never taking him seriously from start to finish. However, it was surprising that Song Qingxue came to find me for dinner herself. Didn't this girl say last night that she wanted to keep her distance from me and even had someone teach me a lesson this morning? But anyway, it's just a meal. I won't take it to heart. Until I arrived at a beautifully decorated restaurant with Song Qingxue, I only then noticed something was off. Manhwa is the most upscale restaurant in Linzhou, and the expenses inside are measured in tens of thousands. It's hard to believe that Song Qingxue would be so kind as to invite me to eat here. Just as I was puzzled, I suddenly saw Louis at the entrance of the tavern, and I couldn't help but smile lightly. You still invited him. Song Qingxue felt a bit guilty and introduced the clients to me one by one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here. After saying that, he picked up his handbag and got out of the car. As soon as Lu saw Song Qingxue, he quietly made an okay gesture. Song Qingxue nodded knowingly. Upon entering the private room, Lu Yi directly called the waiter to order food. I can't help but ask, wasn't it said that there are clients? Lu Yi smiled and said that the person couldn't come for the time being. Since we are all here, it wouldn't make sense to have come for nothing. Lu Yi provided a fairly reasonable explanation, but the subsequent actions really left me even more dumbfounded. I can see that Lu Yi has no intention of holding back at all. Whatever is expensive on the menu, she orders. Before long, she has ordered more than 10 dishes, and in the end, she even ordered a bottle of 100,000 yuan Shandong Great Wall red wine. On the other hand, Song Qingxue didn't say a word, clearly tacitly agreeing with Lu Yi's actions. What are these two women up to? It's just a meal. Is it really necessary to be so extravagant? Can 3 people eat that much? But I didn't say anything. My role now is just a bodyguard, so I can just focus on my own meal. After more than 10 minutes, the dishes ordered by Lu Yi began to be served one by one. Willow Yi asked the waiter to open the red wine, poured 3 glasses, and said, "Officer Yi, let's have a drink. Consider it a welcome for you." The smile on Lu Yi's face makes me feel very strange, because it clearly says "not well-intentioned" on her forehead. But where did I come from? Those guys in prison, which one of them isn't a cunning person with 800 eyes? I was able to suppress that group for 3 years and make them obedient, so naturally, I am not a simple-minded person. Since it wouldn't be good not to drink when a beautiful woman is toasting, the 3 of them raised their glasses and clinked them. Put down the wine glass. Lu Yi's phone rang. "President Zhou, you have arrived. Okay, we will come out to pick you up right away." After she finished speaking, she said to Song Qingxue, "Qingxue, President Zhou is available now, let's go pick her up." Song Qingxue seemed a bit hesitant, but still followed Lu Yi out the door. As he reached the door, he turned back to look at me one more time, but in the end, he was still pulled away by Lu Yi. After the two left, Lu Yi took out a stack of money and handed it to the waiter, saying that the consumption in room 808 was paid by the gentleman inside. The waiter happily accepted the tip. 2 women directly got into the car. Isn't this a bit too much for Yi? Song Qingxue felt somewhat unwilling. After all, Yi Xiao was brought in by herself. How could he afford the 150,000 yuan meal bill? However, Lu Yi scoffed at it. To deal with this kind of poor loser, one must be ruthless, otherwise, he will never learn his lesson. That damn toad still wants to eat swan meat. Just wait to wash dishes at the Manhwa Lu for the rest of his life. He patted Song Qingxue's shoulder and said, "Let's go eat Western food." I waited for more than 10 minutes in the private room without seeing them come back, so I simply started to enjoy the feast on the table and ate heartily. After eating and drinking enough, I went downstairs with a toothpick in my mouth. The scholar immediately came forward. "Sir, you have spent 158,000 cash, or is it by card? I am an employee of the Song Group. Let's have our general manager Song settle the bill." "Sorry, Mr. Song, Miss said you would pay for this meal." My actions of chewing on the mixed wood stopped, and I didn't expect they could really do something like this. I hummed softly, my eyes suddenly squinting. I originally thought that Song Qingxue wouldn't be that kind of person, but I never expected that I was still mistaken. Truly, the heart of a woman is the most poisonous. Seeing my expression was off, the waiter immediately became alert and said, "Sir, you won't be unable to pay for the meal, will you?" I already said, I am just an employee of the Song Group. I won't pay for that meal just now. I won't take that loss. The waiter didn't say much and directly called for security on the intercom. After a while, 7 or 8 strong men arrived. The security guard shouted confidently, "Our Manhwa Lu has no precedent for diners skipping out on the bill. Since you can't afford to pay, you won't be leaving today." The news spread quickly, and many people gathered to watch in the hotel. TSK, this kid looks decent, but he's actually a freeloader. It's really true that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I don't know the background of Manhwa Lu, but daring to eat for free here is simply asking for trouble. At this moment, a cold voice came. What happened? A man around 30 years old, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked over. The waiter immediately bowed and said to the deputy manager, "This person ordered 150,000 worth of leeks, can't pay the bill, wants to eat a free meal." Dining and dashing, the deputy manager looked at me with cold eyes, and when he saw that I was dressed quite ordinarily, he became even more disdainful. "Why are you still standing there? When dealing with trash like this, why waste words with him? Hurry up and drag him to the back and beat him up and have his friends send money over. If the money isn't enough within an hour, send him directly to the police station." These several security guards stepped forward, ready to take me away. However, I just slightly frowned and quietly clenched my right hand into a fist. But just then, a mocking voice came, "It's really you, Yi Xiao, being dumped by Ru Yan, can't even afford a meal now, and now you're resorting to eating a free meal." I turned my head to look, and Qi Tianhao, dressed in formal attire, was walking quickly towards me, his eyes filled with mockery. "Is this your friend, Mr. Shi?" The deputy manager of the restaurant put away his arrogant demeanor and asked in a different tone. Qi Tianhao is their gold card member, so they must treat friends politely. "He, let me introduce this person. This is the young master of the former night market group. Now, he is just a small early warning in a place where not even a bird would poop, with a monthly salary of at most 3,000. Upon hearing Qi Tianhao's words, everyone pointed at me again. It turns out I am the fallen young master of the night market group. The company went bankrupt and I still have the face to come to Mahang building to show off. A loser with a monthly salary of 3,000 dares to spend at Mayhan Hall. Doesn't he know that a meal here is worth 5 years of his salary? Listening to the mockery from the crowd, Qi Tianhao looked very satisfied. "You were quite impressive in prison, weren't you? Now in my territory, I can easily play you to death." A smug smile appeared on his face. "Out of the kindness of our past acquaintance, I actually have a way to solve this. You kneel down, knock your head 100 times, and call me dad, and I'll help you pay the bill. How about it? You only need to bend your knees and move your mouth, and I'll pay you this 150,000. Isn't that a great deal?" "Haha," Qi Tianhao laughed maniacally. Spending 150,000 to toy with a late-night snack is very worthwhile in his eyes. He had already made plans. As long as the late-night snack kneels down and calls him dad, he would record the scene and spread the video online to see how this guy could face people afterwards. At this moment, the onlookers also showed mocking smiles, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. The assistant manager of the restaurant smiled and said, "Kid, since Mr. Shi is willing to help you pay the bill, why aren't you quickly bowing and calling him dad?" "Not bad, kid. Isn't it just kneeling and kowtowing? Isn't it better than you going to jail and eating prison food?" While everyone is mocking you with their words, Qi Tianhao holds his head high, proudly waiting for me to kowtow to him. With a crisp sound, a loud slap landed on Qi Tianhao's face. Qi Tianhao turned around and cursed, "Who the hell hit me?" But when Qi Tianhao saw who was coming, he was instantly dumbfounded. The person who came was actually him. Yi Zhao's slap instantly silenced the noisy crowd. Hiss! Everyone gasped in disbelief at the scene before them. How dare he lay a hand on President Qi? Isn't he just a poor loser? Tisk tsk, he probably thinks he's the young master of the Yi family. What a joke! This isn't just about kneeling and kowtowing anymore. President Qi's family has ties to the War Department. With just a word, this kid will end up in prison for life. At that moment, Qi Tianhao also got up from the ground, glaring at Yi Xiao with wide eyes. "Yi, very good. I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead." His tone was icy, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. The hotel manager was also taken aback. "Kid, President Qi was kind enough to pay for you, and you dare to lay hands on him? Let me tell you, your life is over. Even if President Qi lets you go, the Manhen Tower will never spare you. Someone, take this madman away and beat him until President Qi is satisfied." Several security guards rolled up their sleeves, eager to beat Yi Xiao to please Qi Tianhao, but at that moment, they heard Yi Xiao shout loudly, "Get the hell out of here!" The guards froze in place, feeling a chill shoot up from their feet to the top of their heads, as if they were being stared down by a prehistoric beast. Yi Zhao's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and he coldly smiled. "Am I supposed to pay for eating in my own restaurant?" Everyone was initially stunned by Yi Zhao's aura, but then they burst into laughter. "Ha ha, did you hear that? This loser actually claims the Manhen Tower is his. I've never seen someone so shameless." That's right, President Qi just said this kid is only a loser with a monthly salary of 3,000. How could he be the owner of the Manhen Tower? I think he must be delusional or pretending to be crazy to avoid the responsibility of beating up President Qi. "Kid, where did you learn to boast like this? How are you so impressive? You say the Manhen Tower is yours, why not claim the whole street is yours and that you're the son of the world's richest man? Ha ha ha." At that moment, Qi Tianhao suddenly said with a glint in his eye, "Yi, let me see what qualifications you have to claim you're the owner of the Manhen Tower. If you're spreading rumors, that affects the reputation of the Manhen Tower. I believe the real owner would never let you off lightly." He had heard that the true owner behind the Manhen Tower was Blood Sovereign, the king of the underground world in Long Country. If Blood Sovereign found out about this, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Yi Xiao would be torn to pieces by Blood Sovereign's subordinates. The hotel manager quickly understood Qi Tianhao's intention. This was a plot to kill with a borrowed knife. If Qi Tianhao dealt with Yi Xiao, the latter would only end up in prison for life. But if that powerful figure spoke, Yi Xiao would definitely die without a complete corpse. Chi Tianhao's gaze was cold as he scrutinized Yishao. Yi, if you can prove this restaurant is yours, I'll pay for your consumption today tenfold. But if you can't prove it, Manager Ho, you know what to do. The hotel manager smiled coldly. Rest assured, President Chi, I will report this matter truthfully. Since Chi Tianhao wanted to get rid of this ignorant kid, he naturally didn't mind doing him a favor. Yi Xiao could see through the hotel manager and Chi Tianhao's little act. You want that old man blood sovereign to deal with me? He wouldn't dare even if you gave him 180 times the courage. A smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chi Tianhao, right? Since you have too much money to spend, I'll give you a chance to lose some now. As he spoke, Yi Xiao pulled out a stack of paper from his pocket. This time, he had brought nothing else back to Lingzhou, just casually grabbing a handful of mortgage documents from Jiangnan province. In no time, Yi Xiao extracted one from the pile. He dialed the phone number on it. Is this the Albua company? I have a mortgage document that I need help executing. A pleasant female voice came from the other end. Okay, sir, please provide the document number. Following that, Yi Xiao reported the number on the document. Mr. Yi, the Manhwa building in Lingzhou is now under your name. Do you have any further instructions? Yi Xiao glanced at the hotel manager's name tag and said, please have someone from the Manhwa building headquarters notify a manager named Ho in Lingzhou. All right, Mr. Yi, I will convey that immediately. The onlookers were confused by Yi Xiao's actions. What is this kid doing, acting all mysterious? It seems like he's executing a mortgage document. Could he have escaped from a mental hospital? Who would mortgage such a profitable place like the Manhwa building? I heard the big boss of the Manhwa building is a significant figure in Longwa. How could someone like that be short on money? Chi Tianhao leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it, disdainfully looking at Yi Xiao. Yi, you have 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, just wait to suffer. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark that Yi Xiao uttered. How could the Manhwa building be Yi Xiao's property? Everything Yi Xiao had done just seemed foolish to him, casually pulling out a piece of paper and claiming the Manhwa building was his. Did he really think he was an idiot? Yi Xiao chuckled, ignoring Chi Tianhao, and continued to leisurely pick his teeth with a toothpick. The onlookers also looked down on Yi Xiao, thinking he was just putting on a brave face while being panicked inside. Kid, stop pretending here. You should quickly kneel and apologize to President Chi. If you wait too long, not only will you face prison, but you might even lose your life. That's right, kid, being poor isn't shameful, but vanity can be detestable. Do you really think you, a poor loser earning a few thousand a month, can compete with a big boss like President Chi? Everyone, stop trying to persuade him. This kind of ant that doesn't know its own limits should be taught a lesson by President Chi to learn a lesson. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The restaurant manager forced a smile and said, Kid, what now? You're not going to make us wait another 10 minutes, are you? Chi Tianhao exhaled a large puff of smoke and laughed. Yi, remember this, in your next life, keep your eyes open and avoid me when you see me, got it? Ha, don't worry, I'll bring chopping to burn paper for you on your 7th day. Manager Ho, make your move. Chi Tianhao waved his hand. Just as Manager Ho cleared his throat and was about to instruct the security to act, suddenly, a ringtone sounded. Manager Ho had to swallow his words and took out his phone. When he saw the caller ID, his hand couldn't help but tremble. It was a call from the headquarters in the capital. Manager Ho instantly switched to a tone as if he had seen his ancestors, saying, Hello, I am Ho Yaoguang. A cold voice on the other end replied, Manager Ho, the Mr. Yi in front of you is now the owner of the Manhwa building in Lingzhou. From today on, all matters of the restaurant do not need to be reported to the headquarters. Everything will be under Mr. Ye's full responsibility. What? Mr. Yi, the boss. Manager Ho felt as if the world was spinning, trembling all over as if he had epilepsy. He wasn't a fool, he naturally knew who the Mr. Yi mentioned by the headquarters was. Oh my god, how could this be? Wasn't this kid a poor loser? Just 10 minutes ago, he couldn't even come up with 150,000, and now he had become his boss? Manager Ho's mind raced, his CPU working overtime, and it felt like his motherboard was about to overheat. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a bitter smile. Yi, boss, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it to heart. At this moment, he was terrified of Yi Xiao. How could he provoke someone who had transferred ownership of the restaurant? Seeing this scene, Chi Tianhao was stunned, the waiter and the security guard were stunned, everyone present was stunned. Ah, what's going on? Why did Manager Ho's attitude change 180 degrees after he received a phone call, and now he's calling this kid boss? Chi Tianhao frowned and said, Manager Ho, you haven't caught some kind of mental illness from this kid, have you? He's just a little prison guard, how could he be your boss? Manager Ho turned his head and glared fiercely at Chi Tianhao. At that moment, he felt like he could strangle Chi Tianhao. If it weren't for Chi Tianhao, he would have just been doing his job and wouldn't have offended such a big boss so badly. Chi Tianhao, you better clean up your mouth. The owner of Manhwa is someone you can slander? After saying this, he ordered the security guard behind him. I just received a call from headquarters. From today on, Mr. Yi is the owner of our Lingzhou Manhwa. Now, let's greet the boss together. Hello, boss. After instructing his subordinates, Manager Ho immediately bent at a perfect 90 degrees towards Yi Xiao, as if he would feel insincere if he bent even a degree less. The security guards were first taken aback, then followed suit and bowed, saying, "Hello, boss." Chi Tianhao's muscles twitched violently at the corners of his eyes, and the cigarette but he had in his mouth fell to the ground without him noticing. He couldn't believe this scene was real. But he knew Manager Ho's character all too well. He was a sycophant. The fact that Manager Ho could go this far only proved that what he said was true. Yi Xiao was indeed the owner of Manhwa. The expressions of the onlookers were also quite interesting. Wasn't this just a little prison guard? How did he become the owner of Manhwa? Was this some kind of twisted joke? Clearly owning a restaurant worth hundreds of millions, yet working part-time in a prison? But no matter what, it was now confirmed that Yi Xiao was the restaurant's owner, and those who had just mocked him began to slip away, fearing that Yi Xiao would hold a grudge and retaliate against them. Looking at Manager Ho, who was trembling and bowing at a 90-degree angle, Yi Xiao said indifferently, "Deputy Manager Ho, do you still want to kick me out or charge me?" Manager Ho's legs went weak, and he trembled all over. He slapped himself hard and stammered, "Oh owner, just consider what I said earlier as nonsense. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me sick." Yi Xiao chuckled, "Recover a bit. I actually preferred your earlier rebellious attitude." Manager Ho then raised his head, trembling with fear, and asked, "Boss, you're not going to hold me accountable?" This was what he was most concerned about. Defying and mocking the big boss, and almost driving him out. Such behavior could get anyone fired in any company. Yi Xiao glanced at Manager Ho casually and said, "You go down and write a self-criticism, then send it to the general manager of Manhwa for him to deal with you." Yi Xiao had guarded the #1 prison in the world for 3 years, and the reason those ruthless criminals obeyed him was not because he was particularly brutal, but because he adhered to 3 strategies: scare those who disobey, if that doesn't work, beat them, and if they still don't comply, kill them. Yi Xiao intended to manage Manhwa in the same way. Hearing Yi Xiao say this, Manager Ho immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to flatter Yi Xiao, he saw Yi Xiao already walking outside. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came again, "Don't forget to charge Chi 10 times the price." "Yes, boss, I promise to complete the task," Manager Ho hurriedly responded. After saying this, Manager Ho looked at Chi Tianhao with a gloomy face. "Chi, I advise you to pay up honestly. I'm not in a good mood today, and if I accidentally bump into you, don't blame me." Manager Ho did not hide his desire to take down the man. If it weren't for Chi Tianhao, would he have dared to offend the big boss so severely? Under Manager Ho's fierce gaze, Chi Tianhao felt a tightening in his chest, and he was scared stiff. I'll give it, isn't that enough?" He was regretting his decision deeply. Wasn't it better to just watch the show? Now, not only had Yi Xiao not been humiliated, but he had also ended up losing 1.5 million. What a waste! Outside the Manhan building, Song Qingxue slammed the car door and hurried towards the restaurant, feeling guilty and ultimately deciding to turn back. Louis stepped forward and grabbed Song Qingxue's arm, looking at her with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "I told you, Song rich lady, the dishes are about to be served over there. Why are you back? Are you really worried about that toad?" Seeing she couldn't shake off her best friend, Song Qingxue had no choice but to explain helplessly, I think it's about time. Yi Xiao must have faced some punishment from the restaurant. We don't need to continue this." Louis sighed, "Song rich lady, you really worry too much. That toad is tough. Why are you concerned about him? Trust me, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe we'll see him being beaten into a pig's head and thrown out." However, before Louis could finish her sentence, she suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief at the entrance, spotting a figure leisurely chewing on a toothpick. Yi Xiao. How did he come out? Wasn't it supposed to be beaten into a pig's head? Why does it seem like nothing happened? Song Qingxue noticed the change in her friend's expression and quickly turned to look. When she saw Yi Xiao unscathed, she was also stunned. Feeling a bit guilty, Song Qingxue asked, "Yi Xiao, they didn't do anything to you, right?" Yi Xiao gave Song Qingxue a meaningful glance and replied coldly, "It was just a meal. What could they do to me?" Although he had initially come to ask Song Qingxue to cancel their engagement, he still had some fondness for this stunning girl, but what had just happened had indeed disappointed him. Sensing Yi Xiao's indifferent attitude, Song Qingxue felt an inexplicable pang in her heart and was about to say a few words of apology when Louis interjected rudely, "Hey, Yi, why are you acting all high and mighty? It was just a joke. Is a big man really that petty?" Yi Xiao didn't say anything more to the two women and turned to leave. Song Qingxue shot her friend a fierce glare and called out to Yi Xiao's retreating figure, "Yi Xiao, come back in my car." But Yi Xiao didn't look back, only throwing out a parting remark, "I'm used to taking a stroll after meals." Song Qingxue didn't expect Yi Xiao to refuse her so decisively. She had never invited a man into her car before. Her hands, hanging at her sides, unconsciously clenched into fists, wishing she could just give Yi Xiao a smack on the forehead. Seeing Yi Xiao's victorious demeanor, Louis felt angry. With a mix of resentment, fierceness, and gritted teeth, she said, "Look at him, so smug. One day, I will make him kneel before me and sing conquer." The two women returned to the car, but Song Qingxue didn't rush to start the engine. How do you think he came out unscathed?" Louis pouted and replied with a tone of hindsight, "Song rich lady, haven't you figured it out yet? The general manager of Manhwa Building, Fong Honggang, is your admirer. That toad must have reported your name, and Fong Honggang let him go out of respect for you. How infuriating. He actually took advantage of this. I should have given Fong Honggang a heads up." After thinking it over, Song Qingxue ultimately agreed with her friend's reasoning. If it weren't for that, she couldn't think of any other way Yi Xiao could have escaped. I thought Yi Xiao had some real skills. The result is nothing more than a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. Thinking of this, she felt a bit indignant. Yi Xiao had used her name to escape unscathed, yet just now he had shown her a cold shoulder. This man really had no class. At that moment, Louis's eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "Song rich lady, I have a way to embarrass Yi Xiao again. This time, I guarantee he will recognize the gap between you two and then obediently leave." "Alright, you say it, I'll follow your lead." Song Qingxue was currently fuming. As long as it was a way to get back at Yi Xiao, she would agree to anything. Yi Xiao leisurely returned to the Song group. Although it was already past the lunch break, no one in the security department dared to question him. After all, he was someone who could have lunch with the president of Song. With that connection, even if Yi Xiao showed up just 10 minutes before the end of the workday, everyone would turn a blind eye. In the afternoon, Yi Xiao still spent a few hours playing games at his workstation. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that he put away his phone and clocked out on time. As he reached the office door, he saw Song Qingxue. Without any small talk, Song Qingxue directly threw the car keys to Yi Xiao and coldly said, "I have a banquet tonight, you're coming with me." "Hey, I'm not your driver," Yi Xiao complained. However, Song Qingxue had already turned away, leaving no room for negotiation. Yi Xiao had no choice but to follow her. If those guys in prison saw their warden, who could command them, acting as a driver, they would probably be so happy they'd eat 3 bowls of rice. Upon returning to Song Qingxue's villa, Louis was already waiting inside. Yi Xiao wasn't surprised. Given how close these two women were, it was normal for Louis to have a key to the villa. Once inside, Yi Xiao first took a shower, then cooked a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach. After watching TV for an hour on the sofa, the two women finally came downstairs in their outfits. Thankfully, these two women were not his girlfriends, otherwise, he might have died from anxiety. However, when Yi Xiao looked at the two women with little interest, the next second, he froze as if under a spell, unable to speak. On the left, Song Qingxue was stunning, her red lips painted beautifully, her oval face and slender figure complemented by a flowing white dress that made her look like a fairy descending from the moon, ethereal and graceful. On the right, Louis was equally captivating, exuding charm and allure with every gesture, radiating a bewitching beauty. The appearance of the two women was like two extraordinarily beautiful flowers, leaving Yi Xiao unsure of whom to admire more. "Ahem." Song Qingxue cleared her throat twice and reprimanded, "Aren't you going to drive?" "Oh, right." Yi Xiao instinctively responded. Once he stepped outside, the two women burst into laughter. Although both had their grievances with Yi Xiao, what woman wouldn't enjoy being admired by a man like a lovesick fool? Especially since Yi Xiao was so handsome. As Yi Xiao walked out the door, he suddenly realized that he had just acted foolishly. Indeed, women really could affect the speed at which he drew his knife. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao parked the car in front of a 5-star hotel. Just as he was about to drive to the parking lot, he heard Song Qingxue say, "Let the valet park it. You come in with us." Yi Xiao was taken aback but eventually got out of the car. He had only eaten some noodles, and coming to such a high-end hotel, he believed there would be plenty of delicacies. Not going would be a disservice to his stomach. Arriving at the entrance of the banquet hall, while Song Qingxue went to present the invitation, Louis leaned over and suddenly said to Yi Xiao, "Mr. Yi, tonight is Miss Shen's birthday banquet. Being able to attend such a high-class event is enough for you to brag about for a lifetime. But I must remind you, don't embarrass me in Qingxue, and definitely don't cause us any trouble. Also, I advise you to put away your inappropriate thoughts. A girl like Qingxue is not someone a person like you can have. You and we are simply not from the same world. Yi Xiao smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned, and said, not from the same world? Are you all aliens then? E.T. or something? Upon hearing this, Lui instantly bared her teeth in anger. She had spent a long time preparing that statement, intending to crush Yi Xiao's pride, but unexpectedly, he had deflected her with just one sentence. Shallow. Vulgar. Lui cursed at Yi Xiao, turned her head, and linked arms with Song Qingxue as they walked into the banquet hall. As soon as the two women entered, they distanced themselves from Yi Xiao, which had been their plan all along to make Yi Xiao feel humiliated in this circle full of wealthy people, like a monkey being laughed at. However, the two women clearly underestimated Yi Xiao's strong inner self. A prison lord who could suppress countless ruthless criminals could not be brought down by mere ridicule or disdainful glances. Being cast aside, Yi Xiao found himself in a peaceful state and headed straight for the buffet area of the banquet. I must say, the buffet at this 5-star hotel is truly luxurious. It was no less than what he had at the Manhwa during the day, with everything from Australian lobsters to Iberian ham to giant snails from the Eiffel Tower country. It had it all. Yi Xiao quickly became immersed in the food, completely ignoring the disdainful gazes of the so-called upper-class society. This scene made Song Qingxue and Lui, who were watching Yi Xiao from a distance, feel as if they had punched a cotton ball. At that moment, on the other side of the banquet hall, a pair of eyes also noticed Yi Xiao. Zhao Qiuping was very shocked. How could Yi Xiao appear at such a high-end banquet? After all, this was the birthday party of the daughter of the real estate tycoon Shenshini in Lingzhou. She had to pull many strings just to get an invitation. At that moment, a female companion beside Zhao Qiuping teased, "What's wrong, Qiuping? Have you set your sights on some rich guy?" Zhao Qiuping came back to her senses. No. I just saw an acquaintance. I want to see which acquaintance it is." Another female companion giggled. Following Zhao Qiuping's gaze, the next second, that female companion burst out laughing. "I say, Qiuping, your taste is too low. You even have your eyes on a little bodyguard who snuck in to eat and drink?" "Bodyguard?" Zhao Qiuping was taken aback. The female companion shook her wine glass. "That's right. I just saw him at the entrance. He's the bodyguard brought by Song Qingxue." Hearing this, Zhao Qiuping smiled, her expression filled with mockery and disdain. Yi Xiao, I was wondering how you got in. Turns out you're clinging to Song Qingxue's thigh. At that moment, Zhao Qiuping's eyes glinted with malice, and she said, "Sisters, this person has some grievances with me. Later, we." While Yi Xiao was chewing on Iberian ham and sipping on 1982 Lafite, he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze beside him. He glanced with his peripheral vision and saw 3 beautiful figures approaching from the left. Short skirts, stockings, high heels, and an air of arrogance. When he saw Zhao Qiuping among the 3, he instantly lost interest. "Oh, who is this person? It's really funny, wearing sportswear to attend Miss Shen's banquet. What were you thinking?" One female companion sneered. "I know, he's the bodyguard brought by General Song Qingxue." Another female companion chimed in. "Ha, aren't bodyguards supposed to stand at the door? Kid, look how good General Song is to you, you should lick her toes more. Ha ha ha." The 3 of them burst into laughter. At this moment, more and more people gathered to watch the fun, and when they saw Yi Xiao's attire and heard the female companion's words, they all cast disdainful and disgusted glances at him. It was like seeing a green fly on a table full of delicacies. A bodyguard shamelessly mingling in such a high-class banquet really showed a complete lack of self-awareness. When Lui saw Yi Xiao being targeted, she excitedly waved her fist. "Look, Qingxue, our plan has finally succeeded. Now this toad will definitely taste the humiliation of having his pride ground into the dirt." However, Song Qingxue beside her couldn't feel happy at all. At that moment, she even regretted bringing Yi Xiao in, realizing that her happiness was built on someone else's suffering. How had she become like this? "Little bodyguard, go get me a glass of champagne, and this $1,000 is yours," one female companion said, pulling out 1,000 yuan in cash, speaking arrogantly. "Hurry up, little bodyguard, don't be ungrateful. This is your hard-earned salary for several days." Another female companion chimed in, bossily. Zhao Qiuping crossed her arms, proudly enjoying the show she had orchestrated. In her eyes, a poor wretch she had discarded should be groveling before her. If he dared to disrespect her, he deserved to be trampled underfoot. Zhao Qiuping looked at Yi Xiao, wanting to see him flustered and humiliated, but when she truly looked into his eyes, she was disappointed. All she saw was indifference, as if they were nothing more than a few pesky bugs in his eyes. "Get lost," Yi Xiao coldly spat out, putting down his glass. Though it was just one word, it carried an overwhelming force. It was shocking. The two women who had mocked Yi Xiao felt their hair stand on end, trembling with fear. "Who the hell are you, kid? How dare you tell me to get lost? Do you believe that if you step out that door, I can have someone take care of you?" One female companion, feeling humiliated by Yi Xiao's earlier response, shouted hoarsely. "That's right, you're just Song Qingshua's dog. Look at yourself, do you even have a mirror at home? Don't think that just because you're in a high-class place, you can stand on equal footing with us. Let me tell you, we asked you to pour drinks because we respect you. If you don't comply, you won't be able to walk in Lingzhou." Hearing this, the onlookers all stared at Yi Xiao with forced smiles, thinking he was just a cow trying to do a backflip overstepping his bounds. What qualifications did a bodyguard have to challenge people from their upper class? If he dared to defy them, it would only lead to his demise. In the face of these two women's humiliation, Yi Xiao remained incredibly calm, as if he didn't take their words to heart at all, just like a normal person wouldn't stoop to the level of two barking mad dogs. However, Yi Xiao's silence was interpreted by the crowd as being at a loss for words, just as the female companion was feeling triumphant. Suddenly, slap. A resounding slap landed on her face. Yi Xiao turned to see that the one who struck was Song Qingxue. She scolded the two women. "Yi Xiao is my bodyguard, but has he offended you in any way? The humiliation you directed at him, I will consider it an insult to me, Song Qingxue, and the Song group." Song Qingxue's voice was firm, her gaze sharp. At that moment, the onlookers were stunned. They never expected Song Qingxue would stand up for a bodyguard. Even Yi Xiao was a bit surprised. Wasn't this woman just thinking about watching him make a fool of himself at noon? Why was she helping him now? The woman who had been slapped covered her face and screamed, "Song Qingxue, what right do you have to hit me? What's wrong with me humiliating a bodyguard? Just so you know, this is Miss Shin's birthday party, not your Song group's." This woman's intentions were quite malicious. By linking Song Qingxue's actions to the banquet, it would make people think she was overreacting and even disrespecting Miss Shin. Sure enough, among the crowd, some people began to gloat. This Song Qingxue has quite the audacity. Daring to make a scene at Miss Shin's birthday party, she will definitely be kicked out by Miss Shin soon. That's right, although the Song group is worth tens of billions, it's nothing compared to the Shin family's trillion-dollar valuation. The Shin family could bankrupt the Song group with just a snap of their fingers. At this moment, Lui hurried to Song Qingxue's side, deeply worried for her friend. After all, causing a scene at someone else's birthday party would be embarrassing for anyone. Moreover, hadn't they planned to bring Yi Xiao to make him feel ashamed? How could her friend not resist standing up for that Yi? Just then, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Miss Shin is here." Upon hearing this, many turned to look, and they saw a stunning beauty in a white qipao striding towards them. Shin Luoyan, the daughter of the Shin family, had a delicate oval face and striking features that exuded a strong sense of dominance. As soon as she appeared, she commanded the entire banquet hall, her cold and proud demeanor making countless people lower their heads, and many girls couldn't help but shrink back in self-doubt. "Miss Shin, you have to stand up for me. Look at how arrogant this Song Qingxue is, daring to hit me at your birthday party." The woman who had mocked Yi Xiao raised her slightly swollen face, glaring at Song Qingxue with resentment, waiting for Shin Luoyan to reprimand her. However, instead of a scolding, she received another slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed again. Now, the woman's face was balanced on both sides. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Shin Luoyan spoke indifferently, "If you dare to cause trouble at my birthday party again, just get out." "Miss Shin, how can you?" The woman wanted to argue, but when she saw Shin Luoyan's sharp gaze sweeping over her, she lost all will to resist. "Qingxue is a friend I acknowledge. Anyone who goes against Qingxue is going against me, Shin Luoyan." After saying this, Shin Luoyan directly linked arms with Song Qingxue and walked towards the center of the banquet. Seeing this, the onlookers quickly dispersed, calculating that they should keep their distance from these two women who had provoked Song Qingxue. Zhao Qiuping watched as her plan to ridicule Yi Xiao ended in failure, feeling as if she had swallowed a mouthful of flies. Yi Xiao, however, was completely unfazed. He glanced at Zhao Qiuping's face. "Mom, your taste back in the day really wasn't great." After sighing, he turned back to dig into the Australian lobster. Soon, the climax of the birthday party arrived. The real estate tycoon and head of the Shin group, Shin Qianni, made his entrance. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an extraordinary aura. All the guests rushed to get close to this real estate mogul. However, Shin Qianni merely nodded slightly and walked straight to the center of the banquet hall. He raised his hands to calm the crowd. "Thank you all for coming to my daughter's birthday party. I am very grateful, and I hope you all enjoy the food and festivities." Although Shin Qianni's voice was gentle, there was an undeniable authority in his tone, a result of his long-standing position. As a wave of thunderous applause erupted, an 8-layer cake was wheeled in by hotel staff amidst a birthday song. Next came Shin Luoyen cutting the cake and making a wish, followed by a speech from the birthday girl herself. Yi Xiao found all of this utterly uninteresting. He had no intention of fawning over the Shin father and daughter, nor did he join the majority in singing the birthday song with a fake smile. Instead, he focused on the feast before him. Just as Shin Luoyen finished her words of gratitude and raised a toast with the guests, something unexpected happened. The very next second, the poised and eloquent Shin Luoyen suddenly collapsed to the ground. She suddenly turned pale, her pretty face becoming ashen, and while she was drenched in sweat, she also accompanied it with a series of rapid coughs. This unexpected scene left many people astonished. Ah, what happened to Miss Shin? She was fine just a moment ago. I heard that Miss Shin has congenital heart disease, she must be having an episode. Shin Qianyi quickly supported his daughter, swiftly pulling a bottle of medicine from her handbag and giving her a pill, but Shin Luoyen's symptoms did not ease. Is there a doctor here? Is there a doctor? Shin Qianyi shouted anxiously to the crowd, and the only thing that could make this real estate mogul lose his composure was his precious daughter. At that moment, a tall young man stepped out from the crowd. Mr. Shin, I am Yang Guangming, a disciple of the Heavenly Medical Hall. Let me take a look at Miss Shin. Although Yang Guangming's tone was calm, his heart was already bursting with joy. This was a golden opportunity. If he could wake Shin Luoyen, not only would he gain fame, but he would also receive a hefty reward from the Shin family. Moreover, he had already roughly assessed Shin Luoyen's condition and felt confident. A disciple of the Heavenly Medical Hall? Dr. Yang, please treat my daughter. Shin Qianyi immediately accepted Yang Guangming's proposal. The Heavenly Medical Hall was founded by the renowned divine Dr. Wang Ruohai in Lingzhou, so his disciples must be competent as well. The onlookers, hearing that a disciple of the Heavenly Medical Hall was present, made way for Yang Guangming, and soon he reached Shin Luoyen's side. He squatted down, casually lifted her eyelid to take a look, and said, Mr. Shin, you don't need to worry. Miss Shin is just having a heart attack. You already gave her medicine, I just need to perform some acupressure to open her meridians and enhance the medicine's effect. Upon hearing this, Shin Qianyi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good, Dr. Yang, please treat her quickly. As long as Luoyen is fine, I will give you 10 million as a consultation fee. Shin Qianyi promised generously. Hearing this, Yang Guangming was applauding in his heart and secretly laughing, but he forced himself to suppress his excitement. Mr. Shin, you are too kind. Saving lives is the duty of us doctors. Just as Yang Guangming was about to lay Shin Luoyen flat on the ground to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, a voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. Stop! Miss Shin's acute heart failure is caused by medication. Your acupressure will have no effect. Upon hearing this voice, Song Qingshuet and Lu Yi trembled, their eyes widening in shock. The speaker was Yi Xiao. Wasn't he a prison guard? Why was he questioning the doctor from the Heavenly Medical Hall? Yang Guangming's expression instantly soured. He turned to look at the speaker and, seeing that it was just an ordinary-looking young man, frowned and shouted, Kid, who are you? Do you think your medical skills are better than mine as a disciple of the Heavenly Medical Hall? Shin Qianyi also raised his head, his gaze fixed on Yi Xiao with a hint of coldness, not believing that this unknown kid could have any medical skills. Song Qingxue hurriedly walked to Yi Xiao's side, anxious. Yi Xiao, don't cause trouble. If you delay Miss Shin's treatment, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Lu Yi also looked down on him, saying, Yi, do you even know what you're doing? At this moment, she began to regret bringing Yi Xiao in, having warned him not to speak out of turn before entering, but he had completely ignored her. Yi Xiao, however, paid no attention to the two of them. With a casual smile, he said, Who I am is not important, but I must remind you that Miss Shin's symptoms are not a heart attack at all. Performing acupressure on her will only worsen her condition, leading to cardiac arrest at best, or sudden death at worst. Yi Xiao was originally enjoying himself in the buffet area, but when he heard that Shin Luoyen had fainted, he came over. He had a good impression of Shin Luoyen and thought he might be able to help. However, he then witnessed Yang Guangming's misdiagnosis, and naturally, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Hearing Yi Xiao speak so seriously, Shin Qianyi felt a bit conflicted. As the head of the Qianyi group, he had some discernment. Just now, he noticed that Yi Xiao spoke with conviction and unwavering focus, which was not something a liar could manage. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out, Yi Xiao, you really know how to put on a show. Zhao Qiuping stepped out of the crowd with a teasing expression. Everyone, I know this person. He can't treat illnesses at all. Before this, he was just a small prison guard, and now he's merely Song Qingshue's bodyguard. What he's saying now is just to attract attention. As she spoke, Zhao Qiuping looked at Yi Xiao, her thin lips curling into a disdainful sneer. Yi Xiao, I advise you to be smart and get lost. Don't cause trouble here, or if Mr. Shin gets angry, even Song Qingxue won't be able to protect you. Zhao Qiuping's words were lethal, each sentence like a blade. This woman was known for her vendettas. She had just failed to retaliate against Yi Xiao and had even dragged her friend into being humiliated by Song Qingxue. Now, seizing this opportunity, how could she not strike at both of them? Among the onlookers, some echoed her sentiments. That's right, we all just saw it. This person is just Song Qingxue's bodyguard. A small bodyguard actually doubts the diagnosis of the doctors from the Heavenly Medicine Hall? Who does he think he is? Is Hua Tuo still alive? It's simply ridiculous. Tisk tsk, what a thankless wretch. Just now, Miss Shin was helping him, and now he dares to obstruct Dr. Yang from treating her. Does this kind of person even have humanity? Hearing these words, Song Qingxue's brows furrowed, her gaze trembling slightly. She began to panic. She truly felt that Yi Xiao had brought her to this predicament. Grandpa, what kind of man have you found for me? Useless in achieving anything, only good at causing trouble. Yang Guangming also sneered. Kid, do you think I don't know what you're up to? It's just because you learned about Miss Shin's noble status and want to win Mr. Shin's favor. I'll tell you, Miss Shin's precious body is not something you can use to gain benefits. As long as I'm here, don't even think about it. If you dare to spout nonsense and delay my treatment of Miss Shin, that would be a crime. I'll make sure you rot in jail, believe it or not. Shin Qianni narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Young man, Shin Qianni, am not so easily fooled. I won't let anyone take action against you, you better watch yourself. Although his intuition told him that Yi Xiao wasn't lying, Yi Xiao was just a bodyguard, and he was naturally more inclined to believe Yang Guangming's words. Shin Qianni didn't explicitly say to drive Yi Xiao away, but the implication was clear, he wanted Yi Xiao to leave. Everyone understood that Yi Xiao had offended the Shin family, and it was likely that he wouldn't be able to survive in Lingzhou anymore. Who would take in someone hated by the Shin family? However, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, I've said what I needed to say. Since you want your daughter to die, I won't stop you. With that, Yi Xiao turned to leave. A doctor never begs for patience, they never knock on doors. Watching Yi Xiao's departing figure, Song Qingxue felt a twinge of loneliness, but after that, she began to worry about her own situation. She and Shin Luoyan weren't particularly close friends. Shin Luoyan's earlier support was merely a mutual appreciation between outstanding women. She wondered if this incident would ruin their friendship entirely because of Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiuping couldn't hide her smugness, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Yi Xiao, you are nothing but a poor, pathetic prison guard now. Trying to compete with me? I can ruin you with just a few words. Dr. Yang, shouldn't you check on Luoyan's condition again? Shin Qianni said, as he was ultimately moved by Yi Xiao's words. Mr. Shin, that's completely unnecessary. Yang Guangming replied confidently. If he were to re-examine her, wouldn't that mean he was being led by the nose by that young brat? He didn't want anyone to think his judgment was worse than Yi Xiao's. Thus, Yang Guangming began the treatment on Shin Luoyan using the traditional Chinese massage techniques taught by his master. However, as soon as his hands pressed on the two acupoints above Shin Luoyan's heart, her lips suddenly turned increasingly cyanotic, her brows furrowed tightly, and her delicate face turned a purplish red, as if she were about to spit blood at any moment. It was clear to everyone that Shin Luoyan was becoming more and more distressed. Ah, could it be that what that kid just said was true? Miss Shin's condition has indeed worsened. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were instantly petrified, their eyes wide as round as Longan. Why had Yi Xiao predicted the change in Shin Luoyan's condition? Did he really understand medicine? Dr. Yang, what is going on? Shin Qianni questioned sharply, his face dark as a storm was approaching. Yang Guangming's eye muscles twitched uncontrollably, and sweat poured down his forehead. He knew better than anyone how dire Shin Luoyan's condition was. Her heartbeat and breathing rate had nearly reached a critical point, and if this continued, it would inevitably lead to the cardiac arrest that Yi Xiao had mentioned, or even sudden death. He said tremulously, Mr. Shin, we need to get Miss Shin to the hospital quickly. It will be too late if we wait any longer. Get the hell out of here. Shin Qianni roared, kicking Yang Guangming over. If it weren't for this quack doctor, his daughter wouldn't be in this state. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and like a madman, he squeezed through the crowd, rushing down the corridor until he finally saw that figure. Sir, please wait. I was blind just now, believing in slander. If you can save my daughter, I will do anything you ask. Shin Qianni shouted urgently at Yi Xiao's back. He could see that his daughter's situation was already extremely critical. How could they still make it to the hospital in time? For now, he can only gamble on this young man who could see through his daughter's condition at a glance. However, Yi Xiao remained indifferent, hands in his pockets, continuing to walk forward. The warden of the world's #1 prison was not someone who could be summoned at will, and besides, he had already stated the symptoms, which could be considered a repayment for Shin Luoyan's earlier assistance. It was just a pity that others didn't believe him. Seeing Yi Xiao unmoved, Shin Qianni gritted his teeth and rushed in front of Yi Xiao, kneeling down. "Sir, I offended you just now, it was my fault, but my daughter is innocent. If you must blame someone, even if it costs me my life, I will accept it." To offer his life in exchange? Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a stir of emotion. It reminded him of some past events. Hadn't his mother once begged that old man from Qingyun Mountain in the same way to save him? "Alright, I can make an effort this time, but I can't guarantee that I can save your daughter's life." When Yi Xiao entered the banquet hall for the second time, those who had just mocked him lowered their heads. Anyone who wasn't a fool could guess what Shin Qianni had just gone out to do, so how could they dare to act recklessly? Damn it! Zhao Qiuping clenched her fist tightly, but in an instant, her crimson lips curled into a wicked smile. Now that Shin Luoyan's situation was already quite grim, if she ultimately died at Yi Xiao's hands, the blame for improper treatment would surely fall on him, especially since Yi Xiao was practicing medicine without a license. If she stirred the pot a little more, Shin Qianni, who had lost his beloved daughter, would undoubtedly explode in rage at Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue also felt a bit worried for Yi Xiao. Emotionally, she naturally hoped that Yi Xiao could pull Shin Luoyan back from the brink of death, but could Yi Xiao really do it? Yi Xiao, of course, didn't care at all about others' opinions. As soon as he approached Shin Luoyan, he instructed, "Get a cup of warm water." Shin Qianni naturally did not dare to be negligent and quickly ordered his subordinates to comply. Yi Xiao then squatted down in front of Shin Luoyan. His gaze swept across Shin Luoyan's face, which was as red as a bloodied pig's liver. As long as her heart meridian was not damaged, there was still hope. At the same time, Yi Xiao's hands began to move quickly. He formed his fingers into sword-like gestures, swiftly tapping on Shin Luoyan's acupoints such as Zusanli, Baihui, Zhuek, and kneading. His technique was very special. It was not simply acupuncture nor the traditional Chinese massage that Yang Guangming had just performed. After his fingers landed, his thumb rhythmically pressed on the acupoints. Although most of the onlookers could not understand what was happening, they felt that Yi Xiao's technique was very pleasing to the eye, as if it possessed an innate charm. Yang Guangming, watching from the side, was shocked. "This seems to be the Tianshan acupoint technique that my master mentioned. But my master said this technique has been lost for 100 years. How did this kid learn it?" After Yi Xiao finished tapping the last acupoint on Shin Luoyan, he gently patted her abdomen. Puff! With a sound, Shin Luoyan spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with alcohol. As the blood was expelled, Shin Luoyan's complexion instantly returned to normal, and her rapidly beating heart calmed down. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that Shin Luoyan, who had just been on the brink of death, could be saved like this. It seemed that one should not judge by appearances. Who said that bodyguards had no real skills? Song Qingxue's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. She looked at Yi Xiao with a bit more admiration. It seemed this guy had a little bit of ability beyond just being handsome. Zhao Qiuping, on the other hand, could hardly believe this fact. She rubbed her eyes, wishing that the scene just now was an illusion. Wasn't Yi Xiao just a small prison guard she had abandoned? How could he possibly save Shin Luoyan? At that moment, Shin Qianni's subordinates happened to bring over warm water. Yi Xiao took the warm water, helped Shin Luoyan up, and picked up the medicine bottle from the ground to feed her a pill. After taking the pill, Shin Luoyan slowly opened her eyes. "Luoyan, it's so good that you're okay." Shin Qianni rushed over, disregarding everything, and hugged his daughter tightly. At this moment, this billionaire was actually in tears of joy. Such emotions could only be understood by those who had experienced them. However, Shin Qianni had been in the business world for decades and quickly regained his usual composure. "Sir, I remember you said my daughter's condition was caused by drugs. What does that mean?" Yi Xiao stood up and smiled slightly. Indeed, Miss Shin's acute heart failure was caused by drugs. As he spoke, Yi Xiao pointed to the cup of alcohol that Shin Luoyan had just spat out. "If I'm not mistaken, the problem should lie in this drink." Yi Xiao had to admit that the method used by the poisoner was very covert. Instead of using a lethal poison directly, they had used some kind of drug to exacerbate Shin Luoyan's heart condition. Without an autopsy, it would be impossible to determine the true cause of her near-death experience. The drink? Upon hearing this, Shin Qianni's eyes instantly turned sharp. "Get everyone to seal off the entire banquet hall and interrogate everyone one by one. Whoever dared to harm his daughter, he would turn Lingzhou upside down to find this person." As soon as Shin Qianni finished speaking, a waiter in a tailcoat hurriedly ran towards the door. But Shin Qianni's bodyguards were not to be trifled with and quickly captured the waiter. When the waiter was brought before Shin Qianni, his gaze sharpened. "It's you. Why did you poison my daughter? He recognized him. This person was actually one of his previous competitors. Ha ha ha. The man, seeing no way to escape, laughed maniacally. Shinxiani, thanks to you, my wife and daughter died in a car accident. Today, I will make you taste the pain of losing loved ones. How can the heavens not fulfill people's wishes? The man, with a twisted face, gritted his teeth and screamed at Shinxiani. Shinxiani waved his hand. Take him away and hand him over to the patrol police. After finding the murderer, Shinxiani grew even more respectful towards Yi Xiao. This young man was not only skilled in medicine but also remained calm and had a meticulous mind in chaos. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's reminder just now, he might have let the poisoner go. Such an outstanding young man must be befriended. With this thought, Shinxiani suddenly turned to Zhao Qiuping. Someone, throw this gossiping woman out for me, and investigate her background. My Shin group will never cooperate with the family she belongs to. Although he spoke in a calm tone, the cold light in his eyes was enough to send chills down one's spine. If it weren't for this woman slandering Yi Xiao, he might have listened to Yi Xiao's advice and avoided the crisis that nearly caused his daughter to die suddenly. Shinxiani naturally wouldn't go easy on someone like her. Yes. 2 bodyguards responded and roughly dragged Zhao Qiuping out. Hearing this, Zhao Qiuping stood frozen in place, her eyes lost in cold sweat from fear making her particularly disheveled. She was well aware of the Shin group's power in Lingzhou, which was far beyond what her family could contend with. How could this happen? She was only speaking the truth. Yi Xiao was just a poor prison guard. Damn Yi Xiao, this was all his fault. If he hadn't returned to Lingzhou and attended this banquet, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Just wait. Yi Xiao, I will repay this grudge 100-fold. Zhao Qiuping did not reflect on her own issues at all, instead pushing all the blame onto Yi Xiao. After dealing with Zhao Qiuping, Shinxiani turned to Yi Xiao with a warm smile. Mr. Yi, I will never forget your kindness in saving my daughter today. In the future, if you need anything, my Shin family will do our utmost to assist you. By the way, to thank Mr. Yi for his help, I will pay you 10 million as a reward. Shinxiani was indeed a shrewd businessman. He didn't directly express his gratitude to Yi Xiao but first punished Zhao Qiuping to vent his anger, then offered his promise and reward, which would further win Yi Xiao's favor. Faced with Shinxiani's 10 million reward, Yi Xiao showed no surprise. He simply replied with a single word, good. 10 million seemed like a lot to most people, but compared to those guys in prison who casually offered Yi Xiao diamond mines, it was still trivial. At that moment, Louis muttered softly, what a show. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was the son of the richest man in Long Country. After the banquet, Yi Xiao and the 2 women returned to Song Qingshue's villa. As soon as they got home, the 2 women ran upstairs without even changing their shoes, clearly eager to discuss something away from Yi Xiao. Once inside the room, Louis locked the door, kicked off her troublesome high heels, and paced around the room, chin in hand. Finally, Song Qingxue, growing impatient, said, stop walking around, my head is spinning. She originally wanted to discuss with her best friend what was going on with Yi Xiao's performance tonight. Although it would be simpler to ask Yi Xiao directly, she couldn't bring herself to do it after having questioned him before his treatment. Suddenly, Louis clapped her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a seductive light. Song rich lady, I figured it out. I know how that toad did it. It must have been just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. You think he's a prison guard? In such a chaotic place, he must often encounter situations like this. So this time, it doesn't prove that the toad has any medical skills, it only shows that he got lucky. Louis' moderately full lips curled into a triumphant smile. Is that so? Song Qingxue still had some doubts. Although her best friend's explanation was somewhat logical, Yi Xiao's technique when treating Shen Luoyan was just too skilled. If she didn't know Yi Xiao's identity, she would have thought he was a disciple of some divine doctor. Oh, it must be like this. Think about it, if that toad really had superb medical skills, how could he possibly be a prison guard in a jail? Wouldn't it be better for him to open his own clinic? Louis forcefully instilled her theory into Song Qingxue, delivering a series of affirmations of, trust me, it's right, it's just like that, until Song Qingxue finally believed it about 80 to 90%. So, Song rich lady, we still need to find a way to drive this toad away. Look at him today, receiving 10 million from Shinxiani without even blinking. What does that mean? It means he doesn't take 10 million seriously at all. He must be eyeing your family fortune. Louis threw out another shocking point. Song Qingxue fell silent. If she were in his shoes, she would be excited if someone gifted her 10 million. But Yi Xiao's demeanor was just too calm. Could it be that he really had grand ambitions? In the next 2 days, Louis and Song Qingxue seemed to have settled down, and Yi Xiao was forced to live the life of a 9-to-5 worker. One day, as it neared quitting time, Yi Xiao's phone suddenly vibrated. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually Zhao Fugue. This was Zhao Qiuping's father and Yi Xiao's former father-in-law. Since Yi Xiao went to guard the #1 prison 3 years ago, they hadn't been in contact. Why was he calling now? Was it about Zhao Qiuping's embarrassment at the banquet? Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment but still answered the call. Uncle Zhao, what's the matter? Xiao Yi, you returned to Lingzhou without telling me? Even though your parents went bankrupt, we were still family. Zhao Fugui spoke in a condescending tone, completely unlike the respectful demeanor he had 3 years ago in front of Yi Xiao. Come to Hongye Tea House at 6 o'clock. Your aunt and I want to see you. Without waiting for Yi Xiao to respond, Zhao Fugui hung up the phone. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. How could he not understand what Zhao Fugui wanted? Now Zhao Fugui was like a nouveau riche who had struck it rich overnight, wanting to show off in front of him. Remembering that his father had once received kindness from the Zhao family, Yi Xiao decided to go. It was time to settle things with the Zhao family. At exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xiao arrived at Hongye Tea House on time. This was a commercial tea house, simply decorated yet exuding an air of high-end elegance. Most of the people here were there for business discussions. Yi Xiao had accompanied his parents here once before. Soon, he spotted the Zhao family at a windowside table. Facing Yi Xiao was Zhao Fugui, dressed in a branded suit, wearing a Rolex gold watch, and holding a cigar in his right hand, exuding the aura of a nouveau riche. Beside Zhao Fugui was a stunning middle-aged woman, his former mother-in-law, Ho Hongying. She was also decked out in designer brands, her eyes disdainfully scanning the surroundings, her expression radiating the pride of a wealthy woman. As soon as Yi Xiao approached, he was met with a scolding from Ho Hongying. Yi Xiao, you have quite the attitude. Making our family wait here for you, do you think you're the young master of the Yi family? Even though my daughter Qiuping divorced you, we are still your elders. You really have no manners. No wonder you can only be a small prison guard with no future. At this moment, Zhao Qiuping, who had originally been facing away from Yi Xiao, glanced at him mockingly, her disdain evident. The incident at Xin Luoyan's birthday banquet had made her increasingly detest Yi Xiao, and she had kept this matter from her parents, not wanting them to know that Yi Xiao had actually gained Xin Qinyi's favor. Zhao Fugui was simply smoking by himself, and he quite agreed with Ho Hongying's words. In the past, their Zhao family had to be polite to Yi Xiao's parents for support, but now that Yi Xiao's parents had gone bankrupt, there was no need to pretend anymore. Yi Xiao just smiled at Ho Hongying's words, as if to say, you can say what you want, I'll just take it as a loss. He reached out, pulled out a chair, and sat down, saying lightly, Uncle Zhao, and Ho, if you have something to say, just say it. Seeing Yi Xiao sit down without their permission, Ho Hongying became even more displeased. What qualifications did a fallen rich kid have to be so casual in front of them? Zhao Fugui flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, Xiao Yi, we called you here today mainly to part ways amicably, and also to offer you some compensation. As he spoke, Zhao Fugui slapped 2 stacks of red bills on the table. Yi Xiao, your parents have helped our Zhao family over the years, so this 200,000 is our Zhao family's way of making amends. I know things aren't easy for you now, with just a few thousand in a dead-end job. With this money, you can start a small business or something. Zhao Fugui spoke in a tone of a benefactor, as if he were dismissing a beggar. Yi Xiao glanced at the 200,000 on the table and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. After all, his parents had invested over 10 million in the Zhao family. He really didn't understand what his parents were thinking. How could they not see through such a shallow performance from the Zhao family? Or perhaps his parents were too emotionally involved, blinded by their gratitude towards the Zhao family. No need, Uncle Zhao. I'm doing well now. My parents' investment in the Zhao family was already a repayment for your family's kindness back then. You don't need to feel indebted to me, our 2 families are even. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. With that, Yi Xiao prepared to leave. His decisive refusal was unexpected for the 3 members of the Zhao family. Since Zhao Qiuping had been kicked out of the banquet that day, she hadn't seen Xin Qinyi give Yi Xiao 10 million, so she had thought Yi Xiao would definitely accept it, and she could use this opportunity to humiliate him. Ho Hongying couldn't help but scold, stop right there. What, do you think the money is too little? Truly, a greedy heart can swallow an elephant. Zhao Fugui's expression darkened. In his view, Yi Xiao's current refusal likely meant he was still calculating how to get his family to return the 10 million that Yi Xiao's parents had invested. Xiao Yi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You might think our Zhao family is doing well now, but we have many places that need money. How about this, Uncle Zhao will arrange a job for you. Don't go back to that dead-end job as a prison guard, just work as a manager under Qiuping. Zhao Fugui decided to stabilize Yi Xiao first. If Yi Xiao was pushed too hard and caused trouble in his company, it wouldn't be good. He was trying to conceal the fact that his daughter had been married before, wanting to remarry her into a wealthy family. If Yi Xiao caused a scene in the company, it would definitely create a very bad influence. Hearing that Zhao Fugui wanted to invite Yi Xiao to work at the company, Zhao Qiuping sarcastically said, "Dad, I think you should stop worrying about Yi Xiao's job. He's currently working as a bodyguard for Song Qingxue. With someone like Song Qingxue backing him, why would he look at our small company?" Upon hearing Zhao Qiuping's words, Ho Hongying instantly perked up and mockingly said, "Not bad. Yi Xiao, you just divorced Qiuping and already found another woman. But I can understand, for someone like you, poor and without any education or skills, the quickest way to turn your life around is to rely on a woman, right?" Zhao Fugui rolled his eyes and pretended to sternly reprimand his wife. "Hongying, how can you say that? Being a bodyguard is still a proper job." He let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care which woman's thick legs Yi Xiao went to hug, as long as this dogskin plaster didn't stick to his own home, it was fine. Yi Xiao was completely disappointed in the Zhao family today, but realizing their true nature wasn't too late. He shook his head and prepared to leave. At that moment, Ho Hongying suddenly stood up, waving her hand in a certain direction, calling out enthusiastically, "Mr. Wu, over here." At that moment, the smile on Ho Hongying's face was as radiant as a flower, completely unlike her earlier indifference towards Yi Xiao. Zhao Fugui rushed forward like a fly drawn to dung, extending his hand towards a middle-aged man with a big belly, bowing and scraping, "Mr. Wu, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go to the Tianzi private room now." Their attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn compared to how they treated Yi Xiao. It turned out that the reason the Zhao family invited Yi Xiao to this Hongya tea house was just a side note. Their main purpose was to invite Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu extended his hand and shook it lightly with Zhao Fugui, his expression haughty as he said, "What, do you still have guests here?" Zhao Fugui quickly explained, "Not really a guest, just a distant poor relative." After saying that, he turned to Yi Xiao and said in a commanding tone, "Yi Xiao, this is Mr. Wu from Changhe Group. Hurry up and greet Mr. Wu." However, Yi Xiao completely disregarded him. If it weren't for the fact that a few people were blocking his way out, he would have turned and left long ago. Seeing that Yi Xiao was unmoved, Mr. Wu's fleshy face immediately turned stern. He didn't expect that a kid who hadn't even grown a full beard would be so disrespectful to him. He forced a smile and said, "Zhao, your junior has quite the temper." Ho Hongying quickly scolded, "Yi Xiao, do you understand the rules? Do you think Mr. Wu is someone anyone can meet? Do you know that in Lingzhou, as long as Mr. Wu takes a liking to you, it could save you decades of hard work?" Yi Xiao coldly replied, "I don't need anyone's favor." Hearing this, Zhao Fugui's face turned pale. He was currently working on a big project and urgently needed to cooperate with Mr. Wu, but Yi Xiao's attitude could very well ruin the good impression he had left with Mr. Wu. Zhao Fugui immediately exploded in anger. "Yi Xiao, how can you speak like that? Do you know that I gave you the opportunity to meet Mr. Wu all because of your parents? You better not be ungrateful." After saying that, he quickly turned to Mr. Wu with a flattering smile. "Mr. Wu, please don't take offense with this little person. I only have a bit of a connection with his parents. I will definitely avoid such a person in the future." Meanwhile, Zhao Qiuping looked at Yi Xiao with cold eyes. In her view, Yi Xiao's arrogance was all an act. He clearly had no real ability but insisted on boasting in a way that didn't match his status. Such a person deserved to fall from grace. Mr. Wu glanced at Yi Xiao with a sideways look, then smiled lightly, revealing a mocking expression. "Kid, what qualifications do you have to say such things? Let me tell you, the rise of a loser only exists in movies. It's impossible in reality." After saying that, he waved his hand. "Zhao, let's go to the private room and chat. There's no need to waste time on a loser." After finishing his words, Mr. Wu turned around, finding even a glance at a poor loser like Yi Xiao dull and uninteresting. Seeing that Mr. Wu didn't intend to pursue the matter any further, Zhao Fugui and his wife finally relaxed their tense hearts. They both shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare and were about to take Mr. Wu to the reserved private room when suddenly, a group of people walked into the tea house, led by a dignified middle-aged man. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, the middle-aged man immediately strode towards them. "My God, that's Mr. Shen!" Ho Hongying exclaimed. Shen Qianni was the top tycoon in Lingzhou, far surpassing the Zhao family by several levels. At this moment, Mr. Wu and Zhao Fugui naturally saw Shen Qianni. Zhao Fugui's eyes flickered as he flattered, "Mr. Wu, you really have a great reputation. Even Mr. Shen has come over to greet you." Mr. Wu was also in a daze. He didn't have such a good relationship with Shen Qianni. He had been rejected by Shen Qianni several times when he visited, but now Shen Qianni was walking towards them. Was it really to greet him, or was it for someone else? Zhao Fugui's tiny company couldn't possibly catch Shen Qianni's eye. Thinking of this, Mr. Wu, with a calm face, said, "To be honest, my company is preparing to collaborate with Mr. Shin, so he must be here for that. Brother Zhao, seeing how understanding you are, when Mr. Shin comes over, I can introduce you. Zhao Fugue was instantly overjoyed. Getting to know a real estate mogul like Shinshini was a huge opportunity for him. With Shinshini's support, would his company still have to worry about orders? Only Zhao Qiuping had a faint sense of foreboding. She suspected that Shinshini was here for Yi Xiao. At this moment, she didn't dare to speak up and could only bury her head like an ostrich. After all, at the last banquet, Shinshini had publicly stated that he would avoid cooperating with her family. Although she had kept this from her parents, if she really ran into the real Shinshini, everything might be exposed. Seeing Shinshini approaching, Mr. Wu hurriedly greeted him with a beaming smile, extending his hand. Mr. Shun, hello. You really are too polite. However, before Mr. Wu could finish his sentence, to his great disappointment, Shinshini walked right past him without even glancing at him. Shinshini came to Xiao He and cheerfully said, Mr. Yi, we meet again. What? Shinshini actually came to greet Yi Xiao. What a joke, Yi Xiao was just a small prison guard. What qualifications did he have? Witnessing this scene, Ho Hongying's face instantly turned as cold as an ice block just taken out of the fridge, losing all traces of a smile. Zhao Fugue was also in an awkward position, feeling like a pig stuck in a fence unable to move forward or backward. Mr. Wu's face darkened, looking as gloomy as an eggplant hit by frost, both black and purple. At this moment, he was not only angry at Shinshini for ignoring him but also shocked by Yi Xiao. Who on earth was this guy to receive such treatment from Shinshini? Now, thinking back to what he had just said, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Shinshini regarded Yi Xiao as a guest of honor. He didn't need Mr. Wu to introduce him. Hello? Yi Xiao also smiled back at Shinshini's enthusiasm. At this time, Shinshini's gaze turned to Zhao Fugue and Ho Hongying beside Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, who are these two? He noticed that Yi Xiao was likely with them, so he was very friendly towards the two. Yi Xiao replied with a half-smile, they have some connections with my parents. After a pause, Yi Xiao continued, but I'm not familiar with them. I plan to keep my distance in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fugue's face instantly turned as red as a boiled lobster, for this was exactly what he had just said to distance himself from Yi Xiao. Hearing it come from Yi Xiao's mouth now was extremely ironic. He regretted it deeply. If only he had been a bit nicer to Yi Xiao earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have left such a poor impression in Shinshini's eyes. He might even have been able to leverage his connection with Yi Xiao to get closer to Shinshini, but now it was too late. If he had known that the Zhao family was being blacklisted by Shinshini because of Zhao Qiuping, he would probably have fainted on the spot. Shinshini was also a smart person. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, he realized that the two had a conflict with Yi Xiao, so he no longer gave them a good face. Mr. Yi, you are a distinguished guest of the Shin family. If anyone dares to disrespect Mr. Yi, it is equivalent to disrespecting the Shin family. The cold light in Shinshini's eyes turned into two sharp swords, piercing directly at the two people. Zhao Fugue and his wife, already cold-hearted, felt the chill deepen, trembling as if they were in the frigid polar ice. Shinshini came to the tea house to discuss business, and after chatting with Yi Xiao for a few moments, the two parted ways. As Yi Xiao was about to take a taxi home after leaving the tea house, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Once he answered the call, he heard Louis's furious voice, Yi Xiao, where the hell have you been? Qingxue is being bullied at the bar. You useless piece of trash, why aren't you rushing over to protect her? If something happens to Qingxue, can you bear the responsibility? Yi Xiao was taken aback. A bar. Being bullied. What on earth was going on? Wasn't Song Qingxue supposed to go straight home after work every day? Why was she at a bar today? But he knew this wasn't the time to question it, so he calmly said, tell me the address. After hanging up, Yi Xiao took a taxi to the bar Louis mentioned. Meanwhile, at a booth in the bar, Song Qingxue and Louis, dressed like urban white-collar workers, despite being barefaced, attracted countless greedy gazes from hungry wolves. Louis wore a smug smile. Song, rich lady, everything is under control. That toad has taken the bait. This place is protected by my cousin. As long as that toad dares to come, my cousin will make sure he gets dealt with. Clearly, the situation Louis described on the phone had not occurred. This was yet another trap set by her cunning strategist. Song Qingxue frowned slightly. She was unaware of her best friend's plans until Louis brought her to the bar and revealed her true intentions. Seeing Song Qingxue's expression was off, Louis teased, Song, rich lady, you don't have a crush on that toad, do you? No, don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly like him? Song Qingxue quickly denied it 3 times. Then that's settled. Listen to me, dealing with this kind of scum requires scaring him off with force. Just look at how much trouble he causes. If it weren't for his luck last time, would the Shen family have let us go? But I feel like Yi Xiao isn't that bad. It wouldn't be right to let someone beat him up for no reason. Song Qingxue still hesitated. Although she wanted to drive Yi Xiao away, they had already used several underhanded tactics before, which made her feel guilty. Lui dismissed her concerns. Song rich lady, they say kindness doesn't lead armies and righteousness doesn't do business. You're already the president of a big company, so stop being so indecisive, okay? At worst, we can compensate that toad later. After all, he approached you for money. Just as Song Qingxue was about to say something else, a bald man with a fat head and a big gold chain around his neck approached. Upon seeing this bald man, Song Qingxue instinctively recoiled, as his appearance was quite unflattering. His long face, big eyes, and wide mouth made him look like a crocodile from the zoo. But Lu Yi went up to him. Song rich lady, let me introduce you, this is my cousin Lu Dazhong. Hello, cousin. Song Qingxue forced a professional smile. Lu Dazhong's beady eyes were fixated on Song Qingxue's beautiful face and perfect figure, nearly drooling. Miss Song, Yi has already told me about your situation. Don't worry, I will make sure that kid learns a lesson. As he spoke, Lu Dazhong's lips curled into a sinister smile. However, after it's done, Miss Song, you must drink a few more glasses with me. Seeing Lu Dazhong's expression, Song Qingxue felt disgusted, but since he was her best friend's cousin, she couldn't explode in anger. Lu Yi hurriedly said, cousin, as long as you get things done, Qingxue and I will definitely accompany you for a drink. Ha ha ha. Lu Dazhong laughed heartily. Although he couldn't have Song Qingxue, it was still nice to feast his eyes. At that moment, a little brother leaned in and whispered something in Lu Dazhong's ear. Lu Dazhong immediately stopped laughing, not even bothering to greet the two women, and hurriedly rushed towards the bar's entrance. Before long, a dozen fierce figures pushed the door and entered the bar. Leading them was a long-haired young man dressed in black trendy clothes, with earrings in both ears and a pair of narrow, feminine eyes filled with a soft, sinister light. Hello, young Master Huang. Upon seeing the long-haired young man, everyone in the bar stood up, bowing and nodding to greet him. Even those wealthy rascals dared not act recklessly in front of the long-haired young man. However, the young man known as young Master Huang wore a proud expression, completely disregarding the greetings. He walked straight into the depths of the bar, stopping only when he passed by Lu Yi and Song Qingxue. He squinted his lewd eyes, shamelessly scanning the stunning faces of Lu Yi and Song Qingxue, revealing an expression of astonishment. He often came to this bar, but it was the first time he had seen such exquisite women. Nevertheless, the long-haired young man said nothing more and walked past the two women. When he reached the entrance of a private room in the bar, he beckoned Lu Dazhong with a finger. Lu Dazhong hurriedly approached, a fawning expression on his face, saying, young Master Huang, what can I do for you? Bring those two women to the private room in a bit. The long-haired young man said casually. In the bar, publicly snatching women was a trick for small-time thugs, and the women he desired only needed a beckoning finger. Lu Dazhong naturally understood what the long-haired young man meant. It seemed that tonight, Lu Yi and Song Qingxue would not escape his clutches. Young Master Huang, they are my cousins. Could you possibly? He. The long-haired young man curled his lips into a smile, but upon closer inspection, it was chillingly cold. Lu Dazhong, are you saying you've gone too far? At these words, Lu Dazhong felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I will definitely make young Master Huang satisfied. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had just entered the bar shortly after the long-haired young man entered the private room. His gaze quickly scanned the bar and finally spotted Lu Yi and Song Qingxue, surrounded by 7 or 8 small-time thugs at a booth. However, the two women didn't seem frightened at all. Just as Yi Xiao was about to step forward to take a look, Lu Dazhong, having just attended to young Master Huang, waved his hand. Bring them inside, I want to have a good time with these two girls tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 little brothers stepped forward, each grabbing one of Song Qingxue and Lu Yi and dragging them towards the private room. The 2 women were quite puzzled. This wasn't part of the plan. However, Lu Yi quickly reacted and shouted at Yi Xiao, Yi, hurry up and save us. If we lose even a hair, I will haunt you as a ghost. Clearly, she thought this was a scene arranged by her cousin, which would also spare her from witnessing Yi Xiao being beaten up, thus easing her guilt a little. Song Qingxue felt very conflicted inside. She knew that if they continued with this plan, Yi Xiao would inevitably clash with these thugs. But if she stopped everything now, she might never be able to drive Yi Xiao away again. So, she steeled herself. It was better to endure short pain than long pain, and she chose to remain silent. By the time Yi Xiao approached, the 2 women had already been taken into the private room by Lu Dazhong. However, Yi Xiao did not rush to act. He was not foolish. He could suppress the most vicious criminals in prison. Through these few encounters, Yi Xiao had roughly figured out the tricks of these 2 women. This was probably just another game they were playing. Just like last time when that Taekwondo kid took action against him, This time it was definitely these two women who wanted to use the little thug to cause him trouble. Are women nowadays really this boring? Yi Xiao even thought about turning around and leaving. If this were in prison, anyone who dared to play such a boring joke on Yi Xiao would definitely end up hanging from a telephone pole for 3 days. At that moment, a Mohawk thug pointed at Yi Xiao and scolded, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. That's our brother Zhong's woman. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I'll make sure you come in standing and go out horizontal." Yi Xiao's brows were like swords as he glanced at the Mohawk thug, his expression calm and indifferent. "Alright, I don't have time to waste with you. Go tell Song Qingxue I'm giving her 5 minutes to come out herself." Ha! A few thugs were stunned. This was different from what they had agreed upon. According to the script, wasn't Yi Xiao supposed to charge in and then get beaten down by them? "Kid, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling you, those two women are now Brother Zhong's women. Maybe when Brother Zhong gets bored later, we can have some fun too. Kid, just wait for your head to grow into a field of grass." Ha ha ha. The Mohawk thug intended to provoke Yi Xiao, so they could find a reason to make a move. Yi Xiao found it utterly uninteresting. He saw through Song Qingxue's little trick at a glance, like a king-level player coming to play in a bronze match. He didn't want to waste any more time with these people and directly turned to walk towards the bar entrance. The Mohawk thug got anxious. "Kid, did I let you go? Do you know you just offended me? If you want to leave, you can, but you have to kneel and bow to me." Since Yi Xiao wasn't cooperating, he had no choice but to force a reason to act. The Mohawk thug was a bully by nature, and causing trouble was his specialty. The thugs around him immediately understood and surrounded Yi Xiao, blocking his way out. Seeing Yi Xiao surrounded, the Mohawk thug became even more arrogant. "Kid, kneel down quickly, or if I get unhappy, you might lose your life. Right now, your life and death are in my hands, understand?" The Mohawk thug was used to bullying others, and in his eyes, someone like Yi Xiao was no match for them, who had been fighting on the streets for years. At this moment, seeing the potential for a fight, many customers in the bar gathered around to watch the excitement. "Isn't that Brother Zhong's underling? TSK, that pretty boy is definitely finished today. That's right, you should know Brother Zhong is from the Flying Tiger Gang. Fighting in Brother Zhong's territory will definitely not end well." Yi Xiao completely disregarded the Mohawk thug's bluster. "I'll give you one last chance. Call Song Qingxue out honestly, or I guarantee you'll all be in for a bad day." Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the Mohawk thug couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Kid, why are you so arrogant? You think you'll be the one to have bad luck? I'll make you the first to suffer. Brothers, go. Let this arrogant kid know what happens when you offend us." However, as soon as the Mohawk thug finished speaking, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, a gust of wind hitting him so hard he couldn't even open his eyes. Ah! The Mohawk thug, who had been smiling just a second ago, suddenly twisted his expression and let out a miserable scream. With a loud bang, he was sent flying back 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. "Tell me, what's the outcome?" Yi Xiao stood in the position where the Mohawk thug had just been, speaking with authority. His deep voice echoed throughout the bar, resonating in everyone's hearts, and the thugs surrounding Yi Xiao suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, rising with an inexplicable fear. The rooster-headed man, with one side of his swollen face covered, glared at Yi Xiao in fury. "Kid, you're finished. Even if you kneel down and admit your mistake now, it won't matter. I will definitely chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. What are you all standing there for? Get him!" With a furious roar from the rooster-headed man, the thugs surrounding Yi Xiao finally reacted, grabbing bottles and chairs to attack him. But these weaklings, with a combat power of less than 5, were no match for Yi Xiao. In just 10 seconds, he sent them rolling and crawling like turtles chasing watermelons. Everyone in the bar widened their eyes at this sudden scene. "So fast. I didn't even see how he made his move." Yi Xiao casually walked to a booth, grabbed a bottle of foreign wine, and with a flick of his wrist, bang, the bottle cap flew off. He happily took a big gulp, waiting for the 2 girls to come out. He thought to himself that when those 2 girls came out, he would definitely have to show them a thing or two. Did they think he was a sanitation worker, cleaning up their mess every day? Meanwhile, in the private room of the bar, after Lu Dezhong brought the 2 girls in, they both noticed the long-haired young man they had just seen. "Cousin, what does this mean?" Lu Yi felt something was off. Lu Dezhong chuckled and said, "Come here, cousin, Miss Song, let me introduce you. This is our Feihu Club's Huang Tianba, young master Huang." Ah! Upon hearing the name Huang Tianba, both Lu Yi and Song Qingxue couldn't help but shiver. Huang Tianba was a notorious young scoundrel in Lingzhou, relying on his father being the head of the Feihu Club. Over the years, he had done many things to bully men and women, and he was infamous in Lingzhou. "See cousin, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. How about Qingxue and I leave first? Lu Yi grabbed Song Qingxue's hand and tried to head out, but as soon as they took a step, they were stopped by Huang Tianba's men. Huang Tianba shook the bottle of foreign wine in his hand and said with a playful smile, "What's wrong, ladies? Don't you want to give me, Huang, some face? Do you think I, Huang Tianba, would eat people?" Lu Dazhong frowned and said, What are you doing? Sit down quickly. Young Master Huang just wants to have a drink with you. Do you think your cousin would harm you? Hearing this, the two girls cautiously sat down on the sofa beside Huang Tianba, but their expressions were tense, as if sitting on pins and needles. Now both girls regretted it. Wasn't it better to stay comfortably at home? Why did they come to this bar? After the two girls sat down, Huang Tianba poured each of them a glass of foreign wine. "Come, ladies, it's our first meeting. I, Huang Tianba, will drink to you first." With that, he tilted his head back and drank. However, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi did not move. Song Qingxue smiled lightly, "Young Master Huang, and I can't handle much alcohol. Could we have some juice instead?" Huang Tianba's face immediately darkened, and he slammed the wine glass down on the coffee table. "What do you say?" Song Qingxue was frightened by Huang Tianba's action, her pretty face instantly losing color, her eyes flashing with a mix of regret, unease, and sadness. Compared to Huang Tianba's arrogance, she would rather stay with Yi Xiao, but where in this world could one find a remedy for regret? Lu Yi quickly tried to smooth things over. "Young Master Huang, Qingxue is right. We really can't drink much. Can we leave after finishing this glass?" Then it depends on your performance, Huang Tianba said, his thin lips curling into a mocking smile. Although he didn't give a definite answer, the two girls knew they had no choice but to drink the glass, so they raised their glasses and downed them in one go. "Ha ha ha, and you said you can't handle alcohol? I see you can drink quite well," Huang Tianba said, pouring more wine into their glasses. The two women immediately frowned, realizing that Huang Badian had no intention of letting them leave easily. Lu Yi turned to Lu Dazhong and pleaded, "Cousin, I beg you, for my mother's sake, just let us go." Huang Badian narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fierce. "You still want to leave? The women I fancy don't get to walk away. Ask Lu Dazhong if he dares to let you go." Huang Badian completely tore off his disguise. At this moment, the little brothers around Huang Badian also started to laugh, each looking at Song Qingxue and Lu Yi with mocking eyes. In their view, these two women were already trapped in Huang Xiao's net. Hearing Huang Baishan's words, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi trembled even more, but they still placed their last hope on Lu Dazhong, hoping he would speak up for them. However, Lu Dazhong coldly laughed and said, "Cousin, Miss Song, being Huang Xiao's women is your honor. As long as you have Huang Xiao backing you in Lingzhou, won't your business thrive? You might as well obediently go back and serve Huang Xiao. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our family ties." Between Huang Badian and the two women, Lu Dazhong would certainly choose the former. In terms of power and status, Huang Badian, as the young master of the Feihu society, far surpassed the two women. Moreover, if he pleased Huang Badian today, his position in the Feihu society might even be elevated. "Cousin, how can you do this? We are family." Lu Yi looked like she was about to cry, no longer displaying the arrogance she had in front of Yi Xiao. Lu Dazhong smiled coldly and said, "It's precisely because of our family ties that I let you serve Huang Xiao. If it were any other women, I wouldn't even give them this opportunity." While the two were talking, Song Qingxue quietly took out her phone from her bag, searching for Yi Xiao's number. Her only hope now was Yi Xiao outside the private room. However, before Song Qingxue could dial the number, Lu Dazhong knocked the phone out of her hand, sneering, "Miss Song, still thinking of calling the police? Let me tell you, even if the patrol officers come, it won't help." As he spoke, he grabbed Song Qingxue's arm and forcibly pulled her to Huang Baishan's side. Huang Badian smiled knowingly and immediately reached for Song Qingxue's slim waist. "Little beauty, tonight, big brother will have fun with you." Song Qingxue felt disgusted and, in a fit of anger, slapped Huang Badian across the face. Smack! Caught off guard, Huang Badian was hit squarely. Instantly, the entire private room fell silent, everyone frozen in place, unable to believe that Song Qingxue had actually struck Huang Badian. Lu Yi was also greatly shocked. She hadn't expected Song Qingxue to be so bold. This was the prince of the Feihu society, Huang Badian. It was over. This time they were in big trouble. "You filthy bitch, you dared to hit me." Huang Baishan's eyes turned red with anger, and without hesitation, he kicked Song Qingxue in the stomach. Song Qingxue was immediately knocked to the ground, feeling a wave of pain in her abdomen. In a fit of rage, Huang Badian stood up, baring his teeth, ready to kick Song Qingxue again. Seeing this, Lu Yi trembled all over. She wanted to step forward to help but didn't even have the courage to take a step. "Qingxue, I'm sorry." At this critical moment, the door of the private room was suddenly slammed open, and a wine bottle flew like an arrow towards Huang Beishan's head. Huang Beishan's eyelids twitched. He was startled by the sudden bottle. Suddenly, a figure in black emerged behind Huang Batian, catching the bottle firmly in hand, thus averting the fate of Huang Batian being knocked out. The prison is empty, and the world is so arrogant. A cold voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the room. Upon hearing this voice, Song Qingxue felt for the first time that this voice was so wonderful. The one who came was Yi Xiao. Just after Yi Xiao had taken down a group of thugs in the bar, he thought that Song Qingxue and Lui would come out feeling ashamed, but after waiting for several minutes without any response, he realized something was wrong when his call to Song Qingxue went unanswered. So, he barged in. Song Qingxue looked timidly at Yi Xiao, her eyes red and swollen, her pretty face filled with grievance. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Lui quickly helped the fallen Song Qingxue to retreat beside him. Although she looked down on Yi Xiao, she knew that he was their only lifeline at that moment. Both women, like children who had done something wrong, lowered their heads and hid behind Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly in the first place. Lu Dazhong recognized Yi Xiao immediately and was quite surprised. He had arranged for 7 or 8 of his underlings to deal with this guy, yet here he was, looking as if nothing had happened. But there was no time to think too much. He jumped out and pointed at Yi Xiao, cursing, "Kid, who the hell are you? Do you know what you just did? How dare you throw a bottle at young Master Huang? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and break one of your hands, or else if young Master Huang gets angry, you won't be able to keep your life." However, Yi Xiao's response was very simple. In a flash, he kicked straight at Lu Dazhong's abdomen. The next second, Lu Dazhong's face twisted into a mask of pain as he doubled over, clutching his stomach and wailing. No matter how one looked at it, Song Qingxue had a marriage engagement with him. Although she could be a bit willful, even Yi Xiao himself couldn't bear to lift a finger against her, yet these people had attacked her. If he had come even a little later, who knew what they would have done to her? How could Yi Xiao let them off easily? Seeing Yi Xiao actually strike Lu Dazhong, Lui's heart tightened, cursing him for being reckless. In her view, since Yi Xiao had discovered that she and Qingxue were being held captive, the first thing he should have done was call the police, not charge in alone. Even if he barged in, he should at least have tried to negotiate, but Yi Xiao didn't even give them a chance to ease the situation. This was bad. He must have offended Huang Tianba terribly, and it seemed the 3 of them wouldn't be able to leave today. Song Qingxue, however, looked at Yi Xiao's back in a daze. He was the first man, besides her father, who stood in front of her to protect her. Huang Tianba's eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Yi Xiao, roaring in fury, "Kid, you've got guts. You dare to steal my woman and hurt my underling? Do you even know how to write the word death?" At first, he was indeed intimidated by Yi Xiao, but when he saw that Yi Xiao was alone, Huang Tianba instantly gained confidence. He had more than a dozen underlings on his side, plus a skilled fighter sent by his father, and even if Yi Xiao had some skills, he would ultimately be ground into the dirt. Yi Xiao looked calmly at the furious Huang Tianba, snorted coldly, and smiled disdainfully, "Death? That word is reserved for my enemies. I don't care who you are or what background you have. I'll give you one chance to apologize to my friend right now, or the consequences will be beyond your imagination." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba laughed uproariously, doubling over with laughter until his stomach hurt. "I haven't seen someone so arrogant in a long time. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Do you think any random stray dog dares to come and bark in front of me? And you want me to apologize? Do they deserve it? Do you know that it's their honor for me to even look at these 2 bitches? Apologize? Don't they fear for their lives?" Huang Tianba said domineeringly, feeling that as the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, he had the capital to look down on everything. At this moment, Huang Tianba's underlings also began to laugh, thinking that Yi Xiao's words were nothing but a fantasy. What kind of identity does Huang Xiao have? He is someone who can walk sideways in the entire Lingzhou. It's only others who kneel and beg for mercy or apologize to him. They have never seen Huang Xiao apologize to anyone. This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. I remember the last person who dared to speak to Huang Xiao like this. The grass on their grave must be 3 feet high by now. "Huang Batian, I am the president of the song group. How much do you want to let us go? Name your price." At this moment, Song Qingxue had also calmed down. She had no hope for what Yi Xiao said about an apology and didn't really believe Yi Xiao could protect them. Avoiding disaster by spending money was probably the best choice. Huang Beishan's eyes playfully scanned Song Qingxue from top to bottom. "Oh, the president of the song group. No wonder you look so graceful. I've slept with countless women, but I've never slept with a president. If you want to leave, you can. But you have to stay with me for 3 days first. As for this kid, he must have his limbs broken by my men. No one can save him, that's what I say." Money was something Huang Batian had never lacked. so he didn't consider Song Qingshue's conditions at all. For him, conquering a cold beauty like Song Qingxue was more thrilling than any amount of money. Song Qingshue's pretty face instantly turned pale. The only method she could think of were calling the police or using money to settle things, but it was too late to call the police now, and money was useless. Song Qingxue was completely desperate. At this moment, Yi Xiao impatiently said, "So, you're not planning to apologize?" Huang Tianba was almost amused by Yi Xiao's words. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Couldn't he see the current situation? Apologize? I'll apologize to your mother. Someone, waste this kid for me. Huang Tianba had no patience to continue entangling with Yi Xiao. Yes. Upon hearing this, 4 or 5 little brothers holding axes immediately stepped out from behind Huang Tianba. The little brothers didn't take Yi Xiao seriously at all. Although Yi Xiao had taken down Lu Dazhong with one move just now, they thought it was just a sneak attack when he was unprepared. Now, facing their 4 or 5 axes, if Yi Xiao dared to resist, he would only end up with his limbs chopped off. Seeing the murderous little brothers, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were so scared they huddled together. At this moment, they truly felt the malice of these gang forces. Stay behind me and don't move. If you run around, I can't guarantee I can protect you. Yi Xiao turned his head and calmly instructed the 2 women. Damn it, still daring to talk when death is imminent. Brothers, chop him to death. One little brother holding an axe was completely enraged by Yi Xiao. With a shout from this little brother, 5 gleaming axes swung down towards Yi Xiao's head. However, in the next second, the little brother at the front suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. He didn't know when the axe had already ended up in Yi Xiao's hand, and then he was slapped away. With a bang, he crashed into the person behind him, and both fell to the ground. Then, Yi Xiao's figure lowered, and with a sweep of his leg, it was like a tornado sweeping across the ground, hitting the other 3 little brothers who were coming at him with axes. Bang! 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 In an instant, the leg bones of the 3 little brothers were all broken, and they fell to the ground. With Yi Xiao's leg strength, even a willow tree as thick as a bowl could be swept down in one go, let alone 3 human legs. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, all 5 who charged forward were taken down by Yi Xiao. At this moment, the man in black who had just caught the wine bottle thrown by Yi Xiao slightly narrowed his pupils. This person was a master. At first, he hadn't taken Yi Xiao seriously, but now, seeing him take down 5 people in the blink of an eye, he had to pay attention. Gulp! Gulp! Song Qingxue and Lu Yi behind Yi Xiao both swallowed hard. Although they knew before that Yi Xiao could fight and defeat Taekwondo masters, they also understood that Taekwondo was just a flashy form of martial arts. Now, seeing Yi Xiao defeat 5 people in the blink of an eye truly left the 2 women in shock. Huang Tianba also did not expect Yi Xiao to be this formidable. He raised an eyebrow and was about to let his underlings continue, but was interrupted by the man in black. Young master, let me handle this. This is a tough nut to crack, others won't be of any use. Fine. Black Panther, as long as you can take care of this kid, I'll reward you $1 million. Huang Tianba agreed without hesitation. Black Panther was one of the elite members of the Flying Tiger Society and had helped him avoid a lot of trouble, so Huang Tianba trusted him greatly. Black Panther wasted no time and walked straight up to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao glanced at him. The man had a buzz cut, a cold and handsome demeanor, and though not particularly tall, he was extremely muscular, his black leather outfit hugging his explosive physique. In prison, Yi Xiao had heard a saying, the shorter the hair, the tougher the fighter. So he took a moment to look at this man. I say, in black clothes, I see you've worked hard to get to this point. There's no need to end up crippled for a bit of money. If you leave now, I can let you go. Yi Xiao said casually, adhering to his style of scaring first, then fighting if necessary. Black Panther smirked, sneering, kid, I don't want to waste words with someone as arrogant as you. You either cripple yourself as Huang Xiao said, or I will take you down. But I must tell you, once I make my move, I won't hold back. If I end up killing you, don't blame me. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips and chuckle. Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms, you only have 2 arms. With that, he beckoned Black Panther with a finger. Come on. As soon as Yi Xiao's words fell, Black Panther let out a roar, his feet moving, making a sound like thud thud thud, as if a warhorse was trampling the ground, shaking the hearts of everyone in the private room. Black Panther's speed was as fast as a galloping horse, and in a few breaths, he was in front of Yi Xiao. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Black Panther struck at Yi Xiao's throat with his palm like a knife. Seeing Black Panther's lethal move, Huang Tianba's lips curled into a cruel smile. He had seen Black Panther in action before. A martial artist who had practiced Bajiquan for over a decade had come to trouble him, and Huang Tianba had used this very move to shatter that martial artist's throat bone. He believed Yi Xiao would be no exception. Yi Xiao, be careful. Song Qingxue couldn't help but call out in worry. For some reason, Black Panther felt even more terrifying to her than the 5 knife-wielding men from earlier. However, Yi Xiao merely smiled slightly, stepping into the bagua stance, and with a quick leap, he dodged Black Panther's deadly strike as nimbly as a leopard. Too slow, Yi Xiao teased. Black Panther, seeing that his strike was easily evaded and that Yi Xiao even had the leisure to comment, was instantly furious. He lunged at Yi Xiao like a wolf. He transformed his palm into a fist, aiming a punch at Yi Xiao's chin while simultaneously delivering a knee strike to Yi Xiao's groin. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. This kid's moves were too vicious, aimed at making him unable to have descendants. It seemed he had to respond with something fierce. Yi Xiao's hand shot out like lightning, surprisingly reaching Black Panther's fist first, gripping it with the precision of an eagle's claw. At the same time, his right elbow crashed down like a heavy iron hammer onto Black Panther's knee. In a battle between experts, being a moment too slow was not just a difference in rank but a matter of life and death. Crack! A sound of bones shattering echoed as Black Panther's knee collided with Yi Xiao's elbow, and without a doubt, it was Black Panther's knee that was crushed by Yi Xiao. Ah! Although the Black Panther was stronger than an average person, it couldn't help but let out a pig-like howl at that moment. Immediately, Yi Xiao kicked out with great force, striking the Black Panther in the abdomen, and the 200-pound Black Panther flew away like a kite with a broken string. It crashed heavily to the ground. Although it wasn't dead, it couldn't get back up. Looking at Yi Xiao's handsome silhouette, Song Qingxue felt it would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. It wasn't that she loved him walking alone in dark alleys, but that he truly stepped up when it mattered. Yi Xiao curled his lip. I told you earlier what would happen next, but unfortunately, you didn't listen. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were both filled with shock and disbelief, their mouths agape enough to fit a chicken egg. They had won. Yi Xiao had actually defeated a master from the Flying Tiger Society. Now that she thought about it, their initial plan had been so naive. They had actually fantasized about using Lu Dazhong's underlings to teach Yi Xiao a lesson. Huang Tianba was equally astonished. The Black Panther was his strongest fighter. Now, this kid had easily taken him down, which was simply unbelievable. This scene left Huang Tianba's remaining subordinates feeling uneasy, like ducks with their necks grasped, afraid to make a sound. If even the Black Panther was no match for this person, what could they use to confront him? Yi Xiao dusted off his hands and looked at Huang Tianba, casually uttering 2 words, apologize. When Yi Xiao had said this before, he had only received Huang Tianba's ridicule and mockery, but at this moment, he could no longer laugh. However, in an instant, Huang Tianba regained his composure, crossing his legs with a nonchalant expression as he said, Kid, I didn't expect you to have some real skills, but do you know where our biggest difference lies? That's that I can have someone cripple you 100 times, but you wouldn't dare touch me once. If I touch you and mess up, at most, I'll lose a few subordinates and spend a little money. But if you touch me, not only will you die, but your entire family and all your friends will also accompany you to the grave. Because I am Huang Tianba, the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, while you are just an ant. Huang Tianba's expression turned ferocious, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi, who had just relaxed, felt a chill run down their spines again. They knew very well that Huang Tianba was not exaggerating. As the young master of the Flying Tiger Society, everything he said he could truly accomplish. Yi Xiao, why don't we just let it go? Song Qingxue said anxiously. Yeah, Yi Xiao, you can't afford to mess with Huang Tianba. Qingxue and I don't have any major issues right now, let's just go home quickly. Lu Yi spoke to Yi Xiao with a gentle tone for the first time, knowing that if it weren't for Yi Xiao today, her life might have been ruined by Huang Tianba. Seeing that Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were both afraid of him, Huang Tianba became even more arrogant. Let it go? Ha! You cheap whores, this matter is far from over. Can anyone just slap my face? Can anyone from the Flying Tiger Society be easily crippled? Huang Tianba's eyes sparkled with mockery. If you want me to let this go, then you 2 cheap whores better kneel and crawl over to serve me. If you serve me well, I might consider letting you off. At this point, he cast a cold glance at Yi Xiao. As for this kid, there's only one path for him, and that is death. Huang Tianba didn't take Yi Xiao seriously at all and completely believed that this guy wouldn't dare to touch him. After all, his father was the leader of the underground world in Lingzhou, and even the sons of officials had to bow their heads in front of him, because offending him meant inviting endless trouble. Huang Tianba, is it? Do you know what happens to those who talk back to me in our prison? Yi Xiao said as he walked towards Huang Tianba, a cold smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. They end up soaking in a latrine for 3 days and 3 nights. As he watched the approaching Yi Xiao, Huang Tianba felt a chill run from his tailbone all the way to the back of his head. He finally felt fear. Kid, you're looking for death. A little brother suddenly pulled out a dagger and lunged at Yi Xiao, attempting a surprise attack. But Yi Xiao seemed to have eyes on the side of his head. Without even looking at his opponent, he waved his hand, and that little brother was sent flying. At this point, no one dared to step forward, all of them retreating in fear. Huang Tianba could no longer sit still. Kid, what do you want? I am. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiao grabbed his hair and pressed him down. Bang! With a crisp sound, Huang Tianba's head slammed heavily onto the coffee table. Apologize, Yi Xiao said indifferently. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, while Song Qingshua's chest rose and fell as if a blower had been installed, erratic and unstable. The two women's heads buzzed as if struck by thunder, their minds in a daze. How dare Yi Xiao lay hands on Huang Tianba? Moreover, he was being so excessive, pressing Huang Tianba's head against the coffee table. This was not just hitting Huang Tianba, but also slapping the Flying Tiger Society in the face. It was over, there was no room for retreat now. Yi Xiao was finished, and so were they. Huang Tianba's little brothers were also dumbfounded. Their young master had always been domineering, a presence that was above all, yet now he was being rubbed against the coffee table by Yi Xiao. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it was real. Huang Tianba cried out in pain, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he roared, "Kid, you're dead for sure. Do you know who I am? I am from the Flying Tiger Society. My father is Huang Feihu." Huang Feihu? Yi Xiao grinned, a look of disdain on his face. That name sounds a bit familiar. The one who used to bring me foot bath water every day 2 years ago, I think that was his name. You insolent brat. How dare you slander my father at a time like this? Do you want your whole family to be wiped out? Huang Tianba cursed furiously. This time, Yi Xiao's response was simply to lift his head and slam it down again. Bang! With a sound, a blood hole immediately appeared on Huang Tianba's forehead, blood splattering all over his face, making it impossible to distinguish his eyes from his nose. I want to see which is harder, your head or this tempered glass. Yi Xiao smiled lightly, a teasing expression on his face. Huang Tianba was almost fainting from the pain, panic and fear filling his heart. Was this kid an idiot? He had already revealed his identity and still dared to be so heavy-handed. Just as Yi Xiao was about to slam Huang Tianba's head down again, Huang Tianba, terrified, quickly begged for mercy. I apologize, I apologize. He realized this was a brainless brute who could really kill him. But Yi Xiao still did not stop. Bang! Huang Tianba's head made violent contact with the coffee table for the third time. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Yi Xiao lifted Huang Tianba's head, speaking with a hint of apology. Huang Tianba gritted his teeth in anger. You clearly did it on purpose. You could dodge a fatal blow from a black panther, and you tell me you couldn't hold back? This is like burning paper at a grave, fooling ghosts? But at this moment, Huang Tianba was under the eaves, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. Miss Song, Miss Lu, I'm sorry. Huang Tianba mumbled an apology to the two women. Right now, he just wanted this demon Yi Xiao to stop, as his face no longer mattered. However, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were stunned in place. Although they received Huang Tianba's apology, they couldn't feel happy at all because they knew how much restraint Huang Tianba was showing, and how fierce his retaliation against them would be next. Hey, you two, say something. Do you accept his apology? If you think it's insincere, I can have him say it again, Yi Xiao said nonchalantly. Accept. The two women nodded dully, no longer daring to offend Huang Tianba. After receiving this response, Yi Xiao finally let go of Huang Tianba. Ah! Huang Tianba cried out in agony again, as he had just lost 2 more teeth, but he didn't dare to utter a single harsh word, only gritting his back teeth and enduring the pain. After Yi Xiao left the bar with the 2 dazed women, the younger brothers finally dared to step forward to support Huang Tianba. Young master, are you alright? Slap! Huang Tianba directly slapped one of the younger brothers across the face. A bunch of useless fools. After saying this, he glared in the direction Yi Xiao had disappeared, gritting his teeth and saying, spread the word. Within 24 hours, I want that kid dead, and the Song family must accompany him to the grave. His voice was as chilling as a vengeful ghost, filled with a cold and brutal killing intent. Seeing Huang Tianba like this, the younger brothers all gasped in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never seen young master Huang this angry. Lingzhou was about to be drenched in blood again. On the way home, none of the 3 spoke. The 2 women seemed still dazed from the earlier incident. Yi Xiao had intended to give these 2 foolish women a good lesson, but seeing their frightened expressions, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After returning to the villa, Song Qingxue finally couldn't hold back and said, Yi Xiao, you should hurry and hide. Huang Tianba definitely won't let you go. If you don't run away immediately, you'll surely be torn to pieces by the Flying Tiger Society. Lu Yi immediately opposed. Qingxue, are you stupid? If you let him go, what will we do? Her brows furrowed in distress, her her tone revealing a hint of irritation. After saying this, she turned to Yi Xiao and shouted, "Yi Xiao, do you want to die? You were so ruthless to Huang Tianba. Do you know what trouble this will bring to Qingxue and me?" Even after so long, Lu Yi was still filled with trepidation. After all, he was the son of Huang Feihu. In Lingzhou, just mentioning Huang Feihu's name could stop a child from crying. However, Yi Xiao didn't care at all. "Don't worry, I'll handle this. I'm going to take a shower." With that, he turned his back on the two women and returned to his room. After Yi Xiao left, Lu Yi jumped up like a cat with its fur bristling. "Qingxue, look at him. He acts like a head of state when he's just a little prison guard. I really want to give him a good beating." At this moment, Song Qingxue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Alright, Yi, after all, today was our fault. If it weren't for Yi Xiao, who knows what would have happened to us with Huang Tianba. We should think carefully about how to deal with Huang Tianba's revenge." Hearing her best friend say this, Lu Yi's expression softened a bit. She actually felt a little grateful to Yi Xiao. The next morning, at the Zhao family, Zhao Qiuping walked out of her room, ecstatic with her phone in hand. "Mom and Dad, that bastard Yi Xiao has gotten himself into big trouble. The young master of the Flying Tiger Society has specifically ordered his death. Now, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, he won't survive." Upon hearing this, Ho Hongying immediately beamed with joy, but then she became puzzled. "Qiuping, this news can't be false, right? Didn't that kid just gain the favor of Shinshini yesterday? How did he suddenly become the target of the Flying Tiger Society's young master?" Zhao Qiuping sneered, "Mom, this is definitely true. This news has gone viral online, and someone even posted pictures of Yi Xiao causing a scene in the bar. That guy actually dared to compete with Huang Xiao for women. He's simply asking for death. This is truly satisfying. Yesterday, I was so angry at that ingrate that I didn't eat all night. Today, I must eat a few extra bowls to make up for it." Ho Hongying stood up, reveling in the misfortune. Zhao Fugue was also overjoyed. "Ha, truly, when the heavens are furious, there will be rain. When a person is arrogant, there will be disaster. That arrogant bastard Yi Xiao is finally going to get what he deserves. Just a damn little prison guard, and he dares to act all high and mighty in front of me. Look, even the heavens are about to take him away." Yesterday, at the Red Leaf Tea House, because of Yi Xiao, the Zhao family received a warning from Shinshini, which also ruined their cooperation with General Wu. The Zhao family blamed all the responsibility on Yi Xiao, but they didn't dare to harbor any ill intentions towards him due to Shinshini. Now that Yi Xiao was being hunted by Huang Tianba, the three members of the Zhao family were happier than during the new year. In their eyes, Yi Xiao was already a dead man walking. At Song Qingshue's villa, her parents rushed over early in the morning. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Song's mother, Huang Mei, pointed at him and scolded, "Yi Xiao, you toad trying to eat swan meat. Our Song family took you in out of kindness, and you repay us by bringing disaster upon us. You're truly a white-eyed wolf. You're just a little prison guard. Who do you think you are to offend someone like young Master Huang? I was against Yi Xiao being Qingshue's bodyguard from the start. I don't know what the old man was thinking, insisting on keeping this troublemaker. Now look, our entire Song family is going to be dragged down with him." Song's father, Song Wanqing, didn't speak but sat on the sofa smoking incessantly. He regretted keeping Yi Xiao around. Although the Song family had some connections in Lingzhou, facing the Flying Tiger Society was like hitting a stone with an egg. There was no chance of winning. Just at that moment, the old man had gone on vacation, and he felt like the sky was about to fall. Song Qingxue couldn't take it anymore. "Mom, about yesterday, it all started because Huang Tianba tried to do something inappropriate to me and Yi Xiao acted to protect us." Huang Mei was still relentless. "I don't care what started it. You tell me how our Song family is supposed to face such a huge disaster. Yi, if you're still a man, go find Huang Tianba and kneel down to apologize. Let him beat you to death. Don't bring this disaster upon our Song family." "Mom, how can you say that? Our Song family is a major enterprise in Lingzhou. I believe even the Flying Tiger Society wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Song Qingxue retorted, though she herself had little confidence in her words. "Aunt Huang, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle the Flying Tiger Society." Yi Xiao, who had been silent, spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Huang Mei jumped up like a sprouting onion, shouting angrily, "You'll handle it? With what? Even our Song family, valued at 100 billion, wouldn't dare say such things. What qualifications do you, a little prison guard, have?" Yi Xiao shook his head and said nothing more. He knew that no matter what he said now, they wouldn't believe him. He would let his actions speak for themselves. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. Song Qingxue suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, anxiously looking towards the door, fearing it was someone from the Flying Tiger Society. Huang Mei snorted coldly and walked towards the door. You all are either turtles hiding your heads or white-eyed wolves. At critical moments, you still have to rely on me. This is the person I invited to help our Song family through this crisis." As she spoke, Huang Mei opened the door to reveal a young man in a tailored suit walking in. Fong Honggang. Song Qingxue immediately recognized him. He was one of her suitors, the general manager of the Manhwa building in Lingzhou. She suddenly remembered the rumors that the owner behind Manhwa building was a big shot in the underground world of Long Country. Perhaps Fong Honggang really had the ability to resolve this matter. "Aunt Huang, Uncle Song, hello. Qingxue, it's nice to see you again." Fong Honggang greeted everyone politely as soon as he entered, but he chose to ignore Yi Xiao. He had long heard Huang Mei talk about this guy, who was just a toad trying to eat soft rice from the Song family, not worth his attention. "Come, Honggang, sit down. This time, our Song family is counting on you," Huang Meyer said with a beaming smile, her attitude having made a complete turnaround compared to how she treated Yi Xiao just moments ago. Song Guanqing quickly extinguished his cigarette and said eagerly, "Honggang, as long as you can help us through this crisis, I will agree to any request you make." Upon hearing this, a hint of uncontainable joy appeared in Fong Honggang's eyes, but he feigned calmness as he replied, "Aunt Huang, Uncle Song, there's no need to be polite. I've always considered you as family. When family is in trouble, I naturally have to help." Hearing Fong Honggang's confident words, Huang Meyer shot Yi Xiao a disdainful glance and said sarcastically, "Qingxue, look at this, Honggang is the one who truly cares about you. Unlike some people who have no real ability but boast loudly." She did not hide her contempt for Yi Xiao in her words. "Yi Xiao, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and make tea for Honggang. You have such big eyes but no sense." Song Guanqing also scolded Yi Xiao, agreeing with his wife's sentiment that Yi Xiao was quite an eyesore at the moment. Just then, Yi Xiao's phone rang, and he stepped aside to take the call. Watching Yi Xiao leave, Fong Honggang squinted his eyes into slits, sneering inwardly. Did this insignificant insect think he could compete with him for a woman? He was simply unaware of his own insignificance. Seeing that her parents did not favor Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue felt a twinge of discomfort. Although she had initially only wanted to deal with her grandfather to annul the engagement, after spending a few days with Yi Xiao, her opinion of him had changed significantly. Take yesterday's incident, for example. Yi Xiao knew the other party was the young master of the Feihu Society, yet he still forced the other party to apologize, something none of her suitors could achieve. But the most pressing matter now was to resolve the current crisis, so Song Qingxue could only let Yi Xiao go. She sighed and looked at Fong Honggang, saying, "Mr. Fong, can you really help our Song family through this crisis?" Fong Honggang frowned slightly at her formality but did not take it to heart, believing that after this incident, with the support of Song's parents, Song Qingxue would eventually accept him. "Of course, Qingxue, you should know the background of Manhwa Tower, right? As the general manager of Manhwa Tower in Lingzhou, I still have some say in the underworld," Fong Honggang said proudly. "As long as I make a call to Tiger Yi to explain the situation, and you provide some compensation later, this matter shouldn't be too problematic." Upon hearing this, the three members of the Song family were still somewhat skeptical. Song Guanqing said, "Honggang, it's not that uncle doesn't believe you, but Huang Tianba has made it clear that he wants our Song family to pay the price. Are you really confident?" He. Fong Honggang chuckled lightly, "Uncle, let me share a little insider information with you. Our Manhwa Tower in Lingzhou has changed ownership, and I suspect the new owner is not inferior to that person, and he is currently in Lingzhou. As long as I get in touch with my new boss, it won't matter if Huang Tianba makes threats or even if Huang Feihu personally gives orders." As he spoke, Fong Hongdong's eyes revealed an unmistakable pride, as if he were pointing to the mountains and rivers with a commanding air. Hearing Fong Honggang's words, Song Guanqing couldn't help but gasp. He naturally knew who Fong Honggang was referring to: the Blood Sovereign, the leader of the underground world in Longhua. To be on equal footing with such a person, what kind of power must that entail? It seemed that the Song family could truly rest easy now. At that moment, Huang Meyer, her face glowing, said, "Honggang, our family owes you such a huge favor this time, I really don't know how to repay you." Huang Meyer was very pleased with Fong Honggang. In her eyes, he was the best son-in-law candidate, possessing vast connections, while that Yi Xiao was not even worthy to carry Fong Hongdong's shoes. Fong Honggang instantly understood that Huang Meyer was deliberately creating an opportunity for him. He smiled and said, "Auntie, you really don't need to repay me. You know my feelings for Qingxue. As long as it's for her good, I would go through fire and water without hesitation." Song Qingxue frowned slightly, seeing that Fong Honggang was getting more and more absurd. She quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Fong, does that mean our Song group won't be affected?" "Of course not, Qingxue. You should focus on work, there's nothing else to worry about." I've got everything covered, Fong Honggang assured, patting his chest. I really appreciate it. I'll change my clothes and head to the company right away. With that, Song Qingxue dashed upstairs without waiting for anyone to respond. How could she not see her mother's intentions? It was absolutely impossible for her to make any promises to Fong Honggang because of this matter. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao had also arrived on the balcony and answered a call. It was from Shen Qianni. As soon as the call connected, Shen Qianni got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, I heard you've run into some trouble. Do you need my help? I have a bit of a connection with Huang Feihu. In Shen Qianni's view, this was a good opportunity to repay Yi Xiao. After the last banquet, he had someone look into Yi Xiao's background. Learning that Yi Xiao was really just a prison guard did not make him look down on him. Instead, he thought that someone like Yi Xiao had great potential for growth, so he decided to invest in him. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Mr. Shen, you don't need to worry about it. I can handle this myself. Yi Xiao's response surprised Shen Qianni. He didn't understand where Yi Xiao got the confidence to say such a thing. Even if he wanted to ask Huang Feihu for leniency, he might have to sacrifice some interests, and Yi Xiao was just a prison guard. After pondering for a moment, Shen Qianni did not press the issue. Alright, Mr. Yi, my phone will be on 24 hours a day. If you change your mind, just let me know. After hanging up, a pleasant female voice came from beside Shen Qianni. Dad, what did he say? The speaker was Shen Luoyan. Like her father, she wanted to take this opportunity to repay Yi Xiao, but she did not hold him in as high regard as her father did, thinking that after this repayment, they would be even. Shen Qianni gently set down his phone and said, he declined my help. What? Shen Luoyan's pretty face was filled with astonishment and confusion. How is that possible? Does he want to rely on the Song family? But the Song family is not strong enough to contend with the Feihu Association. Shen Qianni lightly tapped his fingers on the phone. Luoyan, why don't we make a bet, father and daughter, on whether Yi Xiao can get through this crisis without anyone's help? Shen Luoyan didn't understand what her father meant. Dad, is there even a need to bet? Yi Xiao will definitely be crushed by the Feihu Association. Shen Qianni looked at his daughter and said slowly, Luoyan, I think Yi Xiao is quite extraordinary. I believe my judgment is not wrong, so this time I bet he will get through this safely. If he really does, I hope you can get to know him better afterward. Shen Luoyan pondered, that depends on whether he can survive first. At the Song Qingxue villa, after changing her clothes, Song Qingxue directly called Yi Xiao to drive her to the company. Both Song's father and mother had their reservations about this, but Fong Honggang appeared to be in control of the situation. He looked in the direction where the two had disappeared, a smirk playing on his lips. Perhaps after Song Qingxue suffers a bit, she'll understand her own worth. On the way to the company, Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue ran into Lu Yi. She claimed that everything started because of her and that she wanted to accompany Song Qingxue through it. Song Qingxue had no objections. She was feeling quite troubled, and having a close friend by her side could help alleviate her mood. The three had just arrived at the company when a dozen off-road vehicles roared towards the Song group. Soon, Song Qingxue received a call from the head of security, Hua Dagwan. President Song, it's bad news. Huang Tianba has broken into the company, and he's heading straight for your office. What? Song Qingxue's face changed in shock. Hadn't Fong Honggang assured her that Huang Tianba wouldn't cause trouble for the Song group anymore? How could he arrive at the company so quickly? Minister Hua, hurry and bring people over, and tell Yi Xiao to leave the company immediately. Although Song Qingxue was in a state of panic, she still remembered to let Yi Xiao escape first. She knew that Huang Tianba's main target was definitely Yi Xiao. She still had Fong Honggang's protection, but whether Fong Honggang would help Yi Xiao was uncertain. Just as she was about to call Fong Honggang, the office door was violently kicked open with a bang. Huang Tianba, wrapped in a wool coat and with his head bandaged, walked in with a sinister smile. He glanced at Song Qingxue with amusement. Miss Song, you seem well. Behind Huang Tianba were a dozen core members of the Flying Tiger Society, including the society's top enforcer, which was why Huang Tianba dared to come personally to settle scores. Huang Tianba, what do you want in broad daylight? This is the Song group. Lu Yi stepped forward to scold him, though she was terrified inside. Song Qingxue also stared at Huang Tianba with piercing eyes. Even though this was her company, she still felt unsafe in front of him. Huang Tianba did not respond immediately. He walked straight to sit across from Song Qingxue, pulling out a chair and sitting down with an imposing demeanor. He then raised his head, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and coldly said, "What do I want? Of course, I'm here to settle accounts. Where's that dog from yesterday? Why don't you call him out to die?" Since being beaten by Yi Xiao last night, the deep-seated hatred had kept him awake all night, waiting for dawn to find Yi Xiao for retribution. He would not rest until Yi Xiao was beaten to death. Hearing this, Song Qingxue's brows furrowed, and she replied coldly, "Sorry, you're too late. Yi Xiao is no longer at our company." "Haha, Miss Song, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Huang Tianba sneered. "If I can't see Yi Xiao today, then I'll take it out on you. Aren't you so proud? I wonder if you can still hold your head high in front of your employees after I deal with you in your office." Huang Tianba glared at Song Qingxue with a fierce expression. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's face turned pale, and her body trembled involuntarily. After what happened last night, she had no doubt that Huang Tianba was capable of such disgusting acts. Just as Song Qingxue was terrified, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Huang Tianba, you really never learn. What, didn't I beat you enough last night?" The next second, Yi Xiao walked in with a smile on his face. Following Yi Xiao were Hua Dagwan and 7 or 8 security guards. Unlike Yi Xiao's calm demeanor, Hua Dagwan and the others were sweating profusely, their legs trembling slightly. This was Huang Tianba from the Flying Tiger Society. They were all locals from Lingzhou and had heard various rumors about Huang Tianba's misdeeds. If it weren't for their attachment to the Song group, they would never have dared to show up here. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the security guards were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Yi Xiao actually beat Huang Tianba? My god, did this kid eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? He even dared to lay hands on Lingzhou's #1 second-generation heir. He truly was tired of living. Hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Song Qingxue felt a moment of surprise, but then she sternly shouted, "Yi Xiao, hurry and leave." Huang Tianba turned his head, gritting his teeth, and glared at Yi Xiao with a vicious look. "Kid, you finally came." Every word he spoke was almost squeezed out from between his teeth, giving a chilling feeling, revealing just how deep his hatred for Yi Xiao was. At this moment, a thin man with sharp, eagle-like eyes standing beside Huang Tianba was also staring intently at Yi Xiao, ready to act the moment Huang Tianba gave the order to take Yi Xiao down. Yi Xiao smiled casually, casting a disdainful glance at the thug behind Huang Tianba. "Heh, Huang Tianba, do you think bringing a few cloves of garlic today will scare me?" Hiss. Hearing Yi Xiao's arrogant words, Hua Dagwan and the other security guards gasped in shock. Was Yi Xiao really so unaware of the danger? If he wanted to show off, he should just step aside. What if he angered Huang Tianba and it affected them? They had never seen someone so full of themselves, clearly just a useless man living off the president's wealth, yet he dared to boast about his strength. At this moment, however, Huang Tianba laughed instead of getting angry. "Kid, you probably don't know who this is beside me, do you? Let me tell you, this is my #1 enforcer from the Flying Tiger Society, nicknamed Falcon. He has killed an adult grizzly bear with his bare hands and has smashed the heads of over 10 fighters in underground boxing in the U.S. Also, you must have heard about the tragedy at the Hong family boxing gym 6 months ago. It was because they offended my Flying Tiger Society that all the fighters in that gym were crippled, and it was Falcon who did it. Once Falcon makes a move, you won't have a chance to survive." Ah! Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Hua Dagwan, Song Qingxue, and the others felt their scalps tingle. They had naturally heard about the Hong family boxing gym incident. It was the second largest boxing gym in Lingzhou. Many of the fighters had served as coaches in the patrol team. To have all those fighters taken down by one person, how strong must he be? Yi Xiao looked Falcon up and down and disdainfully said, "Huang Tianba, you don't need to waste your breath on me. Just tell me what you want to do today." Gathering a crowd to storm a private enterprise's office to cause trouble is a crime in Manhwa. "Do you want me to give you a prison experience voucher?" He. Huang Tianba sneered repeatedly. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was just scared of him, which was why he brought up the law. "Kid, let me tell you, I am the son of Huang Feihu, and my word is the law. If you disobey and try to go against me, that's breaking the law. Now I'm giving you a way out. Kneel down immediately, and then let my men break your limbs one by one." At this point, Huang Tianba suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Actually, I hope you refuse me, that way, I can kill you, ha." The thugs Huang Tianba brought all burst into laughter. They had long been annoyed by Yi Xiao's indifferent attitude. A security guard living off a woman's wealth acting like a master was just asking for trouble, right? They all hoped Yi Xiao would show some backbone. That way, they would have a chance to act, believing that with the young master backing them, even if they killed Yi Xiao, they wouldn't bear any responsibility. Seeing Yi Xiao fall silent, Huang Tianba became even more arrogant. He jumped up from his chair and pointed to the ground. "Kid, I've said what I needed to say, hurry up and kneel, or just wait to be chopped into meat paste to feed the dogs." Huang Tianba's deep voice carried a bloodthirsty delight. He was determined to kill Yi Xiao, but before doing so, he wanted to toy with him, letting Yi Xiao see a glimmer of hope before crushing it, allowing him to die in despair. This was the fate of offending Huang Tianba. At this moment, Hua Dagwan and the group of security guards were already so scared that their souls seemed to have left their bodies. Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were also too nervous to speak. Although they were unwilling to see Yi Xiao kneel, with someone as fierce as Eagle by Huang Tianba's side, it seemed that kneeling was the only way for Yi Xiao to secure a chance at survival. However, just as Huang Tianba held his head high, waiting for Yi Xiao to kneel before him, suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. In the next second, Yi Xiao had firmly grasped his neck. Yi Xiao's movements were as swift as a ghost, and by the time everyone reacted, they could only see Huang Tianba being lifted off the ground by Yi Xiao, his eyes bulging like a chicken's. Lui and Song Qingxue felt a loud thud in their heads, dizzy and completely frozen in place, unsure of how to express themselves. Yi Xiao was truly audacious. At this moment, he dared to strike at Huang Tianba. Hua Daguang and the other security guards from the Song group were also dumbfounded, unable to believe that this scene was real. They didn't think Yi Xiao was particularly brave, instead, they saw him as a complete fool. In their view, Yi Xiao should have been obediently bowing and begging for mercy. While attacking Huang Tianba might feel good for a moment, what would happen next? Could he really take down the entire Flying Tiger Society by himself? Of course, the most shocked was Eagle, who was known as the top expert of the Flying Tiger Society. When did Yi Xiao make his move? How did he evade his own eyes? Since he left his master, it was the first time he had seen someone move so fast that even he couldn't catch it. Eagle couldn't help but furrow his brows, his gaze trembling, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. This person's skills were far beyond his own, but soon he regained his composure. The person Yi Xiao was holding was his young master. He couldn't back down. So, Eagle shouted, "Kid, let Huang go quickly. If Huang loses even a single hair, I will make sure you are torn to pieces." At this moment, he didn't dare to act rashly. If Yi Xiao broke Huang Tianba's throat before he could act, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba, who was nearly suffocating from Yi Xiao's grip, shouted intermittently, "Yi, this is all my territory. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will make the Song group bleed rivers. I will make everyone pay with their lives." Was Huang Tianba afraid? Of course, he was, but he knew he couldn't show it now. He had to make Yi Xiao feel that he was someone not to be trifled with, only then would he have a chance at survival. Song Qingxue anxiously shouted at Yi Xiao, let go. I've already texted Fong Honggang, he will be here soon. With him around, there's room for negotiation. You mustn't do anything foolish. She thought of what Fong Honggang had said about the big boss behind him. If she could humble herself and plead with Fong Honggang later, perhaps he could speak on Yi Xiao's behalf. But all of this depended on Huang Tianba being unharmed. If Yi Xiao were to injure or kill Huang Tianba, it would all be too late. A shadow crossed Yi Xiao's eyes, and the smile he had been wearing slowly froze at the corners of his lips. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I want to see what the consequences will be if I act against him. As he spoke, Yi Xiao raised his knee and slammed it into Huang Tianba's stomach. Ah! Huang Tianba immediately let out a miserable scream, his already pale face now twisted in pain beyond recognition. Yi Xiao casually glanced at Eagle and said slowly, "So, does this count as me acting against him? What can you do to me?" At that moment, the entire office fell silent, the tense heartbeat of dozens of people and their steady breathing sounds unusually clear in this eerie quiet. No one had expected that Yi Xiao would really dare to act against Huang Tianba. Song Qingxue was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. She didn't know what Yi Xiao was thinking. She had even planned to ask Fong Honggang for help for his sake, but what about him? He continued to escalate the situation. The Falcon couldn't help but twitch his lips, his hands clenched into fists. Yes, what could he do? Fight? He had no confidence at all. In this deathly silence, everyone heard a loud slap. As Yi Xiao reached out and slapped Huang Tianba across the face, he coldly shouted, "You think you can bully men and women without remorse?" Slap. After that, he slapped him again. "You want the Song group to accompany you to the grave?" Slap. Yi Xiao's face was full of disdain. "Am I afraid to touch you?" Slap. "You think you can scare me with a few rotten fish and shrimp, make me endure this? You must be out of your mind. You can donate that brain of yours." Yi Xiao landed 3 consecutive slaps, not only turning Huang Tianba's face into a pig's head but also reopening the wound from last night that Yi Xiao had exposed, blood streaming down Huang Tianba's forehead, making him look utterly miserable. Song Qingxue was so frightened that she slumped in the boss's chair. It was over. This time even Fong Honggang's big boss probably couldn't protect Yi Xiao. Lui was cursing Yi Xiao in her heart, thinking that a man who sought momentary pleasure without regard for anything else had no sense of responsibility, completely ignoring what kind of retaliation he and Qingxue would face. Indeed, she was right to drive Yi Xiao away from Qingxue at the beginning. She only regretted that her methods weren't sharp enough to get rid of this troublemaker sooner. Hua Daiguang and the other security guards swallowed hard, their hearts filled with hesitation, contemplating whether to leave this place of trouble quickly. At this moment, protecting Song Qingxue was no longer important, nor was their job. the most important thing was whether they could save their own lives. The Falcon's teeth were grinding, and he pointed at Yi Xiao, roaring in anger, "Kid, if you have the guts, let Huang Xiao go. What kind of skill is it to beat someone who can't fight? Do you dare to fight me?" He was completely at a loss, hoping to buy some time. The tiger should be arriving soon. If Huang Tianba was killed now, he couldn't escape responsibility. Moreover, he didn't believe Yi Xiao would really let Huang Tianba go to fight him. He had more than a dozen elite fighters from the Flying Tiger Club on his side. Yi Xiao's only chance was to hold Huang Tianba hostage for a way out. Yi Xiao coldly glanced at the falcon and smiled, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Alright, since you're itching for a fight, I'll give you a chance to stretch your bones." With that, Yi Xiao actually threw Huang Tianba out. After doing all this, he beckoned to the falcon with his finger. "Come on. I hope you're a bit stronger than last night." The falcon was stunned in place. At that moment, his mood was like a dog that barks fiercely when there's a rope around its neck but is dumbfounded when the rope is actually loosened. Was he really going to fight? Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were equally perplexed. What was going on in Yi Xiao's mind? He had just beaten Huang Tianba so badly, and now he dared to let him go. Wasn't that like letting a tiger return to the mountain? Sure enough, Huang Tianba, who had regained his breath, roared at the falcon, "Falcon, hurry up and kill this bastard. As long as you can kill him, I'll give you 5 million. Huang Tianba's hatred for Yi Xiao had penetrated to the bone. He wished he could pounce on Yi Xiao and tear him apart piece by piece. The humiliation from last night had been the greatest shame of his life, but today, when he was slapped in the face by Yi Xiao again, he realized that the most humiliating thing was being slapped repeatedly by the same person. Damn it, was my face not a face? If I don't kill Yi Xiao, how will I have any face left to mix in Lingzhou? The falcon took a deep breath, knowing that this battle was inevitable. He shifted his feet slightly, his fists raised in an attacking stance. Yi Xiao was also a bit excited. During his time in prison, he had to twist a thorny character out almost every day to feed his fists, but none of the ones he encountered in recent days were worth fighting. His fists had long been itching for action. This falcon seemed to have some skills and should be able to exchange a few blows with him, better than nothing. Just as both sides were ready to strike, someone suddenly shouted, "Tiger Lord is here." Tiger Lord? Upon hearing this name, Song Qingxue and Lu Yi were utterly despaired. In Lingzhou, the only one who could be called Tiger Lord was the head of the Flying Tiger Club, Huang Feihu. This time, Yi Xiao was truly doomed. Anyone who saw their son beaten to a pulp would be furious, especially someone as powerful and ruthless as Huang Feihu. The falcon let out a long sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight Yi Xiao. Deep down, he had already assessed Yi Xiao's strength and had no confidence in winning against him. Moreover, when two experts like him and Yi Xiao clashed, it was impossible to stop. Once they engaged, only one side could emerge alive, and if he lost, his hard-won position would naturally be at risk. Seeing that the other side had no intention of attacking, Yi Xiao felt a bit disappointed and couldn't help but curse Huang Feihu fiercely. What a buzzkill! As Huang Feihu, the head of Lingzhou's top underground gang, the Flying Tiger Club, entered the office, Song Qingxue, Lu Yi, and Hu Daguan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if dark clouds were about to crush the city. Huang Feihu was a standard strong middle-aged man, with bronze skin and sharp features, exuding an intimidating presence even without anger. As soon as he entered, he saw his son lying on the ground in a pitiful state, and his fury ignited. "Who did this? Who did this?" His voice was calm, but Hu Daguan and the other security guards trembled in fear, beads of sweat falling like rain. With Huang Feihu personally involved, Yi Xiao was as good as dead. Not even a deity could save him now. Huang Tianba crawled towards Huang Feihu. "Dad, you have to avenge me. Look at what that bastard has done to me. He's not just hitting me, he's slapping your face too. If we don't kill this country bumpkin to set an example, no one will respect our Flying Tiger Club in the future." Huang Feihu knew exactly what to do. Daring to touch his son meant that it wasn't just one life at stake. Everyone connected to that person would pay the price. His gaze quickly swept across the office, and when he saw the figure confronting the falcon, his eyelids twitched. That silhouette looked so familiar. At that moment, Song Qingxue, not knowing where her courage came from, stepped in front of Huang Feihu and looked up, clearly stating, "President Huang, I know this matter is serious, but please let me explain. The cause of this incident is that young Master Huang wanted to do something inappropriate to me and my friend, and my bodyguard acted against him. If you want compensation, the Song family is willing to pay any amount." Although she trembled with fear and knew that her words might not matter, she felt that if she didn't speak up and watched Yi Xiao die, she would never have peace of mind for the rest of her life. Seeing Song Qingxue actually standing in front of Huang Feihu to defend Yi Xiao, Lu Yi was dumbfounded. This was Huang Feihu, the top boss of Lingzhou. What was Qingxue thinking? Did she want to die alongside that bastard Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao looked at Song Qingxue with a newfound respect. Although this girl usually lacked sense and often caused him trouble, she had a good heart. Huang Feihu sneered coldly, leaning slightly forward, looking down at Song Qingxue's eyes. What do you think you are? Do I need to listen to your explanations? Who is right and who is wrong? I don't care at all. In Lingzhou, you hurt my son, that means you don't give me face, Huang Feihu. I see you must be tired of your song group's success, right? Let me be straightforward with you, not only the person who hurt my son today will die, but your Song family can also wait to be eliminated in Lingzhou. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's face turned as pale as paper. The courage she had forced herself to muster dissipated in an instant, her body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Facing Huang Feihu's gaze, she felt like a little white rabbit in front of a vicious wolf, so helpless, so small. At that moment, she truly realized that under the immense pressure of the Flying Tiger Society, daring to stand out would only lead to a fate of being crushed to pieces. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba sneered with delight, knowing that his father was always protective. Even though he had been beaten to such a state by the Song group, regardless of whether the other party was in the right or if he was at fault, his father would never let them off the hook. After a chilling silence, Huang Feihu softly uttered a word, kill. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so thugs brought by Huang Tianba, along with those who followed Huang Feihu, surged forward to surround Yi Xiao. The pressure on Yi Xiao was significantly reduced. If he were to face Yi Xiao alone, he would have no chance of winning, but with dozens of Flying Tiger Society thugs flanking him, it was different. He only needed to hide among the thugs and deliver a fatal blow to Yi Xiao when the opportunity arose. Just as the thugs were cracking their knuckles and Song Qingxue's heart was in her throat, Yi Xiao slowly turned his head and grinned. Huang Feihu, President Huang, oh my! What a formidable title! Hearing this voice, the top boss of Lingzhou, Huang Feihu, felt a wave of despair. Seeing the face he could never forget, Huang Feihu felt his heart sink into an abyss, his hands and feet icy cold, his knees instinctively bending. Yard master. Huang Feihu called out bitterly. My God! What kind of calamity have I brought upon myself to provoke this demon? Huang Feihu would never forget the year he spent in the world's #1 prison, where a ruthless person like him could only cower in a corner, trembling in fear among the vicious criminals. Fortunately, at that time, he had clung to Yi Xiao's thigh, securing a job of fetching water for Yi Xiao, which saved him from being toyed with by those ruthless thugs. At this moment, everyone in the office did not hear Huang Feihu's voice because their senses were still frozen in the previous second when Yi Xiao mockingly called out Huang Feihu's name. He. This was the sound of teeth chattering from Hua Dogwan, Louis, and others. To them, Yi Xiao's behavior was no longer just reckless, it was as if he was trying to destroy his own ashes. Song Qingxue also lost her ability to manage her expression. She had imagined many scenarios of Yi Xiao facing Huang Feihu, some scared to the point of wetting themselves, some directly fleeing through the window, but she never expected Yi Xiao would speak to Huang Feihu with such disdain. Damn it, kid, you want to die, right? Even at this time, you dare to provoke my dad. Someone, kill him. Huang Tianba waved his hand, arrogantly issuing orders to the thugs. In his view, facing more than 20 core members of the Flying Tiger Society, Yi Xiao had no chance of survival. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded. Yi Xiao's figure flashed like a tiger breaking into a flock of sheep, directly knocking several thugs aside. Yi Xiao did not stop. By the time everyone saw him clearly again, he had already appeared in front of Huang Feihu. Yard master. Huang Feihu finally came to his senses, and at that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his heart racing as if it would stop. He thought Yi Xiao was going to kill him. The intense desire to survive forced Huang Feihu to weaken his legs and kneel before Yi Xiao, but Yi Xiao slapped his shoulder and whispered in a low voice that reached Huang Feihu's ear. Don't make a scene, pretend you don't know me. Wait for me at the back door of the company in half an hour, I have something for you to do. Huang Feihu was taken aback at first, but quickly reacted, halting his kneeling motion while his mind raced to think of a way to help Yi Xiao maintain this lie. However, Yi Xiao's actions sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the office, and countless people gasped in shock, their expressions changing dramatically. How did he manage to do this? Did he really take the head of a general amidst a sea of soldiers? Was Zhao Zilong not as brave as him? This tattoo artist really showed me a thing or two. The hawk was also terrified, and he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't fought Yi Xiao earlier, otherwise, his entire village would be in trouble the next day. Huang Tianba, however, was oblivious to all of this. He roared, "Kid, let go of my dad right now. Even if you manage to leave this office, you won't escape Lingzhou. The Feihu Association will chase you to the ends of the earth and turn you to ashes." Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Huang Feihu felt an urge to strangle this foolish son. He should have shot this idiot against the wall back then. Wasn't it enough to offend the prison master? Did he have to ruin my life to be satisfied? At the same time, Huang Feihu was frantically thinking of a solution, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with a way to extricate himself while helping Yi Xiao maintain his lie. Just then, a thunderous voice came from outside the office. Yi, if you want to die, go away and don't drag the Song family into this. The speaker was Song Mu, Huang Meyer, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Behind her were Song Guancheng and Fong Honggang, who had hurried over after receiving a distress message from Song Qingxue. They were shocked to see Yi Xiao kidnapping Huang Feihu. After scolding Yi Xiao, Huang Meyer turned urgently to Fong Honggang and said, Honggang, you need to say something. Persuade Lord Tiger, we need to downplay this matter. At the very least, it can't involve our Song family. Fong Honggang was also there reluctantly. He had already called Huang Feihu privately, but unfortunately, the latter had ignored him. Now, how could he have the face to speak? However, when Huang Feihu saw Fong Honggang, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. He forced himself to remain calm and said, Yi, I admire your courage. Today, I can give young Master Fong a favor, and we'll let this matter go. From now on, the Feihu Association will no longer trouble you, but you must behave yourself. If you dare to provoke the Feihu Association again, you will be killed. Huang Feihu was somewhat impressed with his own quick wit. This way, he neither exposed Yi Xiao's identity nor lost face. It was simply perfect. Upon hearing this, Fong Honggang was completely stunned. When did he have such influence? He had no idea. But then he realized that it was likely the big boss behind the scenes who had spoken to Huang Feihu, and Huang Feihu was saying this out of respect for the big boss. So, Fong Honggang, feeling spirited, laughed, Lord Tiger, you are too kind. Hearing Huang Feihu's words, Huang Meyer immediately beamed with joy. Yi, did you hear that? Lord Tiger is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Why don't you let him go? Song Qingxue, Louis, and the others were also dumbfounded. Did Fong Honggang really have such power? Yi Xiao had beaten Huang Tianba to this extent, and Huang Feihu was willing to let it go? The most bizarre part was that Huang Feihu had just sworn to kill Yi Xiao. Could it be that Huang Feihu was truly afraid of the big boss behind Fong Honggang? Yi Xiao smiled and moved his hand away from Huang Feihu's shoulder. Although it allowed that somewhat slow-witted Fong Honggang to take credit, it was a necessary move at this moment. He didn't want to reveal his identity in front of the Song family, as that would only increase the resistance to his annulment of the engagement. Huang Feihu also let out a deep breath, finally managing to smooth things over. He waved his hand and ordered, let's go. However, it soon proved that Huang Feihu was celebrating too early. Seeing his father about to leave, Huang Tianba became anxious. Dad, you can't just let it go like this. That damn dog has humiliated me time and again. He deserves to die 100 times. I'm your son, you can't just stand by and let him get away with it. Huang Tianba didn't care about his father's sudden change in demeanor. All he could think about was killing Yi Xiao. Hearing this, Huang Feihu was furious, nearly exploding with rage. This foolish son was clearly trying to get him killed. How could he expect his father to kill Yi Xiao? Didn't he know that those who had tried to assassinate the Queen of the Shadow Kingdom and had thrown grenades at the Emperor of the Snow Wolf Kingdom were all dealt with by Yi Xiao? Did he really think he had the ability to kill Yi Xiao? The more he thought about it, the more terrified Huang Feihu became. He kicked Huang Tianba in the stomach, and with a loud bang, sent him flying. Huang Feihu stepped forward, unable to contain his anger, and shouted, Do I need you to speak for me? How have I raised you? I've taught you to be kind to others, not to act recklessly just because of my name. And you? Not only do you bully someone like President Song, a weak woman, but you also come to her company to cause trouble, completely ruining the reputation of our Feihu Association. If you dare to tarnish the name of the Feihu Association again, I'll personally cripple you. Huang Feihu did all this for Yi Xiao's sake. He knew that this prison warden had a heavy sense of revenge. The tyrant, known as the strongest man in the Black Continent, had his limbs broken and was hung for 3 days and nights just for spitting in front of Yi Xiao. If he didn't act this way, his son might not survive. Huang Tianba was completely stunned. Did you ever teach me these things? I learned all this from you. But at this moment, he didn't dare to say anything more. Even if he was slow to realize, he now sensed something was off with his father. He was afraid of someone. But who could it be that made his father, the leader of the Feihu Association, so fearful? The top enforcer of the Feihu Association, the Falcon, was also puzzled. How could the usually domineering President Huang suddenly appear like a castrated rooster, devoid of any of his former bravado? The Song family was also dumbfounded. They never expected Huang Feihu would personally strike Huang Tianba. Especially Song Qingxue, who had just seen Huang Feihu protect Huang Tianba. How could the contrast be so stark? Could a mere owner of a restaurant have such power? At that moment, Fong Honggang stepped forward with an arrogant expression. Tiger, calm down. Young Master Huang was just confused for a moment. You don't need to resort to violence. I won't get angry over such a trivial matter. Huang Feihu turned his head and shot a cold glance at Feng Honggang, as sharp as an ice blade. Feng Honggang's proud smile instantly froze on his face, and his courage turned to ice in an instant, shattering into pieces. What was going on? Wasn't he just being so polite? Why was he suddenly so cold? Huang Feihu ignored Feng Honggang, a mere ant in his eyes. He cautiously glanced at Yi Xiao, and seeing that the latter was not angry, he waved his hand again, withdraw. After saying that, he took the lead, fearing that Yi Xiao might suddenly call him back. The enforcers of the Feihu Association, though filled with doubts, dared not speak out. They helped Huang Tianba up and followed Huang Feihu out of the office, leaving in a dejected manner. After Huang Feihu and his group left, the dark clouds that had been hanging over the Song family finally dispersed. Huang Meyer excitedly grabbed Feng Honggang's hand and said, Honggang, thank you so much. I didn't expect your position in Master Hu's heart to be so high. Unlike some ungrateful wolves who only bring trouble to our Song family, just now they even attempted to kidnap Master Hu. If it weren't for you stepping in, our Song family would probably have been dragged down by him. While praising Feng Honggang, Huang Meyer didn't forget to step on Yi Xiao hard. After that, she turned to Song Qingxue and said, Qingxue, you saw Honggang's abilities today, right? He is a great benefactor to our Song family, so you must thank him properly. Only then did Feng Honggang come back to his senses from Huang Feihu's fierce gaze. He said, without turning red or panting, Aunt Huang, this is just a small matter, nothing to mention. From now on, we are family. Aunt and uncle, if you encounter any trouble again, don't hesitate to ask me for help. After saying that, he feigned a concerned expression and looked at Song Qingxue, saying, Qingxue, but Huang Tianba didn't do anything to you, right? I rushed over as soon as I received your message, afraid that I would be late and let you get hurt. If that happened, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Mr. Feng. Song Qingxue rarely smiled at Feng Honggang. After all, he had put in a lot of effort today and must have used up quite a bit of goodwill, so it was only natural for her not to treat him coldly. Hearing Feng Honggang's words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, feeling as if he had eaten a fly from 1982, disgusted by the absurdity of it all. However, Yi Xiao was too lazy to explain. After all, he also wanted to break off the engagement with Song Qingxue. With Feng Honggang as a backup, he believed his path to breaking off the engagement would be much smoother. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao's disdain, Huang Meyer scolded, Yi Xiao, why aren't you coming over to thank Honggang? Don't you know that if it weren't for Honggang arriving in time, you would have been chopped into pieces by Master Hu? Just a small prison guard, and he really thinks he's capable. How dare he challenge someone as important as Master Hu, truly unaware of his own limitations. At that moment, Feng Honggang glanced at Yi Xiao with a half-smile, Kid, there's no need to thank me. I saved you today just because of Qingxue, it was a casual act. I hope you can recognize your own identity. A bodyguard should do his own job well and not always think about such lofty ambitions. Qingxue is not someone you deserve, and the Song family is not something you can aspire to. Taking advantage of this opportunity to show off, Feng Honggang no longer pretended and directly tore his face with Yi Xiao. After all, the other party was just a poor bodyguard, and with the support of the Song family, he could easily crush Yi Xiao. Hearing Feng Honggang's words, Song Qingxue felt a bit uncomfortable. She wanted to speak up for Yi Xiao, but the words got stuck in her throat. Indeed, if it weren't for Feng Honggang today, Yi Xiao's fate would have been unbearable. Yi Xiao just smiled, stuffed his hands in his pockets, whistled, and walked out of the office as if no one was around. Watching Yi Xiao's indifferent attitude, Feng Honggang's face turned pale with anger. The greatest humiliation is not how others attack you, but how they completely ignore you. Huang Meyer was also furious at this sight. She glared at Yi Xiao's back and scolded, what an ungrateful wolf. Not a shred of gratitude. We should have just ignored him and let him fend for himself. When the old man returns from vacation, I will definitely make him drive this ungrateful wolf away. If this kid is so arrogant now, if he really ends up with Qingxue, won't he just ride on our heads? Song Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly. She felt that Yi Xiao was being a bit excessive. Although Feng Honggang's words were somewhat hurtful, he was still Yi Xiao's benefactor. How could he treat a benefactor in such a manner? Meanwhile, Lu Yi was thoughtfully resting her chin on her hand. As an observer, she had been watching the scene unfold from a third-party perspective, and thus had seen more than Song Qingxue. It seemed that Huang Feihu's attitude had already changed the moment he saw Yi Xiao, and judging by the cold look he gave Feng Honggang at the end, he didn't seem to take Feng Honggang seriously at all. But what could be the reason that forced Huang Feihu to come in with such murderous intent only to leave defeated, and even strike his own son? A bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Huang Feihu knew Yi Xiao and was actually afraid of him? Louis had her reasons for thinking this. Based on the strength Yi Xiao had displayed, he was not someone a mere prison guard could possess. Previously, she had been biased, thinking of Yi Xiao as just a toad, but today's events had impacted her greatly, causing her to break free from that fixed perception. It seemed she needed to get to know Yi Xiao better. "Alright, Miao, there's no need to ruin our good mood over a white-eyed wolf," said Song father, Song Guanxing, stepping in to mediate. After speaking, he turned to Fong Honggang with a friendly expression. "By the way, Honggang, next week is my and An Huang's wedding anniversary. You should come and join us." After this incident, Song Guanxing had accepted Fong Honggang. At least this man was far superior to Yi Xiao, and he felt he could create some opportunities for Fong Honggang and his daughter. Fong Honggan's eyes lit up, and he smiled broadly. "Sure, uncle and aunt, I will definitely attend. How about we hold your anniversary banquet at our Manhin Tower? I'll personally take care of it and ensure you are satisfied." "Ah, that works. You and Xing Xue can discuss the details later." In previous years, Xing Xue has always arranged the banquets. Song Guanxing laughed. Upon hearing this, Song Xing Xue's brows tightened even more. In the past, she would have found an excuse to decline, but today was different. Fong Honggang had just helped the Song family, and if she turned her back on him now, it would be too unreasonable. Meanwhile, outside the Song group, Huang Feihu dismissed those around him and took Huang Tianba to a secluded corner. He felt it was necessary to explain some things to his son. If this fool provoked Yi Xiao again, his well-preserved head after decades might just be in danger. However, before Huang Feihu could speak, Huang Tianba impatiently asked, "Dad, I don't understand what you were afraid of just now. Isn't Fong Honggang just a restaurant manager? Why are you afraid of him? And I got beaten so badly. Shouldn't we go find that guy named Yi for revenge?" Huang Tianba's face twitched in anger as he stared at Huang Feihu, demanding an explanation. Huang Feihu silently lit a cigarette, forcing himself to calm down. If it weren't for the sight of this fool in such a pitiful state, he would have slapped him already. "Tianba, do you think I'm afraid of Fong Honggang?" Huang Tianba was taken aback by the question. "Didn't you just say you were giving Fong Honggang face?" Huang Feihu exhaled a puff of smoke, coldly scoffing. "What is Fong Honggang? Crushing him is easier than stepping on an ant. There is someone else I fear." Huang Tianba felt his mind was racing. He quickly replayed the earlier scene in his head, trying to figure out who that person could be. The Song family? Impossible. If his father feared the Song family, he wouldn't have come personally. Could it be the forces behind Fong Honggang? No, his father said he could easily crush Fong Honggang, so he wouldn't fear the forces behind him either. Suddenly, a name popped into his mind, Yi Xiao. After eliminating all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. Thinking of this, Huang Tianba couldn't help but swallow hard and said, "Dad, that person can't be Yi Xiao, right?" Huang Feihu suddenly nodded, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and then said, "That person's strength is so terrifying that I can hardly describe it in words. Just remember one thing, we cannot provoke that person. If he wants to kill me, it would be effortless." Huang Tianba was stunned. It was the first time he had heard his father speak such disheartening words. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Dad, could he be from that prison?" Huang Tianba had heard his father mention the situation in that prison before. According to his father, it housed serious offenders from around the world. People like his father were at the bottom of the food chain there. It was likely only those inside that prison could instill such fear in his father. Although Huang Feihu did not answer directly, Huang Tianba knew he had guessed correctly. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the information he had found about Yi Xiao, which stated that Yi Xiao was a prison guard. Could he be the guard of that prison? "Dad, what position does Yi Xiao hold in that prison?" Huang Feihu smoked his cigarette down to the filter. "Let me put it this way, he is the only one guarding that prison, but all the inmates behave themselves, no one dares to act out. We all call him the Warden." As he said this, Huang Feihu seemed to recall his days in the number 1 prison. Although he had lived without dignity during that time, he had also improved his martial arts in such an environment, and he held deep admiration for the person who had once protected him. Hiss! Huang Tianba gasped, feeling as if he was trembling even while breathing. This is too intense. One person guarding a prison full of the most dangerous criminals. "Tianba, what I've told you today is best kept to yourself. The warden seems to want to keep his identity hidden," Huang Feihu advised. "Yes, I definitely won't say anything." Huang Tianba was already terrified, shocked by Yi Xiao's identity and fearful of having provoked such a significant figure. Fortunately, his father had a connection with Yi Xiao, otherwise, he might have lost his life. A little over 10 minutes later, at the back door of the Song group. Following Yi Xiao's instructions, Huang Feihu waited there alone. When he saw Yi Xiao appear, Huang Feihu rushed forward, ready to kneel before him. He had spent a year by Yi Xiao's side and knew his character too well. In any case, if the situation was off, kneeling first was definitely the right move. Don't kneel, Yi Xiao said. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Feihu nodded vigorously. Then, lowering his head in fear, he said, Warden, it's all my fault for not properly educating my son. I deserve to die. Please, Warden, show mercy. If you can overlook this matter, even if it costs me my life, I won't say a word. Although Yi Xiao had just let him and his son go, he knew their actions must have left a mark in Yi Xiao's heart, and if it wasn't resolved, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Yi Xiao smiled slightly and said lightly, Alright, ignorance is no crime. Let's consider this matter past. However, you and your son need to change your ways. If I see you two acting recklessly again, I won't hesitate to send you both for some reform. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice pit. He knew exactly what Yi Xiao meant. He never wanted to go back to that place again. The warden is right. I will definitely reflect on my past mistakes and properly educate my son. I have something I need you to help me with now. Yi Xiao changed the subject, and he was somewhat satisfied with Huang Feihu's awareness of the situation. A little scare was enough. Master of the prison, you can give me any order. Regardless of whether I can accomplish it or not, I will do it without hesitation. Huang Feihu hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Alright, stop acting like you're going to climb a mountain of knives or dive into a sea of fire. This matter isn't difficult to handle. Do you still remember Ghost Eye? I want to see him now. Ghost Eye? Huang Feihu naturally remembered him. He was one of his prison mates, and since they were both from Lingzhou, they had a good relationship in prison. However, Huang Feihu frowned at this moment. Master, you might not be able to see him anymore because Ghost Eye died a month ago. Died? Yi Xiao's expression tightened. Ghost Eye had been released from prison 6 months ago, and Yi Xiao had seen his condition back then. It shouldn't have been possible for him to die so quickly. Is his information network still intact? Yi Xiao continued to ask. The reason he sought Ghost Eye was because of his capabilities. He had a network in Jiangnan province that rivaled the intelligence departments of Manhwa. It was precisely because of this that Ghost Eye had crossed some people's interests and was imprisoned in the #1 prison in the world. Yi Xiao wanted to leverage Ghost Eye's information network to help him, both to investigate the whereabouts of his parents and to quickly find other marriage candidates. I'm not too sure about that either. After Ghost Eye's death, his daughter took over. Since I only interacted with Ghost Eye privately, I don't know much about his daughter, Huang Feihu answered candidly. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. Take me to meet Ghost Eye's daughter. No matter what, Yi Xiao was not going to easily give up on the information network in Ghost Eye's hands. So Huang Feihu called a younger brother to bring over a car. To win Yi Xiao's favor, he decided to personally drive him there, leaving the younger brother utterly dumbfounded. The Tiger Lord was actually acting as a driver? This completely shattered his worldview. How impressive must this person be? Half an hour later, Huang Feihu brought Yi Xiao to an antique market in Lingzhou. Although Ghost Eye operated an information network, providing various intelligence to those in need for profit, this was his covert identity. His public identity was that of the owner of an antique shop. Moreover, he was quite well known in the antique scene of Lingzhou, and the title Ghost Eye came from this. As an ancient city with thousands of years of history, Lingzhou's antique industry was thriving, especially as the locals' wallets grew fatter over the years, leading to an increasing passion for art collectibles. Upon arriving at Antique Street, even on the outskirts of the market, one could see many vendors selling various porcelain and paintings. Of course, the waters here were quite deep. Finding a genuine item among these vendors was a stroke of luck. Those who knew the trade would go to the antique shops inside the market to select their items. Huang Feihu seemed very familiar with Antique Street, leading Yi Xiao through the winding paths until they finally arrived at Ghost Eye's antique shop, Tonggu Zhai. As soon as they reached the entrance, they were stunned by the scene before them, as Tonggu Zhai was surrounded by people inside and out, seemingly in the midst of a major incident. With Huang Feihu clearing the way, it didn't take long for them to reach the center of the crowd, where they could see the situation clearly. Inside the nearly 100-square-meter shop, a dozen thugs had cornered several shop assistants, and behind those assistants stood a very conspicuous woman. She wore a white blazer on top and a knee-length black skirt below, her shiny black hair elegantly styled up. With a delicate oval face, red lips, and a cold gaze, every movement exuded an air of an extraordinary queen. Without a doubt, this was Ghost Eye's daughter, Su Jianxin. Seeing Su Jianxin remain composed in such a chaotic situation, Yi Xiao couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. At this moment, Huang Feihu's voice came to Yi Xiao's ear. Master of the prison, the one at the very back is Su Jianxin. Do you want me to step in and drive these rascals away? Huang Feihu continued, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He had some acquaintance with Ghost Eye, and seeing the daughter of an old friend being bullied, he naturally couldn't help but want to lend a hand. Yi Zhao's eyes flicked, and he said, "Let's observe first." He had never interacted with Ghost Eye's daughter, and if he wanted her to help him, it would be more effective to first show kindness. However, using brute force to suppress was never Yi Zhao's style. At this moment, among the troublemakers, a young man with a sharp chin and a face that looked as if an alien had taken over a human body shouted, "Everyone, I am Hou Yufeng, formerly an appraiser at Tonggu Zhai. Because I cannot bear to see everyone continue to be deceived by the unscrupulous practices of Tonggu Zhai, I stand up today to expose their ugly face." As soon as Hou Yufeng's words fell, many people in the crowd began to discuss, "Isn't Tonggu Zhai the shop of Master Ghost Eye? I often bought antiques here and never got a counterfeit. How could there be such a thing as a shop bullying customers? That's not necessarily true. Look, this Master Hou is an appraiser at Tonggu Zhai and also a disciple of Master Ghost Eye. He shouldn't be intentionally ruining Tonggu Zhai's reputation." At this time, among the staff of Tonggu Zhai, an old man with a goatee angrily reprimanded, "Hou Yufeng, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? If it weren't for the old shopkeeper taking you in back then, you would have starved to death on the street. Now that the old shopkeeper has only been gone for a month, you bring people to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" In the face of the goatee's scolding, Hou Yufeng remained unfazed, a sneer of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "I admit the old shopkeeper treated me well, but I am a person with a conscience. I, Hou Yufeng, cannot bear to see Tonggu Zhai destroyed by this woman." As Hou Yufeng spoke, he glanced at Su Jianqin. His motives were not as noble as he claimed, it was merely for his own interests. He had originally thought that after Ghost Eye's death, the antique shop would be handed over to him, but unexpectedly, the Will left the shop to a woman. If Su Jianqin were his woman, it would be fine, but this wretched girl looked down on him in every way. Thus, with the mindset of destroying what he could not have, Hou Yufeng planned to bring down Tonggu Zhai. At this moment, the goatee old man directly bypassed Hou Yufeng and addressed the crowd, "Everyone, Tonggu Zhai established a rule during the old shopkeeper's time, never producing or selling fakes, and treating customers fairly. I believe everyone can see this. Please do not believe a word from this treacherous little man, he is purely fabricating facts to tarnish our reputation." Upon hearing the goatee old man's words, many onlookers immediately echoed, "That's right, I've been buying and selling antiques at Tonggu Zhai for over a decade and have never been deceived. I trust Tonggu Zhai. This guy's behavior is so despicable, he just wants to attract attention by slandering Tonggu Zhai. Such a person should not be allowed to stay in the antique street, everyone should avoid doing business with him in the future. Exactly, such a person should be sent to prison." Yi Xiao noticed that Hou Yufeng was not the least bit flustered, thinking to himself that he must have a backup plan. Sure enough, the next second, Hou Yufeng smiled and shouted loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. The reason I dare to say this is that I have my reasons, the truth cannot be disguised, and the fake cannot be real." After saying this, Hou Yufeng gave a look to a scar-faced man beside him, and immediately, the scar-faced man walked out of the crowd holding a ceramic jar. "Everyone take a good look, this ceramic jar in my hand was bought for 200,000 at Tonggu Zhai. When I bought it, they repeatedly assured me it was genuine, but when I got home and had someone take a look, I found out it was a fake." This scar-faced man was well known in the antique market, he was a bully on Antique Street, often scamming unsuspecting tourists. Many people found it hard to believe he could be fooled himself, it was already a miracle he didn't go around scamming others. The old man with the goat beard was instantly furious and shouted, "Nonsense! Scarface, I've been in the shop all this time, and every transaction in the shop goes through me. When did we ever sell you any pottery? Moreover, just looking at this thing, it's obviously a fake. I don't believe that after so many years in the antique market, you wouldn't be able to tell." But the scar-faced man only laughed instead of getting angry. "Old man, what do you think this is?" As he spoke, he pulled out a receipt. The moment the old man with the goat beard saw the receipt, he was instantly dumbfounded, and even Su Jianqin, who had been sitting steadily in the shop, furrowed her brows, her expression serious. This was actually a transaction receipt from Tonggu Zhai, complete with its bright red seal. Su Jianqin shot a cold glance at Hou Yufeng, she knew he must be behind this. Hou Yufeng had previously been an appraiser at Tonggu Zhai, so it was no trouble for him to secretly keep a few receipts. But now they couldn't explain themselves, the other party had the receipt as proof, and even if they went to court, their side would be at a disadvantage. He. Scarface sneered, "So, old man, now you have nothing to say, right?" The old man with the goat beard trembled with rage, pointing at Hou Yufeng and cursing, "Despicable and shameless, resorting to such lowly tactics." Hou Yufeng coldly scoffed, "Old man, let me tell you, without evidence, don't speak recklessly. If you slander me, I can sue you for defamation." At this, Ho Yufeng turned to Su Jianqin with a forced smile. I say, Jianqin, although we in the antique world have a rule that once a deal is made, we don't take responsibility, but you are now openly selling fakes. This is tarnishing your father's reputation. And I remember that master set a shop rule that if anyone buys a fake from Tonggu Zhai, they can receive double compensation. So, do you want to compensate him now? Ho Yufeng's voice was laced with a strange tone, and at this moment, he was quite pleased with himself. In his view, this move had already forced Su Jianqin into a corner. If Su Jianqin didn't acknowledge this rule, then Tonggu Zhai's reputation would be ruined. But if she enforced the rule, he had plenty of receipts in hand, and they could directly bankrupt Tonggu Zhai. This is what happens when you dare to defy me. Although many sharp-eyed people present could see that this was clearly an inside job at Tonggu Zhai, the troublemaker was the bully Scarface, and they could only shake their heads and sigh, lamenting that Tonggu Zhai was unfortunate enough to swallow this bitter loss. At this moment, Su Jianqin's brows were almost twisted together, her white teeth biting down hard on her pink lips as she rapidly thought of a countermeasure. Lord of the prison, let me take action. This guy is too despicable. Compared to him, I would be a moral model, Huang Feihu said angrily. However, Yi Xiao shook his head. If Huang Feihu directly drove these people away, although there were some who understood the situation, most would still think that Tonggu Zhai was bullying people. Customers who bought fakes would come to seek an explanation, only to be chased away by the shopkeepers' hired thugs. If that happened, Tonggu Zhai's reputation would be completely ruined, and with malicious rumors spreading, no one would dare to come and buy anything in the future. He carefully examined the ceramic jar in Scarface's hand, and suddenly, his eyes lit up, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly said, I have a plan. After saying that, Yi Xiao stepped out of the crowd and said to the scar-faced man, Brother Scar, I'm very interested in your pottery. May I take a look? The scar-faced man shot a sideways glance at Yi Xiao and scolded, Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Get lost. To the scar-faced man, Yi Xiao likely came to back up Su Jianqin, and if he took his pottery and ran or smashed it, he would have no way to prove his innocence. At this moment, Su Jianqin also glanced at Yi Xiao, wondering who this guy was. Do I know him? In response to the scar-faced man's harsh words, Yi Xiao merely smiled lightly. If you don't want to show it, that's fine. I genuinely like your pottery, and I'm willing to pay 500,000 for it. As soon as Yi Xiao's words came out, everyone was stunned. Is this kid out of his mind? That pottery isn't worth $50 on the street, and he wants to pay 500,000 for it. Huang Feihu was also puzzled, not understanding what trick Yi Xiao was playing, but since Yi Xiao had done this, he believed there must be a reason behind it. Back in prison, Ghost Eye had told him that Yi Xiao had a high talent for antique appraisal and learned all of Ghost Eye's skills in just 3 months. At this moment, Su Jianqin looked at Yi Xiao with even more confusion. Is this person here to help me? But spending 500,000 on a broken pot is just too foolish. Moreover, this could only be a temporary fix. She believed that there were still many manipulated receipts in the hands of Ho Yufeng and his gang. Could this guy really buy them all? The scar-faced man then seriously sized up Yi Xiao. Kid, are you serious? 500,000 certainly tempted him. Even if he could get compensation from Su Jianqin, it would only be 400,000, and that wasn't guaranteed. If he accepted Yi Xiao's 500,000 now, it would be a guaranteed profit. Of course, if you don't believe me, we can do a cash-on-delivery deal, Yi Xiao said nonchalantly. Sir, you better think this through. I have over 30 years of experience in appraising treasures, and this pottery is just a worthless counterfeit. You don't need to spend this money, the old man with the goat beard said earnestly. Although Yi Xiao was helping them solve the trouble with the antique pavilion, he was always upright, and if he didn't say it, his conscience wouldn't be at ease. Old man, did I ask for your opinion? Get out of the way, and I'll deal with you after I finish this deal, the scar-faced man said fiercely to the old man. After that, he turned to Ho Yufeng, seeking his partner's opinion. Ho Yufeng thought for a moment and then nodded. He had seen the pottery too, it was just a piece of junk. Selling it for 500,000 would be a huge profit for them. Moreover, even if Yi Xiao bought this pottery, it wouldn't change anything. Just as Su Jianqin guessed, the receipts he stole weren't just this one, there were more than 10 other items behind it. He didn't believe this hot-headed kid could buy them all. After receiving Ho Yufeng's response, the scar-faced man looked at Yi Xiao with a half-smile and said, Kid, I was actually quite fond of this pottery. Since you're willing to pay a high price, I'll reluctantly let it go to you. But I must say, I won't part with it without seeing the money first. Yi Xiao smiled and snapped his fingers. Old Huang, come out and settle the bill. Hearing this, Huang Feihu stepped forward without hesitation. In his view, being able to pay for Yi Xiao was an honor, which meant the warden didn't treat him as an outsider. Seeing that Yi Xiao actually had a servant, the scar-faced man couldn't help but be surprised. Could this kid really be a rich second generation? When he saw Huang Feihu, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. However, he didn't have time to think about that now. The most important thing was to earn this fool's money first. Scarface pulled out a bank card and said, "Hurry up, transfer the money to this card." Yi Xiao smiled. "I say, Scarface, you have to give me a written receipt, right? We should settle this properly so that neither of us loses out." Scarface snorted coldly, feeling that Yi Xiao was being too fussy. It was just a piece of junk pottery, after all, as if it were worth anything. However, he didn't object and called over a lackey to bring paper and pen, writing a sales receipt with Yi Xiao on the spot. "Kid, is this good enough now?" Scarface impatiently handed the receipt to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "Old Huang, transfer the money to him." The transfer process was very quick, and when Scarface really saw 500,000 credited to his account, he nearly burst out laughing. In the past, he had always sought out targets to scam on the antique street, but today was truly refreshing. A fool had come right to his door. Scarface smugly tossed the pottery to Yi Xiao. "Kid, this is a pottery jar used by the Ming dynasty's founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Take it home and treat it as a family heirloom." Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao reached out and steadily caught the pottery jar, which happened to be upside down, revealing the inscription, "Made by Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty." When the onlookers saw these 6 characters, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what an impressive pottery jar. Made by Zhu Yuanzhang, what a fool. He can't even tell junk from treasure." Exactly, this kind of thing is clearly street vendor trash. I'd say it's overvalued at $50. I wouldn't even buy it for 5. This kid really is a fool with too much money. He just had someone write a receipt. It's hilarious. I think I could laugh at this for a year. This kid is probably the biggest sucker on our antique street. The old man with the goat beard shook his head repeatedly, feeling it was not worth it for Yi Xiao to spend 500,000 on such junk. Su Jianqing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, as she noticed that Yi Xiao's expression showed no change at all, unaffected by the crowd's ridicule. This didn't look like someone who had been scammed. Could it be that this guy had too much money to spend, or did he have some tricks up his sleeve? Ho Yufeng curled his lip in disdain, thinking this kid wouldn't be able to pull off anything clever. He actually spent 500,000 on a broken pottery jar. With such low intelligence, he dared to come out and help Su Jianqing out of trouble. He felt he could easily crush Yi Xiao. Scarface lit a cigarette, looking at Yi Xiao with a sideways glance, full of contempt. "Kid, are you still buying? I have plenty of these at home. If you can afford it, I can bring you a truckload." Ha ha ha. Now that the money was in hand, Scarface felt there was no need to keep up the act. Yi Xiao chuckled and retorted, "You think this thing isn't worth anything?" Ha ha ha. Scarface laughed even more recklessly. "Fool, you don't really think this is a pottery jar used by Zhu Yuanzhang, do you?" Yi Xiao curled his lips, a teasing smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "I don't know if it was used by Zhu Yuanzhang, but I know this thing is worth something. I can at least make 10 times the profit." As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter in the crowd grew even louder. "What kind of pillow do you think this kid slept on last night to have such beautiful daydreams? 10 times? I doubt he could even get back $10. Could it be he's been so stimulated that he's gone crazy? What normal person would say something so insulting to intelligence?" Even Huang Feihu had a hint of doubt about Yi Xiao. This thing looked like nothing more than a broken pottery jar. Moreover, it had been examined by the disciples of Ghost Eye and the staff of Tonggu Studio. At this moment, Scarface became interested, even temporarily forgetting to continue picking on Tonggu Studio. "I say, kid, if you can sell this piece of junk for 5 million, I'll call you dad on the spot." Scarface's tone remained unchanged, his voice filled with mockery. Yi Xiao grinned and said lightly, "Alright, since you want to be my son so much, I'll give you a chance to acknowledge me as your father. Give me a minute. During this minute, you can brew your feelings." After speaking, Yi Xiao placed the ceramic jar flat on the ground, then squatted down and forcefully twisted the handle of the jar. Crack! With a sound, the handle was brutally broken off from the jar. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Everyone was as confused as a monk who couldn't figure out the meaning of a scripture. This ceramic jar, even in perfect condition, wasn't worth much, and now that the handle was broken, it was truly worthless. But Yi Xiao's actions didn't stop there. He extended his finger and carefully traced over the handle, which was about the thickness of 2 fingers. To everyone's astonishment, as Yi Xiao's fingertip glided over the handle, a shallow crack appeared on it, as if it had been cut by a precision cutting machine. Seeing this, Huang Feihu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. After 2 years, had the prison lord's skills reached such a level? At this moment, Ho Yufeng and Su Jianqing's eyelids twitched slightly. They thought of a possibility. Could it be that something was hidden inside the handle? In ancient times, some wealthy families would hide treasures in inconspicuous vessels. But upon further thought, they felt it was unlikely. After all, they were direct disciples of the ghost eye. If they hadn't discovered it, how could this kid have seen through it? However, the next second, they were proven wrong. As the handle was cut open, Yishao gently flicked it, and the outer layer of ceramic fell off completely, revealing a C-shaped white jade dragon in his hand. This white jade dragon was as smooth as mutton fat, almost as white as a baby, and even those who knew nothing about antiques could tell it was worth a fortune. My God, what am I seeing? This broken ceramic jar actually hit a jade dragon. The smile on Ho Yufeng's face froze instantly, as if coated with mortar. The cigarette dangling from the scarred man's mouth fell to the ground with a thud. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, completely unable to believe this scene was real. Damn it, he had missed out on such a treasure. Su Jianqin's dazed gaze suddenly focused, her eyes shining like the bright moon. She felt a newfound admiration for Yishao, realizing this kid was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Young brother, could you show me that jade dragon? At that moment, an elderly man in a red tang suit stepped out from the crowd. Upon seeing him, everyone made way, for this man was quite renowned in the antique street, known as Su Banyan. It was said that he could identify the authenticity of any antique with just a glance. Yishao sized up Su Banyan and handed over the jade dragon. Su Banyan indeed lived up to his reputation. He merely touched the jade dragon and excitedly said, "Young brother, can you sell me this jade dragon? I'm willing to offer 8 million. Hiss. At this statement, the onlookers collectively gasped. 8 million. That's more than the 500,000 Yishao just spent, a tenfold increase. Someone asked in confusion, Old Su, although this jade dragon looks like ancient jade, its size is so small, isn't 8 million an overestimation? This was a question many had. They didn't doubt the authenticity of the jade nor questioned whether Su Banyan was a plant by Yishao, as they had all seen Yishao take it out from the jar's handle. Su Banyan chuckled, stroked his beard, and said, the Jade Classics record that in the south, there is a jade spirit that grows attached to wood, resembling a finger or a branch capable of curing 100 ailments and prolonging life. In our jade circle, this spiritual jade is also known as jade agate. The jade dragon in my hand is carved from jade agate. What do you think? Is it worth 8 million? Goodness, this is actually made of chalcedony. No wonder Old Su was willing to pay 8 million. At this moment, those who had just mocked Yishao for being foolish felt a burning shame on their faces. Someone spent 500,000 to buy it and could sell it for 8 million. If that was considered foolish, then they were even more foolish. Huang Feihu was also greatly impressed. The prison master truly deserved to be called a genius in appraising treasures by the ghost eye. The most displeased were Ho Yufeng and the scar-faced man, as this piece of chalcedony had slipped right through their fingers. After years of hunting eagles, today they were pecked by one. The sound of slaps to the face could probably be heard several streets away. You can't sell it, this chalcedony is mine. The scar-faced man jumped out in a fit of rage. I say, son, your old man is still alive. How can it be yours? Yishao looked at the scar-faced man with a mocking gaze, filled with a kind of pity for the mentally challenged. Hearing this, the scar-faced man's face twisted in anger. He had just said that if Yishao could sell it for 5 million, he would call Yishao dad, but he had said it casually, never expecting Yishao would actually do it. Kid, don't get too proud. Today, you have to give me this chalcedony, whether you want to or not, the scar-faced man said with a sinister expression. But Yishao was completely unfazed. He raised the receipt in his hand. What's wrong, son? Want to back out? We just made a written agreement. The money and goods have been exchanged, and this chalcedony has nothing to do with you. Ha! The scar-faced man sneered disdainfully. A written agreement? What does that count for? In the antique market, ask around who is the real boss here. This is my territory, do you understand? Brothers, tie this kid up for me. If he doesn't hand over the chalcedony, break one of his hands. The scar-faced man revealed his wolfish nature. He had always taken advantage of others, and today was the first time he suffered a loss at Yizhao's hands. But so what? This was his territory. Hearing this, about 10 thuggish men immediately surrounded Yishao. Ho Yufeng snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with mockery. He thought this kid was capable, but it turned out he was just a fool. He took the treasure and didn't know to leave quietly, daring to show off in front of the scar-faced man, truly reckless. Su Jianqin frowned slightly. Yizhao's insight was indeed surprising, but his actions seemed a bit too ostentatious. The scar-faced man was not to be trifled with in this antique street. At this moment, she was also hesitating whether to intervene. Just as the scar-faced man was gloating, thinking he had the situation under control, suddenly, a shadow flashed before his eyes. In the next second, the scar-faced man trembled, his face filled with shock. He could no longer smile, because a hand had appeared on his throat. The one who struck was Huang Feihu, who had endured this punk for so long. It was finally time for him to show his skills. The scar-faced man panicked instantly, stammering, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am? If you dare touch a hair on me, I swear you won't walk out of the antique street today." A group of thugs turned to Huang Feihu and shouted, "Old man, do you want to die? Let go of Brother Scar." "Ha ha ha." Huang Feihu laughed, a strange laugh filled with disdain. "Who you are doesn't matter to me, but do you know who I am?" Hearing this voice, the scar-faced man's eyelids jumped. He suddenly remembered why he found this person familiar. He had once seen this man with a small leader of the Flying Tiger Society. Realizing this man's identity, the scar-faced man stiffened, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He trembled and said, You are Lord Tiger." "Ha!" Huang Feihu scoffed, "Little brat, at least you have some insight. I am Huang Feihu." After saying this, he threw the scar-faced man to the ground, not believing these little punks would still have the guts to act recklessly. "Tiger? Lord Tiger?" Hearing this name, the previously arrogant ruffians were all scared breathless. This was the most formidable boss in Lingzhou. Compared to Huang Feihu, they were nothing but insignificant. The scar-faced man, thrown to the ground, struggled to suppress his fear and knelt trembling before Huang Feihu, slapping his own face while pleading, "Tiger Lord, it's my fault for not recognizing the mountain. Considering I toasted you before, please spare me this once." Ruffians like the scar-faced man were always bullies to the weak and afraid of the strong. When dealing with ordinary citizens, they acted like they were the kings of the world, but upon seeing this top boss of Lingzhou, they immediately turned into cowards. Seeing this, a group of ruffians followed suit, kneeling before Huang Feihu and slapping their own faces. With their leader kneeling, what else could they do? Huang Feihu? At this moment, Su Jianqin's pretty face slightly changed, but in an instant, her gaze fell on Yi Xiao. Who was this person? How could he make a big boss like Huang Feihu act as his thug? At this time, Huang Feihu shot a cold glance and spoke indifferently, "Speak, who sent you here today?" Hearing this, the scar-faced man hesitated for a moment and said, "Tiger Lord, it was a moment of madness. I wanted to extort Tonggu Zhai." However, before the scar-faced man could finish his words, he was kicked away by Huang Feihu. He stared at the scar-faced man. "Are you insulting my intelligence? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words, otherwise, you can wait to be chopped up and fed to the dogs." As he spoke, Huang Feihu's overwhelming aura instantly pressed down on the scar-faced man, causing his face to turn pale, and an unprecedented fear surged within him. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, his life was truly in danger. So he hurriedly pointed at Hou Yufeng and said, "Tiger Lord, it was he who sent me here. This pottery jar was not bought by me at Tonggu Zhai, the receipt was also stolen by him from Tonggu Zhai and filled out himself. Tiger Lord, I'm telling the truth, please spare me, I won't dare again." As the scar-faced man spoke, he repeatedly kowtowed to Huang Feihu. Hearing this, Hou Yufeng realized the situation was dire and turned to run, but as soon as he took a step, he felt his left leg go weak and fell to the ground. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. It turned out that the shard of porcelain he had flicked earlier had injured Hou Yufeng. Upon learning the truth, the crowd surged forward in righteous indignation, trampling on Hou Yufeng. "Kill him, this guy is truly despicable and shameless. I almost got tricked by him. I said Tonggu Zhai always sells genuine goods, how could there be fakes? It turns out this bastard was deliberately slandering us. Such a lack of conscience, this kind of person deserves to die." Of course, the crowd didn't spare the scar-faced man either. They had long hated this bully to the bone. With Huang Feihu, the big boss, present, everyone vented all the grievances they had suffered at the hands of the scar-faced man. It wasn't until the people from Tongguja called the police to take Hou Yufeng and the scar-faced man away that the matter was settled. The old man with a goatee excitedly stepped forward and deeply bowed to Yi Xiao. "Sir, thank you for your help today, otherwise, we at Tongguja would be in trouble." "You're too polite, old sir." Yi Xiao helped the old man up, feeling quite fond of this honest elder. At this moment, Su Jianqin stood up and walked towards the shop, seemingly uninterested in thanking Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu. Seeing this, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. This girl was quite aloof. "Su niece, wait." Huang Feihu hurriedly called out to Su Jianqin. "Mr. Yi and I are old friends of the Ghost Eye Master. Let us go pay our respects with a stick of incense." Huang Feihu knew that Su Jianqin must have sensed something, but since they were already here, they couldn't let the warden make a trip for nothing. Hearing this, Su Jianqin finally stopped and said coldly, "Come in with me." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. How could he not see that this was Su Jianqin playing hard to get? Oh my, this girl is quite cunning. With a small maneuver, she had shifted several people's positions. If Su Jianqin had come up to thank him from the start, the initiative would have been in Yi Xiao's hands, and any conditions he proposed would have seemed natural. But after this little act, the initiative now belonged to Su Jianqin. Tsk tisk, interesting. Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu didn't waste any words and directly followed Su Jianxin to a small room on the second floor of the shop. Inside the room was a tablet honoring Gu Yan, and both men felt a pang as they looked at Gu Yan's portrait. After all, he was someone they had lived with for several years, and Yi Xiao had a mentor-friend relationship with Gu Yan. After lighting incense, Huang Feihu excused himself to smoke and left the room, while Yi Xiao sat across from Su Jianxin. Both were sizing each other up, but neither spoke first, as if they were playing a game to see who would blink first. Yi Xiao chuckled inwardly, this girl's competitive spirit is a bit too strong. She needs to be put in her place. Just wait, girl, you'll soon realize how inappropriate it is to be so assertive in front of me. Yi Xiao took out the white jade dragon he had just acquired and placed it on the table. This is our first meeting, and I didn't bring any gifts, so please accept this, Miss Su. Su Jianxin glanced at the white jade dragon on the table, her expression unchanged as she replied, Mr. Yi, is it your usual practice to be so generous? She knew the value of this white jade dragon. Just a moment ago, Su Banyan had only given a minimum offer, while the true value of this jade was at least 10 million. Gu Yan helped me a lot in the past, a small gift is nothing to mention. Yi Xiao was not lying. Gu Yan had not only taught him the art of appraising treasures while in prison but had also provided him with many reasonable suggestions, alleviating his burdens. You are from that prison. Su Jianxin's eyes were fixed on Yi Xiao, as she recognized most of her father's friends, but she was unclear about her father's years in prison, and he rarely mentioned it. Yi Xiao smiled, alright, let me be straightforward. I want to take control of Gu Yan's previous intelligence network. Since the other party was smart, Yi Xiao decided to stop beating around the bush. My father disbanded it before he died, Su Jianxin said coldly, a hint of sadness evident in her eyes. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was slightly surprised, as even Huang Feihu was unaware of this news, but he quickly replied nonchalantly, I will fund it, you help me rebuild it. Upon hearing this, Su Jianxin's gaze towards Yi Xiao became increasingly serious, her tone growing colder and more intimidating, carrying a sense of detachment. What makes you think I would agree to that? Yi Xiao stood up, two cold glints shooting towards Su Jianxin like ice swords. Because I see ambition in your eyes, you are not satisfied with the status quo. You yearn to surpass your father, Gu Yan, or perhaps you want to avenge him. Under Yi Xiao's gaze, Su Jianxin's eyes flickered for the first time, her breathing becoming slightly rapid. She felt an illusion, as if she were completely exposed before this man. In fact, from the moment Yi Xiao first saw this woman, he knew she was not one to settle for mediocrity. He had encountered many like her, those fierce individuals in prison had such eyes, and the prominent figures he had dealt with before also shared this trait. Coupled with Su Jianxin's earlier subtle maneuvers against him and Huang Feihu, it indicated her desire to connect with them, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone through the trouble to gain the upper hand. I can give you time to consider, but you'd better not keep me waiting too long, as I have other options. After saying this, Yi Xiao walked straight out, knowing he had ways to deal with such people. I can agree to your proposal, but you must provide me with substantial support. I'm not just talking about money. Su Jianxin made her decision in a very short time. Yi Xiao was not mistaken. She indeed wanted to take revenge for her father, and her intuition told her that the man before her could help her. A few minutes later, Yi Xiao walked out of the small room, and Huang Feihu, who was smoking outside, did not ask any further questions, following Yi Xiao out of the antique shop like a loyal sidekick. Just after the two left Tonggu Zhai, Yi Xiao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Shen Luoyan. Thank you for saving me last time, please give me a chance to thank you in person. On the other end of the line, Shen Luoyan succinctly stated her purpose, which was also a promise she made after losing a bet with her father. Not interested, Yi Xiao coldly replied with just 3 words before hanging up. He had rescued Shen Luoyan initially because he was moved by Shen Qianyi's desperate pleas, and he did not want to have any further entanglements with this father-daughter pair. Shen Luoyan on the other end of the line was stunned. She could hardly believe it was real. Yi Xiao actually dared to hang up on her? She knew she could be considered one of the top socialites in Lingzhou, always pursued by wealthy young men, and no man had ever dared to hang up on her before. Moreover, this man was just a lowly prison guard. She slammed her phone onto the car seat but then picked it up again and pushed open the car door. Yi Xiao, there's nothing Shen Luoyan, want to do that I can't accomplish. Just as Yi Xiao had walked out of the antique street with Huang Feihu, he suddenly shifted his gaze and said softly, Old Huang, you should step aside for a moment. He did not expect that Shen Luoyan had been waiting outside all along. Having money really was impressive. Huang Feihu quickly reacted, slipping away into the crowd on Yi Xiao's right side. However, Shen Luoyan still caught a glimpse of Huang Feihu, although it was just a fleeting moment. How could she not recognize someone with such a strong presence? Shen Luoyan's heart skipped a beat. She had initially looked down on Yi Xiao, but now she felt a bit bewildered. No wonder Yi Xiao could resolve this trouble. It turned out he and Huang Feihu were already acquainted. But being from a prominent family, she quickly regained her composure and approached with a smile. Mr. Yi, you have quite the attitude. I just wanted to thank you in person, and you won't even give me the chance. Since Yi Xiao and Huang Feihu did not want her to know they knew each other, she cleverly chose not to bring it up. Yi Xiao then took a serious look at this capable daughter of a wealthy family. Shen Luoyan was dressed in a chiffon coat today, wearing a pair of crystal sandals, her fair long legs looking particularly alluring as she swayed gracefully. No wonder she was wealthy, her outfit was right at the forefront of fashion. Yi Xiao chuckled, I'm just a small bodyguard, I can't possibly accept Miss Shen's gratitude. Since we've met, would Mr. Yi be willing to honor me with his company for a while? Shen Luoyan still wore a radiant smile. Let's skip that. I'm not as free as Miss Shen, I still have to go back to work, Yi Xiao replied indifferently. Shen Luoyan's smile slowly froze, even with her excellent composure. Being rejected by Yi Xiao twice in a row made it hard for her to maintain her demeanor. After a moment, she spoke again, then let me give Mr. Yi a ride back. Yi Xiao glanced at Shen Luoyan and nodded. If he didn't agree to this condition, he worried Shen Luoyan might lose her temper right there. It was best for him to keep his distance from this woman. There was no need to completely disregard her face. Seeing Yi Xiao agree, Shen Luoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, the two got into Shen Luoyan's red Ferrari. Yi Xiao only provided an address and did not speak again, while Shen Luoyan, after a few awkward words of thanks, also fell silent. Shen Luoyan, who harbored deep resentment in her heart, seemed to take the accelerator as a way to vent her anger towards Yi Xiao, causing the Ferrari to race down the road like a wild horse. Before long, Shen Luoyan had delivered Yi Xiao to Song Qingshua's villa. Yi Xiao expressed his thanks and simply pushed the door open to get out of the car. However, just a few steps out, he felt something coming at him, and instinctively caught it in his hands. It was a genuine leather square box. Yi Xiao turned back to glance at the attacker Shen Luoyan, who pouted and said, "This is a gift for you." Her expression seemed quite displeased that she hadn't hit Yi Xiao. With that, she slammed the accelerator to the floor and roared off down the street. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more trouble she brought. This time it was a box, but who knew what it would be next time? Back at Song Qingshua's villa, Yi Xiao felt no psychological burden at all. However, inside the villa, Song Qingshua had several times wanted to speak but swallowed her words back. In her view, Yi Xiao's behavior today was simply too irrational, and he should apologize to her for his impulsive actions at the company. Yet, Yi Xiao showed no awareness of this. He simply cooked noodles and took a shower, as if nothing had happened, which infuriated Song Qingshua. Thus, for the next 3 days, Song Qingshua didn't say a word to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao thought this was quite nice, very peaceful. If it lasted for 3 months, he wouldn't mind at all. Meanwhile, Song Qingshua's resentment swelled day by day like a balloon. One day, just before getting off work, Yi Xiao received a call from Louis. "Yi Xiao, I want to talk to you about you and Qingshua," Louis said directly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao hesitated. Could this girl be trying to pull a trick on him again? On the other end of the line, Louis seemed to sense Yi Xiao's thoughts. This time it's just me. 6 o'clock this afternoon, at the Island Cafe in Fu Mall. With that, Louis hung up the phone. Yi Xiao twirled his phone on his fingertips, smacked his lips, and decided to go meet her. It was time to give this little girl a warning to prevent her from causing him more trouble. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xiao arrived punctually at the Island Cafe that Louis mentioned. It was a cafe that exuded Western elegance both inside and out, with decor and pleasant music that were highly representative. Yi Xiao quickly spotted Louis at a window seat. Today she wore a white t-shirt and slim-fit jeans, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, looking very pure, like a college student just stepping out of campus. Indeed, a good figure is very important for women. No matter how they dress, they can always catch the eye. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. After sitting down opposite Louis, Yi Xiao casually ordered a 300 yuan coffee and lightly tapped his fingers on the table, quietly watching Louis. She had her face tilted at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the ceiling, with an expression full of arrogance. It was clear this woman wanted to play the same game as Su Jianxin, waiting for him to speak first and then take the initiative. Yi Xiao had needs with Su Jianxin, but not with Louis. He had plenty of time to waste with her. Finally, Louis couldn't hold back any longer and feigned a strong demeanor, asking, "Yi Xiao, who exactly are you?" Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly, "A prison guard. Didn't you already know that?" Louis bit her lip, patiently asking again, "What background do you have?" Qingshua and Aunt Huang think that the last incident with Huang Feihu was resolved by Feng Honggang, but I believe it has little to do with him and is more related to you. Background? Yi Xiao smiled lightly. I have no background at all. If I had to say, I am my own biggest background. Yi Xiao met Louis's gaze without flinching, speaking each word clearly. Louis, who had always maintained a strong demeanor, suddenly felt a bit breathless at this moment. The confidence in Yi Xiao's words almost gave her the feeling of facing a family power holder. Indeed, when she stepped out of her preconceived notions to look at Yi Xiao, what she saw was the most authentic version of him. Louis lowered her head to sip her coffee, shifting her focus before adjusting her state and asking, "You've known Huang Feihu for a long time, right? And how did you manage to get away from Manhwa Tower back then?" These were questions Louis had been pondering for days. Yi Xiao casually replied, "That's right, I know Huang Feihu, he was one of my subordinates back then." Yi Xiao wasn't lying, as the ruler of the world's #1 prison, Huang Feihu was indeed under his control. As for Manhwa Tower, that's my business. I can go whenever I want and leave whenever I want. Louis snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "Can you change your habit of bragging? Huang Feihu was your subordinate, and Manhwa Tower is your business. If you're that impressive, why not say you're the son of the head of state?" Louis scoffed at Yi Xiao's response, feeling that he was unwilling to reveal the truth and was deliberately teasing her. Yi Xiao was speechless. What happened to trust between people? "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about Song Qingxue? Why are you just asking me questions?" Yi Xiao reminded Louis to get to the point. But Louis pouted, "You have no sincerity at all. What else can I talk to you about?" After saying this, she stood up directly. "If you want to show your sincerity, come shopping with me. I plan to buy a gift for Qingxue's parents." "Buy a gift?" Yi Xiao was taken aback. "Don't you know tomorrow is Qingxue's parents' wedding anniversary?" Louis said irritably. Yi Xiao smiled wryly. He certainly couldn't say he hadn't spoken to Song Qingxue for 3 days. However, thinking that Song Qingxue hadn't told him about this, he felt a strange sense of loneliness, and without thinking, he agreed, "Alright, I'll go shopping with you." An hour later, Yi Xiao regretted saying that. He simply couldn't imagine that Louis, who usually hated walking even a few hundred meters and preferred to take a taxi, could shop so much. She had gone in and out of dozens of stores, almost covering all the shopping areas on the 3 floors of the mall without even taking a breath. Even he, a martial artist, felt a bit exhausted. Seeing Yi Xiao's impatient expression, Louis felt quite pleased, finally getting a small revenge on this jerk. With a smug smile on her lips, she walked into a jewelry store. As soon as she entered, a sales assistant approached. "Hello, sir and miss, how can I help you?" "Just looking around." Louis replied casually, then wandered in front of the display cases, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the dazzling array of necklaces, rings, pendants, and diamonds. "Ah, women." Yi Xiao pouted and found a seat to sit down and wait for Louis, mentally vowing never to agree to accompany a woman shopping again. Before long, Louis had chosen a jade bracelet for Song's mother and was about to pay when suddenly a loud voice interrupted. "I'll pay for this young lady's purchase." A man and woman walked into the jewelry store. The man looked pale, with heavy eye bags, resembling someone drained by indulgence. Although he wore an Armani suit, he gave off a rather shabby impression. Beside him was a heavily made-up woman who looked quite attractive. The moment the man entered, he was captivated by Louis, his greedy eyes fixated on her curvaceous figure, nearly drooling. Louis glanced back at the man, her lips curling in disdain. "No need, I can afford this." Louis came from a prominent family in Tianhai. Although she had fallen out with her family, she still had some savings. However, that man had no intention of giving up and arrogantly said, "Women are enchanting because of jewelry, and jewelry shines even brighter because of women. Miss, just tell me which piece you like in this store, and I will buy it for you." He liked this wild type of woman. It made things more interesting. He also noticed that Louis's attire was not extravagant. At most she looked like an urban white-collar worker. He believed that as long as he was willing to spend money, he could definitely get Louis to open her legs for him. Hearing this, the glamorous woman beside the Armani man immediately felt displeased, clearly thinking that she was inferior to this little vixen. But she didn't dare to explode, only glaring fiercely at Louis. Louis smiled lightly. "Alright, you said it, so don't go back on your word later." She felt disgusted by the man's lewd expression. Someone like him thought he could pursue her was simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. So, she decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Saying that, Louis pointed to the center counter and told the staff, "Bring me that imperial green necklace worth 10 million. Upon hearing this, the Armani man was momentarily taken aback. He had thought that a woman like Louis, with no background, would only look at jewelry worth a few thousand at most, but unexpectedly, she went straight for a 10 million necklace. The glamorous woman was also shocked, sneering, "What a toad with big ambitions. Little vixen, I advise you to be sensible and not make Brother Chang angry, or you will definitely regret it." Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao became a bit interested, but he didn't have high hopes for Louis because he noticed that there were 7 or 8 bodyguards brought by the Armani man at the door. This guy was clearly not simple. Louis seemed to ignore the glamorous woman's warning, disdainfully glancing at the Armani man. What's wrong, scared? Didn't you say you would buy me whatever I liked? Heh, if you can't afford it, it's best not to have designs on me. I can't even be bothered to look at someone like you. With that, Louis prepared to walk out. At that moment, the Armani man coldly smiled. Salesperson, go get the necklace she mentioned. This. The salesperson hesitated. In her view, this was just the Armani man saving face with empty words, and he definitely wouldn't really buy it. Seeing the salesperson not moving, the Armani man's gaze hardened as he angrily shouted, why aren't you going to get it? Otherwise, I'll smash your jewelry store. I'll go right now. The salesperson was frightened by his words and hurried to the center counter. At this moment, the smug smile on Louis' face slowly stiffened. She felt something was off. Could it be that this toad was really willing to spend 10 million on her? Before long, the salesperson brought the imperial green necklace on a tray and presented it to Louis. Yi Xiao also glanced at the 10 million necklace. He saw that each bead on the necklace was made of emerald, and at the bottom hung a 3-finger-sized imperial green pendant, intricately carved into the shape of 2 swans. Under the light, the entire necklace sparkled and shimmered. The Armani man smiled with a hint of mockery. Miss, try it on. If you think it suits you, I'll pay right away. This instead left Louis at a loss. If she didn't try it on, it would clearly show that she was afraid, but if she did try it and he really bought it, what would she do? A 10 million necklace wasn't something to be taken lightly. This toad would definitely make excessive demands. Boring. Louis snorted coldly and tried to leave, a tactic she often used when facing harassment from men. However, the Armani man was not easily deterred. He waved his hand. Someone, stop her. As the words fell, 7 or 8 burly bodyguards surged in at the door, blocking Louis' path. The Armani man stepped forward, a smirk on his face as he stared at Louis. Miss, my name is Huang Dasheng, and I'm not someone you can easily toy with. I've had the necklace taken off, and you think you can just leave? If you want to leave, that's fine, but leave 10 million behind, he said imperiously, his eyes betraying an unmistakable arrogance. Louis turned pale with fear at the sudden intrusion of the bodyguards, and her heart sank further at the Armani man's words. Yet, she still mustered her courage and replied, this jewelry store isn't yours, why should your word be law? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a loud laugh came from the back of the jewelry store, and a middle-aged man in a suit with black-rimmed glasses walked out. Miss, although this jewelry store isn't Chang Ji's, the entire mall belongs to Chang Ji's family. Don't you think what Changgu says goes? By the way, let me introduce myself. I am the manager of this jewelry store. After speaking, the middle-aged man respectfully approached the Armani man and greeted him. Hello, Changgu. The sales assistant didn't recognize Huang Dasheng, but the manager did. He was the nephew of the Tiger Lord, and he could see at a glance what Huang Dasheng was up to. Since he had encountered him, he naturally wanted to do him a favor. Seeing this scene, Louis completely lost her composure. She realized she had underestimated the weight of this toad. At this moment, the Armani man smugly said, Miss, I'm giving you 2 options. 1, immediately come with me to the hotel and serve me well. If you make me comfortable, I might reward you with a few tens of thousands. The second option is to buy this necklace. Think it over. In his view, Louis definitely couldn't come up with 10 million. In the end, she would be at his mercy. He had seen many women like her, proud and hard to deal with, but when money and power came together, they often submitted. The jewelry store manager chimed in, Miss, I advise you to choose the first option. Chang Ji's influence is something you can't even imagine. Becoming Chang Ji's woman would be a lifelong honor for you. On the side, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lip. Were these people really so arrogant now? So brazenly trying to abduct a woman? However, he didn't rush to intervene. Louis had just been thinking of using shopping to get back at him, so it was just right for her to suffer a little. Louis's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. In desperation, she turned to Yi Xiao. Yi, aren't you going to do anything? She knew Yi Xiao's skills. These few thugs were no match for him. If he wanted to, he could easily rescue her. However, upon hearing this, Yi Xiao merely shrugged, wearing an expression that said if you don't court disaster, you won't die. Seeing Yi Xiao's infuriating expression, Louis gritted her teeth in anger. This man was utterly lacking in gentlemanly demeanor. He actually dared to ignore her. At this moment, the Armani man and his companions finally noticed Yi Xiao's presence. The glamorous woman scoffed disdainfully, what a coward. He doesn't even dare to stand up for his girlfriend when she's being bullied. Clearly, she had mistaken Yi Xiao and Louis for a couple. The Armani man looked at Yi Xiao with a mocking gaze and said in a condescending tone, Kid, I advise you to be sensible and let me borrow your girlfriend for a few days. Of course, I will compensate you. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of cash from his bag. This 3,000 is enough for you to find some wild girls to play with for a few days, huh? At this moment, the bodyguards brought by the Armani man burst into laughter, watching the scene as if it were a show. This kid is really pathetic. He just watches as Chang-gu takes his woman away, not daring to make a sound. Didn't Chang give him 3,000 bucks? It's not like he lost anything, ha ha ha. Chang is just a good guy. I say, kid, why don't you hurry up and crawl over to thank Chang? Just look, let Chang have your girlfriend for a few days, and you'll have money to take home. What a deal. Kid, do you want to die? Chang is standing, and you're sitting there, and you still won't come over. At this moment, Yi Xiao was also getting a bit impatient. He stood up and slowly walked over to the group, feeling quite speechless. If you want to bully Louis, just go ahead and do it. Let her suffer a bit. Why come to provoke me? Do I really look that weak and easy to bully? Seeing Yi Xiao actually walk over, the bodyguards became even more disdainful, thinking Yi Xiao was intimidated by their intimidation. The glamorous woman also looked down on Yi Xiao, thinking that for 3,000 bucks, he would abandon his girlfriend. What a useless man. Only Louis felt secretly delighted. She knew the more silent Yi Xiao was, the angrier he became. Now her fear had dissipated, and instead, she was somewhat looking forward to the outcome for these arrogant guys. The Armani man glanced at Yi Xiao and then threw the cash he held onto the ground, arrogantly saying, "Kid, want money? Kneel down and pick it up." Seeing that Yi Xiao was easy to bully, he became even more emboldened, thinking that humiliating Louis's man in front of her would showcase his prowess, and maybe even make the beauty willingly serve him. Seeing Yi Xiao with his hands in his pockets, looking like he wasn't in a hurry, a bodyguard stepped forward, ready to grab Yi Xiao by the collar. "Kid, do you even understand the situation? Chang gave you money, and you still look unwilling. Who are you putting on a show for?" But before the bodyguard's hand could touch Yi Xiao's clothes, everyone heard a loud smack. The next second, they saw that tall bodyguard fly out like a broken sandbag. Bang! He crashed heavily into the glass display case, shattering the glass all over the floor. Upon seeing this, the Armani man's bright smile instantly froze on his face. What the hell? How did this kid do that? He knew the strength of his bodyguards, taking on 4 or 5 was no problem. Yet this kid sent one flying with a single slap. This was just ridiculous. The glamorous woman's mouth twitched, nearly choking on her own saliva, frightened. This kid was not as useless as she imagined. He was actually a tough guy. He wouldn't seek revenge on her, would he? The jewelry store manager couldn't help but swallow hard. He had thought Yi Xiao was just a pushover, never expecting him to have such skills. But so what? In this world, you can't just rely on fists to act recklessly. Huang Daxian was from the Flying Tiger Society. Provoking them in Lingzhou was like courting death. Soon, the Armani man regained his composure, his gaze cold as he stared at Yi Xiao, a mocking expression on his face. "Kid, you really surprised me. But do you know what happens when you provoke me, Huang Daxian? Don't think that just because you ambushed and defeated one of my men, you're something special. Let me tell you, my brothers here all have martial arts backgrounds, and they've all bled for me. With just a gesture, I can have you dead in seconds. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and break your own arms. I might spare your life, otherwise, just wait to be executed by 1,000 cuts." Huang Daxian, coming from the Flying Tiger Society, had seen some big scenes. It wasn't his style to fight directly. He preferred to conquer without battle, using his identity to scare Yi Xiao into kneeling and begging for mercy. This way, he could vent his anger and feel a sense of accomplishment. After hearing Huang Daxiang's words, the remaining bodyguards also perked up again. Indeed, it was just this kid who launched a sneak attack when no one was paying attention. We still have 7 people on our side. Are we really afraid of just him? Even if we take a step back, this is the territory of the Flying Tiger Society. As long as Brother Chang makes a call, there will be a steady stream of reinforcements. Even if this kid is Superman, he will still be beaten to a pulp. Yi Xiao grinned and let out a breath. With just a few garlic heads, you call that a person? You, the one with kidney deficiency, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to my friend right now, or you will definitely face consequences you can't bear. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Huang Daqiang's face darkened like the bottom of a black pot. Although he had kidney deficiency in only 3 seconds, being called out like this was still extremely insulting. Upon hearing this, the stunning woman couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She knew that Huang Daqiang's greatest taboo was others mentioning his kidney deficiency. It's over, this kid is definitely doomed. Kid, do you know you're playing with fire? Huang Daqiang's eyes turned red, and he roared in fury. Someone, kill him. Huang Daqiang waved his hand, instructing his subordinates. The 7 bodyguards, already prepared, no longer said anything and drew out daggers and batons. A fierce-looking bodyguard charged to the front, leaping up and swinging his baton down heavily towards Yi Xiao's head. This bodyguard was incredibly fast and strong. In his usual fights, if this move landed squarely on an enemy's skull, even if they didn't die, they would end up a vegetable. Seeing his subordinate so fierce, Huang Daxian lit a cigarette, thinking that by the time he finished smoking, Yi Xiao would surely be beaten half to death by his men. "Lie down!" the fierce bodyguard shouted, waiting to enjoy the heavy feeling of the baton hitting flesh. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He found his wrist firmly clamped by Yi Xiao, and a look of excruciating pain appeared on his face, as if his hand had been hit by a stun gun. His entire body stiffened for half a second before Yi Xiao kicked him away. Bang! The bodyguard crashed heavily to the ground, his pupils dilated, mouth agape, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, as if he were about to die at any moment. The bodyguard's failure happened in the blink of an eye and did not significantly affect the attacks of the other bodyguards. Die! Suddenly, 2 daggers appeared on either side of Yi Xiao, stabbing towards his waist. "Come on!" Yi Xiao shouted coldly, then shifted his foot, violently twisting his back, and bent down to strike with both fists. At that moment, it seemed as if his fists had multiplied, even longer than the 2 bodyguards holding daggers. Puff, puff! 2 muffled sounds echoed as Yi Xiao's fists struck the chests of the 2 bodyguards first. The 2 bodyguards were instantly lifted off the ground, caught off guard and sent flying, their heads spinning as they fell to the ground, wondering if this was still a human. Even a gibbon couldn't have arms as long as his. After knocking away the 2 bodyguards, Yi Xiao didn't stop. He slightly adjusted his knee to block a bodyguard who was sneaking an attack on his groin, then his arms twisted like a snake coiling around a tree, wrapping around the bodyguard's arms. With a sudden shake of his wrist, the bodyguard let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. This move of Yi Xiao's was called the shaking snake hand. Experienced snake catchers in the mountains would usually shake a captured snake like this, scattering its bones and rendering it temporarily powerless. Yi Xiao's shake directly shattered the bones in this bodyguard's arms. At this moment, the bodyguard felt his arms go soft and powerless, like rubber. Yi Xiao easily lifted him and swung him in the air, instantly sweeping away the remaining 3 bodyguards. The 3 bodyguards hit were all struck in the head, and after landing, they all fainted simultaneously. Yi Xiao casually tossed aside the bodyguard in his hand, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and a hint of lingering excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stinky fish and rotten shrimp, how boring. In just about 10 seconds, 7 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. The onlookers tightened their expressions, their eyes wide open, and then collectively gasped in shock. Huang Daxiang, who had just lit a cigarette and taken a puff, felt his fingers tremble uncontrollably, causing the burning tip to sear his chin, making him yelp in pain. The jewelry store manager and the glamorous woman felt their legs go weak. They had never seen such a fierce person before and instinctively took a step back, even though they knew Huang Daxian was from the Flying Tiger Society. At that moment, they couldn't help but worry for their own safety. Yi Xiao effortlessly took down 7 armed bodyguards. If he wanted to deal with them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Lui clenched her small fists, filled with excitement. In the past, when she watched Yi Xiao fight, his opponents were either self-invited or under immense pressure. Today was different. She was completely on Yi Xiao's side, and her mood was vastly different. She felt exhilarated. It had to be said, this guy looked quite handsome when he fought. Yi Xiao glanced sideways at Huang Daxiang and said, "I told you, your people aren't that impressive. It's not too late to apologize now. If you force me to take action, then it won't be so easy to talk." Sensing the murderous intent in Yi Xiao's words, Huang Daxiang couldn't help but shiver. He licked his dry lips and said, "Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you can fight. There are always people better than you. I'm from the Flying Tiger Society, and we have plenty of experts. Crushing you is as easy as stepping on an ant." The jewelry store manager quickly chimed in, "Kid, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Do you know that Brother Chang is the nephew of Tiger Yi? If you dare to harm Brother Chang, Tiger Yi will be furious, and not only will you die, but your whole family will suffer too." He knew that only by invoking the name of the Flying Tiger Society could he intimidate Yi Xiao. After all, the Flying Tiger Society was the largest underground gang in Lingzhou, and he didn't believe this kid would dare to challenge them. Upon hearing that this sleazy man was Huang Feihu's nephew, Louis's face turned pale. How did they get involved with the Flying Tiger Society again? Last time, Huang Feihu had warned Yi Xiao that if he provoked them again, he would surely kill him. What should they do now? We're dead. This time, both I and Yi Xiao are definitely going to die. Louis was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. However, after hearing their words, Yi Xiao laughed. He really had a connection with Huang Feihu. Not long ago, he had met his son, and now another nephew had popped up. It seemed that old Huang's upbringing wasn't that great. "You say you're from the Flying Tiger Society?" Yi Xiao spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Huang Daxiang thought Yi Xiao was intimidated by the name of the Flying Tiger Society, so he raised his head arrogantly and said, "Kid, don't be scared to death, I'm Tiger Ye's own nephew. If you kneel down now and offer your girlfriend to be my maid, I might consider sparing your life, otherwise." However, before Huang Daxiang could finish his sentence, Yi Xiao slapped him across the face. "Did I ask you to say so much nonsense?" Huang Daxiang was already weak, and Yi Xiao's slap sent him flying. This slap also silenced the jewelry store once more. Gulp! The jewelry store manager and the glamorous woman couldn't help but swallow hard. This kid was too bold. He even dared to hit Huang Daxiang, and that was after Huang Daxiang had introduced himself. Where did this bumpkin come from? Louis felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on her. She couldn't understand why Yi Xiao was so reckless. How could he treat the warning from the ruthless leader of the Flying Tiger Society as if it were nothing? Could it be that Yi Xiao has developed a delusion, truly believing that Huang Feihu is his subordinate? After a while, Huang Daxiang finally got up from the ground, one hand covering his face while the other trembled as he pointed at Yi Xiao. "Kid, if you have the guts, don't run. Wait for me to make a call and bring someone." The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman both thought this was absurd. Yi Xiao wasn't brain dead enough to just stand here waiting for Huang Daxiang to call for help. After all, Yi Xiao was dealing with members of the Flying Tiger Society. If he didn't kill them to silence them, they should be grateful. However, to their astonishment, Yi Xiao readily agreed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Go ahead. I want to see what Huang Feihu dares to do to me." Louis rushed over, pulling at Yi Xiao, "Hurry up and leave. Stop showing off. Since you stood up for me, I'll pay for a ticket for you to go abroad. You can live the rest of your life without coming back." She was genuinely scared. Who was Huang Feihu? He was a ruthless big shot who would wipe out entire families without a second thought. Moreover, this was already the second time Yi Xiao had offended the Flying Tiger Society. She couldn't even imagine how furious Huang Feihu would be when he found out. Yet, Yi Xiao gently shook off Louis' hand, smiling lightly, "Little girl, don't you think I'm lying to you? Now I'll show you just how honest I am." Upon hearing this, Louis felt as if the strings had been cut from her puppet, standing there in a daze. He's gone mad, this guy must be insane. No one without a 10-year history of mental illness would say such things. At that moment, she really wanted to turn and leave, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, this mess was caused by her. If she hadn't insisted on dragging Yi Xiao shopping, none of this would have happened. The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman were at a loss for how to react. Just moments ago, they thought Yi Xiao was a rare martial arts genius, but now they saw he was an idiot, offending the Flying Tiger Society, not only refusing to run but waiting for them to retaliate. Could it be that he really had a tumor in his brain? Huang Daxiang's face was grinning like a flower as he pulled out his phone, saying, "Kid, a gentleman's word is hard to retract. You better not go back on it." As he spoke, his fingers were busy, and soon he got through the call. "Cousin, it's Daxiang. I was beaten up at the jewelry store in the mall. The guy who hit me is extremely arrogant, not even putting our Flying Tiger Society in his eyes. He even said that our second uncle is nothing but a fart in his eyes. Okay, cousin, hurry over. If you come late, I'm worried you won't even get to see me." After hanging up, Huang Daxiang looked smugly at Yi Xiao. "Kid, I think you can call a coffin now. In 10 minutes at most, I'll have you lying in one." The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and he felt invincible. The jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman were also beaming with delight, looking at Yi Xiao with disdain, believing his death was imminent, and that his calmness was just a forced facade. He must be panicking inside. "Keep pretending, let's see how long you can keep it up." Louis was so angry she was stamping her feet, but now it was too late for her to leave. Lingzhou was all Flying Tiger Society territory, and she had already lost face, with nowhere to escape. Just as Huang Daxiang and the others were reveling in their triumph, and Louis was in a state of panic, Yi Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He walked over to the counter, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote 2 large characters in a flamboyant style. "Tear." With a sound, Yi Xiao ripped the paper down, and while everyone was bewildered by his strange behavior, he flicked the note towards Huang Daxiang. Curious, Huang Daxiang caught the note and looked at it, only to see the 2 large characters written on it, "Yi Xiao." "Kid, what the hell are you doing, writing a will?" Huang Daxiang scoffed. Yi Xiao smiled, "Ron, this is my masterpiece, worth 10 million. You just said that after seeing the jewelry in your store, you would buy it, right? My ink treasure is the same. Now that you've seen it, remember to transfer me 10 million later." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Huang Daxiang and the others burst into laughter. "Kid, are you trying to kill me with laughter? You want to sell me a piece of paper for 10 million? Have you drunk too much fake wine, or did you forget to take your medicine today?" Huang Daxiang's tone remained unchanged, filled with mockery. He pretended to tear the note, thinking it was just a worthless piece of paper. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came softly. I remind you, it's best to keep that note safe. As long as the note is intact, your life is too. If the note is torn, your head will be too. Hearing this, Huang Daqiang's hand froze instantly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. With his cousin not yet arrived, he dared not defy Yi Xiao. This guy was a lunatic and could really kill him if things went wrong. At this time, Lu Yi had completely lost hope in Yi Xiao. What was this? Black humor? Even if it were written by Wang Shiji himself, it wouldn't sell for 5 million a character, right? She thought of her best friend, Song Qingxue. Should she call Qingxue? Maybe she could get Feng Honggang to come and negotiate again, but she quickly abandoned that idea. First, she suspected that Huang Feihu wasn't giving Feng Honggang face, and second, she had invited Yi Xiao out behind Qingxue's back. After all, Yi Xiao and Qingxue were engaged. She didn't want her best friend to know. Just as Lu Yi was in a dilemma, 10 minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, a large group of people arrived at the jewelry store, led by Huang Tianba, who was wearing a gray trench coat and had his head wrapped in bandages. Huang Tianba had been holding back his anger for days. His father, Huang Feihu, had told him to keep a low profile and not to run into Yi Xiao again. He had obediently stayed in the villa to recuperate. But after receiving Huang Daqiang's call today, his long-suppressed rage finally found an outlet, and he was ready to deal with the bastard who dared to look down on the Feihu Association. Upon seeing Huang Tianba, Huang Daqiang immediately perked up and rushed over. Cousin, you have to help me vent my anger. Look at what my face has become, and my subordinates are all injured. If we don't get this anger out, where will the face of our Feihu Association be? At this moment, the jewelry store manager and the beautiful woman also became excited. This idiot kid was finally going to meet his end. With Huang Xiao bringing 4 or 5 dozen people, it was clear he had no intention of leaving this kid a way out. Lu Yi felt her legs go weak and collapsed to the ground. It was Huang Tianba again. This time, she was definitely doomed. Last time, Huang Tianba had been badly dealt with by Yi Xiao, and this time, it was likely that old grudges and new ones would be settled together. Yi Xiao happened to have his back to Huang Tianba, and since Huang Tianba didn't believe his luck could be so bad to run into Yi Xiao so frequently, he angrily said, Good, I've been itching to do something these days. Today is just right to stretch my muscles. I'm going to personally ruin that kid. Suddenly, Huang Daqiang thought of something. By the way, cousin, that kid is quite funny. He even wrote a note trying to extort 10 million from our Feihu Association. Look, this is what he gave me. Huang Daqiang, not satisfied with Huang Tianba's anger, was ready to pour more gasoline on the fire. Huang Tianba squinted and casually glanced at the note. When he saw the words on the note clearly, his eyes widened in shock, and his hands, hanging by his sides, began to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Xiao. This name had been his biggest nightmare these past few days, and he never expected to see it again now. His gaze swept rapidly through the jewelry store, praying in his heart that it was just someone with the same name. But when he saw Yi Xiao turn around and smile at him, Huang Tianba felt as if he wanted to die in that instant. He pushed Huang Daqiang aside and, trembling, walked up to Yi Xiao, his face looking worse than if his parents had died. Mr. Yi, I didn't know it was you. What? Upon hearing this, the jewelry store manager and the glamorous woman were both petrified. What was going on? Shouldn't young Master Huang have gone up to kill Yi Xiao directly? Why did he look so frightened? Lu Yi was also a bit confused. Wasn't Huang Tianba supposed to hate Yi Xiao to the bone? Suddenly, she remembered that when Huang Feihu saw Yi Xiao that day, he seemed to have shown a similar expression for a moment. At this moment, the bewildered Huang Daqiang rushed over. Cousin, could he be one of your people? Besides that, he couldn't think of any other relationship between Yi Xiao and Huang Tianba. He knew there were some powerful offerings in the Feihu Association, and Huang Daqiang instinctively thought Yi Xiao was one of them. My God! Huang Tianba kicked Huang Daqiang to the ground. Do you know that compared to Mr. Yi, I'm not even worth a fart. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll stab you with a knife. Huang Tianba's words were not exaggerated. If Huang Daqiang weren't his cousin, he would really be able to chop him up right now. After the last incident, he didn't even have time to avoid Yi Xiao, and this idiot had brought him right in front of Yi Xiao. Seeing Huang Tianba act so fiercely, everyone in the jewelry store was dumbfounded, their expressions changing drastically. They thought they were hallucinating. Huang Daqiang was Huang Feihu's own nephew. What could possibly make Huang Tianba act so violently against him? At this moment, Lu Yi calmed down. She recalled what Yi Xiao had said to her in the cafe. Could it be that Yi Xiao really hadn't lied to her, and Huang Feihu was truly his subordinate? Otherwise, with Huang Tianba's personality, how could there be such a drastic change in his attitude towards Yi Xiao? Cousin, Huang Daqiang wanted to say something more but was kicked by Huang Tianba again, silencing him. If you dare to say another word, I'll break your legs. After silencing Huang Daxiang, Huang Tianba turned back to Yi Xiao with a smile. Mr. Yi, if my cousin has offended you, you can punish him however you like. My father and I have no objections. The person in front of him was the warden of that prison. His own father would kneel before him. How could he dare to offend him in the slightest? Yi Xiao smiled slightly. I already said my punishment. If you want this kid to live, just do as I say. Huang Tianba recalled the note Huang Daxiang had given him earlier. It must be the 10 million compensation Yi Xiao was talking about. So he agreed without hesitation. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I'll have someone transfer 10 million to you right away. Exchanging 10 million for Yi Xiao's forgiveness seemed very worthwhile to Huang Tianba. Over the years, the Feihu Association had made quite a bit of money, and if it could be resolved with money, that would be the best. Huang Tianba's prompt agreement left Huang Daqiang and the jewelry store manager gasping. My goodness, they had thought Yi Xiao was foolishly trying to sell a note for 10 million, but now they realized the foolish one was themselves. He really had that kind of power to force the Feihu Association to pay 10 million. At this moment, Huang Daqiang's limbs suddenly began to twitch as if he were having a seizure. Even he, no matter how foolish, could see that Yi Xiao was not just an offering of the Feihu Association, he was the master of the Feihu Association, and he had just tried to lay his hands on his woman and had humiliated Yi Xiao like that. Thinking of this, he was so scared that he fainted. At this moment, Lu Yi was even more certain of her guess. Yi Xiao perhaps really hadn't lied, and Huang Feihu was indeed his subordinate. Thinking about it, she felt ridiculous. If she had believed Yi Xiao just now, she wouldn't have been so scared. Suddenly, another of Yi Xiao's words came to her mind. Yi Xiao also said that Manhwa Tower was his property. Could that also be true? Taking advantage of the time it took to transfer money to Yi Xiao, Huang Tianba found the jewelry store manager to clarify the situation, secretly relieved that Huang Daxiang hadn't done anything too outrageous. Upon learning that Lu Yi had her eye on a piece of jewelry, Huang Tianba immediately came up with a plan and decided to do her a favor. He had the manager wrap the necklace and brought it to Lu Yi, saying, Miss Lu, my cousin was wrong just now. Please don't hold it against him. This necklace is our Feihu Association's way of apologizing to you. Since Yi Xiao could come shopping with Lu Yi, Huang Tianba believed their relationship must be quite special. Perhaps he could use Lu Yi to win Yi Xiao's favor. Lu Yi was stunned. This was a 10 million yuan necklace. Even when she hadn't fallen out with her family, she wouldn't dare buy such an expensive piece. No, it's fine, young Master Huang. I was just joking, Lu Yi quickly refused. Hee, Miss Lu, you're being too polite. From now on, just call me Xiao Huang. This necklace is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it, or I won't feel at ease. Huang Tianba said with a flattering smile. Lu Yi hesitated. What woman didn't like jewelry? Moreover, she could tell that Huang Tianba meant no harm. However, just then, Yi Xiao's voice came from behind. Xiao Huang. Since Miss Lu doesn't want to accept it, just let it go. If you really want to apologize, just convert it to cash and transfer it to my account. At this, both Huang Tianba and Lu Yi were dumbfounded. Huang Tianba thought, Warden, are you really that short on money? You even want to convert your woman's jewelry into cash. Lu Yi shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare, her eyes filled with a murderous intent, cursing inwardly, damn straight man. Doesn't he know that when a woman says no, she actually means yes? But the name Yi Xiao seemed to be forever disconnected from emotional intelligence. He appeared oblivious to Lu Yi's expression and walked straight toward the jewelry store. Let's go, Miss Lu. Out of fear of Yi Xiao, Huang Tianba didn't dare voice any objections. Cash it was. After all, he had expressed his goodwill. Lu Yi pouted, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the jewelry store. By the time they exited the mall, it was completely dark. Suddenly, Lu Yi ran in front of Yi Xiao, staring at him intently, and questioned, was everything you said in the cafe true? Yi Xiao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I told you before, I'm an honest person, always fair to everyone. Although Lu Yi had her suspicions, hearing Yi Xiao confirm it still shocked her. After all, Huang Feihu's reputation in Lingzhou was immense. After a long pause, Lu Yi continued, then what is your purpose in approaching Qingxue? Now she no longer believed that Yi Xiao was after the Song family's assets. Even Huang Feihu was Yi Xiao's subordinate. Someone like that wouldn't lack money. Yi Xiao, with his hands in his pockets, slowly replied, who told you I was trying to get close to Song Qingxue? In fact, I came to Lingzhou from the very beginning to ask her to break off the engagement. Boom! Yi Xiao's words exploded in Lu Yi's ears like a thunderclap, completely overturning her understanding. If Yi Xiao had said this before, she would have thought it was a ploy to lower her in Qingxue's guard. Who would believe that a small prison guard didn't want a rich woman or the chance to step into a wealthy family? But now, she had reason to believe it. At that moment, a hint of mocking light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes as he said, actually, you and Song Qingxue don't need to play those flashy tricks. In 3 months, I will leave on my own. By the way, you were right about one thing. I really am not from your world, so it's best for you to be honest over these 3 months. It's good for both of us. He did not hide the warning in his words at all. This was Yi Zhao's ultimate purpose for coming to see Lu Yi today. He intentionally let Lu Yi see his connection with the Flying Tiger Society. What he said in the cafe might not hold credibility for Lu Yi, but now, he believed she would weigh it carefully. After speaking, Yi Zhao quickened his pace to leave, and by the time Lu Yi reacted, Yi Zhao's figure had already vanished. She stared in the direction where Yi Zhao had disappeared, gradually lost in thought, unsure of what she was contemplating. When Yi Zhao returned to Song Qingxue's villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Strangely, Song Qingxue was sitting on the sofa in the living room, seemingly waiting for him. This surprised Yi Zhao, as due to their Cold War over the past few days, Song Qingxue would usually rush upstairs as soon as she got home and wouldn't come down until the next day. After the surprise, Yi Zhao decided to do what he needed to do and prepared to head to the kitchen to make something to eat. At that moment, he was called by Song Qingxue. Yi Zhao, tomorrow is my parents' wedding anniversary, you should come. Song Qingxue's voice still carried a hint of distance. I don't think it's necessary. Yi Zhao knew that Song's parents didn't think highly of him. Going would just be a waste of time. Song Qingxue was quite angry at Yi Zhao's indifferent attitude. This is my grandfather's request. Her tone grew colder. Yi Zhao was taken aback. Was old Song really that bored? Did he have to meddle in such matters? But then he thought, since the token was not yet in hand, it was not wise to fall out with old Song now, so he nodded. Alright, I will go. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. Faced with an invitation from one of the 3 beauties of Lingzhou, this guy could remain so calm. She knew that if it were someone else, even if they begged her, she might not give them a chance. Seeing Yi Zhao about to walk into the kitchen, Song Qingxue took a deep breath. Tomorrow, Feng Honggang will also be there. When you see him, apologize, I will help you speak on your behalf. I believe he won't hold a grudge against you anymore. In fact, Song Qingxue had wanted to say this to Yi Zhao for days. Last time at the company, Yi Zhao had embarrassed Feng Honggang, and she believed Feng Honggang would find a way to retaliate. Considering that Yi Zhao had saved her in the bar, she felt guilty if she didn't look out for him. Yi Zhao curled his lips into a teasing smile. Apologize to him? I'm afraid he can't handle it. Yi Zhao. Song Qingxue was so angry that she jumped up from the sofa. Her pretty face turned cold, exuding an intimidating aura. Who do you think you are? Even Huang Fei, who treats Feng Honggang with such courtesy, he is not someone you can provoke. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. If you want to die, feel free not to do it. With that, Song Qingxue angrily walked upstairs. Yi Zhao shook his head helplessly. This girl had a good heart but was a bit lacking in common sense. Even Lu Yi could see through the situation a bit. How could she be so oblivious? Feng Honggang? It seemed he needed to give that Su kid a warning. The next day, at 10 in the morning, after putting on her makeup, Song Qingxue walked down from the 2nd floor with a long face, not saying a word as she directly exited the villa. Yi Zhao followed closely behind. This had become their unspoken agreement over the past few days. Half an hour later, the two appeared at the entrance of the Manhwa. Qingxue. At that moment, Lu Yi's voice came from behind. Seeing her best friend, Song Qingxue's poker face softened a little. Lu Yi glanced at Yi Zhao out of the corner of her eye, her gaze somewhat evasive, as she had not told Song Qingxue about what happened in the mall yesterday. Yi Zhao had naturally guessed this point long ago, otherwise, Song Qingxue wouldn't have had that attitude towards him last night. However, he couldn't understand what Lu Yi was really thinking. Given the close relationship between the two women, Lu Yi wouldn't hide anything from Song Qingxue. Just as Yi Zhao was puzzled, he heard the sharp voice of Song's mother, Huang Mei. Qingxue, why did you bring this waste along? Just seeing him ruins my mood. Huang Mei glared at Yi Zhao with disgust, her expression twisted. Next to Huang Mei, Song Guanqing also wore a stern face. Today was supposed to be the day he arranged for his daughter to cultivate feelings with Feng Honggang, and with Yi Zhao, this ingrate, tagging along, the effect would surely be greatly diminished. Mom, this is Grandpa's wish. Song Qingxue had no choice but to mention the old man again. Sure enough, the name of Song's grandfather was still quite effective. Even though Huang Mei's face darkened, she didn't say anything further. Once everyone had arrived, they headed into the restaurant, just as Feng Honggang, impeccably dressed in a suit, came out to greet them. Hello, uncle and aunt. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Feng Honggang said with a beaming smile. However, when he saw Yi Zhao at the end of the crowd, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes, but it quickly vanished. He hadn't expected this toad to come along, but it was just as well. He was well prepared today, and this was his territory. Soon, he would make this toad feel utterly humiliated. Lui glanced at Yi Xiao, then at Feng Honggang, and finally rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao, snorting coldly in her heart. What was all this talk about honesty and integrity? The Manhen Lu had nothing to do with you, okay? If Yi Xiao were truly the owner of Manhen Lu, she didn't believe Feng Honggang could hide any flaws. Upon seeing Feng Honggang, Huang Mei immediately put on a smile that seemed to have been sunbathing for 180 days. Honggang, why trouble you, the general manager, to come out and greet us? Although Manhen Lu was just a restaurant, its powerful backing made it unique in Lingzhou, and many dignitaries and wealthy individuals took pride in dining there. Honggang, you are so thoughtful, Song Guanqing said, also smiling. He had been to Manhen Lu countless times, but this was the first time he was personally welcomed by the general manager. Ha, uncle and aunt, you are my elders, this is what I should do, Feng Honggang said graciously. Let's not stand here, follow me to the emperor's room on the top floor. What? The emperor's room? Upon hearing this, everyone except Yi Xiao looked shocked. The most luxurious and high-end restaurant in Lingzhou was none other than Manhen Lu, and the top private room inside was the emperor's room. It was said that only the highest level members were qualified to dine there, and even the Song family, with its billions in assets, did not qualify. Because top-tier membership couldn't just be bought with money, it required status, and in Lingzhou, only a few like Huang Feihu and Xin Sheni had that qualification. After a moment, Huang Mei finally reacted, Honggang, I heard that only the highest level members are qualified to dine in the emperor's room. Won't this break the rules of your restaurant? Hearing this, Feng Honggang raised his head proudly and said, Aunt, don't worry. Although you don't have the highest level membership, I have a good relationship with the big boss. This is just a matter of my word. Is that so? Then I can rest assured, Huang Mei said, not forgetting to glance at Yi Xiao with a sarcastic tone. Did you see that? Honggang is what we call a successful person, someone with status and position. Unlike some people, who can only muddle through life, relying on others just to have a meal at Manhen Lu. Everyone could naturally hear that Huang Mei was mocking Yi Xiao, and Lui revealed a playful smile, subtly nudging Yi Xiao with her elbow. I'm talking about you. Some people. This guy still has the nerve to say he's the owner of the Manhen building. He must have been slapped in the face this time. However, Yi Xiao seemed to have completely ignored it, a faint smile lingering on his face, which made Huang Mei feel as if she had punched a cotton ball. TCH. What a thick skin. Huang Mei snorted coldly and chose to ignore Yi Xiao. Feng Honggang didn't pay much attention either. This was just an appetizer. Kid, the real show is yet to come. Soon, the group took the elevator to the emperor's room on the top floor. Even though the Song and Lu families were already wealthy, they were still stunned by the luxurious decor as they entered the private room. Exquisite redwood tables and chairs, cabinets, jade-carved dragon and phoenix screens, and antique decorations everywhere made the 100-square-meter room feel like a small museum. Suddenly, Song Guanqing's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked in one direction. This is actually Tang Bohua's Pine Mountain painting, Song Guanqing exclaimed. He was also an antique enthusiast, especially fond of Tang Bohua's paintings, but he had never been able to buy one due to their rarity. Yi Xiao tilted his head slightly and saw an ancient painting hanging on the wall, depicting deep mountains and strange pines, combined with cascading waterfalls, presenting a world full of artistic conception, undoubtedly a genuine work of Tang Bohu. Seeing Song Guanqing's excited expression, Feng Honggang stepped forward to flatter him, saying, Uncle, as expected of an antique expert, this painting is indeed a genuine piece by Tang Bohu, bought back by the previous owner for 30 million at an auction in the port city. TSK, your boss really has a big hand. He even dares to hang a genuine Tang Bohu painting in the private room for people to admire, Song Guanqing said enviously. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had been sitting casually in his chair, chuckled, Manager Feng, aren't you on good terms with the big boss? Since Uncle Song likes it so much, why not have your boss give it to him? Upon hearing this, Feng Hongdong's face instantly darkened, as if he had suffered a blow. Can a 30 million painting just be given away? Not to mention he had never even met the big boss. Even if their relationship was decent, the person wouldn't be that generous. Song Qingxue shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare. She had brought him here today to create an opportunity for him to apologize to Feng Honggang, but unexpectedly, this guy made it so that Feng Honggang couldn't save face right from the start. She really didn't understand where he got his confidence from. Can't he just keep his mouth shut? Huang Mei directly retorted, you're just a dog lifting the curtain relying on your mouth. Do you think this is your home? You can just give away whatever the guests fancy without thinking. Let me tell you, Yi Xiao, just being here today is already a stroke of luck for you. Either stay quietly on the side, or get the hell out of here right now. Yi Xiao curled his lips. If Song Guanqing could convince old Song to agree to the annulment, what would it matter if he gave him this painting? Auntie, please don't be angry, let's sit down first. Fong Honggang stepped in to mediate. He wasn't speaking up for Yi Xiao, he just didn't want to chase him away before the grand meal he had prepared was served. At this moment, Song Guanqing also lost interest in admiring the painting, and everyone took their seats at the dining table. Noticing the atmosphere was a bit cold, Song Qingxue quickly took out 2 small boxes. "Mom and Dad, these are gifts for you." Only then did Song Guanqing and Huang Meyer show a hint of smiles. They opened the boxes to find a luxury leather belt and a pair of diamond earrings, both of which they were very satisfied with. Louis hurriedly presented her gift as well. "Uncle Song and Huang, happy 26th wedding anniversary. May your love be as deep as the sea and may you grow old together." Seeing that Louis had given a bracelet, Huang Meyer instantly beamed. "Thank you, Auntie really likes it." At this moment, Fong Honggang cleared his throat and said, "Uncle and Aunt, please wait a moment, my gift is also on the way." As soon as the words fell, a knock sounded from outside the private room. "Come in," Fong Honggang instructed. The door to the private room was pushed open, and a man in a black suit with a slicked-back hairstyle walked in. Upon seeing this person, Yi Xiao's brow immediately raised. It was actually Deputy Manager Ho, whom he had met last time. Deputy Manager Ho quickly noticed Yi Xiao as well, and his smiling face instantly froze, his footsteps halting as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell. "My God, the big boss is actually here." Deputy Manager Ho felt a bit intimidated by Yi Xiao. After all, he had offended him quite severely last time. He opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, he suddenly saw Yi Xiao shaking his head, and Deputy Manager Ho hurriedly swallowed the words he was about to blurt out. Having worked in the restaurant for over 10 years, he had some ability to read the room. It was clear that Yi Xiao did not want to reveal his identity. "Deputy Manager Ho, what are you doing? Come over," Fong Honggang said impatiently, having previously thought this old guy was quite clever. How could he be so flustered upon seeing a beautiful woman? He naturally did not connect Deputy Manager Ho's odd behavior with Yi Xiao. Yes. Deputy Manager Ho lowered his head and cautiously walked up to Fong Honggang. He couldn't help but regard Fong Honggang with a bit more respect. Previously, he had been somewhat dissatisfied that this younger man had climbed above him, but now he saw that the guy truly had some skills. He was able to invite the big boss to dinner. Fong Honggang, with an air of authority, said, "Manager Ho, greet everyone." Deputy Manager Ho naturally did not dare to be negligent. He first approached Yi Xiao, nodding and bowing. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Seeing this scene, Fong Honggan's expression darkened again. Was this old man having a fit today? How could he be so polite to a mere bodyguard? Song Qingxue also felt a bit surprised. According to the seating arrangement, her parents were sitting in the higher positions. Surely Deputy Manager Ho wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. Louis, however, felt a jolt in her heart, involuntarily recalling what Yi Xiao had said yesterday. Could it be that he really was the owner of the Manhwa? No, this must be Deputy Manager Ho's mistake. Hadn't she seen how Fong Honggang had always looked down on Yi Xiao? Perhaps Deputy Manager Ho and Fong Honggang were at odds, deliberately putting on this act to embarrass Fong Honggang. Yi Xiao gently nodded, remaining silent. Deputy Manager Ho then began to greet the others one by one. Due to his high status, although Song Guanqing and Huang Mei were somewhat displeased, they both greeted him with smiles, thinking that Yi Xiao had gained this courtesy because of their own influence. After the greetings, Deputy Manager Ho let out a long sigh of relief and was about to leave when Fong Honggang called out to him, "Deputy Manager Ho, why don't you introduce my gift to Uncle and Aunt?" He had put a lot of thought into this gift, and naturally, he needed someone to help showcase his intentions, which he had previously discussed with Deputy Manager Ho. Upon hearing Fong Honggang's words, Song Guanqing and Huang Mei both looked forward to it. If the manager of Manhwa personally delivered this gift, it must be quite valuable. Deputy Manager Ho had no choice but to brace himself and said, "Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, the gift from Mr. Fong is something I was specially sent to Tianhai to buy." As he spoke, he opened the gift box, revealing a dazzling golden watch. This is this year's new model from Patek Philippe, worth 3 million. 3 million for a Patek Philippe? Song Guanqing and Huang Mei were both taken aback. Although the Song family was wealthy, the Song group had been expanding its territory vigorously in recent years, and they wouldn't even splurge on a 1 million watch for themselves. Song Qingshue's expression also changed slightly. Fong Honggang was truly willing to spend big to please her parents. He actually gave such an expensive gift. Suddenly, she inexplicably glanced at Yi Xiao, wondering if he would prepare a gift for her parents. Song Qingxue called Yi Xiao for one of the purposes of being a shield. If Yi Xiao and Fong Honggang were too far apart, then this shield would lose its meaning. Song Guanqing took the Patek Philippe watch, reluctant to part with it, and praised, "Honggang, your taste is really good. I've been wanting to change my watch for a while. I really like this gift." Fong Honggong's lips couldn't hide a smile, but he still pretended to regret, saying, "Actually, I originally planned to buy it for Uncle Song, the Patek Philippe Calatrava WT watch this year. It's just a pity that this watch is limited globally, and there was only one allocated to our province's dealer, and that one was bought by Miss Shen Luoyan. But don't worry, Uncle, I will definitely secure this spot for you next year." "Ha, no need, Honggang, I'm already very satisfied with this watch," Song Guanqing said with a smile. He was increasingly recognizing Fong Honggang. Sending someone all the way to the provincial capital to buy a watch for him was a gesture not everyone could manage. At that moment, Fong Honggang suddenly looked at Yi Xiao with a smirk, a teasing expression on his face. "Yi Xiao, on this most meaningful day for uncles and aunts, I wonder what gift you have prepared?" Hearing this, Deputy Manager Ho was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Fong Honggang actually called the big boss by his full name, and his tone was full of provocation. Was he implying that he was taking too much of a bonus or climbing too high in position? Who gave him the courage? Song Qingshua's heart sank. Indeed, what one fears comes to pass. How could Yi Xiao, such a straightforward guy, compare to Fong Honggang in flattering and preparing gifts? Moreover, Yi Xiao had no idea today was his parents' wedding anniversary. He only learned about it last night. Even if he wanted to give a gift, he probably wouldn't have time to buy one. At this moment, Huang Meyer coldly snorted, "Forget it, Honggang. This kid was just a small prison guard before, and now he's living off our Song family's salary. We don't expect him to give any gifts." She could see at a glance that Fong Honggang wanted to use Yi Xiao to highlight himself, so she naturally had to support Fong Honggang, making Yi Xiao feel embarrassed. Song Guancheng also said coldly, "Alright, let's end the gift-giving segment here. Honggang, please arrange for the dishes to be served." He had long given up hope for Yi Xiao. This poor guy's salary couldn't even compare to his monthly smoking expenses. Even if Yi Xiao had a gift, it wouldn't catch his eye. However, Yi Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Uncle, Auntie, I also prepared a gift for you." Although he wasn't particularly fond of Song Guanqing and Huang Meyer, he understood basic etiquette. As he spoke, Yi Xiao casually pulled out a leather box from his pocket and handed it to Song Guanqing, the very one that Shen Luoyan had thrown at his head that day. Song Qingxue was taken aback. When did this guy buy a gift? How come she didn't know? Having something was better than nothing. Even if it couldn't compare to Fong Honggong's gift, it could at least serve as a response. Lu Yi was also curious at this moment. When she went shopping with Yi Xiao yesterday, although she mentioned that today was Song Guanqing and Huang Meyer's wedding anniversary, Yi Xiao showed no intention of buying a gift at all. What could be inside this box? Song Guanqing was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yi Xiao to actually buy him a gift. Although he didn't think highly of Yi Xiao, he still reached out to accept it, only to casually toss it aside afterward. It was probably a lighter or some trinket from a street vendor. He didn't even bother to open it. But how could Fong Honggang let such an opportunity to humiliate Yi Xiao slip by? "Uncle, why don't you open it and take a look? What if Yi Xiao surprises you?" Although Fong Honggong's words sounded plain, anyone could hear the sarcasm in them. Song Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows tightly. The reason she did not accept Fong Honggang was precisely because she looked down on his scheming ways and his unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. Song Guanqing felt somewhat awkward. Although he did not think highly of Yi Xiao, he did not want to directly undermine him, especially since Yi Xiao had kindly given him a gift. However, Huang Mei did not care about any of that. "Great! I also want to see what this kid can give as a gift." As she spoke, she directly took the box and opened it. Just as Huang Mei cast a disdainful glance at the box, instinctively wanting to mock Yi Xiao, her mouth suddenly fell open, and she was left speechless for a long time. Seeing this, both Song Qingxue and Lu Yi turned their heads in curiosity to look at the box, eager to find out what tasteless gift the straight man Yi Xiao had given that could leave Huang Mei at a loss for words. But the moment they saw the gift inside the box, they both displayed the same expression as Huang Mei. Inside the box was also a Patek Philippe watch, with a salmon-colored dial adorned with diamonds and sapphires, and at the very center of the dial, two letters, WT, were engraved in platinum. My goodness, the gift Yi Xiao gave was actually the latest Patek Philippe watch, the WT model. This was simply unbelievable. Just moments ago, Fong Honggang had been discussing this watch, lamenting that he couldn't get one, and he never expected that this watch would now appear before everyone. Fong Honggang naturally saw the watch at this moment. He was first taken aback, but then he burst into laughter, sneering, "I have to hand it to you, Yi Xiao. There's only one of the Patek Philippe WT in the entire province. I wonder where you bought this one. It wouldn't happen to be one that Miss Shen accidentally dropped and you picked up, would it? Don't get me wrong, this imitation looks quite convincing. Yi Xiao, you couldn't have bought this watch for less than 500, right?" Fong Honggong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Upon hearing Fong Honggong's words, everyone instantly reacted. Yes. Where did Yi Xiao get this watch? There was only one in the entire province, and that one was still in Shen Luoyan's hands. It was highly likely that this was a high-quality imitation. Huang Mei immediately slammed the box down on the table, her anger boiling over as she scolded, "You, Yi Xiao, not only do you eat and live in my house, but you also give us a fake gift. Even if you have no money, if you just bought a bouquet of flowers, we wouldn't say anything. But bringing us a counterfeit gift, what do you mean by that? Do you want us to take it out and let people in the circle laugh at us?" Huang Mei was furious because she had genuinely thought this was a Patek Philippe watch. If it weren't for Fong Honggong's reminder, she might have been fooled. At this moment, Song Guanqing also sternly reprimanded, "Yi Xiao, we know your family is not well off, but being poor is not shameful. Vanity, however, will earn you disdain." His eyes were filled with anger and disgust. "Qing Shui, you should keep your distance from such an uneducated person. When your grandfather returns, I will make sure he drives this kid away." At this point, Song Qingshue's mind was already blank. From the shock of seeing Yi Xiao give such a lavish gift to the disappointment after Fong Honggang exposed him, she stared intently at Yi Xiao, wanting to question him about why he did this. But she could never bring herself to speak, as she and Yi Xiao were not truly in a romantic relationship. They had merely agreed to pretend for her grandfather. What right did she have to question Yi Xiao? Louis, however, did not think so. Although Yi Xiao was a bit dull, he wouldn't go so far as to give a fake watch. As an observer, she was much calmer than Song Qingshui. After all, Yi Xiao had saved Shen Luoyan's life at the banquet. It seemed reasonable that Shen Luoyan would later give Yi Xiao a watch as a token of gratitude. Deputy Manager Ho's focus was completely not on the authenticity of the watch. Would the big boss of Manhwa give a fake watch? He couldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. At this moment, the cold air in his nose was whistling loudly. Was Fong Honggang really this bold? Yi Xiao was their big boss. This kid actually dared to put Yi Xiao in such an awkward position. Could it be that he had late-stage brain cancer and knew he wouldn't live much longer? Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, standing to the side, wore an expression of calm indifference, seemingly without any intention to explain. He wasn't too familiar with watches. He had just pocketed it when he left this morning, and he didn't care whether it was real or fake. This was just perfect, allowing Song Guanqing and Huang Mei to completely give up on him. Who knows, maybe old Master Song would even loosen up sooner. "Auntie, uncle, please calm down, let's start serving the dishes." At this moment, Fong Honggang appeared to play the peacemaker, as his goal had already been achieved. He believed that after today, in the eyes of Song Guanqing and Huang Mei, Yi Xiao would surely be worthless. By the way, Deputy Manager Ho, later you can pack up the leftover food for Mr. Yi. I've ordered the finest dishes from our restaurant. I'm sure Mr. Yi will be very satisfied. Ha ha ha. Fong Honggang didn't forget to step on Yi Xiao's face one last time, thoroughly burying him in the dirt. It was proven that if Fong Honggang were to float away, even gravity couldn't hold him down. In stark contrast to Fong Honggang's triumphant demeanor, Deputy Manager Ho was pale with fear, sweating profusely, his heart nearly stopping. "You're looking for trouble yourself, don't drag me into it." At this moment, he felt it necessary to give Fong Honggang a heads up. If he let Fong Honggang continue like this, he might end up being dragged down with him. "General Manager Fong, I have something urgent to report to you." Deputy Manager Ho tried to calm his emotions, keeping his voice steady. Fong Honggang was clearly a bit impatient. "Can it wait a bit?" Deputy Manager Ho forced a bitter smile. "General Manager Fong, it's extremely urgent." Seeing that Deputy Manager Ho wasn't joking, Fong Honggang finally bid farewell to the Song family and followed Deputy Manager Ho out of the private room. Watching the two disappear, Yi Xiao smiled. He could naturally guess what they would discuss. It was good for the Su kid to be a little scared. Although he wouldn't take Fong Honggang's various taunts to heart, Fong Honggang was like a fly, he didn't bite, but he was disgusting. Outside the private room, Fong Honggang said with a dark face, "Deputy Manager Ho, just say it. What's the matter?" He didn't believe that Deputy Manager Ho really had anything urgent to discuss. He just wanted to take this opportunity to give this clueless old kid a good scolding. Deputy Manager Ho took a deep breath and said, "General Manager Fong, do you know you were playing with fire just now?" Upon hearing this, Fong Honggang immediately exploded with rage. "Ho, what do you mean? Don't forget I'm the General Manager of Manhwa Tower. You're just an assistant, how dare you lecture me?" Deputy Manager Ho, however, smiled instead of getting angry. "You really don't know Mr. Ye's identity?" At this moment, he was no longer polite with Fong Honggang. He was already certain that this kid was playing werewolf with his eyes closed, not realizing he was about to meet his end. "Identity? What identity does he have? I saved his life. Without me, he would have been chopped into pieces by Huang Feitu long ago." Fong Honggang said, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Oh, I warn you, that kid is under my foot, even the king of heaven can't save him. You'd better stay away from him, or I'll kick you out of your position in no time." Deputy Manager Ho gently shook his head and said slowly, "He is our big boss." Hearing this, Fong Honggang instinctively burst into laughter. "Ho, have you lost your mind or taken some fake medicine? Do you think I would believe you? If you dare to make such a stupid joke again, I'll have you fired right now." Deputy Manager Ho looked at Fong Honggang as if he were an idiot, coldly revealing a sneer. "Fong Honggang, whether I roll or not is not up to you, but you might really need to roll away. Yi Xiao is the big boss. This is an order I received directly from headquarters. If you don't believe me, you can call to verify right now." Seeing Deputy Manager Ho's serious demeanor, Fong Honggan's body trembled, and his pupils constricted. He began to panic, urgently asking, "Old Ho, you're not lying to me, are you?" Deputy Manager Ho chuckled. "Fong Honggang, think carefully with your brain. What benefit do I have in lying to you?" Bang! With a sound, Fong Honggan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing as if he were having a seizure. Having reached the position of General Manager at Manhwa Tower, Fong Honggang not only had some background but was also quite clever. At this moment, he could naturally tell that Deputy Manager Ho was not lying. In an instant, many things clicked for him: why Huang Feihu would let Yi Xiao go, why Yi Xiao wouldn't take him seriously, and why Deputy Manager Ho had greeted Yi Xiao first upon entering. "My God, what have I done? Under the banner of the big boss, I tried to crush Yi Xiao, only to find out that Yi Xiao is actually his big boss." At this moment, infinite fear and panic filled his heart. Crack! He felt his heart shatter into a QR code. "Old Ho, you have to save me," Fong Honggang pleaded, clutching Deputy Manager Ho's thigh. "Help me plead with the boss. I will listen to you from now on." He knew that his only way out was to beg Yi Xiao for mercy. If he couldn't get Yi Xiao's forgiveness, not only would his position as general manager be over, but he might not even keep his head. Deputy Manager Ho actually didn't want to help Fong Honggang. This fool was digging his own grave. Moreover, if Fong Honggang offended Yi Xiao and got kicked out, he would be the one most likely to take his place. But he couldn't just ignore it. If he let Fong Honggang act recklessly and carelessly exposed Yi Xiao's identity, he probably wouldn't have a good outcome either. Thus, Deputy Manager Ho pushed the door open again and trembled as he approached Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, could you come out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Yi Xiao naturally understood why Deputy Manager Ho was looking for him, but the others in the private room were completely in the dark. Song Qingshue's heart tightened. Could it be that Fong Honggang was going to deal with Yi Xiao? That couldn't be possible. After all, this was a public place. If something happened to Yi Xiao, Fong Honggang would naturally be implicated. He would probably just warn Yi Xiao. Humph, let this vain bastard learn a lesson. Lu Yi glanced at Yi Xiao and then at Deputy Manager Ho. Her view was completely opposite to Song Qingshue's. She speculated that the one about to be warned was likely not Yi Xiao, but Fong Honggang. Yi Xiao casually wiped his mouth with a tissue and then said nonchalantly, "Sure." When Fong Honggang saw Yi Xiao again, his mood had already undergone a complete transformation. The regret in his heart could not be washed away even with 4 oceans of water. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not provoke Yi Xiao again. Without saying a word, Fong Honggang thudded and knelt before Yi Xiao, slapping his own face while pleading, "Boss, I deserve to die. I'm worthless. I will definitely stay away from Miss Song in the future. Please give me another chance." This scene was truly ironic. Before knowing Yi Xiao's identity, Fong Honggang had almost mocked him like a dog, but now he wished he could worship Yi Xiao like an ancestor. Yi Xiao glanced disdainfully at Fong Honggang, his gaze chillingly indifferent. Having been in prison for 3 years, he was used to seeing such people arrogant and overbearing when in power, but once they fell from grace, they became as humble as dust. Such people were not worthy of pity, and he would not pity them. Beside him, Deputy Manager Ho was already overjoyed, secretly laughing and applauding in his heart, thinking that Fong Honggang was likely to be kicked out. This is the consequence of self-inflicted misfortune. However, it turned out he was too early in his celebration, as the next moment Yi Xiao said, "Alright, I can give you another chance." Upon hearing this, both Fong Honggang and Deputy Manager Ho froze, their expressions blank. Deputy Manager Ho thought, is this big boss a masochist? No, last time Chi Tianhao provoked him, he retaliated fiercely. He can't possibly let Fong Honggang, who humiliated him even more, off the hook. Fong Honggang also never expected Yi Xiao would agree so readily, but he felt very uncertain. Even if Yi Xiao beat him up or scolded him like a loser making a comeback, it would be more bearable. Surely this big boss doesn't want to use some more sinister method against him. But at that moment, he didn't dare to question it and could only take it one step at a time. "Boss, I will go explain to Qingshuo and the others in a bit. Yi Xiao smiled lightly, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. No need, you don't have to explain anything, nor do you need to stay away from Song Qingxue. If you can win over Song Qingxue, I'll give you double your salary, of course, I mean through proper means. Yi Xiao's goal was simply to make this guy using his name behave a little more and stop annoying him. If this kid really managed to win over Song Qingxue, it would actually reduce his troubles, and he certainly wouldn't oppose it. Hearing this, both Deputy Manager Ho and Fang Honggang widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, Song Qingxue was one of the three beauties of Lingzhou. How could Yi Xiao just hand her over? Was Yi Xiao out of his mind, or was there something wrong with Song Qingxue? But neither dared to ask. Whatever Yi Xiao said was naturally the truth. Yi Xiao walked up to Fang Honggang, leaned down, and patted his face, smiling as he said, just perform well later, and don't mess it up, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Fang Honggang felt like crying without tears. A few minutes later, when Yi Xiao and Fang Honggang re-entered the private room, although Fang Honggang was trying hard to appear calm, his slightly trembling fingers and the awkward way he walked, as if he had just undergone a circumcision, still caught Lui's attention. At this moment, she completely believed Yi Xiao's words. My God, he really is the boss of this Manhan Lu. However, the absent-minded Song Qingxue and the couple Song Guanqing and Huang Mei, who had already formed a stereotype about Yi Xiao's identity, naturally did not notice anything unusual about the two. Huang Mei threw the watch Yi Xiao had just given her directly in front of him, coldly mocking as usual. Yi, take this street vendor junk back, go fool those ignorant country bumpkins. Honggang, your restaurant needs to raise its standards, people of bad character shouldn't be allowed in, or it will lower your restaurant's level. Upon hearing this, Fang Honggang's face instantly turned pale, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. To him, Huang Mei was not mocking Yi Xiao, she was implying that he wasn't dying fast enough. He wished he could slap himself twice for being so foolish as to hold this banquet at Manhan Lu. Fortunately, Yi Xiao remained calm and collected, so Fang Honggang could only pretend to be oblivious and act as if he hadn't heard anything. Hee, Aunt Huang, let's hurry and eat, the dishes will get cold. Fang Honggang's words struck Huang Mei as very unusual. This wasn't like his usual style. Previously, he would have jumped at the chance to take a jab at Yi Xiao. But Huang Mei didn't think too much of it, assuming Fang Honggang felt that someone like Yi Xiao no longer posed a threat to him. She also believed that after today's humiliation of Yi Xiao, this ungrateful wolf should have complete self-awareness. Throughout the meal, Fang Honggang felt particularly uncomfortable. The delicacies tasted like nails in his mouth. He now had only one wish, for this banquet to end soon, so he could find a place to soothe his nearly shattered heart. Fang Honggang's drastic change even made Song Qingxue feel something was off. The previous Fang Honggang had always been high and mighty, pointing fingers at the world, but now he had become timid, like a little wife. Moreover, whenever Yi Xiao was mentioned, he would feign ignorance and change the subject. Could it be that Fang Honggang had a pang of conscience, feeling guilty for hitting Yi Xiao too hard? Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lip. This guy was too easily frightened. A little pressure and he turned into this cowardly state. Finally, the uncomfortable banquet came to an end. After Song Guanqing and his wife, along with Yi Xiao and others, left Manhan building, Song Qingxue stayed behind. She called Fang Honggang aside and, with some difficulty, said, Mr. Fang, I hope you can forgive Yi Xiao. You know he comes from a small place and hasn't seen much of the world. Song Qingxue felt it necessary to plead for Yi Xiao. With Yi Xiao's silly, rustic appearance, how could he compete with Fang Honggang? Upon hearing Song Qingxue's first sentence, Fang Honggang's expression soured. Forgive Yi Xiao? What could he use to forgive? After all, Yi Xiao was his big boss. It was not easy for Fang Honggang to calm himself down and say, Miss Song, what happened before is in the past. I hold no grudge against Mr. Yi, really. Please don't say such things again. Fang Honggang's attitude towards Song Qingxue automatically became distant. Although Yi Xiao had said that if he could win over Song Qingxue, he would double his salary, he really didn't dare to do it. After all, she was the big boss's woman. He still wanted to live a few more years. If there's nothing else, Miss Song, please go back. I have official business to attend to. Fang Honggang directly issued an eviction order. Song Qingxue stared at Fang Honggang in disbelief. How had this guy suddenly become so reasonable? And according to Fang Honggang's previous behavior, shouldn't he take this opportunity to show off in front of her? Why did she feel that Fang Honggang was intentionally trying to distance himself from her? Was it a case of wanting to catch her by letting her go? Before Song Qingxue could figure this out, the frightened and anxious Fang Honggang had already slipped away. On the other side, just after leaving Manhan building, Yi Xiao received a call from Su Jianqin. Mr. Yi, I need you to come out for a moment. Su Jianqin stated her intention straightforwardly. What is it? Yi Xiao asked casually. I have gathered most of my father's former subordinates, but there are still a few key members unwilling to return. Without them, it's difficult to smoothly establish the intelligence network, Su Jianxin said honestly, without any concealment. In the past few days, with Yi Zhao's financial support and Huang Feihu's help, she had quickly established a rough framework for the intelligence network that Guiyan had previously set up. However, as she mentioned, some core personnel had found various excuses to avoid returning. Su Jianxin knew these people did not believe in her capabilities, and even mentioning Huang Feihu could not intimidate them. In desperation, she had to ask Yi Xiao for help. This was also something Yi Xiao had promised her initially, not just to provide financial support but also to help her solve some tricky problems. Time and place. Yi Xiao agreed without a second thought. Without needing Su Jianxin to elaborate, he could guess that she was indeed in trouble. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at Hongqiao Bar. Su Jianxin's response was also very concise. Alright, I will be there on time. After finishing the call, Yi Xiao went to the company and spent the afternoon fishing. After work, he took a taxi directly to the bar that Su Jianxin mentioned. When he arrived outside the bar, he realized that it had just opened today. Could it be that Su Jianxin was just trying to gather people to support her? Once inside the bar, Yi Xiao quickly found Su Jianxin. Today, she was wearing a white shirt and straight-leg pants, paired with black-framed glasses, looking every bit the capable career woman. This naturally attracted the attention of several ill-intentioned suitors, but as soon as they saw Su Jianxin glare with her cold, blade-like eyes, they all immediately retreated. Yi Xiao approached Su Jianxin just in time to witness the scene and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She really lives up to her name. I wonder if such a woman would be just as cold on the wedding night. He boldly sat down across from Su Jianxin, unceremoniously grabbing the bottle of liquor in front of her and taking a swig, then casually said, "So, what's the problem you can't solve?" Seeing Yi Xiao sit down and drink so domineeringly, those who had just tried to flirt with Su Jianxin all sneered, as if waiting to see Yi Xiao get shot down by this powerful woman's glare. However, to their astonishment, Su Jianxin not only showed no anger but instead smiled slightly. "Mr. Yi, aren't you afraid that my drink might be poisoned?" Yi Xiao nearly choked. This girl was still as assertive as ever. Did she have to dominate the conversation? He quickly smiled back. What poison could be more lethal to a man than Miss Su's smile? He. Su Jianxin's smile became even more radiant. One had to admit this man was quite charming with his words. After laughing, Su Jianxin finally got to the point. My father has 3 key members under him, one of whom is named Qiu Kuanpeng. He has now allied with an elder of the Martial Extreme Society and refuses to return, not even willing to see me. I've received news that he will appear here today. Su Jianxin swirled the red wine in her glass. Her tone was light, but she felt uncertain inside. So why do you need me? To beat him up and drag him back? Yi Xiao said with a playful smile. Beat him? Su Jianxin laughed at Yi Zhao's words. Do you not know what kind of organization the Martial Extreme Society is? The Martial Extreme Society was a powerful organization with ties to the Dragon Kingdom's government, boasting over 1 million members, with a branch in every city of the Dragon Kingdom, each having hundreds or thousands of disciples. Moreover, these disciples were martial artists. In front of the Martial Extreme Society, someone like Huang Feihu would be like a ragtag army. As long as the president of the Martial Extreme Society was willing, he could easily eliminate them without breaking a sweat. So, in Su Jianxin's view, Yi Zhao's words were nothing but a complete joke. Daring to touch the Martial Extreme Society was akin to seeking death. If beating him up could solve the problem, I wouldn't mind stepping in, Yi Xiao said seriously, revealing a routine smile. Seeing Yi Xiao so earnest and not sounding like he was bragging, for a moment, Su Jianxin actually believed him, but she quickly shook that thought from her mind. Was she crazy? How could she believe such nonsensical words? Just as the two were conversing, a figure approached them. Upon seeing this person, Su Jianxin's pupils slightly widened, and her delicate brows twitched. It was actually Qiu Kuanpeng. Su Jianxin was quite surprised. This person who had refused to see her was now coming over on his own. Yi Xiao also noticed the change in Su Jianxin's expression. He slightly tilted his head to look at the newcomer and saw a man around 30 years old, tall, and with a refined, handsome face, but his expression bore an undeniable hint of desolation. Miss Jianxin, I know why you came today, but my mind is made up. It's best if you don't come looking for me, Qiu Kuanpeng said, standing tall before them. Brother Qiu, do you really believe my father died of natural causes? Su Jianxin replied, seemingly off topic. She knew that to get Qiu Kuanpeng to help her, their relationship alone wasn't enough. She had to bring up her father to make an impact. At her words, a flicker appeared in Qiu Kuanpeng's gaze, his hand unconsciously tightening into a fist, but it quickly relaxed again. Miss Jianxin, the matter of Master Guiyan is in the past. I advise you to live your life well and not get involved. this was also Master Guillen's arrangement before his death. Xiao Kunping knew very well that Guillen's death was not normal, even more so than Su Jianxin did, but precisely because he understood this, he didn't want her to get entangled. The one responsible for Guillen's death was not someone Su Jianxin could confront. Ahem. At that moment, Yi Xiao cleared his throat. I say, shouldn't you introduce me first? Xiao Kunping glanced at Yi Xiao dismissively before shifting his gaze away, completely disregarding him. To Xiao Kunping, Yi Xiao was merely a pretty boy trying to please Su Jianxin. Perhaps he had some skills, but he was still beneath his notice. Miss Jianxin, I've said enough. Farewell. With that, Xiao Kunping turned and left without a hint of hesitation. Su Jianxin's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't find her voice. A look of confusion and helplessness flashed in her eyes, like a little rabbit lost in the city. Seeing Su Jianxin like this, Yi Xiao pursed his lips and remained silent. He knew that perhaps Su Jianxin didn't really acknowledge him either. Otherwise, she wouldn't lack the courage to even introduce herself. What a timid little thing. Always trying to assert herself in front of him, yet deflating at the slightest scare. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to show off in front of this girl. Just as Yi Xiao pondered how to change his impression in Su Jianxin's eyes, two people in another corner of the bar noticed him. Those two were Yi Xiao's old acquaintances, Zhao Qiuping and Qi Tianhao, who had come to support the newly opened bar. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, a flicker of resentment crossed Zhao Qiuping's eyes. Why did she keep running into this loser? Why was he so hard to shake off? Qi Tianhao's expression also darkened, as if the face Yi Xiao had slapped was beginning to throb again. Both noticed each other's discomfort but chose not to speak of it. Qi Tianhao naturally kept the incident of being slapped by Yi Xiao from Zhao Qiuping, just as Zhao Qiuping didn't mention her embarrassment at Shen Luoyan's birthday party to Qi Tianhao. However, with just a glance exchanged, they both simultaneously glanced at the young man sitting in the same booth as them, instantly reaching a silent agreement. They had to make Yi Xiao pay today. Suddenly, Zhao Qiuping sighed, biting her red lip, her face full of sorrow, looking pitiful. Qi Tianhao pretended to be confused and asked, Qiuping, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The young man beside them also turned to look at Zhao Qiuping. She then pointed in Yi Xiao's direction. Ah, it's him. What a narrow road for enemies. I can't believe I ran into this bastard here. Qi Tianhao said angrily. At that moment, the young man followed Zhao Qiuping's finger and curiously asked, Tianhao, who is that guy? Do you have a grudge against him? Sigh. Qi Tianhao pretended to sigh helplessly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Brother Lei, this matter is really hard for me to speak of. Seeing Qi Tianhao like this, the young man became even more curious. Tianhao, once your sister marries my brother, we'll be family. What's there that you can't tell me? At this moment, Zhao Qiuping's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as she pitifully said, let me explain. Brother Lei, it's like this. Previously, Tianhao and I went to the northwest for a trip. This guy, relying on his skills, harassed me, and Tianhao came out to stop him but ended up getting beaten. Zhao Qiuping, without a change in her expression, fabricated a completely fictional story. Bang! With a loud thud, the young man slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare he bully my friend Lei Dihua? The young man believed the duo's act without a doubt. Tianhao, just wait. I'm going to get back at him right now. As he spoke, the young man was about to stand up. Qi Tianhao quickly grabbed him, feigning concern, and said, Brother Lei, this is Sister Fei's new place after all. Let's not make a scene, it won't end well. Although Zhao Qiuping felt pleased that her scheme was working, she still advised, yes. Brother Lei, that person is Song Qingshua's bodyguard and has some connections with the Shin family. It wouldn't be good to directly cause trouble for him. Only then did the young man sit back down, showing a dismissive expression. Heh, what's there to be afraid of a mere bodyguard? Tianhao, don't worry. I'll definitely help you vent today. If he dares to bully you, that means he's crossing our Lei family's martial arts school. But you're right, it's indeed not good to go directly to him. At this point, a sly smile appeared on the young man's lips. A few minutes later, on Yi Xiao and Su Jianxin's side, Yi Xiao was still pondering how to make the girl in front of him recognize his strength, while Su Jianxin was troubled by Qiu Kunping's rejection, wondering if she really shouldn't seek revenge for her father. Just as both were lost in silence, suddenly, a drunken bald man staggered over to them. Whether intentional or not, as soon as the bald man reached their booth, he let out a loud wow, and vomited a large pile of bile, splattering it all over the table in front of them. Yi Xiao and Su Jianxin quickly got up to dodge, narrowly avoiding being splattered with the foul-smelling vomit. Watching this scene, Su Jianxin immediately raised her eyebrows, feeling disgusted. After the bald man finished vomiting, he turned around as if nothing had happened and continued to stagger forward. Brother, that's not very nice, Yi Xiao said lightly. TCH, The bald man didn't even glance at Yi Xiao and continued on his way. Yi Xiao's tone grew heavier. Clean up the mess and apologize. Due to the commotion, countless bar patrons turned to look at the scene. TSK, looks like a good show is about to unfold. It'd be even better if they got into a fight. Someone sneered, not caring about the trouble. Heh, this is Sister Faye's bar. I doubt they'd dare to fight here even if they had 100 guts. But that bald guy is indeed too much. How could he vomit all over someone's table? I wouldn't be able to stand it either. The bald man finally stopped, glancing sideways at Yi Xiao, pointing at himself with an arrogant expression. You want me to apologize? You piece of trash. Do you think you have the right to ask me for an apology? I'm from the Lei family's martial arts school. Even if I vomit on you, that's your honor, you just have to take it. Apologize? To your mother. Upon hearing that the bald man was from the Lei family's martial arts school, the surrounding bar patrons murmured, so he's from the Lei family's martial arts school. No wonder he's so arrogant. Isn't that right? The Lei family's martial arts school is the best in Lingzhou. It's said that even the weakest disciple can take on 10 opponents. Looks like this kid can only consider himself unlucky. Su Jianxin's gaze shifted to Yi Xiao. She wasn't afraid of the bald man, but the Lei family's boxing gym behind him was far beyond her current capabilities. What would Yi Xiao do? At that moment, the bald man, hearing the discussions of the surrounding customers, became even more arrogant. Kid, I wasn't planning to hold this against you, but you really don't know your place. Now, your bald brother is very angry, and the consequences will be serious. However, I can give you a chance for redemption. Kneel down and lick my shoes clean, then crawl out of the bar like a dog. Of course, I also have my eyes on your woman, so leave her here to sleep with me. As long as you make me comfortable, I might spare your life. Ha! The bald man laughed maniacally. So, what do you think? Your bald brother is quite merciful, right? At this moment, Lei Dihua, Shi Tianhao, and Zhao Qiuping, who were watching the bald man cause trouble, couldn't help but sneer. Brother Lei, this move of yours is not bad. Using a drunkard to provoke that bastard and forcing him to act first, even if Sister Fei blames us, it won't have anything to do with us, Shi Tianhao flattered. Lei Dihua swirled the red wine in his glass, a smirk spreading across his lips. He felt quite pleased with his strategy. The martial world was not just about simple fighting and killing, but also deeper schemes and deceptions. Tianhao, it's not just that. The bald man is a third-tier disciple of my Lei family boxing. In terms of strength, taking on 20 ordinary people is no problem. As long as that kid dares to make a move, the bald man can directly cripple him. Hearing that Yi Xiao could be directly crippled, Zhao Qiuping's eyes couldn't help but show a glimmer of delight. Yi Xiao, weren't you being arrogant? Didn't you have the Shen family blacklist my company? Unfortunately, you forgot that other people's power is ultimately theirs. You're just a salted fish. What do you have to challenge me? On the other side, Yi Xiao shook his head. Such a character dared to provoke him. He intended to show off in front of Su Jianxin, but crushing such an ant would definitely lack excitement. Bald man, huh? I'm not in a good mood today, so you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind making you unable to take care of yourself. Yi Xiao said somewhat disinterestedly. The bald man immediately flew into a rage. You kid, are you taking my kindness for granted? As he spoke, he strode towards Yi Xiao, swinging his hand to grab Yi Xiao's collar. Hey! Suddenly, Yi Xiao sensed something was off. The bald man's steps were very rhythmic, indicating he had practiced stances, and his seemingly casual reach was quite deliberate. If he tried to block or swat away the hand, he would be caught in a grappling move. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was interesting. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. This was a martial artist. He just didn't know if there were others behind him. Swish! With a flash, Yi Xiao dodged the bald man's grasp. At the same time, he quickly scanned the surroundings. When his peripheral vision caught Zhao Qiuping and Shi Tianhao, Yi Xiao smiled knowingly. They were the ones truly wanting to deal with him. The bald man's face showed surprise. Yi Xiao actually dodged his reach, and the angle was in the blind spot of his arm's change. Was this a coincidence, or had the other party seen through his moves? No time to think about that, he had to strike first. Kid, how dare you dodge? You're looking for death. As he spoke, the bald man quickly twisted his waist. Whoosh! A whip kick swept horizontally, aiming fiercely at Yi Xiao's waist. He used almost all his strength for this kick. Even a wall would collapse under it, let alone a human body. If he hit, the lightest outcome would be broken ribs, and the worst could be instant death. Lei Dihua naturally saw that the bald man was serious and grinned. Tianhao, watch closely, this kid is about to become a cripple. He was naturally aware of the bald man's strength. At such a close distance, even he would find it difficult to block that whip kick, let alone a small bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Shi Tianhao immediately beamed with joy. Good. If you can take care of this kid, Brother Lei, you can drink as much as you want tonight, and all expenses will be on me. Ever since he was slapped in the face by Yi Xiao at the Manhwa building, he had been contemplating how to take revenge. However, considering Yi Xiao's identity as the owner of the Manhwa building, he had always hesitated to act. Today, he finally got to see Yi Xiao in trouble. How could he not be happy? Beside him, Su Jianxin also recognized that the bald man's move was not simple. At this moment, she was greatly shocked. How could she not understand that the bald man was deliberately looking for trouble? But was he here to deal with Yi Xiao, or was it aimed at her? Could Yi Xiao handle it? Facing the bald man's powerful kick, Yi Xiao simply waved his hand lightly to block it. Seeing this scene, the bald man couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This kid really didn't know his limits. How dare he use his hand to block? It was like a mantis trying to stop a car. He could almost imagine Yi Xiao's hand being shattered by his kick, blood and flesh flying everywhere. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded because his leg was unexpectedly blocked in midair and it felt as if he had kicked a mountain of iron unmovable. Next, Yi Xiao gripped his hand back, instantly pinching the bald man's calf like an eagle's claw. Crack! A sound of bone breaking echoed, and the bald man's calf was crushed by Yi Xiao's grip. Ah! The bald man couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. What is happening? Lei Dihua's hand trembled, nearly spilling the liquor. In his eyes, Yi Xiao, who should have been easily defeated, had actually turned the tables and broken the bald man's leg. This scene was simply hard for him to accept. The smiles on Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's faces instantly froze. They wanted to see Yi Xiao beaten to a pulp, not to witness him displaying such prowess. This left them utterly astonished. It was one thing for Qi Tianhao to suffer at Yi Xiao's hands before, but now even the martial artist of the Lei family was no match for him. How deep had this kid hidden his strength? But it wasn't over yet. Immediately, Yi Xiao pulled his hand back, and the bald man, like a scarecrow, instantly lost control of his body and flew towards Yi Xiao. With a casual motion, Yi Xiao grabbed the bald man's neck and slammed his face hard against the table. Bang! The bald man had a close encounter with his own vomit from earlier. Yi Xiao clapped his hands, snorted coldly, and smirked. I told you to clean it up, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on talking back to me. Now I've changed my mind. Since you like licking so much, why don't you lick this pile of garbage clean before you leave? At this moment, the bar patrons finally reacted, gasping in shock. This guy is too fierce. A martial artist from the Lei family can't even last a single move against him. The bald man had never suffered such humiliation. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his leg and the nausea in his mouth, turning to Yi Xiao with bared teeth, hissing and screaming, "Kid, do you want to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao swiftly stepped forward, lifting the bald man again as if he were a chick, and without saying a word, slammed his face into the table once more. Bang! With that sound, the bald man's nose collapsed, blood splattering everywhere, and the pain and nausea nearly suffocated him. You trash dare to threaten me? You should be grateful this isn't in prison, otherwise, you wouldn't need me to lift a finger, and you'd be dead 800 times over. Yi Xiao's voice was chillingly cold. Even Su Jianxin couldn't help but tremble. Although her personality was quite indifferent, she couldn't bring herself to act with such brutality as Yi Xiao did. Just then, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Kid, who the hell gave you the guts to touch someone from the Lei family? Yi Xiao slightly tilted his head and saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall with a buzz cut walking towards him. This person was dressed in a suit, his leather shoes shining, and his face was filled with anger. Yi Xiao smiled. He knew the real boss behind the bald head had appeared. This was someone he had just seen, along with Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping. Seeing this person finally gave him a bit of motivation. The man's forehead was prominent, and his voice carried a thunderous tone. Undoubtedly, he was the strongest opponent Yi Xiao had encountered since his release from prison. But he could probably only last 4 or 5 exchanges. Ah, this is young Master Lei Air, my goodness. Young Master Lei Air is actually here. This kid is dead meat. Many bar patrons recognized the identity of Lei Dihua. That's right, young Master Lei Air is the legitimate heir of the Lei family boxing style. It is said that the Martial Extreme Association is preparing to recruit him. Wherever young Master Lei Air goes, who wouldn't give him some respect? How dare someone act against the Lei family boxing style in front of him? They really don't know how to live. At this moment, Su Jianxin frowned. She had heard of the second son of the Lei family boxing master. If it came to skills, she probably wouldn't be his match. But what was even more troublesome was that behind Lei Dihua was the Lei family boxing hall. The Lei family boxing style had a good relationship with the Martial Extreme Association. Even if Yi Xiao could call on Huang Feihu for support, Huang Feihu would probably not dare to act recklessly. This was a serious matter. If things went wrong, her career might not even have started before it was cut off. Yi Xiao threw the bald head, who looked like a dead dog, to the ground and said with a faint smile, "This bald head spat on my table, and not only did he not apologize, but he also insulted me and my friends. I think you just saw that, right? He spat on me, I hit him, that's fair, right? If you want to stand up for him, fine, I don't mind hitting another blind fool." Yi Xiao's sharp gaze fell on Lady Hua, scrutinizing him with a critical eye, a mocking expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the bar patrons were all astonished. Damn! This kid is too audacious. He actually dares to speak to young Master Lei Er like that. Does he really want to die? I've heard that young Master Lei Er's temper is as explosive as his name suggests. Wait, he will definitely turn this arrogant kid into a dead dog. Who says otherwise? The Lei family boxing hall is a presence that even the Feihu Association doesn't dare to provoke. Who does this kid think he is, daring to speak wildly in front of young Master Lei Er? Seeing this scene, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but smirk. In their eyes, Yi Xiao might have some skills to defeat the bald head, but against Lady Hua, he had no chance at all. Qi Tianhao's eyes sparkled. Yi Xiao, I admit you have some ability, but do you think you are invincible? There are plenty of people in this world who can deal with you. After you are crippled by Lady Hua, just wait and see how I humiliate you. Su Jianqing clenched her fists. She also felt that Yi Xiao was a bit arrogant. Although Yi Xiao had just come out of that prison, didn't he understand that a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake? There was no benefit in offending Lady Hua for him. Was it really a mistake for her to choose to trust Yi Xiao in the first place? Just as Su Jianqing was in turmoil, Lady Hua sneered, "Kid, you're quite impressive. Not only did you injure someone from the Lei family boxing style, but now you also dare to challenge me, Lady Hua. However, I'm not unreasonable. Just now, my person was at fault, and I admit that. I will compensate you for your drinks double, but you can't just let it go after hitting me. I'll give you a way out. You stand here and let my people hit you. Once they feel comfortable and vent their frustrations, you can break your own legs, and this matter will be settled. How about that?" Lady Hua seemed to be negotiating with Yi Xiao, but everyone could see that he wanted to take out his anger on the bald head without bloodshed. Although it seemed unfair to Yi Xiao, who could blame him? After all, he was the second young master of the Lei family. People have this kind of capital. At this moment, the bar customers who wanted to please Lady Hua sneered, "Kid, second young Master Lei is feeling generous today. Aren't you going to hurry up and do as he says? Do you really want him to personally cripple you?" "That's right, kid. Second young Master Lei is the heir of the Lei family's martial arts, a terrifying existence beyond your imagination. If he makes a move, he could kill you with just a flick of his finger. Right now, following his orders to cripple your own legs is your only way to survive." At this time, Yi Xiao, instead of getting angry, laughed. The prison is empty, and the world is so arrogant. He coldly looked at Lady Hua and said slowly, "You give me a way to live? Heh, you should ask yourself if I will give you a way to live. Lei, if you want to seek death, feel free to try." As their eyes met, Lady Hua felt an extreme contempt and provocation. In an instant, Yi Xiao's eyes made it hard for Lady Hua to look directly at him. Lady Hua was completely enraged, gritting his teeth. "Good, very good, kid. Since you are seeking death, I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, Lady Hua shifted his foot and clenched his fists, already preparing to attack Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, his hands in a claw-like grip. Although he was confident he could defeat Lady Hua, he knew that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength, so he wouldn't let his guard down. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came. "What's going on? Why is it so unhappy here?" Upon hearing this voice, the onlookers in the bar quickly made way and respectfully greeted, "Hello, Sister Fei." Lady Hua instantly retracted his intention to fight and turned to look at the woman. He knew that with her around, this fight would most likely not happen. Even though he was the young master of the Lei family martial arts school, he had to give her face. Behind this woman was someone they couldn't afford to offend, even at the Lei family martial arts school. The woman was about 30 years old, with willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, and crimson lips. Her oval face exuded an alluring charm, and every move seemed to stir men's desires. This was the bar's owner, Liang Feifei. Upon seeing Liang Feifei appear, Su Jianqing's fingers trembled slightly. As the daughter of the Ghost Eye, she naturally knew Liang Feifei's background. This woman was quite capable and could be considered a socialite in Lingzhou's upper class, but what made her more cautious was the man behind Liang Feifei. TCH, so boring. Yi Xiao cursed inwardly. He hated being interrupted during two things. One was having his dreams disturbed, and the other was being interrupted while fighting. Lady Hua's eyes shifted, and he stepped forward with a smile. "Sister Fei, today I'm not the one causing trouble in your bar, it's this fool who doesn't know better. Look at what he did to my man." Liang Feifei followed Lady Hua's pointing finger and glanced at the bald man on the ground. bloodied and in a sorry state. Anger surged in her eyes. It had been a long time since anyone dared to be so reckless in her establishment. "Young man, did you do this?" Liang Feifei looked at Yi Xiao indifferently, her lips slightly parting. At the same time, Liang Feifei was quickly searching her mind for all information about Yi Xiao, and in the end, she confirmed that this was the first time she had seen this kid and had never encountered him in Lingzhou's upper class. Turns out he's just a reckless youth. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. "That's right, I did hit him, but this matter was started by this bald guy. If he hadn't spat on my table and refused to apologize, I wouldn't have made a move." Liang Feifei snorted coldly. "I don't care who started it. In my bar, whoever strikes first is in the wrong." It was clear that Liang Feifei was siding with Lei Dihua. One was the second young master of the Lei family martial arts, and the other was an unknown bumpkin. She could easily weigh who was more important. Hearing Liang Feifei's words, Lei Dihua felt even more confident. He smiled and said, "Sister Fei, I know the rules of your bar. Regarding the bald guy's vomiting, I've already agreed to compensate this kid." He continued, "But this kid hit my people, and I hope Sister Fei can help me punish him. As for how to punish him, I just mentioned it. I want this kid to let my people beat him until they feel better, then break his legs." Liang Feifei's lips curled into a cold smile. "Alright, Dihua, since you have a plan, let's do it your way." After saying that, Liang Feifei's cold gaze turned back to Yi Xiao. "Kid, I advise you to accept your punishment. If you refuse, then we'll have to follow my rules." Her tone carried an undeniable arrogance, as if she were the queen who ruled everything. Upon hearing this, the onlookers understood that Yi Xiao was definitely facing a bad end today. They also knew a bit about the fate of those who caused trouble in Liang Feifei's bar. It was said that a second-generation rich kid from the capital had once flirted with a waitress and even boasted about having Liang Feifei accompany him for drinks. As a result, that rich kid was hurriedly carried onto a plane that night, and all the lackeys he brought had their limbs broken. At this moment, seeing that even Liang Feifei had sided with Lei Dihua, Shi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping no longer hid in the corner to watch the show. They approached Lei Dihua, their eyes filled with mockery as they looked at Yi Xiao, knowing his fate was already sealed. He would either be crippled by Lei Dihua or by Liang Feifei's subordinates. There was absolutely no third option. Even if Yi Xiao had Xinxiani's support, even if he had inexplicably become the owner of the Manhan Lu, under the dual pressure of Lei Dihua and Liang Feifei, he would be crushed to pieces. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao merely curled his lips. Had he known this woman and this kid were in cahoots, he would have saved his breath earlier. He raised his head and glanced at Liang Feifei, his eyes filled with sarcasm. "Who do you think you are? Do I, Yi Xiao, need you to punish me? Since you want to collude with this kid, don't blame me for not distinguishing between men and women when the fists start flying." As soon as Yi Xiao's words left his mouth, everyone in the bar was left dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. This kid is too unaware of his own limits. How dare he speak to Sister Fei like that? Even if he has 9 lives, it probably won't be enough. Is this a lack of brains or a deficiency in IQ? I can't even imagine what will happen to this kid. If he had followed Sister Fei's words, he might have saved his life, but now, not even a deity can save him. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's smiles grew even more radiant. In their eyes, Yi Xiao was just asking for a quicker and more miserable death. I was just thinking about humiliating this kid after he gets crippled. But now it seems the only humiliation left for him will be to desecrate his corpse, Qi Tianhao whispered. Zhao Qiuping chimed in gleefully, "We probably won't even have the chance to desecrate his corpse. That bastard's body will likely be thrown into the river by Sister Fei to feed the fish." Ha ha ha. The two laughed maniacally, as if they could already see the scene of Yi Zhao's tragic death. Contrary to everyone's expectations, upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Liang Feifei's beautiful face instantly twisted into a distorted expression. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so arrogant. Kid, I have to say your mouth is indeed tough, but I want to see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Come here. Sister Fei, please wait. Just as Liang Feifei was about to give the order to strike, a voice interrupted her. Just then, Xiao Kuanping, who had just met Yi Xiao, stepped forward and said, "Sister Fei, this person is my friend. I hope you can give me some face and spare his life." Xiao Kuanping spoke with a serious expression. Yi Xiao glanced around and saw Su Jianxin following Xiao Kuanping, immediately guessing that this girl must have put on a stern face to bring Xiao Kuanping over. He shook his head, feeling that Su Jianxin was completely unnecessary. This was a situation too trivial for him, Yi Xiao. When he faced hundreds of vicious attackers, he had never called for support. If this got back to the prison, that group would probably mock him for months. Lei Dihua frowned. He hadn't expected someone to come to plead for Yi Xiao, and it seemed this person was quite familiar with Liang Feifei, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to persuade her in her fury. Liang Feifei's tense face softened slightly as she coldly said, "Kid, today you're lucky. I'll let you go this time for Kunpeng's sake. Xiao Kunpeng was a talent recently recruited by that man, so Liang Feifei naturally had to give him some face. However, Kunpeng, this kid just insulted me. I'm going to break his legs. You have no objections, right? Liang Feifei's tone shifted, looking at Xiao Kunpeng with a half-smile, her lips curling into a wicked arc. Xiao Kunpeng's brows furrowed tightly, and he finally sighed, Sister Fei, giving him a chance to live is already quite rare. Let's consider it a lesson for him. He was only willing to speak for Yi Xiao out of consideration for Su Jianqing, and in his view, he had already done his best. If anyone was to blame, it was this kid for being too reckless. Who was Liang Feifei? She was not someone this brash young man could afford to offend. Hearing Xiao Kunpeng's words, Su Jianqing's heart sank further. She bit her lip, feeling utterly powerless. It seemed she had been too naive to believe that Yi Xiao could help her succeed. After receiving Xiao Kunpeng's response, Liang Feifei looked coldly at Yi Xiao. Kid, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, no matter who comes, they won't be able to save you. Liang Feifei still maintained her high and mighty demeanor, pronouncing her punishment on Yi Xiao, and no one found it inappropriate. At this moment, whether it was the bar customers or Qi Tianhao, Zhao Qiuping, and Su Jianqing, they all felt that Yi Xiao had no chance of turning the tables. He. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly laughed, a strange laugh filled with mockery and disdain. After laughing for a while, his sharp gaze turned to Liang Feifei, making her shiver and instinctively take a step back. A flicker of fear flashed in Liang Feifei's eyes, and she almost instinctively asked, Kid, what are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? Yi Xiao said slowly, I laugh at some people who are nothing but clowns yet consider themselves superior. I laugh at some people who are brazenly arrogant, thinking they are gods. Aren't you all here to ruin me? Fine, no matter how many of you come today, I, Yi Xiao, will take you all on myself. Yi Xiao's eyes were like knives, his gaze fierce. It was as if the so-called upper-class people before him were nothing but a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. Hearing Yi Xiao's arrogant words, Xiao Kunpeng felt no more goodwill towards him. He had never seen someone so oblivious to danger. What little ability Yi Xiao had was nothing in front of Liang Feifei. Just a reckless young man, yet he dared to speak grandly, completely unworthy of his status. He truly regretted coming out to plead for Yi Xiao. Su Jianqing was also stunned. She stared at Yi Xiao, hoping to see arrogance, to see that kind of ignorant defiance of death, but she was disappointed. In Yi Xiao's eyes, she only saw indifference, a disdainful indifference as if everyone else were mere weeds. Had she been wrong again? He really has confidence that he can fight against Liang Feifei and Lady Hua? Lady Hua jumped out first. Sister Fei, did you see that? This kid is simply not worth saving. Let me kill him myself. He had long disliked Yi Xiao, and now that Yi Xiao was so arrogant, he believed that even if someone pleaded for him, it would have already been sentenced to death by Liang Feifei. Liang Feifei's gaze was cold and resolute as she said, Alright, Dihua, go ahead and take action. You don't have to take responsibility for anything that happens. I'll cover for you. She looked down on Yi Xiao, a lowly ant who started from nothing yet considered himself extraordinary. In her eyes, stepping on such a small character carried no psychological burden at all. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping were initially worried that Liang Feifei wouldn't go all out against Yi Xiao when they heard someone plead for him, but now it seemed their concerns were completely unnecessary. Yi Xiao, this fool, was like a lump of mud that couldn't be propped up, and he had actually cut off his own escape route. Now, no one could save him. Kid, remember, the one who will kill you is Lady Hua. After Lady Hua shouted, he suddenly lunged forward, his fingers instantly forming into eagle claws. The sharp claws reached directly for Yi Xiao's neck. Swift as the wind. His speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage in the air. Apart from a few people like Su Jianqing and Xiao Kunpeng, no one else could keep up with Lady Hua's speed. Yet at this moment, Yi Xiao stood like a wooden post, completely unaware of the impending danger. Seeing this, Xiao Kunpeng shook his head, seemingly having already concluded that Yi Xiao was doomed. He glanced at Su Jianqing, wanting to say a few words to comfort her not to feel sad for someone like Yi Xiao. But he saw that Su Jianqing was looking at Yi Xiao with a particularly determined gaze, as if hoping for something. This left Xiao Kunpeng puzzled. Did Miss Jianqing really think this kid could survive? When Xiao Kunpeng turned his gaze back to the confrontation between Yi Xiao and Lady Hua, he was shocked by what he saw. At some point, Yi Xiao had actually extended his right hand, striking directly at Lady Hua's temple. What a fast punch! Xiao Kunpeng was greatly alarmed. He hadn't even caught how Yi Xiao moved. Similarly, Lady Hua's eyelids twitched, and he had to hastily pull back and dodge to the side. In the next moment, it seemed Yi Xiao had already predicted Lady Hua's dodging route. He suddenly shifted and elbowed Lady Hua in the chin. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lady Hua was actually sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. Wow! Lady Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. The exchange between the two was completed in the blink of an eye, and by the time most people reacted, they only saw Lei Dihua being sent flying by Yi Xiao. What? Second young master Lei is actually injured. How is this possible? This scene felt to everyone like the weak Pan Feng not only counterattacked Hua Xiong but even managed to cut down Guan Yu. Su Jianxin's tightly clenched fist relaxed slightly. It seemed she had indeed underestimated him. Xiao Kunping couldn't help but swallow hard. Facing Lei Dihua's sudden attack, Yi Xiao not only remained unscathed but even pushed Lei Dihua back. This was something he couldn't do either. Truly, the autumn wind had not stirred, yet the cicadas sensed it first, unaware of the impending doom. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's pupils dilated. They never expected Yi Xiao to be so capable, even making Lei Dihua suffer losses. Roar! At that moment, Lei Dihua suddenly let out a sound resembling a tiger's roar. Immediately after, everyone saw Lei Dihua's face turn as red as a statue of Guangong, and his aura visibly swelled, like a balloon suddenly filled with air. This is the Lei family's internal martial arts. Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunping recognized it simultaneously. In the martial arts world, Kung Fu is divided into two schools, the external and the internal. The external school focuses primarily on physical strength, and when mastered, the practitioner's physical qualities can exceed those of ordinary people by several times. Both strength and speed are beyond comparison. In contrast, internal Kung Fu is quite different, as it trains the practitioner's internal energy, which, although intangible, possesses a power far greater than any technique from the external school. Internal Kung Fu can directly harm the body's organs, and with a single palm or fist, one can inflict severe injuries or even cause death. Seeing this scene, Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunping widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not expected that Lei Dihua, barely in his 20s, had already mastered the Lei family's internal Kung Fu. No wonder he caught the attention of the Martial Arts Association. Yi Xiao was in trouble. Su Jianxin couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Yi Xiao. However, at that moment, Su Jianxin noticed a smile creeping at the corner of Yi Xiao's mouth, as if he were pleasantly surprised. Indeed, Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. It was like hunting. Initially, he thought he had caught a rabbit, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a wild boar. How could that not be surprising? It seemed he could indulge a bit more today. Die for me! Lei Dihua shouted fiercely, his voice booming like thunder. In the next second, he charged forward, his speed seemingly 4 or 5 times faster than before, to the point that even Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunping could barely see his figure. Whoosh! With a swift kick, Lei Dihua's leg straightened like a spear, thrusting violently towards Yi Xiao. This kick aimed at Yi Xiao's lower back. If an ordinary person were to take this kick, they would be paralyzed and become a vegetable, as that area houses the spinal cord, one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Come on! Yi Xiao shouted back, then executed his footwork, slipping away from the range of Lei Dihua's attack as if his feet were greased. Kid, do you think you can dodge? Too naive. With a cold laugh, Lei Dihua's leg, which should have fallen due to the force, unexpectedly accelerated again towards Yi Xiao. It was as if a rocket had been boosted mid-air. Seeing this, Su Jianxin and Xiao Kunping couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. This was beyond their comprehension. They never expected the Lei family's internal Kung Fu to be so formidable. If it were them, they would likely be defeated on the spot by this sudden attack, either dead or severely injured. Xiao Kunping couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Yi Xiao. This kid had some skills, but he was overly arrogant and had chosen the wrong opponent. But at that moment, Yi Xiao made a move that took everyone by surprise. Facing Lei Dihua's unstoppable assault, he did not retreat but advanced instead, extending one hand to deflect Lei Dihua's foot as if he were parting grass with a snake. How is this possible? Lei Dihua's eyes widened like bronze gongs. His powerful leg technique was effortlessly neutralized by Yi Xiao. However, what shocked him even more was what happened next. After successfully deflecting the attack, Yi Xiao did not stop. He lightly tapped the ground, darting to Lei Dihua's left side, and his arm shot out like a knife, stabbing fiercely towards Lei Dihua's ribs. What? Lei Dihua was horrified. He had no way to defend against Yi Xiao's sudden change, as his body was still in mid-air. Although he had briefly accelerated with internal energy, using it once was already his limit. So now, he was completely Yi Xiao's live target, like fish on a chopping board. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Lei Dihua was sent flying without a doubt. He barely managed to steady himself, feeling an icy chill where Yi Xiao had struck, followed by a searing pain as liquid dripped down from his waist to his ankles. Lei Dihua knew he had been wounded. Moreover, the injury he sustained was not an ordinary one. Just now, he had kicked Yi Xiao directly in the waist, aiming to incapacitate him in one blow. Now, Yi Xiao's hand strike was similarly a retaliation, almost piercing through his kidney. Even if Lei Dihua was not paralyzed on the spot, he would probably be left a cripple for life, missing a kidney. This was utterly unacceptable for a martial artist, especially a man. Thinking of his miserable future, Lady Hua's blood surged, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The crowd in the bar, witnessing this scene, was already dumbfounded, all of them doubting whether their eyes were deceiving them. What a joke! This was the second young master of the Lei family's boxing gym. How could he be beaten to the point of spitting blood by an unknown nobody? Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping trembled uncontrollably, like chaff in the wind, as Yi Zhao's strength far exceeded their imagination. Now, they were not only worried that Yi Xiao would guess they were behind the scenes and seek revenge, but also concerned about the Lei family holding them accountable, since it was they who had encouraged Lady Hua to confront Yi Xiao. Zhao Qiuping bit her lip tightly, glaring at Yi Zhao's back with immense resentment. Wasn't he just a small prison guard she had dumped? Relying on his medical skills to gain Shinshini's favor was one thing, but now he had also defeated Lady Hua in martial arts. Every time Yi Xiao excelled, it felt like a merciless slap to her face, making her regretful and deeply ashamed. Su Jianxin completely relaxed his fists, a brilliant light appearing in his beautiful eyes. Perhaps he really hadn't misjudged the person. Although Qiu Kuanping was also quite surprised that Yi Xiao could defeat Lady Hua, who had mastered the Lei family's internal martial arts, he did not think this matter was over. Even though Lady Hua had been defeated, there was still Liang Feifei. Even if Liang Feifei couldn't stop Yi Xiao, what about the man behind her? Therefore, Yi Zhao's current situation was still far from optimistic. Sure enough, just as Qiu Kuanping had anticipated, Liang Feifei raised her brows and sternly reprimanded, "You reckless fool, how dare you harm the second young master Lei?" He. Yi Xiao curled his lips into a mocking smile, his expression calm as he replied, "So it's only allowed for this useless brat to come at me, and I can't fight back, is that it?" Liang Feifei raised an eyebrow, her voice icy cold. "Of course, the second young master Lei holds a noble status as a VIP in my bar, and what are you? Just a filthy bug that has committed a crime. How dare you compare yourself to the second young master Lei? Kid, the second young master Lei acted against you with my consent. You should accept your punishment obediently, but instead, you injured the second young master, which is a crime on top of a crime. Come here, waste him. If he dares to resist again, let the consequences be on him." Liang Feifei waved her hand, and immediately more than a dozen strong henchmen surged out from behind her. Each of them was a trained fighter. Although they couldn't match Lady Hua, they were still tough characters. Liang Feifei believed that even if Yi Xiao was strong, he would not be a match for these dozen men. Seeing Yi Xiao surrounded by the henchmen, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping's eyes lit up with joy again. The saying goes that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. They still didn't believe that Yi Xiao could stand undefeated against so many attackers. Su Jianxin's heart, which had just settled, tightened again. She had heard of the henchmen around Liang Feifei. They were all personally selected bodyguards for her. One of the main reasons Liang Feifei could intimidate various wealthy second-generation heirs in the bar was largely due to this. Could Yi Xiao continue to win as before? It seemed very difficult. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao did not regard these people at all. If his battle with Lady Hua was like a 7/10 full lunch, then these people could only be considered dessert after the meal. He squinted slightly, his right hand instinctively forming a grasping shape, determined to eat all these desserts one by one. However, just as both sides were rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "What's going on? Which blind fool dares to cause trouble in my woman's territory?" Upon hearing this voice, Qiu Kuanping's expression changed drastically. "It's over, this time it's really over. Lord Yun has arrived. How could this kid possibly survive?" However, Liang Feifei's eyes lit up, and an incredibly radiant smile blossomed on her face. To be honest, she had just ordered her subordinates to beat up Yi Xiao, and she wasn't very confident in her heart. Even if Yi Xiao couldn't defeat her subordinates, escaping shouldn't be a problem. But now it was different. Her backing had arrived, and she believed that even if Yi Xiao were given a pair of wings, he would still be powerless to turn the situation around. After hearing this voice, the group of thugs also withdrew their intentions to fight, waiting for their true master to make a decision. Sigh. How boring. The dessert is gone. Yi Xiao pouted, casually pulling over a chair and sitting down with a swagger, opening a bottle of foreign wine and taking a big gulp without hesitation. The dessert was gone, but Yi Xiao figured he might still encounter a grand meal, so he wasn't too dissatisfied. Seeing Yi Xiao like this, Su Jianxin didn't know whether to say he was fearless like a newborn calf or really had a hole in his head. That person was an elder of the martial extreme society. Even Huang Feihu would have to retreat in the face of such a figure. Where did Yi Xiao get his confidence to be so carefree? Meanwhile, not long after that voice fell, a man in his early 30s, tall and dressed in tight-fitting clothes, walked in. The man looked as fierce as a spear, exuding a heroic demeanor, but his slightly narrowed, elongated eyes and the sly smile at the corners of his lips reminded everyone that he was not someone to be trifled with. This man was one of the elders of the martial extreme society, Liang Feifei's backing, and the latest ally of Chiu Kuanping, Shang Guanyun. Following Shang Guanyun were 8 others, all of whom were martial artists from the martial extreme society. They appeared as if they were forged from iron, and as soon as they entered the bar, everyone felt an invisible aura of menace gathering above their heads. Besides their unmatched ferocity, there was an indescribable brutality and arrogance about them, as if they were no longer human, but a pack of wild beasts. Lord Yun! Lord Yun! The customers in the bar bowed to Shang Guanyun, bending at the waist in a synchronized manner, each one appearing extremely humble, afraid of offending the elder of the martial extreme society in any way. Seeing Shang Guanyun approach, Lady Hua said with a face full of anger, "Lord Yun, you have to stand up for me." Shang Guanyun glanced at Lady Hua, immediately noticing the severity of his injuries. His kidney had been shattered by someone using internal energy. He was somewhat familiar with Lady Hua's martial skills, which had basically reached the threshold to enter the martial extreme society, so someone who could injure him like this was undoubtedly a great master. "Xiao Fei, what's going on?" Shang Guanyun asked lightly. After all, he had been in a high position for a long time. Although he was momentarily surprised, he was not easily intimidated by such a small scene. Liang Feifei showed a look of grievance and said, "Lord Yun, it's like this. Today, a madman came to our bar, not only causing trouble but also injuring young Master Lei right in front of me. This is not only disrespectful to me but also to you, Lord Yun." Liang Feifei was quite adept at fanning the flames, and her half-truthful statements completely painted Yi Xiao as a troublemaker while portraying herself and Lady Hua as victims. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, radiating an intimidating aura. "Is there such a thing?" His tone was calm, but the cold glint in his eyes sent shivers down everyone's spine. At this moment, Chiu Kuanping, standing nearby, mustered his courage and stepped forward, saying, "Master Yun, there's a misunderstanding here. The person Sister Fei mentioned is my friend. This matter actually started when the people from Lady Hua provoked him first, which led to him taking action." "Oh." Shang Guanyun glanced at Chiu Kuanping out of the corner of his eye. He still held a certain admiration for this old subordinate with the ghostly eyes, but what surprised him was that Chiu Kuanping would actually speak up for the madman mentioned by Liang Feifei. "Master Yun." Liang Feifei sensed something was off. It was very likely that Shang Guanyun would let Yi Xiao go because of this, so she wanted to slander Yi Xiao further. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Shang Guanyun. "Xiao Fei, I still have to give face to Kuanping, so don't say any more." After saying this, he cast his gaze towards the shadow surrounded by the bar's bouncers and continued, "Kid, consider yourself lucky today. Kuanping is someone I value, and I can't disregard his face. However, you injured young Master Lei and made my woman unhappy. I will still pursue this matter. I won't make it too difficult for you. You will kneel and apologize to Xiao Fei immediately, and let young Master Lei break one of your legs to vent his anger. If you do that, I can let this matter go." Upon hearing this, Lady Hua clenched his fists at his sides, making cracking sounds. He had almost been crippled. Shang Guanyun actually didn't intend to kill Yi Xiao but only wanted to break one of his legs. Although he felt a sense of injustice, given that the other party was an elder of the Martial Extreme Association, he had nothing to say. At worst, he could settle the score with Yi Xiao privately later. Hearing this, Su Jianxin let out a slight sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Chiu Kuanping. In her view, this was already the best outcome. A broken leg could be reattached, but if Shang Guanyun truly wanted to kill Yi Xiao, no one could save him. He. Yi Xiao disdainfully twirled the bottle of foreign liquor in his hand and laughed. "Let it go? But I don't want to let it go just like that. Also, I don't need anyone's face." Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. Is this kid out of his mind? Master Yun has already agreed to let him off, and he still dares to challenge Master Yun? He really doesn't know how to live. Yeah, who is Master Yun? It's said that even the commander of the War Department, Shi Jun, once invited him to be an instructor there, and even the Tiger Master of the Flying Tiger Association has to bow to him. What is this kid? How dare he disrespect Master Yun like this? I think this kid must be drunk, thinking he can defeat the bald guy and young Master Lei, and now he's all high and mighty. Ha! Does he really think he's the best in the world? Chiu Kuanping was completely speechless towards Yi Xiao. He had risked angering Shang Guanyun to plead for Yi Xiao, but unexpectedly, this kid not only showed no gratitude but also dared to confront Master Yun. Now, it seemed that Master Yun might have developed a murderous intent towards him. Su Jianxin's heart sank to the bottom, and for a moment, her hands and feet turned cold. Yi Xiao, oh Yi Xiao, why are you so ungrateful? Shang Guanyun's expression changed completely. He frowned, his face cold, and his demeanor unusually grave. Liang Feifei could not miss such a perfect opportunity to add fuel to the fire. A smile crept onto her lips as she looked at Yi Xiao and said softly, "What? You still want to kill me in front of Master Yun?" Yi Xiao replied indifferently, "What if I kill you? Since you all think other people's lives are cheap and worthless, then your lives are also worthless in my eyes." As he spoke, Yi Xiao's gaze shot towards Liang Feifei like two sharp swords. What kind of gaze was that? Deep as a prison, terrifying as an abyss. Even though Shangguan Yun was standing next to Liang Feifei, she couldn't help but shiver. "Kid, how are you speaking?" A member of the Martial Extreme Association behind Shangguan Yun growled angrily at Yi Xiao, looking as if he wanted to swallow him whole. After saying this, the man took a step forward, moving like lightning, and reached out to grab Yi Xiao's neck. The movements of the members of the Martial Extreme Society were so fast that many people didn't react in time, but to Yi Xiao, they seemed as slow as a snail. He casually slapped one of them, and with a crisp sound of smack, the member who had just charged forward with great momentum was sent flying back at a speed 10 times faster than before. This scene left everyone stunned. My God! Has this kid eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? How dare he act so boldly in front of Lord Yun? He's done for. If this kid survives, I'll kneel down and call him father. At this moment, Liang Feifei, Shi Tianhao, Zhao Qiuping, and others wore cold smiles of glee. If Lord Yun had considered sparing Yi Xiao a moment ago, now it was clear that Yi Xiao had been sentenced to death. Ha ha ha! Shangguan Yun laughed in anger. Good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to be so reckless in front of me. He glared at Yi Xiao's profile with an expressionless face, his voice icy cold. Young man, you managed to defeat Lady Hua. To be honest, I did have a slight appreciation for your talent just now, but now, you must pay the price for your actions. Although it's a bit of a pity, there's no way around it. I, Shangguan Yun, cannot lose face, and the dignity of the Martial Extreme Society cannot be violated. Kid, tell me, which force do you come from, and what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Of course, I'm not afraid of you, I just want to eradicate the forces and supporters behind you. Shangguan Yun's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. They knew that this elder of the Martial Extreme Society was thoroughly enraged. Now, not only was this reckless kid going to die, but his friends and family would likely suffer as well. Because these words came from Shangguan Yun, the elder of the most powerful force in the Dragon Country. No one dared to question it. Shangguan Yun? Yi Xiao muttered, then grinned and said, Cloud Cripple, you're quite something. You dare to threaten me now. Cloud Cripple. Upon hearing this title, Shangguan Yun's expression tightened, as if he had been transported back 2 years to the time in the first prison of the world. Except for those in that prison, no one had ever dared to call him that. At this moment, he carefully savored Yi Xiao's voice and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This sounds a bit like the voice of the prison master. Although 2 years had passed, the life in the first prison of the world had left Shangguan Yun with many indelible memories. Looking back, those 2 years in prison were the greatest shadow of Shangguan Yun's life. He had received more education in that prison than in 9 years of compulsory education. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yun's entire body began to tremble, an indescribable sense of fear sweeping over him. However, the others were unaware of Shangguan Yun's feelings at this moment. Liang Feifei, who was closest to him, knew that Shangguan Yun was indeed disabled. His left leg was a prosthetic. But Shangguan Yun was very sensitive about others mentioning his limp. Once, when she accidentally brought it up, he slapped her so hard she flew away. Now, this reckless kid not only disregarded Shangguan Yun but also touched his bottom line. She couldn't imagine what kind of cruel method Shangguan Yun would use to kill this kid. Although the others didn't understand the situation, they could still hear the mocking tone in Yi Xiao's words. Look, Lord Yun is so angry he's shaking. My God, is Lord Yun going to tear this kid apart himself? This is what they call Guangong not opening his eyes. When he does, he wants to kill. I think it's about time. This kid not only insulted Lord Yun's woman but also beat up Lord Yun's subordinate, and now he's calling Lord Yun a cripple. Anyone would explode in anger over that. Let alone someone like Lord Yun, who is extraordinary and holds great power. Tisk tsk, I'm increasingly looking forward to this kid's fate. Do you think Lord Yun will chop him into 8 pieces? Xiao Kuanping shook his head in disbelief. He had seen arrogance before, but he had never encountered someone as recklessly bold as Yi Xiao, who was completely challenging Shangguan Yun's bottom line. It seemed the only thing he could do now was to collect Yi Xiao's corpse. At this moment, Su Jianqin had lost all hope for Yi Xiao's survival. She sighed, realizing perhaps she had been too naive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to believe in a madman like Yi Xiao. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Look, Lord Yun is moving. He's walking towards that kid. Shangguan Yun approached Yi Xiao with a heart full of anxiety, constantly praying to various deities that this person was not Yi Xiao. but the reality proved that relying on a last-minute prayer would not be heeded. When Shang Wanyan finally saw Yi Zhao's face, his eyes widened in shock, his face drained of color, as if even his breath was trembling. He no longer cared about anything else and thud, knelt before Yi Zhao. "Spare me, Lord of the Prison." Boom! The crowd watching this scene felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their ears, countless voices gasping in astonishment, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. What? Lord Yun actually knelt before a young kid? What is happening in this world? Even a fantasy wouldn't dare to write this. You have to know this is Lord Yun, one of the elders of the martial extreme society, who crushed Huang Feihu. Even the powerful in the capital have to show him respect. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping were completely stunned, wishing they could gouge out their eyes, pretending they hadn't seen this scene. They had hoped to see Shang Wanyan deal a fatal blow to Yi Zhao, at least beat him half to death. But now, not only did Shang Wanyan show no intention of punishing Yi Zhao, he even knelt before him, completely overturning their worldview. Liang Feifei was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. As Shang Wanyan's woman, she knew his character too well. Even when facing the president of the martial extreme society, he wouldn't kneel. But now, he was kneeling to Yi Zhao. This could only mean one thing: Yi Zhao's identity far surpassed that of Shang Wanyan, even more than the president of the martial extreme society. Su Jianxin and Qiu Kuanpun were equally dumbfounded. They had completely lost hope for Yi Zhao, believing he could never survive the night, but they never expected such a shocking reversal. Who exactly was he? For the first time, Su Jianxin felt that Yi Zhao's identity was beyond her comprehension. Yi Zhao glanced at Shang Wanyan and said indifferently, "Yun the Lame, it seems that when the dark ghost broke your leg back then, it wasn't enough. You're trying to show off on my head. You want to eradicate the forces and supporters behind me, right? If you have the guts, go ahead." Shang Wanyan lowered his head, his face full of bitterness. When he entered prison, he had thought of himself as the best in the world, wanting to dominate in prison, but within 5 minutes, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by a killer named Dark Ghost. His leg was broken, and if Yi Zhao hadn't arrived in time, he might have lost his life. Eradicating Yi Zhao's forces? Even if he were given an army, he wouldn't dare. After all, the prisoners in the number 1 prison could hold off 100,000 troops. Slap! Shang Wanyan harshly slapped himself. "Lord of the prison, it's my foul mouth, I deserve to die. I didn't know it was you. If I had known, even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't have dared to say that. You have a great capacity for forgiveness, just consider everything I said before as nonsense, okay?" Now, dignity and face were secondary for Shang Wanyan. As long as he could seek Yi Zhao's forgiveness, he would kneel for 3 days and nights without issue. Yi Zhao smacked his lips and glanced at Su Jianxin, raising his chin slightly. Although he didn't speak, Su Jianxin understood what Yi Zhao meant. Wasn't he just saying that her previous worries were unnecessary? Isn't he just showing off his identity and power? Su Jianxin pretended to be aloof and shot a glance at Yi Zhao, wearing an expression that said, "You can be handsome all you want, but you're not my type." Yi Zhao didn't press the issue with Shang Wanyan any further. "Alright, Yun the cripple, let's find a quiet place to talk." Okay. Shang Wanyan nodded vigorously, knowing that Yi Zhao had calmed down. Although he didn't understand why the warden hadn't punished him like he did in prison, it was undoubtedly the best outcome for him. Shang Wanyan slowly stood up. Even though Yi Zhao had lightly brushed off the matter, he knew it couldn't just end like that. He cast a cold glance at Lei Dihua. Without saying a word, he stepped forward, as if shrinking the distance, and firmly grasped Lei Dihua's neck. Feeling Shang Wanyan's chilling killing intent, Lei Dihua struggled to plead, "Yun, my father and brother are also members of the martial extreme society. Please spare me for their sake." Even if Lei Dihua was slow to react at that moment, he knew he had kicked a hard board, that Yi Zhao was someone who could make even Shang Wanyan kneel. How could he provoke him? Hearing this, the killing intent in Shang Wanyan's eyes slightly dissipated. Bang! With a heavy thud, Shang Wanyan slammed Lei Dihua to the ground. "Lei Dihua, how dare you provoke Mr. Yi today? I can spare your life, but you can't escape the consequences. I'll disable your limbs right now. If you don't accept it, feel free to have your father, Lei Shanha, come find me." Shang Wanyan's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a chilling and brutal killing intent. If it weren't for this brat, would he have offended the warden so severely? After saying that, Shang Wanyan didn't give Lei Dihua a chance to react. A dagger slipped out from his sleeve in an instant. Shoo! Several cold flashes passed, and Lei Dihua's tendons in his hands and feet were brutally severed. In an instant, blood gushed from Lei Dihua's limbs like columns, a sea of crimson, and the immense pain caused him to faint on the spot. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping, witnessing this scene, were already terrified to the core. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, they cautiously began to back away, trying to slip out of the bar. At that moment, Yi Zhao's voice came to their ears. Zhao Qiuping, this is the last time I let you go. If there's a next time, you will die. Yi Zhao's lips were pressed into a hard line, his cold, fierce eyes were terrifyingly bloodthirsty. Over the past 3 years, countless criminals had wished for his life, yet Yi Zhao had stood tall in such an environment. How could he be someone with simple thoughts? Lady Hua had no grievances with the bald man from before. How could he come looking for trouble out of nowhere? He had long suspected that these two were up to no good behind the scenes. Hearing this, Zhao Qiuping was so frightened that her heart nearly stopped. Her whole body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. It turned out that from the very beginning, she was just a clown in Yi Zhao's eyes. She pinched her thigh hard to regain some strength and walked out in a daze. After dealing with Lady Hua, Shang Guanyun personally led Yi Zhao, Su Jianqin, and the three of them into the most luxurious private room in the bar, with Liang Feifei following behind. Shang Guanyun still had some feelings for this woman. He naturally didn't want to treat her as harshly as he did Lady Hua, but how to handle Liang Feifei would depend on Yi Zhao's wishes. Once they were seated, only Liang Feifei stood trembling, anxious and uneasy. Shang Guanyun gave her a look, and Liang Feifei hurriedly poured 2 glasses of top-shelf liquor, then forced a smile. Mr. Yi, I was wrong to look down on you. Please don't hold it against me. As she spoke, Liang Feifei raised a glass of liquor and downed it in one go. But Yi Zhao, sitting beside her, showed no reaction at all, and the atmosphere in the private room dropped to freezing point. At that moment, Liang Feifei's hands were already trembling so much that she could barely hold the glass steady. Shang Guanyun's heart sank. He knew this warden too well. Whenever Yi Zhao fell silent, even the prisoners 3 zhang away would kneel one by one, for it meant the warden was very angry, and often it was a particular prisoner who would be in big trouble. He cautiously said, Warden, Xiao Fei is just a woman, you. However, Shang Guanyun's words were cut off by Yi Zhao's wave of his hand. Yi Zhao smashed an entire bottle of foreign liquor down in front of Liang Feifei, while he picked up a glass of wine and said indifferently, you drink it, I don't care. This was a standard 750 milliliter bottle of liquor. In the past, no one would have dared to speak to Liang Feifei like this because she had Shang Guanyun's support. But now, Shang Guanyun had become her subordinate. Who could she rely on? Su Jianqin felt a bit of a chill, but she didn't think Yi Zhao was being excessive. After all, Liang Feifei had previously wanted to collude with Lady Hua to eliminate Yi Zhao. Although Liang Feifei's people never actually confronted the real Yi Zhao, it was likely that Yi Zhao spared her out of consideration for Shang Guanyun. Qiu Kuanpeng merely shook his head, blaming Liang Feifei for misjudging the situation and choosing the wrong side. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Feifei grabbed the bottle of liquor and gulped it down. After finishing the bottle, she could barely stand, while Yi Zhao merely took a small sip of his red wine. Seeing this, Shang Guanyun finally felt relieved. He waved his hand at Liang Feifei, get lost. Liang Feifei bowed deeply to Yi Zhao as if granted a pardon, then wobbled out of the private room. Yun the Lame, take care of your woman from now on. If there's a next time, you know the consequences, Yi Zhao said lightly. Yes, yes, yes. Warden, you are right. Shang Guanyun replied, somewhat disgruntled. Come, let me toast the warden, as a welcome. With that, Shang Guanyun raised a glass and drank it all in one go, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in the room. This time, Yi Zhao also dropped his pretenses and drank with Shang Guanyun. After finishing a glass, Yi Zhao pointed at Qiu Kuanpeng, I want this person. Yun the Lame, do you have any objections? Shang Guanyun was taken aback, somewhat confused. Had the warden's preferences changed? But he still decisively agreed, my life is given by the warden, take whatever you want. Yi Zhao naturally saw through Shang Guanyun's little thoughts. He curled his lip and said, this woman beside me is the daughter of Gue Yin, and now she is helping me. At this point, Shang Guanyun could guess Yi Zhao's meaning. He looked at Su Jianqin and said, Miss, if you need anything, just let me know. Little Yun? Su Jianqin felt a chill. After all, Shang Guanyun was an elder of the martial extreme society. In Lingzhou, who wouldn't call him Yun Yi? Yet here he was, calling himself Little Yun in front of her. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she wouldn't have believed it even if you beat her to death. Yun Yi, you're being too polite. Su Jianqin awkwardly nodded. Shang Guanyun then turned to Qiu Kuanpeng, I know why you chose to follow me, but you must understand that the warden's strength surpasses mine by 100-fold. If you want to deal with that person, being loyal to the warden is more suitable than following me. What else could Qiu Kuanpeng say? He had only seen a glimpse of Yi Zhao's ferocity through Shang Guanyun, and he knew how formidable he was. So, even if he was treated like a commodity and handed over to Yi Zhao, he could accept it, because his goal was actually aligned with Su Jianqin's. After some more conversation, Yi Zhao and Su Jianqin left the Red Tide bar. Outside the bar, Su Jianqin hesitated for a long time before finally calling out to Yi Zhao, Mr. Yi, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Yi Xiao's identity was truly perplexing to her. Before this, she had only thought that Yi Xiao was a prison mate of her father's, but today it seemed she might have guessed wrong. You didn't ask either, Yi Xiao said with a carefree expression. Hearing this, Su Jianqing felt a strong impulse to hit him. Indeed, she had only believed in Yi Xiao based on her instincts, and his identity had never been something she cared about. Su Jianqing shot him an annoyed glare, gritted her teeth, and asked again, "You're not a prisoner in the prison, are you?" Yi Xiao shrugged, "I never said I was." At his words, Su Jianqing's face twitched in anger. Seeing that Su Jianqing was about to explode, Yi Xiao quickly added, "Alright, Miss Su, what you need to do now is to build up the intelligence network. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, just come to me. As for everything else, don't overthink it." With that, Yi Xiao walked past Su Jianqing. In front of such a strong-willed woman, maintaining an air of mystery was the best way to keep her guessing about you forever. Just as Yi Xiao hailed a taxi to return to Song Qingshua's villa, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Louis. "Yi Xiao, it's bad. Uncle Song has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and the situation is critical. Hurry to the first city hospital." As soon as the call connected, Louis said urgently. Yi Xiao was a bit dazed. Wasn't everything fine at noon? How could he suddenly have a cerebral hemorrhage now? "Okay, I'll be right there." Yi Xiao knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. He should go see the situation first. Just in case, he quickly called Huang Feihu to prepare a set of silver needles to send to the first hospital. Old Song was aware of his identity. If he ignored him in his time of need and Old Song found out, he might throw away the token and never give it to him again. That would be disastrous. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at the first hospital, where Louis was already waiting for him at the elevator. What exactly happened? Yi Xiao asked as soon as they met. As they entered the elevator, Louis frowned and said, "The financial director of Qingshua's company embezzled 100 million in public funds and ran away, causing the Song Group's financial chain to break, leading to a huge crisis." Uncle Song heard this news and became overly agitated, resulting in a cerebral hemorrhage. Embezzling 100 million? Yi Xiao had been at the Song Group for some time and knew a bit about its affairs. Although the group claimed to have a market value of 100 billion, it had been expanding into other fields in recent years, leaving little liquid capital available. That 100 million was likely all the liquid funds the Song Group had. No wonder Song Guanqing was so furious. Soon, the two arrived outside Song Guanqing's emergency room, where Huang Meyer was anxiously pacing the hallway, and Song Qingshua looked worried and distressed. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Song Qingshua suddenly thought of the day Yi Xiao treated Shen Luoyin. Perhaps he could treat her father too? But before Song Qingshua could speak, Huang Meyer scolded sharply, "You ungrateful wretch, what are you doing here? Are you here to watch our family's joke? Get out of here. Just seeing you annoys me." Huang Meyer's eyes were filled with disgust. She had never liked Yi Xiao, and now that she was in a bad mood, she instinctively vented all her anger on him. Louis hurriedly explained, "Aunt Huang, Yi Xiao knows medicine, he might be able to help Uncle Song." Yi Xiao was the one she called, and seeing him being scolded made her feel guilty. Him? Just a little prison guard. What does he know about medicine? Huang Meyer scoffed. Despite Huang Meyer's ridicule, Yi Xiao felt no waves of emotion. In fact, he even felt like having some braised chicken. The more Huang Meyer looked down on him, the easier it would be for him to succeed in breaking off the engagement. At this moment, Song Qingshua also felt that her mother was being a bit excessive. Just as she was about to say a few words for Yi Xiao, the door to the emergency room opened. A chief physician wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out first. "Dr. Zhou, how is my husband?" Huang Mei hurriedly approached and asked. Dr. Zhou sighed, "Mrs. Song, let's talk in my office." Upon hearing this, both Huang Mei and Song Qingshua's hearts sank. They both sensed that Song Guanqing's condition was likely very serious. When they arrived at the office, Dr. Zhou got straight to the point. "Mrs. Song, to put it bluntly, I have done everything I can for your husband." "What?" Huang Mei stumbled, nearly falling. Song Qingshua supported her mother while anxiously asking, "Dr. Zhou, is there really no other way?" She was calmer than her mother, knowing that if Dr. Zhou was simply saying her father was beyond help, he wouldn't have called them to the office. Dr. Zhou continued, "For now, the only option is to ask Dr. Wang for help. There might still be a glimmer of hope." Huang Mei clung to this like a lifeline, pleading, "Dr. Zhou, please help us contact Dr. Wang." Dr. Zhou smiled bitterly, "Mrs. Song, I don't have any connections with Dr. Wang, you'll need to reach out to him yourselves." The renowned Dr. Wang Ruohai from Longjiatang was the best physician in Lingzhou, and she had only heard him speak a few times. She didn't even have his phone number. How could they contact him? Huang Mei suddenly turned to Song Qingxue. Quick, Qingxue, call Hong Gang. He has such a wide network, he must know Dr. Wang. Although Song Qingxue was reluctant, for her father's sake, she stepped aside to dial Fong Honggong's number. Lu Yi looked at Yi Xiao with a complicated expression. She didn't know whether to mention that Yi Xiao was the boss of Fong Honggang. With Yi Xiao's status, if he were to ask Dr. Wang for help, it would surely carry more weight than Fong Honggong's connections. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Huang Feihu, he knew the silver needles had arrived, so he said nothing more and walked out of the office. A little while later, Song Qingxue came over, dejected, holding her phone. Mom, President Fong said he can't help. What? How could that be? Hong Gang is the general manager of Manhwa. How could he not be able to help? Huang Mei was greatly disappointed, but then her eyes lit up. Qingxue, didn't your dad introduce you to young Master Hong from Jiangnan Bank last time? He seems to be related to Dr. Wang, you should call him right away. Song Qingxue suddenly remembered, her father had indeed mentioned it before, so she hurriedly searched for Hong Jihao's number. The call connected quickly. Mr. Hong, this is Song Qingxue. I need your help with something. On the other end, Hong Jihao was surrounded by two internet celebrities, preparing to enter a nightclub, but upon hearing Song Qingxue's voice, he immediately stopped. This was the woman he had long desired. If he could win over Song Qingxue, it would be far better than these two internet stars. Qingxue, just say the word, I would go through fire and water for you. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao met up with Huang Feihu, took the silver needles from him, and then turned to head towards the emergency room where Song Wanqing was. Huang Feihu had witnessed Yi Xiao's medical skills countless times. Even in prison, prominent families from all over the world would travel great distances to seek Yi Xiao's treatment, some even willing to part with their entire fortunes, but the warden might not even intervene. Yet today, the warden was treating an ordinary person. Truly, one might ask what love is in this world, leading one to risk life and death. Huang Feihu couldn't help but sigh as he watched Yi Xiao's hurried figure leave. Oh my, how did I just realize how talented I am? Yi Xiao saw that no one was around and slipped directly into Song Wanqing's emergency room. Just as he didn't want the Song family to know he was the owner of the Manhan Tower, he also didn't want them to know he could cure Song Wanqing. If they found out, it would be difficult for Song Qingxue to distance herself from him. However, Yi Xiao's figure was spotted by two elderly men with graying hair who had just turned the corner. One of them, wearing a white coat, was the former director of the city hospital, who had just come downstairs to greet an old friend. Although the old director was over 60, his eyes were still sharp. Damn, that person isn't from our hospital. What does he want? Old Wang, grab a tool and come with me to take a look. With that, the old director abandoned his friend and rushed toward the emergency room. The old man beside him shook his head and followed suit. Both were doctors and understood that lives were at stake, and they couldn't allow anyone to act recklessly. Inside the emergency room, Yi Xiao immediately spotted Song Wanqing on the hospital bed. How unpredictable life was. Just at noon, they were celebrating their wedding anniversary, and now he lay on the bed, hanging by a thread. At the same time, his gaze quickly scanned the various instruments beside Song Wanqing. The heart rate monitor was beeping continuously, and the fluctuating waveform was getting smaller, indicating that Song Wanqing's heartbeat was in serious trouble. If the waveform on the heart rate monitor turned into a straight line, it would mean Song Wanqing was done for. Yi Xiao knew there was no time to lose, so he made a sword gesture with his right hand and swiftly sliced through Song Wanqing's clothing. Next, Yi Xiao took out a silver needle pouch and quickly drew out a silver needle, his fingers slightly twisting the tail of the needle. Instantly, a puff of white smoke emanated from the needle. If a martial artist with profound skills were present, they would recognize that Yi Xiao was sterilizing the needle with his true energy. After sterilization, Yi Xiao quickly inserted the needle into Song Wanqing's Higu acupoint when the emergency room door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. The old director, furious, shouted, "Kid, who are you? Get out of here right now." This was the emergency room, and a moment's carelessness could cost a life, so the old director was understandably angry. As he spoke, he strode forward to grab Yi Xiao's arm. At that moment, the elderly man behind him held onto his white coat, incredulously saying, "Old Niu, don't be impulsive. Look at the silver needle on the patient's Higu acupoint." Hearing this, the old director turned to look at Song Wanqing's Higu acupoint, and upon seeing it, he trembled in shock, his face filled with disbelief, for he saw that the silver needle was actually rotating clockwise on Song Wanqing's Higu acupoint. This is the rotating needle technique," the old director exclaimed. As a seasoned doctor, he was quite familiar with traditional Chinese acupuncture, and the rotating needle technique was a high-level method among acupuncture practices, with no more than 5 people in the Dragon Country mastering it. Moreover, all 5 were esteemed national physicians. How could this kid know the rotating needle technique? Was he a disciple of some imperial physician? Realizing this, the old director refrained from interrupting Yi Xiao. If he truly was a disciple of a divine physician, he certainly wasn't there to harm the patient. Interfering recklessly would only hinder the treatment. In that brief moment, Yi Xiao quickly inserted 3 more silver needles into Song Guanqing's Weiguan, Suqi, and Jinjing acupoints, each using the rotating needle technique, and the speed of insertion was so fast that even the old director and the man behind him could barely see it clearly. Both elderly men were secretly astonished. Such rapid needle insertion was something they couldn't achieve. This undoubtedly confirmed their suspicions that this kid was definitely a disciple of some imperial physician. Following that, Yi Xiao again inserted silver needles into Song Guanqing's Zusanli and Yanglingquan acupoints. After the needles were in place, Yi Xiao's fingertips began to lightly flick at the ends of the needles, much like a skilled musician plucking the strings of a zither. As he moved his hands, the 6 silver needles began to spin in unison, creating an indescribable yet harmonious ethereal sensation. Suddenly, the old man behind the dean trembled with excitement and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young man, is this the 6 paths connecting meridians divine needle?" Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "That's right. The 6 paths connecting meridians divine needle." The old dean rubbed his hands together in excitement. This was a needle technique lost in traditional Chinese medicine for 100 years. Now, it was being demonstrated by a young man. Both old men looked at Yi Xiao with faces full of exhilaration, a mix of admiration, respect, and surprise. To witness the 6 paths connecting meridians divine needle in this lifetime was worth dying for. "Oh!" At that moment, the old man behind suddenly murmured, his gaze catching sight of the medical records nearby. Wasn't this the patient his grandnephew had just called him about to treat? This old man was Wang Ruoai, the foremost divine doctor of Lingzhou. Coincidentally, he had come to the hospital today to discuss some medical issues with an old friend, but upon receiving his grandnephew's call, he decided to take a look at the patient. He didn't expect that the patient was already being treated by Yi Xiao. He couldn't help but sigh. The patient's family could invite a royal physician disciple like Yi Xiao, so why did they call him? Wasn't that redundant? Before long, Yi Xiao pulled out all the silver needles and silently prepared to leave. Now that Song Guanqing's condition had completely improved, he would wake up in just a few minutes, and he didn't want Song Guanqing to know that he had saved him. However, the old dean stopped him, saying, "Little divine doctor, please take me as your disciple." As he spoke, the old dean bowed deeply to Yi Xiao. "Little divine doctor, take me as your disciple too." Wang Ruohai followed suit. Although Yi Xiao was young, he was a master of the spinning needle technique and the 6 paths connecting meridians divine needle. In the medical field, it was always the capable who taught, and both men, eager to learn higher medical skills, disregarded their age and bowed to Yi Xiao, seeking to become his disciples. Yi Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He still had important matters to attend to. There was no time to take on these 2 old disciples. It was better to make a quick escape. He didn't believe these 2 old bones could catch up with him. Just as Yi Xiao was preparing to slip away, he suddenly heard the voices of Song Qingxue and Huang Meyer coming from the corridor. Oh no! They mustn't find out. Yi Xiao's mind raced, and suddenly, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he looked at the 2 old men. "Ahem, it's not impossible for me to take you as disciples, but I have one condition." Hearing this, the 2 old men were overjoyed and replied in unison, "Master, even if it's 10 conditions, we agree." Yi Xiao grinned, "All right, then you must say that you treated this patient. You mustn't mention that I intervened." Ah! Both old men gaped, staring at Yi Xiao in disbelief. They had only heard of people fighting for credit, but never of someone voluntarily giving it up. Was this the legendary act of leaving without taking credit or fame? Their master truly had high moral integrity. The old dean puzzled, "Master, how can this be? The patient is clearly..." Yi Xiao quickly interrupted the old dean, his face stern, "Do as I say, or don't even think about me taking you as disciples." Xiaoyi's gaze was sharp, his tone leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, in the corridor of the emergency room, Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue were walking towards the emergency room with a young man in a beige wool coat, who looked somewhat cynical. "Aunt Huang, Qingxue, you don't need to worry. I've already called my uncle, he should be arriving at the hospital soon. As long as my uncle intervenes, my uncle's illness will definitely be cured immediately." The young man raised his chin, a proud look on his face. "Shihao, thank you so much. This time, it's all thanks to you. You're truly a great benefactor to the Song family," Huang Mei said, tears of gratitude in her eyes. At this moment, she couldn't help but mock Yi Xiao a bit. "Qingxue, look at that. In critical times, it's still Zhihao we can rely on, unlike some ungrateful wolf who probably ran off somewhere to have fun." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue felt a bit more disappointed in Yi Xiao. Wasn't it just a few words from her mother? That man just disappeared without a trace. What a man with no tolerance. Lu Yi was also puzzled. Yi Xiao had come, so why did he leave without even a word? She didn't think Yi Xiao was driven away by Huang Mei. After all, he remained unfazed when Huang Mei mocked him at the Manhwa Lu. How could he care about such a small scene? Just as Lu Yi was trying to make sense of it, she saw 3 people walking out of the emergency room. Leading the group was Yi Xiao, followed by 2 old men. What a combination! Everyone was stunned. You ungrateful wolf, did you just run to the emergency room to see Guanqing's joke? Huang Mei scolded Yi Xiao without any hesitation. How can you be so petty? Guanqing just said a few harsh words to you at noon. Do you really hold a grudge until now? Yi Xiao curled his lips. It was really like growing fur on himself, seeing everyone as a monkey. The old dean and Wang Ruohai behind Yi Xiao were also taken aback by the scolding. No wonder the master was unwilling to admit that he treated Song Guancheng. It turned out it was because the patient's family disliked him so much. At this moment, Hong Jihao exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" "Uncle?" Only then did Song Qingxue and Lu Yi notice the old man in a dark blue tang suit behind Yi Xiao. Wasn't that Wang Ruohai? Although they had never seen him in person, Wang Ruohai, as Lingzhou's top divine doctor, often appeared on television. Ahem! Yi Xiao cleared his throat twice, reminding his 2 old apprentices that it was time for them to perform. Wang Ruohai instantly understood Yi Xiao's meaning. Well, Shihao, the patient has completely improved under the treatment of me and Dinyo. As for young friend Yi, he just came in to assist us. While saying this, Wang Ruohai still felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had done nothing and was just taking credit for his master's work. Ah, improved. So soon? Huang Mei and Song Qingxue both looked incredulous. Ha, Aunt Huang, Qingxue, I told you, once my uncle takes action, success is guaranteed. Hong Jihao said proudly, not caring how his uncle did it, as long as he had a part in the credit. Huang Mei then realized what was happening and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing repeatedly to Wang Ruohai and Dinyo. Divine Dr. Wang, Dinyo, thank you so much. Whatever the consultation fee is, please let us know. The Song family will definitely reward you generously. Mentioning the consultation fee, both old men involuntarily glanced at Yi Xiao, who was left speechless, having to look up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, pretending not to see. It was still Wang Ruohai who reacted quickly, saying lightly, since you are Jihao's friends, let's forget about the consultation fee. Dean Yo quickly echoed, that's right, let's not mention the consultation fee anymore. They were already benefiting from their master's reputation, it would be unreasonable to charge a fee. Everyone, old Wang and I have some academic issues to discuss, so we will take our leave now. After saying this, Dean Yo and Wang Ruohai left directly. If they didn't leave soon, they were worried their faces would betray them. The actions of Wang Ruohai and Dean Yo made Song Qingxue feel something was off. Even if Wang Ruohai was Lingzhou's top divine doctor, he couldn't be so noble as to not charge a consultation fee, could he? Was it really because of Hong Jihao? Lu Yi felt that everything was very suspicious. First, Yi Xiao and the 2 old men appeared at the same time, and then, if Dr. Wang had really come, would he not have greeted the family before going to see the patient? Moreover, even Hong Jihao seemed unaware that Dr. Wang was already treating Song Guancheng. A bold idea emerged in her mind. Could it be that Yi Xiao had treated Song Guancheng, and Wang Ruohai and Dean Yo had just happened to run into him? However, Huang Mei did not care about any of this. With a beaming smile, she said to Hong Jihao, Jihao, Auntie doesn't know how to thank you. Let's have Qingxue treat you to a nice meal. Upon hearing this, Hong Jihao's spirits lifted instantly. It was truly a case of finding something after searching high and low. He had asked Song Qingxue out countless times, confident that his handsome face and family background would win her over, but she had rejected him every time. Now he had finally found a new breakthrough. It seemed that winning over this ice-cold beauty, Song Qingxue, was just around the corner. Song Qingxue frowned slightly. In fact, she felt somewhat repulsed by Hong Jihao because it was rumored that his lifestyle was quite poor, often embroiled in scandals with celebrities. Such a man was definitely not someone she would be satisfied with. Mom, I still have work to do. Although Dad's condition has stabilized, the crisis at the company hasn't been resolved yet. Song Qingxue quickly found an excuse to deflect. Speaking of the company, Huang Mei suddenly thought of something. Qingxue, don't you need to apply for a loan from the bank? Jihao can help you with that. Hong Jihao seized the opportunity, saying, Qingxue, is your company in trouble? If you need my help, just say the word. I still have some influence with my dad. As he spoke, there was an unmistakable pride in his eyes. As a second-generation rich kid, this had always been his source of pride. Mr. Hong, thank you, but I really need to get back to the company to handle some matters today, Song Qingxue said lightly, changing the subject. The Song group was indeed facing financial issues, but it hadn't reached the point where she needed to seek help from Hong Jihao. After speaking, Song Qingxue turned to the idle Yi Xiao beside her and coldly said, "Yi Xiao, drive me back to the company." Yi Xiao said nothing more and simply followed her out. Seeing this scene, the smile on Hong Jihao's face instantly froze, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had come here at night, abandoning two little internet celebrities, only to be dismissed like this? Huang Mei immediately noticed Hong Jihao's dissatisfaction and stepped forward, saying, "Jihao, don't misunderstand. Our company is indeed facing a significant change, and that guy is just Qingxue's bodyguard." Whether it was the previous Fang Hongdang or now Hong Jihao, Huang Mei felt that they were 100 times better than Yi Xiao, so she naturally didn't want to undermine Hong Jihao's confidence in pursuing her daughter. After hearing this, Hong Jihao's expression improved a bit. "Oomph, so he's just a bodyguard. Looks like I was overthinking it. A mere bodyguard, an existence as insignificant as an ant. What can he compare to the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank?" After leaving the hospital, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao did not exchange any unnecessary words on the way. In fact, Song Qingxue wasn't deliberately making excuses to leave, it was just that the Song group really had too many matters that required her attention. 100 million in funds had been embezzled by the financial manager, and the shareholders had nearly bombarded her phone. What she needed to do was not only to urge the police to find the financial manager but also to find a way to appease the shareholders and raise 100 million to fill the gap, all while guarding against competitors trying to sabotage her at this critical moment. Each of these tasks was enough to leave her overwhelmed. Song Qingxue returned home exhausted after working until dawn, and Yi Xiao, through the rearview mirror, looked at the sleeping Song Qingxue in the car and couldn't help but sigh. Wouldn't it be better to find a man and get married sooner? Why must I bear all this alone? The next day, it was another busy day for Song Qingxue. She took Yi Xiao to many banks seeking a loan, but to her disappointment, all the banks in Lingzhou rejected her application. There was no progress with the police either, which made Song Qingxue feel increasingly uneasy. She had a sense that someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Back at the company, Song Qingxue sat weakly in her chair, biting her delicate lips and furrowing her brows, desperately thinking of a way to break the deadlock. An hour ago, feeling helpless, she had called Hong Jihao, asking him to arrange a meeting with his father. Although Hong Jihao readily agreed, he never followed up, and she knew that even this route was likely blocked. What should she do? She couldn't reach her grandfather, and was she really going to watch the company collapse in her hands? Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, who was leisurely playing a mobile game at his desk, suddenly received a call. It was from Old Master Song Qigong. "Xiao Yi, you have to help this time," Song Qigong said straightforwardly. "Old Master, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just a small bodyguard, what can I do to help?" Yi Xiao replied lightly. He knew exactly what Song Qigong meant by help. Indeed, if he wanted to help the Song group through this crisis, he had many ways to do so, but why should he? If the old man was willing to offer something in return, he might agree without hesitation. "Xiao Yi, I've known your parents for a long time, and considering your relationship with Qingxue, you can't just stand by and do nothing." Song Qigong was still trying to pull a fast one. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lip. "Old Master, you said that was your relationship with my parents, why don't you contact them and let them help?" Song Qigong sighed, realizing that without offering something, Yi Xiao probably wouldn't budge. "Xiao Yi, didn't we have a 3-month agreement before? If you help this time, I'll shorten it by 5 days. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. This old man really knew how to negotiate. 5 days? TSK, how could he say that? "Old Master, since you have no sincerity, let's forget it. Don't disturb me while I'm playing games." With that, Yi Xiao prepared to hang up. Wait. How about 10 days? Song Qigong gritted his teeth. "At least a month." Yi Xiao stated his expected time frame. "Half a month, that's my maximum limit. If you don't agree, then let the Song group perish," Song Qigong said firmly. Yi Xiao almost choked on his own saliva. Was this old man really that bold? His own company was giving up treatment, and he was ready to pull the plug? Fine, deal. Half a month it is. Better than getting nothing at all. After hanging up with Song Qigong, Yi Xiao dialed Shin Shin's number. "Mr. Shen, this is Yi Xiao. I need your help with something." 10 minutes later, Song Qingxue, still frowning, suddenly saw an extra 100 million in her company account. What was going on? She quickly checked the source of the transfer, and it turned out to be from Jiangnan Bank. Soon, the secretary of the president of Jiangnan Bank called her to confirm the loan approval. The gloom on Song Qingxue's face vanished instantly. Who helped her? Was it Hong Jihao? It seemed there was no one else. She never expected Hong Jihao to convince his father so directly. Thinking of this, Song Qingxue called Hong Jihao again. Mr. Hong, I've received the notification about the bank loan. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Although Song Qingxue wasn't particularly fond of Hong Jihao, he had indeed helped her a lot, so she naturally couldn't show no gratitude at all. On the other end of the phone, Hong Jihao looked bewildered. He had just called his father, only to receive a scolding for not being serious. Had the old man changed his mind? It's all small stuff. I actually wanted to tell you in advance, but a big client just came in, and I couldn't break away. Hong Jihao hesitated for a second before admitting it generously. If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're a fool. Just thinking about having dinner with Song Qingxue tonight made him restless. Dinner was a good start. After dinner, they could watch a movie, then go to a hotel. This combination was his specialty. At that moment, he could almost imagine Song Qingxue's fair body rising and falling on top of him. Meanwhile, in the office of Huawei Group, a competitor of the Song Group, a middle-aged man in a suit, pale and puffy, looking like a squashed sweet potato, was groping his female secretary. This man was Su Huawei, the chairman of Huawei Group. The female secretary gasped and said, "Mr. Su, your moves are really impressive. Not only have you cut off the Song Group's funding chain, but you've also made sure all the banks won't lend to them. Now, you're one big step closer to swallowing the Song Group." Su Huawei squinted slightly, disdainfully saying, "The Song Group is just that old man Song Qigong. He can't last long against me. Song Qingxue is just a tender cucumber. Just wait. This time, not only will I bring down the Song Group, but soon, Song Qingxue will also have to obediently lie in my bed." The feud between the two companies had a long history, and this time, Su Huawei was seizing the opportunity created by the transition within the Song Group, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Su Huawei felt it was time to loosen his belt and show off his eagle-spreading wings move in front of the female secretary, suddenly, the office door was pushed open. "Mr. Su, bad news." One of Su Huawei's trusted subordinates rushed in. "Ah!" The female secretary let out a shriek and quickly jumped off Su Huawei. "You bastard, don't you know how to knock?" Su Huawei was furious, as his eagle was instantly scared into a quail. "Mr. Su, Jiangnan Bank has lent money to the Song Group," the subordinate said, bracing himself. "What?" Su Huawei jumped up. "Didn't we promise benefits to the president of Jiangnan Bank? How could he still lend to the Song Group?" "I'm not sure about the details," the subordinate said, looking troubled. "However, there are rumors outside that President Hong's son is pursuing Song Qingxue, which is why he persuaded President Hong." "Damn it!" Su Huawei slammed the table. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a ruthless glint flashing in them. "We can't let the Song Group catch their breath. Let's not waste time. Contact the people from Hell's Gate and have them take action." Hearing the name Hell's Gate, the female secretary's face turned pale with fear. This was a notorious assassin organization in Long Country. Was Su Huawei planning to kill Song Qingxue? "Yes, I'll arrange it right away," the subordinate said before exiting the office. Unbeknownst to all this, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao were completely unaware. At that moment, one was busy arranging the flow of funds and calming the shareholders, while the other was engrossed in a mobile game. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that Yi Xiao was startled by the sudden commotion outside. A security guard rushed into the office, excitedly shouting, "Everyone, come out and see. Someone is confessing to President Song outside." "Really? Which young master is it this time?" Several security guards in the office joked as they headed outside, eager not to miss the exciting moment. Yi Xiao curled his lip. With Song Qingxue's icy demeanor, how could so many people be pursuing her? Didn't they fear catching a cold? Although he said that, his feet honestly moved forward. Who could resist the temptation of watching the drama unfold? Before long, Yi Xiao followed the crowd downstairs and saw that the front of the Song Group building was surrounded by countless bright red roses arranged in a heart shape. Hong Jihao, who had met Yi Xiao the day before, was standing in the center of the heart, holding a bouquet of blue roses and shouting loudly, "Song Qingxue, I love you." At that moment, countless girls watching this scene had stars in their eyes, saying, "If someone could confess to me like that, I would definitely marry him." But this is Hong Xiao. Who wouldn't want to marry him? But in his eyes, he probably only sees women like our president. Yi Xiao scoffed, "Can such an old-fashioned trick really work?" At that moment, a girl beside him shot him a disdainful glance. "You don't get it, do you?" The roses in Hong Xiao's hands were specially airlifted from Austria, blue roses. One costs $1,000. Just the price of one flower is worth your whole outfit. Yi Xiao was quite unconcerned. What was this? As long as Yi was willing, he could arrange such a display with diamonds. After all, he had a diamond mine in his hands. Hong Jihao was very pleased with the spectacle he had created. He had used this trick to win over many women before, and now with Song Qingxue feeling a strong sense of gratitude towards him, he believed that romance combined with gratitude would make it impossible for her to refuse him. Before long, the main character, Song Qingxue, finally came down. In the past, she wouldn't even glance at such boring confessions, but now she needed something from Hong Jiao, so out of courtesy, she had to come over and say something. As soon as Song Qingxue walked up to Hong Jiao, he knelt on one knee, holding the bouquet of blue roses in front of her, and said with deep affection, "Qingxue, ever since I first saw you a year ago, I knew I had fallen deeply in love with you. That one glance was enough to last a lifetime. Since then, you are the only one in my eyes and heart, and there are no other women. Qingxue, I really can't do without you. Will you be my girlfriend?" As soon as Hong Jiao finished speaking, many people around began to cheer, "Together, together, together." Yi Xiao shook his head. This guy was clearly just spouting nonsense, not a word of sincerity. Although he didn't mind if Song Qingxue was pursued by another man, he still hoped she wouldn't agree to someone like Hong Jiao. At that moment, Hua Dogwan from the security department noticed Yi Xiao shaking his head. In his view, Yi Xiao was aware he couldn't compete with Hong Jiao, so he was feeling hopeless. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After all, Hong Jiao was the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank, and this guy living off others had no chance of comparison. Just wait, Yi, as soon as President Song finds a new love, I bet you won't be so smug anymore. He had always thought that Yi Xiao was so arrogant because of Song Qingxue. Once she kicked him out, Yi Xiao would be nothing. At this moment, Song Qingxue felt a bit conflicted. Which woman didn't like romance? But her rationality told her that she could never agree to Hong Jiao. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Xiao, who was calmly watching the drama unfold in the crowd. She raised her eyebrows. After all, she had a formal engagement with Yi Xiao. How could he be so composed while watching the show? So, Song Qingxue steeled her heart and took the roses from Hong Jiao's hands. Just when Hong Jiao thought he had succeeded and was about to embrace the beauty, Song Qingxue's voice came, "Mr. Hong, I can accept your flowers, but I still need to think about being your girlfriend." Hong Jiao's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "Alright, Qingxue, I can wait for you, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I'm willing to wait. Now, let's go have dinner." After saying this, he elegantly extended his hand. Song Qingxue shot a fierce glance at Yi Xiao from the corner of her eye, as if to demonstrate, and then placed her hand in Hong Jiao's palm. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. What did that last look from the girl mean? Was she trying to provoke him on purpose? What was there to be angry about? They had nothing to do with each other, right? After Song Qingxue and Hong Jiao left, the crowd slowly dispersed. At this moment, Hua Dogwan walked up to Yi Xiao, gloating as he said, "Kid, a woman like President Song is not someone you can aspire to. You might as well give up on that idea. Young Master Hong was born into privilege, while you were born to work on a construction site. The gap is too big. As long as President Song's mind is intact, she could never look at you." Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond to Hua Dogwan. So what if he won against a pig in a wrestling match? Song Qingxue was taken away, and he was too happy to care. He could use this to pressure old Song into handing over the token sooner. But just as Yi Xiao was about to return to the office, his phone suddenly rang. It was Su Jianxin calling. "Mr. Yi, I've just received news that the Hellgate assassins are likely to target Song Qingxue," Su Jianxin said succinctly. Her intelligence network was already taking shape, and she naturally knew about Yi Xiao's current identity, so she informed him as soon as she got the news. "Okay, I understand." After hanging up, Yi Xiao abruptly turned around. "I need to borrow your car." He said this thoughtlessly as he passed by Hua Dogwan. Hua Dogwan was taken aback and snorted coldly, "What the hell?" But a minute later, he realized that the car keys hanging from his belt were missing. "Bastard, I have a date with my girlfriend tonight." Half an hour later, following the location information provided by Su Jianxin, Yi Xiao arrived at the Western restaurant where Song Qingxue and Hong Jiao were about to dine. Just as the two were about to enter, Yi Xiao called out to Song Qingxue, "President Song, come back with me. I've received news that someone has hired assassins to kill you." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Song Qingxue was momentarily stunned. She never expected Yi Xiao to chase her all the way here. It seemed this guy wasn't uninterested in her but had been hiding it deep down. Today, seeing her with another man finally pushed him over the edge. A hint of pride rose in her heart at this thought, but in an instant, she revealed a look of disdain. "Assassins?" Yi Xiao's excuse was too flimsy. He. Hong Jiao sneered contemptuously, a mocking expression on his face. "Kid, stop making a scene here. Assassins? What a ridiculous excuse. Do you think Qingxue and I are idiots? I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." Hong Jiao took on a domineering posture, scolding Yi Xiao arrogantly. He had long been displeased with Yi Xiao. Last night, Song Qingxue had actually pushed him aside to leave with this little bodyguard. If it weren't for needing to maintain a gentlemanly image in front of Song Qingxue, he would have exploded last night. At this moment, Song Qingxue also reacted. With a serious face, she said, "Yi Xiao, please don't make a scene. This is a public place, and I don't want to argue with you. Leave here quickly, I don't need your protection tonight." Damn! Yi Xiao was quite speechless. Was this girl getting too full of herself? Did she think he wanted to meddle in her affairs? Playing games in the office was much more enjoyable, wasn't it? If it weren't for worrying that old Song might change his mind, even if she were killed by an assassin right in front of him, he wouldn't bat an eye. Yi Xiao let out a breath, stepped forward, and grabbed Song Qingxue's hand. "I don't have time to joke with you. If you want to live, come with me now." Feeling the seriousness in Yi Xiao's words, Song Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he wasn't lying? Stop! Just as Song Qingxue was lost in thought, Hong Jihao, filled with rage, blocked the two of them. "Kid, you're just a little bodyguard, and you think you can compete with me for a woman? Are you tired of living?" Since the three were right at the entrance of the Western restaurant, many passers-by gathered around to watch the commotion. "Hey, isn't that Hong Xiao from Jiangnan Bank? What's going on? Could this be another cliché love triangle? Tisk tsk, do we even need to ask? This must be Hong Xiao trying to snatch love, but this kid deserves it. Dressed so shabby, he looks like a loser. How can he compete with Hong Xiao for a woman? And making such a scene at the entrance of a high-end Western restaurant, really lacking in manners and upbringing. He deserves to be a poor loser for life." Hearing someone recognize him, Hong Jihao lifted his chin. In this situation, he absolutely couldn't let Yi Xiao take Song Qingxue away, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to mix in the second-generation circle anymore. He glanced sideways, his expression haughty, and said to Yi Xiao, "Kid, let me tell you, my dad is the president of Jiangnan Bank, and I'm the general manager of a foreign enterprise with an annual salary of 10 million. You could say that Qingxue and I are a match made in heaven. What do you have to compare with me? Look at the car you drive, just a broken Jetta, while I drive an 8 million Maserati. You can't even afford one of my wheels. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes, got it?" Hong Jihao's tone didn't change at all, and his voice was filled with mockery. The onlookers couldn't help but turn to look at the two cars, many showing disdainful expressions. This really can't be compared, it's like heaven and earth. 8 million could buy dozens of Jettas. Yeah, what can a poor loser compare with Hong Xiao? If it were me, I would also choose Hong Xiao. But I think this kid looks decent enough, playing around occasionally isn't bad. What's the use of being handsome? Being a kept man is fine, but being a husband is out of the question. When choosing a man, the most important thing is still to look at his strength. A barrage of gazes shot towards Yi Xiao, pointing and whispering, filled with mockery, sympathy, and pity. Everyone thought Yi Xiao was just a sycophant, and no one believed that this poor loser could compete with Hong Jihao. Song Qingxue frowned. How did things turn out like this? At first, she intended to give Yi Xiao a little blow to show him that she was one of the three beauties of Lingzhou, pursued by many wealthy young men, but if this led to some cliché scandal, that would be bad. She pulled her hand away from Yi Xiao decisively and said coldly, "Yi Xiao, I told you, I won't go with you. You can afford to lose this person, but I can't." Seeing Song Qingxue decisively abandon Yi Xiao, a smug smile appeared on Hong Jihao's face. "Kid, see that? Qingxue has already made her choice. You better know your place and get lost, or you'll make me angry. I'm an amateur Sanda champion, I could take you down in a minute." As he spoke, Hong Jihao waved his fist triumphantly, clearly provoking Yi Xiao. In his eyes, a country bumpkin like Yi Xiao was no match for a rich kid like him. If he dared to upset him, he would crush him directly. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and shot out his hand like lightning. One grab. One twist. The next second, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig came from Hong Jihao's mouth. "Sanda champion, huh?" Yi Xiao snorted, revealing a sneer. Seeing this scene, everyone was frozen in place. How did he do that? Isn't Hong Xiao a Sanda champion? How could he be subdued so easily by this kid? Cut. What's the use of being able to fight? What kind of identity does young Master Hong have? He can easily summon a wave of martial arts experts to deal with him. I think this kid is just looking for death. That's right, in this era, it's still about money and power. No matter how skilled you are, if you can't get into the Martial Arts Association, you're just there to guard someone's home. Hong Jihao's face twisted in pain as he roared in fury, "Kid, let go of me quickly, or else." "Or else what?" Yi Xiao said, once again tightening his grip. "Ouch. It hurts, it hurts." Tears streamed down Hong Jihao's face, and at this moment, he no longer dared to complain. If he really got his hand broken by this reckless thing, it wouldn't be worth it. At this time, Song Qingxue, not knowing where her courage came from, rushed forward and patted Yi Xiao's arm. "Yi Xiao, be rational. Mr. Hong is not someone you can provoke. I know you're angry, but Mr. Hong is not someone you can use to vent your frustrations. Doing this will not only bring you trouble but also cause me problems. Do you understand? Song Qingxue was genuinely furious. Hong Jihao was the son of the president of Jiangnan Bank. Not to mention that the lifeline of the Song group was in the other party's hands. The Hong family was wealthy and powerful, easily able to summon high-level fighters to deal with Yi Xiao. No matter how good Yi Xiao was at fighting, he couldn't withstand that. So in her eyes, Yi Xiao's current behavior was completely reckless and thoughtless. Yi Xiao completely ignored Song Qingxue's earnest advice. What was the Hong family? Those tough guys in his prison could take out the Hong family 10 times over. Are you really not leaving? Yi Xiao asked again. How many times do I have to say it? Even if there are killers, I won't go with you. Song Qingxue glared at Yi Xiao, her voice filled with anger. Fine. Yi Xiao replied coldly. After saying that, he released his grip and walked away without looking back. Hong Jihao fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear. After Yi Xiao's figure disappeared into the distance, Hong Jihao cursed loudly, "You muscle-bound idiot, how dare you hit me? If it weren't for Qingxue, I'd make you wish you were dead." Did Hong Jihao hate reckless people? Of course not, he just hated those who bullied him because he couldn't fight back. As for Hong Jihao's impotent rage, Song Qingxue didn't hear a word of it. She watched Yi Xiao suddenly departing back and felt a moment of disappointment. Was she really being a bit too much this time? No, I didn't do anything wrong. I did this for his own good. This ignorant brat has already offended Huang Feihu and Fang Honggang. If he offends Hong Jihao again, his life might be in danger. Song Qingxue justified herself in her heart. A few minutes later, in the Western restaurant, Hong Jihao was looking at the menu. Although he had just been taken down by Yi Xiao in one move, which made him feel embarrassed, at least he was the one who ended up with the beauty, so he quickly calmed down and regained his usual elegance. Qingxue, the almost beluga caviar and black truffle brie cheese at this Western restaurant are really good. You must try them later. Song Qingxue forced a professional smile. Mr. Hong, you can arrange everything. Hong Jihao naturally picked up on the coldness in Song Qingxue's voice. He closed the menu, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Qingxue, you're not still hung up on what happened earlier, are you? I really am a Sanda champion. I was just ambushed by that kid. If you let him fight me fairly, I can definitely knock some sense into him. Do you believe me?" Men fear nothing more than women thinking they are inferior or not as good as another man, and Hong Jihao was no exception, so he wanted to prove he was stronger than Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue smiled lightly. "Mr. Hong, let's not mention him anymore. Let's just enjoy the food." Song Qingxue casually brushed over the topic. Could Hong Jihao defeat Yi Xiao? She actually didn't believe it at all. That bastard Yi Xiao, though a bit reckless, was truly skilled. Song Qingxue couldn't help but recall the scene in the bar where Yi Xiao single-handedly rescued her and Louis. It wasn't until Hong Jihao reminded the waiter to bring the dishes that Song Qingxue came back to her senses. She saw a waiter in a black vest pushing a cart, which was laden with the Western cuisine Hong Jihao had ordered, along with a bottle of Bordeaux red wine. However, to their surprise, the waiter did not hurry to leave after setting the dishes down. Hong Jihao impatiently pulled out a stack of red bills from his wallet and tossed them onto the cart. "Hurry up and leave, don't disturb us while we eat." Song Qingxue didn't pay much attention, thinking the waiter was just asking for a tip, which was quite common in Western restaurants. At that moment, the waiter's eyes flickered with mockery. "Sir, you are mistaken. I'm not here for a tip, I'm here to take this young lady's life." After saying that, he looked up at Song Qingxue. "Miss, someone asked me to convey a message to you. Have a good journey." A bloodthirsty smirk appeared at the corner of the waiter's mouth, sending chills down one's spine. "Ah!" Song Qingxue exclaimed, her face instantly turning pale as she looked at the waiter in disbelief. "Are you looking for death?" Hong Jihao jumped up. However, before he could make another move, there was a sharp sound, and the waiter casually slapped Hong Jihao, sending him flying. "Get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind a buy one get one free." The waiter's eyes narrowed, his gaze fierce. Hong Jihao, having been knocked away, trembled in fear, sweat pouring from his body. He could act tough in front of Yi Xiao, but against this cold-blooded killer, he had no confidence at all. The waiter flipped his wrist, and a glinting dagger appeared in his hand. Swish! The dagger shot towards Song Qingxue's neck like a venomous snake. At that moment, Song Qingxue was already stunned with fear. There really was a killer. He wasn't lying to me. But there was no remedy for regret in this world. Even if Song Qingxue understood everything, it was too late. She knew she was going to die. She just wanted to say sorry. This was the only thought in Song Qingxue's mind at that moment. Just as the situation was critical, a wine glass flew through the air like a shuttle, smashing into the waiter's wrist. Clatter! the dagger in the waiter's hand fell onto the table, caught off guard. At that moment, a figure darted forward like a dragonfly skimming the water, crossing a distance of 10 meters in a single step, as if shrinking the ground to an inch, landing right in front of Song Qingxue. It was Yi Xiao. The moment she saw Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue's tense expression instantly relaxed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a complex mix of self-blame, guilt, and surprise. Yi Xiao, however, had no time for such thoughts. He considered this as doing a paid job. He had promised old Song to help the Song group through the crisis, and if he broke his word, it would greatly affect his reputation. The #1 prison lord had always been fair to both young and old. The killer's sharp gaze instantly focused on Yi Xiao. "Kid, do you know who I am? I'm from the Hell Gate. If you're smart, you'll get lost quickly, otherwise, Hell Gate will not rest until we're dead." He had already realized that Yi Xiao was not to be trifled with, and now mentioning the Hell Gate was just to confuse Yi Xiao and buy himself some time. At that moment, he had already slipped a few darts from his right hand hidden behind him. "TCH. Let's talk, let's get to it," Yi Xiao said, unflinchingly and calmly. "Then die." The killer shouted coldly, and the darts in his right hand were instantly thrown out, 3 darts shooting towards Yi Xiao's face like lightning. At the same time, the killer stepped forward, knees bent as he trudged through the mud, suddenly lunging to the side of Yi Xiao. A dagger slid out from his left hand, aimed directly at Yi Xiao's waist. The darts flew in formation, the dagger following closely behind, a seamless combination. This was his lethal move. Countless people had died under his hand, and at this moment, he was convinced that Yi Xiao would be no exception. "Yi Xiao, be careful," Song Qingxue instinctively warned. However, Yi Xiao merely smiled slightly, and with a powerful push of his right leg against the ground, he soared into the air like a great rock spreading its wings, causing the 3 darts to miss their target and thud, 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 as they embedded themselves in the wall. In midair, Yi Xiao's waist twisted with sudden agility, like a tiger leaping across a ravine, ferociously pouncing towards the waiter, delivering a heavy punch simultaneously. In an instant, the sound roared like thunder, as if a true tiger was descending the mountain, causing the killer's pupils to constrict involuntarily. How could this person's waist be so flexible? Was he even human? But at that moment, he had no time to ponder these thoughts and could only swing the dagger horizontally towards Yi Xiao, attempting to force him back. Yet he had underestimated Yi Xiao too much. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Xiao's tiger fist instantly transformed into an eagle's claw, securely grasping the waiter's wrist like a bird of prey capturing a snake. The eagle form and tiger form flowed seamlessly together, executed perfectly by Yi Xiao. If Shangguan Yun and Huang Feihu were present, they would likely be applauding. In the next second, Yi Xiao twisted his hand. A sharp crack echoed as the sound of bones breaking filled the air, and the killer's hand was brutally snapped. As the killer let out a piercing scream, Hong Jihao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but swallow hard, filled with dread. It seemed that Yi Xiao had shown mercy just now. Had he used the same technique on Hong Jihao as he did on this killer, his arm would have likely been shattered by now. At this moment, Song Qingxue was also somewhat frightened by Yi Xiao's brutality, yet she felt no animosity. After all, this waiter was a killer sent to take her life. Although the killer was shocked and in unbearable pain from his broken wrist, he did not give up resisting. He smirked, revealing several sharp steel needles, and just as he prepared to spray the needles at Yi Xiao in a surprise attack, Yi Xiao's fist, which he had swung at some point, struck him in the abdomen with a thud. The killer was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, his abdomen caving in with a bull-sized dent, his internal organs completely shattered. The steel needles he had not yet released also fell to the ground. Yi Xiao smirked coldly. This move was nearly ineffective against him because in prison, the so-called killing god had once used it against him, and at that time, the killing god had used even more inconspicuous transparent glass needles. If he had detected the anomaly then, there was no way he would miss the steel needles in this killer's mouth. After finishing all this, Yi Xiao took a napkin from the dining table to wipe his hands and then turned to walk towards the door. He was somewhat familiar with the rules of the killer organization and knew that nothing could be extracted from the killer's mouth. Moreover, once a killer was exposed, they either swallowed poison to commit suicide or were eliminated by other killers in the organization, so Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to interrogate. Watching Yi Xiao's departing figure, Song Qingxue finally reacted and hurriedly chased after him. "Yi Xiao, I'm sorry," Song Qingxue called out, filled with guilt. She had treated Yi Xiao that way just now, yet he had still returned to save her life at her most dangerous moment. It was impossible for her not to feel moved. However, Yi Xiao did not slow his pace. "Don't thank me, this is a deal between me and your grandfather, exchanged for half a month's time," Yi Xiao said calmly, his eyes filled with indifference, not wanting Song Qingxue to misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue was left stunned in place. The words of gratitude she had originally planned to say suddenly felt like cotton stuck in her throat, and she could no longer utter them. Just a transaction? She was a smart person and quickly understood what Yi Xiao meant by half a month. Although she had known from the beginning that Yi Xiao stayed by her side because of a promise to her grandfather, she had even wished that this time could be shorter, could pass more quickly. But at this moment, hearing that Yi Xiao had returned to save her to shorten the 15 days, Song Qingshue's eyes dimmed, and she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Yi Xiao couldn't care less about Song Qingshue's feelings right now. In his view, the tears that this foolish woman shed were just a result of her earlier foolishness. Although Yi Xiao was quite indifferent to Song Qingxue, he still drove her back to the villa. As for whose car it was and whether it needed to be returned, Yi Xiao didn't care about those things. Not long after the two returned to the villa, in the chairman's office of the Tiger Group building, Su Hui also received news of the assassin's failure. With a loud bang, Su Hui directly smashed a luxury phone worth over 100,000 on the ground. Damn it, what the hell is this? Can't even kill a woman. Su Hui's roar was terrifying, and the veins on his clenched fists bulged. The female secretary in the office and Su Hui's trusted subordinates all lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. They all knew Su Hui's temperament. If they disturbed him at this moment, they would surely be scolded. After a long while, Su Hui finally spoke again, a sinister curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Get me Song Qingshue's phone number. Even if I can't kill her, I want to take a piece of flesh from his Su group. Yes, Su Zong. The subordinate quickly used the office landline to dial Song Qingshue's number. Meanwhile, hearing that Song Qingxue had been attacked, Lu Yi rushed to the villa to comfort her best friend. When she learned that Song Qingxue had driven Yi Xiao away in anger, she felt a bit unfair for Yi Xiao. Suddenly, Lu Yi turned to Yi Xiao and asked, Yi Xiao, how did you know someone was coming to assassinate Qingxue? Song Qingxue had always wanted to ask this question, but she was still sulking over Yi Xiao, so how could she bring it up? At this moment, she perked up her elf-like ears, wanting to listen in. Yi Xiao, sitting casually in a chair slurping noodles, replied nonchalantly, a friend told me. Song Qingxue grew even more furious at Yi Xiao's vague response and his indifference to her feelings. What a deadpan man. Lu Yi pouted and continued to ask, did your friend say who sent the assassin? No. Yi Xiao still spoke in a tone that was infuriating. In fact, Yi Xiao wasn't deliberately hiding anything. It was already good enough that Su Jianqin had received news of the assassination. As for who wanted to kill Song Qingxue, even the assassin probably didn't know. Song Qingxue couldn't take it anymore, snorted coldly, stood up, and headed for the second floor. She didn't want to see Yi Xiao's indifferent face any longer. But at that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Song Qingxue picked it up and frowned. It was a call from Tiger Group. Instantly, a bold thought crossed her mind. Could this all be Su Hui's doing? First, her company's funding chain broke, and then she was attacked. If anyone benefited the most from all this, it would undoubtedly be Su Hui. After calming herself down, Song Qingxue finally answered the call. What is it? She said coldly. On the other end of the line, Su Hui's laughter came through. Hee, President Song, I heard you encountered an assassin. I just called to check on you. It's not safe outside lately. You need to be more careful. Song Qingxue tightened her grip on her phone, as if she wanted to crush it. She was almost certain that these matters were orchestrated by Su Hui, but without evidence, she wouldn't confront him directly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. I'm doing just fine now. I wonder if you're disappointed. Su Hui chuckled. What are you talking about, President Song? A beauty like you, I hope to see you every day. Why would I wish for your demise? Mr. Su, since there's nothing else, let's leave it at that. Song Qingxue said, forcing back her disgust. Don't be in such a hurry to hang up. I want to discuss the land in the south of the city with you in person. Tomorrow at noon, at the Jinhua Hotel. I hope you can make it, President Song, Su Hui said with a smile. Song Qingxue hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yi Xiao. Alright, I'll be there on time. After hanging up, Song Qingxue fixed her intense gaze on Yi Xiao and said, Yi Xiao, come with me to the Jinhua Hotel tomorrow. With that, she turned and went upstairs without looking back. Song Qingxue was fuming inside, thinking, Yi Xiao, weren't you making deals with Grandpa? Weren't you being arrogant with me? Fine, I'll give this bodyguard something to do. Although she didn't know Su Hui's exact intentions, since the other party had already shown their hand, she could guess that tomorrow's banquet was likely a trap, and it was necessary to bring Yi Xiao along. Hearing this, Yi Xiao nearly spat out the noodles in his mouth. Going to the hotel? Is this a setup for me? I'm a performer, not a plaything. The next day, in the office of the president of the Song Group, Song Qingxue called both Hua Dagwan and Yi Xiao over and informed them about Su Hui's invitation to the Jinhua Hotel. Minister Hua, Su Hui is a man of the streets, this banquet might involve some force. I hope you can arrange for 2 capable subordinates to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Hwa Dogwon quickly patted his chest and assured her, President Song, you can rest assured. I just happen to have an old comrade coming to join me. With the 2 of us accompanying you, your safety is guaranteed. Hwa Dogwon felt a bit uneasy facing a large gang like Huang Feihu, but he was quite confident when it came to the regular enterprise of Huwei Group. As he spoke, he shot a sideways glance at Yi Xiao, thinking that President Song would likely bring him along, and it would be a good opportunity for this freeloading waste to see his prowess. Yi Xiao curled his lip. He had thought Song Qingxue had some feelings for him last night. Now he realized they were going to a trap banquet. How much does this girl not trust me? With me around, what do we need these guys for? As cheerleaders? Song Qingxue nodded. Alright, you 2 go prepare. We'll set off at 11. Back in the security department's office, Hwa Dogwon immediately called over his comrade, who was also a burly man named Tang Xiaobo, and was just as capable as Hwa Dogwon. Yi Xiao glanced at him and then looked away. Like Hwa Dogwon, Tang Xiaobo had only practiced some hard qigong and military boxing. Such a person was at most on par with the bald men he had fought at the Red Tide Bar, hardly worth his attention. Xiaobo, you need to perform well today and show those useless leeches what a real security elite looks like, Hwa Dogwon said with a sarcastic tone. Don't worry, brother Hua, I won't let you or President Song down. Tang Xiaobo vowed earnestly. Good, that's the spirit. If you perform well this time, I'll apply for a raise for you with President Song. At this point, he shifted his tone and subtly added, we, the truly capable ones, may need to start from the bottom step by step, but we excel because we are grounded. Some people aren't so lucky. Do they really think they can live off a pretty face for a lifetime? Once the boss loses interest, they'll just be kicked aside. Yi Xiao could easily hear the cold sarcasm in Hwa Dogwon's words, but his expression remained unchanged as he continued to play mobile games at his workstation. If hard work alone could lead to wealth, then the world's richest person would be a donkey. Yi Xiao's silence was interpreted by Hwa Dogwon as self-awareness. What else could it be? He didn't believe Yi Xiao would dare to fight him. In his view, if he really let loose, he could knock the crap out of Yi Xiao with one punch. Finally, it was 11 o'clock, and Song Qingxue led Yi Xiao and Hwa Dogwon towards the Jinhua Hotel. Su Huwei had booked a luxurious private room, spacious enough at around 80 to 90 square meters, and aside from the usual amenities, there was intentionally an empty space cleared out. Yi Xiao could guess with his knee that it was definitely a place Su Huwei had prepared for a fight. Upon meeting, Su Huwei, with his big belly, smiled broadly and extended his hand. President Song, long time no see. As he spoke, his dead fish-like eyes bulged out, brazenly invading Song Qingxue's curvaceous figure. Song Qingxue's face was filled with disdain. President Su, I'm sorry, but my hand is inconvenient today. With that, she walked past Su Huwei without a second glance. Su Huwei retracted his hand in disappointment, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. You little woman, just wait. One day, I'll ride you like a horse. Turning around, Su Huwei's face once again broke into a smile, as if the earlier awkwardness had never happened. Hwa Dogwon and Tang Xiaobo quickly followed, standing behind Song Qingxue, while Yi Xiao went straight to sit beside her, showing no awareness of his role as a bodyguard. Hwa Dogwon and Tang Xiaobo were both stunned, unable to believe it, but since Song Qingxue said nothing, they couldn't question it either, only casting glances at Yi Xiao's back with expressions of discomfort. Song Qingxue said indifferently, President Su, weren't you going to discuss the land in Nanchang? Su Huwei didn't rush to answer. Instead, he leisurely pulled out a cigar. His subordinate quickly produced a lighter to ignite it, and after Su Huwei took a satisfying puff, he finally spoke. President Song, although you secured that land in Nanchang, I've heard you've offended someone recently, and you can't even guarantee your own safety. You probably don't have the energy to deal with that chaotic place in Nanchang, do you? Why not take advantage of the fact that your losses aren't too great and transfer the land to me? You could at least recover some of your investment, otherwise, if you get too deep, it will be too late to regret. Song Qingxue smiled, her sexy lips slightly parted. You don't need to worry about that, President Su. I still have some capable subordinates, otherwise, I probably wouldn't have made it here alive today, would I? Don't you think, President Su? The two exchanged verbal jabs, both fully aware of the assassination attempt from the previous day, yet neither dared to break that unspoken understanding. This was the art of language. Although it seemed they said nothing, they conveyed everything. Upon hearing Song Qingxue mention capable subordinates, Hwa Dogwon and Tang Xiaobo instinctively straightened their backs, thinking she was referring to them. After all, who else could it be but them? At that moment, Yi Xiao impatiently interjected, isn't it just about drawing lines and showing off? Why all this unnecessary talk? Hearing this, Song Qingxue frowned slightly. She could overlook Yi Xiao sitting beside her, but this was a confrontation between the heads of two companies, and Yi Xiao's interruption was quite out of line. Su Hui shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare, his expression far from friendly. Seeing the displeasure of his master, Su Hui's trusted subordinate immediately jumped out and scolded, "Who the hell are you, kid? Do you think you have the right to speak here? Can't you see? Su is currently negotiating with Song. If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you." The subordinate had an air of arrogance, as if he were a eunuch beside an emperor, looking down on everyone. "Yi Xiao, shut your mouth." Song Qingshue's pretty face turned cold as she spoke. TCH. Yi Xiao curled his lip. He was just stating a fact. Did this girl really need to react so strongly? At this moment, Su Hui smiled faintly and said, "Song, your way of managing subordinates is something even I can't stand. Someone who doesn't know their place or the rules would have had their limbs broken and thrown out if they were on my side. I advise you to fire him sooner rather than later. Keeping someone like this will only bring you trouble. Are you planning to keep him around for the new year?" Hearing Su Hui's words, Hua Dagwan and Tang Xiaobo behind Song Qingxue nodded in agreement, feeling that Su Hui had hit the nail on the head. In their view, Yi Xiao was merely someone who had climbed the ranks by relying on women, and while he might flaunt his power usually, daring to act recklessly in this situation was simply foolish. "Alright, Su, why don't you just say what you want to do today?" Song Qingxue directly brought the topic to light. He. Su Hui rotated the cigar in his hand and slowly said, "I want my people to test just how capable the elite troops you mentioned are, to see if they can continue to protect you and hold down the territory in the South City. I wonder if you dare to accept this challenge." Yi Xiao sneered. Wasn't this exactly what he had just said? What a ridiculous situation. Song Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Although she was somewhat confident in Yi Xiao's skills, fighting inevitably involved injuries. After pondering for a moment, she agreed, as she also wanted to show Su Hui a thing or two. "Alright, since Su has this idea, I also want to see just how strong my subordinates really are. However, if it ends up embarrassing Su, I hope you won't take offense." Su Hui, instead of getting angry, laughed. "Song, you'd better not be too confident. The person I invited to test them is quite formidable." After saying this, he instructed his subordinate, "Bring Mr. Lei in." The subordinate quickly took out his phone to contact someone, and soon the door to the private room was pushed open, revealing a man in his 40s. This man had eyebrows like sharp blades, and his short hair stood upright like porcupine quills. He exuded the aura of an endlessly energetic beast. Seeing this man's presence, Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. This was a master. Yi Xiao also glanced at the man, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This person was even stronger than Lei Dihua from before. If he could fight, he probably wouldn't feel the urge to act rashly for the next few days. Upon seeing the man enter, Su Hui personally welcomed him. "Master Lei, thank you for coming." Master Lei? Could he be the Master Lei from the Lei family boxing gym, Lei Kaishan? Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo were utterly shocked. If this was truly Master Lei from the boxing gym, they were in big trouble, as he was a well-known master. Song Qingxue also had her suspicions about this person's identity, and her brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected Su Hui to stoop so low as to invite a boxing master. In her view, since both sides had agreed to resolve the issue, it should be done with their own subordinates. Bringing in a boxing master was akin to cheating. She instinctively glanced at Yi Xiao, and upon seeing him calm and even smiling, she relaxed a bit. With this guy around, it should be fine, right? Old Master Lei San said with a serious expression, "General Su, you're being too polite. Over the years, I have received many favors from you, so it's only right for me to offer a bit of my humble assistance." As for this battle, Lei Kaishan didn't take it too seriously. After all, it was just dealing with the company's security guards, and he could probably handle it with one hand. Su Hui turned around, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come, General Song, let me introduce you. This is the person I invited, Old Master Lei San from the Lei family boxing gym. Since General Song has readily agreed, let's send someone right away. No matter how many people you have today, I believe Old Master Lei San won't mind." Su Hui's words completely cut off Song Qingshue's retreat, leaving no opportunity for her to find fault or refuse. Although Song Qingxue had long suspected Lei Kaishan's identity, hearing Su Hui say it out loud still left her feeling somewhat displeased. Just as Su Hui had anticipated, Song Qingxue had nothing to say at this moment. Could she call the other party despicable? Someone like Su Hui, who could hire assassins, wouldn't care about such remarks. Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo felt a chill run from their tailbones straight up to the back of their heads. They no longer had the desire to show off their skills and achieve great things before setting off. If they could, they would really want to grab a bucket and run away. Just as Song Qingxue was furious yet helpless, and Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo were frightened, Yi Xiao suddenly said. I don't think this person is that impressive. Can fight but can't take a hit. It's hard to survive in the mortal realm. Lei Kaishan's martial arts skills were indeed superior to Lei Dia's, but his techniques remained superficial, lacking the depth and restraint of true mastery. He was like a dagger, sharp and glaring, making it easy for others to see his domineering skills, which was a major taboo for martial arts experts. A true demon king would never reveal their true form or abilities until absolutely necessary. Those who exuded overwhelming demonic energy upon their entrance were often just lesser demons with insufficient skills, unworthy of the stage. In Journey to the West, even a single blow from the monkey could take them down. As soon as Yi Xiao spoke, everyone in the private room was taken aback. No one expected him to dare to speak so recklessly about Lei Kaishan, who was a second-tier master of the Lei family boxing. His strength was only below a few of the top figures in the Lei family. Lei Kaishan immediately glared, his eyes sharp as swords directed at Yi Xiao. Kid, who do you think you are to comment on me? Do you believe that with just one finger, I could poke you to death? In his view, such words could only be spoken by someone of high status like Shang Guanyun or the president of the Martial Extreme Association. As for Yi Xiao, he was simply asking for trouble. Feeling the bone-chilling killing intent in Lei Kaishan's tone, Hua Daguan and Tang Xiaobo felt their scalps tingle. This reckless guy really had some guts to provoke old Master Lei San like that. It seemed that he wouldn't be the one to step up later. They certainly didn't believe Yi Xiao's words were genuine. Perhaps this kid had just read some martial arts novel and was trying to show off. Song Qingxue shot Yi Xiao a glare, seemingly blaming him for being too talkative. Although Lei Kaishan was invited by Su Hui, he had no enmity with the Song group, and when the time came to fight, he probably wouldn't go all out. If Yi Xiao offended him severely, Lei Kaishan would surely retaliate. However, Su Hui was very pleased with this. This kid was just the kind of fool that a monkey would invite. He was more likely to ruin things than to help. With someone like this around Song Qingxue, he wasn't worried about being unable to deal with the Song group. Ahem. Su Hui cleared his throat twice and said, General Song, I think we shouldn't waste old Master Lei San's time any longer. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up and start the feast. Ha ha. His tone revealed no concealment of disdain for Song Qingxue and the others. In his eyes, he was already assured of victory today. Song Qingxue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and said, Who will come? Yi Xiao. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and he had just experienced the immense power of Lei Kaishan. If that strong grip had caught his throat, even if he miraculously survived, his windpipe would likely be severely injured. Just as Tang Xiaobo was filled with fear, he heard a swish, and Lei Kaishan had already sidestepped to a position 3 steps behind him. Tang Xiaobo, still trembling, touched his neck, incredulous that he was completely unharmed. But when he turned to look at Lei Kaishan, he saw the other man holding a piece of fabric, his own shirt collar. Gulp! Tang Xiaobo swallowed hard. He immediately cupped his hands in a bow. Thank you, Master Lei, for your mercy. Lei Kaishan still did not look directly at Tang Xiaobo and casually tossed the collar to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Su Hui applauded, Master Lei, truly impressive skills. After saying this, he smugly glanced at Song Qingxue. President Song, do you still dare to send someone to fight? I'll do it. Hua Daiguang stepped forward immediately. Although he knew he was unlikely to be a match for Lei Kaishan, today he wanted to prove to Song Qingxue that he was not like Yi Xiao, a coward who only talked big. He was absolutely reliable in critical moments. Although Song Qingxue's expression remained calm, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiao, only to see him leisurely enjoying the pine nuts on the fruit platter, which reassured her once again. Hopefully, this guy would be useful. Hua Daiguan walked straight up to Lei Kaishan and said loudly, I am Hua Daguang, head of the security department of the Song group. I hope Master Lei will give me some guidance. Even though Hua Daguang knew Lei Kaishan might not pay him any mind, he still maintained the necessary etiquette, hoping that Lei Kaishan might go easy on him, just as he had with Tang Xiaobo. At this moment, Lei Kaishan did glance at Hua Daguang a bit longer, but he still said nothing, keeping one hand behind his back. Hua Daguang shifted his stance slightly, gripping his hands in front and behind him, adopting a boxing stance. He was more seasoned than Tang Xiaobo and was not so anxious. However, Lei Kaishan seemed uninterested in engaging in such a meaningless standoff. With a sudden step, he charged at Hua Daguang like a galloping horse. Hua Daguang's eyes flashed, finally finding the right moment. He bent his waist and threw a powerful punch, instantly creating a wind that tore through the air with a sound like ripping cloth. Although he had retired for 4 or 5 years, he still exercised daily, maintaining peak physical condition and strength, allowing him to strike like a cheetah, unleashing his full power immediately. Lei Kaishan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Kid, you have some skill, but your boxing technique is too poor. With that, Lei Kaishan also threw a punch, releasing a tremendous tiger's roar that was not at all slower than Hua Dogwang's fist. The two fists collided with a bang. That sounded like 2,000-pound hammers striking each other. Hua Dogwang's face turned pale, gritting his teeth in pain as if his fist were shattering, while Lei Kaishan remained unfazed, giving off an impression of being completely unshakable. Tap, tap, tap. Hua Dogwang stepped back repeatedly, trying to ease the pain in his fist, but he did not expect Lei Kaishan to give him no chance to catch his breath. Lei Kaishan transformed his punch into a claw and charged fiercely at Hua Dogwang. Hua Dogwang's eyelids twitched, and he had no choice but to raise his uninjured arm to defend. Ha ha! A hint of disdain flashed in Lei Kaishan's eyes as he exerted force with his claw, causing the skin on the back of his hand to turn a dark blue, the veins standing out like steel chains, sending a chill down one's spine at first glance. Swish! Hua Dogwang's sleeve was torn off directly, but fortunately, he retreated in time, which prevented any injury to his arm. However, Lei Kaishan's attacks did not stop. The powerful eagle claws struck continuously, each wave more ferocious and sinister than the last. Seeing the situation was dire, Hua Dogwang had no choice but to crouch down and roll on the ground to evade the range of Lei Kaishan's eagle claw attacks. At that moment, Yi Xiao, who was peeling pine nuts, sighed, "Fool, don't you know that repeated efforts lead to exhaustion? Still daring to roll on the ground, you'll end up being trampled like a dead dog." Tang Xiaobo, who had already returned to Song Qingshue's side, heard Yi Xiao's words and immediately glared, wishing he could retort on the spot. "What do you know, you clueless fool? If you think you can do better, then go ahead." In his view, Hua Dogwang's evasion was very wise. He would have done the same in his place. However, the next second, he was completely speechless, as Lei Kaishan's figure flashed and appeared right in front of Hua Dogwang, suddenly stomping down towards Hua Dogwang's chest. Before Lei Kaishan's foot even landed, Hua Dogwang felt a gust of wind rushing at him, causing his hair to stand on end, so he dared not stand up and could only roll faster. Lei Kaishan snorted coldly, "Dodge? Can you dodge?" With that, he continued to stomp towards Hua Dogwang, his movements short, quick, and precise, his figure almost trembling into a straight line, like a lion relentlessly pursuing its prey. Thud thud thud. The sound of stomping echoed in the private room, deafening, as if the entire floor was shaking. This sound made Song Qingxue and Tang Xiaobo's hearts tremble, fearing that Hua Dogwang might not dodge in time and get stomped down hard, which would likely result in a gruesome fate. At this moment, Hua Dogwang was also crying out in despair. Lei Kaishan's footsteps came at him like a swarm of wasps, making his head buzz and his vision blur. I concede. Hua Dogwang could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly begged for mercy. Preserving his life was more important than anything. The moment Hua Dogwang cried out for mercy, Lei Kaishan indeed stopped his attack. He was just there to spar, not to injure someone and create enmity, knowing that the Song group's status in Lingzhou was not inferior to that of the Tiger Might group. Seeing Lei Kaishan relent, Hua Dogwang lay weakly on the ground, gasping like a windbag. After a while, he managed to get up and cupped his hands towards Lei Kaishan, dejectedly walking back to stand behind Song Qingxue. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Su Hui pointed at Hua Dogwang and Tang Xiaobo, mocking, "President Song, look at Master Lei, and then look at your subordinates. Is this garbage classification?" Upon hearing this, Hua Dogwang and Tang Xiaobo clenched their fists tightly but dared not speak. In the realm of literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, there is no second. The defeated have no right to speak. Song Qingshue's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. Although she had never intended to rely on Huan Tang, the two had lost too quickly, even while the opponent had held back a hand. How could she still save face? Seeing Song Qingxue silent, Su Hui became even more arrogant. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "President Song, I really think your Song group is not suited to develop that piece of land in the South City. Why not just transfer it to me at the original price? Otherwise, I worry that with your security level, you won't last 3 days before being completely overwhelmed. Of course, don't blame me for being pushy, that's just how the world is. Under the law of the jungle, it's all about strength. Whoever has the stronger fist is the ruler, haha." Su Hui pressed on, believing that with the people he had invited, they had already made such a loud noise against Song Qingxue, she would surely recognize the situation and bow down. Song Qingxue frowned slightly. Su Hui was truly shameless. He wanted her land at the original price, knowing that the Song group had already invested 100 million just in development. How could that be possible? She didn't rush to reply but instead shot a glance at Yi Xiao, signaling that it was his turn to step in. Yi Xiao naturally understood Song Qingshue's intention, and since he was itching for a fight, he grinned mockingly and said, "Mr. Su, do you think your fists are very strong? I think they're just so." Hearing this, Hua Dogwang and Tang Xiaobo scoffed, truly baffled by the audacity of this good-for-nothing who relied on backdoor connections. They had experienced how strong Lei Kaishan was. Even if Yi Xiao had both hands, he would probably be beaten to a pulp. Su Hui's expression darkened instantly. He had long been displeased with the pretty boy beside Song Qingxue, seeing Yi Xiao as someone she had brought out just to annoy him. Seeing his master being confronted by Yi Xiao again, Su Hui's trusted subordinate suddenly pointed at Yi Xiao's nose and shouted, "Kid, if you have the guts, go up and challenge Lei Sanyi one-on-one. If you don't have the guts, then shut your mouth, or the consequences will be beyond your imagination." This subordinate was emboldened by Lei Kaishan's 2 consecutive victories, daring to act so arrogantly. Didn't he see that even Song Qingxue was too scared to speak? A pretty boy daring to yap like this was just asking for humiliation. However, as soon as the subordinate finished speaking, there was a loud slap. As Yi Xiao delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him spinning like a top for 3 full rotations. "So you think I'm giving you face, huh?" After saying that, Yi Xiao kicked the subordinate down to the ground. "Tell me, what are the consequences?" The subordinate was kicked several meters away. When he stopped, he opened his mouth and began to vomit uncontrollably, blood mixed with bile splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, Su Hui could no longer contain his anger. He glared at Yi Xiao. "Kid, how dare you hit my man? Don't you know you should look at the owner when hitting a dog?" Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo were also left speechless by Yi Xiao's series of actions. What was this fool thinking? Didn't he realize that Su Hui had the upper hand now? The current situation was that he was the knife and Yi Xiao was the fish on the chopping block. This fool was actually provoking Su Hui. Wasn't that courting death? Yi Xiao disdainfully curled his lip. "Just hitting a dog isn't enough for me. Actually, I want to slap the owner behind the dog. After all, the dog was let out by him." "Mr. Su, let me remind you, having eyes but not using them is useless. You might as well donate them to the hospital. If you misjudge someone, others will also forgive you for being blind." "Good, very good." Su Hui's forehead was bulging with veins. "Kid, don't just talk big. If you have the ability, come out and spar with Lei Sanyi." Although Su Hui wanted to slap Yi Xiao across the face, he had just seen Yi Xiao's methods. This was a trained fighter, and it would be better to let Lei Kaishan deal with him. He didn't need to involve himself in this. Yi Xiao slowly stood up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I was just thinking the same thing." Now that the trash talk was over, it was time for him to take action. Seeing Yi Xiao actually daring to challenge Lei Kaishan, Su Hui's eyes flickered, and he spoke in a tone that was both sinister and mocking, as if he had practiced the Sunflower Manual. "Lei Sanyi, feel free to go all out. Even if you accidentally kill or cripple this kid, I believe Mr. Song won't blame us. If anyone is to blame, it can only be this kid for having such a foul mouth and being so unaware of his own limitations. Right, Mr. Song?" Su Hui's words were clearly hinting at Lei Kaishan to go for the kill, while hypocritically seeking Song Qingxue's opinion. This way, even if Song Qingxue tried to stop it later, it would be useless, as he had already labeled Yi Xiao as someone who was asking for trouble. Song Qingxue tightened her fist under the table. "Mr. Su, don't underestimate things. My bodyguard is quite strong, and he might just slap you in the face." Although Song Qingxue felt a bit anxious at this moment, the situation had come to this point, and one should never lose their momentum. Hearing this, Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo behind her were stunned. What happened to President Song? How much of that mind-altering potion did Yi Xiao feed her? Did she really think Yi Xiao had any real ability? Previously, when Huang Feihu came to provoke them, although Hua Daiguan had seen Yi Xiao show some skills, he thought Yi Xiao was just a mediocre fighter. If it weren't for Fang Honggang from Manhan Tower at the time, Yi Xiao would have been chopped up by Huang Feihu and fed to the dogs. Unexpectedly, this kid had become addicted to showing off, acting so arrogant in front of Su Hui. Now there was no Fang Honggang to help him. He probably wouldn't even know how he would die soon. Ha ha ha. Su Hui couldn't help but laugh maniacally, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Him? He wants to slap my face? Even if he practiced for another 20 years, he wouldn't be a match for Master Lei. Alright, I won't waste more words. Kid, since you're looking for death, go ahead. I'm a good person, I'll help you pick out a coffin. Ha. Yi Xiao didn't say much more and walked straight up to Lei Kaishan. Lei Kaishan was also quite displeased with Yi Xiao's arrogance. Just as he entered, Yi Xiao had the audacity to count his own victories, and after winning 2 matches, he dared to challenge Su Hui. This was clearly not putting Lei Kaishan in his eyes. He decided that he would definitely cripple this kid's limbs, making him live like a worm in his next life. At this moment, Lei Kaishan still had one hand behind his back, clearly wanting to continue his record of winning with one hand, and he thought this was completely unproblematic, because he felt no threat from Yi Xiao. Come on, kid, the sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn, Lei Kaishan said disdainfully. Yi Xiao chuckled, I advise you to use both hands, otherwise, I'm afraid that once I make a move, you won't have a chance. Just you? You think you're worthy? Lei Kaishan was quite dismissive. Yi Xiao shook his head. It seemed that without giving the opponent a little color to see, this fight wouldn't be satisfying. So he suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a whoosh, his body shot towards Lei Kaishan. Bang! With a punch, Yi Xiao actually created a sonic boom. Lei Kaishan's pupils suddenly constricted, so fast. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to forcefully gather his strength and throw a punch back at Yi Xiao. Boom! A loud sound erupted. If the previous clash between Hua Dogwan and Lei Kaishan was like two heavy hammers colliding, then the collision between Yi Xiao and Lei Kaishan was like two speeding cars crashing into each other. But this time, the result was completely different. It was Lei Kaishan who was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Hua Dogwan and Tang Xiaobo both widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? This kid Yi Xiao is just a useless person who climbed up by flattering President Song, right? How could he send Lei Kaishan flying with one punch? It must have been a sneak attack. He must have taken advantage of Lei Kaishan's carelessness after winning 2 matches. If it were me, I could do it too. They secretly comforted their wounded hearts. Song Qingshue's lips curled slightly. This guy really didn't let her down. It would be even better if he could change his temper a bit. Su Hui's fingers trembled slightly, and his cigar almost fell to the ground. What was going on with Lei Kaishan? Was he holding back? That kid clearly looked weaker than the last two. How could he still send Lei Kaishan flying? But Su Hui had seen enough of the world. This little surprise wouldn't completely disappoint him in Lei Kaishan. After one move, Yi Xiao didn't pursue aggressively to expand his victory, because if he did, Lei Kaishan could only withstand 2 of his moves at most, which would be like Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit, no flavor at all. This was clearly not the result Yi Xiao wanted. In a big city like Lingzhou, it's rare to encounter a master who can engage in a good fight, so when he finally came across one, he naturally wanted to savor the experience. Lei Kaishan retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping, feeling as if his hand bones were about to crack. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. This was a tricky kid, his skills not inferior to his own. But so what? He had been practicing martial arts for over 40 years. Even if this kid had started learning from the womb, he probably wouldn't match up to him. After steadying his mind, Lei Kaishan finally prepared himself, crossing his hands in front of him. Roar! With a sound akin to a tiger's roar, Lei Kaishan's arms bulged, and the exposed palms and backs of his hands were covered in dense, protruding lumps like fine iron. His hair and sweat stood on end, resembling steel needles. This situation was somewhat similar to when Yi Xiao fought Lei Dihua at the Red Tide Bar, but it was clear that Lei Kaishan's skills were far more profound than Lei Dihua's. This is the internal martial arts of the Lei family, Hua Dogwan exclaimed, having long been familiar with this style. It was said that only the descendants of the Lei family could practice it, and once mastered, not only would their bodies become as tough as iron, but they could also unleash various internal energy techniques. This was the secret behind the Lei family's dominance in Lingzhou's martial arts scene. Seeing this, Su Hui smirked coldly, arrogant kid, now that Lei Kaishan is serious, let's see if you can survive. Song Qingshuo secretly felt a chill for Yi Xiao. Although she didn't understand martial arts, Lei Kaishan's appearance was like a porcupine, covered in spikes, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet Yi Xiao was excited, licking the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing as his right hand formed a slight grip. Good, finally a chance to feast. Die for me! Lei Kaishan roared, his feet stomping the ground. Boom boom boom! Wherever he passed, the ground shattered. Hua Dogwan and Tang Xiaobo gasped, realizing how merciful Lei Kaishan had been during their earlier fight. Had he unleashed this kind of power from the start, they might not have been able to withstand even a single blow. In the blink of an eye, Lei Kaishan charged in front of Yi Xiao, launching a rapid double punch, his arms resembling 2 spiraling steel columns, one aimed at Yi Xiao's head and the other at his chest. The unstoppable momentum seemed as if it would pierce through Yi Xiao entirely. Come on! Yi Xiao shifted his stance, sinking his waist and throwing his fists to collide precisely with Lei Kaishan's incoming punches. At that moment, any keen-eyed martial artist present would have noticed a change in Yi Xiao's arms. The hair on his arms stood upright like needles, and his muscles and bones emitted a thunderous sound, as if a dark green python was coiling around his bones. Seeing Yi Xiao daring to meet his punches head-on, a bloodthirsty smile crept onto Lei Kaishan's lips, truly overestimating yourself. His martial arts were the authentic Lei family style. Even a 30-centimeter thick reinforced concrete wall would be smashed through by his punch, let alone Yi Xiao's mere mortal body. However, the next second, Lei Kaishan's smile vanished. After 2 loud collisions, not only did Yi Xiao not suffer the expected fate of broken bones, but he remained completely unmoved under the impact. But the truth proved that Lei Kaishan had miscalculated. Unmoved? A slight curve appeared at the corner of Yi Zhao's mouth. In the next instant, his fists unleashed hidden power. Ah! Lei Kaishan let out a scream, feeling an unbearable pain in his fists, as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously piercing his flesh. Hidden strength. This is hidden strength. The muscles at the corners of Lei Kaishan's eyes twitched incessantly, and only then did he realize that he was up against a martial artist whose strength far exceeded his own. However, Lei Kaishan was a seasoned fighter, having gone through countless duels, and his combat experience was extremely rich. In an instant, he pushed off the ground with his toes and leaped backward. Want to escape? Can you escape? A hint of mockery flashed in Yi Zhao's eyes as he suddenly unleashed a tiger-shaped punch, aimed directly at Lei Kaishan's face. At that moment, however, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lei Kaishan's mouth. In the next instant, his stomach bulged, and the energy from his dantian surged upward, instantly reaching his throat. Gulps. Lei Kaishan's throat emitted a muffled sound like that of a frog. Whoosh. Following that, Lei Kaishan suddenly opened his mouth, exhaling like an arrow. A blood arrow wrapped in energy shot straight toward Yi Zhao's face. This was a method of using the internal power of the Lei family's boxing technique, insidious and ruthless, often used to lure the enemy and when at a disadvantage. Lei Kaishan had used this move countless times, and he had faced many strong opponents, all of whom had inevitably fallen to this surprise attack. At such a close distance, the speed of this blood arrow was comparable to that of a bullet, and in his eyes, Yi Zhao had no chance to dodge. Kid, if you die now, remember to behave well in your next life and keep your tail tucked in. Lei Kaishan laughed maniacally. In his view, even if Yi Zhao survived, he would end up blind, and then he could easily launch a counterattack to finish him off. At that moment, Hua Daguan and Tang Xiaobo felt their scalps tingle and their hearts shatter. They thought it was ridiculous. They had initially hoped to showcase their skills in this competition, but how could they contend with a powerhouse like Lei Kaishan? They were truly being delusional. Su Hui couldn't help but take several deep puffs of his cigar, his smile radiant, as if he could already see Yi Zhao's skin torn and flesh ruptured, dying on the spot. He's dead. That kid is definitely dead. Song Qingxue's heart was in her throat. She felt both regret and worry. She regretted bringing Yi Zhao to this banquet, knowing it was a trap, and worried about how she would explain to her grandfather and Yi Zhao's parents if he died. However, the person involved, Yi Zhao, did not take Lei Kaishan's lethal moves seriously at all. Dodge? Ha ha. At this level, do I really need to dodge? Next, everyone in the private room witnessed an unbelievable scene. Facing Lei Kaishan's blood arrow, Yi Zhao actually transformed his fist into a claw and reached out to grab it. Ha ha, unaware of your own death. Lei Kaishan sneered disdainfully. This blood arrow was comparable to a bullet. Daring to grab it would surely result in a hand shattered to pieces. But in the next second, he was stunned. Yi Zhao's hand was completely unharmed. Not only was there no skin torn or blood spilled, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Just as Lei Kaishan was dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion, Yi Zhao flipped his hand and threw back the blood arrow he had just spat out, which transformed into countless blood droplets, reflecting back at him like shotgun pellets. Not good. Lei Kaishan suddenly crouched down, trying to dodge, but his movement was still a fraction too slow. Although he avoided most of the blood droplets, some still grazed his scalp. In an instant, Lei Kaishan's scalp looked as if it had been raked by a barbed rake, leaving dozens of bloody, messy white marks. His entire image became comical. But now, he had no time to care about his appearance, nor did he have time to shout in pain, because Yi Zhao followed up with a fierce punch aimed directly at Lei Kaishan, who had just tried to take his life. How could Yi Zhao let him off easily? Lei Kaishan was unable to dodge in time, so he had to bend down and brace himself, his arms suddenly crossing above him in a move reminiscent of a powerful warrior lifting a heavy object, attempting to block Yi Zhao's fierce and unyielding punch. However, this block only made things worse. With a loud bang, echoing from the impact, Yi Zhao's fingers exploded, unleashing a sudden burst of force. Crack! It directly shattered both of Lei Kaishan's arms that were raised to defend. Good. Domineering. Skill, I concede. Lei Kaishan began to speak, but his teeth chattered as if he were in a fight, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, as if every word he uttered was accompanied by unparalleled pain. Only then did Yi Zhao withdraw, smiling slightly. You're not too bad yourself. Go back and practice your internal skills well, restrain the malevolent energy within you, and perhaps one day you can achieve great mastery. In fact, Yi Zhao had said the same thing when he first saw Lei Kaishan, but at that time, Lei Kaishan was arrogant and dismissive, unable to heed the words of this young boy. But now, he not only listened but also deeply agreed. The reason was simple. Yi Zhao had the qualifications to say such things. At this moment, Hua Daguan and Tang Xiaobo's eyes were as wide as cymbals, unable to believe that Yi Zhao had actually defeated Lei Kaishan, and they couldn't reconcile the image of Yi Zhao, a good-for-nothing living off others, with that of a martial arts master. Yet the truth was right before them. When Yi Xiao walked back, they buried their heads like ostriches. Reflecting on their earlier mockery of Yi Xiao in the office, both wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. A bright light flashed in Song Qingshue's eyes. Yi Xiao had once again proven his strength, and his tall figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. But when she saw Yi Xiao looking at her with a faint smile, she instantly turned back into an ice queen, snorting coldly through her nose, putting on an air of indifference. Su Hui's cigar slipped from his hand, unable to be held due to shock, his face dark as a black pot's bottom. Defeated, he was actually defeated by Lei Kaishan. Yi Xiao slowly returned to his seat, grinning as he looked at Su Hui. Mr. Su, see? I've saved you the money for a coffin. Are you happy? Surprised? Just moments ago, Su Hui had been certain that Yi Xiao would be crippled if he survived, and had mocked him mercilessly. But now, Yi Xiao was unscathed and had even broken Lei Kaishan's bones, effectively slapping Su Hui in the face. Yi Xiao's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt in Su Hui's wounds. Su Hui exhaled heavily through his nose but dared not respond. The current Yi Xiao was no longer the soft persimmon he had thought, and the situation had shifted. The knife was now in Yi Xiao's hands, and one misstep could lead to the same fate as his subordinates or Lei Kaishan. Song Qingxue added fuel to the fire. Mr. Su, I told you not to underestimate us. Look, didn't my people just slap you in the face? I think Mr. Su now understands the strength of our Song Group's security department, right? You shouldn't resort to meaningless underhanded tactics anymore. Humph. Su Hui snorted coldly, standing up. President Song, don't think that just because you've won this round, you can be complacent. Soon, the Jinha group will come to Lingzhou, and as long as I cooperate with them, crushing your Song family will just be a matter of time. Mountains and rivers will meet again, let's wait and see. Su Hui left in defeat, and Song Qingshue's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. She was also aware of the Jinha Group's future investments in Lingzhou. The Jinha Group belonged to Wang Jinha, the richest man in Jiangnan province, and this was another battlefield for her and Su Hui. Whoever secured the cooperation project with the Jinha Group would truly stand invincible. This battle was not the kind of open confrontation they had today, but would involve various overt and covert attacks. In this battle, she couldn't afford to lose anymore. Unlike Song Qingshue's frowning face, Yi Xiao was loudly tapping the table with his hand. President Song, hurry up and order. We can't let us hard workers go back on an empty stomach, can we? Right, Minister Hua. After saying this, he even lifted his chin towards Hua Daiguan. Hua Daiguan dared not respond and could only force a grim smile to cope. Eat, 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 are you a glutton? All you know is to eat. Song Qingxue suddenly exploded, as if she had recalled the scene from yesterday when she was frightened, and Yi Xiao was still holding a bowl of noodles. Yi Xiao was stunned. This girl turned on him too quickly. Wasn't coming to the restaurant all about eating? At a banquet, there should at least be a semblance of a feast. 8 dishes and a soup were a must. Song Qingxue seemed to realize her emotions were a bit out of control and coldly added, if you want to eat, stay and eat. The company will reimburse you. If you don't want to eat, come back to work with me. With that, she stood up and left, leaving Yi Xiao and the others with a completely bewildered back. Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo naturally dared not stay. As the saying goes, they could hear the sound of the gongs and drums, and they could tell President Song was unhappy. How could they dare to stay, even if it meant missing out on a grand feast? Yi Xiao smacked his lips. This girl's thoughts were really hard to guess. He felt more headache than if he had to face 10 thunder strikes. Forget it, let's eat and drink first. So the next second, he shouted, waiter, serve me a table at the highest standard. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue, who had just stepped outside, bit her silver teeth, furious. She really wanted to crack open Yi Xiao's pig brain to see what was inside. Hua Daiguan and Tang Xiaobo almost stumbled and fell. Now they no longer believed Yi Xiao was living off a woman. Who had ever seen such a soft meal being so hard to eat? Perhaps even the tiger of the homicide squad, Xiao Dehua, couldn't compare to him. This was a demonstration of what it meant to have a single skill every day, ensuring you stay single for life. 2 days after the banquet, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao returned to their previous atmosphere, colder than strangers. Whenever the two could communicate with their eyes, they wouldn't waste a drop of saliva. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, when Yi Xiao returned to the villa and was about to head to the kitchen as usual, Song Qingxue unexpectedly called out to him. Wait, come with me to the Jinha Group's party. Her tone was still incredibly cold, capable of making a polar bear sneeze. After saying this, Song Qingxue threw a bag, which she had pulled from somewhere, at Yi Xiao. As Yi Xiao caught the bag, unsure of what to do, Song Qingxue's voice came again, change into this outfit tonight, and don't embarrass me. With that, she stomped upstairs. Hey, but I don't like this color. Yi Xiao protested, looking at the Versace suit in the bag. I like it. Song Qingxue replied indifferently with just 3 words and ignored Yi Xiao. At this moment, with her back turned, a smug smile crept onto her lips. In fact, Song Qingxue's mood wasn't as calm as she appeared. This was the first time she had bought a gift for a man, aside from her grandfather and father. An hour later, Song Qingxue finally came down, elegantly dressed in a rose-colored evening gown, occasionally revealing her long, fair legs, which would make any man exclaim perfection. Although Yi Xiao pretended to watch TV, his peripheral vision was glued to Song Qingxue's figure, unable to look away. Suddenly, Song Qingxue shot him a glance, signaling him to go, and Yi Xiao understood and stood up. But at that moment, Song Qingxue was also taken aback. Yi Xiao's tall figure, accentuated by the suit, appeared even more ethereal. His already handsome and refined features, mixed with elegance and a sunny disposition, radiated a mysterious charm unique to Yi Xiao. This time it was Yi Xiao who urged with a glance, "What's the hold up? Aren't we leaving?" Song Qingxue finally reacted, secretly snorting. He really did have a bit of a charming demeanor. 20 minutes later, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao appeared at the banquet of the Jinha group, held in a top-tier estate. When Song Qingxue presented the invitation and entered the banquet hall, many guests had already arrived, each engaged in their own small circles, holding red wine glasses and chatting with faint smiles. Due to Yi Xiao's attire today, which was not as casual as at Shin Luoyan's birthday party, many people did not pay him much attention, except for the socialites and wealthy ladies, who couldn't help but notice him as he entered, their eyes sparkling with interest. Yi Xiao exuded an extraordinary charm, reminiscent of the noble elite they had encountered before, and before long, he became a target of admiration for many socialites and wealthy women. As a woman, Song Qingxue could naturally sense the unusual glances other women cast at Yi Xiao. With a huff, she pushed Yi Xiao aside and went to greet some business associates. Yi Xiao found it rather dull. Just as he was about to head towards the buffet area to fill his stomach, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Mr. Yi, long time no see." It was Shin Luoyan. Dressed in a white qipao, she walked gracefully, her long legs catching Yi Xiao's eye, even more so than Song Qingxue. Yi Xiao could only think that Shin Luoyan's legs were not just legs, but the spring waters of the Jinjiang River. Seeing Shin Luoyan intercepting Yi Xiao, many socialites felt a pang of frustration, but given that Shin Luoyan was the apple of Shin Qian's eye, they naturally did not dare to compete with her. "Miss Shin," Yi Xiao replied with a smile. He maintained a policy of neither getting too close nor overly distant from her, so after greeting her, he continued on his way. Shin Luoyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling as if her proud heart had taken a ton of damage. Was she, the heir of 100 billion group, less attractive than a buffet? Other men were eager to approach her, but with Yi Xiao, she felt none of that adoration, as if she were just a cabbage by the roadside. Unwilling to accept this, Shin Luoyan approached Yi Xiao again. "Mr. Yi, you came with Qingxue to meet young Master Wang today, right?" She was aware of the rivalry between the Song group and the Hui group, both vying for cooperation with the Jinha group, and the host of this banquet, young Master Wang of the Jinha group, was naturally the key target for both. Yi Xiao tossed a piece of ham into his mouth and mumbled, "I don't know, I'm just here to pass the time." Shin Luoyan felt disheartened again. She sensed that she had no common ground with this guy, yet the air of mystery surrounding Yi Xiao fascinated her. This feeling of being able to see yet not fully grasp, to approach yet not touch, made her heart feel as if it were being scratched by a cat. Meanwhile, on Song Qingxue's side, another woman approached her. "President Song, you are getting more and more beautiful." Song Qingxue turned to look at her. It was a stunning woman, adorned with makeup, with a curvaceous figure, dressed in a dazzling and eye-catching outfit. Xiao Yuning. The name flashed in Song Qingxue's mind. She was a popular actress who had previously crossed paths with Song Qingxue, though it had not ended well. Song Qingxue put on a businesslike smile. "Thank you for the compliment. Miss Qiao, you have also been quite the sensation lately." Although Song Qingxue felt some aversion towards this woman, as a mature businessperson, she was adept at concealing her emotions in front of others. He. Xiao Yuning smiled sweetly. "How could I compare to President Song? Even if I'm popular, I'm still working for others. Look, now I'm the spokesperson for the Golden River Group. With a call from Wang Ershao, I have to rush over from the capital." As she spoke, Xiao Yuning moved closer to Song Qingxue, seemingly a friendly gesture, but suddenly, she grabbed Song Qingxue's wrist. Just as Song Qingxue was taken aback, Xiao Yuning had already splashed the red wine from Song Qingxue's hand onto her own skirt. "Ah!" Xiao Yuning suddenly let out a sharp scream. "Song Qingxue, what are you doing? Even if we have had our differences in the past, you can't humiliate me in this kind of setting." Xiao Yuning's outcry quickly attracted the attention of many onlookers. Since Xiao Yuning's body had just blocked people's view, no one had seen her little trick. At this moment, the crowd, unaware of the truth, quickly assumed from Xiao Yuning's words that it was Song Qingxue who had splashed the red wine on her. TSK. Song Qingxue is really too arrogant to splash red wine on Miss Xiao in such a setting. I really don't know where her upbringing has gone. I think she's just jealous of Miss Xiao. I heard that Miss Xiao was supported by Wang Erxiao, and they have a very close relationship. Song Qingxue must have tried to win over Wang Erxiao and, failing that, decided to humiliate Miss Xiao. I didn't expect Song Qingxue to be such a jealous woman. I thought she was as pure as she appeared. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. At that moment, in a corner, Su Hui was watching the scene with amusement. Yes, this was all orchestrated by him. He had long heard about the feud between Xiao Yuning and Song Qingxue, so he found Xiao Yuning and promised her 10 million to perform this act. Naturally, Xiao Yuning was willing. It was a way to take revenge on Song Qingxue while making money. What's not to like? Song Qingxue, I told you long ago that you are no match for me. You didn't believe it, but today I want to see how you will end this. Song Qingxue's brows furrowed tightly. She never expected Xiao Yuning to be so despicable and shameless. It's not what you think. I didn't splash the wine, she did it to herself. Song Qingxue tried to explain. At that moment, Xiao Yuning snorted coldly and pretended to be aggrieved. Song Qingxue, I am already a top actress in the country. Do you think I would wrong you? What benefit would that be for me? Am I out of my mind? Splashing wine on myself? Song Qingxue, you really dare to do it but not admit it. You can even come up with such a low-level lie. Xiao Yuning was indeed a professional actress. Her lies came easily, and there was no sign of deceit, as if she were truly the victim. Yes, I believe Miss Xiao. She is a popular star now, and today she is attending the banquet as the spokesperson for the Golden River Group. Why would she need to lie and frame Song Qingxue? It's actually Song Qingxue who has the motive to damage Miss Xiao's image. It's a shame she's the president of the Song Group. With this character, I see the Song Group will eventually go under. Many people stood up to criticize Song Qingxue because they knew that Xiao Yuning had a special relationship with Wang Erxiao, the host of today's banquet. Supporting Xiao Yuning meant aligning with Wang Erxiao. As for offending Song Qingxue, they didn't care at all. The size of the Song Group was far from being able to compete with the Golden River Group. In simple terms, they were the kind of people who shouted justice while thinking only of business. At this moment, Yi Xiao also noticed the commotion on Song Qingxue's side. With his keen hearing, he quickly picked up the gist of the situation from the snippets of conversation. He knew Song Qingxue's character well. How could she possibly do something so thoughtless? However, Yi Xiao didn't rush over. He had a feeling that this matter wouldn't be so simple. At this moment, Song Qingxue was tightly clenching her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. Looking at Xiao Yuning's pretentious face, she really wanted to slap her, but reason told her not to. Once she did that, there would be no way to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. At this time, Su Hui approached with a glass of red wine, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. President Song, if I were you, I wouldn't waste time with these pointless explanations. Instead, I would quickly apologize to Miss Xiao and seek her forgiveness. Hearing Su Hui's words, Song Qingxue's anger flared even more. She coldly replied, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize to her? Song Qingxue was still caught in the situation and hadn't connected Su Hui and Xiao Yuning, but Yi Xiao saw it clearly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering inwardly. This troublemaker had fallen into the soup, but if he encountered maggots, it would be like meaning family. Su Hui's lips curled into a mocking smile. President Song, you really disappoint me. I originally wanted to help persuade Miss Xiao to calm this matter down, but now it seems you don't want to resolve it. Su Hui's words pushed Song Qingxue further into the spotlight and established himself as a good-natured person, a move that even Yi Xiao couldn't help but admire. Hearing Su Hui's remarks, those in the crowd who wanted to curry favor with young Master Wang through Xiao Yuning began to shout. Su is right. Song Qingxue, hurry up and apologize to Miss Xiao. You can't tarnish her reputation. Song Qingxue, apologizing is your only way out. Otherwise, even if Miss Xiao doesn't hold it against you, we won't let you go. At this moment, a hint of mockery flashed in Xiao Yuning's eyes. Did you look down on me back then, Song Qingxue? How about now? With just a little trick, I've made you the rat everyone wants to hit. Hearing the sharp words from the crowd, Song Qingxue was filled with anger and unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and lifted her leg, wanting to leave. She realized she might have fallen into a trap. Staying any longer would only entangle her further and subject her to more humiliation. However, could Song Qingxue leave just like that? Su Hui reached out to block her path, sneering, President Song, if you don't apologize to Miss Xiao today, we won't be able to explain it to young Master Wang. I advise you to apologize obediently. Su Huwei would not miss such a good opportunity to humiliate Song Qingxue and sow discord between the Song group and the Jinha group, so it was absolutely impossible for him to let her leave easily. Song Qingxue's eyes widened as she instantly saw through Su Huwei's intentions. Her tone turned icy. I believe young Master Wang is a reasonable person. I will naturally explain it to him. With that, Song Qingxue tried to bypass Su Huwei and leave this place of trouble from the side. Su Huwei signaled to the people he had arranged in the crowd, and soon several more people blocked Song Qingxue's way. Song Qingxue, you must apologize to Miss Chow today. Otherwise, we absolutely won't let you leave. Don't blame us for bullying you, this is all you're doing. One of them said arrogantly. That's right. You did something wrong and now want to leave? There's no such easy thing in this world. Miss Chow, if you want Song Qingxue to make amends, just say it. We will definitely support you. Another person chimed in with a cold laugh. Hearing this, Song Qingxue couldn't help but tremble, her pretty face losing color. At this moment, she finally realized that this was definitely Su Huwei's scheme. It's over, she had truly fallen into Su Huwei's hands this time. Xiao Yunian cleared her throat and said with a charming smile, Song Qingxue, I won't make it difficult for you. If you kneel down and say sorry to me now, I can pretend this never happened. She glanced sideways at Song Qingxue, looking as if she were demanding an apology. At this moment, many people in the crowd began to realize that Xiao Yunian was not just making things difficult for Song Qingxue, she intended to trample Song Qingxue into the ground. Coupled with Su Huwei, Song Qingxue's sworn enemy, jumping so high and joyfully, how could anyone not understand? This was most likely a deliberate scheme by Su Huwei and Xiao Yunian to humiliate Song Qingxue. However, although many people saw through it all, they chose to remain silent. Firstly, the Song group and the Huwei group were evenly matched in strength. Speaking up for Song Qingxue would inevitably offend Su Huwei. Secondly, Xiao Yunian had the support of young Master Wang, and they did not have the courage to offend him. Song Qingxue bit her lip tightly, feeling a wave of dizziness. At that moment, she felt so helpless, as if the whole world was against her. At this time, those arranged by Su Huwei began to verbally attack Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue, why aren't you quickly doing as Miss Chow says? Do you want this matter to escalate? That's right. Since Miss Chow is magnanimous and is giving you a chance to apologize, you should cherish it and not resist any further. Otherwise, if Miss Chow gets angry, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Su Huwei narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Heh, you think you can compete with me, Song Qingxue? You're still too inexperienced. He believed that after today, Song Qingxue would be utterly humiliated, and as for the cooperation with the Jinha group, if Song Qingxue still had any sense of shame, she probably wouldn't dare to discuss it. At that moment, a more radical person in the crowd directly stepped forward to drag Song Qingxue, trying to force her down to the ground. However, just as that person's hand was about to grab Song Qingxue, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. In the next second, that person was sent flying. Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue looked timidly at the man before her, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance, almost spilling over. Unknowingly, she had begun to rely on Yi Xiao. As long as he was there, she felt at ease. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Su Huwei's brows furrowed tightly. He was still wary of Yi Xiao's skills. But soon, the coldness on his face faded, and his brows relaxed, as he thought of an even more lethal idea for the Song group. Su Huwei stepped forward and shouted loudly, Kid, what the hell are you doing? Do you think Song Qingxue shouldn't apologize to Miss Chow? Song Qingxue, take care of your bodyguard. This is the Jinha group's banquet. If you dare to make a move here, just wait for your Song family to be finished. Su Huwei's words were quite cunning. He not only added fuel to the fire but also revealed Yi Xiao's identity, allowing Xiao Yunian and the others to disregard Yi Xiao and feel free to escalate the conflict. Indeed, after hearing Su Huwei's words, the crowd couldn't help but cast disdainful glances at Yi Xiao, especially those noble ladies who had just found Yi Xiao impressive, now greatly disappointed. Ha, I thought this kid was well-dressed and was some rich young master here to protect a flower. I didn't expect he was just a mere bodyguard, truly clueless. A bodyguard dares to meddle in this matter? He probably won't even know how he dies in the end. I think this kid has a problem with his brain. Even his master is struggling to protect himself, and he, a mere bodyguard, dares to intervene. He really doesn't know how to stay alive. The saying goes that one should pick the soft persimmons to squeeze, and the watermelons are chosen for their weaknesses. In the eyes of these people, Yi Xiao was someone they could easily crush, which is why they were so reckless. Shen Luoyan, who had been following Yi Xiao, also stepped out of the crowd at this moment. She felt that Yi Xiao's actions were too extreme. What kind of existence was the Jinha group? Even her Shen family found it hard to match. Even if Yi Xiao had Huang Feihu's support, he probably couldn't do anything against them. However, in the face of everyone's criticism, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. He cast a cold glance at Su Hui and said indifferently, "Su, when it comes to being a person, it's best to be a bit more sincere and play fewer tricks. After all, anyone who can come to this banquet is no fool." Feeling the threat in Yi Zhao's gaze, Su Hui appeared relatively calm, but the trembling wineglass in his hand betrayed him. This was someone who could break Lei Kaishan's hand. After taking a deep breath, Su Hui mustered his courage and said, "Kid, are you still daring to threaten me? Let me tell you, no matter how you argue, everyone here has witnessed what happened today. You can't change the fact that Song Qingxue humiliated Miss Chow, and you certainly can't change the fact that you hit someone. This was the Jinha Group's banquet. If Yi Xiao really attacked him, he would have even more reason to provoke the two opposing sides, so Su Hui was all in. Yi Xiao, enough with the nonsense, hurry up and take me away." At this moment, Song Qingxue had also calmed down. She knew Yi Xiao was standing up for her, and he certainly had the ability to do so. But now, the enmity between her and Xiao Yuning was already laid bare, and if they continued to entangle, they might offend the young Wang heir behind Xiao Yuning, which would lead to serious trouble. Yi Xiao didn't say much more. If it were him who was being set up, he would definitely want to tear apart those who were trying to frame him. But Song Qingxue was not him. Since she wanted to let it go, he wouldn't stop her. However, what Yi Xiao didn't expect was that Xiao Yuning had now crossed her arms and blocked their way, arrogantly declaring, "Song Qingxue, you want to leave?" It's not that easy. Since she knew Yi Xiao was just Song Qingxue's bodyguard, she wouldn't let them off easily. This was a rare opportunity for revenge. If she didn't rub Song Qingxue's face in the dirt after her earlier performance, would it be worth it? I said, "Kneel down and apologize, and your little lackey here, must leave a hand behind today, or else I would be letting down my friend who stands up for me," Xiao Yuning said, holding her head high with an air of superiority. In her view, she had the capital to be proud. Just a bodyguard, a mere ant. Wanting to cripple one of his hands was just a matter of a word. At that moment, the man who had just been sent flying by Yi Xiao was covering his face and shouting angrily, "Kid, you worthless bodyguard, how dare you slap me? Which hand did you use? Extend it out and break it yourself, or I will make sure you don't survive this." Some of Su Hui and Xiao Yuning's supporters jumped out, using their power to reprimand Yi Xiao. That's right, not only can Song Qingxue not leave, but this bodyguard must also be punished. What kind of thing dares to hit someone at the Jinha Group's banquet? If we don't teach him a lesson, he might really think he's someone important. I think making this kid break a hand isn't enough, he must crawl out like a dog. If we let such ants ride on our heads, do we still want our faces? Hearing these remarks, Song Qingxue grew increasingly anxious. She was worried that the situation would escalate and become unmanageable, and she was also concerned that Yi Xiao might do something irrational. After spending these days together, she understood Yi Zhao's temper. This guy never knew how to hold back against enemies. Yi Zhao's eyes narrowed, and his sharp gaze shot straight at Xiao Yuning. "Get lost." Although Yi Xiao only said 2 words, there was a powerful aura that shook the heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning felt a pang in her heart, a chill rushing down her back, as if she were being stared at by a fierce beast. After a while, Xiao Yuning came to her senses, realizing she had been frightened by a mere bodyguard, which only made her more furious. "Kid, what the hell are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe?" However, before Xiao Yuning could finish her words, the next moment, everyone heard a crisp slap. Xiao Yuning spun around in place and finally fell to the ground in a disheveled state. Yi Zhao's slap was like a bolt from the blue. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. I must be seeing things. This kid actually dared to hit Miss Qiao? He's gone mad. This kid must be crazy. Miss Qiao is a top-tier star. Not to mention the backing of young Master Wang, just her personal influence alone could crush this kid to pieces. Even Shen Luoyan was dumbfounded at this moment. Yi Xiao was too bold. Xiao Yuning was supported by young Master Wang, and he had just attacked an ordinary guest, which could be overlooked, but now he actually dared to hit Xiao Yuning, which was equivalent to slapping young Master Wang in the face. Song Qingxue was completely stunned. She knew Yi Xiao would lose control. She now regretted bringing him along immensely. Without Yi Xiao, she would have only faced some humiliation, and at worst, she could have given up the contract with the Jinha Group. But now, they had truly offended young Master Wang, and with Su Hui and Xiao Yuning adding fuel to the fire, it was no longer as simple as losing a contract. The Song Group could very well face suppression. What to do? Song Qingxue's mind raced, but even as it nearly overheated, she couldn't think of any solution. At this moment, the most pleased was Su Hui. This was truly an unexpected delight. He had originally just wanted to humiliate Song Qingxue, forcing her to give up her competition with him. But now, this fool Yi Xiao had actually hit Xiao Yuning. Even if he didn't instigate, young Master Wang would surely not let the Song Group off the hook. After catching her breath, Xiao Yuning covered her swollen cheek, glaring at Yi Xiao with fury. "Kid, are you looking for death? You actually dared to hit me. Just wait to be chopped to pieces. And you, Song Qingxue, you shameless whore, daring to condone your bodyguard attacking me. I will make you infamous and ensure the Song group goes bankrupt and liquidated. You will never rise again." At first, she had only planned to put on a show with Su Huwei to discuss Song Qingxue, but now she was genuinely intent on crushing Song Qingxue completely, and she believed she had the strength to do so. "Ha!" At this moment, Yi Xiao sneered, "You think you can kill me? Crazy woman, since you want to play, then I won't just back down. I'm giving you a chance now, honestly confess to the dirty deeds you just did, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." Ha ha ha. Xiao Yunying burst into laughter, doubling over, her face nearly splitting from the laughter. "Kid, are you trying to intimidate me? Do you know who I am? I'm a top star with millions of fans. Do you know I'm the spokesperson for the Jinha group, with connections everywhere? Don't even talk about you, even your master Song Qingxue, if I want her to kneel, she can't possibly stand." The onlookers erupted in laughter, completely dismissing Yi Xiao's words. One was a bodyguard earning a few thousand a month, and the other was a hot star earning tens of millions per performance. The former actually dared to threaten the latter. This was truly a case of a small knife pricking a butt, opening eyes. Yi Xiao was too lazy to waste words with Xiao Yunying. He stepped forward, slap. Another slap landed on Xiao Yunying's face. "So what if you're a top star with millions of fans?" Slap. Yi Xiao delivered a third slap. "So being the spokesperson for the Jinha group is impressive, and you have connections everywhere, why don't you just fly to the sky?" Slap. "Instead of being a good actress, you want to come before me and play the clown, right?" Slap. "I'm not trying to intimidate you, I'm really hitting you. What can you do about it?" Yi Xiao's slaps landed continuously, making Xiao Yunying spin on the ground like a top, unable to stop. After Yi Xiao withdrew his hand, everyone finally noticed that Xiao Yunying's face was completely disfigured. Not only had the eyeliner she had just applied drooped down from the beating, but even the hyaluronic acid fillers in her face had started to ooze out. Everyone who witnessed this scene wore frozen expressions, their noses inhaling sharply with cold air, each one dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. After a brief moment of shock, Su Huwei couldn't help but feel ecstatic, thinking, "Hit her! Hit her! The harder you hit now, the worse the outcome for the Song group will be, and the faster you'll die." He didn't believe that a spoiled rich kid like Wang Ershao would sit idly by while his woman was beaten into such a pitiful state. Song Qingxue was almost numb with despair. At this point, she had no time to scold Yi Xiao or stop him. She was now desperately contemplating how to deal with the wrath of the Jinha group. Just as Xiao Yunying had lost all her temper and Song Qingxue was in a state of panic, Su Huwei was reveling in their misfortune when suddenly someone shouted, "Wang Ershao is here." Upon hearing this, many turned to look, and they saw three people entering the banquet hall. The leader was dressed in a white suit, with a long, thin face and a sharp chin, his expression carrying a hint of femininity. It was Wang Chufeng, the second young master of the Tianhai Wang family. Everyone had heard of Wang Ershao. Although he wasn't as outstanding as his older brother, he was still the son of the richest man in Wang, holding significant authority within the group. TSK, now the Song group and that kid who hit someone are definitely finished. I heard Wang Ershao is notorious for protecting his own. Once, someone with a bit of influence in the government made a few lewd remarks to Wang Ershao's girlfriend, and that person was stabbed 3 times that very night, and soon after, their government connections collapsed. Yeah, I also heard that Wang Ershao dotes on Miss Xiao. Whenever her movies are released, he spends money to have everyone in the company support her. Now that he sees Miss Xiao beaten like this, I bet he'll have that kid chopped up on the spot. Su Huwei could hardly contain his excitement, thinking he wouldn't have to wait long to see that Yi kid's misfortune, and the Song group would surely be finished after today. At this moment, Song Qingxue was completely flustered. She hurriedly grabbed Yi Xiao's hand, anxiously saying, "Yi Xiao, Wang Ershao is a typical second-generation rich kid. If he holds you accountable, he will be ruthless. We should leave first and think of a way to resolve this later." However, Yi Xiao remained unmoved, grinning widely to reveal his white teeth. "Why are you so timid in front of outsiders? We are clearly in the right, so why should we leave? If we leave now, won't it make us look guilty?" Song Qingxue was almost speechless. What did it matter if they were in the right? Was Wang Ershao someone who would reason with them? "Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. I have a deal with your grandfather." Seeing that Song Qingxue was truly terrified, Yi Xiao gave her another dose of reassurance. When Song Qingxue heard the first half of Yi Xiao's sentence, she felt warm inside, but the latter half made her turn from a fan to a hater. A deal? Yet another deal? She didn't even want to wait for Wang Ershao to arrive. She felt like stabbing Yi Xiao herself. Finally, Wang Ershao, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, reached the center of the crowd. At this moment, the onlookers dared not breathe, even though they all wanted to greet and curry favor with the second young master of the Jinha group. They knew this was not the right time. What happened? Wang Ershao's shadowy gaze swept over the crowd. At that moment, Xiao Yuning, who had been beaten to a pulp, seemed to grasp a lifeline as she suddenly scrambled up from the ground and stumbled her way to Wang Ershao. Wang Xiao, you have to stand up for me. Wang Ershao was taken aback, his brows furrowing as he asked, You are Yuning? It was no wonder he didn't recognize her at first. Xiao Yuning had completely lost the aura of a star, looking as if she had just been pulled from the scene of an accident. Who beat you like this? Wang Ershao shouted in fury. Although Xiao Yuning was just one of his many women, she was still Wang Chufeng's woman. To touch Xiao Yuning was to slap his face. It was them. Xiao Yuning pointed at Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue, her eyes filled with hatred. Woo, Wang Xiao, I had a grudge with Song Qingxue before. Today, she came up to me and splashed me with drinks for no reason, and her bodyguard, relying on the Xiao group's backing, actually laid hands on me. Wang Xiao, you must help me take down the Song group and make that brat kneel and apologize. Give me this breath of anger. Xiao Yuning cried, tears streaming down her face. This was probably the best performance of her crying act since she entered the industry, because her face really hurt. Song Qingxue, Song group? Wang Ershao's face darkened as he muttered these somewhat unfamiliar names. At that moment, Su Hui hurriedly stepped forward to add fuel to the fire. Wang Xiao, I witnessed everything that just happened. Miss Xiao is right, it was indeed Song Qingxue and her bodyguard who, relying on the Song group's recent rise in Lingzhou, arrogantly bullied Miss Xiao. His words completely pushed the Song group into the spotlight. If Wang Ershao wanted to vent for Xiao Yuning, he would inevitably have to deal with the Song group. Wang Ershao sneered repeatedly. What a Song group! Just how big is their business that they dare to touch my woman? Song Qingxue couldn't help but step forward, saying, Wang Xiao, I am Song Qingxue. Things are not as they say. It was Xiao Yuning and Su Hui who deliberately framed me. Enough! Wang Ershao interrupted her directly. I don't care what your reasons are, just tell me, was it your people who laid hands on her? Song Qingxue was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she couldn't argue on that point. While Xiao Yuning's scheme went unnoticed, Yi Xiao's actions were done in plain sight. Yi Xiao shook his head. Wasn't this woman just very clear-headed? Knowing it was useless to reason with this playboy, how could she forget that the moment she turned around? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Seeing Song Qingxue at a loss for words, Wang Ershao coldly smiled. So it's Song Qingxue. Let me tell you, even if Xiao Yuning was at fault, it is only natural because she is not only my woman but also the spokesperson for my Jinha group, the face of my Jinha group. So what if she framed you? Don't say she framed you. Even if she broke your arms and legs on the spot, you should kneel and accept it obediently. But you? Clearly, you don't know your place. How dare you turn around and hit my woman? That is an unforgivable crime, one that deserves death. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Wang Ershao's mouth, as if at that moment, he had become the master of everyone present. Almost no one dared to question Wang Ershao's words because in Jiangnan province, the Jinha group of the Wang family was an absolute giant. If they wanted a company to thrive, even if it was just a small workshop, it could become a star enterprise. And if they wanted a company to die, even if it had a market value of billions, it would only end in bankruptcy. Song Qingxue was so frightened by Wang Ershao's words that she took a step back, and fortunately, Yi Xiao supported her at that moment, saving her from the embarrassment of falling. Just as Su Hui was feeling smug, thinking his scheme had succeeded and all the guests believed the Song group had only a few days left to live, Shen Luoyan approached young Master Wang Er. Young Master Wang, I am Shen Luoyan from the Chenny group. The person who just acted was my friend, and I apologize to you and Miss Xiao for his behavior. Could you do me a favor and allow him to make amends, turning this major issue into a minor one? Everyone was taken aback that Shen Luoyan would actually speak up for Yi Xiao. Wasn't he just a small bodyguard? How did he become a friend of this young lady from a wealthy family? Song Qingxue knew some of the reasons. Shen Luoyan must be seizing this opportunity to repay Yi Xiao for saving her life before. She let out a slight sigh of relief. Her Song group might not hold much weight in young Master Wang's eyes, but Shen Luoyan should have some say, right? Su Hui's expression instantly froze. He hadn't expected this kid to have such connections. Now, it seemed young Master Wang would likely go easy on Yi Xiao and the Song group. Young Master Wang glanced at Shen Luoyan with disdain and casually said, Who are you? Do I know you? Xianyi group, what is that? Do I need to give you face? I'll tell you, even if Xianyi himself came, he would have to greet me properly. As for you, if you know what's good for you, just get lost, or I won't mind taking care of you too. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyan's brows furrowed tightly. She hadn't expected young Master Wang to be so arrogant, not even considering her. She clenched her fists and helplessly glanced at Yi Xiao, thinking she had done her part. Yi Xiao, you better take care of yourself. At this moment, Song Qingshua's heart sank again. It's over, it's over. Even Shan Luoyan's words are useless. It seems the Song group is really in danger this time. Suddenly, young Master Wang's gaze turned cold as he swept it over Yi Xiao. Kid, you really are a coward. Hiding behind two women to avoid disaster. Heh, I thought someone who dared to lay hands on my woman would be a character, but it turns out to be this kind of trash. Now, I'm giving you a chance to live. Kneel down immediately in front of my woman, break your own arms, and then kneel at my woman's doorstep for 3 days and nights. That way, you can save your life. Young Master Wang said domineeringly. In his view, someone like Yi Xiao, who didn't even dare to speak in front of him, would definitely comply. Su Hui jumped out first to echo, Kid, young Master Wang is being merciful and sparing your life. Why don't you hurry up and do as he says? If you hesitate even a little and make young Master Wang angry, I, Su, will be the first to not let you go. Did Su Hui dare to do anything to Yi Xiao? Of course not. But hiding behind young Master Wang, he had the courage to challenge Yi Xiao, and he was quite bold about it. After Su Hui's words, many others seized the opportunity to jeer at Yi Xiao, trying to curry favor with young Master Wang. Kid, have you turned mute? Weren't you just very impressive? Do you feel ashamed in front of young Master Wang and can't even speak? I see he's scared stiff by young Master Wang's imposing aura. After all, he's just a bodyguard who hasn't seen much of the world. Kid, if you're scared, just kneel down. You're wasting young Master Wang's time. Can you even afford to pay for this? The wealthy women and socialites who had previously thought Yi Xiao was worth pursuing now looked at him with disdain, their eyes filled with contempt and mockery. A small bodyguard dared to offend young Master Wang. Even if he were given 10 more lives, it wouldn't be enough. However, Yi Xiao, instead of getting angry, smiled calmly. The prison is empty, and the world is so arrogant. Well then, Wang Air, right? Go back and ask your father if he dares to speak to me like this. You want me to kneel? What do you think you are? My ancestral grave? Thud. Thud. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this kid really that stubborn? I seriously doubt he even knows how to write the word death. Goodness, this kid is like a chicken's eye farting. What is he thinking? He actually dares to say Mr. Wang isn't qualified to teach him a lesson, really thinks of himself as a big shot. Hee, let's see how long he can be so arrogant. Young Master Wang isn't the type to have a good temper. Since he doesn't cherish the opportunity given to him, I reckon young Master Wang will have to take action. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wang laughed in anger. Kid, I have to say, you are the most stubborn person I've ever seen right before death. Alright, since you've chosen to defy me, I'll see whether your bones are tougher or your mouth is. He spoke each word as if they were squeezed out from between his teeth, giving an extremely chilling feeling. After saying that, young Master Wang waved his hand. Bring him here, break that kid's limbs. It was as casual as ordering someone to step on an ant. Yes. Upon hearing this, a tall man with a cold face and dull, lifeless eyes, resembling a corpse, stepped forward from behind young Master Wang. Kid, this man is an underground boxing champion I hired from South Vietnam for 10 million. Before this, he has already crushed nearly 100 opponents' skulls. I hope you can last until his second move. Young Master Wang said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hearing this, everyone became interested and stepped back to create a larger circle. These self-proclaimed upper-class people were already bored with ordinary thrills. Only this kind of bloody fight could ignite their fervor. Yi Xiao, be careful. Song Qingshuo softly warned before stepping back a few paces. She had great confidence in Yi Xiao's skills and didn't want to become a burden to him. Yi Xiao casually glanced at the South Vietnamese man and couldn't help but curl his lip. Is that it? Wang Air, you might as well let that guy behind you join in. With this kind of trash, I can kill 10 with one hand. Young Master Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He found Yi Xiao's pretentiousness utterly ridiculous. Kid, you dare to flaunt your prowess in front of me, just a mere bronze? Get him. Within 10 seconds, I want to see his hands and feet. The South Vietnamese man was also provoked by Yi Xiao's arrogance and wasted no time, instantly throwing a punch at Yi Xiao, whose fist turned dark blue in an instant, like a steel hammer. Some spectators nearby could even hear the sound of muscles slapping and bones cracking. TSK, with that punch, he must be a champion for sure. I fear that punch could crush a bull to death. Su Hui and Xiao Yunying both showed delight. They couldn't wait for Yi Xiao to be smashed by this fierce South Vietnamese man. Shen Luoyan shook her head. She had never seen Yi Xiao fight and naturally didn't think he was a match for the South Vietnamese man. At that moment, she hesitated whether to call her father, fearing it would completely sever ties with the Jinha group. Meanwhile, facing the unstoppable punch from the South Vietnamese man, Yi Xiao not only didn't dodge but instead stepped forward, throwing a powerful hammer punch to collide directly with the South Vietnamese man. In prison, Yi Xiao disliked fighting with these brute force foreign criminals the most. There was no technical skill involved, completely robbing him of the pleasure of fighting. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and the entire hall seemed to shake. Next, everyone felt as if a bee had buzzed into their ears, buzzing, ringing loudly. Everyone was momentarily deafened. The next second, they saw the aggressive South Vietnamese man fly backward like a kite with a broken string. Bang! A loud thud echoed as something fell to the ground. When people looked closely, they saw that the arm of the Southern man had turned into a mass of shredded flesh, lying on the ground, lifeless. The crowd, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions dramatically, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Ershau's bodyguard is the Southern boxing champion. How could he be knocked out by this kid with just one punch? The smile on Wang Ershau's face froze instantly, as if covered in glue. He knew very well how formidable his bodyguard was. He had saved him from disaster several times before, and even the famous boxers from Jiangnan province couldn't do anything to him. Yet now, to think that this kid had incapacitated him with a single punch was something he found hard to accept. Song Qingshue's lips curled into a smile of delight. For some reason, she found herself increasingly enjoying watching Yi Xiao fight. It just felt particularly manly. Shen Luoyan raised her eyebrows, realizing that she had underestimated him. At least in terms of martial prowess, Yi Xiao was now qualified to challenge Wang Ershao. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Ershao shouted at another bodyguard, Tan Lang, kill him. I'll give you 10 million. As soon as he finished speaking, another bodyguard stepped forward from behind Wang Ershao. Yes, Wang Xiao. This was a man in his 30s, about 1.8 meters tall, with prominent temples and sharp, piercing eyes. His hands were enormous, resembling two large fans. Yi Xiao could tell that they must have been enhanced by some kind of secret potion. Tan Lang? This is actually Tan Lang. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. What's so special about this person? A nearby individual asked, confused. The person continued, I used to do business in the Nanyang region. Tan Lang is the top disciple of the Tianwu sect in Nanyang. 3 years ago, he defected from the sect and is said to have killed 3 elders and dozens of disciples. Put, isn't that just a small sect from a backwater place? What's so impressive about it? The person shook his head. You guys haven't been to Nanyang, so you don't understand the situation there. Let me put it this way. The Tianwu sect in Nanyang is equivalent to our Wajihui in Longhua. They say both sides often exchange martial arts, and the outcomes are usually very close. Ah, is Tan Lang that strong? The crowd was stunned. They didn't know much about the Tianwu sect, but they were familiar with the Wajihui. Anyone pulled from there would be a top-level boxer. This battle was going to be exciting. A cold smile crept onto Wang Ershao's lips. Kid, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Tan Lang was his secret weapon, one he had yet to deploy. However, he had previously let Tan Lang fight that Southern man, and Tan Lang had easily defeated him with one hand. Yi Xiao licked his lips. It seemed he was about to enjoy a grand feast. Tan Lang's strength was even above Lei Kaishan's. If Lei Kaishan was a sharp dagger, then Tan Lang was a military dagger coated in deadly poison, seemingly ordinary, yet capable of taking a life with a single strike. Whoosh! Suddenly, Tan Lang let out a sound from his nose. In the next moment, he shot forward like a leopard leaping from the grass, covering 7 or 8 meters in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yi Xiao. Tan Lang struck down with a chopping palm, aiming directly at Yi Xiao's head. Tan Lang had naturally noticed Yi Xiao's strength, so he went for the kill right away, not giving Yi Xiao any time to react. TSK, Tan Lang truly lives up to his name. That speed, I didn't even see how he made his move. I think that kid is done for. He'll probably have his brain splattered before he can even make a move. Wang Ershao was extremely pleased at this moment. He had seen the power of Tan Lang's chopping palm. With one strike, he could create a dent in a 10-centimeter thick iron brick, let alone Yi Xiao's head. If Yi Xiao got hit, it would mean a gruesome end. Get hit? Impossible. For Yi Xiao, that was completely out of the question. Although the speed of the greedy wolf was fast and the attack fierce, in Yi Xiao's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. The moment the opponent leaped, Yi Xiao had already assessed the greedy wolf's intentions. He swiftly countered with a whip-like strike towards the direction from which Greedy was coming. His arm sliced through the air rapidly, and with a whoosh, it sounded like a supercar suddenly accelerating, creating a fierce gust of wind that blew Greedy's hair wildly. Greedy Wolf's eyelids twitched violently, and he was greatly alarmed. Such a powerful punch was something he dared not take head-on. Thus, he had to retract his hands in mid-air, bending his waist back like a spring to narrowly avoid Yi Zhao's whip. However, the fierce wind from Yi Zhao's punch still grazed his face, causing Greedy Wolf to grimace in pain, feeling as if a steel brush had scraped harshly across his skin. Greedy Wolf was left with lingering fear, unable to imagine what would happen if he were to clash head-on with Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao grinned, seemingly more satisfied with Greedy Wolf's performance. For him, the more troublesome and cunning the prey, the happier he became, as only by engaging with such prey could he improve. Seeing Greedy Wolf actually retreat, young Master Wang immediately scolded angrily, "Greedy Wolf, what are you doing? I want you to take him down, not to watch you perform tricks." With young Master Wang's keen eye, he naturally could not see the ferocity of Yi Zhao's previous strike, so he thought Greedy Wolf was holding back at a critical moment. Greedy Wolf had no time to explain. At this moment, every pore on his body was wide open, and his brain and limbs were on high alert. He knew that this person was the greatest opponent he had encountered since entering the Dragon Country, without exception. If he let his guard down even slightly, it would mean death. "Watch out!" Yi Zhao shouted, stepping forward and instantly shooting towards Greedy Wolf, while forming his palm into a hammer. Bang! At that moment, the air erupted with a violent explosion, like a car suddenly blowing a tire. Greedy's expression turned serious as he bent his waist and sank his body, drawing an oval shape with his hands in front of him. This was the Tai Chi stance. To counter Yi Zhao's fierce hammering punches, the only thing he could think of was using Tai Chi's softness to overcome hardness. Yi Zhao's lips curled slightly. This was interesting. He immediately transformed his punch into a palm strike aimed directly at Greedy Wolf's hands. Greedy Wolf squinted, not understanding Yi Zhao's fighting style. Did this guy not know that the double-handed center of Tai Chi was a pocket formation? Once caught in it, it would be like a turtle in a jar. Would Yi Zhao make such a mistake? Since Greedy Wolf couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. He believed that no matter what schemes Yi Zhao had, they could not succeed within his pocket formation. "Stop!" Greedy Wolf shouted loudly, instantly bringing his hands together like two giant pincers, suddenly clamping down on Yi Zhao's arm. Ah! Seeing this scene, Song Qingxue instinctively covered her mouth. Even if she didn't understand martial arts, she knew Yi Zhao was in trouble now. Shen Luoyan sighed inwardly, "Yi Zhao, you have ultimately lost." Young Master Wang's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "Greedy Wolf, quickly break his arm." For someone who often watched fighting matches, he naturally knew that Greedy Wolf had taken the initiative. As long as Greedy Wolf performed steadily, Yi Zhao would surely lose an arm, and a one-armed Yi Zhao would be nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered for Greedy Wolf. Su Hui and Xiao Yuning also showed unprecedented enthusiasm on their faces, finally able to see that Yi Zhao, that bastard, was suffering. If they could, they would really want to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Greedy Wolf naturally knew that this opportunity could not be missed, and he immediately used all his strength to apply a strangling force. In an instant, the power in his two arms surged, as if he had brushed on a layer of dark iron paint. He was very confident in his strength. In his view, under such a full-force strangulation, even an elephant's leg could be twisted off alive. Just as the Greedy Wolf was about to exert his strength, he saw Yi Zhao's charming smile. In the next moment, he discovered that Yi Zhao's arm had become as slippery as a loach, instantly slipping out of his iron grip. The Greedy Wolf's expression suddenly turned dull, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Suddenly, his scalp tingled and his hair stood on end. This was the instinctive warning of a martial artist's crisis. Just as he instinctively prepared to jump back, Yi Zhao had already crouched down on the ground. He suddenly kicked out, like a spring knife that had just been unsheathed. Swish! Yi Zhao's heel brushed against the ground and landed squarely on the Greedy Wolf's calf. The Greedy Wolf suddenly realized this was the sliding palm. Since the attacker was sitting on the ground and pushing forward with his foot, it resembled a palm strike, hence the name. Just as this thought flashed through the Greedy Wolf's mind, the next second, he felt a searing pain in his left leg. Clearly, Yi Zhao's kick had shattered his muscle tissue. Instantly, he lost his balance and fell down. After landing a successful strike, Yi Zhao rolled forward, his right foot suddenly sweeping out like an axe, aimed directly at the Greedy Wolf's abdomen. The Greedy Wolf swallowed hard, his body accelerating downward, while he slapped the ground with both hands, arching his body like a steel plank bridge, allowing Yi Zhao's toes to graze past his belly. Good! Seeing the Greedy Wolf's maneuver, Yi Zhao couldn't help but cheer. It was indeed rare to see such agile reactions even while injured. Just as Yi Zhao was about to continue his assault with a leap, the Greedy Wolf shouted urgently, "I concede, I concede." At this point, how could the Greedy Wolf not see the situation clearly? He had exhausted all his tricks, while Yi Zhao seemed to be as relaxed as a cat playing with a mouse. Continuing to fight would only lead to two outcomes: either he would be killed by Yi Zhao or rendered useless, with no third option. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's lips curled into a slight frown. Just as he was starting to feel something, this kid backed down. How boring. However, he also valued martial ethics and had no deep-seated enmity with the greedy wolf, so he withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Song Qingshua's anxious heart finally settled. Indeed, Yi Xiao had never disappointed her in a fight. Yet, she still dared not relax, for brute strength was only part of Wang Erxiao's power. His greater strength lay in the business world. Shen Luoyan gently pressed her lips together. She had to admit that Yi Xiao had truly opened her eyes. Not only had he defeated the Southern Yu Boxing King, but he had also made the greedy wolf, comparable to a martial arts association elder, kneel in submission. No wonder he could stand alongside Huang Feihu. It turned out he was a martial arts master himself. As the greedy wolf secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly thudded down to his knees in front of Yi Xiao. "Sir, please take me as your disciple." The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue was stunned, and everyone gasped in disbelief. Is it really possible to do it this way? If you can't win, just join? Wang Erxiao felt a burning pain on his face. Was there anything more humiliating than this? The hired thug he had brought in was kneeling to his enemy to beg for apprenticeship. Greedy wolf, what are you doing? Do you still want money? Get up and beat this kid to death. Wang Erxiao screamed at the greedy wolf. The kneeling greedy wolf did not respond but instead shot a pair of extremely cold eyes at Wang Erxiao, as if warning him that if he dared to say another word, he would die. Wang Erxiao couldn't help but feel his breath catch, as if an invisible hand had suddenly tightened around his neck, making it hard to breathe. He quickly realized that without his guards, he was utterly defenseless against the greedy wolf. The other party could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. "Sir, please take me as your disciple." The greedy wolf once again bowed his head to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao curled his lip. What was going on in the outside world? Why was it that as soon as he showed a bit of strength, someone came to ask for apprenticeship? Last time at the hospital, he had no choice but to agree to the two old men, but now he had no reservations, so he refused without hesitation. "I'm not interested." After saying that, he shifted his attention away from the greedy wolf and looked at Wang Erxiao with a half-smile. "So, Wang Xiaoer, do you want to step up and give it a try?" He didn't hide the sarcasm in his words, poking directly at Wang Erxiao's pride. Wang Erxiao's eyelids twitched, and his hands, hanging at his sides, trembled involuntarily. "Kid, don't get cocky. Do you think defeating my two subordinates can do anything to me?" he retorted. "The strength of the Wang family is a terrifying existence that someone like you, a lowly bug, can't even imagine." Although he had lost the battle, as the second young master of the Jinha group, he still had his own pride. Yi Xiao sneered disdainfully. "How terrifying." With that, he took a step forward. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Xiao, Wang Erxiao felt his scalp tingle and his legs weaken. "Why you, don't come over." Right now, he was already terrified of the greedy wolf, let alone someone who could make the greedy wolf kneel. "Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive." Song Qingxue hurriedly stepped forward to grab Yi Xiao's arm. Today, Yi Xiao had already humiliated Wang Erxiao. If he were to make a move against him again, he would truly have nowhere to go. Yi Xiao glanced back at Song Qingxue. "Why are you pulling me?" "I'm just scaring him." Song Qingxue was taken aback for a moment, then let go of her hand and rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao. She really couldn't understand how this guy could still joke so calmly at such a life-and-death moment. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Wang Erxiao's mouth twitched, nearly choking on his own saliva. He had always looked down on and trampled these ants. When had he ever been mocked from a higher position by an ant? Alright, the song group, I remember that. Today, I, Wang Chufeng, declare that anyone who dares to cooperate with the song group in the future will be against my Wang family, Wang Erxiao said through gritted teeth. Since he couldn't do anything to Yi Xiao through force, he would use his strongest weapon, his business influence, to suppress him. He didn't believe that an obscure song group could withstand the pressure from the Jinha group. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshue's expression grew increasingly grim. As expected, what was to come had arrived. The people present had long anticipated this, some shaking their heads and sighing, while others were gloating. No one had any faith in the song group. At this moment, Su Hui stepped forward and said, "I represent the Hui group in firmly supporting young Master Wang. What young Master Wang says is what the Hui group says. The Hui group and the song group are irreconcilable. Moreover, the Hui group will be the first to suppress the song group. I guarantee that the song group will go bankrupt within a week." Hearing this, many people secretly cursed Su Hui for being cunning. Who in Lingzhou didn't know that the Hui group and the song group were sworn enemies? So Su Hui's seemingly unwavering support for Wang Erxiao was actually just for his own benefit. But with Su Hui setting the tone, other guests felt compelled to express their stance. They certainly knew who held more weight in front of the song group and the Jinha group, so many voiced similar sentiments to Su Hui, declaring their firm support for Wang Erxiao. The words of these CEOs from major groups in Lingzhou felt like knives stabbing into Song Qingshue's body. Faced with the pressure from the Jinha group, the Song group had no means to defend itself. If these companies joined in, the Song group would be left with no way out. Song Qingxue closed her eyes in pain, panic and fear flooding her heart. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Ershao laughed triumphantly, reveling in the feeling of having everyone at his command, but he seemed unsatisfied. In an instant, he cast a cold, sinister glance at Yi Xiao and Song Qingshuet again. Kid, don't say I'm not giving your Song group a chance. Within 3 days, I can accept your apology, but I want you to crawl here in front of me and then commit suicide to atone for your sins. And you, Song Qingshuet, aren't you so high and mighty? I want you to hold a press conference completely naked and apologize to Yuning. Remember, you only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, you, along with your company, can wait to be erased from this world. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuning also stepped forward, speaking arrogantly. Song Qingshuet, did you hear that? This is the only way out for you and your family. If you want to live, you better obediently do as young Master Wang says. What of the Song group? What if Yi Xiao can fight? In the face of absolute power, wouldn't they still have to bow their heads and kneel like dogs, begging for forgiveness? Song Qingshuet remained silent, her expression filled with confusion and pain. If she had to do that, she would rather die. Yi Xiao, however, looked at young Master Wang with a half-smile, casually extending a fist, then suddenly raising his middle finger. Wang Xiar, I can't be bothered to waste more words with you. Since you want to compete with family backgrounds, I'll give you this opportunity. You can use all your resources to try to suppress me, and I'll deal with it all together. But when the time comes, don't you dare back down. After saying this, he took Song Qingshue's hand and walked towards the banquet hall exit. Once Yi Xiao and Song Qingshue's figures had disappeared into the distance, Su Hui asked in confusion, Young Master Wang, are you really planning to let that kid in the Song group go? He. Young Master Wang's lips curled into a cruel arc. Let them go? How could that be possible? Crushing the Song group is too easy. I could do it with just a flick of my finger. A slightly mocking smile appeared on young Master Wang's face. I just want to give them a glimmer of hope, watching them crawl over step by step under the encouragement of their family, only to finally crush all their hopes and let them die in endless despair. This is the consequence of offending me, Wang Chufeng. Although young Master Wang spoke calmly, the malice and brutality in his tone made even the schemer Su Hui break out in a cold sweat. Less than an hour after the banquet ended, under the spread of those with ulterior motives, the news that young Master Wang of the Jinha group intended to blacklist the Song group spread throughout Lingzhou. Just as Song Qingshuet returned to her villa, wanting to quietly think of a way to break the deadlock, her phone was bombarded with calls from the group's shareholders, forcing her to turn off her phone. But she still couldn't escape. Soon, the second largest shareholder of the company, Song Qingshue's second uncle, Song Qingshan, came to her door, accompanied by her mother, Huang Mei, and some relatives of the Song family who held shares in the Song group. After entering, Huang Mei immediately scolded Yi Xiao, you useless piece of trash. How could you possibly take on Xiao Yuning? How could you offend young Master Wang? I've said long ago to kick this waste out. But the old man wouldn't listen, and now look, the entire Song family is going to be ruined because of this waste. Song Qingshuet had already explained everything that happened at the banquet in detail to her, but Huang Mei still pushed the main responsibility onto Yi Xiao, believing that this could somewhat deflect the shareholders' blame from Song Qingshuet. However, the other shareholders were not fools, they could see through Huang Mei's intentions. Song Qingshan pressed down with his hand. Mei, do you think dragging a little bodyguard out to take the blame is useful now? What we need is a practical solution to the problem. After Song Qingshan spoke, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses behind him chimed in, that's right, Song Qingshuet, you are the president of the group, and I think you should take full responsibility for this incident. So, you should do everything possible to meet young Master Wang's conditions, gain Miss Xiao and young Master Wang's forgiveness, in exchange for their mercy towards our Song group. This man is Song Qingshan's grandson, Song Zihao. Previously, he had long been dissatisfied with the old Master Song's stubborn decision to hand the position of president to Song Qingshuet. He believed his abilities were not inferior to hers, so how could he let this opportunity to attack her slip away? Hearing Song Zihao's words, Song Qingshuet clenched her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Compared to the blows from outsiders, this knife from a family member hurt her even more. Meeting the demands of young Master Wang, wasn't that just asking her to strip and hold a press conference? This is the nature of wealthy families, where familial ties are weak and interests reign supreme. Zihao, is that how you speak? Qingshui is not only your sister but also the president of our group. If you want her to do that, how will she face others in the future? Where will the face of the Song group go? Huang Mei immediately reprimanded. The other shareholders lowered their heads in silence. they were also members of the Song family and still had some sense of shame. At this moment, they were torn between choosing interests or family ties. He. Song Zihao sneered, "Aunt, the Song group is not just yours, but belongs to all of us. And tell me, if we don't follow young Master Wang's words, are we just going to let the Song group wait to die?" This. Huang Mei was suddenly at a loss for words. Before this, she had called everyone she could think of for help, but not a single person was willing to stand up for them. Cough, cough. At this moment, Song Qingshan cleared his throat and said, "Qing Shui, since you took over as president, you've already brought a lot of trouble to the company. This shows that your abilities are indeed questionable. I suggest you step down sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, some shareholders' eyes lit up. They could naturally tell what Song Qingshan meant. Now that Song Qingshui was the group president, if she were to strip and hold a press conference, it would undoubtedly affect the reputation of the Song group. But if they first removed her from the presidency, then there would be no such impact. "I think second uncle is right. If we let Qingshui step down and make way for someone else, perhaps the company will have a turnaround." A relative chimed in. "I also agree with second uncle's viewpoint." More and more of the Song family's relatives clearly supported Song Qingshan. Song Qingshui clenched her fists tightly. She never expected that even at this point, her second grandfather and the others were thinking about seizing power. Was this the group she had worked so hard to strengthen? At this moment, she felt a wave of sadness, realizing that all her previous efforts seemed worthless. Song Qingshan looked at Song Qingshui with a smile. "Qingshui, look at how many shareholders have expressed their stance. Now that the chairman is not here, you, as president, should quickly take a stand. Otherwise, we might just default to passing this resolution." Although he wore a smile throughout, his words felt as cold as ice to Song Qingshui. Huang Mei was now sweating profusely. She wanted to plead for her daughter but found no way to speak. With the old master absent, Song Qingshan was the absolute elder of the Song family. Whatever she said would likely be dismissed. The smile on Song Zihao's face could no longer be hidden. He never expected this coup to go so smoothly. As long as Song Qingshui stepped down, the position of president would likely be his. At that time, he could order Song Qingshui to apologize and completely tarnish her reputation. Even if Song Qigong returned, it would be too late. Song Qingshui closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as her lips parted slightly to accept her fate, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Who says the old master is not here?" "Yi Xiao?" Song Qingshui turned her head, looking at Yi Xiao in confusion. Song Zihao could not accept that a mere bodyguard would interrupt his ascent to power. He immediately shouted in anger, "Kid, this is an internal meeting of the Song family's high-level executives. What right do you have to interrupt?" Song Qingshan looked down on Yi Xiao, saying, "Kid, you'd better tone it down a bit. Once we deal with Song Qingshui's matter, we'll settle the score with you." Yi Xiao curled his lips and replied with a smile, "I think you should take care of yourselves first." As he spoke, Yi Xiao raised his phone, revealing the imposing face of the old master, Song Qigong. The moment Song Qingshan saw Song Qigong, he abruptly stood up from the sofa, his breath seemingly trembling. Brother, W. What are you doing here?" He felt a deep fear towards this elder brother who had founded the Song group, and even just seeing his image made his legs weak. "Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman." The other shareholders of the Song family also stood up one by one, respectfully greeting him. "Qingshan, you all are quite impressive. Have you forgotten how you got your shares? Since I can give them to you, I can also take them back without hesitation." Song Qigong's gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over everyone, his eyes filled with disdain. Song Qingshan and the other shareholders were drenched in sweat, lowering their heads, not daring to utter a word. Song Zihao, unwilling to back down, stepped forward and said, "Great uncle, we are doing this for the good of the company, we had no choice but to." "Shut up! What position do you have to speak here?" Song Qigong interrupted Song Zihao's words with authority. At that moment, Song Qigong changed his tone and said, "Since the problem has arisen, everyone in the group must work together to face and solve it, not engage in infighting to blame each other. Now I appoint Yi Xiao as the assistant to the chairman. During my absence, Yi Xiao will fully represent me in overseeing the group." Yi Xiao was immediately stunned. Wasn't it agreed that he would only be a bodyguard? How did he suddenly become an assistant? Just as Yi Xiao was about to ask for clarification, Song Qigong spoke first. "Assistant Yi, your first task is to assist Song Qingshui in securing the contract with the Jinha Group and resolving this crisis. If you fail, Song Qingshui will be directly dismissed from her position as president." With that, the video call ended with a bang. Yi Xiao suddenly felt as if he had been set up. "I kindly offered to be your messenger, and you expect me to do 2 jobs for 1 salary? Old Song, is this polite?" Although the video call was disconnected, Song Chi-gong's words undoubtedly dropped a nuclear bomb in everyone's minds. What is the chairman thinking? Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue have offended young Master Wang so severely, and now they have to bid? Yeah, isn't that just asking for humiliation? Several shareholders whispered, expressing their doubts about the success of the bid. However, Song Qingshan did not think so. He knew his elder brother well and that he would not speak without reason. Since he said so, it meant he had some confidence. Song Zihao, on the other hand, focused entirely on the latter part of Song Qigong's statement. As long as Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue failed to complete the task, Song Qingxue would lose her position as president. Wasn't that a death sentence? If Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue dared to take it on, they would surely face a dead end. It seemed he still had a chance to sit in the president's seat. Grandpa, since the chairman has made a decision, why don't we just follow his wishes? Song Zihao said with a forced smile. Song Qingshan knew his grandson was getting carried away, but at that moment, he had no better solution and could only wave his hand, leading a group of shareholders away from Song Qingshue's villa. From the moment Song Qigong appeared to the arrangements he made, Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue were both in a state of shock, and after a long while, Huang Meyer stammered, "Qingxue, do you think the old man has lost his mind?" Song Qingxue did not address her mother's concerns but instead looked intently at Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, what do you plan to do?" Yi Xiao shrugged, "What else can I do? Just focus on your part, and leave the rest to miracles." With that, he walked towards the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles for himself. Song Qingxue forcibly controlled her impulse to throw her slippers at Yi Xiao and gritted her teeth to ask, "What if we can't secure the contract? Then just settle my wages, and I'll leave." Yi Xiao still wore a nonchalant expression that was infuriating. Huang Mei pointed at Yi Xiao's back like a bamboo shoot sprouting from the ground, cursing, "Qingxue, listen to him. Is he even speaking like a human? I think he's sent by the Tiger Group to harm us. I don't know what kind of mind control the old man is under to believe this ungrateful wretch so blindly." Hearing her mother mention her grandfather, Song Qingxue finally put down her slippers, and a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. Yes, how could Grandpa possibly be confused? Thinking carefully about Yi Xiao's presence over the past half-month, he had either offended Huang Feihu and Huang Batian or clashed head-on with Feng Honggang and Su Hui. And what was the result? This guy not only faced no consequences but also continued to be lively and well-fed every day, even having time to get himself worked up. Perhaps this guy really had something that Grandpa valued? With that thought, Song Qingxue let out a sigh and headed upstairs. "Mom, I'm going to prepare the bidding documents. Please don't disturb me if there's nothing urgent." Huang Mei glanced at Yi Xiao in the kitchen and then at her daughter going upstairs. "What sin have I committed?" In the kitchen, Yi Xiao smiled, somewhat satisfied with Song Qingxue's performance. A brave person is not without fear, rather, they do not evade when fear arrives. Meanwhile, in a luxurious club in Lingzhou, Su Hui was holding a wine glass, smiling obsequiously at Wang Ershao, who was seated in the main position. "Wang Xiao, how do you plan to deal with the Song group?" "I am willing to serve you." Wang Ershao snorted coldly, revealing a sneer. "Do I even need to deal with them? From what I know about such family groups, that woman Song Qingxue has probably been pushed by her company to come and apologize to me." Su Hui's eyes twinkled as he smiled slightly. "Wang Xiao, you underestimate the Song group. I just received news that Song Qingxue has gained the support of Old Master Song. Not only does she have no intention of stepping down to apologize to you, but she also plans to submit a bid to the Jinha group." "What?" Wang Ershao raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with shock and anger. "That old fool deserves to die." But in an instant, a smile spread across his lips. "They dare to bid? I see they are just seeking their own demise. Well, let's wait and see. At the bidding conference in 3 days, I'll show them how to humiliate themselves. The Song group is doomed, no one can save them, mark my words." Hearing this, Su Hui's face lit up with joy. He continued, "Then Wang Xiao, can I take charge of this project for Jinha Group? I guarantee I'll do it better than anyone else." Wang Ershao did not rush to respond but poured himself another glass of wine, slowly saying, "That depends on whether you know how to handle things." Su Hui quickly snapped his fingers, and immediately 7 or 8 provocatively dressed women emerged. Although these women varied in appearance and style, they all had one thing in common: they were all young married women. Seeing this, Wang Ershao couldn't help but widen his eyes, a smile blooming on his face like a chrysanthemum. Not bad, Xiao Su, you really understand me. Leave the contract to me." Wang Ershao was never short of money or power, his only true passion was for these charming young married women, which was one of the reasons he favored Xiao Yuning so much. At this moment, in the office of the chairman of the Qianni Group, Shen Luoyan told Shen Qianni everything she had seen and heard at the banquet without holding back. "Dad, I think Wang Chufeng is too overbearing, he didn't give me any face at all. In front of her father, Shen Luoyan completely dropped her disguise and expressed her anger towards Wang Chufeng. Luoyan. Face is not something someone gives you, it's something you have to earn yourself. Look at Ji Xiao, although he's just a small bodyguard, after fighting with Wang Chufeng's subordinates, who would dare to look down on him in the future. Shen Qianyi pointed out to his daughter. That's just brute strength. He can defeat Wang Chufeng's subordinates, but I still don't believe he can handle the subsequent suppression from the Jinha group. Shen Luoyan was clearly still a bit dissatisfied, as Yi Xiao had ignored her several times. He. Shen Qianyi chuckled. Luoyan, do you dare to bet with me again? I bet Yi Xiao will still be able to retreat unscathed this time. Shen Luoyan stared at her father in disbelief, completely unable to understand why he had such confidence in Yi Xiao. Shen Qianyi naturally saw through his daughter's thoughts and continued, Luoyan, do you think Yi Xiao is bound to lose against the Song family? If I remember correctly, you said the same thing last time, but what was the result? Last time, Yi Xiao just happened to know Huang Feihu, but the Wang family is a prominent family in the provincial capital. Does Yi Xiao really have any connections with them? Shen Luoyan retorted. Then let's just wait and see. A glint of cunning flashed in Shen Qianyi's eyes. The next 3 days were the hardest for Song Qingxue. All the employees of the Song group were anxious, and all company projects came to a halt. Almost no one believed that the Song group could survive under the pressure from the Jinha group. In the president's office, Song Qingxue sat in her office chair with a furrowed brow. Ever since she finished the bidding document, she had completely relaxed, and the once bustling office had become desolate, as if everyone in the company was deliberately distancing themselves from her. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. In the past, Song Qingxue would have likely thrown a fit and scolded the person for not knocking, but today she felt a hint of joy. She looked up and saw Yi Xiao walking towards her with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed, and then he casually sat down opposite her. What brings you here? Are you here to discuss the bidding matters with me? Song Qingxue said in a calm tone, as if the icy demeanor she had shown was thawing a bit after being neglected by the company for a few days. Yi Xiao grinned. Wrong, I'm here to see if you were scared. After all, we're about to attend the bidding conference, and if you chicken out at the last minute, that would be bad. You can't expect me to take the blame all by myself. Originally, Song Qingxue was in a decent mood, but upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, her expression soured instantly. Couldn't this guy just go along with her words and give her a few perfunctory remarks? Why did he have to provoke her? She glared at Yi Xiao and coldly huffed, Assistant Yi, you're overthinking it. I, Song Qingxue, am not that kind of person. Since I am the president of the company, I will never back down at the last moment, nor will I let someone else take the blame alone. Yi Xiao stood up and chuckled, then I can rest assured. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Song Qingxue didn't expect Yi Xiao to come to see her just to say such a meaningless thing, which made her so angry that she gritted her teeth and raised her middle finger at his back. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came again, actually, this is also an opportunity. When things calm down, you can take a good look at who is weathering the storm with you and who is secretly updating their resume, waiting for a chance to bail. Song Qingxue was stunned. Was this really the same Yi Xiao who was carefree and only knew how to solve problems with brute force? Indeed, for the past few days, all her thoughts had been focused on how to face the pressure from the Jinha group and she hadn't paid much attention to the internal affairs of the company. Watching Yi Xiao's disappearing figure, Song Qingxue felt a bit confused. Perhaps this guy was not as simple as she had thought. An hour later, Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue headed towards the hotel where the Jinha group's bidding conference was being held. As they arrived at the hotel entrance, they unexpectedly saw Song's mother, Huang Mei. Mom, what are you doing here? Song Qingxue asked in surprise. Huang Mei frowned and said, of course, I'm worried about you. Rather than waiting for news with your dad at the hospital, I might as well come here to see for myself. Song Qingxue had no objections to this, and just as the three were about to enter the hotel, Su Hui's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, isn't this President Song? I must say, you really have some thick skin. Offending young Master Wang, and yet you dare to attend the Jinha group's bidding conference. Aren't you just asking for a beating? Hearing this, Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. However, since she dared to come, she was mentally prepared, so she wasn't easily discouraged by Su Hui's words. She didn't turn back but continued to walk forward. Su Hui continued to speak condescendingly from behind. President Song, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I can give you a chance to live, you sleep with me for 3 days, and then merge the Song group into my Hui group. I can reluctantly speak on your behalf in front of young Master Wang. You're really annoying. Do you want me to smash this fly's mouth? Yi Xiao said casually. You, with the surname Yi, are you a pig brain? All you know is fighting and killing. Do you want us to not even be able to enter the bidding conference? Huang Mei scolded Yi Xiao with a stern face. Song Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, Yi Xiao, don't be impulsive. Seeing that he couldn't provoke Song Qingxue, Su Huwei continued, President Song, do you see who this person beside me is? This is your former financial director. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned to look, and indeed she saw the financial director who had embezzled 100 million in public funds. Su Huwei, seeing Song Qingxue turn around, intensified his mockery, President Song, let me tell you the truth. The 100 million your financial director embezzled was at my behest, and the assassin who wanted to kill you was also arranged by me. How does that feel? Aren't you furious? Aren't you going crazy? In Su Huwei's view, since the Song group was on the verge of bankruptcy, he didn't care about letting Song Qingxue know these things. Could a company on the brink of collapse still find trouble with him? Song Qingxue's brows furrowed in anger, and she glared at the financial director, Hu Sanjin, why did you betray the company? When your mother was seriously ill, it was my grandfather who paid for her treatment. Hu Sanjin, emboldened, replied, President Song, working here is a mutual agreement. Of course, people want to rise higher, and water flows downwards. The chairman paid for my mother's treatment, didn't he just want to buy me off? I've worked hard for the Song group all these years, and I've already repaid that debt. So don't try to morally bind me with that, I won't fall for it. But out of our past master-servant relationship, I still want to kindly remind you that it's best to do as Su said, or the Song group will only end up in ashes. Hu Sanjin had a smug look on his face. Now that the Song group had been blocked by the Jinha group, its collapse was only a matter of time, which is why he dared to act so recklessly in front of Song Qingxue. At this moment, more and more people arrived at the hotel entrance to participate in the bidding, and many pointed at Song Qingxue, reveling in her misfortune. What is Song Qingxue thinking, daring to come to the bidding? Is she seeking humiliation? She must still be half asleep. How dare she treat young Master Wang's warning as if it were nothing? Song Qingxue took a deep breath, calming her emotions somewhat. Just as she was about to turn back and enter the hotel, another voice came from behind. Song Qingxue, you really are something else. Have you forgotten what I said 3 days ago? Hearing this voice, Song Qingxue instinctively shivered. It was Wang Chufeng. As the saying goes, it's easy to break a thief in the mountains, but hard to break the thief in the heart. Song Qingxue still felt fear towards this Wang Ershao, because the Jinha group behind him was simply too powerful. At this moment, Huang Meyer was also scared, hiding behind and not daring to say a word. In front of Yi Xiao, she could be fierce and scold as she pleased, but in front of the powerful Wang Ershao, she had lost all her courage. At this time, Yi Xiao stepped forward and patted Song Qingxue's shoulder, then turned to Wang Ershao with a half smile and said, Wang Xiao, I advise you to treat others as people when you're at the top of the mountain. When you slide down to the foot of the mountain, then you'll have the chance to continue being a person. Ha ha ha. Wang Ershao couldn't help but laugh wildly, as if he had heard a funny joke. You little beggar, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Let me tell you, I will always be at the top of the mountain, and you are only fit to crawl at my feet for the rest of your life, licking my toes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning and the onlookers all nodded in agreement. Wang Ershao's identity as the son of the richest man in Jiangnan province made him someone who should be high and mighty, someone who should be domineering. In their eyes, Yi Xiao was quite laughable, just a bodyguard, a mere ant daring to shout at Wang Ershao. It was simply seeking death. The Wang family was powerful and wealthy. With just a flick of a finger, they could crush Yi Xiao. Kid, listen up. Once this bidding ends, it will be your death day. I, the young master, am kind-hearted and can give you a coffin for free. Tell me, do you want a sliding lid or a flip lid for your coffin? Ha ha ha. Wang Ershao laughed maniacally, completely disregarding Yi Xiao's words. Ha ha ha. The onlookers laughed along, with someone flattering, young Master Wang really has a kind heart. Even giving this kid a coffin, I bet his ancestors' graves are smoking. Otherwise, how could he receive such treatment from young Master Wang? Kid, what are you still doing? Kneel down and thank young Master Wang for his great kindness. That's right, do you think everyone has the chance to receive a coffin from young Master Wang? Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao curled his lips into a mocking smile. Wang Er, I hope you can always be this arrogant. With that, he took Song Qingxue's trembling hand and walked into the hotel. Young Master Wang, are you really going to allow Song Qingxue to bid? Isn't she slapping your face? Xiao Yuning said sweetly, actually hoping to see Song Qingxue not even able to enter the door. He. Wang Ershao sneered disdainfully, let them bid. Soon, I'll let her know what despair is. A cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Ershao's mouth. Alright, let's go in too. The bidding conference of the Jinha group was held in the largest banquet hall of the hotel, but the one hosting this bidding conference was not Wang Ershao, but a beautiful woman in her early 30s. The woman wore a fiery red qipao, adorned with a stunning begonia flower. Ordinary women could hardly pull off such an outfit, but on her, it was a perfect match, elevating her already stunning presence to another level. Looking at the woman's curvaceous figure, Wang Ershao couldn't help but swallow several times, but he didn't dare to be reckless with her, as she was someone his father valued greatly. Director Lin, long time no see. Wang Ershao greeted with a smile. Long time no see. Lin Hongjiao merely nodded slightly, exuding a coldness that kept people at a distance, seemingly not taking Wang Ershao seriously. Don't be fooled by Wang Ershao flaunting the banner of the Jinha Group. The core executives of the Jinha Group know that he is not favored by Wang Jinha and is, at best, a discarded pawn living off the group. Wang Ershao has long been accustomed to Lin Hongjiao's attitude and sulkily walked over to sit beside her. Lin Hongjiao paid him no mind. She took the microphone and began to speak. I am Lin Hongjiao, the director of the Jinha Group. First, I welcome everyone to our bidding conference. Now, I ask all interested bidders to submit their proposals. My team will conduct the review on site, and I will announce the results in 1 hour. Lin Hongjiao's voice was cold and assertive. As her words fell, the CEOs of the participating companies stood up one after another and walked toward the podium. Besides the Song Group and the Huwei Group, there were more than a dozen other companies present at the bidding site. Although they knew they could not compete with Su Huwei, they were still satisfied to make an appearance at the Jinha Group's bidding conference. And wasn't there always a chance? What if they were selected? Song Qingxue also mustered her courage and handed her proposal to Lin Hongjiao's secretary. At that moment, she noticed Wang Ershao making a throat-cutting gesture towards her. Song Qingxue gritted her teeth, not daring to react in the slightest. Once all the proposals were collected, Lin Hongjiao stood up and took her secretary to the backstage. The review would naturally not be conducted in front of everyone, as it would greatly affect the bidder's mindset. At this time, Wang Ershao hurriedly followed and called out to the secretary at the backstage corner, Xiao Huang, wait a moment. Although Lin Hongjiao dared to disregard Wang Ershao, Secretary Xiao Huang did not dare to do so at all. Young Master Wang, what can I do for you? Wang Ershao smiled and snatched all the proposals from the secretary's hands. After rummaging through them, he pulled out Song Qingxue's proposal and tore it up in front of the little secretary. The little secretary was instantly frightened, her face pale. Wang. Young Master Wang, what are you doing? Wang Ershao raised a finger to signal silence, awkwardly smiling. Remember, the Jinha Group belongs to my Wang family. I can do whatever I want. Lin Hongjiao is just a dog of my Wang family. You can try telling her about this, but as for the consequences, I think I don't need to elaborate. The little secretary trembled. I understand what to do. Good, you can go. Don't keep Director Lin waiting. With that, Wang Ershao turned and left with the torn proposal from the Song Group. The CEOs of the other companies who had submitted their proposals were nervously pretending to be calm and chatting in the banquet hall, while the three from the Song Group were completely isolated by everyone. At this moment, Wang Ershao, holding a glass of red wine, walked over with a smile towards Song Qingxue and the others. Song Qingxue, why haven't you left yet? Are you waiting for the bidding results? You can't be that naive, thinking that provoking me, Wang Chufeng, will help you win the bid? Wang Ershao's tone was filled with mockery. I know you are holding your breath, wanting to seek fairness. In the eyes of ordinary people, your behavior indeed shows courage and spirit. But in my eyes, you are overestimating yourselves and bringing humiliation upon yourselves. Xiao Yuning stepped forward and linked her arm with Wang Ershao's, looking disdainfully at Song Qingxue, pleased to see her in distress. Su Huwei was also sneering from the side. Although he didn't know how Wang Ershao was operating, he believed that as a member of the Wang family, it was no problem for him to make a few small moves to eliminate the Song Group. Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her chest heaving, but she couldn't utter a word. If it weren't for her grandfather's insistence on having Yi Xiao assist her in the bidding, she wouldn't have had the courage to come at all. Yi Xiao smiled playfully and said, Wang Xiao, are you so sure that the Song Group can't win the bid? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuning burst into laughter. Kid, are you trying to make me die of laughter? You can say such brainless things. Did you forget to take your medicine before leaving this morning? The onlookers also looked at Yi Xiao with disdain. Since Wang Ershao could speak so confidently, it meant he was completely sure. This kid was still stubbornly holding on. If his brain wasn't filled with 250 pounds of water, he definitely wouldn't say such things. Song Qingxue looked at Yi Xiao with a face full of doubt. She really couldn't understand where Yi Xiao's confidence came from. She had been paying attention to Yi Xiao's movements these days, and this guy had just been staying in his villa and company, not going anywhere. It shouldn't be possible for the Song Group to turn the tide, right? Wang Ershao's mouth curled into a sly smile. Kid, good, that I'll let you die clearly and thoroughly. As he spoke, he pulled out a few torn pieces of paper from his pocket and threw them on the ground. Song Qingxue, you better take a good look at what this is. Song Qingxue's gaze instinctively swept towards the torn pieces of paper, and when she saw the incomplete words of the song group on them, she suddenly felt dizzy. Her face instantly turned pale, losing all color. If it weren't for Yi Xiao reaching out to support her, she would have definitely fallen to the ground. At this moment, the director of the Jinha group was still reviewing everyone's bids, and since her song group's bid appeared here, it was clear that it hadn't been delivered to Lin Hongjiao, not even given a chance for review. How could the song group win the bid? Song Qingxue was completely desperate. She began to doubt her grandfather's arrangements. In this situation, even her grandfather probably hadn't anticipated it. Xiao Yunying laughed heartily. Even if the laughter pulled at her wounds, she didn't care. It was truly refreshing. She now understood Wang Erxiao's malicious intent, first giving Song Qingxue a glimmer of hope, then personally tearing that hope apart. Wasn't this worse than slapping Song Qingxue in the face, torturing her physically? The onlookers were also sighing. Although they felt that Wang Erxiao's actions were somewhat beneath them, who could blame him for being the young master of the Jinha group? He had that capability. Su Hui's eyes sparkled. He was now completely certain that he would win the bid. Without the song group participating, the other companies were no match for him. Huang Meyer, at this moment, suddenly found the courage to point at Wang Erxiao and scold him. How can you do this? You're violating the rules. What, old lady, do you want to complain about me? Let me tell you, the Jinha group is my Wang family's enterprise. I can do whatever I want, he said, raising his chin high, exuding arrogance and disdain. Reason? Fairness? How many strong people in this world are willing to discuss reason and fairness with the weak? It has always been the powerful families looking down from above, trampling on the dignity of the weak. My fist is harder than yours, that's reason enough. My background is stronger than yours, I can ignore you. Wang Erxiao looked at Yi Xiao with contempt. So, kid, weren't you very impressive that day? Now you're like a sick cat? Scared, can't say a word, can you? Yi Xiao, however, smiled instead of getting angry. His eyes sparkled with mockery as he gently said, sometimes a cat isn't necessarily sick, it just doesn't want to show its power. If it does show its power, the cat will turn into a tiger and bite. Hee, kid, I see you now are just a dog lifting the curtain, relying entirely on your mouth. Turning into a tiger and biting? Why don't you try biting someone? Wang Erxiao naturally wouldn't take Yi Xiao's words seriously. He was just a trivial ant, not worth his attention. If he didn't like it, he could just step on him. Yi Xiao, let's go. Song Qingxue said dejectedly that she no longer had any intention of staying, even though the results of the bidding had not yet come out, but it definitely wouldn't be her song group. Yi Xiao glanced at Song Qingxue, thinking that this girl was too impatient, but he couldn't explain now, so he just told a lie. I suddenly need to pee, wait for me a moment. Without waiting for Song Qingxue to respond, he hurriedly walked towards the restroom. Song Qingxue was left speechless by Yi Xiao. After such a long time without going to the bathroom, he chose this moment, when she was feeling the most upset and wanted to escape, to go. Huang Meiyao wouldn't be polite with Yi Xiao. She directly started to criticize his back. What a lazy donkey, lazy horse, full of shit and piss. Qingxue, let's just leave. No need to wait for this bastard. Huang Meiyao also felt that staying any longer was meaningless and would only lead to more ridicule. Besides, did Yi Xiao deserve to be waited on? He. At that moment, Xiao Yunying sneered. I think this guy might be using the excuse of needing to pee to sneak away. What a heartless bastard, not even as good as the spring breeze. I think Miss Qiao is right, that guy must be unable to handle the pressure from young Master Wang, leaving Song Qingxue here as a scapegoat. TSK, truly everyone for themselves in times of crisis. Song Qingxue, I think you should follow the requirements young Master Wang mentioned last time sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it won't just be one bodyguard abandoning you, your whole family and all your friends might abandon you too. Ha ha ha. The onlookers began to mock Song Qingxue without restraint. On one hand, they believed that the bankruptcy of the song group was a done deal. On the other hand, they were seizing the opportunity to curry favor with young Master Wang. After all, doing this only required a few words and a bit of saliva, and they might gain young Master Wang's favor, so why not? Hearing the harsh ridicule from the crowd, Song Qingxue really wanted to just leave, but a voice in her heart told her that Yi Xiao was not that kind of person. He wouldn't abandon his own. So, Song Qingxue shook off her mother's hand. Mom, I want to wait for him, she said firmly, with determination in her eyes. Huang Meiyao was momentarily stunned. What was wrong with her daughter? Did she really have feelings for that damn Yi Xiao? As someone who had been through it, she could see that her daughter's behavior was not that of a subordinate towards a superior, but rather that of an emotional woman. Time passed second by second, and after more than 10 minutes, Yi Xiao still hadn't shown up. During this time, young Master Wang and Xiao Yunying naturally didn't miss the chance to mock Song Qingxue for being foolish and unable to recognize people. Finally, Huang Meiyao couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Qingxue, I think that White-Eyed Wolf must have slipped away on his own. I told you long ago that this kind of man is unreliable, but you didn't believe me. When you get home, hurry up and kick him out. Once unfaithful, always untrustworthy. At this moment, Song Qingxue also began to waver, her face was cold, her brows furrowed, and her expression was unusually serious. Her emotions were extremely complicated. Could it be that Yi Xiao really abandoned her and ran away? Were all his previous acts of protection just lies to numb her? It must be so. He came to Lingzhou just to break off the engagement with her, right? If the Song family went bankrupt, it would be easier for him to break off the engagement. The more Song Qingxue thought about it, the more desperate she became, and the more heartbroken she felt, to the point that it made her want to vomit. Just as Song Qingxue was feeling disheartened and wanting to leave, a voice came from the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I will now announce the bidding results. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's heart felt as if it had been struck by an electric current. She no longer wanted to stay even a moment longer and stepped towards the exit of the banquet hall. However, as she tried to leave, Su Hui would not agree. He signaled, and immediately 2 bodyguards reached out to block Song Qingxue's path. Su Hui smiled a smile that was not quite a smile and said, President Song, how can you not stay to witness such a glorious moment for my Hui group? Are you not going to give me, Su Hui, some face? Get lost. Song Qingxue scolded sharply, but the 2 bodyguards remained unmoved, and Su Hui coldly shook his head. President Song, even your little pretty boy with some mediocre skills has run away. What do you have left to issue orders? I advise you to stay here quietly and wait for young Master Wang's decision. I can still offer you a decent treatment. Of course, if you don't want to be treated decently, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Qingxue had no choice but to grit her teeth and give in. The situation was stronger than the person, and she had to temporarily choose to bow her head. At this moment, countless business owners came over to congratulate Su Hui. Congratulations, President Su. I don't think Director Lin needs to announce it. The winning bid must be your Hui group. President Su, you've secured the big order from the Jinhai group. Don't forget to share some leftovers with your little brother. Yes, President Su, I've long known that the only one who could cooperate with the Jinhai group is your Hui group. That Song group is just a pile of dog poop. Hearing the flattery from the crowd, Su Hui became even more complacent, and he couldn't help but admire his own tactics. With just a slight maneuver, he not only secured the opportunity to cooperate with the Jinhai group but also kicked his biggest rival, the Song group, into an abyss. This remarkable achievement could be said to be the most colorful stroke in his business career. Just as Su Hui was feeling smug and believing the situation was settled, and Song Qingxue felt her life had reached its darkest moment, Lin Hongjia's voice came again. I announced that the winning bid is the Song group. Now, may I invite the personnel from the Song group to come on stage to sign the preliminary cooperation agreement. Lin Hongjiao's words were like a heavy bomb dropped in the crowd. Boom! With a sound, everyone's heads buzzed, feeling dizzy. Su Hui's smile, which was brighter than a chrysanthemum, instantly froze on his face. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, completely unable to believe what he heard. Others were no different. The bid from the Song group had been torn up by young Master Wang. Without even a bid document, how could the Song group win? This was simply outrageous. Could it be that the Song group used connections to manipulate things behind the scenes? But that seemed unrealistic. The biggest dark hand was young Master Wang, who would dare to go against the young master of the Jinhai group. At this moment, young Master Wang's face suddenly fell, as if a layer of paste had been applied, tightly stretched. Lin Hongjiao's words were like a resounding slap in the face, hitting him hard. The Song group, which he had issued a kill order against, actually won the bid for his own company. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? What was going on? What on earth was happening? Song Qingxue was already petrified in place. Like most people, she also couldn't believe her ears. How could they win the bid when their bid document hadn't even reached Lin Hongjiao's hands? Huang Meiyao swallowed hard and said in disbelief, Qingxue, pinch me quickly, let's see if this is a dream. Hearing her mother's words, Song Qingxue came back to her senses. It seemed she hadn't misheard. Lin Hongjio really did announce the name of the Song group. Who helped her from behind? Yi Xiao? It must be him. It seemed she had wronged him. He hadn't abandoned her and run away, but had gone to help her operate things. Song Qingxue thought happily. Besides that, she really couldn't think of any other possibilities or find any other reason to explain Yi Xiao's sudden disappearance. Staff of the Song group, are you still on site? Lin Hongjio urged. Here. Song Qingxue instantly regained her usual composure and calmness, slowly walking towards the podium. Just as Song Qingxue was about to step onto the podium, Wang Ershao suddenly shouted, "Director Lin, as far as I know, you haven't even seen the bid from the song group. How can you determine that the song group is qualified to cooperate with my Jinha group?" Wang Ershao was no fool. He wouldn't directly say that he had torn up the bid, but he believed his questioning could definitely undermine Lin Hongjiao's contract with Song Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue immediately stopped in her tracks, wanting to hear what kind of explanation Lin Hongjiao would provide. Lin Hongjiao's gaze turned cold, her eyes like dark clouds charged with lightning. "Wang Chufeng, I can responsibly tell you that this is our final review result. If you doubt my decision, you can go to Director Wang and report it." "Lin Hongjiao, don't get cocky with me. Do you think I wouldn't dare to bring this matter to my father? Just wait. You will regret what you did today for the rest of your life." At this moment, Wang Ershao no longer cared about anything else and directly confronted Lin Hongjiao. He was absolutely certain that the bid had never reached Lin Hongjiao's hands, and that the song group winning the bid was definitely due to Lin Hongjiao's underhanded dealings. As long as he seized this point, it wouldn't be impossible to bring Lin Hongjiao down. "Stupid woman, just wait. Once you are no longer favored in front of my father, I will make sure to ruin you." In the face of Wang Ershao's aggressive stance, Lin Hongjiao remained remarkably calm. Underhanded dealings? Indeed, there were. But what could a mere abandoned son of the Wang family like Wang Chufeng do to her? "Miss Song, please come over and sign the contract with me." Lin Hongjiao no longer paid attention to Wang Ershao and instead looked at Song Qingxue with a gentle expression. Although Song Qingxue still had many doubts in her heart, she stepped forward to complete the signing with Lin Hongjiao. This was likely something Yi Xiao had paid a great price for, and she had to cherish it. Holding the signed contract, Song Qingxue walked down from the podium as if in a dream. The onlookers had various expressions, their gazes towards Song Qingxue filled with surprise, speculation, jealousy, and disbelief. Among them, Su Hui's emotions were the most intense. He glared at Song Qingxue with extreme hatred, looking at the contract that was originally meant for him, wishing he could rush up and tear it to shreds. But he didn't dare. This was a contract from Jinha Group, and if he openly destroyed it, it would be tantamount to opposing Jinha Group with consequences that could be imagined. It could be said that Song Qingxue now held the contract from Jinha Group, equivalent to wielding a precious sword. Even Wang Ershao didn't dare to do anything to her. However, that didn't mean Wang Ershao would give up. He looked at Song Qingxue with a sinister gaze and sneered, "Song Qingxue, don't think that just because you've won the bid, you can be proud. I have 1,000 ways to kick you out. Don't forget, Jinha Group is decided by my Wang family. Even if you can bribe Lin Hongjiao, so what? She's just a worker for my Wang family. What we can give her, we can also take away." Hearing Wang Ershao's words, Song Qingxue's hand gripping the contract trembled unconsciously. She had just been doubting whether Yi Xiao had bribed Lin Hongjiao to get the contract, so she felt quite insecure at this moment. If Wang Ershao brought this matter to Wang Jinha, she would undoubtedly end up with nothing and become a laughingstock again. At this moment, the onlookers also reacted. Indeed, it was still too early to say that the song group had won completely. With Wang Ershao as a roadblock, it was likely that this contract would soon be unilaterally torn up by Jinha Group. Su Hui's expression also improved significantly. "Song Qingxue, let you be proud for a while. Soon you will understand how foolish and ignorant you are." Seeing her daughter surrounded by people, Huang Meyer angrily stepped forward and shouted, "Wang Xiao, this contract was personally given to our song group by your Jinha Group's director. You have no evidence, so don't slander us." "Ha ha ha." Wang Ershao laughed maniacally. "Old lady, are you questioning me? Let me tell you, I am the young master of the Jinha Group, so when I say you bribed, that means you bribed. If you don't believe it, just wait and see." If it were in the past, Wang Ershao really wouldn't have had the confidence to bring down Lin Hongjiao, but now he was 100% sure. "Let's go, Qingxue, now we are partners of the Jinha Group. I want to see who dares to stop us." Huang Meyer finally showed some wit. She took her daughter's hand and walked out. Song Qingxue naturally didn't dare to delay. No matter what, it was better to leave this place of trouble first, and she now believed that Yi Xiao should be safe, so she had no other concerns. "Wang Xiao, are you really going to let that bitch Song Qingxue leave just like that? I'm so unwilling." Xiao Yunian clung to Wang Ershao's arm and acted coyly. "Hee, let her jump around for a while longer. I guarantee that within a day, I will make her willingly kneel before you, letting you handle her as you wish," Wang Ershao said viciously, looking at Song Qingxue's retreating figure. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, and when he saw the caller ID, his pupils involuntarily contracted. It was his father, Wang Jinha. It really was true that thoughts become reality. So, in front of everyone, Wang Ershao answered the call. "Dad, what's the matter?" Hearing Wang Ershao's address, everyone held their breath. My god, this is actually a call from the richest man in Wang. What? Dad, you're already in Lingzhou, and at this hotel? Alright, I'll come see you right away. Wang Ershao hung up the phone, extremely excited. Truly, heaven is helping me. Yuning, I take back what I just said, it won't take a day, within an hour, I can make that Song Qingxue obediently come to you for a beating. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Wang Ershao's mouth. Everyone present was sharp. Combining what Wang Ershao had just said on the phone, they could guess the situation pretty well. The richest man in Jiangnan province had come to Lingzhou, and he was at the hotel. Now Wang Ershao was going to meet him, and perhaps he could also solidify the matter of Lin Hongjiao accepting bribes. If that were the case, not only would the contract in Song Qingxue's hands be voided, but the Song Group would probably also end up on the Jinha Group's blacklist. In short, the Song Group was finished, even the King of Heaven couldn't save them. Yuning, you should come with me. Wang Ershao instructed, thinking he could use the injury on Xiao Yuning's face to better complain to his father. Xiao Yuning naturally agreed eagerly. After all, this was a chance to meet the richest man in Jiangnan province. She had followed Wang Ershao for 2 years, and this was the first opportunity she had received. So, Wang Ershao and Xiao Yuning set off for the presidential suite where Wang Jinha was located, both eager to reach the top floor and see Wang Jinha as soon as possible. Before long, they were brought into the suite by Wang Jinha's bodyguards. Xiao Yuning immediately saw a middle-aged man dressed in blue, with silver hair and a slightly hunched back. If it weren't for the imposing aura he exuded without anger and Wang Ershao's cautious demeanor, she would never have associated this person with the richest man in Jiangnan province. Dad, I have something important to tell you. Wang Chufeng spoke impatiently. He pointed to Xiao Yuning beside him. Dad, this is our Jinha Group's spokesperson, Xiao Yuning. Look at her now, she was beaten by the bodyguards of the Song Group in Lingzhou. This is a blatant slap in the face to our Jinha Group. And that's not all. At today's bidding conference, Director Lin even openly bribed and gave the contract to the Song Group. If you don't believe it, you can investigate this matter thoroughly. I guarantee that not a single word I say is a lie. Wang Chufeng took a deep breath and thoroughly laid out all the crimes of the Song Group. He believed that with his father's temper, he would most likely investigate the matter and then severely punish Lin Hongjiao and the Song Group. At that time, he could further stir the pot, and destroying the Song Group would be a piece of cake. Perhaps, he would even earn his father's favor and be entrusted with important responsibilities in the future. He really was clever. Just as Wang Chufeng was feeling smug, thinking he had made a brilliant move, he failed to notice that his father, Wang Jinha, had turned as dark as a pot bottom. However, Wang Jinha was experienced. After taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. Chufeng, let me introduce you to someone. I can tell you clearly that without him, the Wang family wouldn't be where it is today. Wang Chufeng was instantly bewildered, not understanding why his father had changed the subject. Suddenly, his eyelid twitched, and he noticed that there was another person in the room, sitting in a rocking chair, leaving only a silhouette. Hiss! Wang Chufeng immediately gasped. My god, what kind of big shot is this? Even my father can only stand in front of him. But in an instant, he became excited. It seemed his father really intended to promote him, otherwise, he wouldn't introduce such a big figure to him. I, Wang Chufeng, am finally going to make a name for myself. Xiao Yuning was also beaming with excitement, never expecting that today she would not only meet Wang Jinha but also the great benefactor of the Wang family. She quietly unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt, already pondering how to win this big shot's favor. If she could have a close relationship with such a person, it was easy to imagine her future career would soar to new heights. Just as Wang Chufeng was overjoyed, his CPU running at high speed, wildly drafting flattering remarks in his mind, that silhouette turned around. Wang Chufeng quickly put on a smile that had been sunbaked for 180 days, ready to leave a good impression on this big shot. But the next second, his expression froze, his face contorted, and he could no longer smile. Yi Xiao. Wang Chufeng wanted to cry but had no tears, unable to believe what he saw. The benefactor his father spoke of was actually Yi Xiao. Wasn't he just a small bodyguard? What qualifications did he have? Xiao Yuning was also pale with fright, her body trembling uncontrollably. What? The great benefactor of the Wang family was actually the small bodyguard? What kind of international joke was this? Chufeng, why haven't you greeted Mr. Yi yet? Wang Jinha reminded from the side. Although he already knew his foolish son had provoked Yi Xiao, he still had to protect his own flesh and blood. Yi, Mr. Yi. Wang Chufeng called out bitterly. Kneel. Yi Xiao said ly. Sweat beads immediately formed on Wang Chufeng's forehead as he turned to his father, unwillingly looking at him. Dad, I'm your son. Are you really going to make me kneel to an outsider? Although Wang Jinha had said that Yi Xiao was the great benefactor of the Wang family had already grown strong. Did they still need to fear him so much? However, Wang Jinha showed no hesitation, sternly reprimanding, "Do as Mr. Yi commands immediately. Otherwise, get out of the Wang family." Ah! Wang Chufeng's mouth dropped open, seemingly in disbelief that his father would impose such a harsh punishment on him. He knew that all the wealth and power he currently possessed came from being a member of the Wang family. If he were kicked out, his fate would be unimaginable. At that moment, he finally understood Yi Xiao's weight in his father's heart, and he no longer dared to say more. Directly thud. Kneeling in front of Yi Xiao. Xiao Yunying naturally did not dare to be slow, following suit and kneeling down as well, hoping this might lessen their punishment. Now, she no longer expected to take revenge on Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao. Just being able to keep her life was enough. Yi Xiao stood up, looking down at Wang Chufeng with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. "Wang Xiao, do you still remember what I said before? I told you not to be cowardly. Hee, do you still want me to crawl in front of you to commit suicide? Do you still want to prepare a coffin for me? Do you know that if it weren't for your father's face, I could have crippled you 3 days ago?" At this moment, Yi Xiao's entire demeanor had completely changed, as if he possessed an aura that transcended all, looking down upon the world. Not only Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yunying couldn't hold their heads up in front of Yi Xiao, but even Wang Jinha, the helm of hundreds of billions in capital, felt apprehensive. The Warden was still as domineering as ever. "Warden, this matter is entirely Chufeng's fault. Whatever punishment you want to impose, I have no objections." Wang Jinha understood Yi Xiao's character well. Rather than let Yi Xiao lower his punishment, it was better for him to plead for forgiveness himself, which would maximize the protection of his son. Yi Xiao smiled and slowly said, "Then let's break one of his legs." If it were in prison, someone as audacious as Wang Chufeng towards Yi Xiao would probably deserve to have all 3 legs broken. But this was not a prison after all, and he had to give Wang Jinha some face. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinha let out a long sigh of relief. In his view, being able to break his son's leg in exchange for Yi Xiao's forgiveness was worth it. However, Wang Chufeng was already so scared that he wet his pants. As a discarded son in Wang Jinha's eyes, he had hardly received any discipline from him and had never even been slapped once growing up. Now, he was about to have his leg broken. How could he not be terrified? "Dad, no. Please help me plead for mercy," Wang Chufeng begged desperately. However, Wang Jinha remained unmoved. He took the baseball bat handed to him by his subordinate and swung it mercilessly at Wang Chufeng's calf. A person who could become the richest man was certainly not a softie. With a howl, Wang Chufeng fainted. Wang Jinha calmly approached Yi Xiao. "Warden, are you satisfied?" Yi Xiao then waved his hand. "Take him away. By the way, when he wakes up, let him go apologize to the Song group." Yi Xiao understood that relying solely on a contract wouldn't reassure Song Qingxue, nor would it deter those who were eyeing the Song group. Only by having Wang Chufeng personally show up could this turmoil truly be quelled. After Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yunying were taken away, Wang Jinha personally poured a cup of tea for Yi Xiao and handed it to him. "Warden, you came to Jiangnan province without informing me first. I could have come to personally welcome you." Yi Xiao took a sip of the tea. "Old Wang, I was afraid of delaying your business." Wang Jinha was both amused and exasperated. "Warden, what are you saying? If it weren't for you and the old master and mistress helping me overturn my case back then, I might still be a prisoner now. As long as you are willing, I can offer all my assets to you." Wang Jinha was genuinely grateful to Yi Xiao's family. Years ago, he was framed by enemies and ended up in the world's #1 prison. Yi Xiao not only helped him clear his name but also provided him with start-up capital. It could be said that the Jinha group's success today was inseparable from Yi Xiao's help. Yi Xiao waved his hand. "No need. What do I need so much money for? However, I heard you want to develop in Lingzhou. Why not set up an investment company? I have some mortgage documents that are just gathering dust. Find someone trustworthy to help me operate them." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinha quickly volunteered. "Warden, there's no need for anyone else. I can come personally to help you." Wang Jinha knew Yi Xiao's influence well. If he wanted the Wang family to thrive, binding himself closely to Yi Xiao was the best choice. "No need for that. Your ambitions are too great. Coming personally would inevitably attract others' attention, and I don't want to be so high profile right now." Yi Xiao directly refused, but he didn't completely shut down the conversation, adding, "Old Wang, you can invest in the new company and take a 20% stake." "Good. Don't worry, the Warden, I'll send a capable person over immediately." Wang Jinha was also a shrewd man. He knew Yi Xiao had made his decision, so he didn't press further. As they were parting, Wang Jinha took out a villa key and handed it to Yi Xiao, saying it was a small gift for their meeting. Yi Xiao didn't refuse and casually tucked it into his pocket. Meanwhile, on the side of Song Qingxue and Huang Meiyao, after receiving the contract, the two drove back to the company. On the way, Song Qingxue called Yi Xiao more than a dozen times, but no one answered. She couldn't help but start to worry about Yi Xiao. What if something happened to him? What if he was caught bribing and was detained by the Jinha group? Her imagination ran wild. Upon returning to the company, Song Qingxue didn't go straight to her office but headed to the security department. She wanted to see if Yi Xiao had returned, but unfortunately, there was no sign of him there. Just as she was walking out of the office, she saw Yi Xiao whistling and walking towards her. Song Qingxue's face lit up with joy, and she was about to ask if he had helped secure the contract when Yi Xiao spoke first. President Song, didn't I tell you to wait for me? I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back, you all disappeared. Can I settle my salary and leave now? Seeing Yi Xiao's seemingly clueless expression, Song Qingxue felt a wave of frustration. Wasn't he the one who facilitated the contract? Huang Meiyao crossed her arms and snorted coldly, Qingxue, see? I told you it wasn't this kid's credit. Just think about it, he's just a little bodyguard. Even if he tried to bribe Director Lin, he probably doesn't have the means. She looked at Yi Xiao with disdain, as if she had seen through everything. Just as Song Qingxue was unsure whether Yi Xiao was pretending to be ignorant or was genuinely confused, Song Zihao arrived with the company's major shareholders. These people didn't believe that Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue could win the bid, so none of them attended today. Moreover, the companies that participated in the bidding didn't think the Song Group would hold on to the contract for long, so they didn't spread the news about the Song Group winning the bid. Song Zihao walked over with a beaming smile, raising his chin and saying with a forced smile, Song Qingxue, shouldn't you be executing the chairman's order to step down? I told you the bidding wouldn't work but you didn't listen. At this moment, the other shareholders looked at Song Qingxue with slight disdain. It was clear they shared Song Zihao's thoughts. Now that Song Qingxue had failed the bid, even the chairman couldn't protect her. Song Qingxue, I think it's better for you to step down early. You no longer have the qualifications to hold the position of president. Indeed, I think not only should Song Qingxue be removed from her position, but she should also be held accountable for offending young Master Wang and causing the company to lose this opportunity to cooperate with the Jinha Group. Some of Song Zihao's supporters couldn't wait to show their fangs at Song Qingxue. At this moment, a mocking smile curled at the corners of Song Qingxue's mouth. Sorry, Song Zihao, to disappoint you, but we have already won the bid with the Jinha Group. This is the contract I signed with the Jinha Group. With that, Song Qingxue pulled the contract out of her handbag. Ah, how is this possible? Everyone showed expressions of disbelief. Song Zihao's smile instantly froze on his face, but in a moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This must be fake. Song Qingxue, don't think you can fool us just by forging a fake contract. Everyone, think about it. Song Qingxue has offended young Master Wang so badly. How could the Jinha Group still sign a contract with her? Song Qingxue, you really have no limits, do you? To keep the position of president, you're willing to throw away your dignity, right? Hearing Song Zihao's words, the shareholders also found it quite reasonable. Even if Song Qingxue hadn't offended young Master Wang, the probability of the Song Group winning the bid was still very low. Now that Song Qingxue was already on young Master Wang's blacklist, how could the Jinha Group of the Wang family possibly let her win the bid? At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice suddenly cut in coldly, hey, some people are really laughable. Without even looking at the contract, they claim it's fake. Does the Song Group not have a single person capable of identifying real from fake contracts? This statement left those questioning Song Qingxue speechless. They suddenly realized, yes, even if Song Qingxue had indeed forged a contract, she could deceive them for a moment, but it would ultimately be exposed. What significance would that hold for Song Qingxue? Could it be that the contract is real? Song Zihao's face instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and he shouted in exasperation, Yi Xiao, don't think that just because the chairman favors you, you can show off in front of me. Even if you are the chairman's assistant, you're just a worker, while I am a member of the Song family, the true owner of the Song Group. Now that I say this contract is fake, it must be fake. As the saying goes, a general who doesn't lead his troops is not listened to, and a strategist who doesn't command is ignored. Although Yi Xiao was the chairman's assistant, he was merely a figurehead, so Song Zihao didn't take him seriously at all. Yi Xiao felt speechless. It was truly impossible to communicate with such a fool. Just then, a security guard came over to report, President Song, young Master Wang and Miss Chow from Jinha Group have arrived. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's expression suddenly turned serious. She recalled what Wang Chufeng had said when she left the bidding venue. Could it be that they had received authorization from Wang Jinha to come and tear up the contract? Huang Meyer also became anxious, wondering what to do. The contract hadn't even warmed up yet, and they were already here to breach it. However, Song Zihao burst into laughter. Ha, Song Qingxue, do you still dare to say this contract is real? Look, young Master Wang has personally come to question you. Seeing young Master Wang's urgent demeanor, one would believe he was coming to personally execute someone. TSK, a good show was about to unfold. Everyone, come with me to welcome young Master Wang. With a wave of his hand, Song Zihao led all the shareholders away, seeing it as a great opportunity to curry favor with young Master Wang and step on Song Qingxue to rise to power. Yi Xiao, what should we do now? Song Qingxue asked, her brows nearly knitting together in frustration. You should hurry and take Qingxue away. Young Master Wang definitely won't let her off this time. Hurry. It will be too late if you wait. Huang Meyer was terrified to the extreme. Since Wang Chufeng dared to come to the Song group, she believed he must have some leverage, and with the pressure from those within the Song group, they might force her daughter to do something. Yet Yi Xiao remained calm, standing aside with a light smile. Auntie, President Song, don't panic. What if young Master Wang is here to apologize to Qingxue? Apologize? Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue were both stunned, seriously doubting whether Yi Xiao had lost his mind. How could young Master Wang possibly come to apologize to Song Qingxue? Given his performance at the bidding conference, it would be a miracle if he didn't try to ruin her. Coming back to her senses, Huang Meyer shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare and then grabbed her daughter. Qingxue, don't believe this fool's words. If he doesn't leave, we will. Let's just get out of here first. Want to leave? It's not that easy. At that moment, Song Zihao's smug voice came again. Song Qingxue, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and kneel down to young Master Wang, admit your mistake, and let him deal with you as he pleases. Young Master Wang, we have actually wanted to bring Song Qingxue and that Yi Xiao before you for a long time. Since you have come in person today, we are all at your disposal. You can do whatever you want with Song Qingxue, Song Zihao said, bowing and scraping like a palace eunuch beside Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yuning, yet wearing a haughty expression towards Song Qingxue. Some of Song Zihao's die-hard supporters quickly voiced their support. Young Master Wang, we firmly stand with you. We cannot coexist with Song Qingxue. Hearing these words, Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yuning's faces darkened, their legs trembling, especially Wang Chufeng, whose recently healed leg was starting to throb painfully again. Damn it, did Song Zihao want to break my other leg too? Initially, when he saw Song Zihao and the others from the Song group, he thought they were on Song Qingxue's side, so he had been relatively polite. Now, seeing this guy clearly at odds with Song Qingxue, he wished he could rush over and knock Song Zihao to the ground. His father had long since given him a death order. If he couldn't get Song Qingxue's forgiveness, he would be expelled from the Wang family. So how could he dare to trouble Song Qingxue? He was already treating her like a revered elder. Song Qingxue and Huang Meyer naturally did not know Wang Chufeng's intentions. They were both extremely anxious. But now, it was impossible for them to leave. Although Yi Xiao was present, it was unlikely that these people could harm them. But if they did not quell young Master Wang's anger, even if they escaped this calamity, they would probably face the full wrath of the Jinha group afterward. Yi Xiao was getting impatient. Wang Yer, what are you waiting for? Say something. Wang Chufeng was startled, and before he could speak, Song Zihao couldn't help but jump out and roar, Yi Xiao, how dare you speak to young Master Wang like that? Are you looking for death? The shareholders of the Song group behind him also shouted, looking as if they wanted to swallow Yi Xiao whole. Coming back to his senses, Wang Chufeng felt a chill run down his spine and had no time to reprimand the Song group people. He hurriedly dragged his injured leg, limping quickly towards Yi Xiao and the others. Seeing this scene, Song Zihao was almost bursting with laughter. Watching young Master Wang's furious demeanor, he was sure he was going to personally beat Yi Xiao up. Ha, just a little bodyguard. How dare he act so recklessly in front of such a big shot like young Master Wang. Just wait to die. But the next second, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Wang Chufeng walked up to Song Qingxue and suddenly bent down. Miss Song, it was all my fault before. Please forgive me for the sake of your generosity. Beside him, Xiao Yuning even knelt down before Song Qingxue, slapping herself across the face. President Song, it was my fault for not recognizing the mountain. I splashed myself at the banquet last time. I will hold a press conference to clarify and give you justice. Please forgive me. She was genuinely terrified of Yi Xiao, who could make Wang Jinha break his own son's legs. If she did not get Song Qingxue's forgiveness, she could only imagine the punishment she would face. At this moment, Song Zihao's face turned into a block of ice that would never melt, losing all traces of a smile. The shareholders of the Song group were all pale, their eyes wide in shock, as if someone had pressed the pause button on them, unable to move. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. This scene was simply too ironic. The young master Wang and Xiao Yuning, whom they had flattered and fawned over, even considered out of their league, were actually apologizing to the Song Qingxue they had looked down upon and mocked. What on earth was happening in this world? When did Song Qingxue become so powerful? If it weren't for young master Wang being a notorious playboy and Xiao Yuning being a big star, Song Zihao would have thought these two were imposters sent by Song Qingxue. At this moment, Song Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth was going on? An hour ago at the bidding venue of the Golden River Group, didn't Wang Ershao and Xiao Yuning look so arrogant, as if they wanted to crush everyone underfoot? How come they are now here to apologize? She couldn't help but recall Yi Zhao's words from earlier. He seemed to have hit the nail on the head. Was this a coincidence, or did Yi Zhao know something in advance? Seeing Song Qingxue silent, Wang Chufeng reached into his pocket and pulled out a check. Miss Song, here is 20 million as compensation for my reckless behavior. Please accept it. He respectfully handed the check to Song Qingxue, afraid she would refuse. 20 million in compensation? Am I dreaming? Huang Meyer pinched herself hard, and after feeling the pain, she realized it was all real. But what was going on? Song Qingxue didn't take the check immediately. Instead, she turned to Yi Xiao, her eyes as cold as the moon filled with confusion. She had a feeling that Yi Xiao definitely knew the inside story. Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile, casually saying, "Why are you looking at me? Whether to forgive him is your business, he didn't come to apologize to me." Not getting an answer from Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue shifted her gaze to Wang Chufeng. "Wang Xiao, can you tell me what's going on?" Until she understood the reason behind it, she would never feel at ease. Song Zihao and the others also turned their attention to Wang Chufeng, eager to know who had helped Song Qingxue turn the tables, and who Wang Chufeng was afraid of. Wang Chufeng suddenly found himself in a dilemma. His father had warned him not to reveal Yi Zhao's name, but if he didn't mention Yi Xiao, how could he explain everything? Should he say he suddenly had a change of heart? Just as Wang Chufeng was in a quandary, his phone rang. It was his father calling. Wang Chufeng hurriedly answered. "Dad, I'm already in front of Miss Song." "Ah, good. After a few exchanges, Wang Chufeng switched the call to speaker mode and handed the phone to Song Qingxue. "Miss Song, my dad wants to say a few words to you." "Ah?" Song Qingxue was stunned again. Wang Jinhao wanted to talk to her? He was the chairman of the Golden River Group, the richest man in Jiangnan province. At that moment, she felt both honored and surprised. After taking a breath, she spoke clearly. "Chairman Wang, this is Song Qingxue." On the other end, Wang Jinha's hearty voice came through. "Ni Song. I'm very sorry for the damage to your reputation caused by Chufeng. So, are you satisfied with Chufeng's apology?" Hearing Wang Jinha's voice, Song Zihao and the other shareholders completely lost their composure. No one dared to doubt the authenticity of the contract in Song Qingxue's hands anymore. Even Wang Jinha personally called. Didn't that prove everything's legitimacy? Song Qingxue took a deep breath and replied, "Chairman Wang, I'm very satisfied. However, may I ask why the Golden River Group gave the contract to our Song Group?" Wang Jinha's answer was straightforward. "Because I have known your grandfather for a long time, it's only reasonable for me to take care of my old friend's company. Besides, I also have confidence in your abilities and believe that the Song Group under your leadership will surely reach new heights." Wang Jinha's words dispelled most people's doubts, but Song Qingxue still felt something was off. If Wang Jinha really was her grandfather's old acquaintance, how could she be completely unaware? However, she didn't dwell on that point. Wang Jinha was now her client, and she naturally couldn't keep pressing for answers. Thus, a farce came to an end amidst the apologies of Wang Chufeng and Xiao Yuning. With the contract from the Golden River Group, Song Qingxue was able to further establish her authority within the Song Group, and she took decisive measures to punish Song Zihao and some shareholders who had caused the most trouble within the group, either be fired or demoted, and at the same time, a lawsuit was filed against the Tiger Way Group. The Song Group, supported by the Jinha Group, was far from something Su Huwei could contend with. Now, Su Huwei had become like Song Qingxue at the beginning, a rat in the street that everyone wanted to hit in Lingzhou. The downfall of the Tiger Way Group was probably just a matter of time. In the following days, Yi Xiao returned to a stable life, commuting to and from work in a two-point line. There was a small episode during this time. The greedy wolf, who had been defeated by Yi Xiao at the banquet, blocked Yi Xiao at the Song Group, still wanting to become his apprentice, but was once again rejected by Yi Xiao. This greedy wolf was also a clever person. Seeing that Yi Xiao wouldn't take him in, he applied for a security position at the Song Group, believing that as long as he could get close to Yi Xiao, he would always find an opportunity. Yi Xiao had no way to deal with him. A martial artist like the greedy wolf could easily earn a salary of several million a year in any wealthy household, yet he came to the Song Group to apply for a security job with a monthly salary of a few thousand, which was hardly a challenge. That morning, as soon as Yi Xiao sat down at his position, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Shin Qianni calling. Mr. Shin, is there something you need? Yi Xiao was straightforward, cutting to the chase. It's like this, Mr. Yi, I would like to ask for your help in treating a friend of mine. Shin Qianni knew Yi Xiao's character and was equally direct in stating his purpose. Yi Xiao frowned slightly. He rarely treated others, but he couldn't refuse Shin Qianni, especially since he had previously asked Shin Qianni for help in securing a loan for the song group, which meant he owed him a favor. Alright, just tell me a time. Half an hour later, downstairs at the song group, Yi Xiao got into a Rolls-Royce. To his surprise, not only was Shin Qianni in the car, but also his daughter Shin Luoyan, and Shin Qianni had deliberately taken the front passenger seat, leaving Yi Xiao to sit in the back with Shin Luoyan. Today, Shin Luoyan was wearing a red long dress, with deep crimson lips and enchanting eyes, exuding an extraordinary allure, especially her subtly visible smooth thighs, which always managed to stir Yi Xiao's nerves. Mr. Yi, we meet again, Shin Luoyan said with a faint smile. In fact, she had other plans for today, but upon hearing that her father was coming to see Yi Xiao, she changed her plans to accompany him, as she was genuinely curious about Yi Xiao. This time, the song group managed to escape the pressure from young master Wang Er and unexpectedly secured a contract with the Jinha group, which surprised everyone. Although there were rumors that Song Qigong had negotiated with Wang Jinhai, Shin Luoyan did not believe this. While Song Qigong had some influence, in her view, it was far from enough to sway Wang Jinhai. Moreover, she had received insider information that Wang Jinhai had even broken young master Wang Er's leg, which was something that Song Qigong's mere reputation could not achieve. The most likely reason was Yi Xiao. She speculated that this person not only had a close relationship with Huang Feihu but also knew Wang Jinhai, and was the kind of person who could make Wang Jinhai bow his head. How could such a man not pique her interest? However, Yi Xiao remained very indifferent towards Shin Luoyan. He merely nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from her. Mr. Shin, let's talk about the patient's condition. Shin Luoyan bit her lip. Having experienced previous failed attempts at flirting, she had gained some understanding of Yi Xiao's straightforwardness, so she didn't feel too strongly resistant. Shin Qianni naturally saw his daughter's expression clearly through the rearview mirror. After a smile, he didn't pay much attention and replied to Yi Xiao, Mr. Yi, the patient I need you to treat is Lingzhou's first Qin Haifeng. He suddenly developed a stubborn headache not long ago, and after seeing many doctors, there was no effect. If Mr. Yi can cure Qin's illness, Shin will definitely offer a generous reward. In fact, Yi Xiao was not the first doctor that Shin Qianni had brought. As soon as he learned that Qin Haifeng was ill, he sought out the renowned Dr. Wang Ruohai in Lingzhou, but Wang Ruohai could only alleviate the pain and could not cure him. In desperation, Shin Qianni then thought of trying Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled lightly. There's no need for heavy gratitude. Consider it a favor returned. Shin Qianni naturally understood what Yi Xiao meant. He chuckled but did not respond. About half an hour later, the three arrived at Mayor Qin Haifeng's villa. Upon arrival, the butler informed them that Mayor Qin had taken painkillers and gone to sleep 20 minutes ago, and asked them to wait in the living room. When the three entered the living room, they saw other doctors waiting there as well. The doctor, easily recognizable in a white coat, was seated opposite two others, one of whom was surprisingly Yi Xiao's old acquaintance, Qi Tianhao. The moment Qi Tianhao saw Yi Xiao, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, seemingly wary of him. It was no wonder. At the Hongqiao bar, he and Zhao Qiuping had incited Lei Dihua to trouble Yi Xiao, only to end up with a loss, resulting in Lei Dihua being incapacitated by Sheng Guanyun and Yi Xiao displaying his might. However, Qi Tianhao could not understand how Yi Xiao had gotten involved with Shin Qianni and his daughter. Upon seeing Shin Qianni and Shin Luoyan, the young man beside Qi Tianhao stood up to greet them. Uncle Shin, Luoyan, you're here. Yi Xiao glanced at the man, noting his short, tousled hair, rebellious eyes, and an air of cynicism. Yi Xiao guessed that this person must be the mayor's son. Shin Qianni nodded and smiled. Dongsheng, Luoyan and I brought a doctor today to check on your father. Uncle Shin, that's very thoughtful of you. Where's the doctor you brought? Isn't he with you? Should I have someone go get him? Qin Dongsheng completely ignored Yi Xiao, assuming he was just Shin Qianni's bodyguard and not considering him as a doctor at all. Shin Qianni awkwardly smiled and pointed to Yi Xiao, introducing him to Qin Dongsheng. Dongsheng, this is the doctor I invited, Yi Xiao. Last time Luoyan was sick, it was Mr. Yi who miraculously cured her. Ah! Qin Dongsheng exclaimed in surprise. He then looked Yi Xiao up and down with a mocking gaze, sneering, him? So young? Uncle Shin, you can't be fooled by him, right? Hearing this, Shin Qianni's expression darkened immediately. Dongsheng, Mr. Yi is truly skilled, do you not trust me? Although Qin Dongsheng was the mayor's son, Shin Qianni had a good personal relationship with the mayor and could still suppress Qin Dongsheng as an elder. Qin Dongsheng sensed the displeasure in Shin Qian's tone and realized that this guy was quite valued by Uncle Shin. Just as he was about to apologize, Qi Tianhao suddenly stood up and said, Mr. Shin, I know this person you invited. What Dongsheng just said is correct. You must have been deceived. As far as I know, he used to be a prison guard, and now he only works as a bodyguard for the song group. Yi Xiao, do you dare deny it? You've never attended medical school, and you don't even have a medical license. I don't know what methods you use to deceive Mr. Shin, but as long as I, Qi Tianhao, am here, I won't let your scam continue. Qi Tianhao directly targeted Yi Xiao. He had suffered losses at Yi Xiao's hands several times and saw an opportunity to trouble him today, so he would not let it slip by, especially since they were at the mayor's house. He didn't believe Yi Xiao would dare to use force. What? Prison guard? Bodyguard? Qin Dongsheng glared at Yi Xiao, his eyes filled with shock and anger, as if he wanted to devour Yi Xiao whole. Qi Tianhao saw that Qin Dongsheng was angry, and an involuntary cold smile crept onto his lips. He understood Qin Dongsheng well. It was possible that he would directly kick Yi Xiao out. However, Yi Xiao showed no reaction to Qi Tianhao's antics, truly thinking of himself as someone important. But who would dip you in sauce? Shin Luoyan couldn't help but step forward to explain for Yi Xiao, Dongsheng, although Mr. Yi is not employed at the hospital, his medical skills are truly excellent. I have personal experience with this, and I believe he can definitely cure Uncle Qin's stubborn illness. Qi Tianhao replied with a forced smile, Miss Shin, you may not know Yi Xiao well enough, but I am very clear about his capabilities. If he could cure illnesses, I'd expect pigs to climb trees. Speaking of doctors, the Dr. Son I invited for the mayor of Qin City this time is an expert in heart and brain diseases. Dr. Son not only has a PhD from St. Mary's Medical College in the U.S., but he has also published dozens of papers in world-renowned medical journals and is currently a professor at Jiangnan Medical College. A doctor with such superb medical skills is the only one fit to take on the heavy responsibility of treating the mayor of Qin City. Hearing Qi Tianhao's praise, the doctor in the white coat straightened his back, feeling quite proud of his professional abilities. Qi Tianhao continued with veiled sarcasm, Young Master Qin, I think treating the mayor is a very serious matter. You can't just let any random person come in to treat him. If something goes wrong, it would be a huge loss. The mayor's life is worth 100 times more than this little bodyguard. If anything happens to the mayor, I think even this kid's whole family couldn't afford the consequences. Shen Luoyan's brows furrowed in anger. She wanted to retort but couldn't find a suitable reason, as her understanding of Yi Xiao was limited. Although Yi Xiao had great abilities, the only medical experience she could cite was that he had treated her. The Dr. Qi Tianhao invited was professional in every aspect, and her arguments were simply insufficient. Naturally, Qin Dongsheng was swayed by Qi Tianhao's words. Although Yi Xiao was recommended by Shin Qiani, he had to take his father's health seriously. Uncle Shin, I welcome your visit, but let's forget about letting this kid treat my dad. Shin Qiani's expression grew increasingly grim, and he had to patiently explain, Dongsheng, Mr. Yi is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who has learned from a master. You can't judge him by ordinary standards. Although Yi Xiao had never revealed where he learned his medical skills, Shin Qiani, being well informed, could guess from Yi Xiao's previous treatment methods. Ha! Qin Dongsheng scoffed, Uncle Shin, I remember the last time you brought that Wang Ruai. You also said he was the best traditional Chinese doctor in Lingzhou, but what was the result? He was no help to my dad's condition. So now I no longer believe in traditional Chinese medicine. You should just send this kid home. With a wave of his hand, Qin Dongsheng directly issued an eviction order to Yi Xiao. Upon hearing that Yi Xiao was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, the doctor sitting on the sofa looked even more disdainful. In his view, traditional Chinese medicine was the dregs of the Dragon Kingdom, a baseless scam. Yi Xiao curled his lips, snorted through his nose, and smirked, Mr. Shin, since they don't welcome us, I think we should leave. With that, he turned around without hesitation and walked outside. Healing and saving lives also depend on fate. Yi Xiao had no habit of shamelessly treating people. Seeing Yi Xiao driven away by his few words, Qi Tianhao's smile was brighter than a chrysanthemum. He had finally scored a point against Yi Xiao. Shin Qiani sighed. He understood Yi Xiao's temperament well. Last time he had also doubted Yi Xiao's medical skills and had him sent away, only to have to kneel and plead for Yi Xiao to change his mind. Old Qin, this is not my fault. I brought a divine doctor, but your son refused him at the door. Just as Shin Qiani was about to leave, suddenly a woman's voice came, Brother Shin, why are you leaving so soon? A middle-aged woman in a white qipao gracefully descended from the second floor. Hearing this voice, Yi Xiao couldn't help but pause and turn to look at the middle-aged woman. She was a woman with a gentle complexion, well-maintained, and it was evident that she must have been stunning in her youth. Even though she had endured the passage of time, she still exuded charm. Yi Xiao remembered that he had seen this woman before. She had attended his wedding with Zhao Xiaoping as a friend of his mother. Seeing Yi Xiao stop, Shen Qianyi was a bit puzzled, but he didn't have time to think much about it and responded to the woman, "Sister-in-law, I brought a doctor to treat Haifeng, but there has been a misunderstanding." Qin Dongxing quickly interjected, "Mom, the doctor Uncle Shen mentioned is just a small prison guard. How could someone like that have medical skills? That's why I just sent him away." His tone was still filled with disdain and disgust. A prison guard? The middle-aged woman was clever and quickly understood that the person Shen Qianyi and his son were talking about was Yi Xiao at the door. She then carefully scrutinized Yi Xiao. Just that one glance left her stunned. "Xiao Yi, it's you." A smile appeared on the middle-aged woman's face. She hadn't expected to see a friend's son in her own home. Now it was Shen Qianyi, Qi Tianhao, and the others who were dumbfounded. They never thought the city mayor's wife would actually know Yi Xiao, especially Qin Dongsheng, who knew his mother had always kept a low profile. When did she get to know Yi Xiao? The key was that Yi Xiao was just a small prison guard. Aunt Zhou? Yi Xiao also racked his brain for memories of the middle-aged woman. He had only met her 3 years ago, introduced by his mother. Due to his mother's special job, she had few friends, so Yi Xiao had some impression of Aunt Zhou. Zhou Jian nodded and kindly said, "Xiao Yi, you came to treat your Uncle Qin today, right? Don't just stand there, come upstairs with me. Your Uncle Qin has already woken up." She could naturally guess that her son and Yi Xiao had some unpleasantness earlier, so she deliberately avoided mentioning that topic. She knew a bit about Yi Xiao. His medical skills were learned from the master of Qingyun Mountain, so there was no doubt about it. Faced with Zhou Zhiyun's invitation, Yi Xiao did not refuse, as he also wanted to gather some information about his parents from her. Qi Tianhao looked completely bewildered. What was going on? Just as he was about to complete his plan to drive Yi Xiao away, a city mayor's wife suddenly appeared. However, he wasn't too discouraged. Even if Yi Xiao had impressive skills, it didn't prove that he had any medical expertise. At least he didn't believe Yi Xiao's medical skills could surpass those of the doctor he had invited, and he still thought he could put Yi Xiao in his place later. Qin Dongsheng wanted to say something more, but seeing his mother being so friendly to Yi Xiao, he didn't dare to say much. As they all went upstairs, he approached Yi Xiao and whispered a warning, "Kid, you'd better behave yourself later and not interfere with Dr. Sun's treatment, or just wait to die." Yi Xiao paid no attention to Qin Dongsheng's threat. If it weren't for Zhou Zhiyun's presence, he wouldn't want to stay even a moment longer. Soon, they arrived at the bedroom of the city mayor, Qin Haifeng, and saw a middle-aged man with a square face lying on the big bed. At that moment, he had his eyes slightly closed, one hand resting on his forehead, and his expression looked extremely pained. After sensing someone entering, Qin Haifeng slightly tilted his head to look at a few people. Although he appeared quite weak now, the sharp light in his eyes was still evident, exuding an air of authority that one could feel upon contact. "Haifeng, Dongsheng and Brother Shen have brought a doctor to see you," Zhou Jian said gently as she stepped forward, her face filled with anxiety and concern. Her husband had been ill for several days, and despite consulting many doctors, no one had been able to help, leaving her restless and worried. "Dad, let the doctor I found take a look at you." Qin Dongsheng quickly signaled to Dr. Sun, who immediately understood and picked up his medical instruments, walking towards Qin Haifeng. Qi Tianhao's lips curled into a smile again. He believed that with the doctor he had invited, there would surely be no issue for Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, can you tell what illness Mayor Qin has?" Shen Qianyi whispered beside Yi Xiao. He knew that Yi Xiao specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasized observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. Even without taking the pulse yet, Yi Xiao should have some insights. Yi Xiao nodded and confidently said, "This illness is not difficult to treat. I am 10% sure." Hearing this, Qin Dongsheng immediately scoffed, "Kid, aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted? 10% sure? Who do you think you are? Hua Tuo reincarnated?" Qi Tianhao naturally thought Yi Xiao was just trying to show off and attract attention, but it was all in vain, as no matter how much Yi Xiao boasted, he wouldn't get the chance to treat Mayor Qin. Although Shen Qianyi and Shen Luoyan also felt that Yi Xiao was exaggerating, they understood his character. This guy was a bit arrogant, but he had the qualifications, so they didn't say anything. A few minutes later, Dr. Sun finished diagnosing Qin Haifeng. Qin Dongsheng hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Dr. Sun, how is my dad? Do you have a way to cure him?" Zhou Zhiyun also looked eagerly at Dr. Sun, hoping for a positive response. Dr. Sun stood up and smiled. "Mayor Qin's illness is a type of neural headache, which is not a big deal in M country. It's just that the level of domestic doctors is too low to detect it." Upon hearing this, Qin Dongsheng became even more excited. "So, Dr. Sun, you can cure him?" Dr. Sun raised his chin proudly and said, "Of course. I just happen to have a special medicine from M country. As long as Mayor Chin takes it, the pain will ease in 5 minutes, and if he continues taking it for a week, it will be completely cured. Really? That's wonderful. Qin Dongsheng was overjoyed. Dr. Sun, if the medicine you mentioned is really that effective, our Qin family will definitely reward you handsomely. Hearing this, a flash of ecstasy crossed Dr. Sun's eyes. The Qin family was not only the mayor's family but also a prominent family in Lingzhou, so the reward Qin Dongsheng mentioned would surely be a substantial amount of money. Moreover, curing Qin Haifeng would also earn him a wave of fame, which would be very beneficial for his future. He truly came at the right time. Qi Tianhao was also grinning from ear to ear. He was the one who directly recommended Dr. Sun, and as long as Dr. Sun cured Mayor Qin, he would surely benefit as well. The key point was that he could also see Yi Xiao suffer a setback, which was enough for him to celebrate with champagne. At this moment, however, Shen Luoyan looked somewhat disappointed. Her father had spent a favor to invite Yi Xiao to see a doctor, only for it to be a wasted trip. Shen Qianni, on the other hand, watched everything with a blank expression. He would naturally be happy if his old friend recovered, even if it wasn't the doctor he invited who cured him. Just as Dr. Sun took out a bottle of pills, preparing to give them to Qin Haifeng, Yi Xiao, who had been silent all along, suddenly interrupted. You can't give Mayor Qin any medicine. Mayor Qin's illness is not some kind of neural headache. If he takes medication meant for headaches, it will only make his nerves more sensitive and intensify the pain. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at him. Zhou Zhiyun and Shen Luoyan were surprised, while Qi Tianhao and Qin Dongsheng looked on with disdain. In their eyes, Yi Xiao was envious that Dr. Sun could cure the illness, while he himself had no place to intervene, which was why he boldly came out to stop it. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. Dr. Sun glared at Yi Xiao with anger and said, Kid, do you know that I just used the most advanced equipment imported from the U.S. to diagnose Mayor Qin? A full set is worth over 5 million U.S. dollars. You, a barefoot doctor who knows nothing, dare to question my diagnosis? It's simply absurd. Qi Tianhao's eyes flickered, keenly sensing a good opportunity, and pointed at Yi Xiao, spouting, Yi Xiao, what are you scheming? I see you can't stand to see Mayor Qin get better. Now that Dr. Sun has diagnosed Mayor Qin's illness, you come out to stop it. This is simply a heart that deserves to be punished. Young Master Qin, Madam Qin, I think we should kick Yi Xiao out. If he stays here, he will definitely affect Dr. Sun's treatment. He looked down on Yi Xiao from a high position. Qin Dongsheng had also long been displeased with Yi Xiao, so he took the opportunity to say, Mom, I know you might know this kid, but look at his behavior, it's simply inhumane. I think Tianhao is right, we should kick this kid out. Sister-in-law, I believe Mr. Ye's words. Shen Qianni stepped forward and said, why not let another doctor take a look to see if this medicine is suitable for Haifeng, and then make a decision. No matter what, Yi Xiao was the one he brought, so at this moment, he naturally had to support Yi Xiao. Zhou Zhiyun felt a bit troubled. On one hand, she believed that both Yi Xiao and Shen Qianni were acting out of goodwill and could not possibly harm her husband, but on the other hand, Dr. Sun's firm tone made her very tempted. What if this medicine really worked? Mom, don't hesitate any longer. Dad's illness has dragged on for several days. If he doesn't improve and recover his work soon, he might very well be replaced. Qin Dongsheng pressured his mother using his father's job. The Qin family's current status was closely tied to his father's position as mayor, and he believed this would surely convince her. Sure enough, Zhou Zhiyun wavered, Dr. Sun, please give my husband the medication. After saying this, she looked at Yi Xiao sincerely and said, Little Yi, it's not that Auntie doesn't believe you, but Auntie just wants your uncle to get better. Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly. What else could he say? After all, once emotions were involved, it was hard for people to remain rational. Watching Dr. Sun administer the medication to Qin Haifeng, Qi Tianhao looked at Yi Xiao with a smug expression, filled with mockery. Yi Xiao, aren't you tough? Don't you have Shang Guanyun backing you? Yet here you are, getting the short end of the stick in my hands. He had even begun to plot that once Dr. Sun completely cured Mayor Qin's illness, he would incite Qin Dongsheng to give Yi Xiao some trouble. Dr. Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was already waiting for the hefty consultation fee and resources from the Qin family. However, at that moment, a wail shattered Qi Tianhao and Dr. Sun's dreams. It hurts so much. On the bed, Qin Haifeng rolled around, clutching his head with both hands. At that moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat instantly drenched his entire body, clearly suffering from extreme pain. Dr. Sun, what's going on? Zhou Zhiyun's face turned cold as she questioned sharply. This shouldn't be. Mayor Qin's pain should have been alleviated. How could this happen? Dr. Sun was momentarily flustered, at a loss for what to do. Dr. Sun, you need to think of a way quickly. At this rate, my dad will lose his life, Qin Dongxing said anxiously. Dr. Sun's hands trembled as he held back his fear. How about we give Mayor Qin some painkillers? Or maybe a sedative? Upon hearing this, Qin Dongxing was completely enraged. He stepped forward and grabbed Dr. Sun by the collar. You quack, what the hell are you talking about? If painkillers worked, why would I even call you here? And a sedative? Do you believe I won't make you use one right now? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qin Dongxing had initially seen Dr. Sun as a lifeline, but now not only had Dr. Sun failed to cure his father's illness, but he had also made it worse. How could he not be furious? Xiao Yi, come here quickly. Auntie begs you. Zhou Xiyun suddenly thought of Yi Xiao. Wasn't her husband's condition exactly what Yi Xiao had just described? She regretted not listening to Yi Xiao from the start. At this moment, Qin Dongxing also turned sharply to look at Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. As long as you can relieve my father's pain, I'll do anything you ask. Even Yi, slow as he was, realized he had misjudged the situation. Yi Xiao was the true master of medicine. You all step aside. Yi Xiao said no more and strode forward, a set of silver needles already appearing in his hand. Alright. Qin Dongxing and Zhou Zhiyun quickly stepped back, making way for Yi Xiao. At that moment, Qi Tianhao finally reacted, blocking Yi Xiao's path. Yi Xiao, I won't allow someone with no medical skills to treat Mayor Qin. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. The Qin family is a prominent family in Lingzhou. If you treat Mayor Qin, it's like gilding yourself, equivalent to changing your fate. But I must remind you, if you delay Mayor Qin's condition, it would be like killing you 100 times over. Since the doctor he brought couldn't cure Qin Haifeng's illness, he naturally wouldn't want Yi Xiao to treat him. What if this kid actually cures him? Get lost. Yi Xiao's gaze was sharp, his eyes fierce. This shot was like thunder, exploding in Qi Tianhao's ears, and in an instant, he felt a chill run through him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had only acted impulsively to block Yi Xiao, but now he remembered that Yi Xiao was a powerful martial artist. Qi Tianhao turned pale and looked to Qin Dongxing for help. Qin Xiao, you must not let Yi Xiao treat him. He could kill someone. Qin Dongxing was fed up with Qi Tianhao's nagging and kicked him away. Shut up. Qin Dongxing's eyes glinted coldly, radiating authority. If you can relieve my father's pain, then you go ahead. If not, take your quack doctor and get lost. If it weren't for this kid misleading him, would he have such a strong prejudice against Yi Xiao? He wouldn't have completely disbelieved Yi Xiao later, allowing his father to suffer like this. Qi Tianhao's face turned a shade of liver color, but he was speechless, lowering his head in frustration, unwilling to leave, wanting to see Yi Xiao's helplessness and prove he was right. Yi Xiao approached the bed, pointed at Qin Haifeng's forehead, and instantly, the restless Qin Haifeng slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Everyone was dumbfounded. Indeed, a master reveals their skill with a single move. Qi Tianhao's brows furrowed, his gaze trembling, he began to panic. Could it be that Yi Xiao really had the ability? This was unscientific. Dr. Sun was stunned. He had always looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. If he hadn't seen the instruments still showing that Qin Haifeng had a heartbeat, he would have suspected Yi Xiao had killed him. Yi Xiao naturally paid no attention to their opinions. After ensuring Qin Haifeng was sound asleep, he took a silver needle from his bag. Then, he quickly disinfected it with his true energy. Whoosh! With a flick, the silver needle was shot out, and by the time everyone reacted, the silver needle in Yi Xiao's hand was already firmly embedded in Qin Haifeng's Fengqi acupoint. Qi Tianhao was about to accuse Yi Xiao of randomly inserting needles, claiming he had no medical skills, when he saw Dr. Sun's expression of rapt attention and astonishment. Could it be that Yi Xiao was not just poking around? He could only continue to watch. Dr. Sun was indeed captivated by Yi Xiao's needle technique. Although he was a Western doctor, acupuncture was quite popular in M country, and some athletes and celebrities enjoyed it, so he had studied acupuncture for a while. Yi Xiao's precision was something even the old professors researching acupuncture in M country could not achieve. Next, Yi Xiao continued to insert needles, placing silver needles in 5 acupoints, Fengfu, Shangxing, Yangbai, Baihui, and Shuagux. After 6 needles were inserted, Yi Xiao began to rhythmically twist the ends of the needles. Although everyone was confused, just watching Yi Xiao's technique gave a very comfortable feeling. About 10 minutes later, Yi Xiao pulled out the silver needles one by one. Zhou Zhiyun hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Xiao Yi, how is Uncle Qin? Yi Xiao smiled faintly. Mayor Qin's illness is cured, he will wake up soon. Qi Tianhao looked on disdainfully. He couldn't believe that Yi Xiao could cure a disease that even Dr. Sun was helpless against with just a few needles. He was even looking forward to seeing Yi Xiao make a fool of himself. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded as Qin Haifeng actually woke up. Moreover, Qin Haifeng's complexion was no longer pained, his brows were relaxed, and his face was glowing, completely unlike the tortured state he had been in just minutes before. Shin Qianni and Shin Luoyan both smiled, especially Shin Luoyan, who felt particularly vindicated. The frustration from being questioned by Qi Tianhao and Qin Dongsheng downstairs was swept away. This man had indeed not let her down. Haifeng, Dad! Zhou Zhiyun and Qin Dongsheng rushed excitedly to the bedside. Qin Haifeng looked at the mother and son, revealing a long-lost smile. Zhiyun, Dongsheng, I'm fine now. Help me sit up. I want to thank this little miracle doctor properly. Although Qin Haifeng had been in a daze, he had heard their conversation and knew that it was Yi Xiao who had cured his headache. Seeing her husband able to speak calmly, Zhou Zhiyun finally felt her heart settle, and she helped him sit up against the headboard as he requested. Qin Haifeng then looked at Yi Xiao with a smile. Young man, thank you for curing my stubborn illness. Ziyun, prepare a check for 1 million. Qin Haifeng was well aware of how severe his headache had been. If it had dragged on for a few more days, he might have lost his position as mayor. Therefore, he had to express his gratitude to Yi Xiao. At this moment, Yi Xiao spoke up. Mayor Qin, there's no need for a reward. I just need Aunt Zhou to answer me a few questions. Qin Haifeng was taken aback, not understanding the situation. Although the fee he offered was not particularly high, judging by Yi Xiao's attire, it was not a small amount for him either. But why did Yi Xiao not want money and only want to ask his wife a few questions? Zhou Zhiyan seemed to have thought of something and nodded. Xiao Yi, let's find a place to talk later. Can you tell me what illness your uncle Qin had? This question was not only of interest to Zhou Zhiyun, everyone in the room was very concerned. How could a disease that all the doctors in Lingzhou were helpless against be so easily cured by Yi Xiao? Thus, everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Xiao, including Dr. Sun, who by now had to admit that he was outmatched. Yi Xiao grinned and said, actually, Mayor Qin is not sick at all, on the contrary, his body is very healthy. What? Not sick? The crowd grew more confused as they listened. At this moment, Yi Xiao continued, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, Mayor Qin is suffering from a nervous headache caused by evil energy entering his body. I just used the 6-path meridian acupuncture to correct his condition, expel the evil, and clear his meridians, which is why Mayor Qin naturally recovered. Yi Xiao provided a brief explanation using traditional Chinese medicine theories that everyone could understand. Evil energy entering the body? If it had been before, Qin Dongsheng would never have believed such a claim. What era is this, still engaging in feudal superstitions? But after witnessing Yi Xiao's methods, he had no choice but to believe. Mr. Yi, my dad has always had bodyguards with him when he goes out. How could he have been affected by evil energy? Qin Dongsheng asked curiously. Yi Xiao looked at Qin Haifeng and slowly said, Mayor Qin, think carefully, have you offended anyone recently? It's very likely that someone has secretly used sorcery against you. Qin Haifeng's eagle-like eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had already formed a suspicion in his mind. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Yi. After chatting for a while longer, Qi Tianhao and Dr. Sun awkwardly slipped away, while Shin Qianni and her father stayed in the room to accompany Qin Haifeng. Yi Xiao then went to the study with Zhou Zhiyun. After they both sat down, Zhou Zhiyun skillfully operated the tea set to boil water and brew tea, smiling as she said, Xiao Yi, you want to ask about your parents, right? Yi Xiao nodded. Aunt Zhou, I just returned to Lingzhou not long ago, and as soon as I got back, my parents left. They didn't mention where they were going. Did my mom say anything to you? Yi Xiao did not hide anything and directly expressed his doubts. Zhou Zhiyun still wore a smile. Xiao Yi, although your mother has never told me exactly what she does, I can guess a little. Do you think she would tell me if she left without even telling you? Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of loss, but he continued to ask, then Aunt Zhou, did my mom mention anything about young girls before she left? Since Zhou Zhiyun didn't know where his mother had gone, he speculated that she might have mentioned something about the engagement. Young girls? Zhou Zhiyun frowned slightly, beginning to recall. It seems there were indeed two. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. At least he had gained some clues. Aunt Zhou, can you tell me who the two are? Yi Xiao hurriedly asked. Zhou Zhiyun recalled and said, I remember one is Song Qingxue from the Song family, and the other seems to be that girl from the Qi family who is in the War Department. Hearing this, Yi Xiao became even more excited. Song Qingxue was indeed one of the 9 engagement candidates, which meant that the girl from the Qi family could also be one of them. After leaving the Qin family villa, although Yi Xiao declined the 1 million diagnosis fee, he had obtained information about another girl, which he considered far more valuable than any amount of money. He immediately called Su Jianxin to ask her to look into the information about the girls Zhou Zhiyun mentioned. At that moment, Su Jianxin also had something to tell Yi Xiao. It turned out that Su Jianxin had been trying to reconnect with a core member of her intelligence network, who had also appeared in Lingzhou. So, she wanted Yi Xiao to accompany her to meet this person in the afternoon. This core member, like the last one, Zhou Kunping, had joined another faction, making it difficult for her to return and help Su Jianxin again. Su Jianxin had persuaded Zhou Kunping several times over the phone, but he had been refused each time. Yi Xiao readily agreed. Ever since Zhou Kunping joined, he could clearly feel that Su Jianxin's intelligence network had risen to a new level. The fact that Su Jianxin was able to intercept the news of Song Qingxue's assassination in advance was the best proof of this. Therefore, he paid considerable attention to this second core figure, thinking that perhaps bringing him on board would yield unexpected benefits. When Yi Xiao returned to the Song group, it was just in time for lunch. As for this guy who openly slacked off at work, Hua Daguang no longer dared to intervene. After all, Yi Xiao not only had real skills but also held the title of assistant to the chairman, which gave him more authority than Hua Daguang. How could he dare to interfere? Just as Yi Xiao finished getting his meal and sat alone in a corner of the cafeteria to eat, Tan Lang approached him respectfully and said, "Mr. Yi, may I sit down?" Tan Lang's purpose for coming to the Song group was clear. He wanted to apprentice under Yi Xiao. However, he had not found an opportunity to get close to Yi Xiao all morning, so he couldn't miss this chance. Yi Xiao did not respond, focusing intently on his food. After hesitating for a moment, Tan Lang directly sat down across from Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, I think you don't know me well enough. I carry deep-seated grudges and must quickly enhance my strength. As long as you can take me as your disciple, I will do anything you ask," Tan Lang said earnestly. "What does that have to do with me? I've said before, I'm not interested in taking on disciples," Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. Tan Lang's face twitched at the rejection, and he stared at Yi Xiao, feeling utterly powerless. After arriving in Longhua, he had sought out several places to find a master, but the martial arts world here was dominated by the Wujihui. As soon as they heard he was a traitor from the Nanyang Tian women, they all avoided him. Yi Xiao was different. He did not belong to the Wujihui and was far more skilled than Tan Lang. If he could become Yi Xiao's disciple, it would undoubtedly be his best choice. The only problem was that he had nothing to offer that would entice Yi Xiao. After finishing his meal, Yi Xiao left the cafeteria without sparing Tan Lang another glance. Although he appreciated the man somewhat, the saying goes that the law is not lightly passed down, and the way is not sold cheaply. It would not be that simple to get him to take on a disciple. At 5 in the afternoon, Yi Xiao took a car and arrived at the tea house where he had agreed to meet Su Jianxin. Following the server's lead, he entered the private room where Su Jianxin and Zhou Kunping were already waiting for him. Today, Su Jianxin was still dressed in a white shirt and a black short skirt, giving off a fashionable and capable vibe at first glance. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Zhou Kunping greeted Yi Xiao, no longer looking down on him as he had during their first meeting. After all, this was someone who could make Lord Yun kneel. Yi Xiao nodded slightly. "No need to be polite, we are all on the same side." "Jianxin, tell me about that person," Yi Xiao said as he sat down confidently, steering the conversation toward the person who troubled Su Jianxin. Su Jianxin did not hesitate. After organizing her thoughts, she said, "That person is nicknamed the Black Widow. She was a capable aide trained by my father alongside brother Chiu. After my father disbanded the intelligence network, she went to Tianhai and is now a senior executive at the Jinha Group." Upon hearing it was the Jinha Group, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "I thought the other party had some background. Turns out she's under old Wang. If I had known this, I wouldn't have needed to come myself. I could have just called old Wang to release her." Hearing Yi Xiao's nonchalant words, Su Jianxin and Zhou Kunping felt a wave of frustration. Was this the legendary case of not caring about the person being deceived, boasting without a care? The Black Widow was now a senior executive at the Jinha Group, earning millions a year. You think a single phone call could make the Jinha Group release her? And who is this old one you mentioned? It can't be Wang Jinha, right? She is the richest person in Jiangnan province. Do you think she would listen to you and obediently give up her executive position? Although both of them knew that Yi Xiao was quite capable and had a good reputation with Shang Guanyun, they couldn't expect even Wang, the richest man, to give Yi Xiao face, could they? "Mr. Yi, you're not joking, are you?" Zhou Kunping forced a smile. Su Jianxin also stared intently at Yi Xiao, trying to find any sign of bluffing on his face, but she was disappointed. Yi Xiao still looked relaxed, his eyes filled with confidence. "Don't worry. This is just a small problem. I can handle it in no time," Yi Xiao said confidently. However, hearing this, Zhou Kunping and Su Jianxin showed no signs of reassurance. They didn't believe Yi Xiao could come up with conditions that would make the Black Widow give up her executive position at the Jinha Group. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and a fragrant breeze swept in as a stunning woman entered, her makeup exquisite, dressed in a red qipao, and wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Oh, it's her! Yi Xiao couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Wasn't she the director who hosted the Jinha Group's bidding conference last time? I think her name is Lin Hongjiao. Due to her unique aura, Yi Xiao had quite an impression of her. Sister Hongjiao. Su Jianxin immediately stood up to greet Lin Hongjiao. After Lin Hongjiao nodded slightly, she walked over and sat down next to Su Jianxin. Her cold gaze quickly swept over the three of them, and when she saw Yi Xiao, she didn't pause at all. During the bidding conference, Yi Xiao was just a bodyguard following Song Qingxue, so she naturally hadn't noticed him. Su Jianxin hurriedly pointed at Yi Xiao to introduce him. Sister Hongjiao, let me introduce you, this is Yi. Lin Hongjiao waved her hand and said arrogantly, no need to introduce me. I'm not interested in knowing such a small character. As she spoke, she crossed her legs and propped one leg up. I hope you don't mind if I smoke. Without waiting for a response, Lin Hongjiao took out a lady's cigarette and lit it, her eyes projecting undeniable arrogance. Hearing Lin Hongjiao's words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. This old Wang's subordinate was indeed a bit arrogant. Even Wang Jinha himself wouldn't dare to act like this in front of him. Su Jianxin suddenly felt embarrassed. Although she was also a cold woman, she was now firmly under Lin Hongjiao's control. Xiao Kuanping also felt a bit disheartened. It seemed that Lin Hongjiao was not someone they could subdue. Lin Hongjiao was quite satisfied with the pressure she had created on the three of them. After exhaling a puff of smoke, she slowly said, Jianxin, I know why you're looking for me. Although Master Ghost Eye has helped me, I will never sacrifice my life for revenge. I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. You must have heard that the Jinha Group is opening a new company in Lingzhou. I will soon take on the role of executive president of the new company. If you come to your senses and want to seek another path, you can contact me anytime. I can help you find a job at the Jinha Group. Lin Hongjiao not only cut off Su Jianxin's attempt to persuade her but even turned around to try to poach Su Jianxin and Xiao Kuanping. Yi Xiao couldn't help but admire this woman. She truly lived up to her reputation as the Black Widow. Indeed ruthless. Ahem. Yi Xiao cleared his throat a couple of times. He felt it was time to say something. Lin Hongjiao, right? I can tell you that Jianxin and Kuanping are working for me now. They recommended you to me. If you can come, I can offer you satisfactory conditions. If you don't come, everything you currently have, I can destroy with just a thought. Arrogant. Overbearing. Su Jianxin and Xiao Kuanping had a renewed understanding of Yi Xiao. Both of them couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lin Hongjiao was now highly valued by Wang Jinha and was about to take on the role of executive president. What could he possibly do to ruin what she had? He. Lin Hongjiao couldn't help but sneer in disdain, her gaze fixed on Yi Xiao, cold and piercing. Kid, what do you think you are? Do you know that I am now the director of Jinha Group and will soon be the executive president of T&I Company? You dare to threaten me? Do you have the qualifications? And you too, Jianxin and Xiangpeng, I don't know what you were thinking, actually associating with such a fool. Lin Hongjiao's words were chilling and indifferent. How could she believe that Yi Xiao had the ability to counterbalance her? To her, it was nothing but a joke. At that moment, Yi Xiao slowly picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip. His gaze was sharp as he swept over Lin Hongjiao, calmly retorting, Lin Hongjiao, you keep saying you are the executive president of T&I Company, so let me ask you, do you know who the chairman of T&I Company is? Seeing Yi Xiao remain so composed amidst her sharp ridicule, Lin Hongjiao couldn't help but regard him with a bit more respect. Moreover, just as Yi Xiao said, she really didn't know who the chairman of T&I Company was. Kid, what does this have to do with you? Are you trying to tell me that you are the chairman of T&I Company? Lin Hongjiao still maintained her strong demeanor. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, revealing a set of white teeth. That's right, it is me. Xiangpeng and Su Jianxin were almost speechless. They didn't understand what Yi Xiao was trying to achieve with such a joke. They knew a bit about Yi Xiao's identity. He was still a bodyguard for the Song family group. How could he suddenly become the chairman of T&I Company? Meanwhile, Lin Hongjiao's fingers, which were holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. Being entrusted with important responsibilities by Wang Jinha, she was certainly not a simple-minded person. On the contrary, she was very adept at reading people. She had just noticed that Yi Xiao spoke without any hint of evasion in his eyes. Either he was someone with exceptional psychological resilience, or what he said was true. But how could that be possible? Forget it, I'll let Wang Jinha tell you himself. As she spoke, Yi Xiao had already taken out his phone. Soon, the call connected, and a voice came from the other end. Master, what are your orders? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Hongjiao completely lost her composure, her cigarette dropping to the ground in shock. It really was Wang Jinhe. Seeing Lin Hongjiao's reaction, Xiang Peng and Su Jianqin immediately realized who Yi Xiao was talking to. Moreover, that title was so familiar. Didn't Shang Wanyun also refer to Yi Xiao that way? My god, it turns out Yi Xiao was serious when he said he could settle it with a phone call. Old Wang, the executive president you sent to Lingzhou is Lin Hongjiao, right? Yi Xiao looked at Lin Hongjiao with disdain, his eyes filled with indifference. Lin Hongjiao's heart raced. She had never heard Wang Jinhe speak so respectfully to anyone before. This person's identity might far exceed that of Wang Jinhe. In other words, what he had just said was indeed possible. If he wanted to ruin her, it would only take a single word. Master, do you think there is something wrong? Although Wang Jinhe didn't know Yi Xiao's true intentions, after years of navigating the business world, he could sense something was off in Yi Xiao's tone. I think Lin Hongjiao is not suitable to be the executive president, Yi Xiao said casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongjiao felt as if the strings had been cut from a puppet, instantly losing all energy. She had indeed guessed correctly. This person really wanted to replace her, and her heart was now filled with regret. In fact, the reason she acted so arrogantly in front of Su Jianqin and Qiu Kuanping was to make them retreat in the face of difficulty and not get involved in danger, because the person who plotted against Ghost Eye was simply too powerful. She never expected that Yi Xiao would become an unexpected variable. All her confidence was nothing in front of him, and now she was even close to losing her position in the Jinhe group. At this moment, Yi Xiao changed his tone and continued, I recommend Su Jianqin to be the executive president, and as for Lin Hongjiao. Yi Xiao paused here, let her be a vice president. Since Lin Hongjiao was valued by both Su Jianqin and Wang Jinhe, it naturally proved her capability. Yi Xiao certainly wouldn't really kick her out, but some suppression was unavoidable. Alright, Lord of the Prison, I have no objections, Wang Jinhe readily agreed. Clap. Yi Xiao gently placed his phone on the table and looked at Lin Hongjiao with a half-smile. Vice President Lin, do you have anything to say? At this moment, Yi Xiao no longer hid himself, his sharp gaze firmly locked onto Lin Hongjiao, and his overwhelming aura pressed directly towards her. Lin Hongjiao's face instantly paled, and an inexplicable fear surged in her heart. Such a strong presence was even greater than all the high-ranking individuals she had encountered over the years. Suddenly, Lin Hongjiao stood up from her chair, lowering her head and trembling as she said, Director Yi, I am willing to await your orders. How could she still be unclear about the situation? Even Wang Jinhe had to obey this person, let alone herself. Moreover, under the leadership of such a strong individual, perhaps she could really help Ghost Eye take revenge. At this moment, Su Jianqin felt as if she had fallen into a dream, inexplicably becoming the executive president of T&I Company. She secretly glanced at Yi Xiao, feeling a sense of admiration for this man. Previously, she thought it was remarkable that Yi Xiao could make Shang Wanyun bow down, but now she realized that was just the tip of the iceberg of Yi Xiao's capabilities. Yi Xiao casually said, alright, from now on, whether it's about T&I Company or building the intelligence network, you will follow Jianqin's arrangements. He now understood that having subordinates do two jobs for one salary was such a comfortable thing. After resolving the matter with Lin Hongjiao, Yi Xiao directly returned to Song Qingshue's villa. The following days were calm and orderly. Both the Song Group and T&I Company were operating as usual. However, the greedy wolf would occasionally bring up the matter of apprenticeship in front of Yi Xiao, but Yi Xiao continued to refuse resolutely, not giving an inch. One morning, Yi Xiao received a call from Lin Hongjiao. On the phone, Lin Hongjiao reported that the basic structure of T&I Company had been established, but there were still many positions vacant, including the chairman's secretary. Lin Hongjiao planned to have Yi Xiao personally come over to confirm the candidate for the secretary. Yi Xiao readily agreed, as he was preparing to be a hands-off manager, and selecting a good secretary was indeed necessary. After dropping Song Qingxue off at the Song Group, Yi Xiao verbally asked for a leave of absence and headed towards T&I Company. Song Qingxue didn't take it too seriously. In her view, Yi Xiao, as a bodyguard, was largely just a decoration. A few minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at the office building where T&I Company was located. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Lu Yi. At that moment, she was sitting on a stool outside a bun shop, having breakfast. Today, Lu Yi was wearing a fitted white shirt on top and a gray short skirt on the bottom, her long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings, and she was wearing 10-centimeter black high heels, looking somewhat like a white-collar worker, quite different from her previous style. Seeing that there was still time before the interview, Yi Xiao prepared to go over and greet Lu Yi, as they could be considered acquaintances. However, at that moment, someone stepped in front of Lu Yi first. It was a tall woman dressed in Chanel, with big waves in her hair. The woman's gaze towards Lu Yi was filled with arrogance. Oh, isn't this my dear cousin? How come you've fallen so low that you're eating at a roadside stall now? Did your family kick you out and leave you with no money? If you need some cash, just let me know. I could spare you a few thousand for the sake of our family. This woman, named Lu Manli, was also from the Lu family of Tianhai, but her status in the family was far inferior to Lui's. In the past, she could only look up to Lui, but now that Lui was in conflict with the family, she wanted to take the opportunity to step on her. Lui frowned and glanced at Lu Manli before lowering her head to continue eating her buns. She had seen Lu Manli's snobbishness before. The more you engaged with her, the more she would push. Ignoring her was the best approach. Manli, what's wrong? What's so good about this crappy roadside stall? If you want breakfast, I can have someone go to the pastry shop for you right away. At that moment, a man in a floral shirt with a crew cut approached Lu Manli, accompanied by a few lackeys. Honey, I wouldn't eat this garbage. I just saw someone I know. As she spoke, Lu Manli disdainfully pointed at Lui. This is the waste I told you about, the one our family kicked out. The crew-cut man then noticed Lui, and upon seeing her impressive figure, he couldn't help but swallow hard, instantly finding Lu Manli less appealing. However, since Lu Manli was from the Tianhai Lu family, he naturally didn't dare to act inappropriately in front of her. He thought to himself that later he could have his little brother slip something into Lui's drink and have some fun. At that moment, many diners in the bun shop, hearing the conversation between Lu Manli and the crew-cut man, were filled with righteous indignation. If you look down on roadside stalls, you can just go far away. Why come to someone else's bun shop to say such things? However, these people only cursed silently in their hearts. They could tell from the crew-cut man's appearance that he was involved in some shady business, and provoking him would only bring trouble. Yi Xiao stood by with his hands in his pockets, feeling quite displeased with the crew-cut man and Lu Manli's sharp-tongued demeanor. But since this was Lui's family matter, he didn't want to intervene rashly. Lui didn't want to listen to their nonsense any longer. She stood up to leave, but Lu Manli blocked her path. Lu Manli smiled with a fake grin and said, "Cousin, why are you leaving so quickly? Don't you want us familiar faces to see how down and out you are? What does it matter? You've sunk this low. Are you still afraid of what others say?" As she spoke, Lu Manli pulled out a stack of cash from her bag. "Don't say I don't take care of you. I order you to eat 10 more buns, and this money will all be yours." Her tone remained unchanged, filled with a sense of condescension. "Get lost!" Lui shouted with a stern face, unable to hold back any longer despite her usual good temper. "Waste, how can you speak to me like that? I'm being kind to reward you, and you don't appreciate it, do you? Don't think you're still the young lady of the Lu family, now you're nothing." Lu Manli's lips curled into a mocking smile. She wanted to humiliate Lui, to trample her underfoot. The crew-cut man also chimed in, "You little whore, can't you understand human language? If you're smart, hurry up and eat 10 buns, or if you make my Manli unhappy, it won't be that simple. If you want to eat, go eat yourself." Lui was pushed to the brink of anger. She suddenly shoved Lu Manli aside and strode past the two of them towards the exit. Lu Manli stumbled and fell to the ground, landing in a heap, and worse, her shirt was splattered with half a tea egg. "Ah, my Chanel!" Lu Manli jumped up like a shrew, shouting loudly, "Quick, stop her. Today, I must ruin her face." The little brother behind the chicken head immediately blocked Lui's path upon hearing this, and the chicken head's eyes lit up, a lewd smile spreading across his face as he looked at Lui. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? "You cheap whore, do you know how much my Manli's clothes are worth? This is the new Chanel Autumn collection, worth 300,000. Since you are relatives, I'll let you off easy, bring me $1 million, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, I'll have someone strip you of your clothes." The chicken head sneered arrogantly. He didn't believe that a waste kicked out of the Lu family could come up with $1 million, so Lui's fate was either to be stripped bare or to agree to some of his conditions. There was no third option. Lui's pretty face turned pale instantly, her body trembling involuntarily. She gritted her teeth and glared at the chicken head. "In front of so many people, I don't believe you dare to act recklessly. I warn you to step aside quickly, or I'll call the police." "Ha!" The chicken head scoffed disdainfully. "In front of so many people, huh? I want to see which of you dares to stand up for her today." As he spoke, he glanced around at the onlookers, and they all immediately lowered their heads. The chicken head was quite pleased with his intimidation of the crowd, and he looked at Lui with a smug expression. "You cheap whore, if you don't believe me, go ahead and call the police. Let's see who gets here faster, the patrol officers or my men stripping you down, ha." Hearing this, two of his little brothers also sneered, their eyes filled with greed. The thought of getting their hands on Lui's exquisite figure made them excited just to imagine it. At this moment, Lu Manli also got up. She thought the chicken head's idea was excellent. Stripping Lui in public would undoubtedly be the greatest humiliation for her, making it so she could never hold her head high again. She glared at Lui with cold eyes and sneered, "Lui, this is the consequence of your disobedience." After saying this, she hooked her arm around the chicken head's. Honey, hurry up and make your move. The chicken head waved his hand, a sly glint in his eyes. Brothers, go for it, strip this woman. He wanted to give Louis the ultimate scare, making her fear him and ultimately obey him. Hearing the chicken head's words, Louis's brows furrowed tightly, her gaze trembling wildly. She began to panic. She knew Lu Monli and these people were low, but she didn't realize they had no bottom line. Louis stepped back step by step until she was cornered by two little thugs, with nowhere left to retreat. The onlookers were all furious, but they were ordinary people, intimidated by the chicken head's lewd power, and dared not speak out. Just as the two thugs were drooling and reaching for Louis, suddenly one of them let out a piercing scream and was thrown out. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Louis's ears. The prison is indeed empty, the world is quite arrogant. Yi Xiao? Louis's face lit up with joy, her tense heart instantly calming down. Kid, where the hell did you come from? The chicken head glared at Yi Xiao, seething with rage. Daring to touch my men and ruin my plans, are you looking for death? He was used to being domineering and didn't think much of Yi Xiao, believing that a few harsh words would scare him off. After all, in this world, there were very few who dared to act bravely. However, Yi Xiao didn't even bother to look at the chicken head. He raised his chin towards Louis. Are you okay? Louis smiled reluctantly. I'm fine. Seeing that Yi Xiao completely ignored him, the chicken head's face could no longer hold its composure. Kid, you're quite arrogant. But being arrogant in front of me comes with a price. Hurry up, take him down. Hearing the command from the leader, the remaining little brother immediately pulled out a spring knife from his waist, his eyes fierce as he lunged towards Yi Xiao's stomach. Yi Xiao, be careful, Louis instinctively warned. The surrounding diners all broke into a cold sweat for Yi Xiao. They knew why they didn't dare to provoke these thugs. They understood that these people wouldn't play by the rules. It's over. If this young man doesn't die, he'll at least be half crippled. To many, Yi Xiao, who was unarmed, was bound to be no match for the knife-wielding little thug. The leader wore a cold smile. Based on his experience, once Yi Xiao was stabbed, he would soon become the dish on his plate, to be toyed with as he pleased. This kid dared to meddle in his affairs. Just wait and see how he would kill him. However, Yi Xiao was quite disdainful at that moment. The dagger in the thug's hand was like a child's toy to him, posing no threat at all. Just as the dagger was about to touch Yi Xiao's stomach, suddenly, a hand appeared as if out of thin air, grabbing the thug's wrist. With a push, a twist. In an instant, Yi Xiao had disarmed him with one hand. Ah! The thug let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, and everyone saw that the dagger was now embedded in his thigh. It happened so quickly that no one could clearly see how Yi Xiao moved. The crowd was dumbfounded, and after a long pause, thunderous applause erupted among the onlookers. Good job, young man. Meanwhile, the leader's eyes nearly popped out. He hadn't expected his luck to be so bad, running into someone skilled. Hubby, what should we do now? Lu Monli was also a bit flustered. She never imagined that she had pushed Louis to this extent, and now someone had come to save her, and this person seemed quite powerful. Would he take the opportunity to retaliate against her? The leader's eyes darted, and he pointed at Yi Xiao, shouting fiercely, Kid, in broad daylight, you dare to attack someone on the street. Do you believe I can make a call and have the police take you away? If you want me to let you go, you can kneel down and apologize to my brother, then hand over $1 million in compensation, or else you can wait to rot in jail. Yi Xiao glanced disdainfully at the leader, his eyes filled with pity for the mentally challenged. A local thug threatening him with the police? This guy must have had his brain kicked by a donkey. Kid, I am from the Lu family of Tianhai. I advise you to quickly pay $1 million in compensation, or my Lu family will definitely not let you off. Lu Monli arrogantly chimed in, as if the louder she shouted, the more likely Yi Xiao would submit. Lu Monli, do you still have any shame? It was clearly you who had someone extort me. Yi Xiao was acting in self-defense. Lu Yi said furiously. Hearing this, Lu Monli thought Lu Yi was scared, so she became even more arrogant. Hee, Louis, have you forgotten what your current status is? I am the young lady of the Lu family, while you are just a useless person kicked out of your home. So whatever I say goes. If you want this pretty boy to avoid prison, either give me $1 million or strip off your clothes and run naked. You. Louis wanted to say more but was interrupted by Yi Xiao. Why are you wasting your breath on these idiots? They will only lower your IQ. The simplest way to deal with them is to use your fists to make them shut up. With that, Yi Xiao slowly walked towards the leader in Lu Monli, smiling coldly. You want $1 million, right? Do you think my fist is worth $1 million? Seeing Yi Xiao seemed about to get rough, the leader was scared and took a big step back. Kid, you'd better not come over. I am from the Tianhai martial arts school. I've practiced martial arts since I was a child. I knocked down a cow at 3 and killed 10 tigers at 5. My blood is full of adrenaline. As long as you dare to come over, I can take you down with one hand. Hee, really? Yi Xiao smiled playfully and continued walking forward. I see you're fighting snails and geckos. Seeing that Yi Xiao was not intimidated, the chicken head suddenly crouched down, grabbed a nearby stool, and swung it at Yi Xiao. Kid, die. Cut it out. Yi Xiao scoffed, kicking out at chicken head. Bang! With a dull thud, chicken head was sent flying, landing 762 meters away. After hitting the ground, he felt as if his stomach had been struck by a hammer. Any slight movement sent waves of sharp pain through him. Yi Xiao stepped forward and placed a foot on chicken head's face. Do you still want to pay up? No, please spare me. Chicken head immediately cowered. After all, this wasn't Tianhai, he wasn't on his home turf. But a gentleman's revenge is never too late. As long as he could catch his breath, he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao didn't want to waste time with such trash. He kicked chicken head away and left with Lui. Thank you, Yi Xiao. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Lui was still shaken. She couldn't bear to think about what would have happened if she had been publicly humiliated by Lu Monli and chicken head. She wasn't sure she would have the courage to go on living. You're welcome. If you have time, I'll teach you a few self-defense moves. Yi Xiao said casually. Lui was one of the few people he had interacted with since returning to Lingzhou. Although they had some misunderstandings at first, he gradually realized that Lui was just a bit fierce and had no bad intentions. By the way, why haven't I seen you around these past few days? Yi Xiao shifted the topic away from the unpleasantness. Lui hesitated. I had some family issues and went back to Tianhai a couple of days ago. After saying that, Lui suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, what are you doing here? Isn't today Monday? Shouldn't you be working at the Song Group? Yi Xiao smiled. I came for an interview. An interview? You're not thinking of changing jobs, are you? Lui turned to look at Yi Xiao intently. She knew that Yi Xiao's relationship with Qing Shui wasn't very harmonious, and it was possible that he had been mistreated by her, prompting him to seek other opportunities. No, just taking a look. Yi Xiao laughed it off. What about you? I see your outfit. Are you working around here? He didn't know much about Lui and wasn't sure what kind of job she had. No, I'm actually here for an interview too. T&I Company is hiring a secretary for the board, and I want to give it a try, Lui said slowly. T&I Company? Secretary for the board? What a coincidence. Yi Xiao felt speechless. With so many companies in Lingzhou, how was it that Lui just happened to be interviewing for a secretary position at T&I? Lui, of course, had no idea that Yi Xiao was surprised by their coincidence. She thought he was astonished that she was interviewing for the position. Yi Xiao, you might not know, but T&I Company is invested by the richest man, Wang. It's said that Wang is very invested in T&I and has brought over many executives from Jinhai Group. So don't underestimate T&I Company just because it's new. I believe it will soar to great heights in the near future. Talking about work, Lui regained her confidence and began chatting animatedly with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao didn't know what to say. Did he not understand T&I? He was the chairman. Actually, if you want to be a secretary for the board, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Just let me know, Yi Xiao said nonchalantly. Lui had the looks and the capability. What more could she need? If he had to choose, he would definitely pick her. Lui chuckled. What good would it do to tell you? Are you in charge of the HR department at T&I, or are you the big boss? This time, T&I Company is offering very generous conditions, and you'll be working with the elites from Jinhai Group, so outstanding talents from all over the Dragon Country are applying, including many PhDs and returnees. Alas! I really don't know if I can get the job. Lui's expression suddenly turned a bit despondent. Now that she had separated from her family, she had to rely on her own abilities to support herself, but she didn't want to settle. After searching for a long time, she finally found such a suitable position, and naturally, she didn't want to give it up. As for Yi Xiao, she completely dismissed his words, thinking perhaps he was just trying to comfort her. Yi Xiao didn't explain but instead revealed a mysterious smile. Trust me, if I say you will be accepted, then you will definitely be accepted. Humph, what a boast without any basis. If you were really that amazing, would you even need to interview? Lui rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. The security interview is over there, and we're not going in the same direction. With that, Lui waved her hand at Yi Xiao and followed the directional arrow indicated by the interview for the secretary. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. The night gave you black eyes, and is that all you can do, roll your eyes at me? Also, do I really look like someone here to interview for security? Just wait. Little girl, soon you'll know how fair and just I am. On Lui's side, after she entered the secretary interview room, she saw that many people were already waiting inside. Among them were several beautiful women whose charm was not inferior to her own, as well as quite a few handsome men holding thick resumes. She couldn't help but gasp inwardly. It seemed her competition was quite fierce. Just as Louis finished filling out her basic information and handed it to the interviewer, suddenly, she saw the door of the interview room pushed open again, and a familiar figure walked in. Lu Manli. At this moment, Lu Manli had changed into a different outfit, and that buzzcut guy was following her. What were they doing here? Louis couldn't help but frown. It was indeed a narrow road for enemies. At this time, Lu Manli naturally noticed Louis as well, and a flash of resentment crossed her eyes. She then walked over to Louis and whispered, "My dear cousin, what a coincidence. You're here for the secretary interview too? But, clearly, I have to disappoint you, the secretary position has already been reserved for me." Earlier outside, not only had she not humiliated Louis, but she had also gotten Louis's pretty boy to beat up her boyfriend. Lu Manli initially thought she would have to take her time to get revenge, but she didn't expect to find an opportunity to crush Louis so soon. Reserved? Louis scoffed. Lu Manli, you must be dreaming. T&I Company is invested by the richest man, Wang. How could the secretary position possibly be reserved? Louis looked incredulous. Although she was temporarily not as financially strong as Lu Manli, she believed her education and abilities were still superior, so she wasn't afraid to compete with Lu Manli. He. Lu Manli sneered disdainfully. Louis, you're being too naive. If it weren't reserved, do you think I would travel all the way from Tianhai to Lingzhou? Let me tell you the truth. My boyfriend's uncle is the manager of the HR department, and he just happens to be in charge of this secretary interview. Do you think anyone can take this position away from me? Louis, you're like a dung beetle meeting diarrhea, just a wasted trip. Ha ha ha. Lu Manli had a domineering demeanor. At that moment, Louis happened to see that buzzcut guy walking up to the interviewer responsible for collecting resumes, and they were whispering about something. Her heart sank. Could it be that what Lu Manli said was true? Louis clenched her fists tightly, her face filled with unwillingness. If she were to lose to someone more outstanding than herself, she wouldn't be so angry, but losing to someone like Lu Manli, who was inferior in every way and relied on backdoor connections, was indeed frustrating. But she was helpless. Right now, she was just an ordinary person. Even if she reported to the higher-ups at T&I, she feared no one would believe her. Louis released her fist and walked out of the interview room in despair, not wanting to stay there any longer to see Lu Manli's smug face. However, just as Louis reached the door, Yishao pushed the door open and walked in. Why the long face? Was the interview question that difficult? I told you that you could be accepted, just relax a bit. Yishao joked. You brat, how dare you show up here? Upon seeing Yishao, the chicken head immediately shouted in anger. Outside, Chicken Head wouldn't dare to be so reckless with Yishao alone, but this was T&I Company, his uncle's territory, and he felt he had enough confidence to challenge Yishao. Lu Manli crossed her arms and walked up to Chicken Head. Honey, calm down. Can't you see this kid is here for a security guard interview? Later, let's give our uncle a heads up to have this kid eliminated, never to be hired. Chicken Head suddenly realized, and he thought Lu Manli made a lot of sense. This kid must have just come from the security guard interview and was now here to meet Louis. How could he offend me and still want to get into T&I Company? Yishao, let's go. I actually don't like the environment here either, Louis said, lowering her head in disappointment. What do you mean, let's go? You haven't even entered the final interview yet, Yishao said, clearly seeing that Louis was affected by Lu Manli and Chicken Head. This girl was too impatient. With me, the chairman, backing you up, isn't that enough for you to be confident? What are you afraid of? Final interview? Kid, I can tell you clearly, this cheap girl has no chance. She has already been eliminated, Chicken Head said arrogantly. The other interviewees in the room naturally heard the conversation and were not optimistic about Yishao. These people were all highly educated elites, and combined with the little actions of Chicken Head and the interviewer, they could guess that Chicken Head definitely had connections in T&I, and although Yishao looked decent, his attire was quite ordinary. How could he compete with someone like Chicken Head who had connections? Yishao looked at Chicken Head with a playful glint in his eyes, not hiding the disdain in his gaze. Oh, little brat, have you forgotten the pain so soon after the wound has healed? Feeling the sarcasm in Yishao's words, Chicken Head's anger flared up, as if the spot where Yishao had kicked him was starting to ache again. Just then, another group of people walked into the interview room, and the leader shouted coldly, "What's going on? Don't you know this is T&I Company's interview room? If you don't want to interview, get the hell out." Yishao slightly turned his head and saw that the speaker was a man around 50 with a receding hairline, dressed in a suit, holding a thermos cup, and looking arrogantly with his nose in the air. Upon seeing this man, Chicken Head's expression brightened, and he hurried over. "Uncle, you have to get someone to kick this kid out. he's here to cause trouble. The man with the receding hairline looked Yi Xiao up and down with his beady eyes and, seeing Yi Xiao's ordinary attire, dismissed him. Kid, where did you come from? Is someone like you allowed to be so arrogant in T&I Company? Yi Xiao glanced at the nameplate on the man's chest, which read Personnel Department Manager Wang Dafa. Just as he was about to speak, Chicken Head cut in. Uncle, this kid is here for a security guard interview. He has brute strength. You didn't see it earlier, he almost wanted to hit me. We definitely can't hire someone with violent tendencies, Uncle. A security guard interview? The man with the receding hairline snorted coldly, sneering. Kid, you can get lost, T&I won't hire you, I'm telling you. Hearing this, Louis's expression grew even more dejected. At this moment, she was utterly disappointed with T&I Company. How could such a company, which was highly regarded by Wang Shoufu, let a rat dropping slip in? Jigungtu and Lu Monli couldn't stop laughing. Kid, no matter how good you are at fighting, so what? You're still going to be kicked out of T&I Company just because of their words. The other interviewees also felt that Yi Xiao had no hope. Offending the HR manager? Forget about interviewing for a security guard, even for a janitor, no one at T&I Company would dare to hire him. Yi Xiao curled his lip. So, Wang Dafa, right? T&I Company sent you to conduct the interview to select talent, and you just believe one person's words and drive talent away. Do you think you deserve to work for the company? Mediterranean looked quite unconcerned. Kid, what are you? You think you can teach me how to interview? I'm the HR manager, I decide who is capable. If I say someone isn't capable, then they definitely aren't. Kid, stop wasting your breath and get lost. I can tell you clearly that I represent T&I Company in deciding that you and anyone related to you will never work for us. Mediterranean had a high and mighty demeanor. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh, looking at Mediterranean as if he were a foolish deer. I've never heard of a mere HR manager having the authority to blacklist the chairman. As soon as Yi Xiao's words came out, Jigungtu and Lu Monli burst into laughter. Kid, are you an idiot? If you had any brains, you wouldn't say such things. You, a chairman? If you're a chairman, then I'm the president of M country, ha ha ha. They didn't believe a single word of Yi Xiao's claim. Now that Louis was so poor she had to eat street food, what kind of abilities could the people she knew have? A chairman? Would a chairman come to interview for a security guard? The other interviewees also scoffed at Yi Xiao. This kid really dared to say anything. As far as they knew, T&I Company had received an investment of 1 billion from the Jinhai Group, and that was only for a 20% stake. Anyone who could hold the position of chairman would have a net worth of at least several billion. Looking at Yi Xiao's clothes, which were worth only a few hundred, how could he possibly be related to a billionaire? Louis also felt that Yi Xiao was boasting too much. It was one thing to brag to her, but to flaunt it in front of the HR manager was something else. Suddenly, Louis remembered something. Didn't Yi Xiao say before that Huang Feihu was his little brother and that Manhwa Tower was his property? Those two claims, which had seemed completely unrealistic to her at first, had turned out to be true. Could it be that this time it was true as well? Louis turned to look at Yi Xiao in disbelief. Seeing him still standing tall with bright eyes, she couldn't help but recall what he had said at the beginning. This guy had just said he came for an interview. Could it be that he was here to be the interviewer? TCH, you really don't know what you're talking about. Mediterranean coldly reprimanded. Kid, do you know what the punishment is for impersonating the chairman of T&I? At the very least, our security will break your arms and legs. At worst, you'll be thrown in jail and face criminal charges. If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly, or I won't hesitate to let security deal with you. Lu Monli also mocked Louis, saying, Louis, I know you want to be the secretary to the board, but can you please think normally? Finding someone like this to save face is simply embarrassing. Then, her eyes turned, and she thought of an idea. However, I'm reasonable. If you kneel down and beg me nicely right now, I might just let my uncle give you another chance, huh? Lu Monli laughed recklessly. But Louis, having guessed Yi Xiao's identity, was now too lazy to pay attention to Lu Monli. What internal appointment? What HR manager? In front of the chairman, they were all nothing. Yi Xiao did not get angry but instead smiled, his expression calm and composed as he said, Wang Dafa, I suggest you ask Lin Hongjiu about this before you speak. She might just surprise you. Upon hearing Yi Xiao mention Lin Hongjiu, the Mediterranean man's hand gripping the thermos cup trembled slightly. How did this kid know the name of Vice President Lin? But he quickly regained his composure. This kid must have done some research on T&I before the interview. Yes, that must be it. So, the Mediterranean man scoffed disdainfully, Kid, what do you think you are? Do I need to consult Vice President Lin to deal with a pest like you? He then waved his hand and coldly ordered, someone, call security and have this disruptive lunatic dragged out. His subordinates did not dare to delay and immediately called the security department. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao leisurely made his way to the center of the interview stage and sat in the chairman's position. Seeing this scene, the Mediterranean man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. He had seen arrogance before, but he had never seen anyone as wildly arrogant as Yi Xiao. Lu Manli and the chicken head also did not expect Yi Xiao to be this crazy, but they were increasingly enjoying the spectacle. It would be best if Tianya's chairman arrived soon. If the real chairman saw Yi Xiao occupying the position, he might just have him torn to pieces. Lu Yi was becoming more convinced of her suspicions. Who exactly was this guy? The more she learned about Yi Xiao, the more questions she had. How could someone make a big shot like Huang Fei who bowed down, run a hotel that raked in money daily, and now collaborate with Wang Jinhe to become Tianya's chairman, all while publicly being just a prison guard? It was unbelievable. After a while, more than a dozen security guards rushed in aggressively. The Mediterranean man immediately pointed at Yi Xiao and ordered, "Quickly, arrest that lunatic. When President Lin and the chairman arrive, we will punish him severely." Yes. The security guards, hearing this, rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Yi Xiao. They had heard about the situation here. A young punk dared to disrupt the interview and shamelessly sat in the chairman's seat. In their eyes, capturing Yi Xiao would be a significant achievement. The chicken head's face was filled with delight. He had thought it would take some time to get back at Yi Xiao, but he never expected this kid to fall into his hands so soon. "Kid, weren't you just very arrogant outside? You dare to step on my face? Just wait, I'll make you wish you were dead." And Louis, once the security guards capture Yi Xiao and beat him up, he would use Yi Xiao to force Louis to submit. TSK, truly killing two birds with one stone. However, just as the security guards were about to act, a cold female voice suddenly came from the door of the interview room. "What's going on here?" Upon hearing this voice, the Mediterranean man instantly perked up, rushing over like a fly drawn to dung. "President Lin, I'm having someone capture a lunatic. This kid not only disrupted our interview but has repeatedly made outrageous claims, and now he's arrogantly sitting in the chairman's position. President Lin, we must capture and severely punish someone like this to set an example." The Mediterranean man and Lin Hongjiao were both sent by Wang Jinhe from the Jinhai group, and he knew very well that Lin Hongjiao was highly valued by Wang Jinhe, so he was very flattering in front of her. Lin Hongjiao, hearing this, couldn't help but press her red lips together. She suddenly recalled her meeting with Yi Xiao a few days ago and was struck by a bad premonition. The HR manager wouldn't have mistaken Yi Xiao for an imposter, would he? At this moment, Lu Manli's eyes darted around, and she wanted to step forward to show off in front of Lin Hongjiao. So, she proudly said, "President Lin, that arrogant kid was discovered by me first. I noticed his violent tendencies when I was downstairs at the company. For someone like him, I suggest you send him straight to prison for a decade or so. That would be a service to the public." Ji Gongtu couldn't help but secretly admire Lu Manli's cleverness. Even at this moment, she managed to step on Yi Xiao to rise in status. At this moment, surrounded by security, Yi Xiao said impatiently, "Lin Hongjiao, is this the foundation of your new company? If this is all you can do, you might as well pack up and leave." Ah! Hearing this, Lin Hongjiao couldn't help but tremble. It's really Yi Xiao. She had intended to invite Yi Xiao to see her work capabilities today to make up for the bad impression she left last time, but unexpectedly, Wang Dafa, this oddball, had surrounded Yi Xiao as if he were a madman. Lu Manli, however, didn't notice Lin Hongjiao's discomfort at all. Instead, she felt this was another opportunity to showcase herself. So, pointing at Yi Xiao, she scolded, "How dare you act tough in front of President Lin at this point? Kid, are you tired of living?" Just as Lu Manli was filled with joy, waiting for Lin Hongjiao to look at her with new eyes, suddenly, she felt a strong wind hit her face. The next second, everyone heard a slap, as Lin Hongjiao stepped forward and slapped Lu Manli across the face. Everyone was stunned by Lin Hongjiao's action. What was going on? Shouldn't President Lin be angry at that madman? Why did she strike Lu Manli instead? Lu Manli was equally confused, covering her face and questioning Lin Hongjiao. "President Lin, I was just trying to protect you." Still seething with anger, Lin Hongjiao said nothing and directly gave Lu Manli another hard slap. At this moment, Ji Gongtu was also bewildered. "President Lin, please calm down." Manli was a bit too eager, but her intention was to protect our company's reputation, so. However, before Ji Gongtu could finish, he was kicked in the stomach by Lin Hongjiao. "Wang Dafa, you have some nerve to speak disrespectfully to the chairman and let the security act against the chairman. Are you tired of living?" Lin Hongjiao scolded furiously. "What? The chairman? Could that kid really be the chairman? Although Wang Dafa was usually a bit arrogant, he wasn't stupid and quickly realized that Lin Hongjiu was not angry because of Lu Manli but because Yi Xiao, who was sitting in the chairman's position. Thinking back to how he had just shamelessly wanted to blacklist Yi Xiao, Wang Dafa felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning more grotesque than if he had lost his parents. He had offended the big boss behind the scenes. How could he survive this? Hiss. The interviewees also gasped in disbelief, looking at Yi Xiao, who was surrounded by security. So that person was really the chairman of TNI? My goodness! Do wealthy people dress so low-key nowadays? The security guards were also trembling in fear. They had originally thought to earn some merit in front of the chairman, but it turned out that the merit they had in mind was the chairman himself. They really wanted to kick Wang Dafa to death. If it weren't for this bastard, how could they have offended the chairman? Of course, the most stunned were Lu Manli and Ji Gongtu. They never dreamed that the Yi Xiao they looked down upon was actually the chairman of TNI. It was over. Not only had their hopes of becoming the secretary to the board been dashed, but they would likely face Yi Xiao's revenge. If the chairman of TNI wanted to deal with them, it would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, both felt a chill run from their tailbone straight to the back of their heads. Chairman Yi, it was my fault for not handling things properly. Please punish me. Lin Hongjiao steeled herself and approached Yi Xiao to apologize. Yi Xiao's brows were like swords as he glanced at Lin Hongjiao and slowly said, "You really have not done your job well, so I'll deduct half a month's salary." He still recognized Lin Hongjiao's abilities. He had just walked around the company and found that most departments were running smoothly in just a few days. Moreover, the recruitment for other positions at TNI was also progressing well, with only the secretary position having some issues due to Lu Manli and the Mediterranean. Therefore, Yi Xiao only deducted half a month's salary from Lin Hongjiao and did not impose any other punishment. As for how to deal with the Mediterranean, he chose not to inquire, believing that Lin Hongjiao would provide him with a satisfactory answer. Lin Hongjiao breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously asked, "Director Yi, will the interviews for the secretary position continue?" "No need, I already have a suitable candidate," Yi Xiao replied, pointing to Lu Yi beside him. "It's her. I have a good feeling about her." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi didn't know what to say. A good feeling? Brother, are you here to find a partner? With so many advantages about me, can't you just mention one instead of this reason? Although she complained in her heart, she was still very grateful to Yi Xiao, as it was he who helped her secure a job she desired. Lin Hongjiao turned to look at Lu Yi following Yi Xiao's finger and couldn't help but mutter in her heart after seeing Lu Yi's impressive curves, "Men really are all the same." However, she did not raise any objections. After all, the entire TNI company belonged to Yi Xiao, and he could choose whoever he wanted. After the interview, Lin Hongjiao personally took Yi Xiao and Lu Yi to the chairman's office. Yi Xiao was not polite and directly sat down in the comfortable boss's chair. He had to admit that the office chair at TNI was indeed comfortable. It was hundreds of times softer than the one at Song Group. "Manager Lin, you can go back to work now. I need to discuss some work matters with Secretary Lu." Soon, Yi Xiao stepped into the role of the big boss. "Yes." Lin Hongjiao replied and exited the office. "Ahem." Yi Xiao cleared his throat. "Secretary Lu, why are you just standing there? Make me some tea." Since he had a secretary, he naturally had to make good use of her. What was that saying? After fighting all one's life, can't one enjoy a little? Lu Yi clenched her small fists in anger, her eyes bulging like light bulbs, but in the end, she still obediently went to get water and make tea. Leaning back in the boss's chair, Yi Xiao enjoyed watching Lu Yi sway her waist while making tea. No wonder those bosses all want a beautiful female secretary, it's quite a sight. Seeing Yi Xiao's annoying expression, Lu Yi wanted to spit in his cup several times. Thud! Lu Yi slammed the teacup down on the desk. Yi Xiao pouted, "Secretary Lu, how are you supposed to work like this? It's too far for me to reach." He pointed to the space next to him, "Put it here." Lu Yi was furious. This guy really thought he could push his luck. But then she remembered that Yi Xiao had helped her a lot today, so she held back her anger again, pouting as she bent down to push the cup closer to Yi Xiao. In an instant, her deep cleavage was exposed in front of Yi Xiao. Wow! Yi Xiao's eyes widened. Indeed, women are the best gifts that the Creator has given to men. However, Yi Xiao did not go too far. After a few glances, he forced himself to look away. "By the way, Secretary Lu, regarding my identity as the chairman of TNI, I hope you can keep it a secret in front of the Song family." Only then did Yi Xiao get to the main topic. Lu Yi stared intently at Yi Xiao. "Do you really not like Qingxue?" Ever since Yi Xiao revealed some of his true identity to her last time, she no longer doubted that Yi Xiao really intended to break off the engagement with Song Qingxue. However, she could never understand the reason behind it. After all, Qingxue was one of the three great beauties of Lingzhou. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly, casually saying, just because you like someone, does that mean you have to marry them? Then I like you too. Does that mean I have to marry you as well? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want you to marry me. Lui's face turned red, and she vehemently retorted. I was just joking. Yi Xiao shrugged, surprised that Lui, who had been serving him tea, would get so worked up over a small joke. Anyway, just remember, for the next 2 months, I hope you can keep this a secret. Consider it your first task. Yi Xiao quickly changed the subject. Lui couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Xiao, clearly disdainful of this so-called first task. Next, Yi Xiao discussed future work matters with Lui. In short, anything a secretary could do, he didn't want to be bothered with. At first, Lui felt overwhelmed by the workload and wanted to protest, but then she thought that this would be a great opportunity for her to gain experience. So, she pouted and reluctantly agreed. Just as Yi Xiao finished arranging Lui's work and was about to head back to the song group, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Xinqiani. Mr. Yi, Mayor Qin would like to invite you to lunch at Manhwa to thank you in person. Are you free this afternoon? Xinqiani stated his purpose directly. He was acting as a middleman for Qin Haifeng, who had recovered quickly after Yi Xiao's treatment and genuinely wanted to express his gratitude. Having just finished his work, he wanted to host a banquet to thank Yi Xiao. Initially, Yi Xiao planned to decline. He didn't want to participate in such boring social gatherings. However, considering Qin Haifeng's relationship with Aunt Zhou, he agreed. After all, Aunt Zhou had provided him with important information last time, so he felt it was necessary to show some respect. Half an hour later, outside Manhwa. Coincidentally, today Hong Jihao had also invited Song Qingxue and Huang Maya to dine here. On the day Song Qingxue encountered the assassin at the Western restaurant, Hong Jihao had been taken out by the killer in an instant, while Yi Xiao had showcased his skills and saved Song Qingxue. This made Hong Jihao feel embarrassed in front of Song Qingxue, but he didn't want to easily give up on this stunning beauty. Thus, he planned to use Huang Maya to help ease the relationship between them. Huang Maya was also very cooperative. She had noticed at the Jinha group bidding conference that her daughter might have developed feelings for Yi Xiao, which she absolutely did not want to see. How could Yi Xiao be worthy of her daughter? Therefore, she was more than willing to encourage her daughter to spend time with Hong Jihao, whom she believed was 100 times better than Yi Xiao, hoping they would establish a romantic relationship soon and make Yi Xiao give up. At 11 in the morning, Song Qingxue, Huang Maya, and Hong Jihao arrived one after another at the entrance of Manhwa. Song Qingxue's mood was far from pleasant. Although she wore a faint smile, it gave off a vibe of keeping people at a distance. She originally didn't want to come to this meal, but she couldn't resist her mother's repeated pleas and had to reluctantly agree. Hong Jihao didn't mind Song Qingxue's coldness and cheerfully said, Auntie, Qingxue, let's go in first. My dad will join us after he finishes his work. Upon hearing that Hong Jihao's father was also coming, Song Qingxue suddenly became alert. Hong Jihao had called both sets of parents. What was he planning? But at that moment, she couldn't say anything. After all, Hong Jihao's father, Hong Boguang, was the president of Jiangnan Bank, and the song group still needed their support. She couldn't just turn her back on them. Suddenly, she thought of Yi Xiao. If only Yi Xiao were here, he could at least serve as a shield. But that damned Yi Xiao hadn't returned to the company all morning, and she had no idea where he had gone. Song Qingxue found herself inexplicably complaining about Yi Xiao. Huang Mei didn't seem too surprised, as if she had already known that Hong Boguang was also coming. With a smile, she said, Alright, let's go in and wait. As they spoke, the three of them walked into the Manhwa building, but just as they reached the entrance of the hall, they all froze in place. They saw that Mayor Qin Haifeng was actually standing in the hall, seemingly waiting for someone. Huang Mei couldn't help but exclaim, Who is this person so esteemed that even Mayor Qin is here to greet them personally? Song Qingxue was also slightly taken aback. Could it be a high-ranking leader from above? She wanted to step forward to say hello, but unfortunately, she had no connection with Qin Haifeng. If she approached him rashly, he wouldn't even recognize her, which would seem too abrupt. Hong Jihao naturally noticed Song Qingxue's thoughts. He lifted his chin and said, Aunt Huang, Qingxue, wait for me a moment. I'll go over and greet Mayor Qin. With that, Hong Jihao strode toward Qin Haifeng, wearing a broad smile. Mayor Qin, hello. I'm Hong Jihao from Jiangnan Bank. I even toasted you during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Qin Haifeng turned his head slightly to glance at Hong Jihao and nodded lightly, acknowledging him. Who was this Hong Jihao? He couldn't remember at all. Seeing this, Hong Jihao awkwardly smiled. Mayor Qin, you carry on with your business. I won't disturb you. He could clearly see the impatience in Qin Haifeng's eyes, so he didn't dare to linger. When Hong Jihao returned, Huang Mei quickly gave him a thumbs up. Jihao, you're really impressive. Even able to connect with Mayor Qin. You must take good care of our song group in the future. Ha, Aunt Huang, this is just a small matter. If it weren't for Mayor Qin welcoming distinguished guests today, I could have invited him to dinner without any problem. Hong Jihao was not modest, after all, boasting didn't require taxes. Qing Xue, did you hear that? Jihao's connections are so extensive. Being with him is definitely the right choice. He can surely help our song group reach new heights. Unlike some ingrates, who come into our song family and only become a burden. While praising Hong Jihao, Huang Mei didn't forget to subtly mock Yi Xiao. Hearing this, Hong Jihao's chin lifted even higher. With Huang Mei's support, how far could he be from winning over Song Qingxue? Song Qingxue felt helpless about this. Indeed, the gap between Yi Xiao's current performance and Hong Jihao's was too great. She couldn't refute it, so she quickly changed the subject. Mom, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the private room first. Just as the three of them turned to enter the elevator, two figures appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. One was the so-called ingrate Yi Xiao that Huang Mei had just mentioned, and the other was Xin Xianyi. Upon seeing the two, Qin Haifeng hurriedly approached them with a beaming smile. Mr. Yi, brother Qianyi. Yi Xiao smiled back. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mayor Qin. He hadn't expected Qin Haifeng to be so courteous, actually welcoming him in the hall. Qin Haifeng chuckled. Mr. Yi, your miraculous skills have cured my stubborn ailment. Don't say waiting here, even if you asked me to greet you at the door, it would be no problem. The reason he was so polite to Yi Xiao was that after witnessing Yi Xiao's abilities, he felt it was necessary to befriend him. He suspected that the last incident was a covert attack from his enemies, and once such things happen, it's hard to avoid a second time. If he had someone as capable as Yi Xiao to assist him, he could ensure his safety in the face of similar disasters in the future. At this moment, some customers in the hall witnessing this scene felt it was unbelievable. Initially, they thought the person waiting for Qin Shi was some big shot, but they never expected the newcomer to be so young. Could he be a second-generation heir from the capital? Many were secretly speculating in their hearts. Meanwhile, on Song Qingxue's side, after the three of them arrived in the private room, it wasn't long before Hong Jihao's father, Hong Boguang, pushed the door and walked in. He was a middle-aged man with a large belly, and his deep-set eyes gave off an oppressive feeling that was hard to gauge. Song Qingxue quickly stood up, revealing a humble smile as she said, "Hello, President Hong." Hong Boguang's eyes swept over Song Qingxue, seemingly quite satisfied. "Little Song, don't be so formal, just call me Uncle Hong." Of course, Hong Boguang knew the reason his son had called him over to take charge. At first, he didn't think much of the Song group, but after the incident with the Jinha group, he saw the potential of the Song group. If he could marry Song Qingxue into the Hong family as a daughter-in-law, it would be very beneficial for his career. After Hong Boguang sat down, the group chatted casually for a while. Once the drinks had circulated a few times, Hong Boguang turned his gaze to Huang Mei, smiling as he said, "Mrs. Song, I see the two kids are not small anymore. Why don't we let them get engaged first?" "Ah!" Song Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She didn't expect Hong Boguang to be so direct, immediately suggesting that she and Hong Jihao get engaged. However, Hong Jihao's eyes lit up. Indeed, his father was impressive. He went straight to the point. If he got engaged to Song Qingxue, it would save him a lot of effort. The current valuation of the Song group was already over 10 billion, and it was on the rise. One could say that marrying Song Qingxue was like marrying a gold mine. He was naturally more than willing. Huang Mei was initially a bit taken aback, feeling that the engagement was a bit too abrupt, but soon she thought it was a good way to help her daughter get rid of Yi Xiao sooner. So she smiled and said, "President Hong, I also support Qingxue and Jihao getting engaged. I'll discuss it with her father when I get back, and we can settle the children's marriage." Seeing her mother actually agree, Song Qingxue immediately became anxious. "Mom, Grandpa is giving me." Song Qingxue wanted to mention her situation with Yi Xiao, but Huang Mei didn't give her a chance to finish. She directly interrupted her daughter. "Qingxue, I will explain to your grandfather. In any case, your father and I are very satisfied with Jihao. And think about it, if it weren't for Jihao helping us get Dr. Wang, could your father still be alive today? I also heard that the last loan matter was also Jihao who helped you out. You could say Jihao has been very loyal to you. Isn't such a man worth marrying?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Hong Jihao had helped her family greatly in those two matters, but just because of that, asking her to marry him felt too frivolous. What she wanted was a relationship built on mutual love, not a repayment of favors. Hong Jihao was secretly delighted. It seemed he was almost certain to win over Song Qingxue. At this moment, he also prepared to add fuel to the fire. He took out the engagement ring he had long prepared from his pocket and knelt before Song Qingxue on one knee. Qingxue, marry me. You should understand my feelings. I can swear that as long as you marry me, I will treat you well for a lifetime. I know your career is on the rise and you may not want to get married yet, but we can get engaged first, and we can take our time with the wedding. Seeing this scene, Hong Boguang's lips curled into a smile. He believed that with the atmosphere built up to this point, it would be hard for Song Qingxue not to agree. Qingxue, why aren't you quickly accepting the ring? Huang Mei urged from the side. At this moment, Song Qingxue was feeling quite anxious. She wanted to refuse outright, but saying so directly in front of Hong Boguang would surely offend him. Accepting the ring was out of the question. Once she accepted Hong Jihao's ring, it would be difficult to get rid of him. In a moment of desperation, Song Qingxue stood up and said, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for the others to react, she turned and left the private room. This was the only solution she could think of. Outside the restroom, Song Qingxue bit her red lips, feeling distressed. She had paced back and forth several times, but couldn't come up with a solution. She had considered just leaving, but that would be too inappropriate. The Song group still needed financial support from Jiangnan Bank, and if Hong Boguang got angry and withdrew the funds because of this, the Song group would fall into trouble again. Just as Song Qingxue was at her wit's end, a figure suddenly flashed before her eyes: Yi Xiao. At that moment, Yi Xiao had also come to the restroom. Shen Xianyi and Qin Haifeng were indeed seasoned drinkers, and they had persuaded him to drink more than half a bottle of white liquor. Now, he could only use the restroom as an excuse to temporarily escape the situation. Seeing Yi Xiao was like finding a lifeline for Song Qingxue. She rushed forward and grabbed Yi Xiao's arm, overjoyed. "Yi Xiao, come with me, I need help." With Yi Xiao's reflexes, he had already noticed Song Qingxue. If it had been someone else who dared to suddenly grab his arm, they would have likely been thrown to the ground by him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What kind of help? Are there assassins?" "It's worse than assassins." Song Qingxue briefly explained the situation of being forced into an engagement by Hong Boguang and his son. "An engagement? That's a good thing. I think you should agree, really." Yi Xiao unhesitatingly sold out Song Qingxue. If she got engaged, wouldn't that mean she could take the token and leave? Moreover, it was just an engagement. If Song Qingxue was unhappy, she could always call it off later. "Good, you big-headed ghost." In a fit of anger, Song Qingxue stepped hard on Yi Xiao's foot. Caught off guard, Yi Xiao winced. "Hiss. They say women are made of water, but Song Qingxue must be made of cement. So ruthless." Seeing Yi Xiao grimacing, Song Qingxue felt a bit better. "Let me tell you, Yi Xiao, you must be my shield today, or you'll never get the token from my grandfather. Even if I have to burn it or throw it into the sea, I won't give it to you," Song Qingxue said fiercely. She was also worried that if she forcibly dragged Yi Xiao over, he might find a way to sabotage things, so she threatened him a bit. Yi Xiao felt like crying without tears. If he had known he would encounter this kind of situation, he would have never come to this banquet. He sighed helplessly. "I'm still with my friends drinking. Can I at least go tell them?" "Cut it out." Song Qingxue scoffed. "What serious friends do you have? Help me with this first." With that, she directly pulled Yi Xiao back toward the private room. Inside the private room, Hong Boguang and Huang Mei were discussing the preparations for their children's engagement, and Hong Jihao wore a beaming smile. Although Song Qingxue had made an excuse to step out, he didn't think she had the guts not to come back. At that moment, he believed he was firmly in control, and it was only a matter of time before Song Qingxue agreed. However, when the door to the private room opened and he saw Yi Xiao entering with Song Qingxue, Hong Jihao's sunny face instantly turned stormy, losing all traces of a smile. Huang Mei was filled with shock and anger, unable to help but scold loudly. "Qingxue, why did you bring him here?" She could naturally guess her daughter's intentions. She must have brought this ungrateful wolf to stir up trouble. Although Hong Boguang did not know Yi Xiao's identity, he could sense something from Huang Mei and his son's expressions. He squinted slightly, his gaze sharp. It seemed that Song Qingxue was not giving him much face. However, Song Qingxue ignored her mother's reprimand and pointed at Yi Xiao, saying to Hong Boguang, "President Hong, let me introduce you. This is Yi Xiao. Our parents have already arranged a marriage contract for us, so I'm sorry, but I cannot accept Mr. Hong's engagement proposal." She indeed had a prior engagement with Yi Xiao, so she felt that using this reason to refuse would ensure that Hong Boguang would not vent his anger on the Song group. Hearing Song Qingxue's words, Huang Mei was so angry that her hands trembled. "Qingxue, what nonsense are you talking? That old man made that decision out of confusion. Your father and I do not acknowledge this marriage. Hurry up and tell this ingrate to get lost." She simply could not understand what was so good about the poor Yi Xiao that her daughter insisted on bringing him to irritate her. "Did you hear that, kid? Stop dreaming about a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You are not welcome here." Hong Jihao also scolded angrily. He had finally cornered Song Qingxue and naturally did not want Yi Xiao, this little bodyguard, to disrupt the process. Mom, since you want Yi Xiao to leave, then I will leave with him. After saying this, Song Qingxue reached for her handbag. Wait a minute, Xiao Song, since you are all here, let's sit down and have a good chat. Hong Buoguang smiled instead of getting angry, speaking with a calm demeanor. What kind of person was Hong Buoguang? How could he not see through Song Qingxue's little tricks? He had just carefully observed Yi Xiao and noticed his ordinary attire. He had never seen someone like Yi Xiao in high society. Therefore, he guessed that this kid probably had no background, and with a little coercion and temptation, he believed he could make him back off. At this moment, Song Qingxue felt a bit at a loss. She did not expect Hong Buoguang to actually want Yi Xiao to stay. It seemed he was not giving up, but she had no reason to leave now, so she could only sit down with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was also feeling exasperated. He had just been using his wits against Qin Haifeng and Shen Qianyi in the first half, and now he had to accompany Song Qingxue in a performance in the second half. Fortunately, aside from Song Qingxue, no one in this private room was giving him a good face, so it should not be like the first half where they kept toasting him. After the two sat down, Hong Buoguang put down his chopsticks and looked at Yi Xiao with a half-smile, asking, "Young man, where are you currently employed?" Hearing his father ask this, Hong Jihao could not help but show a cold smile. He now understood his father's intention to keep Yi Xiao around, which was to use a soft knife to stab him. Yi Xiao was just a small bodyguard living off others. How could he be a match for someone as cunning as his father? Yi Xiao pulled out a pair of disposable chopsticks, picked up a piece of rib, and leisurely said, "I am currently President Song's bodyguard." Unlike Song Qingxue, who was under pressure, he thought that since he was sitting down, his first priority should be to fill his stomach. Seeing Yi Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, Huang Mei looked down on him even more. HMPF, was he a starving ghost reincarnated? He was simply no match for Hong Jihao's elegance. Song Qingxue could not help but glare at Yi Xiao, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hong Buoguang smiled, feeling increasingly confident. "Young man, you should focus on your career. How much can you earn as a bodyguard in a month? I currently need a security manager under me. I wonder if you are interested? The monthly salary is 12,000. With 5 insurances and 1 fund, and if you work for 3 years, I can also give you a share of a house." He was very skilled at painting a big picture. He planned to give Yi Xiao some sweet benefits first, then persuade him to leave Song Qingxue. Huang Mei also thought Hong Buoguang's idea was good. First, take Yi Xiao away from Qingxue, and gradually their relationship would naturally fade. So she hurriedly echoed, "Yi Xiao, you should quickly thank President Hong. This is a rare opportunity. Jiangnan Bank is a state-owned enterprise, much better than being a bodyguard like you are now. Plus, there are houses to be allocated, something many people spend their whole lives striving for. In this materialistic society, money is the only standard by which most people view the world, and Huang Mei believed Yi Xiao would be no exception." However, Song Qingxue was not worried at all that Yi Xiao would be swayed by Hong Buoguang's little temptations. Yi Xiao came to the Song group as a bodyguard only because of a promise to her grandfather. If it were just for money, after Shen Qianyi gave Yi Xiao 10 million, he probably wouldn't have shown up for work at all. As expected, Yi Xiao seemed completely uninterested. He tossed a piece of braised pork into his mouth and mumbled, "Can I get a villa?" Upon hearing this, Hong Buoguang's face instantly darkened, as if he had suffered a blow. What was this kid thinking? He wanted a villa? It would be good enough to give him a 1-bedroom apartment. If you can't allocate a villa, then forget it. I'm currently living in a villa, there's no need to move to a worse place. Yi Xiao continued, his mouth greasy. Song Qingxue could hardly contain her laughter. Yi Xiao's mouth could not only irritate her but was also merciless towards others. Seeing Hong Buoguang at a loss, Huang Mei quickly scolded, "Yi Xiao, don't be so ungrateful. Qingxue's villa is just for you to stay in temporarily. Do you think it's yours? You really don't know what's good for you." Hong Buoguang's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xiao. "Young man, in this world, you need to rely on connections and strength to get by. Just take today's dinner as an example. If it weren't for your acquaintance with Xiao Song, you wouldn't even have the qualification to sit here and eat with me, so I advise you to think carefully and get back to me." Hong Buoguang's words were clearly threatening. Since giving Yi Xiao a sweet date didn't work, he would switch to a big stick. In Lingzhou, there were people who dared to go against him, the president of Jiangnan Bank, but Yi Xiao was definitely not one of them. At this moment, Hong Jihao smugly said, "Kid, you'd better be sensible. Do you know that for someone like you, even if you knelt down to beg, you wouldn't get to see my dad?" Song Qingxue's heart began to race. She didn't know if Yi Xiao could withstand the pressure from Hong Buoguang. Although the Song family far surpassed the Hong family in assets, they were lacking in connections. Hong Buoguang was the president of the largest bank in Lingzhou, known by people from all walks of life. it would be incredibly easy for him to trip Yi Xiao up. Hong Buguan leisurely poured himself a glass of Mao Tai, waiting with interest for Yi Xiao's response. As long as Yi Xiao dared to refuse him, he could use his connections to make sure Yi Xiao couldn't stay in Lingzhou for even a day. Huang Meyer also wore a mocking smile. She certainly didn't believe Yi Xiao would dare to go against Hong Buguan's wishes. Angering a big shot like Hong Buguan would be something even the Song family couldn't handle, let alone Yi Xiao. However, at that moment, a phone rang suddenly, and Yi Xiao leisurely took out his phone. It was Shin Qianyi calling. As soon as the call connected, Shin Qianyi, with a hint of alcohol on his breath, said, "Brother Yi, where have you run off to? Mayor Qin and I are still waiting for you here." Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly, "I ran into a friend here and am chatting with them, can't leave for now." Seeing Yi Xiao remain calm and collected under the immense pressure he was exerting, Hong Buguan's face fell, tightening like it had been coated with glue. He felt his authority was being disrespected. It seemed he needed to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Bang! Hong Jihao slammed the table, glaring at Yi Xiao, and shouted angrily, "Kid, didn't you hear my dad asking you a question? Why haven't you hung up the phone yet? What a thing, no sense of hierarchy at all, you deserve to be just a useless little bodyguard." Yi Xiao naturally didn't take Hong Jihao's threat seriously, but on the other end of the line, Shin Qianyi sensed something was off. "Yi, little brother, are you in some trouble?" "No, just a fly buzzing in my ear," Yi Xiao replied dismissively. "Damn it, kid, are you looking to get yourself killed?" Hong Jihao was instantly furious. At that moment, Hong Buguan's eyes shifted, and he said, "Young man, bring your friends over. I'll give them a chance to toast me." From their earlier conversation, he noticed that Yi Xiao was somewhat unyielding, so he thought to apply pressure through Yi Xiao's friends, believing that with his authority in Lingzhou, he could easily suppress a little bodyguard's friends. Yi Xiao turned his head and gave Hong Buguang a playful glance. "My two friends have bad tempers, I'm afraid they might upset President Hong later." Hong Buguang scoffed, thinking, what does it matter if they have bad tempers? In Lingzhou, how many people would dare to show him a face? No matter how bad their tempers, they would have to hold it in before him. "It's fine, I'm in a good mood today, I won't hold it against you," Hong Buguang said dismissively. At this moment, Song Qingxue also guessed Hong Buguang's intention. He wanted to use Yi Xiao's friends against him. She quickly signaled to Yi Xiao not to agree, but Yi Xiao said to the other end of the phone, "Brother Shin, are you available? I have a big shot here who wants you to come over for a toast." He had long been displeased with the arrogant demeanor of Hong Buguang and Hong Jihao, and since Hong Buguang wanted to dig his own grave, he didn't mind helping him along. After hanging up, Yi Xiao continued to eat leisurely, not at all bothered by what had just happened, while Hong Jihao stared at him with a cold gaze, contemplating how to humiliate Yi Xiao's friends to strike at Yi Xiao. Huang Meyer also snorted coldly, crossing her arms, looking forward to the show. Yi Xiao really was clueless. He couldn't see through such a simple trick and actually thought Hong Buguang would give him, a little bodyguard, some face? They were just toying with him. Song Qingxue also felt that Yi Xiao must have forgotten to bring his brain when he left home today. Wasn't he just jumping into the pit dug by Hong Buguang? She even felt a bit sorry for Yi Xiao's friends, who were about to suffer such an unwarranted disaster. Just as Hong Buguang and Hong Jihao were brewing how to suppress and ridicule Yi Xiao, and Song Qingxue was frowning, click, the door to the private room was pushed open. Before anyone entered, Hong Jihao arrogantly sneered, "Yi Xiao, it's your trash friends. Listen up, everyone coming in, hold your wine glasses and toast me in a circle." However, the next second, when he saw who was coming in, he was dumbfounded. The first person to enter was actually Shin Qianyi. "Shen, Mr. Shen." Song Qingxue was also frozen in place. Yi Xiao had just been drinking with Shin Qianyi? Thinking it over, it wasn't impossible. Yi Xiao had saved Shin Luoyan's life, so it made sense for them to be dining together. But recalling her earlier comment outside the restroom that Yi Xiao had no proper friends, she couldn't help but feel her face flush. Huang Meyer was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. My God, how did they manage to get Shin Qianyi here? Hong Buguang was also taken aback, never expecting that Yi Xiao, this little bodyguard, could actually know someone like Shin Qianyi, who was a major client of his Jiangnan bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lent money to the Song group just because of Shin Qianyi's word. But this wasn't a big deal. Although Shin Qianyi was wealthy, in terms of status, he was only on par with him, and a few words from him could easily deflect the situation. Just as Hong Buguang felt slightly reassured, thinking the problem wasn't significant, another figure walked in. Qin Haifeng. The moment Hong Jihao saw Qin Haifeng, he felt as if his heart had shattered into a QR code, his hands and feet turning icy cold. Bang! With a sound, Hong Jihao was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Just a moment ago, he had said that Yi Xiao's friends were trash. If Qin Haifeng held that against him, he would probably be finished for life. At this moment, Song Qingxue and Huang Mei were completely unsettled. Just the presence of Shen Qianyi had already left them in disbelief, and now there was an even more significant Qin Haifeng. How had Yi Xiao managed this? The two suddenly recalled their earlier encounter with Qin Haifeng at the entrance of the restaurant. Could it be that the person Qin Haifeng was welcoming at that time was Yi Xiao? Hong Berguang's body instantly stiffened, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes, his back drenched in cold sweat. He could still handle Shen Qianyi, but Qin Haifeng was his direct superior. A single word from him could send him packing. He felt as if he were already dead. Why had he just been so reckless, asking Yi Xiao to bring these two big shots over? Now, reflecting on his earlier thoughts, he realized how childish and ridiculous they were. How could he think of suppressing Shen Qianyi and Qin Haifeng? How could he believe that Yi Xiao was unworthy of dining with him? Yi Xiao was someone who could sit and drink with Shen Qianyi and Qin Haifeng. He had overstepped, and now it was backfiring spectacularly. Hong Berguang, disregarding his trembling legs, hurriedly stood up from his chair and approached the two, his face plastered with a forced smile, saying, "Mayor Qin, General Manager Shen, please take a seat." At that moment, Yi Xiao unexpectedly said, "Director Hong, weren't you going to give my friend a chance to toast you? And young Master Hong, don't sit on the ground. My friend still wants to make a round." Although Yi Xiao's words were calm, they stirred up a storm in the hearts of Hong Berguang and Hong Zhihao. This was what it meant to speak softly yet deliver harsh words, to silently strike at the vital point. Shen Qianyi and Qin Haifeng were also clever enough to see that Yi Xiao was quite displeased with Hong Berguang, so they didn't give him any face. "Director Hong, you have quite the attitude. Good. My brother Qianyi and I haven't had our fill of drinking yet, so let's make a round," Qin Haifeng said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hearing this, Hong Berguang's face turned a shade worse than crying. He knew who Qin Haifeng was. Usually, when he toasted him, Qin Haifeng would down it in one go, while he himself would only take a sip. How could he dare to let Qin Haifeng make a round? Would he still be able to keep his position as director? "Mayor Qin, Mr. Shen, I didn't know it was you. It was my big mouth. I'll self-punish with 10 cups later," Hong Berguang said, trembling with fear. Shen Qianyi didn't want to let it go lightly either, so he added, "I just heard someone say that we are trash. Haifeng, did you hear that?" As he spoke, Shen Qianyi's icy gaze shot towards Hong Zhihao, who felt as if his very soul had been pierced by that sharp look. He wished he could just crash his head against a wall and die. Hearing Shen Qianyi's words, cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on Hong Berguang's forehead, but having reached his position, he was naturally very quick-witted. He knew that to resolve this, he had to start with Yi Xiao. So, he changed his previous disdainful expression, doing a complete 720-degree turn, and with a beaming smile, he looked at Yi Xiao and said, "Mr. Yi, it was our father-son duo who failed to recognize the great mountain and offended you. Since we can all sit together to drink, it's fate. My son and I will finish these 2 bottles, and I hope Mr. Yi will overlook our small offenses." With that, Hong Berguang directly opened 2 bottles of mutai, turning one towards Hong Zhihao while he twisted open the other, gulping it down. Seeing this scene, Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue were both so shocked that they couldn't speak. This was probably the first time Hong Berguang, the president of Jiangnan Bank, had drunk in such a manner. Of course, it was his first time. If he hadn't offended both Shen Qianyi and Qin Haifeng at the same time, he wouldn't have gone this far. Seeing his father drinking, Hong Zhihao naturally didn't dare to slack off. He forced himself to get up from the ground, suppressing his fear, and, like his father, brought the Maotai bottle to his lips. Before long, both Hong Berguang and his son finished their Maotai. Hong Zhihao suddenly vomited while holding onto the table, while Hong Berguang was slightly better, but his face was already as red as a monkey's butt. He swayed and looked at Yi Xiao, slurring, "Yi, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied?" Yi Xiao did not respond to Hong Berguang immediately but glanced at Song Qingxue. The meaning was clear. Yi Xiao, was indifferent, but if Song Qingxue was still not appeased with the Hong father and son, then he would escalate things. Because the two had often communicated with their eyes recently, Song Qingxue understood Yi Xiao's gaze almost instantly. She quickly nodded to indicate that it was enough. In her view, Yi Xiao was merely relying on Shen Qianyi and Qin Haifeng's power, and no matter what, Hong Berguang was still the president of Jiangnan Bank. Qin Haifeng couldn't just dismiss him over this matter. If things didn't settle down, he would definitely face Hong Berguang's retaliation. Yi Xiao pouted, feeling that Song Qingxue lacked courage, but since she had already let it go, he didn't say anything further. He then turned to Hong Berguang, speaking with a teasing tone, "President Hong, remember, next time you let someone toast, don't act so high and mighty. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." After saying that, Yi Xiao stood up and smiled at Shen Qianyi and Qin Haifeng. "Brother Shen, Mayor Qin, let's go back to our table. It's too smoky here." Qin Haifeng and Shen Qianyi naturally understood Yi Zhao's meaning. He did not intend to pursue the matter further. However, as Qin Haifeng left the private room, he gave Hong Buoguang a meaningful glance. Just as Song Qingxue had guessed, he indeed couldn't just dismiss Hong Buoguang over this incident, but he could still make things difficult for him in the future. Hong Buoguang was so frightened that he fell to the ground, half sobered up from the shock of the alcohol. What had he done? 2 hours later, Yi Xiao, dragging his drunken body, returned to Song Qingxue's villa. Inside the villa, Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue had been waiting for him. Yi Xiao, come here, Auntie has something to ask you, Huang Meyer said for the first time in a lowered tone, speaking calmly to Yi Xiao. The fact that Yi Xiao could drink with both Qin Haifeng and Shen Qianyi made Huang Meyer look at him with new eyes. Could this kid be a hidden second-generation rich? Song Qingxue was also very interested in what had happened today. If she didn't clarify things, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Yi Xiao naturally understood what Huang Meyer wanted to know. He sat down on the sofa beside them, exhaling the smell of alcohol, and said, Auntie, if you have any questions, just ask. Once you're done, I can go to sleep. Huang Meyer waved her hand in front of her nose, seemingly disgusted by the smell of alcohol on Yi Xiao. How did you end up drinking with Mayor Qin and Mr. Shen? After speaking, Huang Meyer stared intently at Yi Xiao. His answer would directly determine her future attitude towards him. If Yi Xiao had indeed latched onto the two powerful figures, she would naturally no longer oppose her daughter dating him. Song Qingxue also knew her mother's concerns and nervously watched Yi Xiao, feeling a bit of anticipation in her heart. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. He was well aware of Huang Meyer's thoughts. How could he let Huang Meyer oppose him being with Song Qingxue? Therefore, he had to say things in a way that would keep Huang Meyer satisfied. After brewing for a while, Yi Xiao began his performance. Actually, I secretly followed you all to the Manhwa building. It was a coincidence to run into Mayor Qin and Mr. Shen. Didn't I save Mr. Shen's daughter last time? That's why he let me in to have a drink with him. A person as clever as him would excel at anything, including lying. Having spent enough time with those people in prison, Yi Xiao had learned a few tricks of deception. You should know that in the world's #1 prison, there are even bold individuals who can trick the president of M country into wearing women's clothing. Sure enough, when Huang Meyer heard Yi Xiao's words, the smile on her face instantly vanished, and her expression turned long. So, Mayor Qin wasn't there to welcome you at the entrance of the restaurant? Yi Xiao replied with an innocent look. No, I had no idea they were at the restaurant beforehand. Song Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Did he follow her to the Manhwa building? That did seem like Yi Xiao's style. Last time, when she went to the Western restaurant with Hong Jihao, he had followed them too. Moreover, it was true that Yi Xiao saved Shen Luoyan, so it seemed that today's incident was indeed a coincidence. Perhaps Mayor Qin was there to welcome Shen Qianyi instead of Yi Xiao. She had really overestimated him. Yi Xiao's words were 3 parts true and 7 parts false, and with the strong smell of alcohol on his breath, even Song Qingxue began to believe him. Huang Meyer scoffed coldly, her face showing undisguised disdain. So you were just there to mooch a meal. This kid really knew how to put on an act in the private room. She almost mistook him for a distinguished guest of Shen Qianyi and Mayor Qin. Huang Meyer returned to her previous demeanor, crossing her arms and speaking in a tone of reprimanding a subordinate. Yi Xiao, I remind you, in the future, don't pretend to be a big shot using someone else's power. Hong Buoguang is the president of Jiangnan Bank. Today, he is giving face to Mayor Qin and Mr. Shen. If he finds out your identity and holds you accountable, can you, a mere bodyguard, handle that? Yi Xiao nodded. Then, Auntie, if there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. Huang Meyer waved her hand dismissively. Go on. Go on. Truly lacking ambition. Watching Yi Xiao's swaying figure as he left, Song Qingxue sighed. Yi Xiao was ultimately just a small character. He was far from the Prince Charming in her heart. The next day went on as usual, and neither Song Qingxue nor Yi Xiao mentioned what happened yesterday. After arriving at the company, Yi Xiao played mobile games as usual, while a major event occurred on Song Qingxue's side. Just now, she received a call from the project manager in charge of the South City project. The project manager said that a group of local ruffians, representing the residents, had come to cause trouble. They demanded a recompensation for the demolition funds and insisted on talking to Song Qingxue face to face. Song Qingxue was somewhat familiar with the situation in South City. Initially, Su Hui wanted to buy the land there at the original price, citing the chaos in South City as the reason. In fact, Su Hui's words were not baseless. South City was a place that Lingzhou had only recently planned to develop. It had always been in a relatively backward state, with extremely chaotic public order. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingxue pondered for a moment and decided to meet with them in person. She then called for Ho Dogwan, asking him to arrange for a few security personnel to accompany her. Of course, she specifically requested that Yi Xiao come along. With him there, at least her safety would be assured. Before long, Song Qingxue set off for South City with her team. The Song group sent 2 cars in total, with Yi Xiao naturally acting as Song Qingxue's driver. In the other car were Hua Dagwan and a few of his trusted aides, including the newly hired Tan Lang. When Yi Xiao drove the car to the development site of the Song group, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, realizing something was off. The roads here had been dug up due to development, leaving only a dirt road for passage. If someone blocks this place, those outside can't get in, and those inside can't get out at all. In his view, this is not a suitable location for negotiations. Yi Xiao informed Song Qingxue of his discovery and suggested, "President Song, let's invite them out to talk. The risks here are too great." Song Qingxue pondered for a moment and said, "The project manager said they only brought 7 or 8 people, so they must be sincere about negotiating with us. Besides, with just a few people, how could they block the way?" Yi Xiao curled his lip. "You better think it through, this is their territory. Right now, it's 7 or 8 people, but that could change." He had encountered similar situations while carrying out missions overseas. In some tribes, a single call could summon hundreds of people in no time. Song Qingxue grew a bit impatient. "Are you the president or am I? I told you to go in, so just go." Song Qingxue was focused on calming the potential troublemakers to ensure the project could proceed normally, and she wasn't in the mood to listen to Yi Xiao's concerns. Yi Xiao had no choice but to follow Song Qingxue's orders, hoping that the other side was just a few local ruffians causing trouble. Soon, Song Qingxue and her group arrived in front of a temporary office building made of steel frames and movable panels. The project manager hurried out to greet them. He was a middle-aged man with dark skin wearing a hard hat. "President Song, you finally made it," the project manager said eagerly. Song Qingxue's face turned cold as she replied, "They only brought 7 or 8 people. Why did you stop all the construction on the site?" As they walked, Song Qingxue noticed that all the machinery on the site had stopped working, and the employees were scattered about, standing idly. This made her very angry. The project manager said with a bitter face, "President Song, the person who came today is Chen Aokuan, the biggest thug in the area. He has several building material companies under him and hundreds of followers. If I don't do as he says, they'll come at us hard, and our losses will be even greater." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue furrowed her brows deeply. Before coming, she thought they were just some local thugs hired by villagers, but she didn't expect the other side to be so powerful. "Where are their people? Take me to see them." The project manager lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty, and led a few people. A few minutes later, Song Qingxue and her group arrived at the 3rd floor of a makeshift boardroom. It was a meeting room, and the air was filled with smoke. As soon as she entered, Song Qingxue couldn't help but cough. Yi Xiao, unaffected by the smoke, quickly scanned the few people in the meeting room. There were 8 people in total, 5 sitting and 3 awkwardly standing behind one of them. Upon seeing one of them, Yi Xiao's eyes slowly narrowed. Su Hui. Seeing Su Hui, Yi Xiao immediately knew this matter was definitely not simple. This guy was the sworn enemy of the Song group. After losing the competition for the Jinha group project, the Song group had launched legal and commercial counterattacks against the Hui group. With the support of the Jinha group, the Hui group's situation was precarious. Su Hui's appearance here likely meant he was up to no good again. Soon, Song Qingxue also spotted Su Hui, and her expression darkened instantly, clearly sharing Yi Xiao's thoughts. Song Qingxue shot a cold glance at the project manager. It was one thing to conceal Chen Aokuan's involvement over the phone, but to not even inform her of Su Hui's presence was clearly abnormal. The project manager hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. He had his own difficulties. He was just a manager. How could he withstand the threats from Su Hui and Chen Aokuan? "Ha, President Song, I didn't expect to see you so soon again." Su Hui exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, saying with a half-smile, not hiding the provocation in his words at all. For Song Qingxue, Su Hui admitted that he had underestimated her. Not only were his plans for suppression and assassination ineffective, but even the Jinha group, which he had set his sights on, was snatched away by her, now almost forcing him into a corner. But when a rabbit is cornered, it will still bite, let alone him, Su Hui. If anyone dared to make his life difficult, then Song Qingxue shouldn't expect to have it easy either. Song Qingxue took a moment to calm herself before pulling out a chair to sit down. Since she was here, she would make herself comfortable. In front of a defeated opponent, she naturally couldn't lose her composure. The likes of Hua Dagwan and the others, who were behind her, naturally moved to stand behind Song Qingxue, while Yi Xiao boldly sat beside her. If it had been before, Hua Dagwan would have looked down on Yi Xiao, but now he had no courage to do so, because Yi Xiao had earned that right. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a man with a cigarette in his mouth applauded and laughed. "President Song, you truly are a woman of great talent. I, Chen Aokuan, don't respect many women, but you can be counted among them. But, as a woman, you should still do what women ought to do, like serving good men, ha? Song Qingxue shot a sideways glance at the speaker and saw that Chen Aokuan was impeccably groomed, wearing a black cloak, with an arrogant smile on his face, exuding the air of a social boss. Finally, her gaze landed on Su Hui. Su Hui, you should be focusing on your Tiger Power Group instead of meddling in my Song Group's affairs. You really have too much time on your hands. Are you hoping I'll push your stock price down by another 5 points? Song Qingxue said lightly, her red lips parting with a hint of the demeanor of a leading female general. Upon hearing this, Su Hui's smile instantly froze, his fingers gripping the cigar trembled uncontrollably, and the anger in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. Song Qingxue was right, his Tiger Power Group was indeed in a precarious situation. So far, it had already been pressured down by 5 points in stock price due to the joint efforts of the Song Group and other companies in Lingzhou. If it were to drop another 5 points, bankruptcy would be his only option. After saying this, Song Qingxue looked back at Chen Aokuan, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. President Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. You are a boss now, so you should at least act like one and not let people think you're still a little thug. Having led the Song Group for so long, she had experienced many significant events, and she naturally didn't take their provocations to heart, but rather countered them one by one. Yi Xiao couldn't help but look at Song Qingxue with newfound respect. This girl was growing quickly. Although sometimes her brain didn't seem to be enough, she was absolutely sharp when it came to work. Chen Aokuan's smile slowly froze, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Alright, since President Song wants to talk, then of course we can talk. We are all business people, and naturally, harmony is precious, everyone can make money. After saying this, Chen Aokuan pulled out a document and threw it at Song Qingxue. President Song, this is a new contract signed by local residents. If you want your construction site to start smoothly, then you should sign it. Song Qingxue calmly picked up the document and skimmed through it, but the more she read, the darker her expression became, because it was completely an unfair contract for the Song Group, and could even be described as unreasonable. A few minutes later, Song Qingxue closed the document, trying her best to suppress her anger as she said, President Chen, our Song Group has already signed the demolition contract with the local residents, and the compensation has been distributed. You now want to increase the price by 20% on the previous basis. That doesn't make sense, does it? And the additional conditions you mentioned, requiring us to purchase materials from your building materials company, which are priced more than double the market rate, do you think I would sign such a contract? He. Chen Aokuan laughed repeatedly, extending a hand with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, arrogantly pointing at Song Qingxue and saying, President Song, there's one thing you must understand, this is Qinjia village, and this is my territory. In my territory, my rules are naturally the biggest rules. Hearing Chen Aokuan's words, Song Qingxue knew that the other party intended to play the rogue, but she wasn't afraid. If she didn't sign the contract, she didn't believe Chen Aokuan would dare to do anything to her. Yi Xiao also felt that Chen Aokuan was being unreasonable. What era was this that he still resorted to strong-arm tactics? Did he really think the prison was just for show? At this moment, Chen Aokuan changed his tone and continued, however, I don't like to bully others with power. I've heard that President Song has many capable subordinates. I wonder if you dare to have a contest with me. If you win, we can negotiate the terms properly. If you lose, then we'll do it my way. A contest? Song Qingxue couldn't help but recall her previous match with Su Hui, and now Su Hui was definitely well prepared after his last defeat. A cold smile crept across Su Hui's lips. He had come prepared, aiming to take revenge on Song Qingxue. At this moment, Yi Zhao's gaze swept over the three people sitting next to Chen Aokuan. These three, one old and two young, had prominent temples, and their eyes were as proud as wolves in the jungle. As soon as Yi Xiao entered, he recognized that these three were skilled fighters and not to be underestimated. He had initially thought they were there to protect Su Hui and Chen Aokuan, but now it seemed they were likely the ones Chen Aokuan intended to use against the Song Group. Song Qingxue felt a bit uncertain and turned her gaze to Yi Xiao, seeking his opinion. Yi Xiao nodded slightly. Although the three had some strength, they were on the same level as Lei Kaishan and Tan Lang, and he didn't take them seriously. With Yi Zhao's affirmative response, Song Qingxue felt much more at ease. She turned back to meet Chen Aokuan's gaze. Since you want to see the strength of my subordinates, I will satisfy you, but I hope you can keep your word. Ha ha ha. Chen Aokuan laughed heartily, exhaling a puff of smoke. President Song, rest assured, what I value most in this world is integrity. Since President Song has agreed to the contest, let me explain the rules. He pointed to the three martial artists beside him. These three are the fighters I've invited. Later, President Song will also send out 3 people, and we'll have a best of 3, how about that? Best of 3? Yi Xiao smiled slightly, It seemed Su Hui had learned his lesson this time. Yi Xiao was confident he could defeat any one of the three, but whether the others in the security department could win was uncertain. Song Qingxue immediately thought of this. It must have been after Su Hui experienced Yi Xiao's skills that he came up with such a tactic. How cunning! However, she had already agreed, and if she were to backtrack now, it would be hard to avoid criticism. Plus, she had Tan Lang on her side, and she had seen Tan Lang's strength before. Although he was a bit weaker than Yi Xiao, he should have no problem dealing with the people Chen Aokuan brought. So, Song Qingxue smiled and said, "Alright, then it's best of three." Seeing Song Qingxue agree so readily, Chen Aokuan and Su Hui exchanged a sly glance, their expressions revealing amusement. The plan was going smoothly. Song Qingxue had fallen into their trap. Chen Aokuan wasted no time and looked at the three martial artists on his side, respectfully asking, "Old Gong, Mr. Gong, who will go first?" These three were a family of three, known as the Gong Family Three Wolves, hailing from a martial arts sect in Longwa with a history of hundreds of years. Tired of the ascetic life in the sect, they entered the secular world to serve the wealthy, willing to do anything as long as the price was right. Over the years, they had made a name for themselves in the martial arts world of Longwa. In the eyes of Su Hui and Chen Aokuan, these three were the perfect weapons to deal with the Song group. At this moment, the elder among the three spoke slowly, "Second, you go first." He did not regard the security of the Song group as a threat, so he sent out his weakest son for this first battle. As soon as the elder's words fell, a tall, thin man on his left stood up. This man was around 30 years old, with one eye completely white, resembling a glass marble, indicating he was blind, while the other eye radiated endless ferocity, enough to scare a child into tears with just a glance. This was Gong Er, who walked to a spacious area in the conference room and provocatively directed his remaining eye towards Song Qingxue and the others. After all, Song Qingxue was a girl, and upon seeing Gong Er's intimidating gaze, her hand resting on the table couldn't help but tremble slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Yi Xiao directly took command on behalf of Song Qingxue, saying, "Hua Dagwan, go meet him." Previously, Hua Dagwan would have looked down on Yi Xiao's overstepping, thinking he was just using someone else's power to intimidate, but now he dared not neglect Yi Xiao's words. Hua Dagwan knew that he had no choice but to fight today. Although the one-eyed man appeared ferocious, he could tell that he was the weakest among the three wolves of the Gong family, so Hua Dagwan willingly stepped up to fight first. If he didn't take on the weakest, would he wait until the last two stronger opponents were left to be bullied? Hua Dagwan walked towards Gong Er without saying a word, his steps not ordinary but rather the combat steps trained in the special forces, capable of both offense and defense, exuding great momentum, each step applying pressure on his opponent. However, Gong Er, standing opposite him, clearly had experienced countless battles, and Hua Dagwan's little tricks had no effect on him. Hua Dagwan noticed Gong Er's calmness, and a sense of difficulty crept into his heart. He stopped 5 steps in front of Gong Er and said loudly, "I am Hua Dagwan, the head of the security department of the Song group." Too much nonsense. Before Hua Dagwan could finish, Gong Er disdainfully interrupted and charged at him. With rapid steps, it was as if a whirlwind was swirling beneath his feet, and in an instant, he closed the distance to just 2 steps away from Hua Dagwan. Following that, Gong Er unleashed a snake-like strike aimed at Hua Dagwan's temple, moving with such speed that it resembled a venomous snake pouncing on its prey from the grass. This was a life-or-death attack, leaving no room for Hua Dagwan to maneuver. Fortunately, Hua Dagwan was also from the special forces, quick to react, and had been on guard against Gong Er, so he caught the moment Gong Er made his move. Hua Dagwan suddenly sidestepped, evading Gong Er's attack, and then charged forward like a bear, crashing into Gong Er. This move was quite clever, exploiting Gong Er's blind eye, as he charged into Gong Er's blind spot. The greedy wolf watched this scene and couldn't help but admire Hua Dagwan's combat skills. Being able to react so quickly and exploit the opponent's weakness was indeed impressive. However, Yi Xiao did not think so. From his experience, a person like Gong Er, who had one eye blind, would place great importance on his vision and would never easily expose his weakness to his opponent. Moreover, judging from Gong Er's demeanor, he seemed to be a rather cunning person, yet he chose such a reckless and aggressive approach at the beginning, which was clearly abnormal. It was possible that Gong Er was deliberately feigning weakness to lure the enemy. But Yi Xiao was merely making a guess based on his own experience. He had never truly competed against Gong Lao Er, so he did not issue a warning to Hua Dagwan. Yi Xiao's guess was not wrong. Just as Hua Dagwan, like an old bear, charged at the tree, intending to knock Gong Lao Er over, a cold smile crept across the corner of Gong Lao Er's mouth. Suddenly, he sidestepped and struck directly at Hua Dagwan's collarbone, colliding shoulder to shoulder with him. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, like 2 bulls crashing into each other, causing the entire steel-structured office to tremble. Gong Laoer's sudden change of tactics clearly caught Hua Daguan off guard, and an ominous premonition surged within him, as if he had fallen into Gong Laoer's trap. Indeed, in the next moment, Gong Laoer turned sideways, and a machine-like cannon shot straight towards Hua Daguan's chest. Smack! A sound echoed as Gong Laoer's knuckles cracked, like thunderclaps, as if they were about to bloom upon hitting the ground. Hua Daguan's expression changed drastically. With no time to think, he began to retreat rapidly. But how could Gong Laoer let him off so easily? With a fierce roar, Gong Laoer shook his wrist, and his fist shot forward like a thrown spear, driving straight in. Bang! It landed squarely on Hua Daguan's chest. Hua Daguan cried out in pain, his body flying back like a sandbag, and in that instant, he felt as if his heart was about to be shattered by that punch. Put! While still in midair, Hua Daguan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Xiao sprang into action, stabilizing Hua Daguan's form with both hands, then pulled out silver needles to puncture several acupoints on his chest, protecting his heart meridian to prevent internal injuries. With Yi Xiao's intervention, this match effectively declared the victory for Chen Aokuan and Su Hui's side. Ha ha ha, Chen Aokuan couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Gong, you truly have great skills. However, Gong Laoer paid no attention to Chen Aokuan, he simply walked back and sat down again, as if he had just casually dealt with a minor issue. Chen Aokuan then pointedly looked at Song Qingxue and said, President Song, are you willing to send someone else to fight? He believed he had the upper hand now, thinking that Gong Laoer was the weakest among the three he had invited. It was said that Gong Laoer's strength was comparable to that of the elders of the Martial Extreme Association, so it seemed he was bound to win the remaining 2 matches. Song Qingxue frowned slightly, not because they had lost a match, but because she felt Gong Laoer's attack was too ruthless. Although she was not a martial artist, she could tell that the last punch Hua Daguan received was quite heavy. Tan Lang, you come. Song Qingxue quickly calmed down and began to deploy her troops. However, Tan Lang did not step forward like Hua Daguan had at the beginning. He hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, if I win, would you consider taking me as a disciple? Tan Lang knew that proposing to be a disciple at this moment was somewhat opportunistic, but after several days of trying to persuade Yi Xiao, he was left with no other options. Song Qingxue was momentarily stunned. What was Tan Lang doing? Did he think she, the president, didn't exist? How could he propose conditions to Yi Xiao at this time? Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He had to admit that this guy really knew how to seize opportunities, but he, Yi Xiao, was not someone who could be easily manipulated. So he replied lightly, go ahead. If you win, I will consider it. Consider it? Tan Lang was somewhat speechless, but he had no other choice. At least Yi Xiao had softened his stance, so he could only go up first. Seeing Tan Lang step into the ring, Chen Aokuan signaled to another son of Gong Laoer, indicating that he should go up and have a go. Although Gong Laoda was not as fierce-looking as Gong Laoer, he still had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a long face that gave him a fierce and intimidating appearance, like a hellish judge. After receiving a signal from his father, Brother Gong stood up without any hesitation and walked towards the greedy wolf. In his view, he could easily resolve the battle just like his younger brother. At that moment, Su Hui reminded Brother Gong, Mr. Gong, this person is the greedy wolf from the Nanyang Martial Arts Association, do not underestimate him. Su Hui had not anticipated that the greedy wolf would join the song group. Having witnessed the greedy wolf's skills, he felt it necessary to give the arrogant Brother Gong a warning. Hearing Su Hui's words, Brother Gong raised his thick eyebrows. He had heard of the greedy wolf's reputation, rumored to have killed dozens of disciples from the Martial Arts Association in Nanyang, so he realized that the opponent's strength was not to be taken lightly, and he immediately tempered his disdain. The two stood 5 steps apart, neither making any effort to introduce themselves. In the eyes of those who have truly experienced bloody slaughter, the pleasantries of the martial world are utterly useless. No matter how polite you are, if the other party intends to kill, they will do so without mercy, as high-level confrontations often leave no room for leniency. Only one person can die or be incapacitated to end it. Suddenly, everyone heard a whoosh, as both the greedy wolf and Brother Gong vanished from sight. Their speed was so fast that Song Qingxue and Su Hui, who had no martial arts background, could not see them at all. However, Yi Xiao and Old Gong could clearly catch sight of the two figures, and Old Gong's expression grew serious. The greedy wolf from Nanyang truly lived up to his name, his skills not inferior to his son's. This match was likely not going to be an easy victory. Yi Xiao lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and like him, he could not discern who was stronger or weaker at that moment. The next second, there was a loud bang. As their fists collided, the impact reverberated through the entire conference room, causing the glass in the windows to rattle as if it might shatter at any moment. After the exchange of punches, the two skillfully sidestepped each other, They had merely been testing one another and had not used their full strength. After that punch, they had a preliminary understanding of each other's power. Ah! Brother Gong roared like a tiger and launched another punch at the greedy wolf. This punch was a cannon punch, and in an instant, his arm trembled, the exposed muscles on his arm twisting like spirals, resembling gnarled growths on an old tree. Yi Xiao immediately recognized that Brother Gong had also practiced internal martial arts. This cannon punch contained hidden strength. Although it appeared to be just flesh and blood, its attacking power was no less than that of a 1,000-pound hammer. At that moment, Chen Aokuan and Su Huwei were also watching intently. One was a small-time thug, and the other a seasoned businessman, unable to discern the intricacies of the fight, only knowing that whoever had the stronger momentum would win. Now, seeing Brother Gong's demeanor, he seemed like a tiger descending the mountain, unwilling to relent until he had taken down a few opponents. Old Gong's brows furrowed tightly. He understood his son well. The fact that his son was forced to use his full strength so quickly indicated that the earlier exchange had made his son feel threatened. The greedy wolf was certainly not simple. At that moment, the greedy wolf narrowed his eyes into a slit. Unlike at the beginning, he did not rush in to exchange blows with Brother Gong. Instead, he sank his waist, grounded himself, and gathered energy in his dantian, his hands slowly pushing out like grinding wheels, forming a Tai Chi stance. Yi Xiao nodded, thinking that the greedy wolf's strategy was quite wise. When the enemy is anxious, that is when you should remain calm. In a rush, one is bound to make mistakes, and mistakes will reveal vulnerabilities. Moreover, having fought with the greedy wolf before, he knew that this guy's Tai Chi was decent enough. While it might not defend against him, it was more than sufficient to deal with Brother Gong. Seeing that the greedy wolf had changed his strategy to defend rather than attack, Boss Gong's eyes narrowed. Good, then I'll break your turtle shell and see how many punches you can take. With a loud bang, Boss Gong's fist shot forward like a supercar suddenly accelerating, or like a cannonball being fired, fiercely smashing towards the greedy wolf's guard. Before his fist even got close, the greedy wolf suddenly felt a violent gust of wind rushing towards him, causing his exposed skin to tremble as if being blown by a powerful fan. Yet, the greedy wolf remained completely still, as if his feet had taken root, demonstrating his excellent psychological quality. If it had been Hua Daguan, he would have probably retreated in panic by now. Break for me! Boss Gong roared again, his fist, as big as a sandpot, came crashing down. On the other side, the greedy wolf's hands drew a half circle in the air, no longer moving slowly like before but now spinning like helicopter blades. In an instant, the short distance of just a few centimeters was sliced through by his hands, leaving behind 7 or 8 afterimages. Smack! The back of the greedy wolf's hand met Boss Gong's fist, and with a sudden burst of force, he pushed against it, deflecting Boss Gong's punch. At the same time, his other hand slid up Boss Gong's arm, seemingly probing for the joint. Boss Gong was first shocked by the power of the greedy wolf's Tai Chi, which had actually neutralized his cannon-like punch. Then his eyelids twitched violently, realizing the danger. He understood that the greedy wolf was trying to execute the Tai Chi technique of splitting the tendons. He couldn't let the greedy wolf succeed. With such solid Tai Chi skills, he might end up losing an arm. So, Boss Gong suddenly pushed off the ground, rapidly retreating, while simultaneously throwing a left hook towards the greedy wolf's forehead to temporarily force him back. True to his years of martial arts experience, even in retreat, Boss Gong moved with precision. However, Chen Aokuan and Su Huwei watched in confusion, unable to understand why Boss Gong, who had been so aggressive just a second ago, was now retreating. This was clearly not what they had expected. It was too much of a letdown. If it weren't for Boss Gong's reputation, they might have jumped up to demand a refund. Meanwhile, Boss Gong's father was sweating for his son, fully aware of what had just transpired. If his son hadn't retreated quickly, he might have lost an arm to the greedy wolf. The greedy wolf truly had some skills. He was indeed an elite disciple of the martial extreme sect. Yi Xiao smirked, thinking that the greedy wolf was a bit too impatient, having revealed his attack intentions too early. If it were him, he would never let Boss Gong escape. However, it wasn't too late to mend the situation. It all depended on whether the greedy wolf could seize the opportunity. The greedy wolf quickly realized Boss Gong's intention to flee and immediately abandoned his stance, stepping forward with a sudden thrust. His two fists clamped together, bending like a bow to trap Boss Gong's incoming left punch. In an instant, the veins on his arms bulged, resembling small blue snakes coiling on his skin, a terrifying sight. Yi Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, the greedy wolf was quite quick-witted. With this clamp, even if Boss Gong withdrew his right arm, his left arm would still be trapped. Boss Gong felt a cold sweat break out. It was now impossible to shake off the greedy wolf. But he was a tough guy. Seeing that he couldn't save his left arm, he directly kicked towards the greedy wolf's waist, intending to trade injury for injury. However, just as he lifted his leg, his left arm immediately felt a sharp pain, as if caught in a blender's blades. With a whoosh, his sleeve was suddenly torn in half, as if cut by giant scissors. Blood sprayed out, and Boss Gon's left arm was brutally crushed by the greedy wolf. Ah! With a cry, Old Gon let out a piercing roar, gritting his teeth so hard that his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His arm was predictably broken by the greedy wolf, so he had to inflict some damage on the greedy wolf in return. Immediately after, there was a dull thud as Old Gon's right leg kicked squarely into the greedy wolf's waist. The greedy wolf, having just exerted all his strength in his upper body, found his waist less stable than when he had initially taken his stance, and was sent flying 4 or 5 steps by Old Gon's kick. As the greedy wolf came to a stop, a sweetness filled his throat, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He felt that 2 or 3 of his ribs must have been broken. However, this round was not a loss. Old Gon had already had an arm broken by him, and unless something unexpected happened, he would only face a great defeat at his hands. He extended his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately prepared to re-enter the fight. But at that moment, Old Gon suddenly stood up and shouted, "In this match, we concede." At this point, Old Gon had already discerned who was stronger and who was weaker. His son had lost an arm, and his fighting ability had nearly halved, while the greedy wolf had suffered relatively little damage. Continuing the fight would be meaningless. It was possible that his son could even be in danger of losing his life. Therefore, conceding now was the best choice. Upon hearing this, the greedy wolf also stopped his movements. They had no enmity, and since the other side conceded, he felt it inappropriate to pursue a complete victory. However, Chen Aokuan was dissatisfied and said, "Old Gong, what do you mean? As long as a person can stand, how can you concede? Hurry up and keep fighting. Don't forget, you took 5 million from us." After all, it wasn't him fighting on the field. Even if Old Gong were really killed by the greedy wolf, it wouldn't concern him. And now that the person was still alive, in his view, there was absolutely no reason to concede. Old Gong suddenly turned his head, his eagle-like eyes coldly fixed on Chen Aokuan. "Mr. Chen, my son, and I took your money to help you win this match. You only need to sit back and watch. I guarantee we will win the next match." At this moment, Old Gong Air was also blaring at Chen Aokuan with his one eye, making Chen Aokuan feel a chill run down his spine. He knew that if he didn't back down now, he might be the next one to get beaten. Taking a deep breath, he said, "You better win, otherwise, we won't give you a single cent." Even when softening his stance, Chen Aokuan displayed his sharp and mean nature to the fullest. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lip. This was truly like Zhang Fei licking Li Kuwait black eating black. Hearing Chen Aokuan say this, Old Gong Air suddenly stood up from his chair, his killing intent surging, as if he were about to devour someone. The three of them had relied on their own martial prowess to carve out a place for themselves in the martial world over the years. They had never been threatened like this before. Sensing the situation was dire, Su Hui quickly stepped in to mediate. "Old Gong, Mr. Gong, please calm down. Mr. Chen was just impulsive. We concede this round, I believe in the next round, Old Gong will definitely not let us down." After saying this, he quickly shifted the focus to Song Qingxue, asking, "Miss Song, who will be going up for your side in the final match?" Song Qingxue turned her gaze to Yi Xiao. It was clear that Old Gong was the strongest fighter on Chen Aokuan's side, so she could only send Yi Xiao to the arena. Yi Xiao stood up willingly. He had long been itching for a fight. From the skills of Old Gong Air and Old Gong, he could guess that the strength of Old Gong must also be considerable, at least reaching the lowest level of the vicious criminals in prison. Therefore, without needing Song Qingxue to say anything, Yi Xiao was eager to exchange a few moves with Old Gong. Meanwhile, Old Gong did not rush to fight Yi Xiao but first gave Old Gong Air a simple bandage on his arm, while Yi Xiao patiently waited on the side. Chen Aokuan, however, looked quite impatient. If it weren't for Old Gong Air still watching him, he might have already exploded in anger. A few minutes later, Old Man Gong finally secured his son's severed arm. He clapped his hands and strode towards Yi Xiao. Only then did Yi Xiao take a serious look at the old man. He saw that the old man had a goatee, was of average height, but exuded an incredibly tough aura. His face was resolute, revealing a sense of oppressive iron-blooded might. At that moment, Old Man Gong's sharp, piercing eyes also shot towards Yi Xiao. Similarly, he recognized Yi Xiao's extraordinary nature. Having practiced in the sect for 40 years and roamed the world for another 20, he had encountered all kinds of martial artists over the past 60 years, but Yi Xiao gave him a very strange feeling. In the martial arts world, weapons are often used to describe a martial artist's temperament, such as a sharp dagger, a cold blade, or a long spear. However, for Yi Xiao, none of these weapons could encapsulate his entirety. Rather, the shadows of these weapons could be seen within him. He had seen many figures like this, but they were all masters at the level of sect leaders or elders, who had integrated the martial arts of various sects. He had never encountered someone as young as Yi Xiao with such a presence. At that moment, a sense of admiration arose in his heart. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I am Gong Changsheng, and I seek to learn from you, young brother, Old Man Gong said, cupping his fists. Seeing their father actually show martial respect to a young lad, Gong Laoda and Gong Lao were both dumbfounded. They knew their father was even more arrogant than they were. He would freely critique even the elders of the martial extreme society without reservation. What was going on today? Yi Xiao smiled and cupped his fists in return. I am Yi Xiao, and I humbly ask for your guidance, Senior Gong. Yi Xiao was the type who preferred a soft approach over a hard one. Just based on Old Man Gong's polite words, he would not make things too difficult for the old man. Old Man Gong nodded, bending his back like a bow, positioning his palms one in front and one behind his chest to form a fist stance. He grinned. Good, prepare yourself. With that, there was a whoosh, and Old Man Gong's figure suddenly vanished. The people in the conference room could not see his shadow clearly, only hearing the sound of dee-dee-dee. Like a galloping horse, the sound of hooves pounding the ground. The entire conference room shook, and the three younger brothers behind Chen Aokuan nearly lost their balance and fell to the ground. The delicate Song Qingxua had to grip the table edge tightly to avoid swaying. Everyone was worried about the same question. Could this steel-structured mobile room withstand the old man's impact? Chen Aokuan and Su Hui's eyes were filled with joy. With Old Man Gong's imposing presence, capturing Yi Xiao would likely be a matter of minutes. On the other side, Yi Xiao's lips curled into a slight arc. Come at me. He suddenly stepped forward, and the joints in his body cracked loudly. His eyes narrowed, like a hunter waiting for prey to enter his hunting range. Suddenly, Yi Xiao struck out with a palm, aiming directly at the illusory figure in everyone's eyes. As soon as this palm was unleashed, a series of crackling sound waves echoed through the air, reminiscent of rolling thunder in the sultry summer. The old man, rushing halfway, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a dormant dragon, the thunder strikes first. This trip to Jiangnan has been worth it to encounter such a master." With that, the delighted Old Man Gong also struck out a palm towards Yi Xiao, causing his silver hair and beard to stand on end, making him look imposing and powerful. Bang! With a loud sound, their palms collided. The spectators could visibly see a massive shockwave radiating from the center of their hands. This shockwave instantly spread out, making it nearly impossible for the onlookers to keep their eyes open. Papers and documents in the conference room were blown up, rustling like they were being pelted by pebbles. Hiss! Hua Daiguang and the greedy wolf both gasped in shock. They had known before that Yi Xiao could fight, but they never expected his palm wind to be so powerful. If it were them facing Yi Xiao now, they would surely be slammed against the wall. Boss Gong and Second Gong were also taken aback. Now they finally understood why their father had been so polite to Yi Xiao at the beginning. It turned out that this kid's strength was not inferior to their father's. If Yi Xiao were an old man in his 70s or 80s, they could understand. But how old could Yi Xiao be? To be able to match their father with a single palm, he must be more formidable than even the elders of the martial extreme society. After the clash of palms, Yi Xiao and Old Man Gong both stepped back 4 or 5 paces. Just as Old Man Gong steadied himself and prepared to adjust his internal energy, Yi Xiao had already closed in. This time, Yi Xiao didn't use his palm strength. Instead, he formed his hand into an eagle claw and lunged for Old Man Gong's throat. When Yi Xiao was just 5 steps away from Old Man Gong, he flicked his wrist and suddenly unleashed his power. The wind generated by his claw swept fiercely towards Old Man Gong, causing his hair and the loose tang suit he wore to tremble violently, as if the wind blows the big tree, shaking 1,000 leaves. Old Man Gong turned pale with fright. He knew that Yi Xiao's grab was definitely not simple, but he was not one to easily back down. He quickly reached out, his wrist vibrating as his fingers became like swords, stabbing towards Yi Xiao's eagle claw. 1 thrust, 2 flicks, 3 twists. Old Man Gong's sword fingers changed rapidly, almost exhausting all the sword techniques he had mastered, and finally managed to disperse Yi Xiao's claw strength. Good! Yi Xiao couldn't help but shout in admiration. He hadn't expected to learn how to counter claw techniques from Old Man Gong. Although Yi Xiao's claw technique was broken, he quickly changed his approach, transforming his claw into a fist and charging forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, smashing towards Old Man Gong's sword fingers. Old Man Gong secretly groaned. Indeed, fists fear the young. After the previous exchange, he had already exhausted more than half of his energy. He had hoped to force Yi Xiao back to catch his breath, but Yi Xiao clung to him like a piece of gum, forcing Old Man Gong to retreat while fighting. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's momentum was like a raging tide. He shadowed Old Man Gong, relentlessly pursuing him. If one punch didn't work, he would throw 2, and soon both arms were swinging, striking with thunderous force, pressing Old Man Gong back step by step. No matter how Old Man Gong retreated, he could not escape the coverage of Yi Xiao's fists. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Chen Aokuan couldn't help but curse. He had thought Old Man Gong could easily overpower Yi Xiao, but the situation had turned so quickly, and Old Man Gong was now at a disadvantage. Su Hui's face was also frighteningly dark. The person he hated most was Song Qingxue, followed closely by this Yi Xiao. This kid not only embarrassed him in the last competition but also supported Song Qingxue in the competition against the Jinha group, leaving him with no advantage. Su Hui had originally thought that inviting Old Man Gong would surely allow him to beat Yi Xiao badly or even kill him, but now it seemed that Yi Xiao was indeed formidable, possibly even a match for the renowned Old Man Gong. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. At this moment, Su Hui exchanged a glance with Chen Aokuan, who understood and quietly took out his phone to send a text message. Since brute force couldn't settle things, they would resort to something more sinister against Song Qingxue. Meanwhile, the fight between Yi Xiao and Old Man Gong continued, and Yi Xiao had already cornered Old Man Gong against the wall. The latter had almost nowhere to retreat, and just as Boss Gong and Second Gong were sweating for their father, thinking he might lose, suddenly, Old Man Gong kicked hard against the steel wall behind him. Bang! With a loud bang, the board instantly caved in, creating a large pit, and Old Gong used the rebound force to launch a counterattack with a punch aimed at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. He had been waiting for this opportunity to settle the score with Old Gong, so he did not dodge and also raised his fist to collide with Old Gong's. However, just as their fists were about to meet, Old Gong suddenly contracted his energy and shrank his body, rolling up like a ball and suddenly rolling on the ground. He then pushed off the steel wall with his feet, bouncing away and sliding out from Yi Xiao's side. Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown. Old Gong's move completely caught him off guard. He had thought that the fistfight would be Old Gong's final strike, but he didn't expect Old Gong to have such a trick up his sleeve. Although Yi Xiao misjudged Old Gong's intentions, he had been keeping his breath firmly locked onto Old Gong, allowing him to react quickly. Yi Xiao's hands and feet moved simultaneously as he rushed towards Old Gong on the ground. Seeing this, Hua Daguan and Tan Lang were almost certain that Yi Xiao was bound to win. Although Old Gong had escaped the dead end of the wall, his body rolling on the ground made him look like a live target. Based on Yi Xiao's previous performance, catching up to Old Gong and defeating him was just a matter of time. Old Gong Di and Old Gong Air also felt a bit disheartened. They too believed that their father had no chance of winning this time. Even in his peak state, their father was being suppressed by Yi Xiao, and now his stamina was likely nearing exhaustion, making it impossible for him to withstand Yi Xiao. Chen Aokuan and Su Hui were even less optimistic about Old Gong, thinking that he would be seriously injured this time. Chen Aokuan was even calculating whether he could really avoid paying the Gong family. However, just when everyone thought Old Gong was bound to lose, he suddenly waved his hand while rolling on the ground, and three blade-like hidden weapons shot towards Yi Xiao like lightning. Is this old man so shameless? He actually brought hidden weapons. Hua Daiguan and Tan Lang were filled with righteous indignation. They never expected that Old Gong, a well-known master in the martial arts world, would act so unethically. What happened to the martial arts exchange they had agreed upon before the fight? Yet, Chen Aokuan and Su Hui's eyes lit up with surprise. They had prepared for failure and never thought Old Gong could use hidden weapons at this moment. They didn't care whether Old Gong was ethical or not, as long as he could win. Moreover, at such a close distance, they believed Yi Xiao would definitely not be able to dodge. As long as Yi Xiao got hit, Old Gong would likely turn the tables. TSK, Old Gong's greed for money was indeed well-deserved. Song Qingxue's heart suddenly leaped to her throat. Yi Xiao, quickly dodge! She called out anxiously as she stood up. On Yi Xiao's side, he felt the hidden weapons speeding towards him like arrows, the cold glint sending chills through his pores. Just as everyone had guessed, at such a close distance, even he couldn't dodge. But did he need to dodge? Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Yi Xiao did not attempt to make any useless evasions. His legs continued to step straight towards Old Gong. Old Gong's brows almost knitted together in confusion. Was this kid seeking death? In his expectations, although Yi Xiao's evasion was useless, he could still avoid the vital points. He thought this move would only cause Yi Xiao some minor injuries, but if Yi Xiao didn't dodge, the consequences would be dire. Although his strength was greatly diminished at this moment, the thrown hidden weapons could still pierce ordinary steel plates. Against Yi Xiao's flesh, it could easily cause severe injuries or even death on the spot. But the next second, Old Gong realized he was wrong, and very much so. Just as the hidden weapon he threw was about to strike Yi Xiao's face, Yi Xiao suddenly trembled, and his entire body erupted with a sound like muffled thunder. In an instant, the hidden weapon that had approached him fell to the ground as if it had been shot from a powerful crossbow. How is this possible? The eyes of everyone in the conference room widened like copper bells. Could it be that Yi Xiao practiced the iron shirt technique? But the hidden weapon seemed not to have even touched Yi Xiao. This meant that even if he had the iron shirt, it was still not as powerful as Yi Xiao's move. Old Gong suddenly realized that Yi Xiao had used the power of transformation. There is a saying in the martial arts world, a feather cannot land, nor can a fly approach. This describes the power of transformation. It means that as long as a martial artist has profound strength, the power of transformation will automatically repel anything that approaches, even a fly. And Yi Xiao could actually use this power to knock his own hidden weapon away, which was far more impressive than just shattering a fly. How strong must one be to achieve this? Before the fight began, Old Gong thought he could contend with Yi Xiao, but now it seemed that Yi Xiao had probably held back. If Yi Xiao had gone all out from the start, he would have likely lost in the first round of their exchange. Thud! As the three hidden weapons fell to the ground, Yi Xiao's foot also stepped down towards Old Gong. Old Gong felt a gust of fierce wind, as if it had penetrated his skin, chilling him to the bone. In a moment of desperation, Old Gong shouted, "I concede, I concede." Swish! Yi Xiao's large foot, measuring 40 inches, suddenly stopped on Old Gong's back, creating a sharp sound in the air as if a car had suddenly braked. Even though Yi Xiao's foot did not land on Old Gong, his back still felt as if pierced by a sharp blade. Seeing that Yi Xiao had truly stopped, Hua Dagwan and Tan Lang were filled with righteous indignation. If it were them, they would have stomped down on Old Gong, ensuring that this old man would spend the next life in a wheelchair. However, Yi Xiao generously spared Old Gong, which left them somewhat frustrated. When the two of them finally saw the hidden weapons on the ground, they suddenly realized that they were not the throwing darts or other conventional hidden weapons they had imagined, but three small steel plates. Looking at the steel plate wall that Old Gong had kicked earlier, they noticed a small hole. How could they not understand that Old Gong had cleverly used the moment of rolling on the ground to press down on the steel plate? In this case, even if Old Gong had used hidden weapons unethically, he had merely made clever use of the tools in the environment, akin to throwing sand in someone's eyes, which could not be considered a violation of rules. Yi Xiao retracted his foot and grinned, "Senior Gong, thank you for the match. I really enjoyed this fight." Old Gong's strength was the strongest opponent Yi Xiao had encountered since leaving the world's #1 prison, and he had learned a lot from Old Gong's fighting techniques. Just like Old Gong's earlier sword finger breaking the eagle claw and the recent dodging and stealing the steel plate, if it weren't for the vast difference in their strengths, the outcome could have been uncertain. Old Gong, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly. If any other junior dared to speak such arrogant words in front of him, even if the other party was an elder of the martial extreme society, Old Gong would have spat out their 18 generations of ancestors. But in front of Yi Xiao, he could only smile it off, because the other party had the strength to say such things. Seeing that the outcome between the two was already decided, Song Qingxue smiled gently and looked at Chen Aokuan, saying, "Mr. Chen, do you have anything to say now?" Yi Xiao indeed did not disappoint her, winning the duel. In her view, the next steps would be just like the last confrontation with Su Hui, and Chen Aokuan would leave in disgrace. However, to Song Qingxue's surprise, Chen Aokuan showed no signs of defeat. Instead, he calmly pulled out another cigarette and lit it. After taking a deep drag, Chen Aokuan said with a forced smile, "What can I say? Naturally, it's time for you, President Song, to sign the contract." Hearing this, Song Qingxue raised an eyebrow and shouted angrily, "Chen Aokuan, is this what you call integrity? I see your so-called integrity is so cheap it's not even worth used toilet paper." "Ha!" Chen Aokuan sneered disdainfully. "President Song, do you think I could have come this far relying solely on integrity? Besides, what I just said was merely verbal. Do we have a signed agreement?" Chen Aokuan's words made even the usually cunning and ruthless Gong Laodi feel contempt. He thought that compared to someone like Chen Aokuan, he was practically a moral paragon. Yi Xiao also shot a cold glance at Chen Aokuan, sensing that this man, after witnessing his strength, still dared to speak like this must have some sort of backing. Song Qingxue slammed the table. "Chen Aokuan, if you want to negotiate, I'm here to talk. I fought you fairly in the arena, but now that you've lost, you refuse to acknowledge it. If that's the case, then get the hell out of here. I don't have time to waste with you." Song Qingxue was furious. She had underestimated the moral bottom line of a scoundrel like Chen Aokuan. Yet, Chen Aokuan remained seated, a smirk on his face, and said, "President Song, you have to sign this contract today, whether you like it or not. If you sign now, I can still guarantee that your song group won't suffer any additional losses. But after a while, I can't guarantee that anymore, hee." Song Qingxue was puzzled. She didn't understand where Chen Aokuan's confidence in threatening her came from. Hadn't she seen that the fighters he brought were all defeated by Yi Xiao and the others? Did he really think these three small thugs behind him could balance out Yi Xiao? At that moment, Chen Aokuan continued, "President Song, I suggest you take a look outside before making a decision." "Outside?" Just as Song Qingxue was confused, suddenly, the project manager rushed over and said, "President Song, it's bad. Dozens of excavators have blocked the main gate at the construction site. and over 100 local villagers have stormed our site, surrounding our office building. As soon as the project manager finished speaking, everyone heard a loud commotion from below. The villagers seem to have been organized, shouting slogans, "Song group, heartless and cruel, must increase the compensation today. Damn the song group, a bloody scam group, tricking us into signing the demolition contract for a pittance. Is there no law? Immediately pay the compensation, or else the song group's project will definitely not proceed. Even if you build it, we will tear it down." Listening to the villagers' foul-mouthed curses, Song Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at Chen Aokuan. "Chen Aokuan, did you do all this? Do you have no sense of law in your eyes?" In response, Chen Aokuan disdainfully exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Song Qingxue with contempt. "Song Qingxue, are you a 3-year-old child? Law? Let me tell you, this is Chenjiakan, a lawless place. Here, whoever's voice is loud and whose methods are ruthless is the law." As he said this, he pointed at Yi Xiao and laughed. "Don't think that just because you have a few capable subordinates, you can do anything to me. I only need a little slip-up, and not only will the project you built be lost, but you won't be able to leave here either. Never doubt my words, or you will surely regret it, ha ha." Chen Aokuan laughed arrogantly, looking like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. At this moment, Su Hui, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at Song Qingxue with a mocking expression. The arena fight was merely a part of their plan, a delaying tactic, so to speak. The real threat to force Song Qingxue to submit was not the Gong family, but the villagers of Chenjiakan, incited by them, along with the dozens of excavators. Song Qingxue was still too naive, daring to come to Chenjiakan for negotiations, and even foolishly thinking that the outcome of a competition could make her yield. Was that even possible? At this moment, Song Qingxue also realized the true intentions of Chen Aokuan and Su Hui. Taking a deep breath, she coldly instructed the project manager, "Call the police." The project manager, hearing this, had a helpless expression, wanting to say something but ultimately holding back. He stepped aside and dialed the police as Song Qingxue instructed. However, Chen Aokuan and Su Hui wore cold smiles. Calling the police? Is it useful? Since they dared to go this far, they naturally anticipated that Song Qingxue would call the police, so they were already prepared. Yi Xiao, seeing the calm demeanor of the two, guessed that calling the police would probably be futile. He went to the window to look down, wondering if he could break out with force. However, when he saw some reporters among the villagers, holding long guns and short cannons, he knew that breaking out directly was definitely not feasible. As soon as they took action, those reporters would surely distort the facts, claiming that the song group was using violence against the villagers, and soon there would be a flood of public opinion attacking the song group. At that point, Chen Aokuan and Su Hui could take advantage of the situation to demand exorbitant prices. Even if they didn't meet the other party's conditions, the song group's Nanchang project would probably never be able to proceed again. After more than 10 minutes, the project manager came over again, looking distressed, and said, "President Song, the patrol police have been dispatched, but they can't get in. The only road to our construction site has been blocked by residents setting up roadblocks. The police cars can't get through at all, and there are hundreds of villagers blocking the road, so the patrol police can't pass." What? How could this happen? Song Qingxue's brows furrowed even more. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiao, filled with regret. Before entering the construction site, Yi Xiao had warned her that they might be blocked, but at that time, she was overly confident and didn't take the few troublemakers seriously. She never expected things would escalate to this point. At this moment, a desperate Song Qingxue walked up to Yi Xiao and said, "Yi Xiao, what should we do?" Now she truly felt helpless. It was useless to reason with Chen Aokuan and his gang of thugs, and calling the police had proven ineffective, but she absolutely did not want to agree to their unreasonable demands. Now she could only rely on Yi Xiao, and she didn't know why, but she felt that Yi Xiao must have a way to help her solve the problem. Yi Xiao also had no good ideas at this moment and fell into silence. Suddenly, Chen Aokuan's cold laughter came. "President Song, I advise you not to struggle. I remember last time there was an outsider developer who was just like you, not giving me face. Guess what happened to him in the end?" Seeing Song Qingxue remain silent, Chen Aokuan answered himself, "I'll tell you, in the end, this outsider developer was carried away on a stretcher to the plane leaving Lingzhou, and his construction site is now overgrown with weeds 3 feet high. So signing the contract and meeting all my conditions is your only way out." Ha ha ha. Chen Aokuan laughed maniacally, as if he could already see Song Qingxue at her wits' end, obediently signing the treaty of surrender. Su Hui also burst into laughter, not believing that Song Qingxue could turn the situation around at this point. So what if you have the support of the Jinha group? So what if you have a capable warrior by your side? You still can't escape my calculations. Hearing Chen Aokuan's words, Song Qingxue's face instantly turned pale. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. At that moment, she truly felt powerless to change her fate. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, and in the next second, he vanished from his spot. When Yi Xiao reappeared, he had Chen Aokuan's neck firmly in his grip, lifting him off the ground. Chen Aokuan was completely caught off guard, his face turning a deep shade of purple, gasping for breath as if he were a fish out of water about to suffocate. The three lackeys behind him were stunned for a moment, then mustered their courage to attack Yi Xiao. However, Yi Xiao didn't even glance at them, he simply kicked out, sending the three lackeys flying like sandbags. Yi, do you still want to live? I warn you to let President Chen go right now. Su Hui retreated several steps, pointing at Yi Xiao and shouting. He didn't want to end up like Chen Aokuan and his three lackeys. Song Qingxue was also startled by Yi Xiao's sudden action. She hurriedly said, Yi Xiao, let go. Even if you kill him, it won't help. She thought Yi Xiao was enraged by Chen Aokuan's words and had temporarily lost his rationality. She knew very well about Yi Xiao's strength, even someone like Old Gong, a seasoned warrior, was no match for him. If he wanted to crush Chen Aokuan, it would be no harder than squashing a chick. However, Yi Xiao ignored Song Qingxue and dragged Chen Aokuan straight out of the conference room and into the corridor of the temporary building. The villagers surrounding the building were also taken aback by this scene. Isn't that Aokuan? How did he get caught? Kid, you better let Aokuan go, or we'll tear down your building and make sure you all die a miserable death. That's right. Don't think we, the people of Chen Family Village, are easy to bully. If you dare to harm a hair on Aokuan, you'll regret being born. These villagers were all in cahoots with Chen Aokuan, seeking their own benefits, and they had done such things many times, so they felt no fear. Yi Xiao loosened his grip slightly and said coldly, Chen Aokuan, tell your people to back off, or I can guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. Yi Xiao was somewhat cautious around the villagers, but he wouldn't go easy on a thug like Chen Aokuan. After catching his breath, Chen Aokuan sneered, Kid, do you think I, Chen Aokuan, was scared into this position? If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. But I want to tell you, if you dare to touch me even a little, not only will you be in trouble, but the song group will also suffer. You can't bear the consequences. He could see through Yi Xiao's intentions, he just wanted to use him to drive off the villagers. After all, he had fought his way up, so how could he fall for Yi Xiao's tricks? Moreover, Chen Aokuan was sure that Yi Xiao wouldn't dare to really do anything to him, which is why he felt so bold. At that moment, Song Qingxue also came out, nervously clenching her fists, hoping Yi Xiao's threat would be effective. Chen Aokuan then shouted to the villagers below, brothers, listen up. This kid disrespected me, and it really annoys me. Now, immediately push down a building of the song group. As soon as Chen Aokuan finished speaking, one of his lackeys in the crowd echoed, Brother Aokuan, just watch. I'll get people moving right now. With that, the lackey picked up a walkie-talkie and shouted, Haiku, Brother Aokuan wants to push down a building, get moving. I want to see results in a minute. After the lackey finished speaking, dozens of excavators outside the construction site roared to life. The excavators rumbled towards a 4- or 5-story building constructed by the song group. Without a word, they raised their buckets and began to smash into the structure. Under the full force of dozens of excavators, several large holes were quickly dug into the building, and since it had only recently been completed, it didn't take long for the entire structure to collapse with a thunderous crash. Although there were many construction workers around, they didn't dare to intervene. They had witnessed the ruthlessness of these thugs. If they dared to step forward, the thugs would likely aim the excavator buckets at them. Seeing this scene, Song Qingxue couldn't help but tremble. She never expected that Chen Aokuan would actually dare to destroy the song group's building. Behind her, security guards like Hua Daguan and others were also furious, but they were utterly powerless. Chen Aokuan was like a mad dog, valuing money over life. The more you provoked him, the more aggressive he became. Su Hui, smoking a cigar, squinted and sneered. He chose to cooperate with Chen Aokuan precisely because he valued this man's madness, willing to do anything to achieve his goals, regardless of the cost. Such a person was the troublemaker he needed, unafraid of Song Qingxue's defiance. Kid, did you see that? I've pushed down your building, what can you do to me now? Why not try killing me, ha ha ha. Chen Aokuan laughed arrogantly, his eyes filled with mockery. This world was like that, the strong feared the reckless, and the reckless feared those who had nothing to lose. I can give up my life, what can you do to me? Yi Xiao's pupils flashed with a cold light. He suddenly pressed down hard, and with a loud bang, Chen Aokuan's head slammed heavily against the railing. Splash! A stream of blood shot out from Chen Aokuan's head. Yi Xiao, don't kill him! Song Qingxue shouted anxiously. Although she wished to tear Chen Aokuan apart, that was just a thought. After all, this was a society governed by law, and if Yi Xiao killed Chen Aokuan, he would inevitably end up in prison. Moreover, that would only escalate the situation further, just as Su Hui desired. Yi Xiao licked his lips, the murderous intent in his heart quickly receding. He fixed his gaze on Chen Aokuan and said word by word, "You little punk, you should be grateful this isn't in prison, otherwise, I would have killed you already." This sentence seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth, the coldness in his words sending chills down the spine. If the most notorious prisoners in the world saw Yi Xiao's expression, they would have trembled in fear, knowing it was a sign of the warden's extreme anger, and the next day, news would surely come of a certain vicious criminal meeting a grim fate. Chen Aokuan trembled violently, he sensed death approaching, a deep fear crawling through every pore of his body like a maggot. But at the peak of his fear, it transformed into rage. The next second, Chen Aokuan screamed madly, "Push down another building for me!" The excavators roared back to life, and after another thunderous collapse, another unfinished building was toppled. Chen Aokuan looked at Yi Xiao with defiance in his eyes. "Kid, try touching me again, and I can make all your hard work for the song group go to waste with just one word." At that moment, Chen Aokuan's furious expression, combined with the blood on his head, made him look even more ferocious. "Yi Xiao, stop!" Song Qingxue said, her voice trembling. She truly felt helpless against such a scoundrel like Chen Aokuan. "Ha!" Yi Xiao exhaled a long breath to suppress his impulse to crush Chen Aokuan. In the next moment, he stared coldly at Chen Aokuan and said, "You little punk, listen well. The buildings you just pushed down, I will make you rebuild them at double the cost." "Heh, double?" Chen Aokuan scoffed. "Let me make this clear, if I spend even a dime to compensate you, I, Chen Aokuan, will be your son." Chen Aokuan looked down on Yi Xiao's words. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was completely powerless against him. Yi Xiao didn't waste any more words, he grabbed Chen Aokuan again and walked towards the conference room. Upon entering the conference room, Yi Xiao threw Chen Aokuan to the ground and said to Hua Dogwan, "Keep an eye on them, confiscate their communication devices, and no one is allowed to leave without my permission." "Yes." Hua Dogwan instinctively stood at attention in response. The current Yi Xiao gave Hua Dogwan the same feeling as his military officers during his service. The situation now was just as urgent as a battle. "I'm telling you, Yi, what the hell are you acting tough for as a bodyguard? What you should be doing now is to properly support President Chen, and let Song Qingxue sign the contract honestly, got it?" Su Hui, with a cigar in his mouth, shouted at Yi Xiao with confidence. He had basically confirmed that he was going to win this round. Song Qingxue was trapped here and couldn't get out, and it was only a matter of time before she would give in. Therefore, he no longer took Yi Xiao seriously. If he made him unhappy, he could change the contract terms in an instant, and then the price the song group would pay would be far more than what it was now, and they would have to double it. However, as soon as Su Hui finished speaking, he heard a piercing whistle, and the next second, his head jerked to the side and he was sent flying. "Ah!" Su Hui let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of bloody teeth. "Got it, I understand your mother. Here, I have the final say. If you dare to say another word, I'll break one of your legs," Yi Xiao coldly warned. "Gong Changsheng, are you eating shit?" Su Hui, who had just lost a mouthful of teeth, turned and yelled at the old man Gong. "Didn't you see this bastard hitting your employer? If I get hurt, don't think you'll get the rest of your money." He didn't expect Yi Xiao to dare to lay a hand on him, and what was even more infuriating was that neither Gong father nor son came out to stop it. He had spent millions to invite the Gong family, was it just to watch a show? Hearing this, the old man Gong raised an eyebrow, and when Gong Er saw his father getting angry, he stepped forward and stomped hard on Su Hui's stomach. Wow! Su Hui, who had just spat blood, vomited a mouthful of bile. At this moment, his entire face twisted into a mask of pain. "You dare to say another word to my father, try it." Gong Er glared with his one eye, a fierce killing intent surging forth. Su Hui was not like Chen Aokuan, who valued money over life. Besides, Chen Aokuan was sure that Song Qingxue wouldn't dare let Yi Xiao kill him, which was why he was so arrogant. But Gong Er was another story. This guy was notorious for being ruthless in the underworld. I'll add money. As long as you protect me, I'll add another 10 million. Su Hui gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he spoke. "Enough, Su Hui, our cooperation ends here. Hurry up and settle the final payment. We have no further ties," the old man Gong said indifferently. In the past, if an employer was beaten, he would never stand by and do nothing, but now that it was Yi Xiao doing the beating, it was a different story. Not to mention that he couldn't beat Yi Xiao, just the fact that Yi Xiao had shown mercy earlier meant he owed him a favor, so how could he stop him? This was also why he wanted to clear his relationship with Su Hui as soon as possible. Although he loved money, it wasn't worth offending a master like Yi Xiao for 10 million. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and settle the payment. If you take even a second longer, I'll break one of your arms." Gong Er looked down at Su Hui and said coldly. Su Hui didn't dare to bargain. Trembling, he took out his phone and transferred the money to the old man Gong. Meanwhile, the old man Gong approached Yi Xiao and cupped his fist, saying, "Little brother, we were each serving our own masters before, so please don't take offense. The saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. I, Gong Changshang, admire the martial arts of the young brother, but now that we are here, it holds no meaning. Let us, the three of us father and son, take our leave." Yi Xiao also returned a fist salute and smiled, saying, "Senior Gong, you are overthinking it. We were merely exchanging martial arts techniques, nothing more. However, Senior Gong, could you stay a few more days? Our General Song can pay to hire you and your son as temporary bodyguards." Yi Xiao had not yet thought of a way to break out and would inevitably have to confront Chen Aokuan's men for a while to prevent them from launching a forced attack. He had to consider recruiting a few more hands. The Gong family father and son were naturally the most suitable. With the three of them, even without himself, they could hold off those 100 villagers. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Song Qingxue quickly reacted, "Mr. Gong, I am willing to offer 5 million to hire you and your son to protect me during this time." Although she already had Yi Xiao and the others like the greedy wolf by her side, in this situation, the more people, the better. As for the 5 million price, she assessed it based on the Gong family's strength. After pondering for a moment, Old Man Gong agreed. It was also a chance to return a favor to Yi Xiao, and the price offered by Song Qingxue was one he could not refuse. Hearing that Old Man Gong agreed to protect Song Qingxue, Su Huwei was so furious he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. The person he couldn't buy for 10 million was easily secured by Song Qingxue for 5 million. Next, Yi Xiao arranged for Old Man Gong and the greedy wolf to keep an eye on Su Huwei and Chen Aokuan in the conference room while he took Hua Daguang and Song Qingxue to the top floor of the boardroom to discuss how to break out. "Yi Xiao, this won't work. I can't stay here for long," Song Qingxue said with a frown. This was Chen Aokuan's territory, and he could naturally maintain a standoff with her for a long time, but she was the president of the Song group and had many affairs waiting for her to handle. Song Qingxue had considered agreeing to some of Chen Aokuan's conditions, but she simply could not swallow her anger. Yi Xiao did not respond to Song Qingxue immediately but turned to Hua Daguang and asked, "Minister Hua, do you have any thoughts?" Hua Daguang, coming from the special forces of the War Department, should have his own insights into this situation, which was one of the reasons Yi Xiao brought him along. Hearing this, Hua Daguang sighed, "I just checked the surrounding environment. If we martial artists take advantage of the darkness to crawl out through the ventilation ducts, we should be able to break out without issue. However, bringing President Song and the others along will inevitably alert the other side, and a fight will ensue." With that, Hua Daguang did not continue, knowing that Yi Xiao would understand the nuances. Yi Xiao naturally understood Hua Daguang's meaning. Now that Song Qingxue had brought the Gong family father and son under her wing, there were no martial artists left on Chen Aokuan's side, only some low-level thugs who could not possibly stop them. But the biggest problem was that they could not avoid fighting with the villagers. If they injured any villagers, it would become a troublesome mess. Yi Xiao frowned and looked into the distance, suddenly spotting a sign at the edge of the construction site. An idea flashed in his mind. He quickly called over the project manager and asked, "Is that sign for the National Defense Optical Cable?" The project manager, knowing Yi Xiao's position in Song Qingxue's team, did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied, "Yes, there is indeed a National Defense Optical Cable buried underground there. We have been very careful to avoid it while leveling the land." "Mr. Yi, are you thinking of targeting the National Defense Optical Cable?" The project manager suddenly realized what Yi Xiao was planning. Every National Defense Optical Cable within the borders of Long Country is maintained by personnel from the War Department. As soon as the optical cable is cut, the War Department will urgently dispatch people to repair it. If the War Department personnel come in, the blocking villagers will naturally not dare to stop them. In that case, Chen Aokuan's blockade would naturally be useless, but damaging the National Defense Optical Cable is a serious crime, and they would face punishment for it. Song Qingxue instantly understood Yi Xiao's thoughts. "Yi Xiao, this won't work, it's too risky. Cutting the National Defense Optical Cable and paying for it is one thing, but this could land you in jail." Song Qingxue decisively rejected Yi Xiao's idea. However, Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Who said I want our people to cut the National Defense Optical Cable? Alright, I have a solution that can punish Chen Aokuan and make him give way to us. You all go back first. I need to make a call and arrange something." Song Qingxue wanted to say more, but seeing Yi Xiao's confident gaze, the words were swallowed back. After everyone left with puzzled expressions, Yi Xiao took out a business card and made a call. "Hello, is this Sun Junho? I have a favor to ask of you." After finishing the call, Yi Xiao carefully reviewed the plan in his mind before returning to the conference room. As soon as he entered, Chen Aokuan looked at him with a half-smile. "Kid, are you planning to just drag this out with me?" Chen Aoquan had realized that among Song Qingshue's group, Yi Xiao was the backbone, so some things were useless to say to Song Qingxue, only Yi Xiao's nod would count. Yi Xiao glanced at Chen Aoquan and replied nonchalantly, "What else should I do?" Chen Aoquan snorted coldly. He asked this to test Yi Xiao. Now it seemed that Yi Xiao was still at a loss, so he felt reassured. He had grown up here, and even if Yi Xiao dragged this out for 10 days or half a month, it would be fine. But Song Qingxue was different. Even if she didn't show up for 3 days, her song group would probably be in chaos. "I'm hungry. You left me here, are you going to feed me?" Chen Aoquan said arrogantly, looking quite confident. Hearing this, Yi Xiao realized it was already afternoon. He could endure hunger due to his martial arts training, but ordinary people like Song Qingxue and Chen Aoquan couldn't hold out. Thinking that his plan would have to wait until tomorrow to be completed, he nodded towards Hua Dogwan, give him the phone and have his people bring food in. After Chen Aoquan took the phone, he intended to step aside to call his underlings to relay some instructions, but Hua Dogwan followed him like a sticky plaster, so he had no choice but to abandon his little trick. In front of Hua Dogwan, he instructed his underlings to bring in meals for 5 people. Yes, Chen Aoquan had no intention of letting Yi Xiao and the others eat. After the call, Chen Aoquan glanced at Yi Xiao smugly, as if mocking him. His men could eat, but Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue, and the others would only go hungry. Song Qingxue approached Yi Xiao, looking worried. "Yi Xiao, what should we do? Minister Hua and the others are hungry too. Should we spend money to buy some food from the villagers?" If Yi Xiao hadn't heard Song Qingxue's stomach growling, he might have believed her. This girl clearly wanted to eat but was dragging Hua Dogwan into it. Yi Xiao didn't expose Song Qingxue's little scheme and smiled wickedly. "Don't worry, we'll have food to eat." Song Qingxue was taken aback. Could this guy be planning to eat black market food? Sure enough, when Chen Aoquan's underlings brought the meals in, Yi Xiao directly took them over. In front of Chen Aoquan, he opened the food containers and pulled out a silver needle to check for poison one by one. Chen Aoquan was starting to get impatient, shouting, "Kid, are you annoying or what? Do you think my men would poison me? Hurry up and give me the food." As he spoke, he reached over to grab the food container, and Su Hui and the 3 underlings detained with Chen Aoquan also crowded over. They had been here for most of the day and were already hungry. However, Yi Xiao grinned, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Did I say these meals are for you?" After saying this, he exchanged a glance with Hua Dogwan and Tan Lang, who both understood and stepped forward, grinning menacingly at Chen Aoquan, Su Hui, and the others who were preparing to snatch the food. The meaning was clear: this food belongs to us. If you want to eat, you'll have to take a beating first. Chen Aoquan was instantly furious, jumping up and cursing, "You brat, you have some nerve eating my food. Let me tell you, you better hand it over nicely, or else." But before Chen Aoquan could finish his sentence, he was kicked in the stomach by Tan Lang, and in the next moment, he was sent rolling 7 or 8 meters like a soccer ball. Chen Aoquan had already been beaten up by Yi Xiao, and now he took a heavy kick from Tan Lang, nearly vomiting bile from the pain. Seeing Chen Aoquan being beaten so badly, Su Hui and the 3 little brothers lowered their heads like ostriches, not daring to step forward again. Compared to taking a beating, they would rather go hungry. Yi Xiao called for the Gong family father and son to take 3 portions of food, then let Song Qingxue and the project manager have the remaining 2 portions. Only then did he glance back at Chen Aoquan on the ground and sneer, "Hua Dogwan, if he brings more food, we'll have a second round." Upon hearing this, Chen Aoquan's cheeks twitched with anger. "Did you take me for an emotionless delivery machine?" Although he felt extremely aggrieved and wanted to resist to the death, his body wouldn't allow it. He had just lost a lot of blood and taken a beating. If he didn't need to replenish his energy, he might really end up dead. So he had no choice but to call his little brothers again to bring food, but this time he didn't dare to play tricks. He had them bring enough food for more than 10 people, fully aware that if the food wasn't enough, Yi Xiao would definitely use the same trick again. "You brat, just wait. When you can't hold on any longer and give in, I'll make you pay back 10-fold, 100-fold. Chen Aoquan's face, filled with resentment, twisted to an unrecognizable degree. Chen Aoquan guessed correctly. Yi Xiao's method of distribution ensured that his own people got to eat first before giving the leftovers to Chen Aoquan. Although Chen Aoquan and Su Hui were very displeased, they had no choice but to endure it for the sake of filling their stomachs. Soon it was evening, and after eating their fill, Chen Aoquan and his group curled up in a corner to doze off. Yi Xiao arranged for Hua Dogwan and the Gong family father and son to keep watch over several people, and after confirming that they were sound asleep, he took Tan Lang and climbed out through the ventilation duct. At this time, dozens of villagers were still guarding outside the boardroom. Although they were watching the office building to prevent Song Qingxue and the others from escaping, they couldn't stop Yi Xiao and Tan Lang. Both of them were martial artists, and after landing, they vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. The guards thought they were seeing things and had no idea the two people had slipped away right under their noses. Along the way, Tan Lang didn't ask Yi Xiao a single question, just followed him closely, knowing that since Yi Xiao could bring him out, he must have recognized him. It seemed that the distance to successfully becoming his disciple was not far off. Before long, the two arrived at the road they had passed during the day, which was still blocked by villagers. They could vaguely see a few police cars. After all, Song Qingxue was a well-known entrepreneur in Lingzhou, and although the patrol officers couldn't enter, they didn't dare to be negligent. The two stopped at a dirt slope, and Yi Xiao turned on his phone flashlight to shine across. Soon, several packages were thrown over from the other side. Yi Xiao opened a package, took a glance, and confirmed it was what he wanted, then had Tan Lang carry the package back with him. Taking advantage of Yi Xiao's turn to leave, Tan Lang opened one of the packages to take a look. Upon seeing it, he was instantly dumbfounded. It was filled with bright golden bars. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, not understanding what Yi Xiao wanted the gold bars for, but since Yi Xiao didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask. He shouldered 3 bags of gold bars and went to chase after Yi Xiao, secretly cursing him for being such an exploitative person. Didn't he know how to carry one bag himself? With the gold bars in tow, the two arrived at a place marked with a National Defense Optical Cable sign. Yi Xiao found a black plastic bag to cover the sign and then instructed Tan Lang to bury the gold bars. Tan Lang frowned and spoke his first words since coming out. "Are we digging with our bare hands?" Yi Xiao shot him a glare. "Do you want me to find you a spoon? Don't think I don't know. You brat have practiced the iron claw technique. Now is the time to hone your skills. Work hard, and after this is done, I might consider giving you some pointers." Tan Lang's mind was filled with 1,000 curses. Was the iron claw technique meant for digging? But he didn't dare to defy Yi Xiao, so he had to dig holes like a diligent farmer, burying the gold bars one by one. What was even more infuriating was that Yi Xiao didn't come to help, claiming he was keeping watch. There wasn't even a ghost in sight. He really didn't know what he was watching for. Half an hour later, Tan Lang finally finished burying the gold bars, only to turn around and find that Yi Xiao had already walked several hundred meters toward the office building. Tan Lang couldn't help but raise a middle finger at Yi Xiao's back before hurriedly following him. Soon, a night passed, and the next morning, a small thug jumped down from an excavator, bleary-eyed, and found a secluded spot to relieve himself. When he picked a spot and was about to pull down his pants, he suddenly saw a glimmer of gold. At first, he thought it was construction waste and kicked it, but to his surprise, when he kicked away the top layer of dirt, a gold bar appeared before his eyes. The thug rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, but even after he rubbed his eyelids raw, the gold bar remained on the ground. He didn't care about relieving himself anymore. Excitedly, he picked up the gold bar and bit into it. The next second, he broke into a wide grin. "Oh my gosh, this is actually a real gold bar." The thug looked around to confirm no one was watching, quickly stuffed the gold bar into his pocket, and then bent down to dig frantically in the ground. To his delight, it wasn't long before he unearthed another gold bar. I'm rich. I, Wu Lao am going to get rich." The thug was overjoyed and continued digging along the way. Before long, his actions caught the attention of others. Another thug, smoking a cigarette, laughed derisively. "Wu Lao are you a dog? After taking a dump, you still want to bury it?" Wu Lao didn't bother to respond. He knew that wasting even a second now meant a loss of at least thousands. Seeing Wu Lao not answering, a few curious thugs walked over, and when they saw him digging up a gold bar, their eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap, there's gold!" Several of them rushed toward Wu Lao without a care for their lives. Without thinking twice, they all squatted down and started digging. I found one too." Before long, news of gold on the construction site spread, and countless villagers and thugs rushed over, some bringing shovels, others bringing hoes, and some even operating excavators directly. Standing on the top floor, Yi Xiao watched the scene with satisfaction, revealing a smile that seemed to have basked in the sun for 180 days. The plan was a great success. He took out his phone and dialed another number. "You can come now." At that moment, the sound of the excavator starting also woke up Chen Aokuan, Su Hui, and others in the conference room. Chen Aokuan frowned and said, "I didn't tell them to demolish houses. Why are they starting the excavator again?" But he didn't take it to heart. It was probably just the little brothers outside making a ruckus to scare Song Qingxue and her group. At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open, and Yi Xiao walked in, looking refreshed, with Song Qingxue following behind him. Song Qingxue was still unaware of Yi Xiao's plan. She had just been awakened by the sound of the excavator and thought that Chen Aokuan and his gang were going to sabotage the construction again. Just as she was about to go out to take a look, Yi Xiao called her into the conference room, saying the problem could be resolved and that he could take her out in at most an hour. Song Qingxue wanted to ask Yi Xiao how he planned to resolve it, but Yi Xiao kept it a secret, leaving her with a pout and countless questions as she followed him into the conference room. Seeing Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue return to the conference room, Chen Aokuan grinned widely, lit a cigarette in a showy manner, and disdainfully said to Yi Xiao, "Kid, are you planning to give in? Did you hear the noise outside? My little brothers are getting impatient. If they get unhappy, they might just tear down one of your buildings." Su Huwei also looked at Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue with a smug expression, sharing the same thought as Chen Aokuan, believing that Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue couldn't hold out any longer and had come to raise the white flag. He even began to ponder how to add some conditions to extort a hefty sum from the Song group. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's pretty face tightened. She really wanted to slap this trash. Yi Xiao, however, pulled out a chair and sat down, a light smile on his lips. "Chen Aokuan, I'll give you one last chance to have your people withdraw. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you. If you wait too long, it will be too late to regret." Ha ha ha. Chen Aokuan sneered dismissively, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Kid, are you still half asleep? Regret? What the hell do I have to regret? Can't you see that the biggest loss right now is your Song group? The 2 buildings I pushed down yesterday are worth at least 2 million, right? Let me tell you, I have time to play with you, but I'm afraid you can't afford to play." Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chen Aokuan looked down on Yi Xiao, thinking he was just putting on a brave face to scare him, while in reality, Yi Xiao was panicking because he had no way to deal with him. "Keep pretending, kid, let's see how long you can keep it up." At this time, Su Huwei, lost in his own delight, said, "President Song, I think you should stop holding on, it's meaningless. If you continue like this, it will only make Chin and me more dissatisfied, and the consequences of our dissatisfaction will be to double all the previous conditions. Don't think that just because you have this brute with you, you can do anything to us. Someone like him, who has no brains, will only drag you into the abyss. Don't believe it? Just wait and see." Su Huwei looked at Yi Xiao with a playful gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man. No matter how strong Yi Xiao was, what did it matter? In this world, a martial artist was merely a tool for someone like him, who had intelligence and means, just like the Gong family father and son. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Xiao now, as long as he was alive, he could find a martial artist even stronger than Yi Xiao to deal with him. Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue looked at Yi Xiao with a serious expression. She wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yi Xiao's wave of his hand. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a teasing smile. Let them be arrogant for a while longer. Soon, they won't be able to laugh anymore. Meanwhile, on the road where the villagers of Qinjia village had set up barriers, dozens of military armored vehicles and a tank thundered down the road. In an instant, the roar of the tank and armored vehicle engines shook the already fragile road surface, causing the stones on the ground to jump continuously. The patrol officers and villagers looked on in disbelief at this scene. No way! Isn't this just an ordinary business conflict? How did it attract the attention of the military? At this moment, the door of the leading armored vehicle was pushed open, and a deputy general dressed in combat uniform, standing tall like a gun barrel, jumped down from the military vehicle. With piercing eyes, he shouted at the crowd, "Dragon Country Lingzhou War Department, here to repair the National Defense optical cable. Those blocking the road, immediately step aside, otherwise, you will be dealt with under the charge of obstructing national defense." The patrol officers and villagers were stunned. Repairing the National Defense optical cable? What was going on? Some villagers suddenly realized that having lived in Chenjia village for so long, they naturally knew there was a National Defense optical cable in the village. Could it be that the people from the Song group were in a desperate situation and had cut the optical cable? Damn, that's too ruthless. Upon hearing this, the patrol officer immediately moved the car aside to make way for the War Department's vehicles, while the villagers blocking the road were still somewhat unwilling. They knew that once the War Department's armored vehicles entered, their goal of surrounding the Song group would be in vain. A small thug stepped forward to negotiate. "Sir, let me call our boss. Please wait a moment." The deputy general raised an eyebrow. "You have 1 minute to clear the way, otherwise, don't blame me for forcibly breaking through the roadblocks." "What, 1 minute?" The thug wanted to buy some time, but the deputy general had already taken out his watch and started the countdown, so he had no choice but to frantically call Chen Aokuan. In the conference room, Chen Aokuan and Su Huwei were leisurely smoking, eager to see what Yi Xiao could do to make them stop laughing. Suddenly, Chen Aokuan's phone rang. Hua Daguan glanced at Yi Xiao, asking if he should answer it. Yi Xiao naturally knew what was going on, so he nodded, "Let him answer." Chen Aokuan took the phone, saw it was his subordinate who was sent to block the road, and immediately pressed the answer button, saying triumphantly, "Asan, is it that group of patrol officers trying to force their way in again? I tell you, as long as they dare to come hard, you guys swing your hose and hit them hard, let them know who calls the shots in Xinjia village." Chen Aokuan had faced off against the patrol officers before and knew that those guys wouldn't risk fighting with the villagers. As long as his people showed a reckless attitude, those little bastards wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, on the other end of the line, his subordinate's panicked voice came through. Brother Cohen, it's not the patrol officers, it's the War Department people. They are coming with tanks and armored vehicles, saying they want to go in to repair the National Defense optical cable, and if we don't clear the way, they will force their way in. Before the subordinate could finish, the voice of the deputy general on the other end began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. The deputy general expressionlessly waved his hand and ordered, "Target the roadblock ahead, fire." After giving the order, he returned to the armored vehicle. At this moment, the tank's cannon slowly turned and quickly aimed at the roadblock set up by the villagers. My God! Run! They're serious! Seeing this, the villagers and thugs no longer cared about anything else and instantly scattered in all directions. They were greedy for money, but not foolish enough to risk their lives for it. The next second, there was a loud bang from the cannon. The roadblock was instantly blown to smithereens, with debris and wood chips flying everywhere, and some thugs who couldn't dodge in time were directly hit by the flying stones, bleeding from their heads. The deputy general's voice came again, quickly pass through, destination, optical cable area. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen armored vehicles and tanks roared to life and headed towards the construction site. Hearing the cannon fire, Chen Aokuan's mouth twitched, and after a long time, he finally came to his senses, then jumped up like a sprout from the ground, pointing at Yi Xiao and cursing, "You brat, do you know you're committing a crime?" How could he not see through Yi Xiao's trick? This was an attempt to use the War Department to break through. Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. "President Chen, you're mistaken. The one committing a crime is not me, but you. Congratulations, President Chen, you are about to unlock the hardcore cuisine, steel peanuts paired with strong liquor." Chen Aokuan thought he had seen through Yi Xiao's scheme from the 5th floor, but at that moment, Yi Xiao was already standing in the atmosphere. Seeing Chen Aokuan's furious and embarrassed expression, Song Qingxue suddenly understood what had just happened. Could it be that Yi Xiao really cut the National Defense optical cable? But Yi Xiao said the one committing the crime was Chen Aokuan. What was going on? At that moment, everyone in the conference room, except for the greedy wolf, was clueless about the situation. In hindsight, the greedy wolf thought Yi Xiao was indeed quite cunning to pull such a trick. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. The gold Yi Xiao had him bury last night wasn't buried deep, so how could Yi Xiao be so sure that Chen Aokuan's people would be able to cut the National Defense optical cable? Just then, the roar of an armored vehicle shook the window glass, causing everyone to stand up and look outside, where they saw the wheels of a green armored vehicle coming right at them. Yi Xiao waved his hand, "Let's go out and take a look." After saying that, he turned to Chen Aokuan with a mysterious smile, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Chen, you are temporarily free now, but it won't be long before that changes, hee." Hearing Yi Xiao's sarcastic words, Chen Aokuan felt an inexplicable twitch in his eyelid. He remained silent, even his breathing trembled. Could it be that Yi Xiao had done something? Suddenly, he recalled the sound of the excavator from earlier. Could it be that his incompetent subordinates had cut the National Defense optical cable? With that thought, Chen Aokuan could no longer remain calm and quickly followed Yi Xiao out of the conference room. At that moment, the villagers and small-time thugs guarding the surroundings of the office building had all disappeared. They were gathered around the area where the National Defense optical cable was laid, still digging vigorously, clearly unaware of what had happened. Seeing this scene, Song Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, at least for now. It seemed the National Defense optical cable was not cut by Yi Xiao's people. However, she still felt a bit worried. Being as clever as she was, she naturally guessed that Yi Xiao must have done something behind the scenes. Even if Yi Xiao wasn't the main culprit, he was certainly an accomplice with inducement. Moreover, cutting the National Defense optical cable would inevitably impact the information security of the War Department. She felt that Yi Xiao's actions were rather reckless. But Yi Xiao appeared completely calm. Was the National Defense optical cable really cut? Certainly not. It was buried deep underground and reinforced with several layers of concrete, so it wouldn't be easily severed. Furthermore, these villagers had lived here for so long. How could they not know what cutting the National Defense optical cable meant? Even if there was gold buried below, they probably wouldn't dare to dig down to that layer. But the key point was that whether the National Defense optical cable was cut or not was not up to the War Department's word. If the War Department said it was cut, then it had to be cut. As a dozen armored vehicles came to a stop, nearly 100 armed soldiers, well-trained, jumped down from the vehicles. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the deputy commander of the War Department shouted, "Everyone step back. Stay away from the National Defense optical cable. Those who disobey will be charged with endangering national security." The villagers and small-time thugs, who had been focused on digging for gold, were instantly terrified by the scene. At that moment, they couldn't care less about digging for gold and ran as far away as they could. However, the deputy commander would not let them escape. With a gesture, over 100 armed soldiers surrounded the villagers and drove them to one side to await punishment. Most of the villagers from Chinjia village were idle ruffians. Seeing they couldn't escape, they mustered their courage and shouted, "Sir, we haven't committed any crimes. We were just digging for gold bars." "Yeah, is digging for gold bars a crime? You better let us go, or I'll sue you for illegal detention." Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and everyone immediately fell silent. The deputy general's voice boomed like rolling thunder. "Everyone, behave yourselves. Do you know that you just severed the National Defense optical cable? Do you understand how much this will impact the information security of my War Department?" Hearing that the National Defense optical cable had been cut, everyone trembled in fear. Years ago, someone here had indeed done something so foolish, and the consequence was exactly as the deputy general said, a 17-year sentence. But they had only dug a shallow hole and hadn't even reached the concrete layer. How could they have severed the National Defense optical cable? Even though everyone had this question, no one dared to voice it. The War Department personnel had already been dispatched. Could it be fake? Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the deputy general swept his fierce gaze over them and asked again, "Confess and you will be lenient. Resist and you will be punished severely. Tell me, who instigated you to do this?" At this moment, Chanaokuan, who was standing nearby, heard the deputy general's words and saw many people clutching gold bars in their hands. He instantly understood everything. It must have been Yi Xiao who secretly buried the gold bars underground last night, luring his subordinates to dig. Realizing this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was his subordinates who severed the National Defense optical cable, Yi Xiao should be the main culprit. If it weren't for his temptation, how would his people have gone to dig the National Defense optical cable? He believed that as long as he explained the situation clearly to the War Department personnel, the blame would surely fall on Yi Xiao, and he would be in the clear. "Heh, Yi, playing such despicable tricks, I am your ancestor. You want to frame me? No way." Understanding this, Chanaokuan hurriedly approached the deputy general with a beaming smile and said, "Sir, I have important information to report. I know who the main culprit is." At this moment, Song Qingxue felt a bit anxious. She knew she couldn't let Chanaokuan be the first to reveal the truth, otherwise, Yi Xiao would definitely be considered the main culprit. Just as she was about to step forward to explain, Yi Xiao grabbed her arm. "It doesn't matter, let him go," Yi Xiao said nonchalantly. Song Qingxue's brows furrowed tightly. This was no joke. If someone really got arrested and imprisoned, she saw the calm and steady gaze of Yi Xiao and couldn't say anything. After all they had been through, every time she saw Yi Xiao show such an expression, it meant that the problem had likely already been resolved by him. With a cold huff, Song Qingxue shook off Yi Xiao's hand. After all, it wasn't her who would be arrested and imprisoned, so why should she be anxious? On the other side, the deputy general glanced at Chanaokuan and asked, "Who are you?" Chanaokuan maintained a fawning smile and replied, "Sir, I am the owner of Aokuan Building Materials, Chanaokuan." When the deputy general heard this name, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He had received orders from higher-ups that the target of this operation was indeed Chanaokuan. Chanaokuan didn't notice the change in the deputy general's expression and continued, "Sir, these villagers are all my employees." Although they were the ones who severed the National Defense optical cable, they were also lured by someone else. Look at the gold in their hands. It must have been buried underground in advance to entice them to dig. And I suspect that this person is from the Song group, so sir, the people from the Song group are the real culprits. I suggest you arrest them and impose heavy sentences. After hearing Chanaokuan's words, Su Hui, who had looked terrified just a second ago, now wore a cold smile. This Chanaokuan was quite clever. He had quickly sorted out the situation. Now it's Song Qingxue's turn to have a headache. Using such a low-level trick to break through, she might end up losing more than she gains. At this moment, Song Qingxue's heart sank. Indeed, her suspicion was correct. Chanaokuan had really shifted the blame onto her. She had long warned Yi Xiao not to engage in such risky behavior, but he refused to listen. Now, it was all going to come back to haunt them. Just when Chanaokuan and Su Hui were feeling triumphant, thinking that the deputy general was about to capture Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao for questioning, the deputy suddenly glared fiercely at Chanaokuan. "You say the ones who cut the National Defense optical cable are your people?" "That's right, Commander, but they were coerced by..." However, before Chanaokuan could finish his sentence, the deputy waved his hand and shouted at Chanaokuan, "Someone, arrest this mastermind." Yes. Immediately, 2 soldiers stepped forward to carry out the order. Before Chanaokuan could react, he was seized by the 2 soldiers. Su Hui's expression froze, looking completely bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. If the deputy general had any sense, he wouldn't recklessly arrest Chen Aokuan. Song Qingxue was equally perplexed, unable to understand how the deputy general could directly identify Chen Aokuan as the mastermind. Did he not hear a word of what Chen Aokuan said? She couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xiao, knowing he must have done something behind her back. Yi Xiao noticed Song Qingxue's gaze but offered no explanation, merely displaying a routine smile. "Commander, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything," Chen Aokuan shouted loudly. "Chen Aokuan, you claim you're innocent, then let me ask you, you just said your people were lured by the Song group, do you have any evidence?" The deputy general scrutinized Chen Aokuan with piercing eyes, his gaze sharp and intimidating. Chen Aokuan was instantly rendered speechless. All of this was merely his speculation, he had no evidence. He had only stepped forward to shift the blame onto the Song group, but he never expected the deputy general to act so unpredictably and firmly declare him the mastermind. "Alright, I declare that Chen Aokuan is the mastermind behind the cutting of the National Defense optical cable. Now, proceed with the cable repair, and all economic losses incurred during this period will be compensated by Chen Aokuan," the deputy general said sternly. Upon hearing this, Chen Aokuan turned pale with fear. Given the previous precedent in Chen family village, he knew all too well how costly it was to repair the National Defense optical cable. Basically, every minute of delay would start at 100,000. At least an hour had already passed, which meant 6 million. A full 6 million. Not a single splash of water had been made, and it was gone. Moreover, knowing that this was Yi Zhao's scheme against him only fueled his resentment and unwillingness. At this moment, the deputy general instructed his subordinates, engineers, repair the optical cable immediately. Just as a team of engineers was preparing to step forward to repair the cable, Yi Xiao suddenly called out, "Wait! Yi Xiao, what are you doing?" Song Qingxue frowned and asked, hadn't the War Department already determined that Chen Aokuan was the main culprit? She couldn't understand why he would call for a stop at this moment. Yi Xiao turned his head, grinned, and said lightly, "I'm fulfilling my promise from yesterday." Yesterday's promise? Song Qingxue suddenly remembered that Yi Xiao had mentioned he would make Chen Aokuan double the compensation for the building he had pushed down. But could he really do that? "Yi Xiao, is there anything I can do to help you?" Song Qingxue said anxiously, as she felt Yi Xiao's status was too low. The deputy general might not even pay him any mind. Yi Xiao smiled lightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Take out your phone and help me play some background music." After saying that, under Song Qingxue's bewildered gaze, Yi Xiao strode up to the deputy general. "Hello, I am Yi Xiao." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's name, the deputy general's fingers, which hung at his sides, trembled slightly, feeling an impulse to salute. This person was someone they had been instructed to treat with courtesy. As for how courteous, it had been hinted that this person was a recipient of the Xianyuan medal. When the deputy general heard this, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the phone he was holding. The Xianyuan medal, that is the highest level of medal in the Dragon Country. Even someone like Sun Hongzheng, the Sun Junho, who defeated the coalition of 4 nations, only received 1 Xianyuan medal. How great of a merit must this young man have established? Therefore, after receiving the call from above, he did not arrange for his subordinates to carry out this task but came personally, just to catch a glimpse of Yi Zhao's true appearance. The deputy commander let out a quiet breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and then said, "Mr. Yi, hello. May I ask what you need?" It had also been mentioned from above that Yi Zhao's identity could not be disclosed, and he naturally had to abide by this. Yi Xiao said lightly, "This Chen Aokuan pushed into the buildings of my Song group, so before he compensates, I hope you will temporarily refrain from repairing the optical cable." Hearing this, Su Hui scoffed. Who did Yi Xiao think he was? A mere bodyguard, and he thought of himself as some big shot? He even wanted the military department to pause the repairs. Was that even possible? He knew that the reason the repair of this national defense optical cable was so expensive was that it carried crucial information for the military department and could not be delayed. Otherwise, the deputy commander wouldn't have driven in with a tank, which showed the urgency of the military department regarding this matter. Chen Aokuan gritted his teeth and roared, "Kid, you're trying to play tricks to frame me. I admit defeat, but there's no way I'm compensating your Song group for the losses." He naturally understood what Yi Xiao was trying to do. It was just to obstruct the military department's repairs and delay time to coerce him into paying. He didn't believe that the deputy commander would act according to Yi Zhao's words. If he dared to obstruct the repairs, Yi Zhao's fate would likely be worse than his own. Song Qingxue also felt that Yi Zhao's request was unrealistic. The National Defense optical cable was related to military communications. How could they possibly comply with Yi Zhao's wishes? Now she didn't even expect Chen Aokuan to compensate, she just hoped to get out safely. However, at that moment, the deputy commander issued another command: engineers, stand by. Wait for my notification on when to repair. If the National Defense optical cable really were to break, the deputy commander wouldn't dare to do this, but it hadn't broken, so he still had to give Yi Xiao some face. Upon hearing the deputy commander's words, Chen Aokuan's mouth twitched, nearly choking on his own saliva. He completely couldn't believe it was true. Yi Xiao said to stop, and it just stopped? Wasn't it supposed to be an emergency repair? Hadn't they just used artillery? Why didn't they just blow him up? Song Qingxue also looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? If it weren't for the deputy commander arriving with tanks and armored vehicles, she would have thought he was an actor hired by Yi Xiao. This was just too accommodating. Chen Aokuan protested, Commander, I don't understand why you would agree to this kid's unreasonable demands. The deputy commander shot a cold glance at Chen Aokuan, saying without room for doubt, serving the people is the duty of us military personnel. If you disagree with this, feel free to appeal. Before coming, he had also looked into Chen Aokuan's background, a local bully who oppressed others. He wouldn't go easy on someone like that, even if it meant sentencing Chen Aokuan to 10 years, it would be well deserved. Chen Aokuan was internally cursing. Was the song group the only one representing the people? Wasn't he a part of the people too? But he naturally didn't dare to say this in front of the deputy commander. At this point, how could he not see that the deputy commander was biased towards the song group? At this moment, Yi Xiao looked at Chen Aokuan with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, Mr. Chen, I advise you to make a decision sooner rather than later. I have plenty of time to play with you, but I'm afraid you can't afford to play. This was something Chen Aokuan had just said in the conference room to pressure Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao. Now, with the situation reversed, Yi Xiao returned the phrase verbatim to Chen Aokuan, making it all the more ironic. Suddenly, Chen Aokuan felt as if his heart had taken 1,000 critical hits, and he could hardly suppress the urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Although he wanted to act tough and throw a tantrum like Yi Xiao had threatened him before, he understood that it would be of no use. Previously, he had held the upper hand, knowing that Yi Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him, but now, Yi Xiao had the blade of the War Department at his throat. The other party was the national machinery, capable of truly dealing with him. Watching the seconds tick away, Chen Aokuan gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Fine, I'll compensate, is that enough? Every minute wasted was 100,000 yuan. If Yi Xiao dragged this out for a couple of hours, it would amount to 6 million, enough to rebuild the 6 buildings he had previously demolished. Thus, surrendering was his only way out. Hearing that Chen Aokuan was willing to compensate, Song Qingxue felt as if she were dreaming. Just yesterday, she wouldn't have dared to think this way. She couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xiao, realizing that she was increasingly unable to see through him. This guy could maneuver effortlessly with the big shot Huang Feihu and Lingzhou and remained unyielding in front of the giant Jinha group in Jiangnan province. Now, even the people from the War Department had to give him face. Was he really just a small prison guard? Seeing Chen Aokuan back down, Yi Xiao waved to the project manager, come over and calculate how much economic loss he has caused our song group. Take your time, no rush. We can't let Chen pay even a dime unfairly, ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Chen Aokuan was furious. Was he never going to stop? Calculating on the spot was clearly just a way to delay time. The project manager glanced at Song Qingxue, and after receiving her approval, he took out his calculator and began to compute. 5 minutes later, the project manager announced a figure. Mr. Yi Chen caused our group a loss of 1,900,000 yesterday. Yi Xiao was clearly dissatisfied with the number and the time taken by the project manager. He curled his lip and said, Did you calculate the loss from the machines being idle for a day? Did you account for the workers' lost wages? Let me tell you, the wages of construction workers and our security personnel are not the same as Song's. And the lost time must be precise to the minute. You need to calculate carefully, and absolutely cannot let Chen pay even a dime unfairly. Upon hearing this, the project manager's mouth dropped open wide enough to swallow an egg. If he were to calculate according to Yi Xiao's method, it would take 2 or 3 hours. Song Qingxue nearly burst out laughing. Yi Xiao was clearly toying with Chen Aokuan, and he kept mentioning a dime, obviously mocking Chen Aokuan's earlier declaration that he would never compensate Song Group a single dime. The slap to the face was probably audible 3 kilometers away. The serious-looking deputy general could hardly maintain his composure. If he hadn't undergone strict training, he would have definitely laughed out loud. This Mr. Yi was a bit sinister. However, he didn't think much of it. Chen Aokuan had made a lot of dirty money over the years through unscrupulous means, and confiscating it could be seen as a way to accumulate virtue. Chen Aokuan was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Every word from Yi Xiao felt like a soft knife stabbing into his lungs. This was too much bullying. Wasn't this pushing him to the brink of bankruptcy? But now, he had no way to deal with Yi Xiao, who had the backing of the Deputy General of the War Department. What did he have? So he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. No need to calculate, I'll compensate an extra $1 million, is that enough? Chen Aokuan shouted in a fit of rage, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching violently, as if he had been drained of all his strength in an instant. Yi Xiao looked at Chen Aokuan, wearing a seemingly cheerful expression while thinking of a feast, and said, Chen, don't be in such a hurry. I'm doing this for your own good. After all, it's not easy for you to make some money, it's all earned with your head on the line. 2 million, I'll lose 2 million. I beg you, just shut up, okay? Chen Aokuan said the most cowardly words in the harshest tone. He was on the verge of a breakdown. He had been so cheerful when he ordered the demolition yesterday, and now he was in such a miserable state while compensating. Alright, Yi Xiao, stop it. Don't delay the maintenance of the national defense cable, Song Qingxue stepped forward and said. She still didn't know that this was a play between Yi Xiao and the War Department, and she didn't want to see the cable continue to be cut, affecting the communications of the War Department. Moreover, in her view, Chen Aokuan was getting his comeuppance. Yi Xiao sighed, this girl was still too soft-hearted. If it were him, he wouldn't stop until he had drained Chen Aokuan's entire fortune, but since Song Qingxue had spoken, he couldn't continue. He turned to the deputy commander and said, Commander, we have settled the compensation with Mr. Chen, you can go ahead with the repairs. The deputy commander nodded and ordered, Engineers, follow me to repair the national defense cable. After all, if you're going to put on a show, you have to do it properly. Although the cable hadn't actually been cut, they still had to make it look good. After about 10 minutes, the deputy commander, along with the engineers, completed an emergency repair and finally restored the cable. During this time, Chen Aokuan had been timing everything. Including the time lost earlier, he would have to spend at least tens of millions just on the repair costs for the cable, plus the 3,900,000 he owed to the song group. Chen Aokuan felt like his heart was bleeding, all his savings over the years were going down the drain. However, the worst part was that he was facing over a decade of imprisonment. He had truly lost everything. After the cable was repaired, the deputy commander wasted no time and had Chen Aokuan taken away. Before leaving, the deputy commander handed a business card to Yi Xiao, saying he could contact him if he encountered trouble in Lingzhou. Yi Xiao didn't refuse. After all, this matter was resolved smoothly, thanks in large part to the deputy commander's cooperation, so he naturally had to give some face. Seeing Chen Aokuan being taken away by the War Department personnel, the villagers he had brought scattered like birds and beasts. At this moment, Tan Lang approached with some confusion and asked, Mr. Yi, are you just going to let them take the gold bars? Those gold bars were buried by him one by one. They weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds, which was a significant amount of money, and he felt sorry for Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Let them take it. It's just gilded brass. How could he bear to use real gold as bait? These were all arranged by Yi Xiao through Huang Feihu. One had to admit that Huang Feihu was quite resourceful. Even Tan Lang was fooled by these gilded brass pieces. At this moment, taking advantage of Yi Xiao and the others' inattention, Su Hui lowered his head, wanting to slip away in the chaos. His downcast eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He had originally wanted to rely on Chen Aokuan to turn his fortunes around and deal a heavy blow to the song group, but now he was stuck. He never expected to lose again. He thought his flawless plan had been ruined by Yi Xiao in such a dramatic way. Yes, to him, it was very dramatic. The deputy commander of the War Department seemed to be completely biased in favor of the song group. Wasn't that something that should only happen in a TV drama? Suddenly, Yi Xiao's voice came to Su Hui's ear. Su Hui, I advise you to behave yourself and keep that worthless life you salvaged. Don't think about making any crooked moves against the song group. Otherwise, what happens to Chen Aokuan now will be your future. I'm serious. Although Yi Xiao's words were calm, the coldness in them sent shivers down Su Hui's spine. He swallowed hard and forced himself to breathe, walking away like a stray dog. Would Su Hui really give up on seeking revenge against the song group? Of course not. Song Qingxue had already pushed him to the brink, but even if he had to die, he would drag the song group down with him. After returning to his car, Su Hui dialed a number. Is this young Master Jiang? I agree to your previous offer to acquire Hui Group, but I have one condition. Help me bring down the song group. After hanging up, Su Hui's eyes were filled with a sinister glint. He was like a gambler who had lost everything. As long as he could watch the song group fall, he would not hesitate to hand over the Hui Group he had built with his own hands. On the other side, Song Qingxue was directing the project manager to quickly resume work, and she herself put on a hard hat and went to the construction site, promising the workers a raise to boost their morale. At that moment, Old Man Gong and his two sons approached Yi Xiao. Old Man Gong smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yi, all good things must come to an end. My sons and I have come to bid you farewell. As for President Song's remuneration, please convey to her that we will not accept it." If it were anyone else, Old Man Gong, with his greedy nature, would have taken the money without hesitation. However, he felt somewhat ashamed in front of Yi Xiao. It could be said that Song Qingshua's escape from trouble was entirely due to Yi Xiao's efforts. Their family had done almost nothing and yet were receiving 5 million, which felt somewhat unjustifiable. Yi Xiao understood Old Man Gong's meaning and did not pursue the matter of remuneration further. He smiled and asked, "May I ask where you plan to go, Old Man Gong?" Old Man Gong did not hide it and replied frankly, "I heard that there are wealthy individuals in Tianhai hiring martial artists, and my sons and I plan to give it a try. As the saying goes, the poor do not practice martial arts. The path of martial arts requires not only diligent practice but also a substantial supply of resources." The Gong family had left their sect to walk independently in the martial world, and to advance in martial arts, they inevitably needed to accept employment from the wealthy, just like Su Hui had done this time by inviting them to compete against the Song group. Yi Xiao nodded but then shifted the conversation, saying, "Old Man Gong, if I were to offer you and your sons a stable job, would you be willing to work for me?" The Gong family was taken aback. Wasn't Yi Xiao just a bodyguard? Where would he get the money to hire them? Although they admired Yi Xiao's abilities, they naturally would not be willing if he couldn't afford to pay them. As Old Man Gong pondered how to politely decline Yi Xiao smiled and said, "If you help me, I will pay Brother Gong and Brother Gong a monthly salary of 1 million, and you 2 million. Yi Xiao could clearly see what the Gong family was hesitating about. Wasn't it just money? He could arrogantly say that he had more than enough money. Not to mention he had 10 boxes of various collateral documents. Just the wealthy friends in the number 1 prison could easily help him raise a few hundred million with just a casual word. Hearing the salary Yi Xiao offered, the Gong family was somewhat tempted. Although the money they earned from missions often exceeded this amount, it was unstable. Many times, they would go months without a single task, and running around the world wasted their time for cultivation. Though the Gong family was tempted, they still had doubts. Could Yi Xiao really come up with the money? Just then, Yi Xiao reached into his pocket and pulled out a check, which was the 10 million that Xin Xianyi had given him to thank him for treating her daughter. Yi Xiao casually said, "Old Man Gong, this is 10 million, consider it in advance on your salaries." This. Seeing Yi Xiao casually take out a 10 million check, Old Man Gong was momentarily speechless. This was basically equivalent to their remuneration for several missions. Moreover, if you help me, I can also restore Brother Gong's hand to its original state without any side effects. At this moment, Yi Xiao added another condition that Old Man Gong could not refuse. Yesterday, in the duel between Old Master Gong and the Greedy Wolf broke one of Old Master Gong's arms. Although Old Master Gong quickly bandaged his son, it was still a broken bone. Even if he went to the hospital for treatment and rehabilitation, the strength of his arm would be greatly diminished in the future. However, Yi Xiao claimed he could restore Old Master Gong to his original state, which greatly intrigued the father and son of the Gong family. "Mr. Yi, is what you said true?" Old Master Gong asked impatiently. Yi Xiao smiled, "Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? If I can't do it, you can leave with your money at any time. Dad, I think we can agree to Mr. Ye's offer. Mr. Yi is also a martial artist, and he must be much easier to deal with than those wealthy people. Besides, the conditions Mr. Yi offered are not bad." Old Master Gong quickly persuaded his father. He naturally believed Yi Xiao's words. After all, someone who was just over 20 yet had martial prowess surpassing his father's must have a powerful backing, so it was not surprising that he had a way to heal his broken arm. After pondering for a moment, Old Master Gong agreed, partly because he was satisfied with Yi Xiao's conditions, and partly because he could see that someone like Yi Xiao would surely soar to great heights in the future. Working under Yi Xiao might allow them to achieve something significant as well. Seeing Old Master Gong agree, Yi Xiao contacted Su Jianxin to have her settle the Gong family father and son. He planned to have them work within Su Jianxin's intelligence network first. Yi Xiao's attitude towards the Greedy Wolf and the Gong family was distinctly different. The Greedy Wolf had previously stated that as long as Yi Xiao accepted him as a disciple, he would help Yi Xiao with anything, but Yi Xiao had never agreed. This was because he understood that someone with a clear agenda like the Greedy Wolf was hard to control and could bring unnecessary trouble. However, the Gong family father and son were different. They could be bought with money, making them much easier to manage. As for whether they would betray him for someone else's money, Yi Xiao was not worried at all. The Gong family's strength was at the bottom among the prisoners in the world's number 1 prison. He could make those fierce criminals submit, so how could he not handle the Gong family? Not long after the Gong family left, Song Qingxue also finished her tasks and called Yi Xiao to the conference room. Song Qingxue was not foolish. she could see that Yi Xiao's ability to handle this incident was quite remarkable. Therefore, she felt it necessary to interrogate Yi Xiao thoroughly. Once they were seated in the conference room, Song Qingxue got straight to the point and asked, "Did you really have someone dig up the National Defense optical cable?" After saying this, she widened her bright eyes, staring intently at Yi Xiao as if she wanted to see through him. Yi Xiao lightly tapped his fingers on the table and casually replied, "Guess." Hearing this, Song Qingxue was instantly furious, her chest puffing up. She never expected that after asking Yi Xiao so seriously, his response would be so flippant, which left her feeling a deep sense of frustration. Did this guy think he had her all figured out? Ha! Song Qingxue let out a breath, forcibly suppressing her impulse to take off her high heels and throw them at Yi Xiao. She asked her second question, "Do you and that deputy general know each other already?" "Not at all. Didn't you see him give me his business card before he left?" As he spoke, Yi Xiao took out the deputy general's business card and waved it in front of Song Qingxue to prove he wasn't lying. Seeing the card made Song Qingxue even angrier. Her pretty face turned cold, and she snapped, "Why didn't he give me a business card? Why give it to you, a bodyguard?" Song Qingxue said angrily, knowing she was the president of the Song group. Yi Xiao grinned, maybe he just doesn't like women. Yi Xiao's tone remained unchanged, still casual, as if he wanted to provoke Song Qingxue even more. For some reason, he found the icy beauty particularly attractive when she was angry. Don't like women? Yi Xiao's level of banter was definitely national team caliber. Song Qingxue could no longer control her anger. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Yi Xiao, stop showing off. Don't think that just because you're my grandfather's bodyguard, I can't do anything to you. Do you believe that I? Song Qingxue suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She really had no means to keep Yi Xiao in check. Withholding his salary? He had a 10 million check from Shinshini in his hands. He wouldn't care about a few thousand for a bodyguard's salary. Just as Yi Xiao was enjoying the sight of Song Qingxue fuming, his phone suddenly rang. It was Su Jianxin calling. Yi Xiao waved his phone, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "President Song, take your time to think. I'm going to take a call first." After saying that, he stood up and left the conference room before Song Qingxue could respond. Just as the door closed, a high heel slammed against it. "Bastard, Yi Xiao, you'd better not let me catch you off guard, or I'll make sure to ruin you." Song Qingxue clenched her pink fist, like a little wildcat with its fur bristled. Outside the conference room, Yi Xiao finally pressed the answer button and spoke with a relatively good mood. "Jianxin, what's up?" Not long ago, he had just spoken to Su Jianxin. It had barely been an hour, and now she was calling again. He guessed it must be something important. "Yi Xiao, I have concrete news about Qi Tianwu, as you asked. She's at a sports club in the city center." Su Jianxin stated her purpose clearly. Due to Qi Tianwu's special identity and the fact that she had been staying in the War Department, tracking her movements had been difficult until today when Su Jianxin's people finally got her precise location. "Okay, send the location coordinates to my phone. I'll head over right away." Yi Xiao didn't hesitate at all. He was eager to verify whether Qi Tianwu was indeed the engagement partner his mother had chosen. Moreover, after his last encounter at the Song family, Yi Xiao didn't want to directly inquire anymore. If he ran into an old fox like Old Man Song again, and had to wait another 3 months to annul the engagement, he would regret it deeply. So this time, he planned to approach the girl directly, explaining that he was there to break off the engagement. In his view, this method had a much higher chance of success. Without further ado, Yi Xiao pulled out the keys to Song Qingxue's BMW and drove off in her car. After all, the issues with Song Qingxue had been resolved, and with Hua Daguang and Tan Lang around, her safety was assured. Inside the conference room, Song Qingxue heard the familiar sound of the engine. Forgetting to put on her shoes, she tiptoed to the window and just in time saw Yi Xiao driving away in her car. She was instantly furious, gritting her teeth in anger. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. This guy actually dares to drive off in my car without even saying goodbye? She hurriedly took out her phone to call Yi Xiao, but as soon as she dialed, she was informed that he was on another call. Song Qingxue gripped her phone tightly, squeezing it as if she wanted to crush it. "Fire him. No matter what, I have to get this guy fired." On the other end, Yi Xiao was naturally unaware that he had enraged Song Qingxue to the point of wanting to kill him. After hanging up with Su Jianxin, Huang Feihu called in right after. "Warden, I've run into some trouble. Can you help me protect my son?" Huang Feihu's tone was very somber. Yi Xiao could tell that this was more than just a little trouble, it was life-threatening. It had come to the point of needing to entrust his son to someone else. Considering that Huang Feihu had helped him a few times, Yi Xiao agreed. "Alright, Lao Huang, I have something on my plate right now. Just send your son to Tonggu Zhai. I'll have someone protect him there." Yi Xiao replied calmly. Now, the father and son of the Gong family have been brought to Tonggu Studio by Su Jianqin. With the strength of these three, Yi Xiao believes that protecting Huang Tianba should be more than sufficient. By the way, Lao Huang, what trouble have you run into? Yi Xiao casually asked. On the other end of the line, Huang Feihu sighed, Warden, it's hard to explain. My enemies have come knocking. I don't care, if it comes to it, I'll just fight them. As long as the Huang family still has bloodline left, that's all that matters. Alright, if you can't hold on, you can come find me. Yi Xiao appreciated Huang Feihu's character of taking responsibility for his own actions, so he made a promise. 40 minutes later, Yi Xiao drove to a sports club in the city. This is a very high-end club, quite prestigious among the wealthy circles in Lingzhou. To enter, one must be a member, and coincidentally, Song Qingxue is a member here, so Yi Xiao's car was directly allowed through by the security. Since the club has several floors, it would be too difficult to search room by room, so Yi Xiao went to the front desk to inquire about Qi Tianwu's location. Sir, Qi Juanshou is in the fencing hall on the 3rd floor. The front desk replied politely. Yi Xiao nodded and headed straight for the fencing hall. After Yi Xiao left, the front desk couldn't help but sigh. He was already the 18th man to ask about Qi Tianwu today. Every time Qi Juanshou came to their club, it attracted a large wave of male members. Ah, I really envy Qi Juanshou. Not only does she have the beauty of a fallen flower, but she also stands shoulder to shoulder with men, achieving what countless men cannot. When Yi Xiao arrived at the fencing hall, he saw two people in white fencing suits fiercely clashing with their foils on the central fencing strip. Around the fencing strip, nearly 100 spectators were watching. Just as Yi Xiao was pondering how to find Qi Tianwu, he heard someone in the crowd shout, Qi Juanshou, go for it. Qi Juanshou, quickly defeat the coach. Yi Xiao suddenly realized that one of the two engaged in combat was Qi Tianwu. His gaze quickly locked onto a slender figure, clearly a woman, and it must be Qi Tianwu. He then stood outside the crowd, watching intently. At that moment, Qi Tianwu had firmly grasped the initiative, rhythmically stepping forward, while her foil forced her opponent to retreat repeatedly. Just as the opponent retreated to within 3 meters of the end of the strip, their strength was nearly exhausted, leading to a mistake. From Qi Tianwu's previously steady advantage in swordplay, Yi Xiao could tell that this person was defeated. Sure enough, Qi Tianwu keenly seized the opportunity, thrusting her sword out, and with a sharp flick, she sent her opponent's foil flying. Clatter! As the opponent's foil hit the ground, thunderous applause erupted in the fencing hall. Qi Juanshou is truly invincible. She even defeated the first-class coach invited from Manhwa. Of course. Just look at who Qi Juanshou is. She is the goddess in the hearts of all Lingzhou men. Talented in both literature and martial arts, she is the youngest female military leader in Longwa. Among the crowd, there were two familiar faces to Yi Xiao, Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping. Qiuping, just wait for my good news. My cousin and I have had a good relationship since childhood, she will definitely make time to meet us later, Qi Tianhao said confidently. Zhao Qiuping had asked Qi Tianhao several times to introduce her to Qi Tianwu, but each time Qi Tianwu had declined due to being busy with official duties. This time, Qi Tianhao had finally learned that his cousin was coming to the sports club, so he brought Zhao Qiuping along. Believing that since they were all here, his cousin would surely give face and chat with Zhao Qiuping, perhaps even have a meal together. Zhao Qiuping turned and kissed Qi Tianhao on the cheek, sweetly saying, Tianhao, you're so nice. In fact, Zhao Qiuping wanted to meet Qi Tianwu to leverage her name to secure orders for their company. Ever since Shenshini declared he would never cooperate with the Zhao family, countless clients, fearing Shenshini, chose to terminate their business dealings with the Zhao family. If she could successfully arrange a lunch with Qi Tianwu and post a photo of it on her social media, those clients would surely give her company more attention, even if just out of respect for Qi Tianwu. At that moment, Qi Tianwu, with a graceful flourish, sheathed her foil, her movements elegant and fluid, creating a visually stunning spectacle. After finishing, Qi Tianwu removed her helmet, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her eyes sparkled like the purest crystal, so bright and unblemished that it was almost blinding. Dressed in her fencing attire, she moved with poise, exuding an air of confidence and charm that captivated everyone around her. Many were deeply enchanted by Qi Tianwu's beauty and grace, even Yi Xiao found it hard to look away. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, his mother really knew how to pick them. Another stunning beauty, and here he was, choosing to break off the engagement, what a difficult decision. However, Yi Xiao had grand ambitions and wouldn't be swayed by mere beauty. Even if your hair brushed against my steel gun, it wouldn't change my cool demeanor. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and called out, Qi Tianwu, I want to talk to you. Instantly, Yi Xiao's loud voice echoed throughout the fencing hall. To him, there was no need for pleasantries, he wanted to cut through the chaos with decisiveness. Ha! Everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xiao, curious to see which fool dared to be so brazen with their goddess. When they saw Yi Xiao in a t-shirt and jeans, disdainful expressions spread across their faces. Damn, I thought he was some rich kid. Turns out he's just a poor loser. Someone like him thinks he can ask Chi Junsho out? What a pipe dream. Ha, even the janitor in my company is better than him. Kid, you must have crawled out of a dung pit, get lost. If you upset Chi Junsho, I won't let you off the hook. Even those rich second-generation kids couldn't get a date with Chi Tianwu, so how could they allow someone like Yi Xiao, who wasn't even worthy of carrying their shoes, to disturb her? At that moment, Chi Tianwu also heard Yi Xiao's words. She merely glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and then lost interest. Although he looked decent, what Chi Tianwu valued was strength and talent, everything else was beneath her notice. To her, Yi Xiao was just a clown trying to attract attention to win her favor. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Chi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping both shuddered. They had run into Yi Xiao again. Ever since they met him at the world's #1 prison, every subsequent encounter had left them feeling humiliated. Chi Tianhao looked at Yi Xiao with hatred in his eyes and suddenly said, Qiuping, watch closely. If I let this guy named Yi have an easy time today, I'll change my surname. Since Yi Xiao was here to find his cousin, with his relationship with Chi Tianwu, he could easily belittle Yi Xiao, and it wouldn't be impossible for his cousin to teach Yi Xiao a lesson. With that thought, Chi Tianhao squeezed through the crowd, pointing at Yi Xiao and scolding, You, Yi, what do you think you are, daring to come find my cousin? Cousin, let me tell you, this person is no good. Last time at the Red Tide Bar, he incited Shang Guanyun to break Lady Hua's limbs. Seeing Chi Tianhao suddenly appear, Yi Xiao was somewhat speechless. How could this idiot show up everywhere? However, Chi Tianhao's words were not without benefit to him. At that moment, Chi Tianwu, who had no interest in Yi Xiao, actually paused her steps. She had heard about Lady Hua being crippled by Shang Guanyun and didn't expect this person to be the culprit. She had a good relationship with the Lei family martial arts school and often invited their masters to teach combat skills at the war department. Since she had encountered the one who had crippled Lady Hua, she naturally couldn't let it go. Chi Tianhao noticed the change in his cousin's expression and a sly smile crept onto his lips. This could be interesting. It would be best if his cousin could also cripple Yi Xiao, then he could take revenge for any grievances he had. The onlookers were stunned after hearing this information. What? This ordinary kid actually made Lord Yun cripple the second young Master Lei? How did he do that? Did this kid have some connection with Lord Yun? Both Shangwan Yun and Lei Dihua were figures in the upper circles of Lingzhou, and these rich second-generation heirs naturally knew them. Now that they thought about it, they probably underestimated Yi Xiao. Even if this kid was just a distant poor relative of Shangwan Yun, he was still someone they couldn't afford to offend. At this moment, Chi Tianwu's beautiful eyes turned and swept over to Yi Xiao. Her lips moved slightly as she slowly said, Do you want to talk to me? Yi Xiao was slightly surprised, not understanding why this girl suddenly wanted to pay attention to him when she had just been acting so high and mighty. That's right, he replied. No matter what, since he was here, he might as well go along with it. At this moment, a cold smile blossomed on Chi Tianwu's stunning face. If you want to talk to me, you must be able to take 3 of my moves. In her view, 3 moves would be enough to teach Yi Xiao a lesson. As soon as Chi Tianwu's words came out, the crowd erupted. I thought Chi Junsho was really willing to give this kid a chance. Now it seems that Chi Junsho is just humiliating him in a roundabout way. That's right, don't even mention 3 moves. With this kid's build, I bet he would be knocked out with just 1 move from Chi Junsho. Yeah, even a first-class fencing coach from the Shadow Kingdom couldn't last a minute under Chi Junsho's hands. If this kid dares to fight Chi Junsho, I think his limbs will be broken. Chi Tianhao was afraid Yi Xiao wouldn't dare to accept the challenge, so he jumped out again, taunting, What's wrong, Yi? Are you scared? Can't even speak? Weren't you just swearing you wanted to talk to my cousin? If you have the guts, take the challenge. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. His brows were sharp as swords as he glanced at Chi Tianwu, finally curling his lips and saying, Can we change the terms? I'm afraid I might hurt you if I don't hold back. Upon hearing this, Chi Tianwu's delicate brows couldn't help but raise. It had been a long time since she had seen someone so arrogant. Chi Tianhao immediately burst into wild laughter. Yi, did I hear you wrong? You think you can hurt my cousin? Who do you think you are, the Sword Saint? You're simply overestimating yourself. He knew Yi Xiao had some strength, but his cousin was the military leader of Lingzhou. How could Yi Xiao possibly be her match? The onlookers also scoffed, their faces filled with disdain. Alright, enough nonsense. Since you dare to accept the challenge, hurry up and change into your fencing gear. Chi Tianwu said indifferently, not taking Yi Xiao's words seriously, thinking he was just boasting. No need to change, let's settle this quickly. Yi Xiao said boldly. What? Did I hear that wrong? He actually isn't changing into fencing gear? Isn't that asking for death? Yi Xiao's words left the crowd stunned. Does this kid not know that the fencing gear has a lot of protective gear inside? If he doesn't wear it, the danger level will increase several times. I think this kid is just a country bumpkin who doesn't understand fencing at all. He probably thinks fencing is just a game played with wooden sticks in the countryside. Definitely. I bet this kid will soon be stabbed by the Qi army's chief and end up bleeding all over, maybe even losing a hand or a foot. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping couldn't help but sneer. This Yi Xiao was truly arrogant. He didn't even wear protective gear and thought he could defeat Lei Dihua and be invincible? Qi Tianwu's strength was comparable to that of the elders of the Martial Extreme Association. If Qi Tianwu weren't part of the War Department, the Martial Extreme Association would have already recruited her. Qiuping, just watch. If that surname-less bastard doesn't get wrecked this time, I'll be his grandson, Qi Tianhao said, puffed up with pride. Zhao Qiuping agreed, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Xiao. Although Yi Xiao had refreshed her understanding several times, she still firmly believed that he was definitely no match for Qi Tianwu. Yi Xiao, you are just a small prison guard and should stay in your poor countryside. What are you doing in Lingzhou? Provoking Qi Tianwu? Is that something you can afford to do? To this day, she still thought of Yi Xiao as a loser. In her eyes, he shouldn't and couldn't stand out. If he dared to show his head, that would be an act of rebellion. When Qi Tianwu heard that Yi Xiao wasn't wearing a fencing suit, she didn't react much. In her view, if she wanted to incapacitate Yi Xiao, it wouldn't matter if he wore a fencing suit or not. Soon, both Yi Xiao and Qi Tianwu stepped onto the fencing stage. Qi Tianwu held her foil upright in front of her chest, assuming a standard starting position, while Yi Xiao stood loosely, his foil casually held. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur, look at this kid's stance. He clearly doesn't know anything about fencing. TSK, I can't even imagine what will happen to him when he faces the Qi army's chief. Yeah. Someone who can't even assume a starting position dares to fight without protection against a top expert like the Qi army's chief? It's like the birthday boy hanging himself, asking for a long life. On the fencing stage, although Qi Tianwu felt some contempt for Yi Xiao, her movements showed no signs of slack. She slightly shifted her back leg, stepped forward, and assumed a lunge position. Swish! With a sound, the foil that was originally upright in front of her chest suddenly flicked out, the tip pointing directly at Yi Xiao's shoulder. Watch out! Qi Tianwu called out lightly, stepping forward in a standard fencing stride, rhythmically lunging toward Yi Xiao, an overwhelming pressure instantly bearing down on him. The onlookers saw Qi Tianwu's foil move steadily like a shooting star, aiming for Yi Xiao's shoulder, clearly showing that she was holding back and didn't want to inflict a fatal injury. Yet, in the face of Qi Tianwu's attack, Yi Xiao stood like a wooden post, motionless. This kid must be stunned by the Qi army's chief's momentum and can't move. What a joke! With this level, he dares to go on stage and confront the Qi army's chief. I could beat him 100 times over. A rich second generation sneered. In my opinion, this kid's arm is definitely going to be ruined. The key to fencing is to emphasize the initiative, to seize control, and to utilize all parts of the sword during the attack. This kid not only holds the sword incorrectly, but he's also lost the initiative to the Qi army's chief. If he doesn't get wrecked, I'll write my name backward. Another rich second generation flaunted his knowledge, commenting on the two. Qi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping stared intently at the two on the fencing stage, their eyes filled with anticipation. They didn't want to miss the moment when Yi Xiao was stabbed and left in tatters. Could this kid really be that easy to defeat? Looking at Yi Xiao, who was as still as a statue, Qi Tianwu thought to herself. Just as she wanted to retract some of her strength to avoid piercing Yi Xiao's shoulder with her sword, Yi Xiao moved. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and in an instant, a cold light tore through the air. He struck swiftly at the flower sword in Qi Tianwu's hand. What a quick move! Qi Tianwu couldn't help but murmur. But so what? Did he think that a sudden attack could deflect the sword in her hand? How could that be possible? When she practiced swordplay, she had tied dozens of pounds of sandbags to her arms to train her stability. Even a warrior of equal strength couldn't deflect her sword, let alone Yi Xiao, who in her eyes showed no signs of being a martial artist at all. However, the next second, Qi Tianwu realized she was wrong. With a clang, their swords clashed, producing a thunderous sound. Qi Tianwu felt a shock in her hands, as if they were about to crack open, and her flower sword nearly slipped from her grip. How could this be? How could he possess such formidable strength? Without time to think, she quickly jumped back, floating like a white cloud, soaring 5 or 6 steps before gently landing back on the sword path. The onlookers gasped in unison, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. What? I can't be seeing this wrong. Shi Junsho was actually pushed back by this kid. Chi Junsho's sword could not be deflected even by a first-level coach from the Shadow Kingdom. How could this amateur manage to do that? Did this kid use some trick? Yes, he must have secretly used a hidden weapon, forcing Chi Junsho to retreat. Naturally, people couldn't believe that Yi Xiao could truly push back Chi Tianwu, and they began to concoct excuses for her retreat. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao was completely unaffected by the crowd's reactions. His feet moved on the sword path like a galloping steed, and in the blink of an eye, he charged in front of Chi Tianwu. Swish! He swung the flower sword in his hand, slashing diagonally at Chi Tianwu's waist. Yi Xiao's style of fighting had nothing to do with fencing. Anyone with a bit of fencing knowledge would know that a flower sword is not sharpened, and only thrusts can cause harm. Slashes are useless. Yet, facing Yi Xiao's unconventional approach, Chi Tianwu dared not be careless. From their earlier clash, she had already realized how powerful Yi Xiao's strength was. If he struck her, even with protective gear, she would still be left with scars. Thus, Chi Tianwu had to abandon the conventional fencing techniques. She twirled her flower sword, as if using a traditional long sword from the Dragon Kingdom, and her sword instantly transformed into countless shimmering shadows, moving to block Yi Xiao's slashing flower sword. Clang, clang, clang. After several consecutive clashes, Chi Tianwu finally managed to neutralize Yi Xiao's sword momentum. Not bad, Yi Xiao secretly praised. He could see that Chi Tianwu was employing some ancient sword technique. If she used a long sword from the Dragon Kingdom, its power would likely be even greater. Just as Yi Xiao was thinking this, Chi Tianwu seized the initiative once more and attacked Yi Xiao. Her flower sword moved like mercury spilling on the ground, striking from all directions towards Yi Xiao. In an instant, countless sword lights appeared in the air, elusive and ghostly, making it difficult to discern which sword edge was real. At this moment, the onlookers, including the Fencing Academy's coach, were utterly stunned. Can fencing be played like this? No wonder she's Chi Junsho. I think her sword technique could rival the masters from Wodan anime who specialize in swordplay. Compared to this kid who only knows how to slash wildly, she's hundreds of times more skilled. Someone flattered. Indeed, Chi Junsho has truly integrated Eastern and Western swordsmanship. I believe even in a professional sword competition, she would definitely bring home a trophy. Just now, seeing Chi Tianwu being repelled by Yi Xiao, Chi Tianhao and Zhao Qiuping, who were filled with disappointment, regained their spirits. In their view, Yi Xiao had merely caught Chi Tianwu off guard at first, and now that Chi Tianwu had changed her strategy, she would surely turn the tables and defeat Yi Xiao without leaving a trace. You, with the surname Yi, aren't you just relying on brute strength? Swordsmanship is all about using one force to overcome 10 techniques. Just wait for my cousin to take you down. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make sure to stomp you into the ground, Chi Tianhao thought bitterly. At that moment, Yi Xiao finally recognized Chi Tianwu's sword technique, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The Nine Palaces sword technique, huh? Coincidentally, I know it too. Then let's see who has mastered it better. Within the first prison of the world, various prisoners were held, including a disciple of a sword sect. When Yi Xiao was in prison, he had practiced with that person and found their swordsmanship quite exquisite. Thus, during 3 opportunities to go outside for fresh air, he exchanged techniques with that person for the Nine Palaces sword technique. In the next moment, Yi Xiao, just like Chi Tianwu, flicked his wrist, and his flower sword instantly unleashed countless sword lights, attacking Chi Tianwu's sword edge. Ah! Chi Tianwu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How can this kid also use the Nine Palaces sword? Didn't my master say that in his lineage, there were only himself and one senior brother? This Yi Xiao is clearly much younger than her senior brother. Could he be the senior brother's disciple? Countless thoughts raced through Chi Tianwu's mind, but the moves in her hand did not slacken at all. Even if they came from the same lineage, they had to determine who was superior first. The onlookers then saw the flower swords in both their hands transform into countless pear blossoms, clashing together. Those who had just commented that Yi Xiao only had brute strength fell completely silent. His swordsmanship could match Chi Tianwu's, and if they still claimed Yi Xiao was worthless, it would only belittle Chi Tianwu. In the fierce clash of swords, even though Chi Tianwu used all her skills, she could not push Yi Xiao back. Instead, Yi Xiao's sword seemed to be forcing her to retreat. Chi Tianwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and as she moved her wrist, intending to change her technique, she found that Yi Xiao's sword had firmly latched onto her flower sword without letting go. Is this the 8th move of the Nine Palaces sword, the sticky sword? Chi Tianwu was shocked. The Nine Palaces sword had 9 moves, and she had spent 3 years mastering the first 7. She had only scratched the surface of the sticky sword, yet Yi Xiao had actually executed it. Taking advantage of Chi Tianwu's momentary distraction, Yi Xiao's sword coiled around her sword tip like a spirit snake wrapping around a tree. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly. It was time to end this. In the next second, he stepped forward sharply with his right foot, listening to the wind, and with a flick of his sword tip, crack, Qi Tianwu's flower sword was actually sent flying by Yi Xiao's strike. Qi Tianwu stared blankly at Yi Xiao, her eyes wide as if they were round lychees. Sticky sword, listening to the force, solid steps, stepping on emptiness, there's no mistake. This is indeed the sticky sword from the Nine Palaces sword technique. As Qi Tianwu's flower sword fell to the ground, the eyes of the onlookers nearly dropped to the floor. The entire venue fell silent, their bodies stiff and unmoving. They could not accept this scene. Defeated. The leader of the Qi army has actually been defeated. Countless people lamented in sorrow. This was not the outcome they wanted to see. This bumpkin-like reckless kid should have been beaten to a pulp or rendered useless by the leader of the Qi army. What was even more disheartening was that this kid had gained the opportunity to converse with the leader of the Qi army, something that these rich second-generation heirs had spent vast amounts of money and effort to achieve but failed. Damn it! Qi Tianhao was also in a daze, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yi Xiao. How can this bastard be so difficult to deal with? Even if Lei Dihui is not his match, it's fine, but to have his face slapped hard in medicine, and now to let his cousin lose in fencing, what other way is there to deal with this kid? Zhao Qiuping looked at Yi Xiao, who stood tall on the fencing platform, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Yi Xiao was just a salted fish that she had abandoned. How could he shine so brightly? In Zhao Qiuping's eyes, Yi Xiao, whom she had cast aside, should be living in poverty, should only be able to look up to her from afar. But Yi Xiao's repeated outstanding performances left her in despair, for this undoubtedly indicated that her choice to divorce Yi Xiao was a huge mistake. On the fencing platform, Yi Xiao casually threw his foil to the ground, as if he had merely done something trivial. He looked at Qi Tianwu with a half-smile. Can we have a good talk now? Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Qi Tianwu finally came to her senses. At this moment, there was no longer any contempt for Yi Xiao in her eyes. Although Yi Xiao had only won against her in fencing, it did not prove that his strength was greater than hers, but it also indicated that Yi Xiao was certainly not someone she could underestimate. She had developed some interest in Yi Xiao. With his strong martial prowess and knowledge of the Nine Palaces sword technique, she wanted to probe into Yi Xiao's true identity. Just as Qi Tianwu was about to agree, a hearty voice suddenly came from the entrance of the fencing hall. Qi Juanshou, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's talk somewhere else. Upon hearing this voice, everyone was taken aback. Why was someone else trying to have a private conversation with Qi Tianwu? But when they turned to look, they couldn't help but gasp. My God, it's Huang Feihu, Tiger Master. Anyone who could enter this sports club had a decent background in Lingzhou, and they had seen Huang Feihu on various occasions. Knowing his status in Lingzhou, he was the leader of the underground gang in Lingzhou. Everyone thought of Yi Xiao's previous bet with Qi Tianwu and couldn't help but gloat. This kid was really unlucky. He had finally won against Qi Juanshou, but now he was interrupted by Tiger Master. They certainly didn't think Yi Xiao had the ability to compete with Huang Feihu. The look of frustration on Qi Tianhao's face instantly vanished. He jumped out in a hurry, pointing at Yi Xiao and scolding, Yi, if you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. My cousin is going to talk to Tiger Master and doesn't have time to deal with a small character like you. Since his cousin couldn't teach Yi Xiao a lesson, he wanted to use Huang Feihu's hand to embarrass Yi Xiao. He understood Yi Xiao's temperament. If things went wrong, he might anger Huang Feihu, and then there would be a good show to watch. The Flying Tiger Society was the largest gang in Lingzhou, with thousands of disciples. Could they not handle a Yi Xiao? At this moment, Qi Tianwu swallowed the words she was about to say. The main reason she had left the War Department to come to the city was to meet Huang Feihu, which involved a task assigned from above. Although she was somewhat interested in Yi Xiao, it was far from enough to make her set aside her task. Mr. Yi, let's change the time. I still have official business today, Qi Tianwu said, her smooth, fair face revealing a coldness that kept people at a distance. Yi Xiao raised his eyes to meet Qi Tianwu's gaze, his expression calm and unbothered. No need, let's do it now. Let Huang Feihu wait. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianwu couldn't help but frown. She didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so arrogant as to make Huang Feihu wait. The onlookers began to laugh derisively. I think this kid is tired of living. How dare he make Tiger Master wait? Who does he think he is? Yeah, kid, don't think that just because you managed to win against Qi Juanshou once, you can act so arrogantly. I advise you to get lost while you still can. Tiger Master is busy, and if you waste his time, can you afford to pay for it? At this moment, Qi Tianhao was already grinning from ear to ear, as the situation unfolded just as he had anticipated. Yi Xiao was like Tang Sang in a convertible, lawless and unruly, not even giving face to Huang Feihu. Now, let's see how you escape this one. However, what left everyone dumbfounded was that Huang Feihu, upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, completely changed from the imposing figure he had been when he first appeared. and hurriedly jogged over to Yi Xiao. With a beaming smile, he said, "Yucks, Mr. Yi, it's you. Alright, I'll wait, no problem." Just a moment ago, Yi Xiao had his back to him, and Huang Feihu hadn't seen him clearly, but he was sure he wouldn't mistake Yi Xiao's voice. He dared not defy him in the slightest. Not to mention that Yi Xiao's extraordinary strength intimidated him, but the trouble he was currently facing required Yi Xiao's help, which made Huang Feihu have to obey him. What's going on? Lord Tiger actually agreed to wait? No way. No way. The usually domineering Lord Tiger, how could he become so easy to talk to? Everyone was almost left slack-jawed, completely not expecting things to develop in this direction. Could it be that this kid has some special identity that even Lord Tiger has to bow to? Qi Tianwu was momentarily dazed. When did such a character appear in Lingzhou, and why did she know nothing about it? At this moment, the hardest to accept was Qi Tianhao. His brilliant smile instantly vanished, and his face grew tighter and tighter, finally solidifying like mortar. How could even Huang Feihu show such respect to this kid? What was going on? He was just a small prison guard. If it weren't for the fact that he had gone to the Northwest prison with Zhao Qiuping and seen Yi Xiao's working environment, he would have suspected Yi Xiao was some noble from the capital. Yi Xiao turned around and nodded at Huang Feihu, saying, "It's too noisy here, Lao Huang, arrange it, I want to talk to Miss Qi alone." He didn't take Qi Tianhao seriously at all, like an elephant on a journey that wouldn't stop for an ant blocking its path. If you dare to block, just crush it. Alright, Mr. Yi, I have a private gym at the club, let's go there. Huang Feihu quickly responded. After that, he turned to Qi Tianwu and said, "Commander Qi, Mr. Yi is my friend, and he knows about that matter too, let's go together." Hearing Huang Feihu say this, Qi Tianwu had no objections, lightly nodding her head before striding out of the fencing hall. After watching Yi Xiao and the others leave, Zhao Qiuping gritted her teeth, feeling very unwilling, and said, "Tianhao, what about my invitation to your cousin for dinner?" This was her closest attempt to successfully invite Qi Tianwu, and just as she was about to succeed, she never expected Yi Xiao to intervene. Qi Tianhao was also quite helpless. At first, he had confidently assured Zhao Qiuping, and after Yi Xiao appeared, he had made several threats, saying he would make Yi Xiao regret it, but now Yi Xiao was not only safe but had also taken his cousin away. Damn it! Qi Tianhao's anger surged, his eyes bulging like a bull's, bloodshot. But in an instant, he seemed to think of something, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Qiuping, it looks like there's no chance with my cousin today, but I have a way to introduce you to the young master of the Lei family, Lei Dongting. And I can make that little brat Yi Xiao unlucky." He knew that Lei Dongting had been pursuing his cousin and would definitely be interested in Yi Xiao challenging her today. If he stirred the pot a bit, Lei Dongting would surely go find trouble with Yi Xiao. Without hesitation, Qi Tianhao immediately took out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, on Yi Xiao's side, a few minutes later, the three arrived at a VIP private gym of over 100 square meters. Huang Feihu found an excuse to leave temporarily, leaving Qi Tianwu and Yi Xiao alone together. For a moment, Yi Xiao didn't know how to start the conversation. Qi Tianwu, due to her martial arts training and military position, exuded a special aura that made it impossible for him to approach her as casually as he would with Song Qingxue or Lu Yi. Moreover, since it was their first meeting, he felt it was inappropriate to bring up such a personal topic. Noticing Yi Xiao's hesitation, Qi Tianwu broke the silence first. "If you have something to say, just say it." From the beginning, she had heard Qi Tianhao mention that Yi Xiao was familiar with Shangguan Yun, and during their encounter, she noticed Yi Xiao's proficiency in the Nine Palaces sword technique. Now, even Huang Feihu treated Yi Xiao with utmost respect, which made her realize he was not an ordinary person. Thus, she dismissed the idea that Yi Xiao was one of her vulgar suitors and was genuinely curious about why he sought her out. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and got straight to the point. "Miss Qi, may I ask if you are engaged?" Qi Tianwu's brows furrowed instantly, her charming face cooling down again. Just a moment ago, she thought Yi Xiao was not the type to be so cliché, but in the next moment, he asked such a question, which instantly diminished her good impression of him. Seeing that Qi Tianwu's expression was off, Yi Xiao quickly explained, "Miss Qi, I mean no offense. My mother arranged a marriage for me in Lingzhou, and I just wanted to confirm if it is you." Qi Tianwu snorted coldly, her already stern face now even more frosty. She looked at Yi Xiao with a piercing gaze. "Mr. Yi, I can clearly tell you that I am not engaged, and my family would never arrange a marriage for me without my consent." Each of Qi Tianwu's words was pronounced firmly, her eyes betraying an undeniable pride. Although Yi Xiao could be considered excellent in some sense, the man Qi Tianwu wanted to marry had to be extraordinary, and Yi Xiao was far from meeting her standards. Yi Xiao could tell that Qi Tianwu was not lying. Such a proud woman would certainly not stoop to deceit. Could it be that Aunt Zhou's information was incorrect? Or was this just a feint from his mother, deliberately leaking false information to Aunt Jo? Since that's the case, I can save some trouble. To be honest, I don't quite agree with the way elders do things. My purpose in finding that engaged girl is to clarify things and break off the engagement, Yi Xiao said candidly. Miss Qi, I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Yi Xiao turned and walked towards the gym's entrance. Seeing Yi Xiao's decisiveness, Qi Tianwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Was he really just here to confirm whether she was his fiancée? Did he not feel anything for her at all? Huang Feihu, who was waiting at the door, saw Yi Xiao come out and immediately extinguished his cigarette, approaching him. Warden, you're done so soon? Huang Feihu was genuinely puzzled. He hadn't even finished his cigarette yet. Yi Xiao had wrapped things up, and in his expectations, the warden and Qi Tianwu, both young talents, should have had plenty of common topics to discuss. Yi Xiao merely nodded slightly, not wanting to elaborate further. Seeing Yi Xiao about to leave, Huang Feihu added, Warden, please take extra care regarding Tianba's matter. Don't worry, I will ensure his safety, Yi Xiao replied, tossing out a single sentence before walking straight out of the gym. After Yi Xiao left, Huang Feihu approached Qi Tianwu, his expression serious. Commander Qi, I've received another message from that person. He said he would take my life within 7 days. Yi Xiao walked to the parking lot, feeling somewhat displeased. Having ruled out the most probable candidate, Qi Tianwu, he was momentarily at a loss. Did he really have to retrieve the token from Old Song and search step by step? No, he needed to urge Su Jianxin to investigate further. He couldn't remain too passive. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao drove back to Song Qingshua's villa. After a long day of fighting in the arena and outsmarting Chen Aokuan, he felt a bit tired and was ready to take a shower and enjoy a comfortable nap. As for Song Qingxue, he felt reassured with the presence of the greedy wolf. However, just as he pushed open the villa's large door, he was surprised to see Song Qingxue inside. At that moment, she had changed into a long home dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, sitting upright on the sofa, her fingers tapping away at the keyboard, likely handling official business. Yi Xiao felt a bit frustrated. If this girl had work to do, wouldn't it be more convenient to go to the office? But he didn't want to disturb her, so he tiptoed toward his room. Stop! Just as Yi Xiao took his 2.5 step, he was called out by Song Qingxue. She put down her laptop, stood up, and looked at him with a cold gaze. Bodyguard Yi, shouldn't you explain to me why you're not at the office during work hours? Song Qingxue adopted a tone of a superior reprimanding a subordinate. In truth, she didn't care much whether Yi Xiao went to the office or not. She was just upset that he had driven off in his own car. Yi Xiao grinned and teased, President Song, didn't you also skip the office? Is it only allowed for the officials to set fire while the commoners can't even light a lamp? Song Qingxue was speechless. She was the president, and the entire company belonged to her, so of course, she had the autonomy to choose whether to go to the office. But Yi Xiao, a mere bodyguard, did he also want to have his own privileges? However, to maintain her grand image as president, she couldn't say that. Well then, you should at least give me an explanation for taking my car to the sports club. Song Qingxue's eyes were icy and intimidating, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. In fact, this was what Song Qingxue cared about the most. She had tracked Yi Xiao's location through her phone and found out he had gone to the club, which puzzled her. What was Yi Xiao doing at the club, or rather, who was he meeting? Was it a man or a woman? She had just escaped danger, and Yi Xiao had the audacity to leave her behind. How could she swallow that anger? Seeing that Song Qingxue seemed genuinely angry, Yi Xiao felt it was time to provide some explanation. After all, he had taken her car and used her membership to enter the club. So he spoke frankly, I went to meet Qi Tianwu. Qi Tianwu? Song Qingxue was first surprised, then relieved. As a native of Lingzhou, she naturally knew this remarkable woman, a female military leader who was as capable as any man, and she was also one of the 3 great beauties of Lingzhou, just like Song Qingxue. A woman as outstanding as Qi Tianwu would surely have nothing to do with a guy like Yi Xiao. Perhaps Qi Tianwu wouldn't even spare him a glance. It was worth noting that when Song Qingxue first met Yi Xiao, she also felt he was unworthy of her. If only she knew that Yi Xiao not only defeated Qi Tianwu in fencing but also had a private conversation with her, she might not be so confident. Song Qingxue then sat back down, her demeanor imposing as she said, the fuel costs will be deducted from your salary, and you'll also be penalized for today's absence. Although she knew this wouldn't harm Yi Xiao much, after her earlier outburst, she needed a small outlet for her frustration. Otherwise, wouldn't that undermine her image as president? Oomph, women. Yi Xiao snorted lightly, unconcerned, and walked into his room. Meanwhile, in a military jeep, Qi Tianwu, having finished discussing matters with Huang Feihu, sat in the car lost in thought. Yi Xiao's image kept flashing in her mind, his relaxed demeanor while fencing, his unwavering departure. Chi Tianwu, almost unconsciously, took out her phone and called her father. Dad, I met someone today. His name is Yi Xiao. Do you know him? Chi Tianwu comes from a military family. Her father is an officer in the Ministry of War, so their conversations are always straightforward. On the other end of the phone, Xi's father suddenly stood up. Xiao Wu, have you met Yi Xiao? What do you think of him? Upon hearing this, Chi Tianwu's eyes flickered, and her delicate brows twitched slightly. Her father's words sounded just like the eager inquiries of parents after a blind date. Could it be true what Yi Xiao said, that their families had indeed arranged a marriage for them? Dad, are you hiding something from me? Chi Tianwu's tone carried a hint of anger, as she had almost guessed the answer. Naturally, Xi's father picked up on his daughter's displeasure. Well, Xiao Wu, just let me explain. Yi Xiao is a very good young man. I know his parents, and 2 months ago, we had a drink together. Listening to her usually straightforward father become so verbose, Chi Tianwu interrupted directly. Dad, did you arrange a marriage between me and him? Xi's father chuckled. Hee, Xiao Wu, there is indeed such a thing. I'm telling you, Yi Xiao is really excellent, that's why I. However, before Chi's father could finish, Chi Tianwu hung up. She tightly clenched her phone, her watery eyes mixed with resentment, unwillingness, and anger. She resented her father for arranging a marriage without consulting her, was unwilling to be engaged to someone she barely knew, and was furious that Yi Xiao even thought about breaking off the engagement. How could Chi Tianwu allow someone else to break off the engagement? If it were to be broken, it should be her decision. With this thought, Chi Tianwu picked up her phone again, her expression unchanged as she said, I want to know everything about Yi Xiao within an hour. Days passed in a flash. During these days, Yi Xiao returned to his monotonous work life, but there was still a glimmer of hope. A month had already passed, and with the half-month he spent trading with Old Song, he was halfway to obtaining the token. One day, while Yi Xiao was playing a mobile game in the office, he saw Tan Lang approach with a pained expression, as if he had a stomachache, glaring at Yi Xiao and saying, Mr. Yi, do you remember what you said last time? Tan Lang had been waiting for Yi Xiao to fulfill his promise to guide him in his martial arts, but out of respect for Yi Xiao, he hadn't brought it up directly, merely lingering around him every day as a hint. However, Yi Xiao seemed oblivious, as if he had dementia, refusing to mention the matter. Today, Tan Lang could no longer hold back and confronted him. Yi Xiao shook his head slightly. Tan Lang was too impatient. Didn't the Monkey King kneel before the Bodhi Patriarch for 3 years to become his disciple? He had only left Tan Lang hanging for a few days, and he was already losing patience. But since he had nothing else to do, he decided to fulfill his original promise. Yi Xiao closed his phone, lifted his chin, and said, let's go to the warehouse on the second basement floor. Seeing Yi Xiao readily agree, a smile finally appeared on Tan Lang's face, pondering whether he should have said this earlier. The two of them walked to the Song Group warehouse, where Tan Lang took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the security guard watching the warehouse, telling him not to disturb them. The guard was quite perceptive. After all, the strength of Tan Lang and Yi Xiao was well known, and even Minister Huo was no match for them, so how could he dare to neglect the two? After the guard left, Yi Xiao picked up a chair and sat down in the center of the warehouse, comfortably crossing his legs, before saying lightly, show me a set of your Tai Chi. Yi Xiao knew that Tai Chi was Tan Lang's strongest skill, and he had been practicing it for no less than 10 years, so he had already formed a stable style. Therefore, if he were to teach Tan Lang other martial arts, it would likely have little effect. To practice a set of martial arts, it's best to start from a blank slate. For someone like Tan Lang, who has already made considerable progress, one can only help refine and point out shortcomings, rather than completely start over. Tan Lang didn't think much of it and, following Yi Xiao's instructions, began to proficiently practice Tai Chi in the warehouse. It must be said that Tan Lang's Tai Chi was quite methodical, with appropriate movements. The fast parts were like a rabbit darting away, while the slow parts resembled an old donkey grinding grain. Yi Xiao lightly tapped his thigh with his fingers, as if he were enjoying a theatrical performance. Just as Tan Lang executed the 8th move, Yi Xiao's fingers suddenly stopped, and he moved his lips to say, repeat the previous move. Aha! Tan Lang frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled by Yi Xiao's meaning. His Tai Chi emphasized fluidity, and isolating a single move neither connected with the previous one nor led into the next, making it hard to discern anything. Nevertheless, he followed Yi Xiao's instructions. He saw Tan Lang retract his hands, one hand swiftly sliding upward while the other shot out like lightning, precisely the move he had attempted against Bosgong at the construction site in the south of the city, aiming to separate Bosgong's hand bones. After completing the move, Tan Lang turned to look at Yi Xiao, eager to hear his thoughts. Yi Xiao, sitting in the chair, spoke confidently, your move, while executed correctly, lacks spirit. If you continue to practice like this, even if you reach great mastery, your future martial arts will only be dead techniques. Any martial art in the world that seeks to reach a transformative state must fill the body with intent, achieving a state of using intent to strike rather than using force. In fact, regarding Tanlong's issue, Yi Xiao had already noticed it during their first encounter. At that time, Tanlong's Tai Chi couldn't hold its own. Moreover, during Tanlong's battle with Boss Gong, it was for this very reason that a move that should have been successful nearly allowed Boss Gong to escape. Had Tanlang not reacted quickly, he might not have been able to break Boss Gong's arm. Tanlang listened, somewhat understanding but not fully grasping. The Tai Chi practiced in Nanyang was not the authentic form but had evolved through several generations, and his Tai Chi skills were considered top-notch there, so no one had ever pointed out such issues to him. Seeing the expression on Tanlong's face, Yi Xiao realized he hadn't understood his meaning. Since he was only conveying a concept, which indeed felt somewhat hollow, he stood up and leaped. Whoosh! He jumped onto the back of the chair. One foot was placed on the chair's back while the other was raised, maintaining a posture like a standing chicken, yet the chair beneath him remained completely still, as if Yi Xiao were not a person weighing over 100 pounds but rather a feather floating on the chair's back. After witnessing Yi Xiao's feat, Tanlang was not overly surprised. He thought he could do the same if he were in that position. At that moment, Yi Xiao spoke, "Come at me now. If you can make me fall from the back of this chair, I will concede, provided you don't damage the chair." Upon hearing this, a glint of cunning flashed in Tanlong's eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would not be Yi Xiao's opponent, but now that Yi Xiao was standing on the edge of the chair, attacking him seemed as easy as hitting a sandbag. Since Yi Xiao was so overconfident, Tanlang decided not to hold back. He still remembered how Yi Xiao had treated him like a laborer that night, and with a clenched fist, the joints of his fingers cracked loudly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot and appeared right in front of Yi Xiao. Without hesitation, he threw a punch aimed at the leg on which Yi Xiao stood. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, as if he had already seen through Tanlong's intentions. He pulled his spine upward while simultaneously sinking his shoulder, creating a counterpulling state, as if he were balancing a heavy load on his shoulders. As Yi Xiao's leg stretched back in the instant when the greedy wolf was about to strike, whoosh! It pulled back like a bowstring drawn tight, while the other foot simultaneously pressed against the back of the chair for support. In that moment, the punch that the greedy wolf thought was certain to land missed completely. The greedy wolf's expression changed slightly. Having practiced Tai Chi for so long, he could naturally see that although Yi Xiao's movements seemed casual, they revealed a flavor of Tai Chi's fullness and yang deficiency. However, he did not give up. After missing his punch, he seized the moment when Yi Xiao's body was still unsteady and kicked the chair hard, intending to create a jolt that would make Yi Xiao fall or expose a flaw. After all, a chair is not a person and cannot dodge. Bang! It was kicked by the greedy wolf and toppled to the side. At that moment, Yi Xiao, unhurried, placed the leg he had just stretched back onto the chair's back again. Clatter! The originally tilted chair was righted back on the ground. Yi Xiao's entire movement resembled a bowstring that, after being drawn tight, automatically snapped back, or like an umbrella that was opened and then closed again, appearing very natural. In that instant, the feeling of fullness and yang deficiency that the greedy wolf had sensed earlier vanished, and everything seemed so harmonious. The greedy wolf stopped his movements and began to close his eyes in contemplation. Remembering Yi Xiao's words, he felt as if he had grasped something, like an antelope's horn in his mind. Yi Xiao initially did not disturb the greedy wolf, but when he saw the greedy wolf's brow furrowing tighter, he knew this guy must have encountered something he couldn't figure out. So he spoke up, "To achieve fullness throughout the body, you must use intention rather than force. When throwing a punch, you must first understand that all the joints in your body are just placed where they should be, without any force at all. There should be no movements in your mind. Let your heart guide your joints to rise naturally, and let your waist and spine lead your limbs to spring forth naturally." Upon hearing this, the greedy wolf felt as if he had been enlightened. When he opened his eyes, his brow had completely relaxed, and he cupped his hands in a bow to Yi Xiao. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your guidance. I understand now." Yi Xiao smirked slightly. Understanding and doing are two different things. As he spoke, he lightly jumped down from the back of the chair and raised his chin. "Come, stand up in the position I just showed you." The greedy wolf responded with an and without further ado, he jumped onto the back of the chair just like Yi Xiao had. However, unlike Yi Xiao's initial silent landing, the greedy wolf's leap caused the wooden chair to creak under the strain. Creak, creak. It was then that he realized how masterful Yi Xiao's earlier lightness had been. Thinking that he could do the same as Yi Xiao, he couldn't help but blush. Indeed, understanding and doing are two different things. The greedy wolf couldn't help but admire Yi Xiao a bit more. "Mr. Yi, what should I do next?" the greedy wolf asked earnestly. Yi Xiao, with his hands behind his back, spoke slowly like a private school teacher. Relax your body, gather your energy in your dantian, and imagine that your feet are not pressing on the back of the chair but rather on the tips of grass, which are not bent by your weight but naturally support your entire body. The greedy wolf closed his eyes and followed Yi Xiao's instructions, and indeed, he found that this approach gave him much better control over his joints than his previous Tai Chi practice. His view of Yi Xiao had also changed significantly. Although this person was a bit harsh, he could genuinely teach him something. His half-month of security work had not been in vain. That night of hard labor had not been for nothing. Just as the greedy wolf was thinking this, suddenly, he felt a movement in his ears, as if he heard the sound of wind. The next second, his leg, which was standing on the back of the chair like a golden rooster, was struck hard. Then, with a clatter, the greedy wolf, caught off guard, fell to the ground from the back of the chair. The greedy wolf widened his eyes, filled with righteous indignation as he looked at Yi Xiao, only to see Yi Xiao grinning slyly at him. Damn it, I still thought too highly of this guy. Ahem! Yi Xiao cleared his throat twice, once again adopting the demeanor of a private tutor and said, Greedy wolf, this is also a form of practice. You must always be ready to strike or defend. I am teaching you to be full of intent, not to be like a wooden puppet, do you understand? After more than a decade, Yi Xiao could finally toy with others like that old man from Qingyun Mountain, and it felt really good. When he was cultivating this full intent back then, that old man had pulled a similar trick on him. He had been practicing at the mountain peak. Compared to Greedy Wolf, he had suffered countless times more. At this moment, Greedy Wolf was just like Yi Xiao when he had fallen down the slope years ago. Although he had 1,000 curses running through his mind, he couldn't voice them because what the other person said made sense. Alright, stop staring at me, jump up. Let's continue. Yi Xiao pointed to the chair. Again? For the first time, Greedy Wolf realized that choosing this master might be the gravest mistake he had made. Are you going to ambush me again? Greedy Wolf asked, feeling frustrated. Yi Xiao replied seriously, Greedy Wolf, watch your words. I am guiding you. If it weren't for your sincerity, I wouldn't even bother to teach someone else. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Greedy Wolf's mouth twitched. Is this guidance? This is clearly tormenting me. But he only dared to think this in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Alas! The master he chose, he could only resign himself to fate. Moreover, Greedy Wolf felt a surge of determination. Since Yi Xiao could withstand his attacks, he didn't believe he couldn't do the same. Thus, for the next hour, the warehouse was filled with the sounds of chairs crashing to the ground and Greedy Wolf making intimate contact with the floor. Yi Xiao was having a great time until he received a call from Song Qingxue, and only then did Greedy Wolf find relief. Alright, you can find Hua Dagwan to practice with you. I have something to do. Yi Xiao dropped this line and turned to leave. Greedy Wolf widened his eyes again. Can he really find someone else to practice with? What did all those falls just now count for? If Yi Xiao had let someone with a lower skill level practice with him from the start, he definitely wouldn't have fallen so quickly and so miserably. In short, Yi Xiao was definitely doing this on purpose to tease him. Leaving the warehouse, Yi Xiao hummed a tune as he made his way to the president's office. President Song, what do you need me for? Yi Xiao sat down casually in the chair opposite Song Qingxue, completely lacking the demeanor of a bodyguard. Song Qingxue knew his personality and didn't mind. She gently said with her red lips, I have a meeting with a few suppliers at noon, and I might need to socialize. Come with me. In the past, she would have had Hua Dagwan accompany her for such matters, but now that she had Yi Xiao, who was more capable, she naturally looked down on Hua Dagwan. Moreover, she didn't know why, but she always hoped Yi Xiao would be by her side, as if that gave her a greater sense of security. Hearing that it was for a meal, Yi Xiao naturally had no reason to refuse. Going out with the leader was much better than eating the same 3 dishes and a soup in the cafeteria for hundreds of years. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue arrived at a restaurant called Manhwa Tower in the city center, which was the best restaurant in Lingzhou besides Manhwa. Originally, Song Qingxue had considered going to Manhwa, but she was worried about running into Feng Honggang, who seemed to always target Yi Xiao. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she had to settle for second best. Upon arriving at the restaurant's entrance, Yi Xiao was surprised to encounter a familiar face, Zhou Zhiyun, the wife of the city's mayor, Qin Haifeng. Since they were about 10 meters apart and both had others beside them, Yi Xiao merely nodded and smiled at Zhou Zhiyun, acknowledging her. Zhou Zhiyun learned from her husband that Yi Xiao was now working as a personal bodyguard for Song Qingxue at the Song Group. She figured that Yi Xiao must be busy with work, so she nodded in understanding. She couldn't help but sigh to herself about how complicated young people's romantic relationships had become. She knew that Yi Xiao's mother intended to have Song Qingxue marry her son, but Yi Xiao had not followed the usual path of dating her. Instead, he had become a bodyguard under Song Qingxue. Zhou Jian shook her head and didn't think much more about it, continuing to chat with her friends nearby. Yi Xiao, who is that person? Song Qingxue naturally noticed Yi Xiao greeting Zhou Jiyun. She's a friend of my mother. Yi Xiao thought it best not to reveal Zhou Jiyun's identity, or else his previous lie about encountering Qingshi would raise Song Qingxue's suspicions. Fortunately, Song Qingxue didn't take it seriously, and the two headed straight into the elevator towards the reserved private room. Upon arriving at the private room, they found it empty, which puzzled Song Qingxue. She had met with these suppliers a few times before, and since the Song Group was a major enterprise in Lingzhou, the suppliers usually fawned over her. Whenever there was a banquet, they would arrive early, so this situation was indeed unusual. After a few more minutes, none of the invited suppliers had shown up. Growing increasingly suspicious, Song Qingxue took out her phone, intending to call one of the suppliers to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was violently pushed open. A sharply dressed man with slick back hair led a group of burly men in black into the room. As soon as he entered, the slick back man arrogantly shouted, "This private room is reserved for young Master Jiang. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Hearing this, Song Qingxue's face darkened, and she coldly replied, "Why should we leave? We reserved this room first." Already feeling a bit down, she was not in the mood to give the intruder a good face. The slick back man glanced at Song Qingxue's stunning beauty and couldn't help but swallow hard. A lewd smile crept onto his face as he said, "Miss, I'll allow you to stay and drink with young Master Jiang, but this annoying kid has to get lost." Song Qingxue could easily understand the implication in the slick back man's words. He not only wanted to forcibly take the private room but also seemed to want to take her as well. Anger surged in her chest. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lip and said, "What the hell is this? We finally come out for a nice meal, and we run into this idiot." Naturally, the slick back man heard this and immediately became furious, shouting, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk back? I'll tell you, I'm the secretary of young Master Jiang Bingkuan from the Jiang Group. If you offend me, I can smash your mouth in a minute, do you believe it?" Upon hearing that the other party was from the Jiang Group, Song Qingxue couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This was one of the top 5 conglomerates in Jiangnan province. Moreover, its chairman was the head of the Jiang family and the vice president of the Provincial Business Alliance. No wonder the slick back man was so arrogant, he had such a background. After saying this, the slick back man pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and slammed it onto the table, speaking in a condescending tone, "Kid, here's 5,000 yuan. Take the money and get lost before I get angry." "Ha!" Yi Xiao scoffed disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt for the ignorant. "Isn't it just a dog? I really don't know where you get your sense of superiority from. Don't think that even if you bring 50 million, as long as I'm not happy, we won't leave this private room." The slick back man immediately roared in anger, "Kid, even if I'm a dog, I'm young Master Jiang's dog, someone you ants can only look up to. And who do you think you are? 50 million back? I can give you 5,000, and that would be like your ancestors' grave smoking. Since you refuse to leave, don't blame me for having someone break your legs and make you crawl out." Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled with mockery. Did he think these few thugs behind him could break his legs? Just as Yi Xiao was about to retaliate, even willing to teach the other party a lesson, Song Qingxue stood up. With a serious expression, she said, "We can vacate this private room, but please watch your words. I am not a hostess and will not unwillingly drink with anyone." After saying that, Song Qingxue turned to Yi Xiao and said, "Let's go. We'll change to another room. After all, the guests we are waiting for haven't arrived yet." Deep down, Song Qingxue didn't want to give up the room, but the Jiang Group was not someone she could afford to offend at this stage, so she had to choose to endure. Yi Xiao shook his head, feeling that Song Qingxue was being a bit too timid, but after spending these days with her, he understood her character and knew she must have her reasons for acting this way. However, just as Song Qingxue was about to walk out, she was stopped by the thug with the slick back hair, who smirked, "Miss, didn't you understand what I just said? I want you to stay and drink with young Master Jiang." Seeing that Song Qingxue agreed to vacate the room, he thought she must be afraid of him, so he believed that by proposing this condition, she would reluctantly comply. Song Qingxue's face instantly turned cold, her eyes flashing with a cold light, "Get lost." She didn't expect that even after agreeing to give up the room, this thug would still be so pushy. Due to her long-standing authority in the Song Group, there was an implicit power in her words, causing the thug to momentarily feel like retreating. But he quickly composed himself. After all, he represented young Master Jiang and had no reason to fear this woman. The thug raised his head, looking at Song Qingxue with a half-smile. "Miss, I advise you to be sensible. Being able to drink with young Master Jiang is something many people would envy. If young Master Jiang takes a liking to you, it would be a blessing for your whole family, do you understand? Look at the people behind me, they can take on 10 at once. So I advise you not to act rashly, or else I won't mind using force, ha." The thug laughed arrogantly, his voice grating like sandpaper. He had done this many times, knowing that women as beautiful as Song Qingxue often liked to act aloof, but under his threats and sweet words, no matter how proud a woman was, she would have to submit. Looking at the thug's ugly face, Song Qingxue could no longer suppress her anger and raised her hand to slap him. Smack! The thug received a solid slap from Song Qingxue. "My bodyguard was right, you are just a dog. What is there to be proud of? You refuse to accept kindness and insist on asking for a beating." Song Qingxue's gaze was sharp, speaking each word clearly. She had her temper, and when she could no longer endure, there was no need to hold back. Seeing Song Qingxue slap the thug, Yishao secretly nodded. It was about time. For such a bully, talking sense wouldn't work. Only by making him hurt and scared would he understand what respect meant. You dare to hit me." The thug covered his face, looking at Song Qingxue in disbelief. In his expectation, this woman should have obediently complied under his intimidation, allowing him to do as he pleased. The few thugs behind him were also stunned, not understanding where Song Qingxue found the courage to hit Secretary Xiao. Did they think they were just sitting around doing nothing? Quick, grab this woman. Since she doesn't want to keep her dignity, I'll make sure she never has any dignity again. The man with the slicked back hair bared his teeth and roared, "You cheap whore, let me tell you, once young Master Jiang is done with you, I'll make you understand what it means to wish for death." A few of his henchmen stepped forward in unison, completely blocking Song Qingxue's escape route. Each of them wore lewd expressions, filled with a desire to ravage a woman. In their eyes, Song Qingxue had no chance of escaping today. Perhaps after young Master Jiang and Secretary Xiao were done enjoying themselves, they could have their turn. Such a stunning beauty was far superior to the mediocre women in massage parlors. Song Qingxue naturally saw the vulgarity in their eyes. She took a step back and gritted her teeth, saying, "Yishao, fight for me." At this point, she no longer cared that these people were lackeys of the Jiang group. After all, she was in the right today. Even if it came to a lawsuit against the Jiang group, she wouldn't be afraid. Yishao chuckled bitterly. This girl really knew how to get herself into trouble. Since he had become her bodyguard, he had been in many fights. Although he was willing to spar with skilled opponents, these lowlifes before him didn't pique his interest at all. But now that it had come to this, he had no choice but to get involved. "Alright, you sit back and watch the show," Yishao said lightly. Seeing Yishao's calm demeanor, the slick-back man felt contempt. He was just a pretty boy pretending to be a tough guy, completely unaware of the danger. "Kid, you really are a toad trying to swallow the sky. What a big mouth. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant you that. Get him. First, break this kid's limbs. I want him to watch as the woman he protects rolls in the sheets with us." Ha! The henchmen all looked down on Yishao, thinking he was just a hero from a soap opera, but they were not the weaklings from those shows. They were professionally trained fighters from a martial arts school. "Let me handle this." A tall, burly henchman stepped forward. In his eyes, taking down Yishao didn't require the others. One person was enough. "Kid, today I'll let you know how many eyes the king of horses has." The tall henchman snorted coldly, and the next second, he threw a punch aimed at Yishao's head. "Good." The slicked-back man and the other three henchmen clapped and cheered. In their view, this unexpected punch would surely knock Yishao out cold. The henchman attacking Yishao thought the same. His punch could shatter 5 red bricks, and with the element of surprise on his side, he figured this pretty boy wouldn't even have time to scream before being knocked out. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Yishao's head, a sudden whoosh of wind rushed past his ear. Yishao had struck without them noticing. His right hand shot out like lightning, and before the henchman's punch could land, Yishao's palm had already sliced across the henchman's neck. With a terrible scream, the nearly 200-pound henchman was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, his eyes closing as he lost consciousness. Hiss! The slicked-back man and the remaining henchmen gasped in shock. It was at this moment they realized Yishao hadn't been boasting. He truly had the ability to challenge them. On Song Qingxue's side, however, she remained exceptionally calm. She had no doubt that Yishao could handle these henchmen. She didn't believe that a secretary's men could be stronger than the martial artist Su Hui had hired with a fortune. "Hey, all of you, together." The slicked-back man snapped back to reality and immediately issued orders to the remaining henchmen. The saying goes that 2 fists can't match 4 hands. He didn't believe Yishao could take on the 3 remaining henchmen at once. At this moment, the remaining thugs were thinking the same way. The defeat of the previous thug was partly due to underestimating their opponent, and now they certainly would not look down on Yishao again. With 3 of them joining forces, they were sure they could crush Yishao. The 3 exchanged glances. Since they were all disciples of the same martial arts school and often carried out tasks together as thugs for the Jiang group, their coordination was particularly seamless. They spread out, preparing to attack Yi Xiao from 3 different angles. "Die for me!" The leading thug, who had practiced hard qigong, shouted, his wrist shaking, causing the veins on his arm to bulge, and his fist to turn a dark blue. His 2 companions knew that this was a manifestation of external martial arts practiced to the extreme. A single punch could knock out even a bull. However, that was not the end of it. At the same time, another thug launched an attack on Yi Xiao. He leaned to one side, using the strength of his waist to propel his thigh joint, and with a swish, he delivered a fierce side kick aimed at Yi Xiao's waist. The sound of the wind made the tablecloth on the dining table rustle. A hint of worry flashed in Song Qingshue's eyes. Although she knew Yi Xiao could handle these people, she couldn't help but feel anxious for him. "Ha ha ha, kid, let's see how you deal with this." The thug with the slicked back hair smirked coldly. The thugs of the Jiang group were all selected from the Tianhai Martial Arts School. Although individually they might not match the strength of those great masters, 3 working together would give even the masters a headache. Not enough strength, too slow. At this moment, facing the 2-pronged attack, Yi Xiao was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he commented like a seasoned master. As he spoke, Yi Xiao struck out with both hands, one palm aimed at the calf of the thug on the left, while his fist collided head-on with the thug on the right. Seeing Yi Xiao treat them with such disdain, daring to attack both of them at once, the 2 thugs were filled with anger and even more convinced that Yi Xiao was doomed. However, the next second, they were both horrified. First, the thug who had practiced hard qigong found that his fist, capable of knocking down a bull, shattered the moment it made contact with Yi Xiao. It felt as if he had punched a 1,000-pound bronze bell. But that was not the end. Yi Xiao's hidden strength erupted instantly, transmitting through his fist to the thug's limbs and bones. Puff! The thug spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably flying backward. Next was the thug who had delivered the side kick. Although Yi Xiao's palm seemed light and soft, when it struck his calf, the thug felt as if his powerful kick had sunk into a quagmire, unable to advance or retract. At that moment, Yi Xiao's palm slid naturally to the joint of his calf. Suddenly, with a twist and a push, there was a crack. Sound as Yi Xiao used the Tai Chi technique to dislocate the thug's leg bone. If the greedy wolf were present, he would surely cheer loudly, for Yi Xiao's technique of dislocating bones was executed exactly as he had said, with intention following the mind, leaving the opponent completely unaware before falling into the trap. In the blink of an eye, after incapacitating one hand and one leg of the 2 thugs, the last remaining thug seized the opportunity to swiftly draw a dagger from his sleeve. Whoosh! It shot toward Yi Xiao's chest. At this moment, Yi Xiao had both hands extended, exposing his chest, which to him was like a living target. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid this strike. "Yi Xiao, be careful!" Song Qingshuo couldn't help but shout, her heart filled with anger. This third thug was truly too treacherous, resorting to a sneak attack with a dagger at the last moment. The big-backed head was initially shocked when he saw Yi Xiao defeat 2 thugs, feeling anxious and unsettled. However, upon witnessing the sneak attack from the third thug, a cold smile reappeared at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, let's see if you can survive this time." With Yi Xiao's combat experience, how could he not notice the intentions of the third thug? After all, back in the first prison of the world, he had been attacked by dozens of ruthless foes at once and had never been at a disadvantage. Just as the last thug was 3 steps away from Yi Xiao, he slightly curled his lips, straightened his right leg, and kicked precisely at the thug's wrist. Ah! With a piercing scream from the thug, he realized that his wrist bone had been shattered by Yi Xiao's kick. But that wasn't the end. Yi Xiao's toes kicked out again, this time striking the fallen dagger. In an instant, the dagger shot out like a meteor, piercing the thug's shoulder. Due to Yi Xiao's immense strength, the thug's body was actually lifted off the ground by the dagger. Clang! The dagger pinned the thug's body against the wall. Witnessing this scene, the big-backed head felt a tightening in his chest, unable to catch his breath, and his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. If even 3 thugs from martial arts schools were no match for Yi Xiao, then he, who only relied on intimidation, was even less capable. At that moment, Yi Xiao's sharp gaze swept over the big-backed head like a cold sword, and he lightly smiled mockingly. "So, do you still want to cripple me?" Under Yi Xiao's gaze, the big-backed head felt a wave of heat surge in his abdomen, and he wet himself in fear. "Yi Xiao, let's leave it at that. I'll call the legal department of the company to handle this," Song Qingshuo said, worried that if Yi Xiao continued to fight, things would end badly, and stepped in to stop him. Just as Song Qingshuo was about to make the call, a soft voice came in. "President Song, what a skill you have. How dare you allow your subordinates to attack my Jiang Bingkuan's people?" As the voice fell, 2 figures walked in, led by a young man in a white suit, with distinct and angular features, who could be considered handsome, but the sly smile that often appeared at the corners of his lips made people uncomfortable. Following this man was Su Hui, an old acquaintance of Song Qingshuo and Yi Xiao. "Jiang Bingkuan? Upon hearing the man's words, Song Qingshua's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. She had heard of this young master of the Jiang family, known for his ruthless and vicious methods. After returning from studying abroad and taking over as president of the Jiang group, he had firmly controlled the entire group within just 6 months. Those who defied him either met with fatal accidents or mysteriously fell to their deaths. How could Jiang Bingquan arrive so quickly? Meanwhile, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of conspiracy as he saw Su Hui. From the delay of the supplier invited by Song Qingxue to the big-backed head's forceful intrusion, and now these two arriving right on cue, it seemed too coincidental. Seeing his master arrive, the big-backed head, who had been frightened to the ground by Yi Xiao, regained some confidence and crawled to Jiang Bingquan's side. "Young Master Jiang, you must stand up for us. Look at my subordinates, beaten to this state by that kid. If you had come any later, I might not have escaped his clutches either," Jiang Bingquan said calmly, glancing at the big-backed head with eyes full of indifference. He was not surprised by this scene. In fact, the fate of the big-backed head and the thugs had long been within his expectations. At this moment, Su Hui, standing behind Jiang Bingquan, looked at Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao with eyes full of hatred. He admitted that he could not compete with the Song group, but that did not mean he would concede defeat. He was determined to make the Song group pay tenfold for the losses they had caused him. At this moment, Song Qingxue had also regained her composure from the initial shock, especially when she saw Su Hui, and some guesses began to form in her mind. She raised her head and met Jiang Bingquan's gaze without flinching. "Jiang Xiao, the reason for the current situation, I think you should ask your secretary what he has done. This private room was reserved by me first. He barged in uninvited, trying to take over, even insulting me and attempting to lay hands on me. My bodyguard's actions in teaching them a lesson are entirely reasonable." Jiang Bingquan looked Song Qingxue up and down, sneering coldly, his face showing 3 parts disdain, 3 parts cunning, and 4 parts mockery. "Song Zong, we are in a society governed by law now. Do you really think hitting someone is reasonable? Moreover, this is just your one-sided story. I believe my secretary and subordinates would not be so reckless and rude." After saying this, Jiang Bingquan turned to the man with the slick back hair. "You tell me honestly, what exactly happened?" The slick back man rolled his eyes and said, "Jiang Xiao, I came in to negotiate with them amicably about changing the private room. You can see there's compensation on the table I offered them, but these two refused to exchange and even said we disturbed their meal, then directly attacked me and my subordinate. Jiang Xiao, the slap marks on my face and the injuries of my subordinates are all evidence. Jiang Xiao, believe me, if I said one word of falsehood just now, let me die a terrible death." The slick back man spoke with a righteous tone. Hearing this, Song Qingxue's face turned pale with anger. She never expected this slick back man could lie so brazenly. Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking these people were simply making a fuss over nothing, just wanting to cause trouble for the Song group. Why not come straightforwardly instead of playing these tricks? At this moment, Jiang Bingquan looked at Song Qingxue with a playful expression. "Song Zong, Secretary Xiao has been with me for several years. I believe he wouldn't lie. Today, your people hit my secretary and subordinates, which is a slap in the face to my Jiang group. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I don't think this matter will end so easily," Jiang Bingquan said aggressively. Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. Before this, she thought it was just the slick back man's personal behavior and did not represent Jiang Bingquan, so she initially considered negotiating with the Jiang group through normal channels. But now, how could she not see that this was a duet between Jiang Bingquan and the slick back man, or rather, a trap set for her in advance? However, now Jiang Bingquan was using the Jiang group to pressure her, which was giving her a headache. Although the Jiang group was not as powerful as the Jinha group, its chairman was the vice president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, which still held significant influence in Jiangnan province. If they wanted to suppress the Song group, even with the support of the Jinha group, her situation would likely become very difficult. Seeing that Song Qingxue seemed intimidated by Jiang Bingquan, Yi Xiao grinned and boldly said, "So, Jiang Xiao, right? Your lackey is the one I hit. What do you want? Just say it, I can take it all." "Kid, you can take it?" The slick back man burst into laughter. "Are you trying to make me die laughing? What can a little bodyguard like you take on?" Now that he had Jiang Bingquan backing him, he thought he no longer needed to fear Yi Xiao, and he couldn't believe Yi Xiao would be bold enough to act in front of Jiang Xiao. However, Jiang Bingquan didn't even glance at Yi Xiao. He stared at Song Qingxue and coldly snorted, "Song Zong, I think you should manage your subordinates. Keeping someone who doesn't know respect or rules is worse than keeping a dog." Song Qingxue felt a warmth in her heart that Yi Xiao stood up for her at this moment, but she knew that with Yi Xiao's status, he couldn't engage in an equal dialogue with Jiang Bingquan. She took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Jiang, I admit that hitting someone was our fault. I can compensate for your subordinates' medical expenses and lost wages, but the cause of this incident was the rudeness of your subordinate, so the fault does not lie with us. Therefore, I hope this matter can be settled here. Song Qingxue knew that she could not afford to be stubborn now, otherwise, if Jiang Bingquan made a big deal out of this, the Song group would inevitably be affected. Ha ha, President Song, if you had said this earlier, wouldn't it have been fine? Alright, I agree to your compensation request, Jiang Bingquan said lightly. Song Qingxue was somewhat surprised by Jiang Bingquan's straightforward agreement. Did he really go through all this trouble just to end it so abruptly? Su Huwei was also puzzled as to why Jiang Bingquan agreed to reconcile with Song Qingxue. If it were him, he would have made sure the Song group lost something substantial. The corner of the slick-haired man's mouth curled into a cold smile. Having followed Jiang Bingquan for so long, he understood his character and believed a twist was coming soon. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Bingquan changed his tone and said, however, this compensation must be according to my standards. My thugs are all hired at high salaries from the Tianhai Martial Arts School. Now your people have broken their limbs. Compensating 2 million per person is not excessive, right? And that kid who hit people, his limbs must also be broken, and he has to kneel and bow to my subordinates 3 times, begging for their forgiveness. So, President Song, can you meet all my demands? Jiang Bingquan looked at Song Qingxue with a smile, but that smile made her feel as if she was facing a venomous snake. Song Qingxue bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with indignation. She could grit her teeth and accept the compensation for Jiang Bingquan's subordinates, but having Yi Xiao break his limbs was something she absolutely could not agree to. Jiang Bingquan had no intention of reconciling, he just wanted to humiliate her and Yi Xiao. Su Huwei's face blossomed with a smile like a chrysanthemum. It seemed he had misjudged. Young Master Jiang had no intention of letting the two off easily, and his methods were indeed clever. It was Song Qingxue who proposed compensation, and Jiang Bingquan was merely asking for an outrageous price. If Song Qingxue agreed, she would lose her beloved subordinate. If she did not agree, Jiang Bingquan would naturally have other ways to get what he wanted. Hearing Jiang Bingquan's words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curl his lip and said lightly, "What if we don't compensate?" Jiang Bingquan raised his chin, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Then it's simple. I will sue the Song group for allowing their bodyguards to commit assault and will fully suppress the Song group commercially. As for you, I will make you spend your life in prison. Do not doubt my words. My power, Jiang Bingquan, is a terrifying existence that you, an ant, cannot even imagine." Ha ha ha. After saying this, Jiang Bingquan burst into mad laughter. Su Huwei was also chuckling to himself. "Yi Xiao, your skills are impressive, but you forget that in this world, brute force cannot solve all problems. It also relies on power and means. No matter how strong you are, you must kneel obediently before young Master Jiang." Watching Jiang Bingquan's confident demeanor, Song Qingxue felt increasingly anxious. She felt like a rabbit that had fallen into a trap, confused, lost, and helpless. It seemed that no matter what she did, it was wrong. At that moment, Yi Xiao also started to laugh. "I remember not long ago, there was also a young master who claimed he would send me to prison, but in the end, he not only had his legs broken but also had to come and apologize. I think you can take his outcome as a reference." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the smiles on Jiang Bingquan and Su Huwei's faces gradually faded. They naturally knew who Yi Xiao was referring to: Wang Chufeng. At first, Wang Chufeng had almost pushed the Song group and Yi Xiao to the brink, but later, for some inexplicable reason, the Song group made a miraculous comeback, not only securing the contract with the Jinha group but also forcing the imperious Wang Erxiao to personally come and apologize. Wang Chufeng's status in the Jiangnan province's wealthy circles was hardly inferior to that of Jiang Bingquan. Ha! After a moment of distraction, Jiang Bingquan sneered again. "Kid, don't think I don't know. The last incident was only because Wang Jinha was on good terms with Song Qigong. It has nothing to do with you, little bodyguard. This time, I can tell you clearly that my father doesn't know any Song Qigong and won't give you any face from the Song group. As long as I say a word, not only my Jiang group but the entire Jiangnan Business Alliance will join in to suppress the Song group." Jiang Bingquan's gaze was cold and his words deliberate, exuding an air of arrogance. "Kid, I know you're the type who won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, so I won't waste any more breath on you. Let the police handle this." As he spoke, Jiang Bingquan took out his phone and quickly dialed a number, saying, "Uncle Wang, I'm at the Manhwa Hotel. Please bring some people over. Someone here is acting lawlessly against my subordinates." Seeing Jiang Bingquan making the call, Song Qingxue's brows furrowed deeply, and she said anxiously, "Yi Xiao, why don't you run away quickly? Don't worry about me, they shouldn't do anything to me." Hearing this, the man with the slick back hair jumped out and pointed at Yi Xiao, scolding, "Kid, I know you have some mediocre skills, but don't think you can escape. Even if you run now, you won't escape the police's net. Clearly, this slick-back man held a grudge against Yi Xiao for scaring him. Su Hui and Jiang Bingquan, however, thought differently. It would be better if Yi Xiao ran away. If he did, it would be seen as fleeing from justice, which would only add to his crimes. In that case, this matter would become a mess, not just a minor issue. Yi Xiao, however, paid no mind to the slick-back man's words. He looked calmly at Song Qingxue and said lightly, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. I believe there is still justice in this world. TCH. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Su Hui was filled with disdain. Justice was only in the hands of those with power like Jiang Bingquan. For a little bodyguard like Yi Xiao to seek justice was simply a fool's dream. Song Qingxue, seeing that Yi Xiao refused to leave, became even more anxious. From Jiang Bingquan's tone during the call, it was clear he had connections with some big shot. When the police arrived, they would only listen to Jiang Bingquan's side of the story. She wanted to call her grandfather to see if he could use his relationship with Wang Jinhe to downplay the situation, but when she tried to call, her grandfather was still unreachable. She had no idea what her grandfather was doing. Ever since Yi Xiao arrived, he had been deliberately avoiding her. "Don't worry, be careful not to get stressed and break out in acne. Here, have a cup of tea, let's wait slowly," Yi Xiao said calmly as he poured a cup of tea for Song Qingxue. Seeing Yi Xiao joking at this moment, as if it had nothing to do with him, Song Qingxue didn't know whether to say he was unflappable in the face of danger or that he was simply out of touch with reality. Su Hui and the slick-back man undoubtedly thought Yi Xiao was out of his mind, otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearless at this moment. Did he really think he had a background like Zhang Xiao? Jiang Bingquan, however, looked at Yi Xiao with a somewhat intriguing gaze. Coming from a prominent family, he had seen many big figures, and although he initially looked down on Yi Xiao, thinking he was merely flaunting his connection to the song group, he was beginning to reconsider. But now, from Yi Xiao's calm demeanor, he saw a hint of the poise that comes with wielding power. Could it be that Su Hui's information was incorrect, and Yi Xiao was not just a mere prison guard? Jiang Bingquan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp. "Kid, no matter what abilities you have, you're just showing off in this small piece of land in Lingzhou. In front of me, you're still just a mutt." A few minutes later, 5 police cars, sirens blaring, aggressively parked in front of the Manhwa Grand Hotel. A dozen fully armed patrol officers, very competent, pushed the doors open and got out, quickly stepping into the Manhwa building under the leadership of a middle-aged man in a white uniform with deep-set eyes. At this moment, many onlookers recognized this middle-aged man. "Hey, isn't that Director Wang from the Patrol Police Department? What kind of matter requires him to lead the team personally?" Thus, many curious onlookers followed to see the commotion. When people saw the situation in the private room, someone exclaimed, "The person standing inside seems to be young Master Jiang from the Jiang group. I just bumped into him at the door. Those people lying on the ground seem to be young Master Jiang's bodyguards. My goodness, who is so bold as to touch young Master Jiang's men? I think Director Wang must have been called by young Master Jiang. TSK, someone actually dared to challenge the Jiang group. That person is definitely in for it." At this moment, inside the private room, Director Wang quickly grasped the clear situation inside. He pointed at Yi Xiao and waved his hand, commanding his subordinates with great authority, "Quickly set up a perimeter, no one is allowed to escape." Thus, a dozen patrol officers surrounded Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao, ready to apprehend the two at Director Wang's command. Su Hui and the slick-haired man were almost grinning from ear to ear, convinced that Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue would surely be unable to escape. Jiang Bingquan smiled lightly, extending his hand to shake hands with Director Wang. "Uncle Wang, as the governor of Lingzhou, you must stand up for us entrepreneurs investing in Lingzhou." As he spoke, he pointed to the bodyguards lying on the ground. "Look at my men, some have broken limbs, and others have been beaten unconscious. This is simply lawless." Director Wang nodded with a smile. "Bingquan, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Under my governance, such lawless thugs who disrupt the business environment will not be tolerated." Jiang Bingquan was the young master of the Jiang group. Although he did not have a deep relationship with him, the way he called him Uncle Wang meant he had to show some courtesy. At this moment, Song Qingxue frowned and said, "Director Wang, you can't just take Jiang Bingquan's word for it. The incident was caused by a secretary from the Jiang group who barged in and forcibly took the private room. My bodyguards only clashed with them to protect me." Although she could see that Director Wang was likely closer to Jiang Bingquan, if he were to characterize Yi Xiao's actions as malicious injury, it would be troublesome. Director Wang glanced at Song Qingxue. He had heard of this president of the Song group. If it were another case, he might give Song Qingxue some face. But today, Jiang Bingquan had personally called him, and between Song Qingxue and Jiang Bingquan, he could weigh who was more important. Thus, he said sternly, "President Song, the law requires evidence. What I see now is that the Jiang Group's employees were injured by your bodyguards, so your bodyguards are guilty." After saying this, Director Wang issued an order, take them both back to the police station for processing. Wait a minute. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had been silent, spoke up. Director Wang, right? I was once part of the police system as well. According to the procedure, you should fully understand the cause and process of the case before making a final judgment. Even if you want to arrest someone, they are also involved. Why not take them all together? Yi Xiao raised his head and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. You? Director Wang muttered, and although Yi Xiao was dressed plainly, his demeanor was not inferior to Jiang Bingquan's. Could this kid also be a second-generation rich? Doubts arose in Director Wang's mind. Su Huwei hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Director Wang, this person's name is Yi Xiao. He used to be a prison guard. He naturally noticed Director Wang's confusion and believed that after his explanation, Director Wang would no longer take Yi Xiao seriously. As Su Huwei expected, upon hearing that Yi Xiao was just a mere prison guard, a look of disdain immediately appeared on Director Wang's face. He coldly snorted and said indifferently, Kid, you're just a prison guard. Do you think you can teach me, the police station director, how to do my job? Should I replace you as the director? If you know what's good for you, quickly squat down and cover your head, obediently come back with me for an investigation. If you dare to say another word, that would be interfering with law enforcement, and you'll face even harsher penalties. Regarding Song Qingxue, Director Wang still felt some trepidation and did not dare to fully unleash his authority, but when it came to Yi Xiao, this little prison guard, he had no reservations. After all, he was just a prison guard, how could he possibly turn the tables? At this moment, Jiang Bingquan looked at Yi Xiao with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, Kid, are you scared now? Where did the courage go when you were hitting people just now? I'll say it again, if you want me to stop pursuing this matter, then quickly kneel and apologize to my subordinates, and voluntarily let my people break your limbs as a form of penance. Otherwise, as you just heard, Director Wang is an upright director, but he will execute you justly. Sending Yi Xiao directly to the police station was not Jiang Bingquan's desired outcome. He wanted to humiliate this kid who dared to lay hands on his subordinates into the dust and then slowly torment him. This was the consequence of offending Jiang Bingquan. Although Jiang Bingquan's words hinted at taking the law into his own hands, Director Wang was still prepared to turn a blind eye because he had the strength to do so. He cleared his throat and looked down at Yi Xiao from a high position, saying, Kid, did you hear that? Now Bingquan is offering you a way out and a private settlement. You should cherish it. If you can satisfy Bingquan and have him withdraw the charges, then we, the police, have no right to interfere. Seeing Yi Xiao cornered under the pressure of Jiang Xiao and Director Wang, the man with the slicked back hair stepped forward, legs apart. He arrogantly said, Kid, weren't you very capable just now? If you want my forgiveness now, then crawl through my legs like a dog. Earlier, Yi Xiao had scared him to the point of wetting himself, and only by subjecting Yi Xiao to such extreme humiliation could he vent his pent-up anger. Seeing the slicked-back man make such a move, the bodyguards injured by Yi Xiao also followed suit, standing in front of Yi Xiao with their legs apart, arrogantly shouting, Right, kid, if you want us to forgive you, you have to crawl through our legs. They knew they could never retaliate against a master like Yi Xiao with their own abilities, but with Jiang Xiao and Director Wang backing them, it was a completely different story. They still didn't believe that a small bodyguard from a prison background would dare to challenge these two powerful figures. Watching this scene, Su Huwei was overjoyed. If he hadn't found an excuse, he might have stepped forward to spread his legs and let Yi Xiao crawl through. Kid, aren't you slapping my face? Haven't you repeatedly ruined my good deeds? Didn't you warn me not to have any funny ideas about the song group? Now I not only acted but can also make you kneel and crawl through. What can you do to me? At this moment, the onlookers outside the private room all shook their heads and sighed. This kid offended the wrong person. Why did he have to offend Jiang Xiao? Doesn't he know that Jiang Xiao is one of the most notorious young masters in Jiangnan province? Yeah, I think he'll be lucky if he doesn't end up in serious trouble. His only hope now is that after he crawls through, Jiang Xiao will forgive him as promised. I see you don't understand Jiang Xiao. Just look at Jiang Xiao's enemies, how many of them have ended well? I believe it won't be long before this kid becomes the center of a scene where everyone in the village, young and old, waits for their meal to be served. No one had high hopes for Yi Xiao. A small bodyguard taking on the young master of the Jiang group was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Song Qingxue was also in a state of turmoil, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. What should she do? She didn't want to see Yi Xiao get humiliated and have his limbs broken, but if she didn't do that, how would it end? Should she fight back? That seemed even more unrealistic. These patrol officers were armed, and if Yi Xiao dared to escape, he might be shot on the spot. Just as Song Qingxue was at her wit's end, Yi Xiao slowly stood up. Song Qingxue was stunned. Was Yi Xiao really going to back down? She bit her lip, a mix of unwillingness and self-blame flashing in her eyes. If she hadn't brought Yi Xiao to the restaurant today, they wouldn't be in this situation. Jiang Bingquan's eyes sparkled with mockery. He thought Yi Xiao would dare to hit his man, and while he was still calm enough to call Director Wang, he must be a tough nut. But now, Yi Xiao had caved in so quickly. How boring. I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already kneeling. The methods I have to deal with you later will be greatly diminished. Su Hui's eyes shone brightly. He had waited so long for the day Yi Xiao would submit, and it turned out he hadn't chosen the wrong master. With one move, he had subdued this troublesome bastard. The slicked back hair and several bodyguards were utterly pleased with themselves. The slicked back hair laughed mockingly. Kid, what are you stalling for? Can't you see my legs are about to cramp? I'll tell you to crawl properly. If you don't satisfy me, you'll have to step back and start over. Ha! The slicked back hair laughed arrogantly. The bodyguards joined in the laughter, relishing the thought of a martial artist they couldn't even beat crawling between their legs. However, while they were lost in their glee, Yi Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Who said I was going to crawl between your legs? You guys are all ugly, but your thoughts are more beautiful than anyone else's. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bingquan and Su Hui's smiles froze instantly. What did this kid mean? Song Qingxue's heart trembled. She was happy that Yi Xiao didn't submit, but also worried for him. After spending time together, she had a decent understanding of Yi Xiao's character. This guy was probably going to do something reckless. The slicked back hair, furious, pointed at Yi Xiao and shouted, Kid, if you want to live, hurry up and... But before he could finish, his vision suddenly blurred, and Yi Xiao's figure vanished from his sight. The next second, all they heard was bang bang bang. As Yi Xiao kicked out with all four limbs, and the slicked back hair and three bodyguards barely had time to react. Ah! The room was filled with the miserable howls of the slicked back hair and the bodyguards. Su Hui felt a chill below and heard a clattering sound. It was the sound of his teeth chattering. While he was horrified by Yi Xiao's actions, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't stood with the slick back hair. If he had taken a kick too, he might have had to say goodbye to a happy life forever. Jiang Bingquan's eyes were filled with shock and anger. How dare he? How could this kid still dare to act in front of me and Director Wang? Did he not take my threats seriously? Did he not know that Director Wang could determine his life and death? The onlookers were also left speechless. Hiss. They couldn't help but gasp. He's done for. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save this kid now. At this moment, Director Wang's face was as dark as a storm was about to break. This was a provocation, a blatant challenge to his authority. He roared in fury, Kid, you have some nerve. Do you still not regard me, the director, in your eyes? He. Yi Xiao sneered disdainfully, with someone like you, who can't tell right from wrong, I truly don't regard you at all. Did you not see that they just launched a personal attack on me? Did you not see them humiliating me? I'm just teaching them some manners on behalf of their parents. Alright, now that I've educated them, there's no need for their apology. Director Wang was so furious he felt like he could explode. After beating someone to this extent, did he still expect an apology? Good. Very good. Excellent. Kid, since you dare to commit a crime in front of me, the director, be prepared to face the harshest punishment. Everyone listen up. Immediately detain this thug who assaulted someone. If he dares to fight back, it will be a matter of life and death. Director Wang gritted his teeth and issued the strictest arrest order. He knew that if he didn't capture Yi Xiao today, not only would he have trouble explaining to Jiang Bingquan, but his own authority as director would also be undermined. Therefore, no matter what, Yi Xiao had to be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. In an instant, more than a dozen patrol officers had their hands on their holsters, ready to execute Director Wang's orders. Jiang Bingquan's gaze was extremely cold as he stared at Yi Xiao. He didn't believe Yi Xiao could escape under the guns of so many patrol officers. Moreover, this matter was far from over. Yi Xiao wasn't just hitting his subordinates, he was slapping Jiang Bingquan's face. As long as Yi Xiao was caught, he had 1,000 ways to make him die without anyone knowing. Song Qingxue's heart sank to the bottom, a chill running through her body. She had already guessed that Yi Xiao wouldn't yield, but she hadn't expected his approach to be so radical. Wasn't he pushing himself to a dead end? Yi Xiao's eyes slowly narrowed, a ruthless glint flashing within. At that moment, a pleasant female voice came through. Director Wang, what's going on? Why such a big fuss? Hearing this voice, Director Wang's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stop. He naturally recognized the owner of the voice, the city mayor's wife, Zhou Zhiyun. The situation in the private room was quite complicated. Although he could accuse Yi Xiao of assault, there were many factors that were not in his favor. If he acted recklessly at this moment, it could easily displease the city mayor's wife. So, until he understood the reason for Zhou Zhiyun's appearance, it was best not to be too forceful. Yi Xiao also recognized Zhou Zhiyun's voice, and the ruthless look in his eyes instantly faded. With Zhou Zhiyun stepping in, he no longer needed to take action himself. "Madam Qin, what brings you here?" Director Wang immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. At this moment, Song Qingxue turned to look at the door and saw a graceful woman in a white qipao, elegant and refined, with her long black hair neatly pinned up, walking in. "Ah, isn't that the aunt who greeted Yi Xiao at the entrance of the restaurant before?" Song Qingxue was filled with confusion. What kind of identity did she have to make Director Wang so respectful? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Madam Qin, could she be the wife of Mayor Qin? Realizing this, Song Qingxue couldn't help but turn to look at Yi Xiao. She remembered Yi Xiao had mentioned that Madam Qin was a friend of his mother. At this moment, her anxious heart finally settled a bit. With Madam Qin's help, Yi Xiao should be fine today. At this time, Song Qingxue also recalled the incident when Mayor Qin and Yi Xiao drank together at the Manhwa building. Was it not a coincidence that day? Had Yi Xiao known Mayor Qin all along? How many things had this guy kept from her? On the other side, Zhou Zhiyun merely nodded slightly to Director Wang and then approached Yi Xiao, her voice gentle as she asked, "Little Yi, what happened?" Seeing Zhou Zhiyun greet Yi Xiao so amiably, Director Wang's body trembled, and his mouth fell open in disbelief. This little bodyguard actually knew the mayor's wife? Jiang Bingkuan furrowed his brows tightly. Although he didn't know Zhou Zhiyun's identity, he could tell from Director Wang's respect that her status must be significant. "Kid, is this your backing?" Su Hui, a local tyrant in Lingzhou, had also encountered Zhou Zhiyun at a chance gathering, and his expression darkened at this moment. Damn it! What is Yi Xiao's background? Why is he like an indestructible cockroach? Young Master Wang can't squash him, and the martial artist he hired at a high price was defeated by him. Now it seems even Director Wang can't do anything about him. Yi Xiao turned to Zhou Zhiyun and smiled lightly. "Aunt Zhou, something happened on my side. A few arrogant people wanted to take over our private room, so I stepped in to teach them a lesson. Director Wang seems to have some objections to me. Isn't he preparing to take me to the police station with such a show of force?" Su Hui didn't want to give up just like that. He suddenly stood up and said, "Madam Qin, although Jiang Xiao's bodyguard's actions are somewhat inappropriate, Yi Xiao hitting someone is indeed against the law. So Director Wang's actions are absolutely justified." "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Zhiyun raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Director Wang, I don't think teaching a lesson to a few bullies is a big deal. If such people offend me, I might even go up and slap them a few times." "Director Wang, do you think what I did counts as a crime?" Hearing Zhou Zhiyun's words, Director Wang's face turned from green to red. How could he dare to say Zhou Zhiyun was breaking the law? That would be disrespecting the mayor's wife. Moreover, he could see that Zhou Zhiyun was intentionally trying to absolve Yi Xiao. Weighing the pros and cons, Director Wang bitterly smiled and said, "Madam Qin makes a valid point. This indeed doesn't count as a crime, it's merely a punishment for those who disrespect others." Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. This Director Wang was really like a spring with a stiff neck, with a weather vane on his head. "Director Wang, didn't you just say you wanted me to face the harshest punishment? How come you've changed your tune so quickly?" Yi Xiao didn't hide the sarcasm in his words. He naturally wouldn't give face to someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Despite his burning anger, Director Wang could only grit his teeth and suppress it. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't understand the situation clearly just now, so I made an incorrect judgment. Please don't take it to heart." Until he figured out what connection Yi Xiao had with Zhou Zhiyun and even Mayor Qin, he naturally didn't dare to offend Yi Xiao. Even if Yi Xiao was relying on someone else's power, he could only endure. After saying this, Director Wang no longer gave Yi Xiao a chance to speak. He turned to Zhou Zhiyun and said, "Madam Qin, I have official business to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Please send my regards to Mayor Qin, and I'll visit again when I have the chance." After saying this, he turned and waved his hand sharply, coldly commanding, "Dismiss the team." Director Wang didn't exchange another word with Jiang Bingkuan. The so-called county official is not as good as the current manager. Although the Jiang family group had great influence in the entire Jiangnan province, Mayor Qin was his direct superior, and he knew how to make choices. The crowd couldn't help but murmur, TSK, what an eye-opener. I thought this young man was just an ordinary nobody, but it turns out he knows Madam Qin. Yeah, when Director Wang first entered, he was so arrogant and full of himself. In less than 10 minutes, he made a complete turnaround. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe it would end like this. "Let's go," Jiang Bingkuan said with a dark face. He knew that staying any longer was meaningless. The most powerful official he could contact in Lingzhou was Director Wang, but even Director Wang was helpless. What else could he do? Just as Jiang Bingkuan was about to leave the private room, Yi Xiao's voice drifted over, "Jiang Xiao, I'm sorry to ruin your plans. I've said before that there is still justice in this world, so you'd better not play such despicable tricks with me again. Today, it was your subordinate who was disabled, next time, who knows who it will be. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, Zhang Bingkuan paused. His originally soft gaze now sharpened into two gleaming daggers, but he did not retort and walked straight out of the private room. He was not someone who couldn't handle defeat, his current forbearance was merely for a better revenge in the future. Soon, the onlookers outside dispersed, leaving only Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue, and Zhou Zhiyun. Yi Xiao turned to Zhou Zhiyun and smiled, "Aunt Zhou, thank you for helping me out just now." Zhou Zhiyun returned the smile, "It was nothing. Alright, Xiao Yi, I won't disturb you any longer. Come visit me at home sometime." With that, Zhou Zhiyun walked towards the door, but as she passed by Yi Xiao, she softly added, "This girl is quite nice, even prettier than in the photos. You should cherish her." Although Zhou Zhiyun's voice was low, Song Qingxue still heard it, and her face instantly turned red. What's going on? Could it be that the mayor's wife has seen my photo before? Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. If Zhou Zhiyun knew he was planning to break off the engagement with Song Qingxue, he wondered what she would think. Just as Yi Xiao was lost in thought, a cold voice came from behind him. "Yi Xiao, shouldn't you explain this to me?" Yi Xiao turned around to see Song Qingxue with her arms crossed, staring intently at him, her expression reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes and Detective Conan before solving a case. Oh no, this girl must have thought about the time he drank with the mayor. Although Yi Xiao felt a bit flustered, he maintained his composure. "What's there to explain? Mrs. Sheen is just an ordinary aunt of mine. By the way, didn't you have an appointment with the supplier? They haven't arrived yet, shouldn't you contact them?" Yi Xiao quickly changed the subject. Realizing the supplier's delay was indeed unusual, Song Qingxue temporarily let him off the hook and took out her phone to call the supplier. Meanwhile, outside the Manhwa Grand Hotel, in a stretched Lincoln, Zhang Bingkuan was holding a glass of red wine, sitting across from Su Hui. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, his expression as cold as water. Seeing Zhang Bingkuan silent for a long time, Su Hui felt uneasy. "Zhang Xiao, this is my fault. I didn't investigate thoroughly enough about Yi Xiao and his connection to the mayor's wife." Zhang Bingkuan was now his superior, and today's incident would undoubtedly leave him dissatisfied. If he didn't take the initiative to shoulder this responsibility, who knew what Zhang Bingkuan would think? At that moment, Zhang Bingkuan grinned. "This Yi Xiao is quite interesting, even I underestimated him at first. But, the more troublesome the opponent, the more challenging it is. I just don't know how many moves he can keep up with me." As he spoke, Zhang Bingkuan downed the red wine in his glass and handed the empty glass to Su Hui. Su Hui naturally did not dare to be negligent and immediately picked up the wine bottle to refill Zhang Bingkuan's glass like a respectful servant. "Zhang Xiao, as far as I know, Yi Xiao is a highly skilled martial artist. I once invited the Gong family's 3 wolves, and they were no match for him," Su Hui said cautiously, hoping his words would provide Zhang Bingkuan with some reference for dealing with Yi Xiao. Zhang Bingkuan's eyes slowly narrowed, and he finally shook his head disdainfully, sneering, "What are the Gong family's 3 wolves worth? There are plenty of powerful martial artists in the Zhang family. It's really not interesting to directly kill Yi Xiao with brute force. I want him to fully experience my methods before he dies in despair and rage." His deep voice was filled with a bloodthirsty meaning, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was extremely sinister, like a ghost flower blooming in the depths of the underworld. Even Su Hui, who considered himself ruthless, felt a bit of a chill. On Yi Xiao's side, after Song Qingxue finished her call with the suppliers, her expression turned icy. Yi Xiao seemed to have picked up on some of the situation. It appeared that those suppliers were all making excuses for not being able to come. Yi Xiao didn't inquire further, as this was not something a bodyguard should interfere with. Fortunately, Song Qingxue, frustrated by the supplier's refusal to come, completely shifted her focus back to work and stopped pressing Yi Xiao for answers. Unfortunately, in her bad mood, Song Qingxue even refused to eat and directly asked Yi Xiao to take her back to the company. If it weren't for the fact that this girl was still worried about the suppliers, Yi Xiao would have complained a bit more. After returning to the company, Tan Lang didn't come to bother Yi Xiao again. According to the office security, Tan Lang had applied to go check the warehouse, seemingly planning to train hard inside. Feeling a bit bored, Yi Xiao took out his phone, intending to play a mobile game when his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Lu Yi calling. It had been several days since Yi Xiao had seen this beautiful secretary, so he joked, "Secretary Lu, what's up? Did you encounter something you can't handle?" The underlying implication of Yi Xiao's words was clear. If there's something to do, let the secretary handle it. If there's nothing, let the secretary do nothing. Lu Yi could easily pick up on Yi Xiao's insinuation, cursing him silently in her heart, then coldly replied, "There are several important documents at the company that need your signature. Please come over." "Okay, I'll be right there." With that, Yi Xiao stood up and walked out, completely disregarding the rules of the song group. About 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at T&I Company. After the previous incident with the HR manager bumping into Yi Xiao, Lin Hongjiu had sent Yi Xiao's photo to the work group to prevent similar incidents from happening again. So when Yi Xiao arrived at the company this time, from the security to the various department staff, everyone immediately stopped and stood at attention to greet him, making it impossible for Yi Xiao to keep a low profile. Yi Xiao went straight to the chairman's office, where Lu Yi was already waiting inside. She laid out the documents that needed Yi Xiao's signature on the desk, not saying much to him, just nodding her chin to indicate he should hurry up and sign. Yi Xiao was immediately displeased. After all, he was the chairman. How could this little secretary treat him like this? Ahem. Yi Xiao cleared his throat a couple of times, tapping his fingers on the desk. Since this girl wouldn't talk to him, he might as well communicate through body language. Lu Yi frowned. She understood what Yi Xiao meant, so she snorted coldly and turned to brew tea for him. Yi Xiao didn't start the signing process. Instead, he happily admired Lu Yi. He noticed that the few women he knew in Lingzhou each had their own unique beauty: Xin Luoyan's legs, Song Qingshua's face, and Lu Yi's chest. Truly wonderful. It wasn't until Lu Yi heavily placed the cup of tea beside him that Yi Xiao withdrew his gaze from her. He picked up the cup, pretended to sip, and while casually signing the documents, he said, "Secretary Lu, I remember the last time I saw you, you were wearing this outfit, right? Why are you still in this today?" Speaking of clothes, Lu Yi awkwardly lowered her head. Which woman wouldn't want to change outfits every day? But the conditions didn't allow for it. The outfit she was wearing was bought with her last remaining savings, and she didn't want to settle for ordinary brands, so she had no choice but to wash and dry it every day to wear again the next day. However, Lu Yi naturally couldn't tell Yi Xiao about such an embarrassing situation, so she pouted and pretended to be indifferent, saying, "I work in your office every day, and when you're not here, no one sees me, so why change clothes so often?" Yi Xiao slightly raised his head and glanced at Lu Yi. Connecting it with what his cousin Lu Manli had said earlier, Yi Xiao could roughly guess the reason. Indeed, a cooked duck, just left with a hard mouth. Yi Xiao took on the demeanor of a big boss, tapping the table with a signature pen and said, "Secretary Lu, how can you say that? Just because I'm not here, you can't be so casual. You are my secretary. If clients see you like this, they might think T&I Company is failing. The chairman's secretary doesn't even have an extra set of clothes. You should know that you represent my image outside. Later, come with me to buy a few sets of clothes." "No need." Lu Yi instinctively refused. After saying that, she felt it was inappropriate, so she added, "What's wrong with wearing one outfit? This young lady mainly looks at temperament, and gold will always shine. Only vulgar people care about clothing." After saying this, she puffed out her chest, looking quite proud. Yi Xiao chuckled, "Young lady, let me tell you, never believe that gold will always shine. Even if covered by a rag, gold will never shine forever. It's settled then. Your task this afternoon is to accompany me to buy clothes. If you don't go, your salary will be deducted," Yi Xiao said in a domineering CEO manner, leaving no room for doubt. Although Lu Yi understood that Yi Xiao meant well, she still rolled her eyes and snorted coldly to express her final stubbornness. However, this stubbornness didn't last long, and she ultimately compromised and followed Yi Xiao. Since T&I was an investment company, it was located in the CBD of the city center, an area naturally rich in shopping malls. Soon, the two arrived at a large shopping mall named Qianni Mall, which was clearly a property of the Qianni Group. Although Lu Yi was reluctant in the office, her feminine nature emerged once they arrived at the mall. She skillfully led Yi Xiao to the women's clothing section on the third floor, purposefully walking into a Hermes boutique. At this moment, unbeknownst to Yi Xiao, a pair of dark eyes were watching him intently from a cafe on the fourth floor. It was a young man around 30, with prominent temples and large hands, clearly a formidable martial artist. "Young Master Lei, do you have any other opinions on the security personnel training I just mentioned?" At this time, a short-haired woman beside the man spoke up. She was the mall's general manager, and this time she had invited the young director of the Lei family's boxing gym to discuss cooperation. The two had been talking smoothly until the man suddenly spaced out, prompting her to ask this question. The man turned to look at the short-haired woman and said, "Manager Shin, I would like to ask you for a favor. Once it's done, not only will I agree to all the conditions you just mentioned, but my Lei family's boxing gym can also give you a 10% discount." Hearing this, the short-haired woman's eyes lit up. "Young Master Lei, please go ahead. As long as it's something I can help with, I will definitely do it." Inside the Hermes boutique, Lu Yi quickly picked out a professional outfit that suited her temperament. She changed into the clothes and stood in front of the mirror, her eyes intentionally glancing at Yi Xiao, clearly indicating that she liked this outfit and wanted him to compliment her. Yi Xiao, lacking experience in accompanying girls shopping, had no idea about this. He only noticed that Louis had been standing in front of the mirror for several minutes without moving and finally realized that she had already chosen this outfit. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Salesperson, how much is it?" Louis rolled her eyes at him, thinking he was such a typical guy. Just as the salesperson went to check out, Louis leaned closer to Yi Xiao and whispered, "Yi Xiao, isn't it inappropriate for you to buy me clothes?" Not to mention that Yi Xiao was her best friend's fiancé, just the fact that he was her boss made her feel awkward. If the other employees in the company found out, they might think she was being kept by Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao grinned, "If you feel uncomfortable, then just deduct it from your salary." Ah! Louis was taken aback. She had just said it casually, and this typical guy actually wanted to deduct it from her salary? Louis snorted coldly. Her pouting lips could probably hold a small oil pot. She was determined not to go shopping with this typical guy again. "Sir, the total value of the clothes this young lady is wearing is 180,000. Will you be paying by card or mobile payment?" the salesperson said politely. "By card." As he spoke, Yi Xiao took out a bank card from his pocket. It was the bonus from last month that Manhwa Tower had given him, personally delivered by Feng Honggang, and it seemed to be around 8 or 9 million. Just as the salesperson took the card and was about to check out, a rude voice suddenly came from the store entrance. "Don't sell clothes to them." Yi Xiao frowned and slightly turned his head to look, seeing a man and a woman walking in. The woman had phoenix eyes and fine brows, dressed in a women's suit, with an arrogant expression. The man had a buzz cut, with a sinister and deep gaze, looking at Yi Xiao with malice. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. He didn't seem to know these two. Were they here for Louis? He recalled how Louis had been troubled by the Liu family during her interview for the secretary position. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Louis, but she shook her head at him, indicating that she didn't know them either. After a moment of shock, the salesperson finally reacted and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Manager Shen, I don't understand what you mean." He. Shen Yunfang sneered, looking down her nose, "It means exactly what it says. Hurry up and make them take off the clothes. Today, these two are not allowed to buy anything in our mall. If you dare to defy me, then just pack your things and get lost." Upon hearing this, the salesperson's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She finally understood the seriousness of the situation. It seemed these two had offended Manager Shen. Although she wanted to earn the commission from selling the clothes, it was clearly not worth it compared to losing her job. So she could only helplessly look at Yi Xiao and Louis, saying, "Sir, miss, I'm sorry, but we won't be selling this outfit anymore. Please take it off." Louis's brows furrowed in anger. She had originally planned to wear the clothes out directly, and if she had to take them off just because someone said so, it would be too embarrassing. But she was no longer the Liu family young lady she used to be, so she could only seek help from Yi Xiao with her eyes. At this moment, Yi Xiao naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. He looked at Shen Yunfang and said slowly, "You say you won't sell, and that's it? Do you have the authority in this mall?" Shen Yunfang pointed to her name tag on her chest, disdainfully saying, "Kid, are you blind? Can't you see I'm the general manager of this mall? In this mall, my word is law, understand? If you get it, hurry up and take off the clothes and get lost. From now on, don't step foot in our mall again, because we won't sell you even a pair of socks or a bottle of water." As she spoke, she even stretched her long legs in stockings, raising her chin high, exuding an air of contempt and arrogance. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "So you're planning to bully people with your power?" "Ha ha ha." Shen Yunfang laughed loudly. "Kid, you just figured that out. I just bully people with my power. Not convinced? But what can you do about it? Of course, you can go to the headquarters of the Qianni Group to complain about me, but I have to tell you, the chairman of the Qianni Group is my second uncle." Shen Yunfang's face was full of arrogance, as if she were a prime minister wielding power just below the emperor. Shen Yunfang then looked at Louis with a sarcastic tone and said, "Little sister, let me give you a piece of advice. When choosing a man, you must keep your eyes wide open. Never settle for a small fry like this who has no ability. And with your looks, what kind of man can't you find? Why hang yourself on such a crooked tree?" Upon hearing this, Louis's face turned red, clearly realizing she was being mistaken for Yi Xiao's girlfriend. But at the same time, she understood from this remark that the woman wasn't targeting her. Yi Xiao naturally picked up on this too, and couldn't help but laugh, so she was Xinxiani's niece. No wonder she was so arrogant, but he still couldn't figure out where he had offended her. "Manager Shen, right? I remember we don't know each other. Can you tell me your reason for targeting me?" Yi Xiao asked indifferently. "Reason?" Shen Yunfang crossed her arms and smiled playfully. "The reason is that you offended someone you shouldn't have." As she spoke, she pointed to the man beside her. "Kid, do you know who this is? He is the young master of the Lei family martial arts hall, Lei Dongting. If you upset young Master Lei, I naturally won't let you off easily. Shin Yunfang agreed to let Lei Dongting humiliate Yi Xiao not only for the promised 10% kickback but also because of Lei Dongting's background. Not only is Lei Dongting powerful, but he has also entered the Martial Extreme Association. Such a man will surely soar to great heights in the future. To befriend Lei Dongting by stepping on an unknown small fry, she was more than willing. The Lei family martial arts hall? Yi Xiao glanced at the man again. So that's it. He had a conflict with Lei Dihua at the Red Tide Bar, and in the end, Lei Dihua was crippled by Shangguan Yun. This person must be holding a grudge over that incident. In fact, Yi Xiao was only half right. The reason Lei Dongting came to trouble Yi Xiao was not just because of his brother Lei Dihua, who was crippled by Shangguan Yun. His father had also instructed him to endure as long as Shangguan Yun was still an elder of the Martial Extreme Association. But what Lei Dongting couldn't accept was that Yi Xiao had actually won the favor of his goddess, Qi Tianwu. The hatred for his brother could be set aside for now, but he could never tolerate someone else touching Qi Tianwu, whom he regarded as forbidden. After Shin Yunfang's introduction, Lei Dongting no longer held back, his gaze piercing like a sharp knife directed at Yi Xiao. Yi, let me tell you, stay away from Qi Tianwu. Don't think that just because you have Shangguan Yun's protection, you can consider yourself a person of importance. With your little skills, you're not even worth my time. I, Lei Dongting, wouldn't even need to lift a finger to crush you. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why was Qi Tianwu being brought up again? Could this guy also be pursuing Qi Tianwu? But what did that have to do with him? He had already proven that Qi Tianwu was not the fiancé his mother had arranged for him, and now he had nothing to do with Qi Tianwu, okay? Hearing Lei Dongting's words, Lu Yi shot a fierce glance at the back of Yi Xiao's head. No wonder this guy wasn't interested in Xingxue. It turned out to be because of Qi Tianwu. For some reason, she felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. Yi Xiao was completely unconcerned by Lei Dongting's threat. Did he, Yi Xiao, still need to rely on Shangguan Yun's protection? He shifted his gaze away from Lei Dongting, not wanting to deal with this brainless fool any longer. He looked back at the sales assistant. I said, I'm buying this outfit, so hurry up and check out. Don't mind these idiots. The sales assistant gaped in disbelief at Yi Xiao, wondering if he hadn't heard what Shin Yunfang had just said. Shin Yunfang was the general manager of this mall, with authority even above the store manager, and beside her stood the young master of the Lei family martial arts school. How could Yi Xiao treat them like fools? Upon hearing this, Lei Dongting's hands, which hung by his sides, instantly clenched into fists, the white knuckles clearly visible, as if he could no longer hold back his anger. Shin Yunfang's already unattractive face twisted in fury, her brows furrowed and eyes wide, looking fierce as she pointed at Yi Xiao and shouted, Kid, are you tired of living? Telling you to get lost just now was to give you face. If you don't know how to appreciate it, believe me, I'll have the security throw you out. At that moment, the commotion attracted quite a few onlookers in the mall. Hey! Those two seem to be Shin Yunfang, the general manager of the Qianyi Mall, and Lei Daxiao from the Lei family martial arts school. They are both big shots with backgrounds. Did someone clash with them? One customer exclaimed, recognizing the two. I think that clueless kid offended Manager Shin and Lei Daxiao in the mall. Just look at how angry Manager Shin is. This is her territory. That kid is definitely in for a bad time, another person sneered. Just then, the manager of the Hermes store hurried over. Upon arrival, she saw Shin Yunfang in a fit of rage and quickly pieced together what had happened. The manager approached Shin Yunfang with a flattering smile, saying, Manager Shin, please calm down. I will definitely handle this matter properly for you. Shin Yunfang glanced at the manager and, with an air of authority, ordered, You have 30 seconds to make that little brat take off her clothes, or your store can prepare to close. The manager's mouth twitched, not daring to delay. She turned and instantly put on a cold expression, saying, Miss, please take off your clothes quickly. We won't do business with you. Although she didn't know what connection Louis and Yi Xiao had or how they had offended Shin Yunfang, one thing was clear, if she couldn't satisfy Shin Yunfang, the other party could really shut her store down. The Qianyi Mall was the largest in the area, and she certainly couldn't give up this prime location. Hearing the manager's words, Louis couldn't hold back any longer. Why should I take it off? We can afford it. Isn't your service supposed to prioritize the customer? Louis's words resonated with some of the onlookers. That's right. Isn't Hermes all about service, with the slogan that the customer is king? The actions of the mall manager and store manager are too overbearing. Yeah. Does that mean that in the future, if we go in to buy clothes and the mall leaders are unhappy, we have to take our clothes off? If that's the case, I won't come to this Qianyi Mall again. Hearing the crowd's discussions, the manager began to panic. Although she was trying to please Shin Yunfang, it was also damaging her store's reputation. At that moment, Lei Dongting stepped forward, speaking imperiously, "Manager, I want that outfit she's wearing, and I'm willing to pay double the price. My family's maid happens to have a similar figure, and I'll take it home for her to wear." Today, he was determined to make Yi Xiao lose face and didn't mind spending the extra hundreds of thousands. Even if he really gave the outfit to the maid, he couldn't let Yi Xiao buy it. As soon as Lei Dongting's words came out, the crowd's attitude shifted instantly. Wow! Lei Daxiao is really extravagant. Spending hundreds of thousands on clothes just to give to a maid, how happy would it be to be his woman? If the clothes were sold to young Master Lei, that would be understandable. After all, young Master Lei has status and background, and he's willing to pay double the price. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. This group of people had no principles at all. What was the difference between them and those keyboard warriors online? The store manager immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Louis with disdain, saying, "Miss, did you hear that? I want to sell this outfit to the esteemed young Master Lei, so hurry up and take it off. Otherwise, I'll just call the police and report you for robbery." Louis bit her lip tightly, her body trembling slightly. Did that mean she, with no status or background, had to endure such humiliation? Yi Xiao reached out and patted Louis' shoulder, softly saying, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, if you don't want to take off this outfit, no one can make you." After saying that, Yi Xiao raised his eyes and coldly glanced at the store manager. When buying things, there's always a first come, first served basis, right? The store manager scoffed disdainfully, sneering, "Nonsense about first come, first served. Everything in my store is decided by me. I can sell to whoever I want. If you had a status and background like young Master Lei, I could sell it to you too. But do you have that?" Seeing Yi Xiao dressed in ordinary sportswear, she concluded that he was just a lowly person without any ability. Perhaps he was only out shopping for clothes with money from selling his family's house. What did she need to worry about with someone like that? Lei Dongting and Shen Yunfang also looked at Yi Xiao with smug expressions, thinking that under their authority, he could only rely on his words to be tough. He. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Do you really need a background to buy clothes now? I can clearly tell you that even though I have no background, I can still make it so that your store can't operate." Ha ha ha. The store manager burst into laughter at his words. "Kid, where did you learn to boast like that? You think you can make me go out of business? Do you think you're manager Shin?" The onlookers were also amused by Yi Xiao's words. Where did this kid come from? How can he say such foolish things? How could he make a store go out of business? Yeah. The store manager has the support of manager Shen, who is known to be the niece of director Shen, representing him in the billion-dollar market. Does this kid really think he can challenge director Shen? TCH, I see him as just a pig fighting with its mouth. Boasting doesn't require taxes, right? He can say whatever he wants, ha ha ha. Shen Yunfan was quite pleased with the store manager's flattery. She raised her chin, looking proud, and said, "Don't worry, Manager Ho, with me here, no one can interfere with your store's normal operations." After that, she looked at Yi Xiao with an air of superiority, saying, "Kid, this mall belongs to our Shin family. As long as I don't want it, no one dares to sell anything to you. How does that feel? Frustrated? Helpless? But this is reality. If you're unhappy, you can spend your own money to open a similar mall. But looking at you, I doubt you could open one even in 10 lifetimes. Ha ha ha." Shen Yunfan laughed confidently, showing no concealment of her disdain and contempt for Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, why don't we just leave?" Louis's brows furrowed, her voice revealing a hint of irritation. Although she felt very unwilling, the situation was very unfavorable for them. Even if she knew Yi Xiao was acquainted with Shinxiani, it was unlikely that Shinxiani would offend Lei Dongting and punish his niece just because of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "What are you afraid of? Just stay put." After saying that, he looked at Shen Yunfang with a fake smile and said slowly, "Manager Shen, I don't need to open a new mall to buy this outfit. I can even have Shinxiani fire you. Do you believe it?" Yi Xiao's words left Shen Yunfang momentarily speechless. How much fake wine had he drunk to say such arrogant things? Letting his own second uncle fire him? That was nothing short of a fantasy. Once she regained her composure, she didn't even want to mock Yi Xiao anymore. She disdainfully said, "All right. I want to see how you plan to convince my second uncle to fire his own niece. Should I give you my second uncle's phone number?" Lei Dongting shook his head in derision. He had thought Yi Xiao could make Shang Guanyun take action against his brother and get close to Qi Tianwu, but it turned out he was just a braggart spouting nonsense. With this, he even regretted considering Yi Xiao a rival. It was simply beneath his status as the young Master Lei. The onlookers burst into laughter. "This kid really has a big mouth. Just now he said he would make the store unable to operate, and I thought he was already arrogant enough, but now he dares to say such things in front of Manager Shen. I suggest you quickly call a mental hospital. This kid must have some serious issues." Yeah, this kid looks so ordinary, he might just be some brick mover on a construction site, yet he wants Shindong to fire manager Shin. I bet he doesn't even know Shinzong, and Shinzong wouldn't give him the time of day. Kid, I think you should stop pretending here. Hurry and have your girlfriend take off her clothes. Don't waste manager Shin and young master Lei's time. No one believed Yi Xiao, and even Louis felt a bit embarrassed. Although Yi Xiao was the boss of T&I Company, it seemed he had no dealings with Shinshini. How could he be so sure that Shinshini would do as he said? Yi Xiao curled his lips. Since these people didn't believe him, he had to show them a little something, letting these self-important individuals know what kind of price they would pay to flaunt their power in front of him. Yi Xiao, give me 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, you'll know whether I was lying. Yi Xiao said nonchalantly. Fine, I'll give you 10 minutes. If I'm still the mall manager after 10 minutes, I'll have security throw you out. As for your girlfriend, if she refuses to take off her clothes, I'll have security take stronger measures. Shin Yunfang's crimson lips curled into a sinister smile. Yi Xiao didn't waste any more words with Shin Yunfang and directly pulled out his phone to call Shinshini. Hello, brother Shin, I need to ask you for a favor. On the other end, Shinshini was a bit surprised. Yi Xiao rarely contacted him. When he heard Yi Xiao had a request, he quickly agreed. Brother Yi, just say it. As long as I can do it, I'll agree unconditionally. Although he didn't know much about Yi Xiao, the abilities Yi Xiao displayed made him wary. Yi Xiao was not only skilled in medicine but also had deep connections with Huang Feihu and Wang Jinhe, which undoubtedly hinted at Yi Xiao's extraordinary background. Therefore, Shinshini had always wanted to cultivate a closer relationship with Yi Xiao, even harboring the idea of introducing his daughter to him. Yi Xiao continued, it's like this, the general manager of your Qianni Mall is a bit dissatisfied with me. Not only did she stop me from shopping in the mall, but she also wants my friend to take off the clothes she intended to buy. Brother Shin, can you handle this? Upon hearing that his niece had offended Yi Xiao, Shinshini's expression darkened, and he made a quick decision. No problem, brother Yi. I'll have Luo Yan handle it right away. I will make sure you're satisfied. Yi Xiao was on the phone, but Shin Yunfang and Lei Dongting and the others didn't take it seriously at all. Ha, do you think pretending to make a phone call will solve the problem? That's just ridiculous. The onlookers began to point and whisper about Yi Xiao. Listen to this kid is really pretending to be on the phone. Does he think that will scare manager Shin? Tisk tsk, he doesn't even try to act a little more convincingly. Someone like him thinks he can be on friendly terms with Chairman Shin? Chairman Shin is a big shot worth hundreds of billions, not some small shop owner. What a fool. Even if he really is calling Chairman Shin, Manager Shin is related by blood to him. How could he possibly deal with Manager Shin just because of this kid's words? Does he think he's the son of a national leader? However, at that moment, Louis began to believe Yi Xiao a bit, because she had just caught a glimpse of him actually dialing Shinshini's number. She couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that this guy had secretly deepened his connections with Shinshini? Shin Yunfang snorted coldly and took out her phone to call the security department, arranging for someone to come over. Although she had a 10-minute appointment with Yi Xiao, she didn't believe his words at all and planned to have the security act as soon as the 10 minutes were up. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Shin Yunfang waved her phone triumphantly. Kid, 10 minutes are up, and I still have nothing. Not only have I not received a call from Chairman Shin, but I haven't even gotten a single text from headquarters. Shouldn't you be leaving now? Lei Dongting looked at Yi Xiao with a playful smile. Yi, I told you that someone like me is beyond your reach. Look at me, a VIP of the hundreds of billions market, while you have to roll out like a dog, ha ha ha. The store manager chimed in gleefully. Kid, weren't you going to make me unable to continue? Better watch your big talk or you might get struck by lightning when you go out. Now, return the clothes from my store immediately, or if the security has to act, your girlfriend will suffer greatly, ha ha ha. Security, throw this kid out, and if that woman doesn't know her place, don't be polite with her, just drag her out. Shin Yunfang commanded imperiously, tapping her toes on the ground. Yes. The arriving security quickly surrounded Yi Xiao and Louis. Looking at Louis's beautiful figure, they couldn't help but drool. If they could just touch her, it would be a delight for a whole day. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. This Shin lady was a bit lacking in efficiency. Her handling speed was slower than a snail. Just as he was pondering whether to call Shinshini again, a cold voice rang out. Everyone, stop. Hearing this voice, everyone turned to look, and they saw a stunning woman in a tailored suit striding towards them. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with a noble aura like the moon goddess Chang'e, her graceful presence exuding an air of aloofness, elegance, and untouchability. It was Shin Luoyan. My goodness, even the young lady of the Shin family has been stirred. Could it be that this kid really called her here? Shin Yunfang naturally noticed Shin Luoyan, and for a moment, she thought that Yi Xiao had summoned her, but the next second, she dismissed that thought. How could someone as lowly as Yi Xiao know Shen Luoyan? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a spark of inspiration shot from her toes to the top of her head. Shen Luoyan must be here for Lei Dongting. With that in mind, Shen Yunfang turned to Lei Dongting and said, "Young Master Lei, your influence is truly great. Look, even my cousin came because of you." Lei Dongting was puzzled. Although he had met Shen Luoyan a few times, they didn't seem to have that deep of a relationship. But then he thought, perhaps Shen Luoyan was here because of the collaboration between the Hundreds of Billions group and the boxing gym. He smiled slightly, looking indifferent, and said, "Manager Shen, your Hundreds of Billions mall is very sincere this time. I have decided to extend the contract period by a year." Having said that, he stepped forward directly, elegantly extending his hand. "Miss Shen, it's just a small matter, no need to trouble you to come personally." However, to Lei Dongting's great disappointment, Shen Luoyan simply walked past him and approached Yi Xiao, smiling gently. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way." Seeing this scene, Lei Dongting's body instantly stiffened in place, his once clear face now clouded over, dark and gloomy enough to almost drip water. Shen Yunfang was also dumbfounded, momentarily unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Shen Luoyan had actually come at Yi Xiao's call. How could this be possible? He was just an ant. How could he know Shen Luoyan? Could it be that the call he made earlier was really to his second uncle? Thinking of this, Shen Yunfang felt a chill run through her body, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Although she was Shen Qianyi's niece, her status was far inferior to that of Shen Luoyan. The fact that Yi Xiao could receive such respectful treatment from Shen Luoyan meant that what he had just said about getting her fired was very likely true. The onlookers were also left in shock. This is too unbelievable. This kid actually called Shen Luoyan with just one phone call. Does that mean everything he just said is true? Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Just a moment ago, they thought that Shen Luoyan and Lei Dongting held high status and could absolutely crush Yi Xiao. But now it seemed that he was just playing the fool to catch the tiger. Yi Xiao nodded. "Miss Shen, you arrived just in time." Yi Xiao was also speechless. Clearly, this was something Shen Qianyi could handle with a phone call. So why insist on sending Shen Luoyan? Although he wanted to complain, this matter still required her assistance, so it was naturally inappropriate to offend her. Shen Luoyan wasted no time and pointed at Shen Yunfang, saying, "Shen Yunfang, you have been dismissed by headquarters, and your position will be taken over by the deputy general manager of the mall. You need to return to headquarters immediately to hand over your work and settle your salary." Ah! Shen Yunfang's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes. "Why? Cousin, I did this for the sake of our Shen family. This kid has offended young Master Lei." Shen Yunfang still tried to defend herself. At this moment, Lei Dongting also walked over with a dark face and said, "Miss Shen, Manager Shen is right. I asked her to make things difficult for this kid. Are you really going to oppose our Lei family's martial arts hall for this kid?" Lei Dongting was very dissatisfied with Shen Luoyan's earlier disregard. After all, he was the young director of the Lei family's martial arts hall. Although his status was not as high as Shen Luoyan's, the Lei family's martial arts hall was the largest in Lingzhou and could still balance the Qianyi group in some aspects. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyan shot a frosty glance at Lei Dongting. "Lei Dongting, I can clearly tell you that Mr. Yi is a friend of our Qianyi group, and our Qianyi group stands with Mr. Yi. This is and my father's, intention. Furthermore, our Qianyi group will terminate all cooperation with your Lei family's martial arts hall. We will send the breach of contract fee as soon as possible, and now I ask you to leave my Qianyi mall immediately." Shen Luoyan's words were firm and decisive, without any hesitation. After losing bets with her father twice, she felt that Yi Xiao was indeed a person of great potential. Now that their Qianyi group's development had hit a bottleneck, if they could befriend Yi Xiao, they might just reach new heights, so offending the Lei family's martial arts hall was nothing at all. Hearing this, Lei Dongting's thick brows furrowed together. "Miss Shen, you need to think carefully. A lot of your Qianyi group's security personnel have been trained by my Lei family's martial arts hall. Once you terminate the cooperation, I think your security will likely run into problems." Lei Dongting did not hide the threat in his words. Since Shen Luoyan dared to embarrass him, he would certainly make the Qianyi group suffer. Shen Luoyan, however, was not angry but smiled instead, retorting sharply, "There's no need for young Master Lei to worry about that. With the strength of our Shen family, is it really so difficult to find a martial arts school in the provincial city?" She continued, "Or should I say, if we hire members of the Martial Extreme Association as instructors with a generous salary, would that be any worse than your Lei family's boxing gym?" At this moment, Yi Xiao stroked his chin, realizing that this Shen Qianyi father-daughter duo could indeed handle themselves. They were genuinely capable when it came to matters. Seeing that his threat had no effect on Shen Luoyan, Lei Dongting narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of malice flashing in his gaze. "Good, very good. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say." Just remember, Miss Shin, Lei Dongting, will never forget what happened today. With that, Lei Dongting turned and left. After watching Lei Dongting walk away, Shin Luoyan let out a slight sigh of relief. Although she was the daughter of the Shin family, she was still a woman without any means to defend herself. Faced with the furious wrath of a martial artist like Lei Dongting, she had to force herself to remain calm. Beneath her stunningly beautiful, icy cold face lay an inner turmoil that no one knew about. At that moment, Yi Xiao stepped forward and chuckled, Miss Shin, you don't need to worry at all about security. I'll give Shang Guanyun a heads up and have him send a few of his prized disciples to assist you. The so-called reciprocity, since the Qianni group had offended the Lei family's boxing gym because of him, he naturally couldn't do nothing. Hearing that Yi Xiao could actually get Shang Guanyun to take action, all of Shin Luoyan's worries vanished. To be honest, her earlier mention of going to the provincial city's martial arts school or hiring someone from the Martial Extreme Association was merely a show of strength. After today, all security related to the Lei family's boxing gym would likely be withdrawn by Lei Dongting. In that case, Lei Dongting's intimidation could very well come true. However, if Yi Xiao could connect her with Shang Guanyun, then she wouldn't have to worry at all. The Lei father and son were merely ordinary members of the Martial Extreme Association, but Shang Guanyun was an elder of the association. In terms of both power and martial prowess, they were no match for the Lei family's boxing gym. Shin Luoyan smiled sweetly, then thank you very much, Mr. Yi. At that moment, Yi Xiao pointed towards the manager of the Hermes store, saying, Miss Shin, I have a small request. Let's shut down her store from now on. No, please don't. Sir, I beg you, spare me this time. The manager pleaded desperately. The reason she was doing this was not solely because Yi Xiao had Shin Luoyan backing him. Even if she were to stop operating in the Qianni Mall, she could continue elsewhere. However, she sensed that Yi Xiao was extraordinary. If someone could make Shin Luoyan so respectful and could get Shang Guanyun to send people with just a word, then if such a big shot wanted to target her, there would probably be no place for her in the entire Lingzhou. Yet, Yi Xiao did not give the manager a chance. He said flatly, we're all adults, we must pay the price for our actions. I bought the clothes on my friend, so pack your things and get lost. Although the manager had been coerced by Shin Yunfang and Lei Dongting, no one forced her to mock and disdain Lui and Yi Xiao later on. It was impossible for someone to ridicule you to the ground, and you still expect them to show mercy. At least Yi Xiao couldn't do that. After resolving the clothing issue, Shin Luoyan suggested they go to a cafe. Given that Shin Luoyan had just helped him, Yi Xiao naturally couldn't refuse. Besides, after wandering around for so long, he was tired. Thus, everyone witnessed a scene that made all the men envious. Shin Luoyan and Lui, two stunning beauties who seemed to share the world's springtime, flanked Yi Xiao on either side, each vying to outshine the other. It was no wonder, both Lui and Shin Luoyan were the pride of their respective families. Although Lui's status was not as high as Shin Luoyan's now, she still refused to admit defeat in her heart. Yi Xiao was also feeling quite uncomfortable in the middle. Although he had two stunning beauties gathered around him in the office, being sandwiched between the two women made him dare not even glance at the other woman. Otherwise, he would face the threatening gaze of the other woman, who looked like she wanted to stab him. TSK, although having two gorgeous women by his side was quite impressive, Yi Xiao just wanted to say, you both did well, but please don't do this again next time. After finally finishing a cup of coffee with the two women, Yi Xiao was finally freed. Returning to Song Qingshua's villa, he found that her BMW was already parked in the garage, and there was no sign of Song Qingxue in the living room. Perhaps this president had gotten used to his absence and no longer cared about him. Soon, a night passed, and the next day, Yi Xiao noticed that Song Qingshue's expression was not very good. She was making phone calls all the way, seemingly troubled by issues with suppliers. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Xiao sat in his chair playing on his phone as usual, thinking that today would probably be another boring day. Unexpectedly, just half an hour into his game, a phone call came in. Seeing the caller ID, Yi Xiao frowned slightly because it was his chief disciple, Director Niu, whom he had reluctantly accepted at the hospital. This old man had contacted Yi Xiao several times before, wanting him to come and give some pointers on acupuncture, but Yi Xiao had always declined, saying he had no time. Yi Xiao shook his head but still answered the call. Just as he was about to use the same excuse again, Director Niu on the other end spoke urgently, Master, help! You need to come to the city hospital quickly. If you don't come, I won't be able to keep my position as director. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Judging by his tone, the old man didn't seem to be joking. So he had to ask, what exactly is going on? Master, I've encountered a very tricky patient here, and both old Wang and I are at our wits' end. The provincial medical authority has already issued a death order. If we can't save the patient's life, my position as director will be over. Yi Xiao knew that Wang Ruohai was known as a divine doctor in Lingzhou, and Director Nyo's medical skills were comparable to his. If both of them couldn't handle the case, it must be quite serious, and the fact that the provincial medical authority was involved indicated that the patient's identity was likely not low. Considering that Director Nyo was still his disciple, and since he had already said so much, Yi Xiao felt he couldn't just ignore it, so he agreed to help. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at the city hospital. At this time, Director Nyo had been waiting anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, he hurried over, forcing a smile onto his tense face. "Master, I won't be polite with you, let's talk as we walk." Yi Xiao was not displeased by Director Nyo's words. As a doctor, saving lives should naturally be the priority. He nodded, signaling Director Nyo to continue. Director Nyo then detailed the patient's condition. The patient fell ill while passing through Lingzhou and has been in the hospital for 2 hours, but has been running a high fever and is extremely agitated. During treatment, he even bit several medical staff. After listening to Director Nyo, Yi Xiao had a general understanding of the patient's condition and asked, "Have you considered that it might be an infection of some virus?" Director Nyo understood what Yi Xiao meant. The patient's symptoms did resemble those of rabies or other viral outbreaks, but then he shook his head. "We have injected the rabies virus serum and tried other common viral serums, but the patient still shows no signs of improvement." At this moment, Yi Xiao's expression also became serious. If it wasn't a viral infection, then it was very likely that the patient was possessed. However, he would need to conduct further diagnosis to determine the exact situation. A few minutes later, Director Nyo brought Yi Xiao to a hospital room on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. At a glance, Yi Xiao saw an old man lying on the bed, his complexion ashen, lips purplish, and his slightly squinted pupils were vacant and lifeless. At that moment, an 4 drip was attached to the patient's wrist, and silver needles were inserted into his forehead and abdomen. Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Here was a case of Western medicine treating the fever while also using silver needles, truly a combination of Western symptomatic treatment and Eastern root treatment, a blend of both that had turned into a mess. Besides the patient and his family, there were several doctors in white coats in the room, quietly arguing about the patient's condition. Among them was Yi Xiao's other apprentice, Wang Ruohai. When everyone saw Director Nyo bringing in a young man, they were puzzled. Hadn't Director Nyo just said he was going to invite a renowned doctor? Why was he bringing in a young guy instead? Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Wang Ruohai immediately approached him and respectfully said, "Master, if you are here, the patient will be saved." Hearing the renowned Dr. Wang Ruohai actually call Yi Xiao master, several doctors were dumbfounded. No way! Could this young man really be the renowned Dr. Director Nyo mentioned? He looks even younger than the interns under him. Yi Xiao lightly nodded, acknowledging Wang Ruohai. At that moment, a cold and arrogant voice came over. "Director Nyo, is this kid really the expert you invited?" Yi Xiao turned his head to see a glamorous middle-aged woman glaring at Director Nyo with skepticism, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to come from her very bones, her expression reflecting the superiority of a noble family. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's rudeness towards Yi Xiao, Director Nyo's expression darkened, and he said with some displeasure, "Madam Situ, Mr. Yi is my master, his medical skills far surpass mine. I believe my master can definitely cure your father's illness." The middle-aged woman scoffed disdainfully. "When you called that so-called #1 divine doctor from Lingzhou, didn't you also say his skills were exceptional and that he could cure my father? But what was the result? Now, even a young kid is being packaged as an expert by you. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The middle-aged woman's tone remained unchanged, her voice filled with sarcasm. Director Nyo's face immediately darkened, his fists clenched tightly, as if he could no longer hold back his anger. This woman, with her lofty sense of superiority, had treated them doctors like servants from the very beginning. The idea of combining Eastern and Western medicine was hers, and now she was being disrespectful to Yi Xiao. How could he endure this? Just as Director Nyo was about to explode, Wang Ruohai hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Madam Situ, the most urgent matter now is to treat your father. His condition cannot be delayed any longer. Both Director Nyo and I can vouch for Mr. Yi, so please rest assured to let him treat him." Although Wang Ruohai's words were neither servile nor overbearing, as a doctor recognized as a divine healer by the people of Lingzhou, there was an undeniable authority in his tone. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman had no choice but to relent, only saying, "You better hope everything you say is true. My Situ family is not a small household to be trifled with." Although Yi Xiao was somewhat displeased with the woman's attitude, considering that neither of his 2 apprentices had been able to cure the patient and that the other party likely harbored resentment, he chose to endure it for now. It would not be too late to slap her in the face after curing the patient. With the middle-aged woman no longer obstructing him, Yi Xiao smoothly approached the old man's bedside. At this moment, the old man's breath was already very weak, as if he didn't even have the strength to lift his eyes to look at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao first took the old man's pulse to further confirm his suspicions. Finally, his gaze slowly fell on the old man's right thumb, where a blood-red jade ring was placed. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he reached out to grab the jade ring. Just then, the elderly man, who had been barely breathing, suddenly let out a hoarse scream, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, and swung his fist towards Yi Xiao. Naturally, this could not harm Yi Xiao. He merely raised his hand slightly to block the old man's strike. It seemed his judgment was correct. The root of the old man's condition lay in that jade ring. Seeing that he could do nothing to Yi Xiao, the old man's eyes bulged with rage, almost popping out of their sockets, his nostrils flaring as he bared his teeth and clawed at the air. "Kid, what are you doing? Trying to steal my father's jade ring while you have the chance?" The middle-aged beauty reacted quickly and pointed at Yi Xiao, scolding him. In her view, her father's strong reaction was due to sensing Yi Xiao's ill intentions. Wang Ruohai and Director Niu were also puzzled. Why was their master, who was perfectly fine, not treating the patient but instead trying to touch the jade ring? Yi Xiao, however, smiled instead of getting angry, and said calmly, "Do you think this old man's reaction is normal? You should know he is a patient with a high fever, weak breath, and lack of strength in his limbs. The cause of the old man's illness lies in this jade ring. I was just trying to remove it to treat him." Upon hearing this, Director Niu and Wang Ruohai seemed to realize something. Could it be that the patient was being affected by something? But the middle-aged beauty did not believe Yi Xiao at all and shouted even more angrily, "Kid, stop pretending to be mysterious here. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to claim this jade ring worth 10 million for yourself. And you come up with such a ridiculous excuse. What illness could possibly be related to a jade ring? It's simply laughable. I order you to immediately release my father, or my family, the Situ family, will have you arrested for theft." The middle-aged beauty shouted arrogantly. Yi Xiao curled his lips, a mocking smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, truly ignorant. Hearing this, the middle-aged beauty's brows shot up in anger, and she shouted, "Kid, dare you say that again?" As the daughter-in-law of the prestigious Situ family, no one had ever mocked her like this. She vowed to teach this ignorant kid a lesson, making him understand who she really was. Seeing the conflict between Yi Xiao and the patient's family, Director Niu and Wang Ruohai were also at their wits' end. Just as they were about to explain for Yi Xiao, a strong voice suddenly came from the doorway of the ward. "Xiao Qin, how is Dad? I've brought Mr. Yu to treat him." Hearing this voice, everyone turned to look at the door, where they saw a middle-aged man with a resolute face and extraordinary demeanor. Director Niu recognized him at a glance. This was the old man's son, Situ Chao. Behind Situ Chao were an old man and a young man. The old man wore a blue tang suit, his hair graying, but his eyes were bright and spirited, and his every move seemed to resonate with the heavens. The young man was a robust figure, his face shining with a bronze hue, his large frame nearly bursting out of his clothes, clearly a martial artist. "Mr. Yu?" Wang Ruohai also recognized the old man in the tang suit, who was a master in traditional Chinese medicine, Yu Huaixian, known as a master of both medicine and martial arts. It was said that his martial arts level could reach that of the elders of the Martial Extreme Association, and he had high attainments in medicine as well. Some dignitaries from the capital of Long Country often traveled thousands of miles to Tianhai to seek treatment from Yu Huaixian. Upon seeing Situ Chao, the middle-aged beauty quickly put away her aggressive demeanor and hurried over, pointing at Yi Xiao to complain, "Darling, the doctors at Lingzhou Hospital are so incompetent. They dared to steal my father's jade ring right in front of me. You must have someone arrest that kid." Hearing this, Situ Chao immediately raised an eyebrow, but he did not take his wife's word for it. Instead, he glanced at Yi Xiao and the doctor in the ward. Director Niu hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Mr. Situ, this is a misunderstanding. Mr. Yi is the doctor I invited. He is currently treating your father." Wang Ruohai also quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Situ, I am Wang Ruohai from Lingzhou. Mr. Yi is my master. I trust his character completely. I can guarantee he has no intention of theft." Situ Chao's gaze shifted, feeling somewhat surprised. He had heard of Wang Ruohai, who was known as the best doctor in Lingzhou, and it intrigued him that he would take a young man as his master. Behind him, Yu Huaixian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was somewhat familiar with Wang Ruohai, whose medical skills were only slightly inferior to his own. Why would he take a young man as his master? Situ Chao smiled, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's not bring it up again." After saying this, he looked at Yi Xiao again. "Young brother, thank you for treating my father. Now please take a short break and let Mr. Yu take a look at him." Situ Chao wore a faint smile, but his tone carried a cold indifference, as he still did not trust Yi Xiao despite Wang Ruohai's words. Yi Xiao let out a sigh, releasing the old man's hand. Since the patient's family did not want him to treat him, there was nothing more to say. However, he did not leave. Instead, he wanted to see just how capable this so-called Mr. You was. The middle-aged beauty snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with her husband's handling of the situation. In her view, they should have detained someone as reckless and rude as Yi Xiao first and then handed him over to the police. Seeing Yi Xiao step back from the bed, Situ Chao gestured for Yu Huaixian to proceed, respectfully saying, Mr. Yu, please diagnose my father. Yu Huaixian did not hesitate and went straight to the bedside. He reached out to lift the old man's eyelid and then carefully took his pulse. At this moment, Director Niu approached Yi Xiao with some apology, whispering, Master, I'm sorry for the trouble you faced today. Yi Xiao was invited by him, and not only had he faced ridicule from the middle-aged beauty, but now Situ Chao had forcibly interrupted his treatment, which made him feel quite guilty. However, before Director Niu could finish, Yi Xiao waved his hand to interrupt. It's fine, let's see how it goes first. 3 minutes later, Yu Huaixian sat up, his white eyebrows deeply furrowed. Seeing Yu Huaixian's expression, Situ Chao's heart tightened, and he asked, Mr. Yu, do you have a way to treat my father's illness? Yu Huaixian raised his head, his expression serious. Mr. Situ, your father's illness is caused by being entangled with evil energy. If you had let me handle it earlier, I would have had 100% confidence, but now I only have 60%. Hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded. This person still had some skill, as he could identify the cause of the old man's illness with just a glance, which surpassed his two cheap apprentices. Only 60%. Situ Chao's expression flickered, feeling somewhat disappointed. The middle-aged beauty, however, sarcastically remarked, I think the main reason is these mediocre doctors from Lingzhou, whose reckless treatments have worsened the old man's condition. Her words were clearly aimed at Yi Xiao and Director Niu. Director Niu was immediately infuriated, gritting his teeth. How could this foolish woman still have the nerve to criticize them? If it weren't for her random interference, Yi Xiao might have already cured the patient. After hesitating for a while, Situ Chao finally made a decision. Mr. Yu, please treat my father. Although Yu Huaixian's stated risks were somewhat exaggerated, if his father continued to be delayed like this, he feared that even that 60% hope would be lost. Yu Huaixian nodded and began to treat the patient. He first removed the silver needles and 4 drips from the patient, then slightly raised his right hand. Everyone saw him take off a gold ring from his right index finger. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. He keenly realized that it was not a ring at all, but several loops of gold wire. The Ghost Gate Golden Needle. Yi Xiao couldn't help but murmur. The old man from Qingyun Mountain had often mentioned it to him. Not having the chance to use this top needle of the Dragon Kingdom was his greatest regret, and he never expected to see it in Lingzhou. Master, is this really the Ghost Gate Golden Needle? Director Niu asked in surprise. Although he had heard that Yu Huaixian mastered the medical treasure, the Ghost Gate Golden Needle, today was the first time he had seen it. Indeed, Yi Xiao said, looking intently at Yu Huaixian. It seemed that Yu Huaixian had come prepared this time. On the other side, the gold needle that was coiled like a ring suddenly dispersed into 13 small gold needles, each about 2 inches long, after Yu Huaixian used a certain technique. Yu Huaixian's magical method opened the eyes of Situ Chao and the middle-aged beauty, seemingly increasing their confidence in him. The tall and strong young man proudly raised his head. Seeing his master use the Ghost Gate Golden Needle made him feel honored. His master's Ghost Gate Golden Needle had never failed to cure a disease. Yu Huaixian quickly twisted out a gold needle with his fingers, striking like lightning, and precisely pierced the patient's Renjong acupoint. Next, everyone watched as the remaining gold needles danced flexibly in Yu Huaixian's hands, like butterflies flitting through flowers, one after another being inserted by him. Soon, the patient's Xiaoshang, Yinbai, Daling, Xinmai, Fingfu, and 10 other acupoints were also pierced with gold needles. Yu Huaixian's fingers rhythmically twisted at the tail of the gold needles, and as the needle tails vibrated, the acupoints he had pierced with silver needles began to emit faint blue light. The 11 blue lights gradually converged into a blue line. With the appearance of this blue line, black gas began to surge from the patient's mouth and nose, and after the black gas was expelled, the patient's pale face regained some color. Seeing this scene, Situ Chao let out a long sigh of relief. Old Mr. Yu was indeed a master of medicine and martial arts. It seemed that his father was saved. Master, is this the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Director Niu asked in astonishment. Yi Xiao nodded. The Ghost Gate 13 needles was indeed the unparalleled method for exorcising evil, and with the blessing of the Ghost Gate Golden Needle, if he were to use it, he would have complete confidence. However, Yu Huaixian had made a mistake that could very well lead to the failure of the treatment. A complex expression flashed in Director Niu's eyes, a mix of admiration for Yu Huaixian's needle technique and a hint of melancholy. If Yu Huaixian cured the patient, it was easy to imagine that the middle-aged beauty would not miss the chance to mock him and Yi Xiao. Just when everyone thought the patient was about to slowly improve, suddenly both Yi Xiao and Yu Huaixian felt a twitch in their eyelids. they saw that the blue line produced by the Ghost Gate golden needle on the patient had actually dimmed. This indicated that the 11 needles just inserted could not completely suppress the evil energy in the patient. Yu Huaixian twisted out another gold needle, preparing to insert the 12th needle. This needle technique was called the Ghost Gate 13 needles. By common understanding, it required 13 needles. However, the Ghost Gate 13 needles was an exception because its effect was not to treat the patient's symptoms but to exorcise evil. Therefore, as long as the evil energy in the patient could be dispelled, the needling could be stopped. The 13th needle was taboo. Once used, it would cause significant side effects for the patient, so it was generally not employed. Thus, the 12th needle was Yu Huaixian's last chance. If it still could not work completely, it would basically declare his treatment a failure. This was also the first time Yu Huaixian used the 12th needle in his life. Therefore, this time he did not drop the needle as quickly as before, but rather cautiously, like a beginner, slowly directing it towards the patient's Tsuchi acupoint. However, just as Yu Huaixian was about to insert the needle, a cold voice interrupted. Wait. Yi Xiao stepped forward and continued, your set of Ghost Gate 13 needles has no issues with the first 11 needles, but the 12th needle is not to be used like this. Once you insert this needle, it will trigger a backlash of evil energy. At best, it will leave the patient in a state of confusion. At worst, it will completely occupy the patient's consciousness with evil energy, turning them into a living corpse. At these words, the entire room was stunned. Even Dean Niu and Wang Ruohai looked at Yi Xiao in astonishment. Could it be that the master also knew the Ghost Gate 13 needles? But the Yu family's Ghost Gate 13 needles had been passed down through generations, and Yu Huaixian was known as a master of both medicine and martial arts. How could he possibly be wrong? The middle-aged beauty immediately jumped out to scold, you brat, who do you think you are? Do you have any right to interrupt here? As for whether Old Yu can use it or not, Old Yu is a renowned master of medicine and martial arts, 1,000 times better than you, this trash. How dare you slander Old Yu? I really don't know where you get your courage. I see you are just resentful because I exposed your scheme, not wanting the old man to be cured by Old Yu, so you come out to curse him. The middle-aged beauty was quite displeased that her husband had not dealt with Yi Xiao earlier, so now that she had the chance, she naturally wanted to ridicule Yi Xiao thoroughly, hoping to provoke her husband into teaching this brat a lesson. The young disciple brought by Yu Huaixian also glared angrily at Yi Xiao. Brat, if you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. Your medical skills are nothing in my master's eyes. As he spoke, the young man released his martial aura, directly pressing towards Yi Xiao. Dean Yo and Wang Ruohai beside Yi Xiao turned pale and stumbled back 2 or 3 steps. However, Yi Xiao remained as unmoving as a rock in the sea. He raised his eyes to meet the young man's gaze, and those eyes, fierce as a tiger and leopard, made the young man hesitate to look directly at him. A sudden fear surged in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. The young man was dumbfounded. Not only did his aura fail to intimidate Yi Xiao, but it was also disrupted by him. How could this be? Was this brat also a martial arts expert? Madam Situ, please mind your words. I believe my master has his reasons for saying this. Dean Neo quickly defended Yi Xiao after regaining his composure. He knew a bit about Yi Xiao's character. When he treated Song Guancheng, Yi Xiao had selflessly given the credit to him. How could such a person be the kind of petty person the middle-aged beauty described? At this moment, Wang Ruohai also stepped forward, saying, Mr. Situ, Old Yu, please take my master's words seriously and do not let it lead to irreparable consequences. Like Dean Neo, Wang Ruohai believed in Yi Xiao's character. Since Yi Xiao said so, he would not be speaking without reason. Seeing that both Dean Neo and Wang Ruohai were supporting Yi Xiao, Situ Chao pondered slightly before saying indifferently, Mr. Yi, I appreciate your coming to treat my father. I will give you 1 million as a consultation fee, but please leave now. Although Dean Neo and Wang Ruohai had some persuasive power, he still trusted Yu Huaixian more than the two of them. This was merely a polite way of speaking. He believed Yi Xiao would take the hint and leave after accepting the money. The middle-aged beauty was increasingly dissatisfied with Situ Chao's actions, giving this brat 1 million? Their family was wealthy, but they didn't spend money like that. Just as the middle-aged beauty was about to persuade her husband, Yu Huaixian, who had remained silent, preemptively scolded Yi Xiao, young man, if you want to achieve something, you must be grounded and take one step at a time, rather than relying on such flashy tricks. Although I don't know what means you used to deceive Dean Neo and Dr. Wang into recognizing you, today when you say my acupuncture technique is wrong, it absolutely cannot be let go like this. Young man, do you dare to bet with me? Let's wager whether my needle can cure the patient. If you lose, you will wash your hands of medicine from then on, to avoid harming others and yourself. Yu Huaixian's gaze was like a sword, sharp to the extreme. He certainly did not believe that what Yi Xiao said earlier was true. Who in this world could understand the 13 Ghost Gate needles better than himself? Therefore, he was convinced that Yi Xiao was just a charlatan. Since he had encountered him, he naturally had to eliminate this poison of traditional Chinese medicine and, by the way, awaken Dean Niu and Wang Ruohai to see Yi Xiao's true colors. Dean Niu said with concern, "Master, why don't I just take you away?" Although he believed in Yi Xiao's medical skills, there was always a possibility. What if Yi Xiao really misjudged this time? With Yi Xiao's skills, he could definitely be considered a master of traditional Chinese medicine, and he did not want Yi Xiao to wash his hands of it. Yi Xiao, however, curled his lips, suddenly interested. This old man's acupuncture technique had some level, but wasn't he a bit too arrogant? And what if you lose? Yi Xiao glanced at Yu Huaxian and said nonchalantly, "He." Before Yu Huaxian could speak, the young man who had just been stunned by Yi Xiao's gaze sneered, "Kid, don't think that just because you've read some fabricated novels online, you can challenge my master. For my master to lose is simply a fantasy. I advise you to obediently roll away. Betting against my master will not only humiliate you but also leave no place for you in the medical field of Manhwa." The middle-aged beauty also felt that Yi Xiao was pretending to be calm to attract attention, so she crossed her arms and looked down on him, saying, "Kid, if I were you, I would have left like a drowned dog long ago. How dare you bet against Mr. You? That's just being ignorant of your own limitations." Yu Huaxian paid no attention to the words of his disciple and the middle-aged beauty. He looked directly at Yi Xiao and said seriously, "If I lose, I will offer the Ghost Gate Golden Needle with both hands." "Young man, do you dare to bet? Would he lose?" Yu Huaxian himself did not believe it at all, which is why he dared to put this treasure of traditional Chinese medicine on the line. Hearing Yu Huaxian's words, the young man and Dean Wang Ruohai were both dumbfounded. This was the Ghost Gate Golden Needle. Back then, a wealthy businessman from Neon Country offered 10 billion Longwa coins to buy it, but it did not move Yu Huaxian, and this time he was using it as a wager, showing how confident he was in himself. Yi Xiao smiled, his eyes flashing with sarcasm, "I have no problem with that. But I must remind you to think it through, a gentleman's word is hard to retract." "Humph." Yu Huaxian snorted coldly, clearly unconcerned, "Then just watch." With that, he turned around, retwisted the Ghost Gate Golden Needle, and directly pierced the patient's Tsuchi acupoint. Dean Wang Ruohai and the other doctors all focused their attention, eager to witness this 12th needle of acupuncture mastery. Situ Chao and the middle-aged beauty were also filled with anticipation, fully confident in Yu Huaxian. As the silver needle descended, a green glow suddenly formed at the patient's Tsuchi acupoint, which then merged into the already very dim green lines. Soon everyone saw the black gas emerging from the patient's mouth and nose becoming increasingly dense. At the same time, the patient's half-closed eyes also showed a hint of spirit, clearly indicating an improvement. This scene made Situ Chao and the middle-aged beauty extremely delighted. "Ha ha ha, Mr. You truly are a renowned medical martial arts master. I see that being called the #1 divine doctor of Longwei is indeed well-deserved." Situ Chao laughed. "Indeed, Mr. You is truly a miraculous healer. Compared to that kid who only knows how to talk nonsense, he is hundreds of times better. This is a divine doctor with both medical ethics and ability." As the middle-aged beauty praised Yu Huaxian, she did not forget to take the opportunity to step on Yi Xiao. "Kid, a bet is a bet. Hurry back and prepare to announce your withdrawal." The young man was also quite pleased with himself. Although his master's victory was expected, seeing someone with such power being put in a difficult position was still worth mentioning. Dean Niu and Wang Ruohai both sighed in regret. Had they known it would turn out this way, they would never have invited Yi Xiao to treat the patient. Now, not only had they failed to cure the patient, but they had also allowed Yi Xiao to be humiliated, and he might even give up practicing medicine because of it. This was a significant loss for traditional Chinese medicine. Eyes turned toward Yi Xiao, some filled with schadenfreude, some with disdain, and others with self-reproach and anger. However, Yi Xiao seemed unfazed, casually saying, 5, 4, 3. "What is this kid doing? Is he going crazy just because he lost a bet?" The middle-aged beauty scoffed. At this moment, Situ Chao also looked down on Yi Xiao, realizing that his earlier promise of $1 million for a consultation was a ridiculous decision. How could this clueless kid be worthy of such a fee? Not to mention $1 million, even 100 yuan seemed too much. Yet, Yu Huaxian felt something was off. Was Yi Xiao talking nonsense? As someone recognized as a master of medicine and martial arts, he could see that Yi Xiao was very clear-headed at that moment, and his calm demeanor and tone exuded an incredible confidence. 1. Just as Yi Xiao finished his countdown, the elderly man on the hospital bed suddenly let out a terrifying shriek. His face turned deathly pale, and his features twisted like a machine, his teeth grinding together as if he wanted to bite them to pieces. Everyone's pupils widened in shock at this sudden turn of events. There was no doubt that Yi Xiao had accurately diagnosed the old man's condition. He had truly become incoherent, neither human nor ghost. The middle-aged beauty and the young man's smiles froze instantly. What? What is happening? Wang Ruohai and Dean Yo were equally shocked. As expected, the old man's mental state had deteriorated. Although, as doctors, they did not want to see this scene, they still felt a hint of pride in Yi Zhao's precise diagnosis. Wasn't Yu Huaixian just flaunting his superiority? Now he had lost to my master. Yu Huaixian's brows were tightly knitted, his face cold, and his expression extremely serious. Dad, what's wrong? Situ Chao hurriedly stepped forward to comfort his father. However, just as he got close to the old man, the latter's arm suddenly bulged with veins, his hand clawing toward Situ Chao. At that moment, everyone saw the old man's fingernails suddenly grow over an inch long. If he were to grab him, it would surely tear the skin. Situ Chao never expected his father to become so violent all of a sudden. He was frozen in place. Fortunately, Yu Huaixian was quick to pull him back. Coming to his senses, Situ Chao looked at Yu Huaixian with lingering fear. Yu Lao, what's wrong with my dad? You have to save him. Yu Huaixian's emotions were very complex at this moment. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the old man's condition was right in front of him. He had indeed lost to the young man he looked down upon. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Situ, I am powerless to help your father now. What? Situ Chao's mouth twitched, and his face turned ashen. But you can let that young man give it a try, Yu Huaixian said, pointing at Yi Xiao with a gloomy expression. Situ Chao was suddenly awakened by Yu Huaixian's words. Yes. Since Yi Xiao could see that there was a problem with Yu Huaixian's 12 needles from the start and could accurately describe his father's symptoms, perhaps he really had a way to cure his father. With this thought, Situ Chao no longer hesitated and quickly strode up to Yi Xiao. Smack! He gave himself a resounding slap. My little brother, I have offended you just now. Please help save my dad. If you can cure him, I will give you 50 million as a thank you. To Situ Chao, money was just a number, but if his father were to remain in this state, the Situ family would undoubtedly lose a pillar of support, which he absolutely could not accept. Yi Xiao curled his lips and casually replied, not enough. Ha! Situ Chao raised his eyebrows at this, thinking Yi Xiao was trying to raise the price, so he quickly changed his offer. I can give you 100 million. Yi Xiao shook his head. I'm not talking about money. Was he someone who lacked money? He would never choke someone for money at this critical moment. Situ Chao seemed to think of something. He suddenly turned to his wife and shouted sternly, why aren't you coming over to apologize to my little brother? In his view, Yi Xiao must be displeased with his wife's earlier difficulties in mockery. Hearing her husband's unquestionable tone, the middle-aged beauty's face turned pale, her legs trembling in fear. She slowly approached Yi Xiao, gritting her teeth, and reluctantly said, little brother, I was wrong. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Kneel! Situ Chao shouted forcefully, did you not see me slapping myself? How can a half-hearted apology like that be of any use? The middle-aged beauty shuddered, her eyes filled with hatred, but ultimately, she slowly knelt down. Situ Chao looked at Yi Xiao again and said, little brother, is this enough now? Yi Xiao sighed and casually replied, I'm not talking about her. How could he care about a woman with long hair and short insight? After saying that, he pointed at Yu Huaixian, old man, aren't you going to say something? The reason Yi Xiao had been hesitant to act was because he was displeased with Yu Huaixian's attitude. When they were betting, he spoke with such righteousness, but now that he had lost, he directly pushed Situ Chao out, clearly trying to back out of the deal. Seeing that Yi Xiao was not blaming her, the middle-aged beauty was filled with resentment. Couldn't he have said something earlier? Why wait until she knelt down to explain? It was clearly directed at her, but she only dared to curse Yi Xiao in her heart, not daring to say it out loud. What if this kid was unhappy and made some demands? Yu Huaixian's expression was filled with frustration as he said in a low voice, young man, I am willing to accept my loss. Once you cure the patient, I will gladly offer you the golden needle. The golden needle of the Gui man was a family treasure passed down for hundreds of years in the Yu family. Losing it like this made him feel quite conflicted. Master, no. We can use money or other things to compensate. Please don't give away the golden needle. The young man said, unable to bear it. Shut up. My mind is made up. I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. Since Yu Huaixian had made his decision, he no longer hesitated. The golden needle could be lost, but the Yu family's face could not. After saying that, Yu Huaixian calmly said, young man, please proceed. Yi Xiao nodded. Did he really want Yu Huaixian's golden needle? Of course not. He wanted the other party to give him an explanation. If he had lost the bet, this old man surely wouldn't just let it go. So Yi Xiao walked towards the sick bed again. At this moment, the old man on the bed had no trace of black in his pupils, only a white haze, like two milky glass beads. He was completely disoriented, his mouth revealing a beast-like snarl with sharp teeth. Seeing Yi Xiao approach, the old man let out a strange cry, his arm unconsciously swinging towards Yi Xiao. But Yi Xiao was not Sita Chow, he would not sit idly by. He reached out and grabbed the old man's hand. Just as the old man tried to swing his other arm, Yi Xiao had already pointed at his forehead, instantly draining all the strength from the old man, who fell into a deep sleep. This is the Tianshan acupoint technique. Yu Huaixian couldn't help but exclaim. As a renowned expert in traditional Chinese medicine, he had naturally seen records of this acupoint technique in medical texts. Dean Yo and Wang Ruohai were also very excited. Their young master was truly a hidden gem. Not to mention mastering the six-path divine needle, he could now also perform the Tianshan acupoint technique. It should be known that these two extraordinary skills in traditional Chinese medicine had been lost in Longwei for nearly 100 years. After the old man stopped moving, Yi Xiao reached out and removed the jade ring from the old man's left thumb. This time, no one dared to stop him. Yu Huaixian focused on the jade ring and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had thought of a possibility. After taking off the jade ring, Yi Xiao slowly withdrew the golden needle that Yu Huaixian had just inserted into the old man's Chu Qi acupoint. Seeing Xiaoyi's actions, the others were puzzled. What was the use of removing the jade ring? Moreover, Yi Xiao was only pulling out the 12th golden needle, not all of them. What did that mean? Just as everyone was confused, Yi Xiao slowly said, "Old man, watch closely, I'm going to show you the true use of this 12th needle." If Yi Xiao had said such arrogant words earlier, everyone would have scoffed, thinking he was just trying to show off. But now, with Yu Huaixian's earlier failure, no one dared to refute him. However, the young man still felt frustrated. "Kid, I want to see what tricks you can pull." He couldn't believe that this seemingly younger guy truly understood the Ghost Gate 13 needles better than his own master. Yu Huaixian frowned at his words but remained silent, focusing intently on Yi Xiao's movements. Yi Xiao began to chant, "The 12th Chu Qi is named Ghost Minister. The fire needle bends the finger into 5 parts. After finishing, he pinched the base of the patient's middle finger with his thumb and index finger, while his other hand swiftly plunged the needle into the patient's Chu Qi acupoint. Suddenly, everyone noticed that a layer of fiery red smoke rose from the golden needle in Yi Xiao's hand, resembling the sun breaking through the clouds. Watching Yi Xiao's actions, Yu Huaixian's heart raced. The acupuncture mantra Yi Xiao had just recited was precisely the Ghost Gate 13 needles mantra that had been passed down in his family for 100 years. However, since no one in his family had used the 12th needle since his grandfather's generation, he had never grasped the meaning of bending the finger and fire needle in the mantra. But now, seeing Yi Xiao use it, he felt as if he had been enlightened. Meanwhile, as the golden needle descended, the green lines on the patient's body, which had almost dissipated, suddenly seemed to be infused with life, coiling around the patient like a green dragon, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. At that moment, everyone in the room thought of a saying, the finishing touch. Indeed, in everyone's eyes, Yi Xiao's needle was truly comparable to the magical stroke that could make a giant dragon soar into the sky. The young man gaped in disbelief at the scene. Even he, slow to react, understood that Yi Xiao's Ghost Gate 13 needles were indeed more powerful than his own master's. Wang Ruohai and Dean Niu were once again excited. Their master was incredible. He could even perform the Ghost Gate 13 needles. They couldn't wait to see if Yu Lao would still dare to boast about himself. At that moment, black gas surged from the old man's mouth and nose, seemingly in fear of the green line on his body. This scene lasted for about 3 minutes, and when the black gas was completely dispelled, Yi Xiao slowly pulled out the golden needles one by one. The old man on the bed also opened his eyes, but this time, there was no trace of malice in his gaze. He had returned to the appearance of a normal person. "Dad!" Situ Chao excitedly stepped forward. "Chao, what happened to me?" the old man asked weakly, seemingly unaware of what had happened to him. Sima Chao then told the old man that his father had suddenly developed a high fever while passing through Lingzhou, and that all the doctors in the hospital were at a loss, along with what had happened afterward. When the old man heard that it was Yi Xiao who had cured him, he looked at Yi Xiao with surprise in his eyes, not expecting this divine doctor to be so young. Even more unexpected was that even Yu Huaixian had failed, yet this young man was still able to cure him. "Young man, I will never forget your life-saving grace," the old man said gratefully. Yi Xiao merely smiled lightly. "Old sir, there's no need to be polite, I just came to help my disciple." Yi Xiao spoke quite casually, as if treating the old man was just a trivial matter. In fact, Yi Xiao was not lying, he was speaking the truth. If it weren't for his cheap disciple's desperate pleas, he might not have come at all. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Dean Niu and Wang Ruohai straightened their backs. Having a master like a sweeping monk was indeed good. At a critical moment, he could help turn the tide. Who would still think it shameful to take a young man as their teacher? The old man smiled awkwardly, thinking Yi Xiao had come to treat him because he knew his identity. It turned out the other party didn't care about his status at all. After all, if he were to die, What would it matter how noble his status was? Could he take it with him to the underworld? Thinking this, the old man pointed to a nearby handbag. Shower, give this young man what's inside as a token of my appreciation. Sima Chao naturally did not dare to be negligent and hurried over to pick up the handbag, handing it to Yi Xiao with both hands. Divine Doctor, please accept this, and the 1 billion I promised before will also be delivered to you as soon as possible. After his father's incident, he had come to understand Yi Xiao's capabilities. This was someone whose medical skills surpassed even Yu Huaixian. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Yi Xiao, it could extend the lives of himself and his family in critical moments. Seeing the old man actually giving the contents of the handbag to Yi Xiao, the middle-aged beauty was anxiously pulling her hair. Sima Chao didn't know what was inside, but she had been accompanying the old man all along, so she was very clear about it. The value of the items inside even exceeded the 1 billion Sima Chao had promised. However, although she was anxious, she did not dare to speak out against it. She certainly did not want to kneel before Yi Xiao again for offending him. Yi Xiao didn't care what was in the handbag and directly accepted it. The old man from Qingyun Mountain had once said that his sex purpose of healing the world was to treat all beings equally, regardless of wealth or status. Whether your consultation fee was 10 or 10 billion, it should be treated the same. After accepting the handbag, Yi Xiao turned to Yu Huaixian and tossed the 12 golden needles in his hand over, saying lightly, "Old man, keep these well." Yu Huaixian reached out and caught the golden needles lightly, looking quite puzzled. "Little brother, I've already lost the Ghost Gate golden needles to you, I have no intention of taking them back." Dean Yo and Wang Ruohai were also astonished by Yi Xiao's actions. After all, these were the Ghost Gate golden needles. Did the master not feel tempted? Moreover, the two had made a bet in front of everyone, and if it were them, they would definitely have pocketed them. Yi Xiao grinned. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Although the Ghost Gate golden needles are a treasure of traditional Chinese medicine, they are merely an auxiliary tool. Without these golden needles, I can still cure severe illnesses and restore flesh and bones. Yi Xiao stood proudly with his hands behind his back. The old man from Qingyun Mountain had always said how wonderful the Ghost Gate golden needles were and how regretful he was for not having used them. However, today, when Yi Xiao used the Ghost Gate golden needles, he did not find them any different from ordinary silver needles. At most, they were just a bit more prestigious to hold. As soon as Yi Xiao said this, suddenly, his image in the eyes of Wang Ruohai, Dean Niu, and the young man was infinitely elevated, making them feel a sense of admiration and inferiority. Yu Huaixian felt a deep sense of shame. Indeed, the Ghost Gate golden needle was at best just a needle made of gold, while the truly valuable thing was the medical skills mastered by Yi Xiao. He bowed respectfully to Yi Xiao, saying, "Young brother, today I have learned much from you. However, I have already lost the Ghost Gate golden needle to you. If you do not accept it, the world will not know how to judge me, so please, young brother, do accept this golden needle." At this point, Yu Huaixian changed his tone. "Additionally, I would like to take you as my master to complete the 12th needle of the Yu family. Let this Ghost Gate golden needle serve as my apprenticeship gift." Another apprenticeship? Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Just as he was about to refuse, Dean Niu stepped forward and said, "Master, although your medical skills are profound, with the addition of this Ghost Gate golden needle, treating illnesses will become even more effortless." In fact, Dean Niu had his own little scheme. If the Ghost Gate golden needle were in Yi Xiao's hands, he might be able to borrow it to play with and also have an excuse to ask about the Ghost Gate 13 needles or the 6 paths connecting Meridian's divine needle. "Indeed, master, I see that junior brother Yu is so sincere, you should accept it," Wang Ruohai quickly echoed, sharing the same thoughts as Dean Niu. Yi Xiao felt increasingly helpless. These two old men were quite cunning. He hadn't even agreed yet, and they were already calling him junior brother. However, Yi Xiao thought for a moment. Accepting the Ghost Gate golden needle wasn't out of the question. When he had the chance to return to Qingyun Mountain, he could show off in front of that old man. Ahem! Yi Xiao cleared his throat twice. "I can accept the Ghost Gate golden needle and complete the 12th needle, but let's skip the apprenticeship. This golden needle can be temporarily stored with me, and if you want it back, you can come and take it any time." After all, the Ghost Gate golden needle was a family heirloom of the Yu family. Even if Yu Huaixian treated it as an apprenticeship gift, Yi Xiao didn't want to claim it for himself. Hearing Yi Xiao say this, Yu Huaixian did not press further. Whether or not to take him as a master was merely a formality. As long as Yi Xiao truly taught him the 12th needle, the master-disciple relationship would be established. Moreover, Yi Xiao's statement about storage could also provide an explanation to the ancestors of the Yu family. After resolving Yu Huaixian's issue, Situ Chao stepped forward respectfully and asked, "Little divine doctor, what exactly caused my father's condition?" When he received news of his father's sudden illness, he suspected it might be poisoning. Over the years, the Situ family had developed rapidly, making many enemies, and he thought it was a family enemy who had targeted his father. However, after seeing Yu Huaixian and Yi Xiao use the Ghost Gate 13 needles to treat his father, his suspicion of poisoning was no longer valid, as he understood the efficacy of the Ghost Gate 13 needles to some extent. Hearing Situ Chao's inquiry, everyone turned their gaze to Yi Xiao, eager to hear his explanation, while only Yu Huaixian remained calm, clearly having an answer in mind. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, weighing the jade ring in his hand. The cause of the illness lies in this jade ring. Jade ring? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Wang Ruohai and Dean Niu pondered, while Situ Chao and his father frowned, unsure of what Yi Xiao meant. Divine Doctor, this jade ring was bought by my father for 10 million at an auction. How could it be problematic? The middle-aged beauty couldn't help but ask. And isn't it said that jade can nourish people? This jade should be beneficial to my father's health. This was also the key question for Situ Chao and his father. Old Master Situ had purchased the ancient jade at a high price precisely because he believed it could promote health. Yi Xiao continued, it is true that jade can nourish people, but jade can be divided into dead jade and living jade. Living jade possesses spirituality and can resonate with the wearer. Over time, living jade becomes more and more nourishing, which in turn can also nourish the wearer. But dead jade is different. Its effect is precisely the opposite of live jade. It can breed energy and bring misfortune to the wearer. If I'm not mistaken, this piece of jade should be a burial item from a prominent figure hundreds of years ago. The blood stains on it are not naturally formed. They must have been created after it absorbed the residual blood from the deceased's body upon burial. Ah, a burial item? Old Master Situ was taken aback, unable to believe he had been wearing a burial item all along, treating it as a treasure. Realizing this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed he had been schemed against. At this moment, Yi Xiao turned to Yu Huaixian again and pointed out, the reason you used 11 needles earlier without expelling the evil energy from the patient, which ultimately led to a backlash, lies here. Yu Huaixian nodded in agreement. In fact, he had suspected this when Yi Xiao removed the jade ring. He had practiced the Ghost Gate 13 for 60 years and had never used the golden needles up to the 12th one without success, largely because he hadn't cut off the evil energy at its source. On this point, he had to admit that his insight was not as sharp as Yi Xiao's. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Xiao took his leave. By the time he returned to the song group, it was already noon. Yi Xiao had a simple lunch in the cafeteria, and on his way back to the office, he saw Song Qingxue driving her red BMW out of the parking lot. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was this girl going out for socializing again? But she hadn't contacted him. He was too lazy to inquire. After all, his identity was just that of a bodyguard, so if she didn't take him along, so be it. He was content to be leisurely. Contrary to Yi Xiao's assumptions, Song Qingxue was not going out for socializing this time. She had just received a call from her grandfather, Song Qigong, saying he was back home. Half an hour later, at the Song family old residence, Song Qingxue hurriedly walked in, eager to ask her grandfather many questions. At that moment, Song Qigong was trimming an orchid in the courtyard, which had been cared for by servants during his absence, and clearly, the result did not satisfy him. Grandpa! As soon as Song Qingxue entered the courtyard, she called out with a hint of grievance, then pouted like she used to when she was angry, standing in front of Song Qigong without saying a word. Song Qigong could naturally guess what Song Qingxue meant. She had come to seek him out for an account. Ahem. Song Qigong cleared his throat and said, Qingxue, how is your relationship with Yi Xiao progressing? He intended to take the initiative and put his granddaughter on the spot first. Song Qingxue was a bit dazed. In the past, when she threw a tantrum like this, her grandfather would come over to comfort her first and then ask for the reason, providing a satisfactory solution. Well, it's just like that. He's just my bodyguard. What progress could there be? Song Qingxue said somewhat flustered. It's been a month. Haven't you made any breakthrough developments? Song Qigong turned his head, suspiciously staring at his granddaughter. Yi Xiao was so outstanding and had helped the song group solve so many problems. Could it be that his granddaughter had not developed feelings for him? And his granddaughter was not bad either. How could that kid resist and not make a move? Song Qingxue felt uncomfortable under her grandfather's gaze. Grandpa, I'm not here to talk about Yi Xiao. I want to ask you if I'm still your granddaughter. You haven't answered my calls these days. Do you know what crises I'm facing? How much pressure I'm under alone? And last time, second grandpa brought people to force a palace coup, and you didn't even inform me in advance before video calling Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue poured out her grievances to her grandfather, as if she wanted to express all the injustices she had faced over the past month. Song Qigong listened patiently to his granddaughter's complaints, and just when Song Qingxue thought her grandfather should give her an explanation, he sighed, Qingxue, even though I'm not by your side, didn't I bring you Yi Xiao? Didn't Xiaoyi solve all the problems you mentioned one by one? Hearing her grandfather say this, Song Qingxue became even angrier. I admit that guy has some skills, but grandpa, you don't know how much trouble he has caused. He has solved a few problems for me, but I've also had to clean up after him. Song Qingxue seemed to feel her wording was not quite accurate, shot a glare at her grandfather, and continued, anyway, that guy is fine as a bodyguard, but in other aspects, he just brings me trouble. When her granddaughter mentioned Yi Xiao, Song Qigong was no longer as averse as he had been at first, he even felt some emotion about it. He knew there was still hope for the two of them. Isn't living together just about not fighting, not making a fuss, and not being lively? Alright, Qingxue, bring Xiaoyi with you to my birthday party the day after tomorrow, and I'll have a word with him, Song Qigong decided. It seemed that his previous plan to cut off their contact and let them figure things out on their own had not achieved the desired effect. He still had to step in personally. Song Qingxue saw through her grandfather's thoughts at a glance, knowing he still intended to bring her and Yi Xiao together. Although she didn't dislike Yi Xiao as much now, she still felt a barrier between them, thinking that guy was hiding too much from her. The two of them discussed some company matters and the birthday banquet for the day after tomorrow, and then Song Qingxue drove back to her villa. At that moment, Yi Xiao was lounging on the sofa, watching TV leisurely. Yi Xiao, I have something serious to discuss with you. Song Qingxue's tone was very cold. She was angry that Yi Xiao had not seen her all afternoon and could still watch TV so calmly. Not to mention that they had an engagement. Just as a bodyguard, he was extremely unqualified. It's your grandfather's birthday banquet, right? I know, he just called me, Yi Xiao said, his eyes glued to the TV, not even turning his head. Song Qingxue felt a bit frantic. How much did her grandfather not trust her? He even called Yi Xiao before she could. That's not what I'm talking about. I want to discuss your absence from work this morning. Deducting wages, double. Song Qingxue gritted her teeth and said fiercely. After saying that, she turned and stomped up to the second floor, while Yi Xiao didn't take it to heart at all. He had just earned 100 million today, a few hundred deducted from his salary was nothing. Time quickly passed to the third day. Early that day, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao set out, heading towards the Song family's old residence. Because she was still sulking, Song Qingxue fiddled with her phone the whole way, not saying a word to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, occasionally glanced at Song Qingxue through the rearview mirror. This icy beauty when angry was truly captivating. When they arrived at the Song family home, several luxury cars were already parked outside the courtyard, presumably belonging to the Song group and the Song family's relatives, coming to celebrate Song Qigong's birthday. Just as they reached the entrance, they ran into Song Qingshan and his grandson Song Zihao. After glancing at the two, Song Qingshan didn't even greet them and walked straight through the gate. However, Song Zihao stopped, sneering, "Isn't this bodyguard Yi? What, here to give the old man a gift? Are you looking for a raise this time? Or a salary increase?" He couldn't do anything to Song Qingxue, so he could only vent his frustration on Yi Xiao beside her. However, Yi Xiao completely ignored him and walked straight inside. "Stop. Yi, do you have any manners? Didn't you hear me asking you a question? In terms of position, I'm a manager of the Song group, and in terms of status, I'm a member of the Song family. What are you acting tough for in front of me, a mere bodyguard?" Song Zihao stepped in front of them, glaring at Yi Xiao and questioning him imperiously. At this moment, many of the Song family's relatives also turned to look, their faces showing a gloating expression. The last time these people caused trouble in cooperation with Song Zihao, they were demoted by Song Qingxue, and they were all dissatisfied. Now that Song Zihao is leading the humiliation of Yi Xiao, it can be seen as a slap in the face to Song Qingxue, which they naturally enjoy. Song Qingxue stopped in her tracks, her gaze towards Song Zihao was unfriendly. "Song Zihao, today is Grandpa's birthday. I don't want to argue with you. If you know what's good for you, step aside." However, Song Zihao laughed instead of getting angry. "Cousin, why are you so angry? I'm just joking. Look at the bodyguard you brought, he doesn't know any manners. Coming to wish Grandpa a happy birthday without bringing a gift, I'm just reminding him of some social etiquette." After saying this, he turned to Yi Xiao and sneered, "You bodyguard, look at how your master is promoting you by bringing you to the Song family ancestral home. This is a chance for you to leap into success. Don't you want to show some gratitude?" He was determined to humiliate Yi Xiao. If Yi Xiao didn't bring a gift, he could mock him for being inconsiderate, and even take the opportunity to insinuate that Song Qingxue couldn't manage her subordinates. If Yi Xiao did bring a gift, he could belittle it to achieve the same effect of humiliation. After all, he was just a small bodyguard. How valuable could his gift be? "Kid, working in our Song group, while ability is the most important, you can't be too stingy in your conduct. Otherwise, with just one word from the chairman, you could be a bodyguard for life." A relative of the Song family sneered in agreement. "That's right. You can buy some decent drinks for a few $100 nowadays. Even if they're counterfeit, it's still better than coming empty-handed. Another relative of the Song family mocked. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, as if they had found a way to take revenge on Song Qingxue through Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue's brows furrowed tightly. She could see through these people's intentions. They just wanted to target Yi Xiao to make her uncomfortable, right? When it came to gifts, she felt a hint of resentment towards Yi Xiao. Last time, on her parents' wedding anniversary, he managed to get a fake watch. How could he not think to buy a gift this time? She even considered taking out the gift she was holding and claiming it was from Yi Xiao, but that would inevitably lead to gossip among the relatives. Her gift was an antique worth hundreds of thousands. It certainly didn't look like something Yi Xiao would buy. Moreover, the gift was in her hands. How could a superior give a gift to a subordinate? Yi Xiao, however, curled his lips. It seemed that if he didn't say something, this group of flies wouldn't stop buzzing in his ear. Who said I didn't bring a gift? Yi Xiao said with a half-smile, glancing at Song Zihao. Oh, you really brought a gift? Then why not take it out and show us? Song Zihao's tone remained unchanged, filled with mockery. Yeah, kid, we are all your elders and executives of the Song group. It would be good to guide you on the art of gift-giving. Another relative of the Song family chimed in with veiled sarcasm. At this moment, Yi Xiao leisurely pulled out a small box the size of a fist from his pocket. This was a thank you gift from old Master Sita last time, and Yi Xiao thought it wouldn't be of much use to him, so he planned to give it to Song Qigong. Song Qingxue turned her head, staring blankly at Yi Xiao. When did this guy buy a gift? Did he secretly go to the A market again? He. This box is quite exquisite. It looks like it's made of high-quality sandalwood. Song Zihao sneered. Then he quickly changed his tone, but I heard that nowadays, even ordinary wood can be made to look like sandalwood with counterfeiting techniques. My eyesight isn't great, so I'll just assume this is sandalwood. He. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again. It was clear that Song Zihao's tone was filled with disdain, as he had clearly concluded that Yi Xiao was using inferior wood to pretend it was something better. Kid, hurry up and open it for us to see. The boxes are all made of sandalwood, so the things inside must be even more valuable, a relative of the Song family said disdainfully. At this moment, Song Qingxue felt a surge of anxiety. She worried that it would be like last time, with Yi Xiao producing a counterfeit from the box, which would be a huge embarrassment for her. However, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. Since these people wanted to humiliate themselves, he didn't mind helping them alone. He slowly opened the sandalwood box, and in the next second, everyone saw a dazzling white light shoot up into the sky. A heavenly pearl, the size of a finger joint, appeared before them, flanked by 10 white circular eyes, resembling the purest snow lotus on a snowy plain. This is a 10-eyed heavenly pearl? A relative of the Song family exclaimed in disbelief. The heavenly pearl is produced in the highlands of the western dragon country and is a type of natural gemstone. To the locals, it is considered a gift from the gods, capable of bringing wealth and fortune to its wearer. Each heavenly pearl has its own eyes, and in the world of collectibles, they are classified by the number of eyes, ranging from 1 to 12. Although this 10-eyed pearl is not the highest grade, it is still a rare and high-quality gem. I can't be mistaken. This kid actually gifted the family head such a pure 10-eyed heavenly pearl. It must be worth at least 10 million. I think it's worth even more. Did you see the eyes on that pearl? This type, called the White Lotus Heavenly Pearl, symbolizes the Bodhisattva in Highland Buddhism and is a representation of Buddhist intent. If it were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least 50 million. Some knowledgeable relatives of the Song family whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Song Qingxue's big eyes sparkled. Although she didn't know much about heavenly pearls, the radiant aura emanating from the one in Yi Xiao's hand was enough to prove everything. Where on earth did this guy get such a precious heavenly pearl? Compared to Yi Xiao's pearl, the jade pendant worth hundreds of thousands in her hand suddenly felt inadequate. Song Zihao felt a burning pain in his face. He never expected Yi Xiao to present a 10-eyed heavenly pearl right off the bat. How could he find fault now? Was he going to nitpick? At that moment, Yi Xiao looked at Song Zihao and teased, "So, Manager Song, how's my gift? Do you still want to give me some pointers on the art of gift-giving? I'm all ears." He didn't hide the sarcasm in his tone. Wasn't it about seeing the young master's gift? Wasn't it about wanting to outdo him? Come on, let's compare. Song Zihao's face turned beet red, like a cooked eggplant, and his eyes seemed to be on fire. He was filled with both hatred and anger, hating that Yi Xiao had such incredible luck to have obtained a 10-eyed heavenly pearl. He was frustrated that he had no way to deal with Yi Xiao now. Could he really say that the 10-eyed heavenly pearl was not good? This was something worth 50 million. Seeing that Song Zihao had fallen silent, Yi Xiao turned his gaze to the relatives of the Song family who had mocked him earlier. and they all lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in their pants. Yi Xiao chuckled, enjoying their expressions of disdain mixed with helplessness. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from within the courtyard. Old Master Song Qigong, dressed in a red tang suit, walked out with a spring breeze, accompanied by Song Guanqing and Huang Mei. Little Yi, I really like the gift you brought, he said. The three had already heard the commotion outside, but none of them had come out to help Yi Xiao. Old Master Song wanted to see how Yi Xiao would handle the situation, while Huang Mei wanted to see Yi Xiao embarrass himself. In her view, the more humiliating Song Zihao was to Yi Xiao, the better. Ideally, he would make Yi Xiao leave in a huff, covered in dirt and shame. However, to her surprise, Yi Xiao had actually produced a 10-eyed heavenly pearl. This single item could very well surpass the value of all the gifts the old master had received. This made her doubt the origin of the heavenly pearl that Yi Xiao possessed. Could it be that her daughter spent money to buy it for this ungrateful wretch? The possibility was quite high. Yi Xiao's current income was only a few thousand yuan. How could he afford a heavenly pearl worth tens of millions? Thus, her gaze towards Yi Xiao was devoid of any appreciation or approval, filled only with disdain and contempt. Relying on her daughter's money to maintain appearances and being so smug about it was utterly shameless. When Song Qigong stepped out, everyone hurried to greet him. Yi Xiao also nodded at the old man, acknowledging him. He truly couldn't muster any respect for this old fox, but he didn't dislike him either. He treated him as an ordinary elder. Song Qingxue also stepped forward and linked her arm with her grandfather's, trying to mask the shock she felt inside. Song Qigong raised his hand to signal for silence. Everyone, I am very happy today. Taking this opportunity, I would like to announce some news. Seeing Song Qigong speak so formally, everyone turned their attention to him, eager to hear what he had to say. Yi Xiao and Qingxue are already engaged, so now Yi Xiao is my Song family's future grandson-in-law. I hope everyone will not treat Yi Xiao as an outsider from now on, because I am very satisfied with this grandson-in-law. Song Qigong spoke confidently. Ah! Upon hearing this news, everyone gasped, their mouths agape. To them, Yi Xiao was merely Song Qingxue's bodyguard. What qualifications did he have to marry a woman from the Song family? However, many began to piece things together. No wonder when they pressured the old man last time, he appointed Yi Xiao as the assistant chairman. No wonder Yi Xiao had given such a precious gift this time. It turned out he and Song Qingxue were already engaged. At this moment, Huang Meyer furrowed her brows tightly. She had always strongly opposed this marriage. Previously, it was fine since only a few knew, and she believed that if she worked hard to persuade the old man, he would cancel the engagement. But now, the old man announced the engagement in front of all the relatives of the Song family, clearly showing his determination, which greatly increased the difficulty of her persuasion. She even began to suspect that this 10-eyed heavenly pearl was a pre-arranged act between the old man and Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue was also caught off guard. She understood that her grandfather's actions were meant to put pressure on her and Yi Xiao. A month ago, she would have jumped out to oppose it without hesitation, but now, she found herself not resisting as much. It was just an engagement, couldn't it still be called off? Yes, today is grandfather's birthday, I shouldn't make him angry. Song Qingxue comforted herself in her heart, justifying her lack of opposition. Yi Xiao glanced at Song Qigong. Old man, do you think this will make me yield? Don't think that just because you announced it in front of the Song family, or even if you made it headline news, I would recognize your bet. Moreover, he firmly believed that nothing would happen between him and Song Qingxue. The reason was simple, as long as they both found each other unattractive, their friendship would last forever. Song Qigong naturally noticed Yi Xiao's gaze, but he merely responded with a meaningful smile. Kid, don't be too confident, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Alright, everyone, don't just stand here. Let's go inside. Song Qigong said lightly. Just as everyone was about to walk into the inner room, a voice suddenly came from the entrance. Old Song, I am Jiang Bingkuan from the Jiang Group, here to congratulate you on your birthday. As the words fell, Jiang Bingkuan, dressed in a white suit, walked in, followed by his newly recruited lackey, Su Hui. Jiang Bingkuan? Upon seeing him, Song Qingxue's brows furrowed tightly. Not long ago, she had had some conflicts with Jiang Bingkuan, and she never expected him to come to congratulate her grandfather today. This was clearly a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. But as the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. She couldn't say anything now. Yi Xiao curled his lip. He could tell with just a thought that these two schemers were up to no good again. Was the lesson he taught them last time not deep enough? He heard that the other party was Jiang Bingkuan, the young master of the Jiang Group. Song Zihao immediately rushed over like a fly drawn to dung, flattering with a smile, I've long heard of young Master Jiang's great name. Today, seeing you in person is indeed extraordinary. Young Master Jiang, your presence here to celebrate my great-grandfather's birthday truly brings glory to our Song family. Song Ziheo's attitude towards Jiang Bingquan was completely different from that towards Yi Xiao. In his eyes, even if Jiang Bingquan came empty-handed, he was 100 times more distinguished than that useless Yi Xiao. Such a person was worth his flattery. However, Jiang Bingquan merely glanced at Song Ziheo and then ignored him. He knew this person had no real power in the Song group and wasn't worth his attention. But when he saw Yi Xiao, a trace of barely perceptible malice flashed in his eyes, though he concealed it well. Song Qigong had also learned from his granddaughter about the events at Ningyue restaurant. Now, seeing his old rival Su Hui appear beside Jiang Bingquan, the situation was already clear. Jiang Bingquan had undoubtedly allied with Su Hui, making him an enemy of the Song group. Hee, young Master Jiang, how thoughtful of you. Please, come inside. Song Qigong said with a smile, though he knew Jiang Bingquan had no good intentions. But having seen all kinds of storms in his life, he was not afraid. Jiang Bingquan smiled back, old Song, don't be in such a hurry. I came today to prepare a big gift for you. Upon hearing this, Song Qigong's smile stiffened slightly. He had a premonition that Jiang Bingquan would not let him enjoy this birthday. Song Ziheo quickly flattered, young Master Jiang, I wonder what gift you have brought for my great-grandfather. Could you let us have a look? He had initially wanted to see Yi Xiao's gift to humiliate him, but now he was playing the role of Jiang Bingquan's sidekick, hoping to gain his favor. You will see it soon, Jiang Bingquan said, a glint of cunning in his eyes, then he signaled Su Hui. Su Hui immediately understood, a smirk playing on his lips. Old Song, Song Qingxue, just wait to cry. He took out his phone and said 2 words towards the entrance, come in. Immediately, a dozen or so people, some in suits, some portly, or both, surged into the Song family courtyard. Seeing these people, Song Qingxue was instantly stunned. Weren't these the suppliers and some partners of the Song group? How had they all gone to Jiang Bingquan's side? Although Song Qingxue didn't yet understand their intentions, she sensed something was amiss. She quickly approached and questioned her 2 largest business partners, President Ho, President Lin. Didn't you say you had an important event to attend today? A few days ago, Song Qingxue had sent invitations to these people, but they had all declined. Both men lowered their heads, feeling guilty. Jiang Bingquan said with a playful glint in his eyes, President Song, don't blame them. They indeed have an important event to attend, and that event is to discuss the gift for old Song's birthday with me. Aren't you going to present the prepared gifts? Jiang Bingquan mocked the few of them. The leading President Ho and President Lin, hearing this, stepped forward with a stiff resolve. Director Song, our company has decided to cancel the supply agreement with the Song group. Director Song, my company will also cancel all orders placed with the Song group. We are the same, we are terminating our cooperation with the Song group. As they spoke, the dozen or so partners took out contracts and tore them to shreds in front of the Song family. Watching this scene, Song Qingxue's face instantly paled, her body trembling involuntarily. The Song group had suddenly lost so many suppliers and orders, which would undoubtedly plunge the entire Song group into turmoil. The members of the Song family were also left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The Song group has always had a harmonious relationship with these partners. Why are they all coming to tear up the contract at the same time? Song Ziheo's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt a chill run through him. He had thought that Jiang Bingquan's gift, while not as good as Yi Xiao's, would at least be decent. He never expected that Jiang Bingquan was here to deliver the death knell for the Song group. Thinking back to his earlier flattery, it was simply clownish. Song Qigong also furrowed his brows, his gaze trembling slightly. This was a situation he had never encountered in decades of business. Jiang Bingquan's move was quite ruthless. Even though they still had the Jinha group as a major client, this blow would severely injure the Song group's vitality. Jiang Bingquan looked at Song Qigong with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So, how is it, old Song? Are you satisfied with my gift? Song Qingxue took a deep breath, her gaze burning as she stared at those partners. You all need to think carefully. Tearing up the contract with my Song group means you will lose a huge client. Moreover, unilaterally tearing up the contract will incur legal responsibilities. My Song group has the right to demand double compensation from you. Using economic losses in contracts to balance these people was the only way Song Qingxue could think of to salvage the situation. At that moment, Jiang Bingquan sneered, President Song, you are overthinking it. They may lose you as a client, and perhaps some benefits, but what they lose can be compensated by my business alliance. In fact, what I offer is far more than what they gain from your Song group. And you don't need to worry about compensation. After this battle, the Song group will be too busy taking care of itself to have the energy to demand compensation from you. I believe that within a month, the Song group will be bankrupt and liquidated. President Song, do you think I'm right? Jiang Bingquan's gaze turned to Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue could no longer contain the anger in her heart. She looked at Jiang Bingquan and shouted, Jiang Bingquan, isn't the purpose of the business alliance to provide us merchants with more fair opportunities for communication? Aren't you abusing public resources for private gain? Jiang Bingquan scoffed, President Song, do you want fairness? Do you know that for some people, just being alive is a blessing from the strong? What's wrong with abusing public resources? If you're unhappy, go complain to the business alliance. By the way, let me give you a tip. My dad is in charge of the complaints department. Hearing Jiang Bingquan's words, the Song family was filled with righteous indignation. But what could they do? The Jiangnan Business Alliance encompassed the top 10 large enterprises in Jiangnan province. Fighting against the alliance was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Complain? That would just recreate that ironic scene. Who kneels in court, and why do they sue this official? TSK. Jiang Bingquan is really ruthless. To suppress the Song group, he doesn't even care about the alliance's reputation. Yi Xiao sighed inwardly. However, this kid could only play such bullying tricks against a local enterprise like the Song group. If he dared to act against him, not only the Jiang group but even the Jiangnan Business Alliance would find themselves dismantled. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Didn't this give him another opportunity to bargain with old Song? Perhaps the remaining time could also be used to offset some losses. Song Qigong steadied his mind and looked directly at Jiang Bingquan, asking, Jiang Bingquan, my Song group has no major grievances with you, right? Why are you being so ruthless? This was also the confusion of the Song family. What had the Song group done to offend Jiang Bingquan to the point that he would suppress them at all costs? Jiang Bingquan smiled slightly and said, the grievances between your Song group and me are twofold. First, my Jiang group has acquired the Huwei group, so I must help them take revenge on General Su. But that's not the reason I'm being so merciless towards you. After all, business is business. Profit and loss are my own responsibility, so I can't blame others, but this second grudge is something I can no longer tolerate. As he spoke, Jiang Bingquan pointed at Yi Xiao. This kid broke my employee's hands and feet right in front of me, and your president is still protecting him. I have no choice but to deal with both him and your Song group. After the Mingyue Tower incident, Jiang Bingquan investigated the relationship between Yi Xiao and Zhou Zhiyun. He learned that Yi Xiao had cured Qin Haifeng's headache, which earned him Zhou Zhiyun's protection. However, in his view, this protection was only temporary. After all, emotional ties diminish with each use, and he was born into power, unlike Yi Xiao. Moreover, it was Qin City's first family that had the real power, not Yi Xiao, which is why Jiang Bingquan dared to target Yi Xiao so recklessly this time. Su Huwei, who followed Jiang Bingquan, smirked. He could tell that Jiang was deliberately targeting Yi Xiao. This kid was indeed too arrogant. If they didn't use Yi Xiao as an example to establish authority, how could the Jiang group maintain its reputation? Song Qingxue's face was as cold as frost, her expression extremely serious. She understood that Jiang Bingquan wanted to use this to pressure the Song family, forcing her relatives to punish her and Yi Xiao. She had already witnessed her relatives' nature during the Wang Chufeng incident. When it came to their interests, they would not consider any familial ties. Sure enough, the members of the Song family could barely accept Jiang Bingquan's first reason, but they absolutely could not accept the second. Why should the entire Song group pay for what Yi Xiao did? Yet, they did not dare to confront Jiang Bingquan and could only vent their anger on Yi Xiao. Song Zihao was the first to jump out, pointing at Yi Xiao and scolding, Yi Xiao, you're just a bodyguard. How dare you hit Jiang Xiao's people? Who gave you the guts? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Jiang Xiao. Accept whatever punishment he decides. That's right, Yi Xiao. Don't think that just because you haven't married into the Song family yet, or even if you did marry Song Qingxue, we would condone your outrageous behavior that angered Jiang Xiao. Head of the family, please consider the bigger picture and order Yi Xiao to apologize to Jiang Xiao immediately, or our Song group will be ruined by this ingrate. The members of the Song family clamored to throw Yi Xiao under the bus to appease Jiang Bingquan. Upon hearing Jiang Bingquan's main reason for targeting the Song family, Song Qigong felt that the Song family would surely come out unscathed this time. With Yi Xiao involved, would he still worry about this kid not stepping up? Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly. He had thought he could stay out of it and even squeeze some benefits from old Song, but now he found himself the primary target of Jiang Bingquan's attack. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? Jiang Bingquan, have you forgotten what I said last time? Do you want to end up like your pack of lackeys, missing a few parts? Yi Xiao's tone was calm, but the eye contact made Jiang Bingquan feel a bone-chilling cold. He had seen how formidable Yi Xiao was. Even the bodyguards he had hired at a high salary from the martial arts school had been taken down by Yi Xiao one by one, let alone himself. Moreover, he hadn't brought bodyguards today, thinking he could intimidate Yi Xiao with his own presence, but unexpectedly, this kid dared to threaten him directly. Seeing Yishao actually daring to stand up to Jiang Bingquan, Song Zihao immediately shouted furiously, "Yishao, if you wanna die, get away from us. Don't drag us down with you." He was very displeased with Yishao's indifferent attitude, clearly just a bodyguard on a salary, yet he acted like a big shot. Wasn't that asking for trouble? After saying that, Song Zihao turned his ire towards Song Qingxue, "And you, Song Qingxue, hurry up and control your dog. If he barks at Jiang Shao again, believe me, we won't need Jiang Shao to take action. We'll beat this kid half to death ourselves." Song Zihao, shut your mouth. Yi Shao is the fiancé I chose for Qingxue. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, get out of the Song family immediately. Song Qigong said angrily. Yi Shao was his hope for the Song group's turnaround, and he naturally would not allow Song Zihao to slander him like this. "Great uncle, I'm doing this for our Song family," Song Zihao retorted, holding his head high. "You little brat, do you think I don't know what you're up to? Don't think I can't see through your little schemes. I can tell you clearly that even if the Song group goes bankrupt, I will never hand over Yi Shao to bow down to such a petty person." Song Qigong's gaze was sharp as a knife, displaying the authority of the family head. Song Zihao swallowed hard, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. The reason he insisted on handing over Yi Shao was not for the sake of the Song family, but to curry favor with Jiang Bingquan for his own benefit. Hearing Song Qigong support Yi Shao so strongly, the relatives of the Song family who had initially wanted to support Song Zihao also fell silent. Although Jiang Bingquan had put considerable pressure on them, Song Qigong was the head of the Song family and the one who provided them with a good life, holding absolute authority in the family. Upon hearing that Yi Shao was Qingxue's fiancé, Jiang Bingquan's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. He sighed, his expression shifting to one of despondency. "Old Song, the main reason I resent Yi Shao so much is that I fell in love with Qingxue at first sight and don't want someone like Yi Shao around her. In fact, my hatred comes from my deep love. I can have the partners of the Song group resume normal supply and orders, but I have one request. I want Qingxue to accompany me to the Business Alliance cruise banquet in 3 days." As Jiang Bingquan spoke these words with a downcast expression, everyone was left speechless. What was going on? Young Master Jiang had fallen in love with Song Qingxue at first sight? Was he trying to undermine the Song group because of his love? And he wanted Song Qingxue to accompany him on the cruise. Wasn't that putting a green hat on Yi Shao? If Song Qingxue really went on the cruise with him, Yi Shao would surely be in a difficult position. Song Qingxue was also stunned. She could clearly see that this was another of Jiang Bingquan's schemes. As a woman, she had a keen perception of others' feelings, and she felt no affection from Jiang Bingquan at all. Su Hui naturally understood Jiang Bingquan's trick. This was just a different way to humiliate Yi Shao. Huang Meyer immediately exclaimed with delight, "Young Master Jiang, I didn't expect you to have such deep feelings for Qingxue. You could have just told us directly. We wouldn't mind agreeing to let you date Qingxue. You really didn't need to make such a big fuss." After saying this, she turned to Song Qigong and said, "Dad, I think young Master Jiang is much better than Yi Shao. I heard he graduated from a prestigious university in the U.S. and even interned at an investment bank on Wall Street. Why not agree to young Master Jiang's request? This way, not only can we resolve the crisis of the Song group, but we might also have a chance to marry into the Jiang family. This is a great opportunity for the development of our Song family." With Huang Meyer leading the way, other relatives of the Song family also voiced their support. "That's right, head of the family, this is a rare opportunity. You must consider the future of our Song family. Head of the family, marrying Qingxue to Yi Shao would at most bring us a burden, but marrying her to young Master Jiang would be different. Our Song family would welcome a leap in development." Hearing Huang Meyer and the others, Jiang Bingquan couldn't help but sneer inwardly, looking at Yi Shao with increasing disdain. This was his open scheme, a blatant attempt to make things difficult for Yi Shao. "Kid, weren't you just threatening to take action against me? Try moving again, and even if I do nothing, this group of Song family members will probably not let you off. This is called winning over others with strength rather than with intelligence, and winning with intelligence is not as good as winning with power. Now both intelligence and power are on my side. What can you do about it?" If Yi Shao knew Jiang Bingquan's thoughts, he would definitely scoff. Isn't it just playing with these little tricks? He, Yi Shao, looks down on them completely. In the face of absolute strength, any means are meaningless. He only needs one sword to break through. Shut up! Song Qigong was truly furious this time. He didn't expect that not only Song Zihao was vain, but even Huang Meyer and the others were the same. Even without Yi Shao, he would never trade his granddaughter's happiness for the Song family's survival. After saying this, he glared at Jiang Bingquan and shouted, "Jiang Bingquan, get the hell out of here. If you want to play tricks, the Song family will follow suit. I, Song Qigong, can start from scratch. I wasn't scared into this." Upon hearing this, the smile at the corner of Jiang Bingquan's mouth slowly froze, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. But soon, the coldness in his gaze disappeared, replaced by a mask of sincerity on his face. Old Song, I know you have misunderstandings about me. I'm not the kind of despicable person you think. If you're worried about Qingxue at the cruise party in 3 days, you can send another person along, just not Yi Xiao. I'll leave it at that. You all think it over. With that, Jiang Bingquan turned and walked outside. As he passed by Yi Xiao, he whispered, Yi, let me remind you, a poor man should not marry a beautiful woman. If you don't believe me, look at Wu Daolong. Yi Xiao smacked his lips, feeling that Jiang Bingquan had a point, but there was one thing he might have gotten wrong. Compared to the two, Yi Xiao was not poorer than him. Su Huwei and those suppliers followed suit and left the Song family. After Jiang Bingquan's commotion, the Song family members lost interest in celebrating Song Qigong's birthday and instead thought about how to persuade Song Qingxue to agree to the appointment. Song Qigong didn't care about their thoughts. He called Yi Xiao aside and sighed, Xiao Yi, you've really brought trouble to our Song family this time, adding such a strong enemy out of nowhere. Yi Xiao remained silent. He understood the old man's meaning. Wasn't he just trying to play the victim first and then get him to help solve the problem for free? Seeing Yi Xiao not speaking, Song Qigong continued his performance. Xiao Yi, you saw it just now. I didn't treat you as an outsider at all. I said my precious granddaughter would marry you without a second thought. He kept glancing at Yi Xiao, implying that they were all on the same side now. Would you really stand by and do nothing? Yi Xiao was speechless, as if he was very willing to marry. In fact, he wanted to break off the engagement, but wasn't he the one stopping him? Seeing that Song Qigong was still trying to play the emotional card, Yi Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, Alright, old man, I won't haggle with you this time. I just hope you can keep your promise in a month and a half. To be honest, at first, he wanted to extract some benefits from the old man. Even if he couldn't get a full exemption, a reduction of 10 days or half a month would be acceptable. But that Jiang Bingquan was so clueless. Why not just pit the Song family? Why did he have to dig into his own territory? If he didn't do something, it wouldn't make sense. On the other side, Huang Meyer and a group of Song family relatives were still surrounding Song Qingxue, persuading her earnestly. Qingxue, between young Master Jiang and that white-eyed wolf Yi Xiao, what are you still hesitating about? Young Master Jiang is a talented young man from Jiangnan province, and he might inherit his father's position in the business alliance in the future. Isn't this the kind of person you've always wanted to marry? Huang Meyer started persuading from Song Qingxue's perspective on choosing a partner. Qingxue, don't forget, you are not only a woman of the Song family but also the president of the Song group. All your decisions must prioritize the interests of the Song family and the Song group. A relative used moral coercion to bind Song Qingxue. Seeing that Song Qingxue did not respond, a relative pressured her, saying, Song Qingxue, don't let your personal reasons cause Jiang Xiao to suppress our Song group. Look at how many orders were torn up just now. How much will this cost us? If we have less profit at the end of the year, are you going to compensate us? Surrounded by the crowd, facing the threats and temptations from her mother and relatives, Song Qingxue could only lower her head and clench her fists tightly. The tears in her eyes seemed to have already saturated, like the dew on flower petals in the morning, ready to fall with just a gentle touch. At that moment, she wished for a pair of strong arms beside her, to support her and allow her to lean safely in that person's embrace. Suddenly, the figure of Yi Xiao popped into her mind. Thinking of Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue abruptly raised her head. He was her nominal fiancé and should be helping her withstand all of this right now. She eagerly searched for Yi Xiao's figure and saw him striding out of the Song family's gate with his hands in his pockets. In an instant, with a crack, all her expectations of Yi Xiao shattered. He actually left when she needed support the most. Song Qingxue felt an unbearable pain in her heart, and tears crawled down her cheeks like little worms. Alright, I agree to you, Song Qingxue said mechanically, her eyes red and wet, like a puppet. On Yi Xiao's side, he thought that since he had promised old Song to help the Song family settle this matter, there was no need to waste words on these short-sighted people. Moreover, Yi Xiao didn't want to see their ugly faces, so leaving now was the best choice. As for Song Qingxue, he would eventually break off the engagement with her. It was better to let her give up on him sooner rather than later. After all, short pain is better than long pain. Although Yi Xiao decided to cut through the chaos quickly, Song Qingxue's last gaze still made his heart flutter inexplicably, as if he had done something wrong. He really wanted to smoke a cigarette to relax. Just as Yi Xiao was contemplating going to the supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes, his phone rang. On the other end, Su Jianqin's voice came through. Yi Xiao, I just got news that the people trying to deal with President Huang are coming to Lingzhou, and they might act against him today. Since Su Jianqin knew that Yi Xiao had a good relationship with Huang Feihu, she still informed him of this news. Where is President Huang? Yi Xiao asked lightly. President Huang is attending a banquet. Su Jianxin quickly replied. Yi Xiao squinted. He still dares to attend a banquet at this time. Old Huang is getting a bit too confident. I think President Huang is trying to lure those people out on purpose. I heard from Huang Tianba that the commander of the War Department, Shi Jun, will also be lying in wait. Originally, Shi Tianwu helping Huang Feihu was a very secretive matter, but since Huang Tianba was currently protected by Tonggu Zhai, Su Jianxin was able to learn this information. Hearing that Shi Tianwu would also be involved, Yi Xiao couldn't help but recall the previous meeting between Huang Feihu and Shi Tianwu at the sports club. They must have been discussing this matter then. At this moment, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curiously ask, Jianxin, what kind of background does old Huang's enemy have? Although Huang Feihu had mentioned this to Yi Xiao before, he had never paid much attention to it and hadn't looked into it in detail. Su Jianxin organized her thoughts and said slowly, this person is named Cheng Yanglong, who used to be the leader of the forces in Lingzhou. When President Huang just got out of prison, he was a hall master under Cheng Yanglong. However, Cheng Yanglong is known for his brutal character and has committed many heinous acts that angered the heavens. Later, President Huang collaborated with the authorities to bring Cheng Yanglong down, and all of Cheng Yanglong's direct subordinates were eradicated, but Cheng Yanglong managed to escape. I see. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. Jianxin, I haven't treated you to a meal in a long time, have I? Come with me to join the fun. Originally, Yi Xiao had no intention of getting involved in the feud between Huang Feihu and Cheng Yanglong, but today he felt a surge of restless energy and wanted to find someone to fight and vent his frustrations. On the other end of the line, Su Jianxin was feeling emo. Come on, you've never invited me, it's always me inviting you. Although she grumbled this in her heart, she still agreed. 20 minutes later, Su Jianxin drove to pick up Yi Xiao near the Song family's old residence. The two drove for another half hour before arriving at a luxurious manor located on the outskirts. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how obvious Huang's intention to lure them out was. Coming to such a remote place, once they engaged in a fight, neither the military nor the police would be able to arrive in time, making it an ideal choice for Cheng Yanglong to strike. Since they had called Huang Feihu in advance, the guards at the manor let them through without issue. Guided by a servant, they quickly arrived at the banquet hall, which was already bustling with activity. Many elegantly dressed wealthy individuals and socialites were mingling with drinks in hand, all smiles. These people probably had no idea that Huang Feihu was being hunted by Cheng Yanglong, otherwise, they wouldn't be so relaxed. At that moment, surrounded by a crowd, Huang Feihu noticed Yi Xiao's arrival. Just as he was about to step forward to greet him, he saw Yi Xiao shake his head. Huang Feihu immediately halted, knowing that Yi Xiao didn't want to draw too much attention, so he had to give up. Yi Xiao, as usual, walked towards the dining area. Su Jianxin followed closely behind, which surprised Yi Xiao. He had thought she would go socialize among the crowd. It's worth noting that Su Jianxin's public identity was the owner of Tonggu Studio, and she was somewhat well known in Lingzhou's antique street. Jianxin, aren't you going to expand your business a bit? Yi Xiao casually said while slicing ham. Su Jianxin shot him a glare, seemingly displeased with his wording. If someone who didn't know her heard that, they might think she was in that kind of business. I'm currently focused on the intelligence network. I rarely deal with antiques anymore. Su Jianxin emphasized the word antiques, as if reminding Yi Xiao that he must include it next time. Yi Xiao pretended to be clueless and nodded, handing her a small plate of sliced ham. However, Su Jianxin didn't take it. Instead, she wrinkled her nose and said, I prefer it in a sandwich, with some lettuce if possible. Yi Xiao was speechless. It was already generous of him to cut it for her, and now she wanted it in a sandwich with lettuce. Should he fry her an egg too? Su Jianxin, seeing Yi Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, felt a bit annoyed and deliberately made things difficult for him. At that moment, she unexpectedly revealed a bright smile, like summer flowers. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind them. Bugs, how did you get in? You're not here just to eat and drink, are you? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Xiao instantly recognized the newcomer, Lei Dongting. Su Jianxin slightly turned her head, her brows furrowing. She naturally recognized Lei Dongting, and she had witnessed the incident at Hongqiao Bar where Yi Xiao and Shangguan Yun had dealt with Lei Diwa. Now, with Lei Dongting coming in so hot-headed, it was clear he was looking for trouble. Bugs, who are you talking about? Yi Xiao replied without turning around. Lei Dongting, seeing that Yi Xiao didn't take him seriously, angrily retorted, Bugs, of course, I'm talking about you. Hearing this, Su Jianxin couldn't help but smile, thinking that the young master of the Lei family's boxing gym was nothing special, muscle-bound and simple-minded. At this moment, Lei Dongting also sensed something was off, feeling like he was being toyed with by Yi Xiao. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Yi, you should be thankful this is a banquet, otherwise, I would definitely smash that foul mouth of yours. Lei Dongting gritted his teeth. He came to this banquet today after hearing some rumors through special channels, knowing that someone was planning to target Huang Feihu, and that Qi Tianwu was secretly protecting Huang Feihu. His purpose for coming was to show off in front of Huang Feihu and Qi Tianwu, so he definitely couldn't make a move that would attract attention at this moment. Yi Xiao curled his lip, dismissively saying, "You? Just forget it. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and you'll end up looking like your brother." Yi Xiao continued to provoke Lei Dongting's nerves. He had roughly guessed Lei Dongting's intentions, which must be related to Qi Tianwu. This guy had warned him before to stay away from Qi Tianwu. Thinking of his brother, the anger in Lei Dongting's eyes was about to erupt uncontrollably, but in an instant, the anger in his eyes dissipated. His temperament was more restrained than Lei Dihua's, and he knew that Yi Xiao was deliberately trying to provoke him, so he naturally wouldn't let Yi Xiao succeed. "Kid, once the banquet is over, I will definitely let you see what happens when you annoy me," Lei Dongting said, his eyes shifting to Su Jianxin. "Miss Su, you need to be careful when choosing a man. I remember last time this kid went shopping, he was with another woman. In fact, this was also one of the reasons why Yi Xiao made Lei Dongting angry. Wasn't Yi Xiao just Song Qingshua's bodyguard? How could he compare to himself? Why did this kid always have such exceptional women by his side?" He was preparing to set fire to Yi Xiao's backyard to make him uncomfortable. However, Su Jianxin's attitude was a far cry from the furious reaction Lei Dongting had imagined. She pursed her red lips and replied, "I'm willing." Upon hearing this, Lei Dongting nearly choked on his anger. What does this mean? He couldn't understand how Yi Xiao managed to make women so obedient. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, his expression teasing as he said, "Don't challenge someone else's expertise with your preferences, you simp." Yi Xiao struck a pose of a love guru, his tone filled with sarcasm. Su Jianxin shot a fierce glare at Yi Xiao. Her previous words were merely to give him some face, to avoid making him look bad in front of Lei Dongting. She didn't expect this guy to take it too far, thinking a little kindness would lead to him overstepping. "Simp. Preference? I have no preference for your sister." Lei Dongting felt as if his heart had taken 100,000 critical hits. In fact, he was well aware that his pursuit of Qi Tianwu was one-sided. In a sense, he was indeed a simp. But hearing it come from Yi Xiao, someone he looked down upon, made it hard for him to accept. Lei Dongting suddenly looked up, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes red with murderous intent. He couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a smirk. Anyway, he was prepared to find someone to fight today, so he didn't mind using Lei Dongting to practice. But just as Lei Dongting was about to strike Yi Xiao, Huang Feihu's voice came through. "Young Master Lei, what's got you so worked up?" He had seen from a distance that Lei Dongting and Yi Xiao were in a dispute. Both sides were forces he intended to use against Cheng Yonglong, and he naturally didn't want to see infighting before the real enemy arrived. Hearing Huang Feihu's voice, Lei Dongting finally reined in his murderous intent and coldly said, "President Huang, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, he shot a fierce glare at Yi Xiao, as if to say, "We'll see about this." Seeing that Lei Dongting had actually backed down, Yi Xiao felt a hint of displeasure in his heart and cast an unhappy glance at Huang Feihu. That glance made Huang Feihu, who had intended to come over and greet him, freeze in place, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was very familiar with that look. Back in the first prison of the world, when the warden wanted to practice, he would give a prisoner that kind of look. At that moment, a single word appeared in his mind: danger. Huang Feihu forced a couple of laughs and then stepped back, walking away. The banquet had been going on for an hour, yet the so-called Chen Yonglong had not shown up at all. Yi Xiao felt increasingly bored. Was he really going to leave empty-handed today? Su Jianxin, on the other hand, didn't mind much. She wasn't particularly interested in fighting. She had come just to join the fun. It would have been nice to see the former leader of Lingzhou in person, but not seeing her didn't feel like a loss. Half an hour later, the banquet began to disperse. Having eaten and drunk enough, Yi Xiao and Su Jianxin started walking towards the underground parking lot. Huang Feihu rushed over with two subordinates, eager to thank Yi Xiao for coming to lend a hand today. He figured that Yi Xiao's resentment should have dissipated by now, so he wasn't afraid of Yi Xiao wanting to practice with him. "Warden, thank you for coming to support us today," Huang Feihu said respectfully. As they walked, Yi Xiao, feeling disinterested, replied, "Don't think too much of it, I just came for a free meal." "You're quite bold, though. Since your opponent dares to threaten your life, you still show your face like this." Huang Feihu smiled wryly. "Warden, having someone watching from the shadows, always wanting to jump out and take my life, makes it hard for me to eat and sleep." As they spoke, they had already reached the underground parking lot when suddenly Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, as if he had noticed something. "Warden, what's wrong?" Huang Feihu asked, puzzled. "It's nothing. Have your little brother bring the car over. I'll give you a ride today," Yi Xiao said casually. Huang Feihu was taken aback, not understanding Yi Zhao's sudden change. Hadn't he seemed indifferent to his enemies at first? Why was he now attending the banquet and offering to give him a ride? But Huang Feihu was perceptive. Since the warden said so, there must be a reason. He signaled to a subordinate nearby to go get the car. What about me? Su Jianxin was also curious about Yi Zhao's arrangement. You'd better go to the security room and grab a chair. Sit tight, Yi Zhao smiled gently. The security room? Su Jianxin frowned slightly. Could there be a problem with this parking lot? Being a smart woman, she naturally picked up on Yi Zhao's implied meaning. Just as Su Jianxin was about to ask for more details, the subordinate who had gone to get the car let out a scream. Huang Feihu's expression changed dramatically. Here it comes. The next second, a chilling voice echoed from the underground parking lot. Huang Feihu, it's been 2 years. I hope you've been well. A tall man with a shaved head and dressed in a black trench coat stepped out from the shadows. This man had thick eyebrows that met in the middle, resembling a dark, horizontal line, and his eagle-like eyes emitted a fierce light that made anyone who met his gaze shiver. Cheng Yonglong. Su Jianxin thought of this name, surprised that he appeared even more terrifying than in the photos. Behind Cheng Yonglong were 2 men in black, one of whom was holding the unconscious subordinate who had gone to get the car. Huang Feihu exhaled sharply. The subordinate he sent to get the car was also a martial artist, with strength that could be considered average even in the Lei family's boxing gym, yet he had been taken down in one move by Cheng Yonglong's man. Indeed, Cheng Yonglong had come back to seek revenge well prepared. Cheng Yonglong, you stray dog, you dare to return to Lingzhou? This time, I won't let you escape, Huang Feihu said. Though he felt some inner turmoil, he quickly calmed down. With Qi Tianwu and Yi Xiao backing him, how could he fear Cheng Yonglong? Is that so? Huang Feihu, I must say I underestimated you. A labor reform inmate actually managed to team up with the War Department. But do you really think your little arrangements can do anything to me? Cheng Yonglong strode towards Huang Feihu, his eyes fixed on the latter, exuding immense confidence. Since he dared to seek revenge, it meant he had already thoroughly understood Huang Feihu's trump cards. Although Huang Feihu had already encroached upon his territory in Lingzhou, he still had supporters in Lingzhou and even in Longhua, whose influence was not inferior to Huang Feihu's backing. As Cheng Yonglong approached step by step, Su Jianxin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that nearly took her breath away, suddenly bearing down on her. She had carefully investigated Cheng Yonglong's background. Before his debut, he had been a Shaolin monk, his strength unfathomable. At that time, the War Department had dispatched special forces to defeat him. This person's strength was likely even above that of the elders at the Martial Extreme Conference. It seemed she should really have listened to Yi Zhao's advice and stayed in the security room. The upcoming battle was certainly not one she could participate in. Cheng Yonglong stopped 10 steps away from Huang Feihu, saying, 1 minute, bring this labor reform prisoner to me, regardless of life or death. His icy finger pointed at Huang Feihu, a chill emanating from him, devoid of any emotion. Yes. The 2 henchmen beside Cheng Yonglong responded without hesitation, rushing towards Huang Feihu like 2 lions pouncing on their prey. Naturally, Huang Feihu did not dare to command Yi Xiao and could only confront the 2 with one of his remaining subordinates. In his view, the most difficult opponent was Cheng Yonglong, and the 2 henchmen were certainly much weaker. Even if he couldn't handle them, as long as he could entangle them, the remaining Cheng Yonglong would naturally be dealt with by Qi Tianwu or Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had the same plan. He aimed to confront the strongest, Cheng Yonglong, and had no interest in these 2 cannon fodder. However, the henchmen that Cheng Yonglong regarded as cannon fodder were not weak at all. As soon as the 4 engaged, there was a loud bang, and one of Huang Feihu's subordinates was kicked squarely by one of Cheng Yonglong's men. The subordinate's bones shattered, blood splattered, and he was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. The attack was both fierce and precise, leaving no room for the opponent to survive. Huang Feihu fared somewhat better. His skills had been honed in the world's #1 prison, through encounters with the most vicious of foes. Although he was somewhat inferior to Cheng Yonglong, he still held an advantage against Cheng Yonglong's subordinates. He remained steady, not panicking at the defeat of his subordinate. Huang Feihu's arms twisted and turned like wheels, effortlessly blocking his opponent's punches and kicks, and seizing an opportunity, he thrust his toes like a spear, swish, aiming at his opponent's chest. Although the latter raised his hand to block, Huang Feihu still shattered a bone in his hand with the kick. Seeing his companion fail, another subordinate of Cheng Yonglong stepped forward, suddenly lunging with a powerful strike like a giant axe, aiming at Huang Feihu's back. Huang Feihu had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of the injured henchman and sidestep to evade. The henchman, having failed his attack, did not pursue but waited for his companion to recover, and then they flanked Huang Feihu from both sides. Clearly, they realized that in a one-on-one, neither of them was a match for Huang Feihu. but together they might have a chance. For a moment, Huang Feihu found himself in a stalemate, while Chang Yonglong remained as steady as a rock, unmoving. He already knew that Huang Feihu had a backup plan, so he was now waiting for Huang Feihu's support to appear. Yi Xiao, aren't you going to help President Huang? Su Jianxin asked with some concern. In her view, Huang Feihu was already surrounded by 2 henchmen, with Chang Yonglong lurking nearby. If this continued, it would surely be very unfavorable for Huang Feihu. However, Yi Xiao smiled and said, "No rush, let's watch the show first." Watch the show? Su Jianxin frowned, not understanding what Yi Xiao meant. Wasn't he here to support Huang Feihu today? Just as Su Jianxin was filled with doubt, suddenly, a loud shout came from the position of Chang Yonglong, "Die for me." With this voice, a figure leaped out like a bullfrog in the jungle, jumping 5 or 6 meters from behind a car, and kicked directly at Chang Yonglong. The attacker was Lei Dongting, who had followed Huang Feihu and others and sneaked in from another entrance. He had heard about Chang Yonglong's skills and felt he had no chance in a direct confrontation, so he quietly approached Chang Yonglong's side to launch a surprise attack. With this, he felt his chances of taking down Chang Yonglong had greatly increased. As expected, things went smoothly for Lei Dongting. He approached within 5 or 6 meters of Chang Yonglong without being detected, and it seemed that the first achievement would belong to him. As long as he took down Chang Yonglong, not only would Huang Feihu be immensely grateful, but even Qi Tianwu would look at him differently. However, did Chang Yonglong really not notice Lei Dongting? Of course not. Most of his attention was not on Huang Feihu but rather waiting for these hidden figures to appear. When he sensed Lei Dongting's attack, a smirk appeared on Chang Yonglong's lips, and his peripheral vision instantly locked onto Lei Dongting's trajectory. Just as Lei Dongting's kick was only a foot away from him, Chang Yonglong suddenly extended his palm, crack, crack. With 2 sounds, his fingers exploded into an eagle's claw, reaching straight for Lei Dongting's calf. At that moment, Lei Dongting, who had just been excited about his imminent success, suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. He had the illusion that he was not launching a surprise attack to catch Chang Yonglong off guard, but rather falling into Chang Yonglong's trap of waiting for the rabbit. But at this point, his move had already been committed, and he could only slightly adjust his footwork and kick down towards Chang Yonglong's claw, believing that in a contest of foot against claw, he still held the advantage in strength. Chang Yonglong seemed to have seen through Lei Dongting's mindset. At the moment the latter changed direction, he transformed his claw into a fist, and his arm exploded with power as if equipped with a propulsion device. Bang! With a sound, their fist and foot collided. With a scream from Lei Dongting, the bones in his foot were shattered by Chang Yonglong's strike, and his face turned ashen, sweat pouring down as he felt his body about to fly backward. However, Chang Yonglong had no intention of letting him go just like that. Chang Yonglong stepped forward, grabbed Lei Dongting's foot, and suddenly lunged forward, his other hand rising from the center line beneath him. Swish! He struck towards Lei Dongting's chin. If this move hit, it would at least cause a concussion, or worse, kill him on the spot. Ah! Su Jianxin gasped, surprised at how quickly Lei Dongting had fallen, from the explosion to failure in just a second or two. At this moment, she understood that the good show Yi Xiao had mentioned was happening here. Yi Xiao merely watched the scene coldly. He could have saved Lei Dongting, but why would he do that? He was no saint, unable to show mercy to someone who was scheming to step on him. However, Chang Yonglong ultimately did not deliver that punch, for at that moment, he heard another rush of wind by his ear, and a lithe figure shot towards him like an arrow, hands pinched into a beak, pecking at his eyes. Chang Yonglong had practiced martial arts for over 30 years and could naturally discern the extraordinary strength of that person from the wind, so he dared not take it head-on. He immediately withdrew his fist aimed at Lei Dongting, pulling him in front to block the attack. Seeing Chang Yonglong actually use Lei Dongting as a shield, the attacker gave up the hard-won opportunity for a sneak attack, folding back down like a swift swallow. Qi Tianwu! Su Jianxin couldn't help but exclaim. There stood Qi Tianwu, dressed in tight-fitting combat gear, her brow furrowed, eyes sharp, and lips pressed tightly together. Yi Xiao shook his head slightly. This yellow bird lacked killing intent. If it were him, he would never have given up such a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Even if he couldn't peck out Chang Yonglong's eyes, he would have slid down and pecked at his shoulder. However, Qi Tianwu was worried about injuring Lei Dongting and completely abandoned such a good chance. But then again, it was understandable. After all, she was a woman. A bit of maternal kindness was normal. At this moment, Lei Dongting also saw Qi Tianwu. He lowered his head in frustration, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had wanted to perform well in front of Qi Tianwu, but instead, he had become a burden to her. Chang Yonglong grabbed Lei Dongting by the neck with one hand, but his gaze swept toward Qi Tianwu, and he sneered coldly, "Commander Qi, your reputation is indeed well deserved. Compared to your predecessor, you are indeed stronger, but that's about it." Chi Tianwu replied coldly, Chang Yonglong, I advise you to surrender sooner rather than later, you will definitely not escape today. He. Chang Yonglong laughed instead of getting angry. Commander Chi, you are a bit too confident, aren't you? Do you really think you can keep me, Chang Yonglong, with just this dead dog in your hands? Hearing Chang Yonglong's words, Lei Dongting was filled with shame and anger. What could be more humiliating than being beaten into a dead dog in front of the person he admired? He wanted to struggle free, but before he could exert any strength, Chang Yonglong tightened his grip, as if warning him that if he dared to move, he would be crushed like a chick. Chi Tianwu raised an eyebrow, her cold lips curling even more frostily. Chang Yonglong, let him go. I'll fight you. If you win, I can let you go. Although she had no romantic feelings for Lei Dongting, she often interacted with the Lei family's boxing gym and naturally couldn't bear to watch him be killed by Chang Yonglong. Chang Yonglong snorted coldly, Commander Chi, I also want to have a good fight with a warrior like you, but I'm worried this kid will try to sneak attack again. What do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Lei Dongting shook his head repeatedly. He understood what Chang Yonglong meant. He was planning to incapacitate him first. But at this moment, his throat was firmly held by Chang Yonglong, and he couldn't make a sound. Chi Tianwu's brows furrowed tightly, unsure of what to choose. Given Chang Yonglong's strength, if she recklessly attacked, she might not even get close to Lei Dongting before losing her life. Just then, Chang Yonglong suddenly kicked Lei Dongting's uninjured leg, and with a crack sound, Lei Dongting's bare bone became a bloody mess. After a cold laugh, Chang Yonglong tossed Lei Dongting aside like trash. Alright, Commander Chi, now we can fight. Watching Lei Dongting rolling on the ground in pain, even Su Jianxin, who had initially disliked him, felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet Yi Xiao remained expressionless. This was how warriors were. If you wanted to put someone to death, you had to be prepared to be killed or crippled yourself. Chi Tianwu's eyes flashed with cold light. She could see that this was Chang Yonglong's way of asserting dominance over her. Without saying more, she moved swiftly, using her waist to drive her knees, stepping lightly as if on ice, and instantly appeared in front of Chang Yonglong, delivering a fierce tiger-shaped strike downward. Yi Xiao secretly nodded, not expecting that a woman like Chi Tianwu could unleash such a fierce fighting style. It must be related to her experiences in the War Department. Good! Chang Yonglong shouted in approval, and at the same time, his movements did not stop. He retracted one arm to guard his chest while the other arm shot out like a weapon chain, aimed at Chi Tianwu's waist. This move could both attack and defend. If Chi Tianwu's tiger-shaped strike couldn't do anything to him, his fist would surely leave some marks on her waist. Chi Tianwu quickly reacted, noticing the treachery in Chang Yonglong's move. She stepped back with her right foot, then suddenly pushed off, shifting her body to the side, not giving Chang Yonglong a chance to land a punch. Bang! A sound echoed as Chi Tianwu's chopping palm struck Chang Yonglong's arm, but his body showed no sign of wavering, as if his arm were made of steel. Just as Chi Tianwu intended to unleash her internal force to strike at Chang Yonglong's bones, she found his knee had already stealthily crashed into her, forcing her to retreat swiftly. Chang Yonglong grinned and roared, "Where do you think you're going?" With that, he leaped into the air like a cheetah, kicking out with both feet, his legs slicing through the air like two large blades aimed at Chi Tianwu. Seeing this, Chi Tianwu felt a sense of foreboding. Through her earlier probing, she realized that Chang Yonglong was not only immensely strong but also extremely agile, seemingly even stronger than the military's assessment of him 2 years ago. This man was likely the strongest opponent she had encountered since she began her martial arts training. Chi Tianwu marveled inwardly. Although her opponent was much stronger than she had anticipated, she did not panic. She retreated methodically, raising her arms sharply in front of her to form a shield. If one were to closely observe Chi Tianwu's arms at that moment, they would see that her arms were a deep blue-black, as if coated with iron paint. Yi Xiao could tell that Chi Tianwu's external martial arts had reached its peak. Even if struck with an iron rod, her arms would suffer no harm. Chang Yonglong naturally noticed this, but so what? In terms of external martial arts, he, a Shaolin monk, had never feared anyone. With a sudden tremor in his ankle, Chang Yonglong's foot connected with the air, producing a whooshing sound that sent a chill of murderous intent through Chi Tianwu, causing every pore on her body to stand on end. Clang! A sound like metal clashing rang out as Chang Yonglong's kick landed on Chi Tianwu's arm, instantly draining the color from her face as a sharp pain coursed through her body. The momentary pause in her retreat allowed Chang Yonglong's second kick to follow, striking her arm once more. Bang! The force pushed Chi Tianwu's arm aside. Not good, Chi Jun is about to lose. Su Jianxin felt a surge of anxiety for Chi Tianwu. As the youngest female military leader of Long Country, Chi Tianwu not only captivated men but also earned the admiration of strong women like Su Jianxin, who naturally did not want to see her get hurt. Tianwu, be careful. Lei Dongting gritted his teeth and shouted in despair, regretting that if he hadn't underestimated his opponent and fallen into Chang Yanglong's hands, Shi Tianwu would have taken the initiative from the start and wouldn't have lost so quickly. Yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed. Having sparred with Shi Tianwu, he knew she still had some tricks up her sleeve and would not be completely defenseless against Chang Yanglong's attacks. But what hidden card did this woman have? At that moment, after kicking Shi Tianwu's arms aside, Chang Yanglong aimed another kick directly at her chest. If nothing unexpected happened, this kick would surely break her sternum. However, just as Chang Yanglong's foot was about to make contact with Shi Tianwu's chest, her chest suddenly caved in, sinking inward by more than an inch. Chang Yanglong frowned slightly, feeling as if he had been stuck, and the force of his kick was instantly dissipated. Was this an internal martial arts technique? A thought crossed Chang Yanglong's mind, and then he felt a sharp pain in his foot as if it had been pricked by needles. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully recoiled backward. Su Jianqing watched in confusion, unsure why Chang Yanglong was retreating. But this did not escape Yi Xiao's keen observation. Is this your reliance? Yi Xiao whispered softly. Shi Tianwu's internal martial arts had already reached a transformative level. Just now, she had used her skill to subtly undermine Chang Yanglong, but it seemed her transformative power was not very strong, showing a significant gap compared to when Yi Xiao had fought with Old Gong, where he could deflect hidden weapons from 3 inches away. If Yi Xiao had executed that move, Chang Yanglong would have suffered more than just a painful foot, he would have likely ruined his entire foot. At this moment, Shi Tianwu did not pursue the attack because what she had just done was merely a low-level tactic. Although she had temporarily forced Chang Yanglong back, the kick he had delivered was not without effect on her. Her chest had caved in by an inch, far from enough to offset all the force from Chang Yanglong's kick. She was also feeling quite unwell and was taking the opportunity of Chang Yanglong's retreat to adjust her breathing and recover from her injuries. On Chang Yanglong's side, after stabilizing his stance, he supported himself with one foot on the ground while the toes of the other foot lightly tapped and rotated, using a Shaolin secret technique to clear his blood vessels. It seemed he had indeed underestimated this woman. But so what? This level of injury was merely child's play for him. He had once been shot and still managed to defeat over a dozen special forces operatives. Although Shi Tianwu's transformative power was formidable, its impact was still far less than that of firearms. Soon, Chang Yanglong charged at Shi Tianwu again. He unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at her chest, fully aware that she was already injured there. If he landed even one more hit, she would be beyond saving. Shi Tianwu did not expect Chang Yanglong to recover so quickly. In just a few seconds, his legs seemed completely uninjured. Meanwhile, she was still struggling with the blockage in her chest. At this point, she could not evade, there was no other option but to muster her strength and meet Chang Yanglong's fist head-on. Just then, Chang Yanglong smirked, and in the next moment, his left leg lifted, crashing down onto Shi Tianwu's instep like a heavy iron block. The iron stamp. Yi Xiao frowned. Chang Yanglong was a bit insidious. Clearly, he had the upper hand but still resorted to such underhanded tactics. This kick was part of the Shaolin footwork known as iron stamp, which aimed to catch an opponent off guard by stepping on their instep during a fight, making it both treacherous and vicious. Shi Tianwu quickly noticed Chang Yanglong's underhanded move, but due to her chest injury, she had little energy left to defend herself. She instinctively stepped back, but this movement destabilized her upper body. Bang! With a single punch, Shi Tianwu was sent flying by Chang Yanglong. She felt a sharp pain, and blood spurted from her lips, staining the ground crimson. At that moment, her face turned as pale as paper, and her body trembled like a leaf in autumn. However, Chang Yanglong had no intention of letting Shi Tianwu off so easily. He raised his arm and let out a furious roar, charging at her like a giant bear. Chang Yanglong's grin was sinister. If his move Old Bear crashes into tree hit Shi Tianwu solidly, it would surely shatter her bones. Seeing this scene, Lei Dongting's eyes widened in horror. Although he wanted to rush forward to shield Shi Tianwu, his legs were immobile, leaving him to helplessly pound the ground with his fist. Huang Feihu, while entangled with 2 thugs, also caught sight of the situation with Shi Tianwu. He was horrified but felt powerless. He could not extricate himself to help. This is bad. Yi Xiao, you must go. Su Jian anxiously turned to look at Yi Xiao, but before she could finish her sentence, a figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, Yi Xiao seemed to descend from the heavens, tackling Shi Tianwu to the ground and rolling them both out of the path of Chang Yanglong's charge. Shi Tianwu stared blankly at Yi Xiao, who had knocked her down, the air between her mouth and nose filled with a distinctly masculine scent. Just a moment ago, she had been on the brink of life and death, and now her mind felt somewhat dazed. It was the first time she had been held so tightly by a stranger, her heart racing wildly, seemingly forgetting the current peril. Chang Yanglong's thick brows knitted together, his heart shaken. Wasn't this person just 10 meters away? How did he appear in front of him in the blink of an eye? This speed far surpassed Qi Tianwu's initial burst. If this person had been hiding in the shadows to ambush him, he would have been hard-pressed to defend himself. In fact, Yi Xiao could have chosen to attack Chen Yonglong from behind, but he lacked the confidence for a decisive strike, so he could only choose to save Qi Tianwu first. Ironically, he had just been mocking Qi Tianwu's womanly compassion in his heart, and now he found himself choosing the same course of action. Perhaps it was because he felt a kinship with this young woman of talent. If Qi Tianwu were truly incapacitated by Chen Yonglong, wouldn't the world lose a splash of color? Chen Yonglong's charge missed, and he did not immediately launch an attack. In fact, Qi Tianwu's earlier guess was somewhat mistaken. Although her internal energy had not severely injured Chen Yonglong, it had nonetheless damaged his legs and meridians. Just now, Chen Yonglong had forcibly suppressed it using Shaolin's secret techniques, intending to defeat Qi Tianwu before slowly recuperating, but he hadn't expected Yi Xiao to appear out of nowhere. Not knowing Yi Xiao's depth, he naturally dared not underestimate him and instead focused on unblocking his meridians. Lei Dongting, seeing Qi Tianwu saved by Yi Xiao, was instantly filled with jealousy. Why wasn't it him who saved Qi Tianwu? Su Jianxin slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fists, while Huang Feihu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had underestimated Chen Yonglong. If the warden hadn't come today, he and Qi Tianwu's plan to lure the snake out of its hole would have become a joke. On Yi Xiao's side, after bringing Qi Tianwu to a safe area, he walked towards Chen Yonglong without saying a word. His purpose for coming here today was to find someone to fight, and after witnessing Chen Yonglong's skills, he felt an even stronger itch to spar. Qi Tianwu stared blankly at Yi Xiao's retreating figure, seemingly recalling the last time he had left decisively from the fencing hall. The usually confident her felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that he really felt nothing for her? Who are you? Chen Yonglong glared at Yi Xiao, wary of his sudden attack. He had already exhausted most of his energy, and if he fought Yi Xiao, a fresh opponent, the outcome would be uncertain. Yi Xiao glanced at Chen Yonglong. Don't talk nonsense. I know you're trying to buy time to recover your energy. I'll give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can use any skills you have, lest you die and go to the King of Hell to complain. Yi Xiao said calmly, his eyes revealing immense confidence. Idiot. Lei Dongting couldn't help but curse. If it were him, he would have rushed in to finish the job long ago, giving the opponent time to recover. Did he think this was a proper martial arts exchange? This was a life and death battle. Qi Tianwu frowned, feeling that Yi Xiao was being a bit overconfident. Chen Yonglong's strength was greater than some of the elders she had seen at martial arts gatherings. Even at her peak, she would not have absolute confidence in winning now. Chen Yonglong's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Xiao's words sounded very arrogant to him. Normally, he would have slapped the person saying such things. But now he could only endure, not to mention 5 minutes. Even an extra minute would allow him to recover a significant portion of his strength. Kid, you better not regret it later. Chen Yonglong, will not show mercy because of your little generosity. Anyone who dares to stand in my way must die. Chen Yonglong's sharp gaze swept across Yi Xiao's face. He wanted to see if this kid was feigning calmness or truly had confidence. However, Yi Xiao's eyes were as deep as an ancient well, showing not a hint of turbulence. This was a formidable opponent. Chen Yonglong reached a final conclusion about Yi Xiao. 5 minutes later, Yi Xiao lifted his gaze, and even from a distance of several steps, Chen Yonglong could feel that every muscle in Yi Xiao's body was tensed, like a cheetah poised to pounce. Chen Yonglong had also regained 80% of his strength, and at that moment, everyone saw a shadow flash before them. Chen Yonglong's fist wind broke through the air, launching a series of punches at Yi Xiao, embodying the unmatched essence of Shaolin martial arts. Each strike was delivered with full force, creating sonic booms with every punch. Lei Dongting's eyes were filled with resentment. He wished Chen Yonglong's fists could crush Yi Xiao on the spot. Having lost face in front of Qi Tianwu, he certainly didn't want Yi Xiao, whom he viewed as a pretentious show-off, to have a good outcome. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a grin, and the blood within him surged. Chen Yonglong's punch power was already comparable to some of the inmates from the world's #1 prison. This feast would surely be a satisfying one. As Chen Yonglong's fierce assault came, Yi Xiao's arms shot out like guns, accurately targeting Chen Yonglong's fists. Bang! 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 The deafening sounds echoed, as if two strongmen were swinging giant hammers against each other. Neither showed any signs of retreat. If one were to lower their gaze, they would find both of their feet deeply embedded in the concrete floor. What incredible foundational skills they possessed! Qi Tianwu watched in astonishment. She could see that both were using internal strength to dissipate the other's force into the ground. Such immense power, if it were her, she would probably be unable to withstand either of their punches. At that moment, Chen Yonglong attempted the same trick again, sneakily aiming a kick at Yi Xiao's foot. Yi Zhao's foot was already sunk into the ground. If it were to be stepped on, he would become a wooden post, and in a sense, Chang Yonglong would completely seize the initiative. However, Chang Yonglong underestimated Yi Zhao, whose reaction speed was several times that of Qi Tianwu. As soon as Chang Yonglong had that intention, Yi Zhao's foot had already lifted, crashing directly into Chang Yonglong's calf. With a whoosh, Yi Zhao's leg straightened like a flagpole, the pant leg fluttering like a flag, swaying as if waves were rising on the sea, while the foot hidden within the pant leg resembled a dragon stirring up a storm, concealed within the waves, ready to pounce and devour its prey. In the blink of an eye, Chang Yonglong's calf was suddenly kicked by Yi Zhao, with a crack, the sound of a bone shattering. Hiss! Chang Yonglong couldn't help but gasp, not daring to entangle with Yi Zhao any longer. His other leg shot out like a spring, rapidly retreating. Want to run? It wouldn't be that easy. Yi Zhao followed closely, his right hand forming an eagle's claw, fiercely reaching for Chang Yonglong's throat. Chang Yonglong, having been incapacitated by one kick and injured in his meridians by Qi Tianwu, had temporarily suppressed the pain through breathing techniques, but now, facing Yi Zhao's full-on assault, his old injuries had flared up. He was far slower than Yi Zhao and was directly caught by Yi Zhao, gripping his throat. Yi Zhao propelled Chang Yonglong's body, running 7 or 8 steps before slamming him hard against a load-bearing pillar in the underground parking lot. The impact caused the surface of the pillar to crack like a spider web, chunks of concrete and stone falling down. Chang Yonglong was dazed from the collision. If it weren't for his robust physique, he might have already fainted. But his situation was not much better. Although Yi Zhao hadn't directly crushed his throat, the hidden force had transmitted through his arteries, leaving Chang Yonglong completely drained of strength, utterly at Yi Zhao's mercy. Due to Yi Zhao's final counterattack coming too quickly, everyone barely had time to react before they saw Chang Yonglong being subdued by Yi Zhao. Su Jianxin's mouth fell open in shock. She had originally thought that Yi Zhao would battle Chang Yonglong for a while before achieving a result. She had even mentally prepared herself for the possibility that Yi Zhao might get injured, but unexpectedly, Yi Zhao won so quickly and effortlessly. Lei Dongting appeared dazed, wishing he could gouge out his own eyes to pretend he hadn't seen this scene. He had regarded Yi Zhao as someone who could easily crush others by relying on the false authority of the fox spirit, Shang Guanyun, yet here he was, having defeated Chang Yonglong while he himself had been beaten to a pulp by Chang Yonglong. He was filled with hatred. Yi Zhao, don't kill him. Qi Tianwu was the quickest to react, urgently shouting out loud. Chang Yonglong was still involved with some domestic forces. If they could pry open his mouth, it would be a significant gain for their war department. Yi Zhao curled his lip, somewhat displeased with Qi Tianwu's unnecessary intervention. He had no enmity with Chang Yonglong and naturally had no intention of taking his life. He simply pinched Chang Yonglong's neck with his thumb, and instantly, the 1.9-meter-tall Chang Yonglong crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud. He looked at Chang Yonglong's little brother, who was still entangled with Huang Feihu, and playfully said, I say, don't you two have any sense? If you know what's good for you, quickly cover your heads and squat down. Those two little brothers were martial arts experts recruited by Chang Yonglong from overseas. Seeing their superior being beaten to a pulp by Yi Zhao, they immediately lost their will to fight, but surrendering was out of the question. They exchanged glances, and one of them suddenly sidestepped, using his toes to push off and reaching out to grab Su Jianxin. In their view, if they could capture Su Jianxin as a hostage, they might still negotiate with Yi Zhao, even possibly exchanging her for Chang Yonglong's release. However, just as that person was 3 steps away from Su Jianxin, he saw a compact handgun suddenly slip out of her hand. With a bang of the gunshot, Su Jianxin unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The thug let out a scream and fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Su Jianxin, having inherited her father's legacy, was certainly not an ordinary woman. At that moment, Huang Feihu also seized the opportunity, delivering a heart-piercing punch that knocked out the remaining thug. With that, Chang Yonglong's men were all dealt with. Huang Feihu, relieved of a great burden, beamed at Yi Zhao and said, Mr. Yi, it's fortunate to have you here. I didn't expect Chang Yonglong's strength to have increased so much after 2 years. Huang Feihu understood that Yi Zhao was the key to winning this confrontation. Without him, their plan to lure the snake out of its hole would not only have failed to catch the snake, but he and Qi Tianwu might have been swallowed by the giant python that was Chang Yonglong. Yi Zhao, however, looked down on it all. Although Chang Yonglong was not weak, a warrior of this level could only be a minor player in the world's top prison. So he casually replied, no big deal, I haven't even had enough fun yet. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, Lei Dongting immediately mocked sarcastically, Yi, what qualifications do you have to say such things? Chang Yonglong was injured by Tianwu, which is why you took advantage. Do you dare say that without Tianwu, you could defeat Chang Yonglong? Although Yi Zhao's strength shocked Lei Dongting, his jealousy made him unable to tolerate Yi Zhao's smugness. Yi Xiao curled his lip, his gaze playfully shifting to Lei Dongting. You say I took advantage? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Yi Xiao's voice was calm, but the killing intent behind his words made Lei Dongting's hair stand on end. It was only then that Lei Dongting realized that the person before him was not the useless figure he had thought was relying on false authority, but rather the expert who had just defeated Chen Yonglong. If Yi Xiao wanted to trouble him now, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to struggle. Huang Feihu glanced at Lei Dongting and thought this guy was really brainless. Didn't he know his own weight? He dared to challenge the prison master, it was simply seeking death. At this moment, Qi Tianwu spoke up. Yi Xiao, I represent the War Department to thank you for your help. Young Master Lei is on the same side as us this time, so please don't hold it against him. She also felt that Lei Dongting's words just now were somewhat thoughtless. Chen Yonglong had been injured by her, but after 5 minutes of adjusting his breath, he had at least recovered 80 to 90% of his strength. Yet, he was still easily dealt with by Yi Xiao. It was easy to imagine that even in his prime, Chen Yonglong would probably still be no match for Yi Xiao. Seeing Qi Tianwu stand up for Lei Dongting, Yi Xiao no longer pursued the matter and turned to leave with Su Jianxin. Qi Tianwu looked at Yi Xiao's back and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but not a word came out. Today's events deepened her understanding of Yi Xiao, and in a way, he had come a step closer to being her ideal partner. However, she still couldn't forget that day when Yi Xiao said he would find a way to break off their engagement. Just wait. Yi Xiao, I will surpass you sooner or later, and the one to propose the breakup can only be me. Su Jianxin accompanied Yi Xiao back to Song Qingshua's villa. Although Yi Xiao had temporarily vented his pent-up frustration through the fight with Chen Yonglong, he still felt a twinge of unease as he approached Song Qingxue. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao opened the villa door and walked in, only to bump into Song Qingxue coming down from the second floor with her luggage. Her expression was exceptionally cold as she walked straight past Yi Xiao, feeling as if they were complete strangers. Yi Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" As her bodyguard, this was naturally something he should care about. "None of your business." Song Qingshue's tone was extremely frosty. Yi Xiao was taken aback. How could someone with a mouth at 37 degrees say such cold words? Although he initially wanted to keep his distance from Song Qingxue and had gradually gotten used to her icy personality, this time he could tell that she was genuinely angry. Just as Yi Xiao was about to say something, Huang Meiao's voice came from the villa entrance. "Daughter, are you ready?" Song Qingxue nodded abruptly and ignored Yi Xiao, biting her lip and striding out of the villa. Seeing that her daughter was truly disillusioned with Yi Xiao, Huang Meiao's lips curled into a smile. "Kid, didn't you want to live in the villa? You can stay here for the next few days. I tell you, 3 days from now, I will accompany Qingxue to attend the Business Alliance's cruise banquet. Once Qingxue confirms her relationship with young Master Jiang, that will be the time when our Song family completely severs ties with you." Huang Meiao's tone remained consistently condescending, her gaze towards Yi Xiao filled with disdain. In her view, as long as her daughter experienced Jiang Bingquan's excellence this time, no matter how much the old man favored Yi Xiao, they would be completely done for. Yi Xiao looked at the arrogant Huang Meiao and smiled faintly. Knowing that Song Qingxue had gone to Huang Meiao, he felt relieved. Although Huang Meiao wasn't very bright, she wouldn't harm Song Qingxue. He didn't say much to Huang Meiao and turned to head towards his room. However, at that moment, a wave of disappointment surged in his heart. TCH, really useless. There's no comparison with Jiang Bingquan at all, Huang Meiao muttered before leaving the villa. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Huang Meiao and Song Qingxue took a helicopter and landed on a luxurious cruise ship. Song Qingxue wore a white silk long dress today, her brows and eyes like a painting, her long hair flowing in the wind, looking as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. Although there was a hint of coldness in her gaze, it did nothing to conceal her elegance. Huang Meier had also carefully dressed herself, adorned with jewels from head to toe. As soon as they landed, Jiang Bingquan approached with his entourage. Upon seeing Song Qingxue's graceful and proud figure, he couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Although he had invited Song Qingxue merely to retaliate against Yi Xiao, he found himself tempted to play along with such a stunning beauty. "Aunt Huang, please, Qingxue, let's go. The cruise ship won't set off for another 10 minutes. Let me show you around the ship and enjoy the scenery," Jiang Bingquan said with a warm smile. Song Qingxue's enthusiasm was not high, and she felt no affection for Jiang Bingquan. She had come today only to persuade him to back off from the Song group, so she did not respond to his words. However, Huang Meier was different. She eagerly played along with Jiang Bingquan, saying, "Bingquan, then we'll trouble you." After saying this, she gave her daughter a look, urging her not to keep a stern face. Jiang Bingquan was indifferent to Song Qingxue's attitude. From the moment she stepped onto the cruise ship, his plan was already half successful. Regardless of whether anything would happen between him and Song Qingxue today, Yi Zhao's green hat was already firmly secured. Just an ant, how could it compare to him? With just one word, he could bring Song Qingxue to the most luxurious cruise ship in the entire Jiangnan province, to attend the Jiangnan Business Alliance banquet, which held a significant place in the business world of Manhwa. And what could Yi Zhao offer Song Qingxue? He was probably still in some corner, pounding his chest in frustration. Although Song Qingxue was reluctant, she followed Zhang Bingkuan to the top deck of the cruise ship to enjoy the view, pulled along by Huang Meyer. In the distance, the sound of a whistle echoed, and countless boats floated on the calm sea, while flocks of seagulls soared high in the sky. Qingxue, Aunt Huang, look over there. Our business alliance will jointly develop a port with the Ministry of War. Once this port is completed, it will become the second largest port in Jiangnan province, and at that time, the economy of Lingzhou and even the entire Jiangnan province will experience a leap in development. Zhang Bingkuan spoke passionately, pointing in a direction, exuding an air of authority. In fact, this was also Zhang Bingkuan's true purpose in acquiring the Huwei group and suppressing the Song group. The so-called helping Su Huwei was merely a convenient excuse. His real intention was to establish a firm foothold in Lingzhou before the port was completed, so he could reap the first wave of benefits once it was built. Huang Meyer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bingkuan, you are truly young and promising. Don't forget to support our Song group in the future. Song Qingxue hardly listened to the conversation between Zhang Bingkuan and her mother. At that moment, she only wished she could transform into a seagull, soaring freely in the sky without any constraints. Zhang Bingkuan glanced at Song Qingxue and said cheerfully, of course, Auntie. As long as Qingxue is willing, I can let the Song group join the business alliance, and then I can take care of the Song group to the best of my ability. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue immediately became alert. Zhang Bingkuan's ambition seemed not to be satisfied with merely suppressing the Song group. He wanted to swallow the Song group just like he did with the Huwei group. However, Huang Meyer did not catch the deeper meaning behind Zhang Bingkuan's words. She thought he wanted her daughter to express her stance and engage with him. Naturally, she would not miss such a good opportunity. Just as Huang Meyer was preparing to seize the moment to bring the two closer, the sound of helicopter blades whirring approached, and a black helicopter slowly descended onto the helipad. When Huang Meyer saw the first person stepping out of the helicopter, her mouth dropped open in shock, and the words she had just wanted to say were instantly forgotten. Yi Zhao. Song Qingxue was also stunned. How did he chase her here? Was it for her? No, it definitely isn't. He's just a spineless jerk. How could he come for himself? Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope in Song Qingxue's heart. Until she saw Yi Zhao reach out and pull down another person from the helicopter, her hope shattered in an instant. She saw Shen Luoyan follow closely behind Yi Zhao as they descended from the helicopter, and Song Qingxue couldn't help but clench her fists. No wonder he was indifferent to her. It turned out he had latched onto Shen Luoyan. At that moment, Zhang Bingkuan also spotted Yi Zhao. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, extremely sinister. He hadn't expected this pest to show up on the cruise ship, but in an instant, the chill in his gaze vanished, replaced by a bloodthirsty smirk. So what if he was here? This was his business alliance's cruise ship. If he wanted to deal with Yi Zhao, he had the upper hand. With just a word, he could have Yi Zhao chased away in disgrace. Thinking of this, Zhang Bingkuan beckoned to a subordinate beside him, whispering a few instructions in his ear. The subordinate then stepped aside and made a phone call. Before long, as Yi Zhao and the graceful Shen Luoyan approached the cruise ship entrance, they were stopped by a staff member who said in a flat tone, "Sir, miss, please show us your invitation." This was, of course, Zhang Bingkuan's directive. He wanted to keep Yi Zhao out. He knew basically everyone invited to this business alliance banquet, and the alliance had not invited Shen Luoyan, meaning the two had no entry qualifications. If it were just Shen Luoyan, he might have allowed her in for the sake of the Qini group, but with Yi Zhao accompanying her, that was another matter. Zhang Bingkuan pressed his lips together, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Auntie, Qingxue, don't worry. I won't let anyone disturb your good mood today." Upon hearing Zhang Bingkuan's words, Huang Meyer and Song Qingxue immediately understood his intentions. Song Qingxue remained composed, but a trace of unease rose in her heart. Huang Meyer, however, was quite pleased. Even if this brat Yi Zhao found Shen Luoyan to help him, so what? He would still be restrained by Zhang Bingkuan. Although the Qini group was a dominant force in Lingzhou, it couldn't compare to the scale of the business alliance. Just as Zhang Bingkuan and Huang Meyer were waiting to see Yi Zhao's embarrassment, Shen Luoyan took out a golden card from her handbag. Her tone was cold. "Can we go in now?" The moment the staff member saw the card, his face turned pale. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, utterly incredulous. The staff member trembled as he took the golden card from Shen Luoyan's hand, examining it closely. In fact, Shen Luoyan wasn't very confident either. When Yi Xiao found her, she was worried about whether they could enter the cruise ship, but Yi Xiao had simply tossed her a card, claiming it would guarantee their smooth passage. However, he was unwilling to elaborate on where the card came from. "Please, esteemed guests, come in." A few seconds later, the staff member respectfully bowed and returned the card to Shen Luoyan. Without a word, Yi Xiao strode through the entrance, and after a brief moment of distraction, Shen Luoyan quickly followed, her palm slightly sweating from gripping the card. What kind of card was this? It could make the staff member, who had just been so arrogant, change his attitude so drastically. Watching this scene, Jiang Bingkuan on the deck suddenly had a stiff smile, his face darkening as if he had swallowed 1,000 flies. Song Qingshue's expression also froze, bewildered. Did Shen Luoyan have such influence? Even Jiang Bingkuan, the son of the vice president of the business alliance, couldn't stop her. Huang Meyer's lips twitched, nearly choking on her own saliva, but she quickly scoffed. This ingrate is just relying on Shen Luoyan's influence. What's there to be smug about? At this moment, Jiang Bingkuan had also regained his composure. Huang Meyer was right, Yi Xiao was just a small fry without any identity or background. Even if he managed to board the cruise ship, he was merely a lucky mutt that had stumbled upon the chance to get on. However, Shen Luoyan was worth paying more attention to. What kind of leverage did she have that allowed the staff to defy his orders and let the two of them pass? Once on the cruise ship, Yi Xiao and Shen Luoyan did not go up to the deck to enjoy the scenery like Jiang Bingkuan and the others. They had heard that before the banquet, the business alliance would hold an auction, so they decided to check it out first. At this time, the auction had not yet started, and the antiques to be auctioned, along with some artworks displayed by business alliance members, were placed on exhibition stands on either side of the appreciation hall for people to admire. There were porcelain and bronze artifacts from various dynasties, as well as jade, jewelry, embroidery, and paintings, both Eastern and Western, everything one could imagine. Guests entering the appreciation hall wandered around, and from time to time, someone would exclaim in surprise. Many first-time attendees at the Business Alliance banquet were astonished by the wealth of the organization. Just the items on display for their appreciation were probably worth over $1 billion. Although this was just a small auction organized by the Business Alliance, its value was hardly inferior to that of some formal auction houses. Due to her family background, Shen Luoyan understood quite a bit about antiques and was appreciating them seriously at this moment. She even had her eye on a few auction items, contemplating buying them as gifts for her father. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, was like an outsider, casually glancing around. Although he did not observe as carefully as Shen Luoyan, his ability to discern authenticity was far superior to hers. He could tell the genuineness of most items with just a glance. As he walked, he shook his head. While there were indeed valuable antiques here, he still spotted quite a few fakes. However, when his gaze swept to an inconspicuous corner, Yi Xiao finally stopped. There was an ancient, unadorned sandalwood pen holder, and he stared at it intently. After closing his eyes and pondering for a moment, a smile crept onto his lips. The item was good, but unfortunately, it was of no use to him. Although Shen Luoyan was mostly focused on appreciating the collectibles, she still diverted some attention to keep an eye on Yi Xiao. Just moments ago, he had walked so quickly that she thought he simply didn't understand antiques and couldn't recognize their value. But now, seeing him linger in one spot for so long piqued her interest. However, when Shen Luoyan approached and saw that Yi Xiao was merely admiring an unremarkable sandalwood pen holder, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Although the pen holder looked somewhat aged, it was made of inferior materials, and the introduction didn't mention any famous maker or notable previous owner, which greatly diminished its collectible value. While Yi Xiao and Shen Luoyan were admiring the antiques, many people noticed them. Naturally, Shen Luoyan was recognized by many, as they were all part of the Jiangnan business circle. Some also recognized Yi Xiao. They were from the Song group, who had followed Jiang Bingkuan to stir up trouble at the Song family last time. Originally, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in this business alliance banquet, but since they had sided with Jiang Bingkuan against the Song group, he naturally had to give them a little reward. Clearly, they thought Yi Xiao was brought along by Shen Luoyan, but they found it amusing that while Yi Xiao's fiancée was off enjoying herself with Jiang Xiaofeng, Yi Xiao still had the leisure to admire the business alliance's collectibles. What a comfortable green hat he was wearing. Just then, Jiang Bingkuan's voice rang out among the crowd. "Oh, isn't this bodyguard Yi? Have you jumped ship from the Song group to the $1 trillion group so quickly?" Jiang Bingkuan's tone was filled with mockery. This is his home ground, so naturally, he feels fearless towards Yi Xiao. Moreover, the attendants he brought along are sent by the Jiang family from Tianhai, and in his eyes, their strength is not inferior to Yi Xiao's. Therefore, he is not afraid that Yi Xiao will threaten his safety like last time at the Song family. At this moment, Song Qingshuei is also following Jiang Bingkuan closely. Although she does not want to meet Yi Xiao, she is tightly pulled by her mother and can only be forced to watch Yi Xiao being ridiculed by Jiang Bingquan. Huang Meyer certainly does not want to miss the scene of Yi Xiao being struck down by Jiang Bingquan, and she believes that as long as her daughter can witness Yi Xiao's embarrassment and poverty in front of Jiang Bingquan, she will willingly choose Jiang Bingquan. A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. How can he compare to a wealthy young master from a prestigious family like Jiang Bingquan? Hearing Jiang Bingquan's words, Shen Luoyan immediately frowned. She had heard some of the grievances between Yi Xiao and Jiang Bingquan. Although she was somewhat mentally prepared for today, when facing Jiang Bingquan, she couldn't help but feel anxious for Yi Xiao. Jiang Bingquan is the son of the vice president of the business alliance. Can Yi Xiao really compete with him on this cruise ship? However, Yi Xiao seemed completely unconcerned. With a calm expression, he retorted, "What? Do you have an opinion? Are we bodyguards not allowed to come in?" Although Yi Xiao's words were merely a flat statement without emotion, to Jiang Bingquan, it was a blatant provocation. He wanted to keep Yi Xiao out, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. The uninformed guests, upon hearing that a bodyguard dared to retort against Jiang Bingquan, were filled with shock. Could this person be an idiot? Being able to board the business alliance's cruise ship is already a privilege. How could he be so stubborn as to argue with young Master Jiang? If his mind were normal, the sun would rise from the west. He. Jiang Bingquan sneered coldly. Good, then you can have your fun. After saying that, Jiang Bingquan turned to Song Qingxue and gently said, "Qingxue, the auction is about to start. Let's go in." Since Yi Xiao dared to use his inability to do anything about him as a mockery, he could naturally use Song Qingxue, Yi Xiao's fiancée, to humiliate Yi Xiao. Song Qingxue could see Jiang Bingquan's intentions, but at this moment, she could neither refuse Jiang Bingquan's unreasonable request nor deny her own desire for revenge against Yi Xiao. So she lightly nodded and followed Jiang Bingquan into the auction hall. Shen Luoyan, feeling somewhat nervous, turned to look at Yi Xiao. Shortly after Song Qigong announced the engagement news of Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue, she became aware of it. Now, Jiang Bingquan was clearly making things difficult for Yi Xiao, and it was the most unbearable green hat for a man. She was genuinely worried that Yi Xiao might lose his temper and start a fight. However, to her surprise, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. After all, he and Song Qingxue would eventually break off the engagement. Although they had a formal engagement, neither party recognized it, so Jiang Bingquan's move had limited impact on him. Seeing Yi Xiao not daring to make a sound, Jiang Bingquan felt quite pleased. It seemed this kid still had some self-awareness, perhaps daring to challenge him just now had already exhausted all his courage. Those in the Song group who knew about Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue's relationship looked at Yi Xiao with disdain, pointing and whispering, "This kid knows his place. What can a small bodyguard compare to young Master Jiang? We're on the Business Alliance's cruise ship now. If young Master Jiang is unhappy, he could throw him into the sea to feed the fish in a minute." Yeah, even Song Qingxue has softened. What else can this kid do? Does he expect his new master to back him up? I don't think Miss Shen would be foolish enough to offend young Master Jiang for a bodyguard. He deserves it. If I were him, I would have run as far away as possible. Now he dares to come on the cruise ship. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Jiang Bingquan and Song Qingxue walked past Yi Xiao in succession, while Huang Meyer kept a distance of 2 steps from them. She stopped when passing by Yi Xiao, her expression filled with an indescribable disdain. "Yi Xiao, I want to remind you that I won't allow you to think too highly of yourself and ruin Qingxue's happiness, nor will I permit you to cause trouble for Bingquan. If you continue like this, I believe the Song family won't part ways with you amicably. Otherwise, I trust Bingquan won't let you off easily." If nothing unexpected happened, her daughter and Jiang Bingquan's relationship would soon be established, and she certainly didn't want Yi Xiao, this toad, to cause any disruption. Yi Xiao merely smiled and said nothing. He was here just to fulfill his promise to the old Song and resolve the Song family's troubles, and he couldn't be bothered with Song Qingxue and Jiang Bingquan. "Let's go in too," Yi Xiao said lightly. After secretly exhaling a breath, Shen Luoyan agreed. Once Yi Xiao and Shen Luoyan entered the auction house, they casually found a spot with a decent view to sit down. Shortly after entering, a woman in a sky-blue qipao, exuding grace, walked up to the auction stage. The auctioneer smiled charmingly and said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Jiangnan Business Alliance's auction. The auction is now officially starting." The first item up for bid was a Ming Dynasty Xuanda furnace. The auctioneer then began to introduce the origin and collectible value of this Xuanda furnace. Yi Xiao had just looked at this Xuanda furnace, and it was indeed a genuine piece. The starting price was quite reasonable, indicating that the Business Alliance intended to use this Xuanda furnace to make a good impression. The starting price is 2 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. Please place your bids. As the auctioneer's voice fell, several guests interested in the Schwanta furnace raised their bidding paddles, and it was finally hammered down at 4,500,000. Yi Xiao wasn't very interested in the subsequent auction items. Just as he was about to take out his phone to play a game, Shen Luoyan leaned over and said, "Yi Xiao, I'm planning to buy a piece to give to my dad. Which one do you think is suitable?" In fact, Shen Luoyan had noticed Yi Xiao was bored and deliberately brought up the topic, as she had already concluded that Yi Xiao was 99% clueless about antiques, so what good advice could he offer? Without hesitation, Yi Xiao blurted out, "That brush holder is worth buying." Shen Luoyan smiled slightly, thinking it was time to showcase her appreciation skills in front of Yi Xiao. So, she politely and tactfully said, "That brush holder looks like an item from the northern and southern dynasties based on its craftsmanship and style, but I think its collectible value is very low, and the starting price given by the Business Alliance is only 100,000. I believe the Business Alliance knows that the brush holder won't fetch a good price." Anyway, she wasn't interested in that brush holder, and she felt that a 100,000 item was somewhat embarrassing to give to her father, as the least valuable items in her father's collection were all worth over $1 million. Yi Xiao smiled lightly and didn't explain, but instead asked, "Then which item do you think is worth buying?" Shen Luoyan slightly raised her chin. "I think that painting of plum blossoms and ladies by Lu Qingfeng from the Song dynasty is worth acquiring." This was the piece she liked the most among all the auction items, and after her appraisal, it should undoubtedly be a genuine article. Lu Qingfeng was a court painter during the Huizong period, coming from the Hanlin Academy of Painting, and in a way, he was a disciple of Song Huizong. His paintings have a high collectible value. Shen Luoyan spoke in a low voice, her expression revealing an unmistakable pride. Although she knew Yi Xiao had high skills in martial arts and medicine, she was certain that he was not as knowledgeable as she was in the appreciation of antiques. After finishing, she glanced at Yi Xiao, hoping to see a look of surprise or admiration on his face, but to her disappointment, Yi Xiao merely shook his head. "I don't recommend you buy this painting." A hint of displeasure flashed in Shen Luoyan's eyes. "Why?" She pouted. "Because it's fake," Yi Xiao stated bluntly. But Shen Luoyan didn't take Yi Xiao's words seriously at all. She remembered that just a moment ago, Yi Xiao had merely glanced at the plum blossom lady painting and walked away. Could it be that Yi Xiao's appreciation skills were so high that he could tell its authenticity with just one look? Moreover, this painting had been authenticated by the appraisers within the Business Alliance. How could it possibly be a fake? "Oomph, what do you know, you uncouth brute?" Shen Luoyan muttered to herself, while secretly resolving to buy the painting no matter what, even if it was not for her father, just to spite Yi Xiao. The auction continued, and after 2 more items were sold, it was finally time for the plum blossom lady painting that Shen Luoyan had her eye on. "Next, we will auction the 4th item." As the auctioneer's voice rang out, a high-definition photo of the plum blossom lady painting appeared on the large screen behind her. The painting depicted a beautiful woman grooming herself in front of a mirror beneath a vibrant plum tree. A graceful beauty was adjusting her hair, and the small plum blossom on her forehead was even more charming than the full tree behind her. The auctioneer's voice came again, quietly reflecting the cold forest. "The late blossoms are yet to bloom. Everyone wishes to see the Shoyang makeup." The plum blossom makeup painted by the artist Lu Qingfeng is inspired by the tale of the Shoyang princess from the southern dynasties. It is said that one day, the Shoyang princess was resting under a tree when a gentle breeze blew, causing a plum blossom to fall on her brow, leaving a faint floral mark. The beauty was as radiant as a flower, igniting countless splendid imaginations in later generations. After the auctioneer's words, both antique enthusiasts and those unfamiliar with antiques in the audience displayed expressions of delight. At this moment, Shen Luoyan glanced at Yi Xiao again, her eyes seemingly saying, "Look, so many people think this is an authentic piece. What else do you have to say?" Yi Xiao, however, pretended not to see. After all, he had already given his warning. If Shen Luoyan insisted on being the fool, he had nothing more to say. The Song Dynasty Plum Blossom Lady painting starts at 18 million, with a minimum bid increment of 1 million. Please place your bids. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Shen Luoyan immediately raised her paddle. 20 million, she declared loudly. It was clear that Shen Luoyan genuinely liked this painting and was determined to have it. Many in the audience, upon seeing Shen Luoyan bid, withdrew their own bidding intentions. In terms of financial power, most of them were no match for the billion-dollar group, and besides, a beauty painting matched with a beauty was quite fitting. They considered it a favor to her. 20 million, first time. The auctioneer's words were interrupted by a voice. 25 million. The one raising the paddle this time was Jiang Bingkuan. Since Shen Luoyan was on Yi Zhao's side, he naturally had no intention of being chivalrous, and he was quite optimistic about this painting, so he would not let Shen Luoyan take it. Upon seeing that Jiang Bingkuan was competing with Shen Luoyan, everyone understood the situation. TSK, Miss Shin is indeed an outstanding woman, but she shouldn't go against young Master Jiang. Exactly. Not to mention young Master Jiang's special relationship with the business alliance, the Jiang group itself has a market value of 200 billion, which is enough to overshadow the Shin family. Shin Luoyan frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then raised her paddle to bid 30 million. On one hand, she genuinely wanted to acquire this painting, and on the other, she wanted to stand up for Yi Xiao, deciding to compete with Jiang Bingkuan. Yi Xiao glanced at Shin Luoyan, seemingly seeing through her thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh. Did this girl really need to make such a fuss over a fake painting? 35 million. Jiang Bingkuan called out his price again. At this moment, Song Qingxue, who was beside Jiang Bingkuan, also sensed the tension between the two. She understood that this was likely Jiang Bingkuan's way of retaliating against Shin Luoyan for supporting Yi Xiao. The other people in the audience, seeing that the two were unwilling to back down, showed expressions of anticipation. It seems that young Master Jiang and Miss Shin are really at odds. This auction should be exceptionally exciting. Similar types of lady paintings have sold for as high as 40 million. I wonder if Miss Shin and young Master Jiang will break that record. I think it's very possible. Miss Shin probably wants to make a name for her little white face beside her, and young Master Jiang is the president of a 200 billion group. Neither of them will back down. As expected, in the next moment, Shin Luoyan raised her bidding paddle again, 40 million. Hearing Shin Luoyan raise the bid again, the auctioneer on stage also showed a delighted expression. The seller's expected price for this painting was 38 million, and now she had successfully completed her task. If any additional amount was bid, her commission would double. She then turned her gaze to Jiang Bingkuan, hoping that young Master Jiang would bid high again. Sure enough, Jiang Bingkuan did not disappoint her. With a cold snort, he raised his paddle, 50 million. When Jiang Bingkuan announced his bid of 50 million, it was like throwing a firecracker into the crowd, exploding with a bang. Countless people widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in shock. Young Master Jiang, indeed wealthy and extravagant. That's a direct increase of 10 million, instantly pushing the price far beyond the actual value of the painting. What a display of wealth. At this moment, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to Shin Luoyan, eager to see if she would raise the bid again. Jiang Bingkuan also glanced at Shin Luoyan with a half smile, the provocation evident. Shin Luoyan was stirred by Jiang Bingkuan's gaze and was about to raise her paddle, but was stopped by Yi Xiao. Shin Luoyan furrowed her brows, staring blankly at Yi Xiao, not understanding his intention. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a charming arc as he gently said, "Do you trust me?" Hearing Yi Xiao's words, scenes of her two failed bets with her father flashed in Shin Luoyan's mind. Both times, Yi Xiao had been at an absolute disadvantage, and she had not believed in him, yet the results had left her astonished as Yi Xiao had turned the tables each time. Shin Luoyan's brows gradually relaxed, her watery eyes regained clarity, and her hand completely dropped. At this moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out, 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time, 50 million for the third time. Congratulations to young Master Jiang for winning the Plum Blossom Made painting. Bang! With the sound of the wooden hammer, the fierce bidding between Shin Luoyan and Jiang Bingkuan came to a close with Jiang Bingkuan's victory. But did Jiang Bingkuan really win? The onlookers certainly thought so. In the end, young Master Jiang is indeed superior. Now that little white face has even less face to stay here. Not only has his fiancée sat with young Master Jiang, but now even his new patron can't compete with young Master Jiang. Jiang Bingkuan was extremely pleased. Suddenly, he had another idea. Do you think this is over? Just wait. The more exciting show is yet to come. After the intense bidding between Jiang Bingkuan and Shin Luoyan, the subsequent auction items seemed somewhat dull. Soon, they reached the 10th item, which was the pen holder that Yi Xiao had his eye on. The auctioneer's voice came through. This is a sandalwood pen holder from the northern and southern dynasties. Although its origin is initially unclear, the carvings on it still hold significant artistic value. Due to the lack of information about this pen holder, the auctioneer had little to say, and the seller had no high expectations. Even if it went unsold, it wouldn't matter. Northern and Southern Dynasties sandalwood pen holder, starting bid 100,000, minimum bid increase of 10,000, please place your bids. The auctioneer said according to the procedure. As expected, the response from the crowd was quite tepid. No one raised their paddle, clearly indicating that they did not see the collectible value in this pen holder. These wealthy bidders participated in antique auctions for investment and to indulge in elegance. If I were to buy a collectible whose origin even the seller doesn't know, it would be too embarrassing to display it at home. How could I show it off to my friends? At that moment, Yi Xiao looked at Shin Luoyan and said softly, "Buy it. I guarantee that if you give this pen holder to your dad, he will be very pleased." Shin Luoyan was still feeling disappointed about not winning the Plum Blossom Lady painting earlier. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, she instinctively resisted at first, but then thought, since she had already trusted Yi Xiao once, why not trust him again? So, just when the auctioneer thought the pen holder would definitely go unsold, Shen Luoyan raised her bidding paddle. 110,000. She called out. Ha! Everyone looked at Shen Luoyan in confusion, unable to believe what they heard. Why would she choose to bid on such a pen holder with no collectible value? Did she think that since she didn't compete with Jiang Xiao earlier, she wanted to buy an unpopular item to regain some face? Jiang Bingquan thought the same. He smirked, believing Shen Luoyan was being too petty. If it were him, he would have gone for items worth tens of millions. What was this 100,000 pen holder? Even the worst antiques in his family were worth dozens of times more than this pen holder. Thus, with everyone looking down on the pen holder, Shen Luoyan ultimately won it for 110,000. Seeing Shen Luoyan's displeased expression, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. This girl really had poor judgment. She treated a worthless counterfeit painting as a treasure, yet now when given a real treasure, she treated it like garbage. Half an hour later, the auction concluded successfully. Just as the auctioneer announced the end, Jiang Bingquan stood up and said loudly, "Everyone, please stay. Today, I want to ask everyone to witness that I am giving this plum blossom lady painting to Miss Song Qingxue, to express my admiration for her." As soon as Jiang Bingquan's words came out, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's expressions were different, some were shocked, some were gloating, and some were envious and jealous. But the way they looked at Yi Xiao was the same, filled with mockery and ridicule. After the earlier conversation between Jiang Bingquan and Yi Xiao in the exhibition hall, many people learned about their grievances through various channels. Jiang Bingquan's move undoubtedly splashed a bucket of green paint on Yi Xiao's head. But what could Yi Xiao do? Jiang Xiao was the son of the vice president of the business alliance, and now he was gifting a painting worth 50 million to Song Qingxue. What could this little bodyguard give her? Even if he tried his hardest, he probably couldn't reach the value that slipped through Jiang Xiao's fingers. Realizing this, everyone began to applaud flatteringly. "Jiang Xiao, you are truly generous. The lady painting paired with a beauty like Miss Song is truly a match made in heaven. Surely, after today, this will become a legendary tale. Miss Song, you should accept it quickly. It's clear that Jiang Xiao is sincere, don't keep him waiting." At this moment, Song Qingxue was completely stunned. She really wanted to refuse Jiang Bingquan, but she was worried that doing so would upset him, and that would ruin her purpose for coming to the cruise today. Just as Song Qingxue was still conflicted, Huang Mei, beside her, was smiling so widely that her wrinkles seemed to bloom, as if the thick makeup might fall off. Jiang Bingquan's generosity had completely won her over. They weren't even in a confirmed relationship yet, and Jiang Bingquan could already give a painting worth 50 million to his daughter. If they got married, wouldn't she be set for life? "Qingxue, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and take it," Huang Mei urged in Song Qingxue's ear. At that moment, Jiang Bingquan shifted his gaze to Yi Xiao, his tone playful. "Bodyguard Yi, I'm giving a gift to your fiancé, you wouldn't refuse, would you?" Jiang Bingquan's words had already exposed his malicious intentions without reservation. This was the effect he wanted, to give Yi Xiao a quick and painful lesson. It wasn't his style to resort to outright violence. He wanted to humiliate Yi Xiao like a cat playing with a mouse. This way, he could take revenge on Yi Xiao while also gaining a sense of accomplishment. TSK, young Master Jiang is not just killing but also striking at the heart. The onlookers felt that Jiang Bingquan's move was truly insidious, showing no mercy to Yi Xiao at all. This was the tragedy of a small character. Why provoke young Master Jiang for no reason? A powerful figure like young Master Jiang was not someone a mere bodyguard could offend. Now, not only was he unable to protect his fiancée, but even his meager self-esteem was being trampled underfoot by young Master Jiang. Shen Luoyan's heart was in her throat, fearing that Yi Xiao might do something foolish in a moment of impulse. But the next second, she was astonished to find that Yi Xiao was not angry at all. What was going on? Did Yi Xiao come on this cruise just to seek humiliation? Song Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, feeling a sense of sorrow for Yi Xiao. At that moment, she recalled how Yi Xiao had stood in front of her without hesitation when Huang Tianba bullied her in the bar, how he had stepped up when Wang Chufeng publicly humiliated her, and how he had helped her overcome countless difficulties when Chen Aoquan cornered her in the boardroom. Song Qingxue bit her lip hard, about to speak, when a burst of laughter interrupted her. Ha ha ha. Just when Jiang Bingquan thought he had the upper hand and the onlookers looked down on Yi Xiao suddenly burst into loud laughter. Song Qingxue was stunned, Shen Luoyan's face was filled with disbelief, and Jiang Bingquan's bright smile froze on his face, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He sensed mockery and disdain in Yi Xiao's laughter. It felt like a normal person laughing at a foolish clown. The onlookers were also confused by Yi Xiao's laughter. Who was really being trampled on here? Why did it seem like Yi Xiao was the one with the upper hand intellectually? Yi, what the hell are you laughing at? Jiang Bingquan couldn't help but angrily shout. Finally, Yi Xiao stopped laughing, a teasing expression appearing on his face. Jiang Bingquan, I'm laughing because you're truly too foolish. You think a counterfeit painting is a treasure, spending 50 million to buy it, and now you have the nerve to present this counterfeit as a token of love. I bet your affection is as fake as this counterfeit. Counterfeit? How could it possibly be a counterfeit? The crowd was first taken aback, then quickly dismissed Yi Xiao's claim in their minds. Not to mention that the painting had just been admired by everyone in the exhibition hall without anyone spotting a problem. It was also auctioned by the Business Alliance and had been authenticated by a professional auction house expert. If it were a counterfeit, it would never have entered the auction process. Could it be that Yi Xiao's appraisal skills were better than those of the auction house's experts? No, that was absolutely impossible. Shen Luoyan was also shocked by Yi Xiao's public questioning of the painting. Yi Xiao had told her privately that there was nothing to worry about, but now to say this in front of everyone was not only slapping the Business Alliance in the face but also shaming the auction house. Song Qingxue was just about to reject Jiang Bingquan's words when Yi Xiao made her swallow her words back. She clearly didn't believe what he said was true and even thought Yi Xiao was being a bit too childish. She understood Yi Xiao's desire to embarrass Jiang Bingquan and extricate himself, but he shouldn't just speak nonsense like that. Jiang Bingquan sneered coldly and retorted, Yi, you say this is a counterfeit? Like Song Qingxue, he thought Yi Xiao was out of ideas and had come up with such a foolish tactic. Since Yi Xiao wanted to humiliate himself, he didn't mind helping him along. Yi Xiao met Jiang Bingquan's gaze without flinching. That's right. If this painting is real, I'll write my name backwards. Jiang Bingquan scoffed coldly, seeing Yi Xiao's trivial punishment as a sign of his guilt. Yi, are you brave enough to bet with me? If this painting is real, you have to jump into the sea and swim back to me. If this painting is fake, I'll give you 100 million. As soon as Jiang Bingquan's words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in excitement, casting disdainful glances at Yi Xiao. I don't think this kid dares to take this bet. Even if he wins 100 million, does he really think he can win? Yeah, kid, hurry up and scram. If you leave now, you might save your life. If you really jump into the sea, you'll only end up feeding the fish. Exactly, kid, take a good look at yourself in the mirror before acting tough here. You're just a little bodyguard. Do you really think you know more than the appraisers at the auction house? Yi Xiao, why don't we just leave? Shen Luoyan whispered, genuinely worried that Yi Xiao might impulsively agree. This was the territory of the Merchant Alliance, and if Jiang Bingquan won the bet, he would definitely throw Yi Xiao into the sea. Song Qingxue also looked at Yi Xiao with a furrowed brow. Although she still resented him for not taking responsibility, she didn't want to see him forced to jump into the sea. Just when everyone doubted Yi Xiao, he readily agreed, a teasing smile appearing on his lips. Jiang Bingquan, since you insist on giving me money to spend, how could I refuse? What? This kid actually dares to accept the bet with young Master Jiang? Has he lost his mind? Or is he just deceiving himself, believing his own ridiculous words? The crowd was incredulous. Jiang Bingquan wouldn't give Yi Xiao a chance to back out. He waved his hand and smiled, go call Master Dong Banjiang from the auction house. After saying that, he looked at Yi Xiao with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yi, Master Dong is a giant in the antique world of Jiangnan. I'm bringing him over for another appraisal. You have no objections, right? Upon hearing the name Dong Banjiang, Shen Luoyan's hands resting on her knees couldn't help but tremble slightly. Dong Banjiang was a renowned appraiser, famous alongside the ghost-eyed master of Lingzhou. It was said that he could determine the authenticity of any painting with just a glance. This was bad, since Jiang Bingquan dared to call Dong Banjiang, he must be confident, and Yi Xiao was in trouble. Yi Xiao sneered, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Jiang Bingquan. Jiang Bingquan, don't think that just because you called Dong Banjiang, this painting is real. Even if you dug Lu Qingfeng out of his coffin, this painting would still be fake. The crowd scoffed at Yi Xiao's audacity, clearly thinking he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. When Master Dong arrived, it would be the moment of his reckoning. Jiang Bingquan, however, was too lazy to respond to Yi Xiao. In his eyes, Yi Xiao had nothing but a sharp tongue now, so he might as well let him enjoy his moment. He believed that once Yi Xiao lost this bet, he would never smile again, as he would truly throw Yi Xiao into the sea. 3 minutes later, an elderly man dressed in a blue robe and gray shoes, sporting a pair of handlebar mustaches, entered the auction hall surrounded by several disciples. Master Dong, hello. Master Dong, hello. Many guests who recognized the old man greeted him politely. Although Dong Banjiang was just an appraiser, he was well known and had connections with many big names in business and politics, so he deserved their respect. Jiang Bingquan stepped forward to greet Dong Banjiang. Master Dong, I have a painting that your auction house has appraised, and now someone is questioning its authenticity, so I specifically invited you to take a look. Hearing Jiang Bingquan say this, Dong Banjiang's expression immediately darkened. The items being auctioned at his auction house were either appraised by him or by his disciples, and now someone was calling them fakes. It was simply a slap in his face. Young Master Jiang, who is this person? Dong Banjiang did not hide the anger in his tone. He wanted to see who dared to question his and his disciples' appraisal abilities. Old Dong, it's him. Jiang Bingquan casually pointed at Yi Xiao, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Dong Banjiang raised his gaze slightly towards Yi Xiao, seeing a stranger who was quite young, and couldn't help but look down on him a bit. However, since this person could make Jiang Bingquan specifically invite him, he must have some skills, so he did not treat him lightly. Young Master Jiang, bring out the painting. Jiang Bingquan nodded to his attendant, who immediately brought over a long table and slowly unfolded the plum blossom lady painting on it. After receiving a magnifying glass from his disciple, Dong Banjiang bent down to examine it seriously. At this moment, everyone in the auction hall held their breath, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing Dong Banjiang. Shen Luoyan's palms were sweaty. She knew that from the moment Jiang Bingquan called Dong Banjiang, Yi Xiao had already lost at least 80%. It wasn't just about whether Yi Xiao could distinguish the fake painting, even if it were a real painting. Since Dong Banjiang was the chief appraiser of the auction house, he would never ruin his own reputation. Yi Xiao was still too reckless. Now, he had fallen into Jiang Bingquan's trap. Dong Banjiang had barely looked for half a minute when he straightened up. Young Master Jiang, I have finished my appraisal. This painting is definitely authentic. Dong Banjiang's voice was firm, exuding an infinite sense of authority. Shen Luoyan's heart sank to the bottom. Dong Banjiang's words were equivalent to pronouncing Yi Xiao's death sentence. Song Qingxue also frowned, her eyes flashing with a complex mix of guilt, helplessness, and resentment. The enmity between Yi Xiao and Jiang Bingquan arose because of her. If she hadn't taken Yi Xiao to Mingyue Tower that day, they wouldn't have become enemies. Although she still held a grudge against Yi Xiao for not caring about her, she also didn't want to see him forced to jump into the sea after losing. But what could she do now? Jiang Bingquan immediately laughed. Thank you, old Dong, for your discerning eye. After saying that, he eagerly turned to Yi Xiao. So, what now, Mr. Yi? Are you ready to jump into the sea? I advise you to hurry, otherwise, the cruise ship will sail further and further away, and you really won't have a chance to survive, huh? Jiang Bingquan's smile was manic. Although some onlookers felt sympathy for Yi Xiao, most thought he brought this upon himself. If he hadn't angered Jiang Bingquan, how could he have faced such oppression? Of course, they conveniently forgot Jiang Bingquan's previous provocations, or in their eyes, Jiang Bingquan had the right to bully Yi Xiao at will, but if Yi Xiao dared to resist, that was an act of treason. However, Yi Xiao completely disregarded the mocking gazes of the crowd. He curled his lips and mockingly said, with such a trash appraisal level, you still have the face to be called a master. It's truly shameless. Hearing Yi Xiao dare to provoke Dong Banjiang at this moment, the crowd began to point and jeer at him. Kid, you'd better clean up your mouth. Master Dong's reputation is not something a lowly insect like you can tarnish. I think he knows he won't live long, which is why he's so stubborn. Truly a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Young Master Jiang, I suggest you quickly have this ignorant kid thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Keeping such a crude person on the cruise ship for even a second is just polluting the air. Shen Luoyan and Song Qingxue were almost in tears, both feeling that Yi Xiao was far too audacious. Offending Jiang Bingquan was not enough. Now he had also completely angered Dong Banjiang. It seemed that no one could protect him now. Jiang Bingquan said nothing, merely watching the scene with indifference. Dong Banjiang's status was not beneath his own, and to provoke him meant that even if Yi Xiao managed to escape today, he would likely have no place to stand in the entire Jiangnan province. At that moment, Dong Banjiang's old face was nearly dripping with gloom. After decades of appraising treasures, this was the first time someone had humiliated him so thoroughly. Kid, when the heavens are furious, there will be rain. When a person is arrogant, there will be disaster. I see you are young and won't stoop to your level, but I advise you to take back what you just said, or the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Yi Xiao grinned and replied lightly, am I being arrogant? You, a blind rat, dare to call yourself a master. I'm just speaking the truth, is that not allowed? Good. Kid, since you keep saying I made a mistake, you better be able to explain it. Otherwise, today, even if I have to risk my life, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Dong Banjiang glared fiercely at Yi Xiao, his voice hoarse and threatening. Yi Xiao, instead of getting angry, laughed, his expression calm and composed. I originally wanted to give you some face, but since you insist on being shameless, then don't blame me. With that, Yi Xiao stood up and walked towards the painting of the lady in front of Dong Banjiang. What does this kid want to do? Could he really prove that Master Dong made a mistake? Everyone was puzzled. Due to Dong Banjiang's authority in the antique industry, they instinctively believed that he could never be wrong. As Yi Xiao approached, Zhang Bingquan slightly moved back, worried that Yi Xiao might act out of desperation and take him hostage to escape. Dong Banjiang, on the other hand, looked at Yi Xiao with a mocking gaze, eager to see what this arrogant kid was capable of. Yi Xiao reached the painting, slowly extending his hand to press down and then lift. With a whoosh, the layer of the painting on the table was perfectly peeled away. If a martial arts expert were present, they would surely be astonished. Yi Xiao had displayed his internal strength to an extraordinary level, applying force only to the top layer of the rice paper without damaging the layer beneath. The difficulty of this technique was akin to peeling a raw egg without breaking the inner membrane. However, due to the speed of Yi Xiao's movement and the angle, many people thought he had just torn the painting. This left those unaware of the truth dumbfounded. What is this kid doing? Did he just tear apart the painting that young Master Jiang bought for 50 million? Can't you see? He was just bluffing before. How could he possibly point out that this painting is a fake? He clearly went up to cause destruction. How despicable. He must be jealous that young Master Jiang gave such a precious gift to his fiancée. Since he can't afford it himself, he resorted to this underhanded tactic. At this moment, Song Qingxue and Shen Luoyan also widened their eyes, never expecting that Yi Xiao would tear the painting apart as soon as he approached. This was disastrous. Not only would Yi Xiao be thrown into the sea, but he would also likely have to bear a compensation of 50 million. Zhang Bingquan's face changed dramatically, his anger boiling over. You, Yi, have such audacity to tear my painting. I don't care if you sell your kidney or your blood, you must compensate me 50 million, not a cent less, or just wait to die. Although Zhang Bingquan intended to give this painting to Song Qingxue, it was based on the premise that she would become his woman in the future, meaning he could still reclaim it. Now, with Yi Xiao tearing it in half, he was losing 50 million for nothing. At this moment, Dong Banjiang and his disciples felt a tremor in their hearts, as they began to see some clues. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is a type of rice paper used for painting called double shen. The term double does not refer to 2 layers of shen paper, but rather to multiple layers that are thicker. This method of making paper is intended to allow it to be preserved for a longer time. Dong Banjiang often dealt with calligraphy and paintings, so he could naturally tell that Yi Xiao had just peeled off the top layer of shen paper from the Plum Blossom Lady painting. Suddenly, a thought crossed the minds of Dong Banjiang and his disciple. Could this be a layered counterfeit painting? At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice came slowly. Zhang Bingquan, why are you in such a hurry? Come over and watch closely. I'll teach you how to authenticate a painting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingquan was instantly stunned. He had thought that Yi Xiao was about to tear up his painting and was considering how to escape, but unexpectedly, Yi Xiao remained so calm. Yi Xiao continued, the paper quality of the inner and outer layers of this painting is completely inconsistent. The outer layer is thinner and more transparent, while the inner layer is quite rough, clearly made with modern techniques. I think anyone can see this now. He added, moreover, the outer layer of this painting is indeed a genuine work of Lu Qingfeng, but the inner layer is a fake. As he spoke, Yi Xiao pointed to the position of the seal on the inner layer of the painting. The seal here is even darker than that of the outer layer. This is because the top layer has been peeled off too many times, causing the ink to lose its dyeing strength, while the bottom layer was originally filled in later, so it naturally appears darker. After finishing his words, Yi Xiao cast a half-smile glance at Dong Banjiang and Zhang Bingquan. So, what do you think? I believe my explanation is simple enough for even elementary school students to understand. Do you still dare to say this is a genuine piece? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone suddenly realized that Yi Xiao had not directly torn the painting but had merely peeled off the top layer of shen paper. Those attending the auction, to varying degrees, understood some aspects of antique forgery, including a method that utilized the permeability of shen paper to peel it off layer by layer, and then, as Yi Xiao had just mentioned, to place a copied fake painting underneath. This way, a genuine piece could be sold for several times its worth. Although many people were too far away to see the specifics of the painting, they could tell the outcome from Dong Banjiang's expression, as he had already turned pale and was trembling uncontrollably. After a long while, he staggered forward and bowed to Yi Xiao. Young man, I was blind just now, and I have offended you. Please forgive me. Dong Banjiang was naturally more aware of this layered counterfeit painting than most people present, but because he had looked down on Yi Xiao during the authentication process and did not believe his disciple could make a mistake, he had not examined it closely. Moreover, this type of layered counterfeit painting is inherently difficult to authenticate unless the appraiser has the courage of Yi Xiao to directly lift the top layer to inspect it. But how could that be allowed? Seeing the highly respected Dong Banjiang in the antique world bowing to Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue was left dumbfounded. She never expected that Yi Xiao had such skills. Indeed, this guy had too many secrets hidden from her. While she felt relieved for Yi Xiao, she couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Shen Luoyan's pretty face was now at a loss for expression, filled with joy, surprise, and embarrassment. She was delighted that Yi Xiao had indeed proven this to be a fake painting, not only avoiding her own loss but also slapping Jiang Bingquan in the face. She was surprised at how Yi Xiao had figured it out, as he had only glanced at it in the exhibition hall. She felt embarrassed that she had previously thought Yi Xiao's eyesight was inferior to hers and had even shown off in front of him. Thinking of this, Shen Luoyan felt a bit hesitant to face Yi Xiao. At this moment, the most shocked and furious was Jiang Bingquan. He actually spent 50 million to buy a fake painting, and on top of that, he was publicly exposed by Yi Xiao for his foolishness. The sound of his face being slapped was probably audible across the ocean. Damn it! The veins on his clenched fists were bulging, and although he said nothing, he was so angry that even his breathing trembled. Yi Xiao ignored the bowing and submissive Dong Banjiang. This old man had just sworn to show him how it was done, hadn't he? Now, making him bend a little was a lesson in itself. He turned to Jiang Bingquan and smiled lightly. Jiang Bingquan, this painting was auctioned for 50 million. If you remove the last character 10,000, then the price would be more reasonable. Consider this a free appraisal from me, no need to thank me, but you must fulfill your promise of 100 million. Isn't this just killing someone's spirit? Yi Xiao could do that too. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Jiang Bingquan's face turned an intense shade of red, as if he were about to bleed, but at that moment, he had no words to retort. He could only grit his teeth and slam a check for 100 million onto the table. This was a bet he made in front of everyone, and if he didn't follow through, his prestige as the president of the Jiang Group would surely plummet. But so what? He had only temporarily lost a round. Just wait. Yi Xiao, even if you have the life to take this 100 million, you won't have the life to spend it. Watching Jiang Bingquan actually give Yi Xiao 100 million, some onlookers were envious, but more were sighing. Yi Xiao had made Jiang Xiao lose such face. Jiang Xiao would definitely not let it go and would surely seek revenge on Yi Xiao. However, Yi Xiao didn't care what others thought. He boldly reached for the check, blew on the ink, and happily tucked it into his pocket. Seeing Yi Xiao's smug expression, Huang Mei couldn't help but jump out to scold him. Yi Xiao, don't get too proud. Even if Bingquan made a mistake this time, you're not that impressive either. Didn't you just spend 111,000 on a broken pen holder? Jiang Bingquan was the son-in-law Huang Mei had high hopes for. While Yi Xiao was just a toad in her eyes trying to eat swan meat, she naturally wanted to restore some face for Jiang Bingquan. Hearing Huang Mei's words, Jiang Bingquan's supporters quickly chimed in. That's right, kid, don't think you got lucky just because you stumbled upon the right painting. Haven't you also made mistakes before? Dare you take out your pen holder for Master Dawn to appraise? I bet it's not worth even 1,000. Speaking of the pen holder, Shen Luoyan was also puzzled. Since Yi Xiao could tell the authenticity of the Plum Blossom Lady painting, his appreciation skills must be quite high. Why did he let her bid on that pen holder that no one believed in? Hearing Huang Mei and the others, Jiang Bingquan felt a little better. Although losing 50 million and losing 11 million were worlds apart, at least it proved that Yi Xiao could also make mistakes. At that moment, however, Yi Xiao smiled instead of getting angry. Since you all want to humiliate yourselves, I'll reluctantly oblige. With that, he turned to Shen Luoyan. Miss Shen, let's have Master Dong take another look at the pen holder. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Dong Banjiang quickly waved his hand. Mr. Yi, I can't dare to call myself a master in front of you. As the saying goes, there are no seniors in learning, the capable are the teachers. He had made a mistake in front of Yi Xiao, so how could he still call himself a master? Shen Luoyan, half convinced, stepped forward and placed the pen holder she had auctioned on the table for Dong Banjiang to appraise. Dong Banjiang showed no hesitation. He was quite interested in the item that Yi Xiao had supposedly misjudged. He picked up the magnifying glass again and began to examine it thoroughly, unlike his previous appraisal of the ancient painting. This time, he inspected the pen holder inside and out, top to bottom, to prevent another mistake like before. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see where the value of this pen holder lay. 5 minutes later, Dong Banjiang slowly put down the pen holder in his hand and said with clear enunciation, although this pen holder is an item from the northern and southern dynasties, it is made of the lowest quality agarwood. Moreover, there is no verifiable information on it, so its collectible value is relatively low. 11,000 is indeed a bit high. The market price is only about 50,000. After saying this, Dong Banjiang's expression regained some vitality, as he felt he had managed to turn the tables on Yi Xiao, allowing him to hold his head high again. Kid, did you hear that? This thing isn't worth 11,000 at all. Just now, you had the nerve to say that old Dong's appraisal skills are garbage. I think you're not much better. That's right. I think this kid just got lucky and guessed the authenticity of the Plum Blossom Lady painting, and now this pen holder proves his true appraisal ability is just a pile of crap. Ha. Those who supported Jiang Bingkuan all tried to curry favor with him by stepping on Yi Xiao, as if Yi Xiao had lost more money than Jiang Bingkuan. Huang Meyer was also feeling proud of her cleverness, finally making Yi Xiao, the ungrateful wolf, lose face for once. Shen Luoyan sighed slightly. At this moment, she also somewhat believed that Yi Xiao's ability to identify the authenticity of the lady painting was just good luck. He. Yi Xiao sneered disdainfully, his calm gaze sweeping over Dong Banzheng's face. Old Dong, I give you a chance, and you don't seem to be very useful. Do you really think this thing is only worth 50,000? Seeing Yi Xiao's slightly mocking gaze, Dong Banzheng felt a sudden chill in his heart, as if he had returned to the time when he was an apprentice, looking up at his master. Dong Banzheng let out a long breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Mr. Yi, I stand by my appraisal results. I wonder if you have any advice? Although he firmly believed he wouldn't be wrong this time, having just witnessed the lady painting's authenticity, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. Alright, then let me show you what this pen holder is really worth, Yi Xiao said with an indifferent expression, then picked up the pen holder from the table. Jiang Bingkuan looked at Yi Xiao's actions with disdain. This pen holder was carved from solid wood, and he didn't believe Yi Xiao could peel away a layer from it like he did with the rice paper earlier. Yi Xiao naturally didn't use internal energy to peel it. Instead, he slightly spread his palm, and suddenly, a gold ring on his hand transformed into 13 gold needles. Were these the Ghost Gate gold needles? Dong Banzhang and Yu Huaixian were old acquaintances and naturally recognized the gold needles, but they were curious about how these needles ended up in Yi Xiao's hands and what he intended to do with them now. TCH. Putting on a show. Jiang Bingkuan snorted coldly, not believing that Yi Xiao could turn the tables just by producing these gold needles. Indeed, Yi Xiao could achieve his goal with ordinary silver needles. He used the Ghost Gate gold needles purely for a higher flair. Yi Xiao pinched one of the gold needles and began to prod at the relief pattern on the pen holder, slowly scraping off the patina on top. Seeing Yi Xiao was merely scraping off the patina, the onlookers began to mock him again. Is this kid an idiot? The patina can prove the pen holder's age. If he scrapes it off, the pen holder will be worth nothing. Yeah, I don't believe there's a layer of gold beneath that patina. That's just ridiculous. Dong Banzhang initially found Yi Xiao's actions baffling. Logically, since Yi Xiao had just pointed out the fakes in the lady painting, he shouldn't be an antique novice. But why was he doing this? Until he saw Yi Xiao use the gold needle to scrape out a square outline on one of the reliefs of the pen holder, a thought suddenly surged in his mind. Could this be a secret wood carving? Sure enough, the next moment, Yi Xiao's actions proved his guess. He suddenly pressed down on the square relief, and immediately that square sank down. Following that, Yi Xiao's fingers flew, continuously moving the relief patterns on the pen holder, as if he were playing a jigsaw puzzle. What is going on? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. No one expected that this unremarkable pen holder had such a mechanism. The cold smile on Jiang Bingkuan's face instantly vanished, his brows furrowing tightly, his gaze trembling slightly. He began to feel a bit anxious. Could it be that Yi Xiao would once again pull some trick to increase the value of this pen holder? But soon he regained his composure. Even if there were hidden secrets in this pen holder, it was merely a low-grade sandalwood carving. How much could it possibly be worth? However, Dong Banzhang thought differently. This secret wood carving was extremely difficult to produce in ancient times. How could an ordinary person afford it? Moreover, the original owner of the pen holder must have wanted to hide some important information by using this secret wood carving. He had a strong premonition that he might be missing something significant this time. 3 minutes later, Yi Xiao had moved all the reliefs according to a certain pattern. When he placed the pen holder back on the table, Dong Banzhang hurriedly leaned in to take a look, and he saw that the previously chaotic bamboo leaves and tiles on the relief had actually combined to form lines of text. Sichuan, Yuhan Feng. After a moment, Dong Banzhang excitedly read out the first 5 small seal characters. Jichuan Yuhan Feng, what does this mean? Everyone was puzzled. I see it as just some random stuff carved by some unknown minor character. What Sichuan, what Yuhan Feng, I've never even heard of it, Huang Meyer scoffed. She was initially shocked that Yi Xiao had rearranged the patterns on the pen holder, but upon hearing Dong Banzhang read out the nonsensical text, she immediately dismissed it. Yi Xiao merely smiled and said nothing. He naturally didn't want to explain to someone with such shallow knowledge. At this moment, Dong Banzhang slowly straightened up, his expression excited, his voice trembling slightly. If I'm not mistaken, this Sichuan should be the name of the alchemy master Gu Hong from the northern and southern dynasties, and this Yuhan Feng is a medical book written by Gu Hong that has been lost for 1,000 years. This was probably the most valuable antique sold at an auction in recent years. It was a pity that they had sold it for only 110,000 because they didn't recognize its worth. Guhong? While the name Jichuan might not be familiar to everyone, Guhong was a well-known figure. If this truly had Guhong's Yuhan Fong inscribed on it, then its value would be immense. What is most valuable in ancient artifacts? It's the text on them, not to mention that this was a medical book lost for 1,000 years. Immediately, a knowledgeable guest shouted, "Miss Shin, sell me this pen holder. I'll offer 100 million. Humph, you think 100 million is enough to buy the Yuhan Fong? That's ridiculous. Miss Shin, I'm willing to offer 500 million. Another guest began to bid, and the value of the Yuhan Fong alone was immeasurable. Perhaps traditional Chinese medicine families in the country would break their heads trying to buy it. However, Shin Luoyan was not at all moved by the guests' bids. Her mouth was agape enough to fit an apple. My goodness, if Dong Banjiang's statement was correct, then this pen holder was indeed a priceless treasure. She now understood why Yi Xiao had said that giving this pen holder to her father would surely satisfy him. The value of this item probably surpassed all of her father's collections. At this moment, Song Qingxue was also staring at Yi Xiao in a daze, not understanding how he had accomplished all of this. If the previous lady's portrait could be attributed to Yi Xiao's accidental luck, then uncovering the hidden secrets of the pen holder was undoubtedly a true skill. Yi Xiao, however, appeared calm and composed. The reason he lingered so long in the exhibition hall was to decipher the intricate wood carving on this brush holder. If it weren't for the collection of jade boxes in the old man's library on Qingyun Mountain, he would have already bought this brush holder himself. At this moment, Jiang Bingkuan's face was twisted, looking worse than if he had lost both parents. He thought he could make Yi Xiao lose face, but unexpectedly, he had once again made Yi Xiao the center of attention. Spending 110,000 on a medical book that couldn't be measured by value, was there anything more profitable than this? Jiang Bingkuan suddenly turned around, sweeping his sleeves as he left with his subordinates. Yi Xiao, just wait. I'll take my time to play with you. Huang Meyer, feeling utterly humiliated, quickly pulled her daughter along and followed Jiang Bingkuan out of the auction hall. In her heart, she scolded Yi Xiao fiercely. To her, it was all Yi Xiao's fault. If he hadn't come to the auction today, how could she have embarrassed herself in front of everyone? Dong Banjiang once again cupped his hands in a bow to Yi Xiao, saying, Mr. Yi, truly a talented individual. I am ashamed to be in your presence. If Mr. Yi is willing to work at my auction house, I would gladly relinquish the position of chief appraiser. Dong Banjiang had naturally recognized Yi Xiao's appraisal abilities and felt a desire to recruit him. If he could bring Yi Xiao into his company, it would undoubtedly elevate the company's status in the treasure appraisal field of Longhua. Yi Xiao, with a look of disdain, directly refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. His appraisal skills were merely a way to pass the time while bored in the world's #1 prison. Learned from Ghost Eye, how could he possibly pursue a professional appraisal career? He preferred his current freedom. After speaking, Yi Xiao also left the auction hall. After carefully putting away the brush holder, Shen Luoyan followed Yi Xiao out. At this time, the official banquet of the Merchant Alliance was drawing near, so the two headed straight for the banquet hall. Due to the feud between Yi Xiao and Jiang Bingkuan, news had spread throughout the cruise ship. Wherever the two went, guests hurriedly avoided them, fearing that being too close would earn them Jiang Bingkuan's resentment. Yi Xiao merely smiled playfully, not caring at all. Soon, they arrived at the banquet hall, where Yi Xiao, with Shen Luoyan, boldly sat down at the central table. Shen Luoyan hesitated a bit because, according to custom, this central position was reserved for the core members or guests of the Merchant Alliance. Given Yi Xiao's conflict with Jiang Bingkuan, sitting here would likely attract trouble. Yi Xiao's action caused the members and guests of the Merchant Alliance in the banquet hall to widen their eyes. Is this kid out of his mind? Offending young Master Jiang and still daring to sit at the central table, who gave him the courage? I think this Yi is simply looking for death. He thinks that just because he embarrassed young Master Jiang with a bit of appraisal skill, he can act so arrogantly. I heard that young Master Jiang's father, the vice president of the Merchant Alliance, is coming over personally. At that time, young Master Jiang will definitely settle both new and old scores with this kid. Those from the song group who had been courted by Jiang Bingkuan were also waiting to see Yi Xiao's joke. Even they could only sit in the corner, while this bodyguard Yi Xiao had the audacity to sit in the central position. Did he have any sense of hierarchy? They estimated that Yi Xiao wouldn't even warm the seat before young Master Jiang would kick him out. Yi Xiao, why don't we change tables? Shen Luoyan said anxiously. What are you afraid of? Just sit down confidently, Yi Xiao replied lightly, casually flipping open a teacup and pouring himself a cup of tea, drinking leisurely. Shen Luoyan shot Yi Xiao a glance, recalling his various wonders from before, and after a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and sat down as well. After today, she was bound to Yi Xiao, and even if she left now, Jiang Bingquan would see her as Yi Xiao's ally. Why not walk this path to the end and accompany Yi Xiao to appreciate the scenery along the way? Before long, Jiang Bingquan entered the banquet hall with Huang Meyer, Song Qingxue, and several attendants. Jiang Bingquan's entrance was in stark contrast to the cold reception Yi Xiao had just received from the guests. Wherever Jiang Bingquan passed, those guests stood up one by one, smiling broadly to greet him. At this moment, the gloom from the earlier auction had long been swept away from Jiang Bingquan's face, replaced by a look of confidence. He believed he had absolute certainty to settle accounts with Yi Xiao. At this time, Song Qingxue also noticed Yi Xiao and Shen Luoyan. Seeing the two sitting alone at the central table, Song Qingxue raised her eyebrows. These two really didn't understand the rules. Sitting in that position was just asking for trouble from Jiang Bingquan. However, Huang Meyer's eyes lit up. She hadn't seen Yi Xiao's embarrassment at the auction, and now this kid was so arrogant. It was hard to believe Jiang Bingquan wouldn't target him. Jiang Bingquan did not disappoint the crowd. He strode toward Yi Xiao's table and shouted imperiously, "Yi Xiao, you have some nerve. Do you think you can sit in this position? Get up right now." Shen Luoyan's heart trembled. The inevitable had finally come. The suppliers from the song group were now looking at Yi Xiao with glee. The show was about to begin. Yi Xiao took a sip of tea, raised his head, and glanced at Jiang Bingquan. Smack! He put down the teacup and said with a half-smile, "Why should I get up? I'm sitting here today. What can you do about it?" Yi Xiao's words immediately left everyone in disbelief and laughter. Who does this kid think he is? Does he really think Jiang Xiao can do anything to him? This is the territory of the business alliance. Does he dare to go against the entire power of the alliance alone? He's done for. This kid is probably going to be beaten to a pulp by Jiang Xiao. Song Qingxue couldn't help but feel anxious for Yi Xiao. How could this guy be so arrogant everywhere? Last time at the Song family, it was fine, but now they were on a cruise ship. Even if Yi Xiao could fight, it was unlikely he could take on the experts raised by the business alliance. Jiang Bingquan sneered, his face full of disdain and contempt, as if Yi Xiao were a lowly bug in his eyes. Yi Xiao, since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being rude. Someone, throw them out. With a wave of his hand, several strong attendants behind him stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura, as if they would capture Yi Xiao on the spot if he dared to resist. TSK, I wasn't wrong. Look, Jiang Xiao is really going to take action against this blind kid. Of course, to put it bluntly, this kid brought this upon himself, giving Jiang Xiao a legitimate reason to deal with him. Exactly, of all the people to offend, he had to offend Jiang Xiao. He really won't die if he doesn't seek death. Everyone wore mocking expressions, quietly sipping tea and watching the show, clearly believing that Yi Xiao had no chance of turning the tables. Even if he didn't die today, Jiang Xiao would at least break his limbs. As for the Shen family, they probably wouldn't have a good outcome after today either, since they had chosen the wrong side by supporting Jiang Xiao's enemy. Just then, Shen Luoyan took out the gold card Yi Xiao had given her earlier and slammed it on the table. Let's see who dares to move. Shen Luoyan was also trying her luck. When the staff on the cruise ship saw this gold card, they immediately changed their attitude toward them. In her view, these thugs from the business alliance would likely recognize this gold card as well. Sure enough, when Jiang Bingquan's followers saw the gold card, their bodies immediately stiffened, and they dared not take another step. They all turned to look at Jiang Bingquan, waiting for the next instruction. What's going on? What did Shen Luoyan just take out? Why does it make Jiang Xiao's people afraid to move? Everyone was curiously peeking. Isn't this the supreme gold card that only the president can hold? The members of the business alliance in the banquet hall naturally recognized the card and were all extremely astonished. There is a rule in the business alliance that seeing the supreme gold card is like seeing the president in person. At this moment, they suddenly realized why Shen Luoyan and Yi Xiao dared to sit at the center table. It turned out they had some backing. But how could this supreme gold card be in Shen Luoyan's hands? They were puzzled. Song Qingxue was stunned. Did Shen Luoyan have the supreme gold card of the business alliance? But soon she recalled that previously, Shen Luoyan and Yi Xiao were able to board the cruise ship despite Jiang Bingquan's obstruction, which could explain it. Suddenly, a thought struck Song Qingxue's mind. Did Yi Xiao find Shen Luoyan to help the song group out of trouble? Jiang Bingquan, however, merely snorted coldly. He had already learned about Shen Luoyan having this gold card from the cruise staff. During this time, he had thoroughly investigated Shen Luoyan's identity and background. Although he did not know how Shen Luoyan obtained this card, even if she got it through legitimate means, he no longer needed to be afraid because this card was about to be cancelled. Jiang Bingquan sneered, "Miss Shen, is this your backing? I just wonder how it ended up in your hands." Jiang Bingquan asked confidently. This was also the question of the business alliance members. Since the Supreme Gold Card held great power within the alliance, it was usually controlled by the president himself or the president's trusted aides. The Shin family's 100 billion group had not yet joined the alliance. How could the president give this gold card to Shin Luoyen? Naturally, Shin Luoyen could not answer this question, but before she could turn her head, Yishao spoke up. Jiang Bingkuan, you don't need to know that. Now tell me, do we have the right to sit here? Jiang Bingkuan grinned and said slowly, of course not. You have no qualifications. Now, I suspect you have stolen the president's Supreme Gold Card, seriously harming the reputation of our business alliance. Therefore, not only is there no place for you on this cruise ship today, but next, you and the 100 billion group will also become public enemies of our business alliance. Hearing Jiang Bingkuan's words, the members of the business alliance looked at him in disbelief. Even though Shin Luoyen did not explain how she obtained the Supreme Gold Card, it ultimately represented the president. Did Jiang Bingkuan really not regard the president at all? Yi Xiao also did not expect Jiang Bingkuan to dare to ignore the Supreme Gold Card. He smiled playfully and said, Jiang Bingkuan, you should know better than I do what the Supreme Gold Card represents in your business alliance. Do you want to go against the rules of the alliance? Just as the members of the alliance were eager to hear how Jiang Bingkuan would explain himself, suddenly, a cold, hard voice came from the entrance of the banquet hall. Rules? I am the rule of the business alliance. Everyone turned to look and saw a group of bodyguards in black suits escorting a middle-aged man inside. This man had a square face and thick eyebrows, as if stained with ink. His expressionless face had two piercing eyes that shot towards Yi Xiao like a hawk. Vice President Jiang. The members of the business alliance all reacted and stood up to greet him. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. Interesting, the younger one was dealt with, and now the older one had arrived. Jiang Jianan? That's it, even Jiang Jianan has been provoked now. At this rate, it seems even the Supreme Gold Card given by Yi Xiao won't be of any use. Shin Luoyen glanced at Yi Xiao, her heart still trembling. Those from the Song group who initially thought that Yi Xiao could escape disaster with the Supreme Gold Card had completely calmed down. Now that Vice President Jiang has arrived, could they not crush a Yi Xiao? I think this Yi is so arrogant that even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Who says otherwise? This kid thinks that by clinging to Shin Luoyen's thigh, he can do whatever he wants, not realizing that there are always higher mountains. Jiang Bingkuan shot a cold glance at Yi Xiao. Today he must give Yi Xiao a bloody lesson, making him realize that in his business alliance's territory, no one is allowed to be more powerful than himself. At this moment, Yi Xiao spoke calmly, Vice President Jiang, are you really this unreasonable? Jiang Jianan examined Yi Xiao with a blank expression, his tone filled with mockery. Reason? Kid, let me tell you, in my business alliance's territory, I am the reason. Whatever I say, that is naturally what it is. Someone, take this thief down and bring him back to await the president's judgment. High and mighty, unassailable. With Jiang Jianan's command, the bodyguards behind him and Jiang Bingkuan's followers all glared at Yi Xiao with fierce eyes, ready to strike at any moment. Wait, President Jiang, please give me a moment, I will persuade Yi Xiao to apologize to you. Song Qingxue mustered her courage to step forward. She remembered how Yi Xiao had defended her before and could not bear to watch him fall into the hands of Jiang Jianan and his son. Jiang Jianan slightly turned his head to glance at Song Qingxue. He had heard his son mention her and knew she was the president of the Song group, so he mockingly said, alright, Miss Song, if you can make this kid kneel and apologize to my son, I might give you some face. Qingxue, what are you doing? Why are you still trying to help that toad? This is all his own doing. Huang Meyer grabbed Song Qingxue's hand, exasperated. Mom, Yi Xiao is still an employee of my company, if I don't help him, who will? With that, Song Qingxue broke free from her mother's grip and walked up to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, you see what's happening, right? If you want to settle this matter, you should apologize quickly, otherwise, no one can help you. Song Qingxue said, clenching her fists. She didn't want to see Yi Xiao bow his head, but the situation was stronger than the person. Yi Xiao's strength was formidable, but facing so many warriors from the business alliance, she felt he still couldn't hold up. Yi Xiao picked up his teacup and gently rotated it in his palm. Song Qingxue, you underestimate me too much. Apologizing to this bunch of trash? I'm afraid they can't handle it. Trash? Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Song Qingxue's body trembled uncontrollably. Her white teeth bit down on her lip, filled with endless grievance and pain. She didn't understand why Yi Xiao wouldn't appreciate her kindness. What status did Yi Xiao have? What status did Jiang Jianan and his son have? Was bowing down really more important than life itself? Yi Xiao, I ask you one last time, will you apologize or not? Tears were already welling up in Song Qingxue's eyes, as if they would burst forth at any moment. This time, Yi Xiao did not respond, he merely sipped his tea in silence, indifferent to Song Qingxue's words. Fine, I won't care about you anymore. Do as you wish. With that, Song Qingxue angrily turned and ran towards the door. Huang Meyer shot Yi Xiao a glare before chasing after her, although she didn't want to see Yi Xiao get killed by Jiang Jinan and his son, who could blame this kid for being so ungrateful. The onlookers all began to sneer. This kid is really foolish. The only way out has been blocked by himself. Indeed, Miss Song has been sentimental and pleaded for him with President Jiang, but this kid is too stubborn, really thinking that President Jiang wouldn't dare to take real action against him? At this moment, Shen Luoyan was also extremely tense. Given the current situation, it was inevitable that Jiang Jinan and his son would take action. She simply couldn't understand why Yi Xiao remained so calm. Did he have some kind of support? After all, the other party didn't even give face to the president of the business alliance. Who here could possibly protect him? Yi, you really have guts. I want to see if you can still be so tough after having your limbs broken. Jiang Bingquan laughed maniacally, looking at Yi Xiao as if he were a corpse. Just based on the humiliation Yi Xiao had inflicted on him at the auction, it was enough for him to kill Yi Xiao 10 times over. Jiang Jinan waved his hand indifferently. Do it. His tone was so apathetic, as if he were ordering someone to step on an ant. Indeed, in Jiang Jinan's eyes, Yi Xiao was just a trivial insect. Daring to obstruct their affairs meant he could be crushed without a second thought. As for the supreme gold card in Yi Xiao's possession, he looked down on it. Because soon, he would be the president of the business alliance. And what could a former president's item possibly restrain him? Just as the onlookers raised their teacups, waiting for Yi Xiao to be beaten into a dead dog, and Jiang Jinan's subordinates were cracking their knuckles, a booming voice suddenly echoed through the banquet hall. Jiang Jinan, you have quite the power. I, Situ Hong, am not dead yet. Are you so eager to slap my face? Upon hearing this voice, all the members of the business alliance in the hall couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. As Situ president, they saw a spirited old man, accompanied by several cold-faced subordinates, striding out. The old man exuded an aura of control over the situation, giving off an invisible pressure, a result of long-standing authority. This man was the one who had been possessed at the city hospital and was saved by Yi Xiao, the president of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, Situ Hong. As for Yi Xiao's supreme gold card, it was one of the gifts Situ Hong had given him as thanks. Initially, when Yi Xiao learned of Situ Hong's identity, he wanted to have Situ Hong issue an order to resolve the troubles for the Song group, but Situ Hong wanted to fish for bigger prey. He aimed to expose the person who had been scheming against him from behind, which led to Yi Xiao boarding the cruise ship. Now, judging from Jiang Jinan and his son's utter disregard for the supreme gold card, Situ Hong's suspicions were not unfounded. The Jiang family had significant motives. A glance from Situ Hong towards Jiang Jinan made the latter's hair stand on end, and sweat instantly soaked his back. Situ Hong, how can he still appear here? Didn't the news say he was close to death? Jiang Bingquan was now trembling in fear. Situ Hong's possession was closely tied to their father-son duo. The Jiang family was strong and held a high position in the business alliance, but they were still weaker compared to the Situ family. Those who had been eagerly discussing and waiting to see Yi Xiao's misfortune, the partners of the Song group, now seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, even forgetting to drink the exquisite tea guanyin that was brought to their lips. How could this happen? President Situ actually came in person. Does this mean Yi Xiao has already gained President Situ's support? Shen Luoyan was also petrified. Yi Xiao being able to produce the supreme gold card had already shocked her, but she never expected that Yi Xiao had allied with the president of the business alliance. Situ Hong's emergence from the inner room could only prove that everything that had just happened had been anticipated by Yi Xiao and Situ Hong. She finally understood why Yi Xiao dared to sit confidently at the center table. This was a strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole was behind. Jiang Jinan quickly realized this as well. However, in his view, Situ Hong probably only had suspicions about him and lacked concrete evidence to prove that he was the one behind that incident. He forced a calm smile and walked over. President, you're here. Why didn't you give me a heads up? Situ Hong smiled coldly. If I had given you a heads up, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to see this good show. Vice President Jiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Situ Hong's words were actually double-edged, referring both to Yi Xiao's matter and subtly hinting at his own entanglement with the evil energy from the jade ring. Jiang Jinan chuckled, maintaining his smile. President, it's my fault for being old and my eyes failing me. I didn't realize that Mr. Yi and Miss Shin were people you valued. However, I'm also thinking of our alliance's reputation. If this supreme gold card falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to big problems. He was a seasoned old fox and naturally caught the double meaning in Situ Hong's words, so he wouldn't expose any flaws regarding the jade ring, only lightly mentioning his suspicion of Yi Xiao stealing the supreme gold card. Situ Hong raised an eyebrow. Having dealt with Jiang Jianan for many years, he knew that without solid evidence, it was impossible to make Jiang Jianan admit to the matter of the jade ring for now. Vice President Jiang, let me make it clear, Mr. Yi is my savior. If it weren't for him, I would have died 5 days ago. Therefore, I will unconditionally support Mr. Yi, and the supreme gold card in Mr. Ye's possession represents my will. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Jiang Jianan's eyes. That Yi fellow was truly detestable. If it weren't for him, he would already be the president of the alliance. But soon, the coldness in Jiang Jianan's eyes dissipated, replaced by a warm smile as he turned back to Yi Xiao, saying, Mr. Yi, on behalf of the alliance members, I thank you for saving the president and express my regret for today's incident. After we come down, I will handle this matter seriously. Jiang Jianan concealed his resentment well. He had decided to bow to Yi Xiao for now. Although Yi Xiao had some skills, he was just a small bodyguard. Being supported by a vice president like him would surely make Yi Xiao feel on top of the world, and then he would have plenty of opportunities for revenge. Jiang Bingquan thought similarly. Yi Xiao was merely riding on the tiger's power. Even Situ Hong, the old tiger, didn't dare to do anything to him and his son. Yi Xiao, the fox, would surely know when to retreat. However, Yi Xiao merely curled his lip, his eyes glinting with mockery. Vice President Jiang, I think we shouldn't wait any longer. Let's deal with this now. Since President Situ says this supreme gold card should represent him, I can use it to dismiss a vice president, right? As he spoke, Yi Xiao picked up the supreme gold card from the table and toyed with it in his hand. This was the sharp sword Situ Hong had given him. Situ Hong was deep-minded and far-sighted, willing to play along with Jiang Jianan, but Yi Xiao had no such patience. Jiang Jianan's brows furrowed, his face darkening frighteningly. He wasn't afraid of Situ Hong turning against him for now because he understood Situ Hong's style. He wouldn't recklessly attack him. But Yi Xiao was a hot-headed youth. If he really took action against him, he could only watch helplessly. Hearing Yi Xiao's threat against his father, Jiang Bingquan ground his steel teeth together, never expecting Yi Xiao to be so clueless, daring to act like a commander with a mere feather. But now he was helpless against it because behind Yi Xiao stood the formidable Situ Hong. Jiang Jianan took a deep breath and then smiled. I wonder how Mr. Yi plans to handle this. Yi Xiao chuckled. First, the Tiger Power Group. I don't want to see it exist in Lingzhou anymore. Either you disband it, or let it merge into the Song Group. That's absolutely impossible. Jiang Bingquan was the first to step forward to refute. The Tiger Group is a leg that the Jiang family has stepped out with in Lingzhou. How could he allow it to be severed by Yi Xiao? Moreover, Su Hui is still outside today, representing him in the development of the harbor. How could he just sell Su Hui out? The onlookers also felt that Jiang Jianan would not agree to Yi Xiao's conditions. After all, the Tiger Group is a company worth nearly 10 billion. Even if it has been severely damaged by the Song Group and the Jinha Group working together, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. It still holds some value. Even Situ Hong thought that Yi Xiao's conditions were rather harsh. He understood the Jiang Group's strategy. It was all about wanting to establish a foothold in Lingzhou before the harbor was completed, right? If the Tiger Group were to be dismantled or handed over, it would mean that the Jiang Group's previous plans were all in vain. However, to his surprise, Jiang Jianan shouted at Jiang Bingquan, "Get lost! Who do you think you are to speak here?" After saying that, he turned his smiling face to Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, I will take charge of this matter. The Tiger Group can merge into the Song Group. What? Vice Chairman Jiang actually agreed to this request? I must be hearing things. Everyone was incredulous. The Jiang Jianan father and son were known for only taking in and never giving out, yet today they were willing to relinquish such a huge benefit. Yi Xiao nodded. Very good, Vice Chairman Jiang, quite perceptive. Hearing Yi Xiao's heavily sarcastic words, Jiang Jianan could only suppress his anger and smile without speaking. But when he turned to look elsewhere, his gaze suddenly changed. It became incredibly fierce and sharp. At this moment, Yi Xiao's voice rang out again, and then there are those people. As he spoke, Xiaoyi pointed at the collaborators who betrayed the Song Group. These opportunists had just been groveling to Jiang Bingquan, mocking him, and now he naturally wanted to settle the score. Seeing Yi Xiao point at them, the group of collaborators from the Song Group felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had suddenly fallen into an Arctic ice lake. I want the business alliance to cut off any cooperation with them and add them to the blacklist. Vice Chairman Jiang, this won't be too difficult for you, will it? Yi Xiao said with a half-smile, looking at Jiang Jianan. Chairman Jiang, please. We are all just following young Master Jiang's orders. Yes. Young Master Jiang, please help us out. The collaborators were all panicking. If the business alliance really cut off cooperation with them, wouldn't they lose everything for tearing up their contract with the Song Group? Even worse, they would end up on the business alliance's blacklist, which would mean that in the entire Jiangnan province, their companies would become the least reputable, and who would dare to do business with them then? But Jiang Bingquan remained indifferent. He couldn't even protect the tiger group he had painstakingly acquired, so how could he care about these minor players? Moreover, given the current situation, even if he spoke up, his father wouldn't agree. So he simply pretended to be deaf and mute. Seeing Jiang Bingquan standing by with his arms crossed, the group of collaborators collapsed to the ground in despair, regretting their actions deeply. Looking back now, their previous maneuvers were not just aimed at choking the song group, they had simply tightened the noose around their own necks while kicking away the chair they stood on. These are all minor matters, entirely up to Mr. Ye's arrangements. Mr. Yi, do you have any other requests? Jiang Jinan replied expressionlessly. Since he had already decided to soften his stance towards Yi Xiao, he would thoroughly satisfy him. If one wants to destroy, one must first drive them mad. Just wait, kid, when I catch my breath, it will be your end. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, acting like a true fool, and said proudly, very good, Vice Chairman Jiang, I am quite satisfied. After saying that, Yi Xiao turned to stare at Jiang Bingquan, smiling lightly. Jiang Bingquan, how about it? I warned you from the start about the consequences of seeking trouble with me. And what about you? You didn't take it seriously. Now you know the pain, right? Too bad it's too late. Yi Xiao did not hide the provocation in his words. Jiang Bingquan's eyes instantly turned red, baring his teeth in anger. He certainly remembered Yi Xiao's warning. During their first confrontation, Yi Xiao had used Wang Chufeng as an example. At that time, he had thought himself secure, being the vice president of the Merchant Alliance and having no ties with the Song family, so he dismissed Yi Xiao's words. He never expected that Yi Xiao would become Si Tu Hong's savior. At this moment, what could he do? Even with a raging fire of anger in his chest, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. With this, Yi Xiao had completely resolved the troubles of the Song family. Jiang Jinan and his son Jiang Bingquan had no face to stay there any longer, so they quickly left with an excuse. Si Tu Hong then sat beside Yi Xiao and started chatting. After this incident, Si Tu Hong had a renewed understanding of this savior. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had seen many outstanding young people, and Yi Xiao was undoubtedly among the best. Not only did his medical skills surpass those of the renowned healer Yu Huaxian, but even his ability to appraise treasures made Dong Banjiang feel inferior. Moreover, when facing Jiang Jinan, Yi Xiao remained calm and composed. He even had a thought that, even without himself, Yi Xiao could probably make Jiang Jinan and his son bow down. Naturally, he favored such a young man, and even Xin Luoyan, who was beside Yi Xiao, benefited from this, as Si Tu Hong promised to expand the Qianni group into the Merchant Alliance and even offered Xin Qianni a seat as a council member. This made Xin Luoyan very happy. The Merchant Alliance had strict requirements for new members. Apart from the 10 founding top enterprises in Jiangnan, the other members were all supporters of these 10 enterprises. Even the richest man, Wang Jinha's Jinha group, had not been accepted. Their Qianni group had previously applied to join, but the condition was to give up a portion of their shares to the Merchant Alliance members, which they could not accept. Now, Si Tu Hong was unconditionally incorporating the Qianni group into the Merchant Alliance, which would undoubtedly allow the Qianni group to expand better in Jiangnan province, providing an excellent opportunity for advancement. The father's judgment was not wrong. Yi Xiao was truly worth their investment. While Si Tu Hong and Yi Xiao were toasting each other, in a room on the cruise ship, Song Qingxue was sitting on the edge of the bed, feeling overwhelmed. Looking at the blue waves and sky outside the cabin, her mood felt as desolate as being in a yellow sand desert. How was Yi Xiao doing now? Had he been controlled by the Merchant Alliance? Was he in danger? Beside Song Qingxue, Huang Maya was leisurely peeling a candied pear. Qingxue, you don't need to worry about that ingrate anymore. This is all his own doing. You were already very kind. That kid is just asking for trouble. Doesn't he see how powerful Jiang Xiao and his son are? He dares to confront them head-on. Isn't that just like a moth to a flame? Besides, look at that kid. He clearly doesn't care about you at all. You moved out just 3 days ago, and he's already flirting with Xin Luoyan. But that's not surprising. For someone from a fallen family like him, the quickest way to get ahead is to rely on women, right? Huang Maya was not only trying to persuade her daughter but also took the opportunity to criticize Yi Xiao. As for Yi Xiao's fate, she naturally didn't care, as long as he no longer appeared before her and obstructed her daughter's relationship with Jiang Bingquan. Hearing her mother's words, Song Qingxue became increasingly agitated. She really wanted to go back and plead with Jiang Bingquan again, but thinking of Yi Xiao's cold attitude towards her earlier made her feel utterly disheartened. Come on, Qingxue, have a pair. Just forget about Yi Xiao and focus on your relationship with Bingquan. Huang Maya handed the peeled candied pear to her daughter. Song Qingxue frowned, about to refuse her mother, when someone knocked on the door. Ha, it must be Bingkuan. Qingxue, you must remember to speak nicely to Bingkuan later, no more sulking. Who knows, if Bingkuan is happy, he might even let that toad off the hook. Huang Mei said, her eyebrows dancing as she went to open the door. In her mind, she could already see her daughter successfully holding hands with Jiang Bingkuan, receiving a large bride price from the Jiang family. Song Qingshue's delicate body trembled slightly. Was it Jiang Bingkuan? Would he bring bad news about Yi Xiao? What should I do? Do I really have to submit to Jiang Bingkuan to save Yi Xiao's life? Just as Song Qingshue's brows furrowed in distress and Huang Mei's joy was uncontainable, the door opened. But it wasn't Jiang Bingkuan outside, it was a group of partners from the Song group. Why are you all here? Huang Mei's face immediately darkened, clearly showing her disdain for these ungrateful people. Song Qingxue was also taken aback, not understanding why these partners had come to find her. Did Jiang Bingkuan send them? At that moment, the leader of the partners awkwardly smiled, Madam Song, Mr. Song, we are here to ask for your forgiveness. We are all willing to re-sign contracts with the Song group, and we will transfer the previous breach of contract compensation to the Song group's account immediately. They all knew the relationship between Yi Xiao and the Song family, believing that as long as they re-established a contract with the Song group they could negotiate the matter of the business alliance blacklist. Upon hearing this, Huang Mei's eyes lit up, and she smiled, it must be Bingkuan who sent you. In her view, Jiang Bingkuan must have dealt with Yi Xiao and, worried that her daughter would be unhappy, sent these partners to restore cooperation with the Song group to lessen her daughter's grievances against him. Hearing Huang Mei's words, the leading partner's eyes flickered with hesitation, and he finally replied bitterly, young Master Jiang and President Jiang have already left the cruise ship. We came on our own initiative. He certainly hoped that Jiang Bingkuan had sent them, but Jiang Bingkuan was unreliable. Not only had he failed to drive Yi Xiao off the cruise ship or crush him, but he had also been forced to flee in disgrace by Yi Xiao. Ha! Huang Mei found it hard to believe. How could Bingkuan leave? Why didn't he notify us? Song Qingxue was also puzzled. She had long experienced the nature of these partners, a group solely interested in profit. How could they spontaneously come to seek cooperation? Moreover, Jiang Bingkuan leaving the cruise ship without a word was baffling. The banquet should have just begun. With the status of Jiang Bingkuan and his father, there was no reason for them to leave in such a hurry. Something must have happened after she left. Mr. Ho, if you want me to sign a contract with you, tell me, did something happen after I left? After steadying her emotions, Song Qingxue asked in a deep voice. Just as Mr. Ho was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from beside him. What are you all doing here? Are you affecting my boss's rest? Can you bear the responsibility? Upon hearing this voice, Mr. Ho's eyelids jumped. Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao approach, all the partners respectfully made way, not daring to breathe. Their company's future was in Yi Xiao's hands. If they angered him, they might as well jump into the sea. When Song Qingxue saw Yi Xiao appear before her unscathed, her heart first filled with joy, but then her expression hardened, her gaze filled with questioning. Although she was curious about how Yi Xiao had escaped, his earlier cold rejection left her feeling uncomfortable, so she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Huang Mei, on the other hand, widened her eyes, her expression more exaggerated than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Why you? How did you get here? She asked in astonishment. Yi Xiao did not immediately answer Huang Mei but waved his hand to dismiss the partners. I need to talk to Mr. Song. We can discuss your matters later. Just now at the banquet, Yi Xiao saw this group of business partners leaving in droves and guessed they must be looking for Song Qingxue, so he followed them. Now, he has less than a month left on his agreement with old Song, and he doesn't want any more trouble from Huang Mei. Yes. Mr. Yi, you talk to President Song first, we'll wait outside. President Ho quickly reacted and let everyone out without hesitation. The business partners' obedience to Yi Xiao left Huang Mei and Song Qingxue stunned. What was going on? Just a moment ago in the banquet hall, these people had looked down on Yi Xiao as if he were nothing. How could they suddenly treat him with such respect, as if he were their ancestor? Ahem. Seeing the emo expressions on Song Qingxue and her mother, Yi Xiao cleared his throat twice and said, President Song, just now, President Situ from the Business Alliance came. He greatly appreciates Miss Shin and believes that the actions of the Jiang father and son are damaging the reputation of the alliance, so he drove them away. As for the business partners, it was also after Miss Shin spoke well of us that President Situ allowed them to come and apologize. This was a script Yi Xiao had prepared in advance, placing all the blame on Shin Luoyan. President Situ? Although Yi Xiao's explanation was somewhat plausible, Song Qingxue's delicate brows remained tightly furrowed. Jiang Jinan was the vice president of the business alliance. Would Situ Hong really drive Jiang Jinan away over such a trivial matter? However, Huang Mei didn't think that much. I said, Where did you get such great power? It turns out it's because you have Shen Luoyen backing you. Yi Xiao, didn't I warn you last time to stop using her name to show off? Just because you sage Miss Shen doesn't mean you can flaunt her name outside. There will come a day when the favor runs out. Once Miss Shen has repaid her debt, you'll still just be a little bodyguard. Any one of those people just now could crush you. Huang Mei, thinking she had seen through everything, scolded Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao just smiled and said nothing. Good, Huang Mei had been fooled. But he could tell that Song Qingxue was probably not so easy to deal with. Alright, Mom, since everything is resolved, don't say anything more about him. Song Qingxue stopped her mother from continuing. Then, she raised her head and gave Yi Xiao a meaningful glance, clearly saying, don't think you can just brush this off. One day, I will figure everything out. At this moment, on a small boat heading to the port, Zhang Zhenhai was frowning deeply. The special cigarettes in his hand were almost burnt out, yet he hadn't taken a puff. Zhang Bingkuan couldn't help but ask, Dad, are we just going to give up? The Tiger Group was hard for me to acquire, and that Yi Kid is too arrogant. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to vent my anger. Only then did Jiang Zhenan extinguish the cigarette butt in his hand. When he raised his eyes, the cold light in his gaze was like two daggers, chilling Zhang Bingkuan to the bone, making him catch his breath. Bingkuan, do you know where you went wrong this time? Jiang Zhenan slowly spoke. Before Jiang Bingkuan could answer, Jiang Zhenan answered himself. The mistake was that you didn't understand Yi Xiao's background and rashly took action against him. Why did Jiang Zhenan agree to Yi Xiao's conditions on the cruise ship? Was he worried that Yi Xiao would use the Supreme Gold card against him? Not entirely. What he truly feared was Sito Hong. Today, Sito Hong appeared on the cruise ship without Jiang Zhenan, the vice president, knowing anything about it. What did this indicate? It indicated that Sito Hong's control over the entire business alliance far exceeded Jiang Zhenan's imagination. If Sito Hong suddenly turned against him, he might not even know how he died. At this moment, Zhang Bingkuan also calmed his mind, recalling his two confrontations with Yi Xiao, both of which seemed to have ended in defeat for him due to this very point. The first time was because he didn't know Yi Xiao had Zhou Jian as his support, and this time he thought he had Yi Xiao all figured out, only for Sito Hong to emerge unexpectedly. Looking back now, Yi Xiao was indeed somewhat terrifying. It seemed that what he revealed was always just the tip of the iceberg, but as soon as you collided with him head-on, you would discover how unfathomable the depths hidden beneath the surface truly were. Dad, I admit I made a mistake this time, but we can't just let it go like this. No matter how difficult Yi Xiao is to deal with, he is now blocking our way, and we can only crush him. Zhang Bingkuan said sharply, his eyes fierce and menacing. He had always been the one to bully others, but since coming to Lingzhou, he had been defeated by Yi Xiao twice in a row. How could he accept that? Zhang Zhenan pulled out another cigarette to light. Yi Xiao must be eliminated, but we can't do it ourselves. And what about the Tiger Group? Do you think I would just hand it over without a fight? As long as I get rid of that old guy Sito Hong, not to mention the Tiger Group, even the Song Group won't escape our grasp. For now, let's allow Yi Xiao and the Song Group to enjoy their moment of triumph. When we return to Lingzhou, everyone will have to crawl at our feet. Zhang Zhenan's deep voice was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Just wait. Yi Xiao, let me get through this ordeal, and I will make you pay back tenfold. After a thrilling yet uneventful cruise banquet, Song Qingxue and Yi Xiao returned to the villa together. Although Song Qingxue didn't press for details, her attitude towards Yi Xiao remained cold. Yi Xiao felt indifferent. With a month left, he just needed to grit his teeth and get through it. In recent days, Song Qingxue had been very busy. She inexplicably received a contract for the transfer of the Tiger Group from the Jiang Group, and the price was far below the current market value of the Tiger Group, which made her doubt the authenticity of the deal. After discussing it with her grandfather, she finally dared to sign the contract. The most pleased was Song Qigong. Without even stepping out of his door, he received the news that his old rival was being devoured. Could anything be more delightful? He naturally understood who was behind this, which strengthened his resolve to matchmake Yi Xiao and his granddaughter. How could he let such a promising son-in-law slip away? After finally enjoying a couple of comfortable days, Yi Xiao arrived at the company one day and received a call from Lin Hongjia. Director Yi, someone is causing trouble at the company. Can you come over? Lin Hongjia said urgently, getting straight to the point. Oh. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised. T&I Company was a joint venture between him and Wang Jinhe. Even if others didn't know his identity, Wang Jinhe was the richest man in Jiangnan province. How could someone dare to cause trouble? Moreover, Lin Hongjia was one of Wang Jinhe's most capable aides. The fact that she called him for help indicated that the situation was serious and beyond her control, so Yi Xiao agreed immediately. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao appeared downstairs at T&I Company. From a distance, he saw Louis, dressed in a fitted OL professional outfit, anxiously pacing back and forth. Yi Xiao took a glance at Louis. She seemed to have become even more graceful in the few days they hadn't seen each other. She wore a pair of red high heels that accentuated her long, fair legs. Louis noticed Yi Xiao at this moment. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, but when she saw Yi Xiao openly sizing her up, she gave him an unceremonious eye roll, cursing him silently as an old lecher. You finally made it. Come on, let's go upstairs. President Lin can barely hold on. Although Louis was somewhat displeased with Yi Xiao, she knew that the company's matters took precedence. Yi Xiao nodded. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Louis began to explain the ins and outs of the situation. Here's what happened. This morning, the boss of Fangheng Investment Company, Xinhua Kai, came to our company with a large group of subordinates and rudely demanded to buy shares. After President Lin refused, Xinhua Kai insisted on staying. In desperation, President Lin called security, but they were beaten by Xinhua Cai's men. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown. It really was a lawless place, and people were quite arrogant. Didn't you call the police? We did, but Xinhua Kai used his connections. Shortly after we called, the patrol car broke down on the way and hasn't arrived yet. Louis said, her brows furrowed and her expression serious. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed Xinhua Kai had a strong background. No wonder even Lin Hongjiao couldn't handle him. As they spoke, the elevator had already reached the floor of T&I Company. Upon entering the company, Yi Xiao saw that all the employees had expressions of fear and trepidation, with many peering towards the reception room. At the entrance of the reception room, several security guards from T&I Company were lying in disarray. Seeing the guards on the ground, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Yi Xiao's eyes. These guards were his subordinates after all. How dare they touch them? Did they really think he couldn't take action? Upon seeing Yi Xiao, the employees finally perked up a bit, but they weren't as enthusiastic as when he last visited. Everyone just lowered their voices to greet him, as if afraid of disturbing the important figures in the reception room. Yi Xiao first checked the injuries of the guards, finding that they had broken ribs and hand bones, but no fatal injuries. After instructing someone to take them for treatment, he suppressed his anger and pushed the door into the reception room. Once inside, he saw Lin Hongjiao sitting on the sofa with a stern expression, and across from her was a young man with a cigar tilted in his mouth, looking arrogant. This man had a square face, was slightly plump, and had deep-set eyes. Even though he was dressed in a designer suit, he gave off a sleazy vibe. Upon seeing Yi Xiao enter, Lin Hongjiao let out a long sigh of relief and quickly stood up to greet him. Director Yi, Lin Hongjiao called respectfully. Although she hadn't interacted much with Yi Xiao, the fact that he could earn the respect of Su Jianxin and Qiu Kuanpeng, and receive special treatment from Wang Jinhe, was enough to show Yi Xiao's capabilities. This was also the reason she could face Xinhua Cai's aggressive demeanor without yielding. Yi Xiao nodded slightly and then sat down in the position Lin Hongjiao had just vacated. At this moment, Xinhua Cai squinted his eyes and looked Yi Xiao up and down, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. He had thought the chairman of T&I Company would be someone of great stature. It turned out to be just an unknown young punk. You are the chairman of T&I? Xinhua Cai said dismissively. That's right, I am. Yi Xiao replied calmly. Good, then I won't waste time. Here is 100 million. I intend to buy 20% of your company's shares. Hurry up and prepare the contract. I don't have time to waste with you. Xinhua Cai exhaled a puff of smoke and pointed to a check on the table, speaking in an overbearing manner. Before coming, he had also inquired, in T&I Company, Jinhe Group only held 20% of the shares, and this company couldn't be considered part of Jinhe Group's assets, so he didn't need to worry about Wang Jinhe intervening. Besides, a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Even if Wang Jinhe came, he would have to give him some face, let alone Yi Xiao, who was just an insignificant person without any background. Yi Xiao looked at Xinhua Cai with a caring expression, as if he were dealing with a fool, and smiled slightly. Are you an idiot? Wang Jinhe spent 1 billion to acquire 20% of my company's shares. Do you think your 100 million is made of gold? Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Xinhua Cai immediately darkened his face. Kid, I'm willing to talk to you nicely for 1 billion, which is giving you face. If you refuse to drink the toast and instead drink the penalty wine, I can guarantee that your company won't last a day. Xinhua Cai's tone had taken on a threatening nature. Louis's expression instantly tensed. She had heard that Xinhua Cai's Fangheng Investment was a rogue company in Lingzhou, lacking any real investment capability, but they would always try to forcefully take a share of projects backed by large groups. However, because Xinhua Cai had connections, many who would suit him were all settled. Lin Hongjiao also knew that Xinhua Cai had the capital to say such things, but she was calmer than Louis, quietly watching Yi Xiao to see how he would handle it. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. Alright, I'll accept your money. Upon hearing this, Xinhua Cai burst into laughter, filled with mockery and disdain. In his view, Yi Zhao's earlier demeanor was merely a facade of calmness, and now, under his threat, he had revealed his true self. That's right. Now you're being sensible. Shin Guokai raised his hand holding the cigar and pointed at Yi Zhao, teasingly saying, from now on, we can be friends. The more friends, the more paths. If you encounter any trouble in Lingzhou that you can't solve, feel free to come to me for help, I'll consider it. Lin Hongjiu and Lu Yi were both stunned. They never expected Yi Zhao would agree to Shin Guokai like this. This was 20% of the shares. Especially Lu Yi, who was filled with doubts. This didn't seem like Yi Zhao's style at all. Even when facing Huang Feihu and his large group demanding accountability, Yi Zhao had remained calm. How could it be that now, just a bit of threatening from Shin Guokai made Yi Zhao compromise? At that moment, the employees outside the reception room, who had vaguely heard some of the conversation, felt desolate. This Director Yi is too cowardly. Yeah, when he first came, I thought he would stand up for the security brothers. I didn't expect that just a little threat from the other side would make him sell out the company. Exactly. It's really unfortunate to have such a spineless boss. Who knows how much we'll be bullied in the future. I should just write a resignation letter. I don't want to stay in a company that can't even guarantee employee safety. The employees all despised Yi Zhao for not standing up for the company's employees and selling out the company's interests. At this moment, Yi Zhao spoke again. I think you misunderstood my meaning. I'm accepting your billion, not to sell you shares. This billion is just for compensating my employees' medical expenses. Ha! Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Shin Guotsai's expression instantly froze, and it took him a while to react. He never expected that Yi Zhao would dare to say such a thing to him. Lu Yi felt a sense of relief. This was the Yi Zhao she knew. Unafraid of power, daring to fight back against any provocation. The employees outside the reception room were also dumbfounded. It turned out that Director Yi wasn't going to sell out the company's interests or ignore the security. He even boldly demanded $1 billion in compensation for the security, and although they were doubtful whether this could be accomplished, since Yi Zhao dared to say this to Shin Guokai, it showed he was quite responsible. Working for such a boss gave them a greater sense of security. Kid, you've got guts. Shin Guotsai's eyes were cold, and his tone was sinister. Do you think I was just joking with you, thinking I really wouldn't dare to smash your company? Yi Zhao curled his lips. Go ahead, but I must remind you, if you dare to touch even a single signature pen or a broom in my company, the compensation will double. Yi Zhao spoke calmly, their eyes locked, and it was then that Shin Guokai felt a wave of provocation. Shin Guokai glared fiercely, suddenly waving his hand. Go, smash it for me. Anyone who dares to stop us, beat them hard. If we kill or injure them, they deserve it. Yes. Following Shin Guotsai's orders, a group of his subordinates stormed out of the reception room, each grabbing chairs or clubs, and began to smash the computers and other valuable equipment in the office hall. The staff in the office hall, faced with the fierce-looking subordinates of Shin Guokai, quickly backed away. They knew these people were skilled fighters. Even the company's security had been easily taken down just moments ago. If they stepped forward, they would likely end up with broken limbs. Director Yi, we can't just let them smash everything. The loss of property is minor, but it could delay the company's project schedule. Lin Hongjiu said anxiously to Yi Zhao. However, Yi Zhao dismissed her concerns with a smile. Don't worry, what's a little delay? Can this loss be worth 100 million? Yi Zhao's words left Lin Hongjiu speechless, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows tightly. Could Yi Zhao really make Shin Guokai compensate? After all, he had a significant background. Shin Guokai scoffed. In his eyes, Yi Zhao was completely out of touch with reality. In Lingzhou, Shin Guokai could walk all over anyone. After beating someone, why would he need to compensate? Based on his past experiences, those he had beaten or companies he had bullied would come to apologize and meet all his unreasonable demands once they realized their own power. He thought Yi Zhao was just a naive young man. Such people would submit once given absolute suppression. At that moment, Lu Yi couldn't help but step forward, pointing at Shin Guokai and angrily rebuking him. Shin Guokai, what you're doing is completely lawless. Our company has surveillance. You and your subordinates can't escape the law's punishment. Shin Guokai took a deep puff of his cigar and blew a cloud of smoke towards Lu Yi. Little sister, are you talking to me about the law? Didn't you just call the police? What was the result? After saying this, Shin Guotsai's lewd eyes roamed over Lu Yi. Tisk tsk, I didn't notice before, but your figure is top-notch. You, the kid named Ji, now that I've smashed your company to pieces, I believe you've seen my capabilities. Don't foolishly think that the police can balance me, that won't do you any good. Shin Guokai sneered at Yi Zhao, puffing on his cigar. Now I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the share transfer contract obediently, and let your female secretary accompany me for 3 days. As for your previous foolishness and ignorance, I'll generously let it go. Of course, the 100 million I promised before is gone. this is the consequence of you not giving me face. He, do you feel frustrated and regretful? But that's useless. This is how the world works, whoever has the bigger fist and stronger connections is the king. Yi Xiao glanced at Xingguokai, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. I think you should be the one regretting. Do you think my company is so easy to smash, and that my secretary is so easy to toy with? He hadn't even toyed with her himself. With that, Yi Xiao held up 3 fingers, 300 million. If you fall short by even a penny today, I will make you regret coming into this world. Xingguokai burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Kid, who did you learn this bragging from? I see you're just a golden-edged chamber pot only good for talking. Make me regret? I don't know if I'll regret, but I can say for sure that by refusing me, you've not only lost the opportunity for your company's development but even your little life is in question. I tell you, even with Wang Jinha backing you, it won't help. Xingguokai squinted his eyes, his gaze sharp and ruthless. In his view, Yi Xiao's arrogance stemmed from having Wang Jinha as his support, but although Wang Jinha was capable, he still wouldn't dare to do anything to him in this small piece of land in Lingzhou. At that moment, after smashing up the company, Xingguotsai's bodyguards walked back into the reception room, each one exuding a murderous aura as they stood behind Xingguokai, glaring at Yi Xiao and the others, which only made Xingguokai even more arrogant. Lu Yi couldn't help but tremble slightly. She realized that the rumors about Xingguotsai's brutality were indeed true. Kid, how about it? My patience is limited. If you continue to be stubborn, I can't guarantee who my men will smash next, Xingguokai said, delivering his final ultimatum to Yi Xiao. If Yi Xiao remained uncooperative, he wouldn't mind beating him half to death and forcing him to transfer his shares. The thugs behind him looked down on Yi Xiao with disdain. Just moments ago, when they went to smash Yi Xiao's company, this kid didn't dare to make a sound. Such a softy was at their mercy. However, just as Xingguokai finished speaking, everyone felt a shadow flash before their eyes, and they saw Yi Xiao leap over the wooden table like a tiger jumping across a ravine. In the blink of an eye, one of his hands had tightly gripped Xingguotsai's neck, lifting him up. 1 second, Xingguokai had a smile on his face. The next second, his expression twisted, his eyes turned white, and fear flooded his heart. What incredible speed! The bodyguards were momentarily stunned, then shouted, Kid, let go of President Shen right now. If you dare to harm a hair on him, we will make sure you die a terrible death. That's right, kid. What kind of skill is it to take President Shen hostage when we're unprepared? Let him go and face us one-on-one. Although the bodyguards shouted fiercely, none dared to step forward, knowing that if they accidentally harmed Xingguokai, they would be in deep trouble. Lin Hongjiu and Lu Yi were also startled by Yi Xiao's actions. They hadn't expected him to act so decisively. Although they both wanted to slap this arrogant Xingguokai hard, they knew he had people backing him. If Yi Xiao touched him, it would surely end badly. Yet Yi Xiao paid no heed to the bodyguard's threats. He yanked Xingguotsai's neck, pulling and pressing down hard. Bang! The sound echoed as Xingguotsai's head violently collided with the wooden table. Because the table was solid wood, Xingguotsai's forehead was immediately cut open, blood gushing out. You hit my security guard, huh? Bang! Yi Xiao grabbed Xingguotsai's hair and slammed his head down again. Xingguokai felt stars exploding in his vision, on the verge of fainting. He struggled desperately, trying to escape Yi Xiao's grip but ultimately found it futile. You smashed my company, huh? Bang! Yi Xiao slammed Xingguotsai's head against the wooden table for the 3rd time, the cut on Xingguotsai's forehead growing larger, blood splattering all over his face, making him look utterly miserable. You want my secretary to accompany you, huh? I haven't even let her accompany anyone. Who the hell do you think you are? With each slam of Xingguotsai's head, Yi Xiao voiced his reasons for attacking him. The first 2.5 made Lu Yi and Lin Hongjiu feel justified, but the last half made Lu Yi blush. What did Yi Xiao mean? Did he have thoughts about her? Just as Lu Yi was lost in her thoughts, Yi Xiao casually tossed Xingguokai to the ground like a dead dog. After doing all this, Yi Xiao pulled out a tissue from the table, wiping his hands leisurely, and then his indifferent voice rang out again. 300 million, transfer it to me immediately, or I can't guarantee your head will stay on your shoulders, understand? President Shen, are you okay? The bodyguard of Xingguokai rushed forward to help him up. After regaining his composure, Xingguokai wiped his forehead and, seeing his hands covered in blood, was instantly consumed by rage. He glared at Yi Xiao, gritting his teeth and screaming, Die, I want him dead. Xingguotsai's voice was piercing, filled with a brutal killing intent. The bodyguards understood what Xingguokai meant. 2 stayed behind to tend to him while the remaining dozen stepped forward, drawing their daggers and batons, charging towards Yi Xiao like a dark tide. Although Yi Xiao's earlier capture of Xingguokai had made them take him more seriously, they believed it was only because they were caught off guard. They certainly did not think Yi Xiao could take on all of them alone, as they were not mere street thugs but professional bodyguards trained by disciples of the martial arts conference. As the bodyguards advanced, Yi Xiao did not even turn his head. He said to Lu Yi and Lin Hongjiao, "Stay back, or you'll get splattered with blood." Upon hearing this, Lin Hongjiao was momentarily stunned, unsure where Yi Xiao's confidence came from, especially since he was in such a precarious situation. Lu Yi, having witnessed Yi Xiao's skills before, was not surprised. She obediently stepped back a few paces, not wanting to trouble him. Seeing Yi Xiao still had the composure to remind others only fueled the bodyguard's anger. They were determined to beat this arrogant kid to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. The first bodyguard, charging ahead, shouted as he lunged at Yi Xiao with his dagger aimed at his back. Just as he was about to strike, Yi Xiao seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly kicked backward with his right leg, landing a blow to the bodyguard's stomach. The bodyguard's eyes bulged as if they would pop out, feeling as though his insides were being shattered by Yi Xiao's kick. The immense force sent him flying backward, knocking several other bodyguards to the ground. Meanwhile, 3 more bodyguards closed in on Yi Xiao, swinging their batons down towards his head. Yi Xiao smirked slightly, then immediately bent down to evade the batons while executing a powerful sweeping kick. With 3 agonizing screams, the legs of the 3 bodyguards were shattered, their flesh and bones a gruesome mix, as if their legs had been crushed by a steamroller. Witnessing this, the bodyguards behind them were filled with terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What kind of strength did it take to deliver such a devastating kick? The bodyguards hesitated, but Yi Xiao showed no mercy. He casually picked up a baton and charged at the remaining bodyguards. These were the ones who had injured his employees, and Yi Xiao would not let them off lightly. With each swing of the baton, blood sprayed, accompanied by cries of pain. Yi Xiao's strikes seemed light, yet they were incredibly precise and forceful, targeting the joints of the bodyguards. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining bodyguards were left clutching their broken arms or legs, wailing in agony. Shin Guotsai's mouth twitched as he fell to the ground, his arrogance completely dissipated, replaced by sheer horror and fear. In that moment, Yi Xiao appeared to him as a demon. Lin Hongjiao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No wonder Yi Xiao could earn the respect of Jianqin and Kuanping. His martial prowess was truly formidable. She had witnessed these bodyguards attack the security personnel of TNI and knew they were not ordinary people but had undergone professional training. Yet, in front of Yi Xiao, they had no power to fight back, which clearly demonstrated Yi Xiao's skills. Lu Yi looked at Yi Xiao with a glimmer of light in her eyes. Although this guy was usually a bit off, his fighting stance was still quite handsome. Yi Xiao pointed his baton at Shin Guokai and chuckled lightly. "Aren't you the one who wants me dead? But clearly, you guys can't do it. If this is all you can do, I suggest you obediently pay up." Shin Guokai took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and forced himself to say, "Yi, do you dare to let me make a phone call? Give me 20 minutes. If you can still stand after 20 minutes, I'll admit defeat." "Director Yi, you can't." His brother is one of the 10 tigers among the younger generation of the Martial Arts Association, deeply favored by the elders of the association. "You mustn't let him call for help." Lin Hongjiao hurriedly stepped forward to advise. She had worked under Ghostai before and was quite familiar with the figures in Lingzhou. Shin Guotsai's arrogance in Lingzhou was due to his brother's connections in the Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association was a martial arts sect strongly supported by the Dragon Kingdom's government, and anyone who could enter it was a martial arts expert, like the head of the Lei family Jim and Lei Dongting. What was most terrifying about the Martial Arts Association was not the personal martial prowess of its disciples, but the sect itself. It was a force with hundreds of thousands of disciples, and if Yi Xiao offended someone from the Martial Arts Association, the consequences would be endless. But Yi Xiao dismissed Lin Hongjiao's words with a sneer, glancing at Shin Guokai and laughing. "Got a background? Good, I'll give you the chance. Hurry up and call someone over, I'm waiting." He knew that if he didn't subdue Shin Guokai now, the latter would surely hold a grudge and might come looking for trouble again, so the best course of action was to instill complete fear in Shin Guokai, ensuring peace for TNI Company. Seeing Yi Xiao agree, a ruthless glint flashed in Shin Guotsai's eyes. In his view, Yi Xiao was just too arrogant. Although he had some skills, so what? Was he really a match for his brother? Worried that Yi Xiao might go back on his word, he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. "Brother? Hurry over to TNI Company, I've been beaten." Upon seeing Shin Guokai actually call his brother, Lin Hongjiao's expression turned serious. "Director Yi, what you're doing is quite reckless. Shin Guotsai's brother, Shin Guojun, is known for being protective. If he comes, he won't reason with us. Why don't you leave first? I'll stay here and negotiate with them." Indeed, the martial prowess Yi Xiao displayed had impressed Lin Hongjiao, but Shin Guojun was one of the 10 tigers of the Martial Arts Association. He was the strongest disciple in the association aside from the president and the elders. If Yi Xiao couldn't handle him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yi also looked at Yi Xiao anxiously. She had confidence in Yi Xiao's martial skills, but even if he defeated Shin Guojun, how would they face the Martial Arts Association? So she felt that the best choice was for Yi Xiao to temporarily avoid the situation and prevent it from escalating. However, Yi Xiao casually sat back down in his chair, leisurely tapping his fingers on the table. "Secretary Lu, go make some tea." Lui's expression froze instantly, looking bewildered. She didn't understand what kind of thought process Yi Xiao had. She was still worried about him, and he was thinking about drinking tea. Lin Hongjiu sighed silently at Yi Xiao's disregard. Yi Xiao was still too young. After achieving some success, he had become a bit too full of himself. She stopped speaking and quietly moved to the side to call Wang Jinhe, thinking that he might be the only one who could protect Yi Xiao now. Seeing Lu Yi frozen in place, Yi Xiao raised his voice a few decibels. "What? Secretary Lu, you don't listen to me? Do you want to get your salary docked?" Once Lu Yi came to her senses, she shot Yi Xiao a fierce glare and turned away with a resentful expression to make tea. "Drink up! Drink up! When you get beaten into the hospital later, let's see what you do." At this moment, after finishing the call, Shin Guokai saw Yi Xiao's calm demeanor and felt a surge of resentment in his heart. "Just wait," he thought. "In 20 minutes, it will be your death sentence. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, even if you send that woman to my bed, I won't show any mercy." For someone like Yi Xiao, who dared to challenge his authority, he had to make an example of him, otherwise, his reputation in Lingzhou would be worth nothing. At this moment, the atmosphere in the company grew tense again. Although the employees felt relieved after seeing Yi Xiao beat up Shin Guotsai's bodyguard, they also heard Lin Hongjiao's words. Shin Guokai had called one of the 10 tigers of the Martial Extreme Society. It was likely that Chairman Yi wouldn't be a match for him. In their minds, the Martial Extreme Society represented the highest level of martial arts in Long Country, while Yi Xiao was merely a businessman. The gap between them was naturally vast. Soon, 20 minutes passed, and a figure walked into the entrance of T&I Company. This person wore a black training outfit, his muscles bulging as if he might burst through the loose fabric. He had a fierce expression, with a scar running across his face, making him look intimidating, as if the word ferocity was etched on his features. What a powerful aura! Many employees turned pale upon seeing the man. Everyone knew who had arrived without needing an introduction. It was undoubtedly Shin Guojun, one of the 10 tigers of the Martial Extreme Society. Shin Guojun entered the company without glancing sideways, and without a word, he headed straight for the reception room, eager to see which blind fool dared to touch his brother. It had been many years since anyone had dared to provoke him. Bang! With a kick, Shin Guojun kicked down the door of the reception room. "Who hit my brother? Step forward!" Shin Guojun shouted fiercely, his tiger-like eyes sweeping over the few people in the reception room with a brutal glare. That sharp gaze made Lu Yi tremble slightly, and although Lin Hongjiu had been reassured by Wang Jinhe to follow Yi Xiao's instructions, she still felt a surge of unease upon seeing Shin Guojun. Could Yi Xiao really handle this man? When Shin Guokai saw his brother appear, the smile that had vanished for 20 minutes returned to his face. He hurriedly approached, feigning misery. "Brother, you have to stand up for me. I came here today sincerely to discuss cooperation, but that kid not only refused to appreciate it but also crippled my bodyguard and even laid hands on me. Look at what he did to my head. And that person arrogantly said that there isn't a single capable fighter in our Martial Extreme Society. Brother, you must not let that kid go today." Shin Guotsai's tone was filled with hatred, and his gaze towards Yi Xiao was extremely cold. Shin Guojun naturally noticed the blood hole on his brother's forehead. Although the bleeding had stopped, it still looked quite tragic. Following his brother's gaze, he fixed a fierce stare on Yi Xiao and said, "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my brother, and let him break your limbs in atonement. Then I might spare your life." Yi Xiao took a sip of tea, unhurriedly replying, "Aren't you going to ask why I acted? I think you saw it when you came in. My company was smashed by your brother, and he even threatened me. Do you think I should just sit back and take it?" Yi Xiao had some connections with the Martial Extreme Society. After all, Yun Keizi was an elder of the society. Therefore, he planned to give Yun Keizi some face first. If the other party truly didn't understand the situation, it wouldn't be too late for him to act. "Ha!" Shin Guojun sneered. To him, Yi Xiao trying to reason was a sign of fear, as only the weak would cling to reason, while the strong had no need for it. "Do you think I care about that? In Lingzhou, my brother wants to deal with you, regardless of his motives. That is only natural. You should just stand there honestly and let my brother handle you, unconditionally satisfying all his demands. But now, you actually had the audacity to hit my brother, which is utterly rebellious and against the law." Shin Guojun approached Yi Xiao with a fierce expression, his voice cold. As one of the 10 tigers of the martial extreme society, he considered himself to have enough arrogance to back it up. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Are you saying I should let your brother handle me without retaliating?" "Of course." Shin Guojun's tone was unwavering, filled with defiance. "Kid, my patience is limited. Kneel or not, just give me a clear answer. But I must remind you, if you refuse me, I will take matters into my own hands to help my brother get revenge. And once I take action, it won't just be about breaking your limbs, you might even lose your life." He had seen the bodyguards of Shin Guokai on the ground, their arms and legs broken by Yi Xiao. Although this showed that Yi Xiao was skilled, he knew very well that those people's strength didn't even reach 1% of his own, so he didn't take Yi Xiao seriously. "Then there's nothing to discuss." Yi Xiao silently set down his teacup, a slight smirk on his lips. He had already given face to the crippled Yun, but Shin Guojun clearly did not cherish this opportunity. "Wait." Seeing the two about to fight, Lu Yi quickly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Shun, I am from the Lu family of Tianhai. Although our director Yi hit your brother, this happened because your brother was being aggressive and overbearing. Aren't you afraid we will report this to the martial extreme society?" Lu Yi truly did not want to see Yi Xiao provoke such a colossal entity as the martial extreme society, so she directly revealed her Lu family identity to mediate. After speaking, Lu Yi turned to Yi Xiao, "Don't be impulsive. Perhaps there are other ways to resolve this. Mr. Shin is an elite disciple of the martial extreme society. Fighting is not the best solution." Shin Guojun had initially dismissed Lu Yi as a mere decoration, but upon hearing she was from the Tianhai Lu family, he became more cautious. The Tianhai Lu family was a branch of the Lu family in the capital, which was one of the few powerful families in Longhua, a significant presence. Hearing this, Shin Guokai was also surprised by Lu Yi's identity. Just moments ago, he had been thinking of having some fun with her. Now, he was glad he hadn't acted on that thought, otherwise, he would have landed in big trouble. On the other hand, he felt somewhat unwilling. With Lu Yi stepping up to speak for Yi Xiao, his brother might really show mercy and let Yi Xiao off the hook, which he absolutely did not want to see. Shin Guokai was not mistaken. At that moment, Shin Guojun was indeed contemplating whether to give Lu Yi some face, retract his harsh words towards Yi Xiao, and settle the matter with some compensation. But at that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up, "Secretary Lu, remember your current identity, you are just my secretary. This is a matter for the boss, and you have no right to intervene. Besides, so what if he is an elite of the martial extreme society? I fight elites. He had once been the warden of the world's #1 prison. Did he need a woman like Lu Yi to mediate? If this got back to the prison, who knows how the inmates would mock him?" Upon hearing Yi Xiao reject Lu Yi, Shin Guotsai's face lit up with joy. This kid really wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. A good opportunity to save his life was just wasted like that. Lu Yi frowned, looking at Yi Xiao in confusion, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. She had mustered the courage to mention her Lu family identity, but she never expected Yi Xiao to be so ungrateful, even saying such provocative words. Shin Guojun grinned, "Miss Lu, you heard it too. I'm quite willing to give you this face, but this kid's head is really a bit hard. He's already said it to this extent, if I don't take action, not only will I lose face, but the reputation of our martial extreme society will also be looked down upon." Lu Yi wanted to say something more, but Shin Guojun turned his head, not giving her a chance. He looked at Yi Xiao with a playful smile, his gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. "Kid, do you think that just because you can take down a few small fry, you consider yourself extraordinary and impressive? Let me tell you, today, no matter who you are or who is backing you, you will be crippled. Because I, Shin Guojun, cannot lose face, and the reputation of our martial extreme society cannot be insulted by an ant like you." Shin Guojun's words completely silenced Lu Yi. He had brought the entire martial extreme society into this, clearly intending to fight Yi Xiao to the death. Even with the pressure from Lu Yi, a member of the Lu family, it was useless. Lu Yi bit her lip tightly, her eyes reddening, her pretty face filled with grievance. "Damn Yi Xiao, can't you listen to my advice? Why must you make things irreparable?" However, Yi Xiao ignored Lu Yi's resentful gaze. He stood up and beckoned to Shin Guojun with his finger, his eyes flashing with mockery. "Stop the nonsense and just get on with it. I still need to hurry back for dinner." Shin Guojun was infuriated by Yi Xiao's flippant gesture. He had seen arrogance before, but he had never seen someone as reckless as Yi Xiao. Seeking death. Shin Guojun shouted angrily, launching a powerful, heart-piercing cannon straight at Yi Xiao's chest. As Shin Guojun exerted his strength, the air exploded with the force of his punch, like a cannonball being fired. At the same time, his leg muscles tensed, and in the blink of an eye, he charged at Yi Xiao like a galloping horse. With each step, the ground beneath him cracked with a ka-ka-ka sound, about to shatter under the pressure. Seeing the might of Xinguojun's punch, Lin Hongjiao and Lu Yi felt their hearts sink. This man truly deserved to be one of the 10 tigers of the martial extreme society. Yi Xiao was probably in danger. Xinguo's eyes widened, a smile at the corner of his mouth, waiting for his brother to take Yi Xiao down with one punch. He had seen his brother's punch before, even a concrete wall would be punched through by him, let alone Yi Xiao, a mere mortal. Yet at this moment, facing Xinguojun's fierce punch, Yi Xiao remained calm and even smirked. You haven't mastered this heart-piercing cannon, have you? How did that cripple Yun teach you? The moment Xinguojun made his move, Yi Xiao had recognized that this heart-piercing cannon was likely learned from Shangguan Yun, but Xinguojun's execution was full of flaws. Although the heart-piercing cannon emphasized strength, it was meant to be used unexpectedly amidst changes, achieving the effect of a sudden, unseen death. But now, as soon as Xinguojun attacked, it exploded like thunder, giving his opponent ample time to prepare. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Xinguojun's expression slightly faltered. Cripple Yun, could this kid know his master? Impossible, it couldn't be. His master was an elder of the martial extreme society, how could he possibly know such an ignorant kid? Go die! Xinguojun shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, focusing on his fist, determined to take Yi Xiao down with one blow. However, just as Xinguojun lunged in front of Yi Xiao, he saw Yi Xiao swiftly raise one hand, swish. With a sound, he formed a dark blue eagle claw, grabbing at his own wrist. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's other hand was tucked under his waist, swinging up like a hammer, thud, with a powerful lift aimed at Xinguojun's chin. This move combined offense and defense seamlessly, executed simultaneously, causing Xinguojun's hair to stand on end. Such a technique, he feared he couldn't match Yi Xiao's agility. It seems I underestimated my opponent. When Xinguojun realized he had taken Yi Xiao lightly, he dared not engage him directly. In an instant, he withdrew his fist and stepped sideways, jumping out of the way. Seeing Xinguojun actually dodge mid-attack, the smile on Yi Xiao's face slightly faded. What was going on? Wasn't his brother the one who initiated the attack? Why was he retreating like this? Could it be a tactic to lure the enemy in? Did this mean that his brother couldn't take this kid down with a single blow? Lu Yi and Lin Hongjiao, who were both untrained in martial arts, were equally astonished to see Yi Xiao scare Xinguojun away with just a stance. On the other side, just as Xinguojun thought he had evaded Yi Xiao's assault and was ready to put aside his contempt and change his strategy, Yi Xiao had already gathered his strength and shot toward Xinguojun like a dart. In less than half a second, he was right in front of Xinguojun. Xinguojun felt a sudden darkness before him, as a fierce, oppressive wind came crashing down. This was Yi Xiao's leaping strike, and as his wrist shook, the force of his punch descended from above, instantly enveloping the entire midline of Xinguojun's body, exposing his vital points along the center line of his forehead, chest, and lower abdomen to the punch's power. Xinguojun's expression changed in horror. Even before Yi Xiao's strike landed, his ears were already ringing, as if a thunderous roar was reverberating in the air. He felt Yi Xiao's punch like a stampede of horses, as if the heavens were shaking. The might of that punch was so fierce, how many in the world could withstand it? Xinguojun finally understood that despite trying to look at Yi Xiao on equal footing earlier, he had still underestimated him. Now, with no way to dodge, he could only raise his fists, lifting them as if to block Yi Xiao's strike, but he still felt it was insufficient. Suddenly, he gathered his internal energy, channeling it from his dantian, causing it to surge up through his body and out through his nose with a loud hum, like an elephant trumpeting. This was an internal martial art technique Xinguojun had learned, allowing him to amplify his strength through sound. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. He could naturally see through Xinguojun's internal technique, but so what? Even the crippled Yun couldn't withstand his punch, let alone Xinguojun, who had less than half of Yun's strength. However, considering that Xinguojun was Yun's disciple, Yi Xiao still held back some of his power. The next moment, there was a loud crack, as a painful sound of bone breaking echoed from Xinguojun's arm. Beneath Xinguojun's feet, the floor tiles shattered, clearly unable to withstand the force of Yi Xiao's strike. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, Xinguojun bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Just as he intended to roll away in a donkey roll to escape the danger, he was unaware that Yi Xiao's foot had already heavily landed on his shoulder. Instantly, Xinguojun felt as if all his bones had been electrified, leaving him utterly weak and unable to muster any strength. This is hidden strength, Xinguojun suddenly realized. When Yi Xiao had captured Cheng Yonglong that day, he had also used hidden strength to subdue him, rendering him completely immobile, let alone now dealing with Xinguojun, whose strength was far inferior to Cheng Yonglong's. Seeing Xinguojun unable to rise under Yi Xiao's foot, everyone in the reception room was left speechless. The seriousness in Lu Yi's eyes diminished somewhat, but she still felt some worry. Now that Yi Xiao had struck Xinguojun, it seemed he had completely made an enemy of the Martial Extreme Association. Lin Hongjiao, while marveling at Yi Zhao's martial prowess, felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure of what Mr. Wang was thinking to trust Yi Zhao with this situation. If Yi Zhao only relied on brute strength, it would be difficult to handle the pressure from the Martial Extreme Association. Shen Guotsai's expression changed dramatically, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He never would have thought that even his elder brother was no match for this Yi Zhao. When did Lingzhou gain such a fierce character? Why was he completely unaware of it? However, Shen Guokai did not feel much fear towards Yi Zhao. Even if Yi Zhao could defeat his brother, so what? Behind his brother stood the elders of the Martial Extreme Association, as well as a powerful Martial Extreme Association itself. He did not believe that a single Yi Zhao could challenge so many experts from the Martial Extreme Association. Kid, if you know what's good for you, let my brother go quickly. Otherwise, you will become the public enemy of the entire Martial Extreme Association and face the wrath of all its experts. Shen Guokai shouted at Yi Zhao. At this point, what he needed to do was to escalate the situation. If he could bring the Martial Extreme Association to suppress Yi Zhao, even if Yi Zhao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have to kneel obediently. Shen Guojun also glared at Yi Zhao with gritted teeth. Since joining the Martial Extreme Association, he had never felt so humiliated as he did today. He vowed that as long as he survived today, he would crush Yi Zhao into dust. Yi Zhao merely smiled, increasing the pressure on his leg, and suddenly there was a cracking sound from Shen Guojun's shoulder blade. Overwhelmed by pain, Shen Guojun's body curled down, and he was pressed even lower by Yi Zhao. So it's Shen Guojun. I gave you a chance to speak properly, but you insisted on making a move. Now what? Are you still unconvinced? Yi Zhao said indifferently. Kid, don't be arrogant. Although I'm not your match, I'm not alone. I have my sect, but what do you have? What can you use to compete with me? Shen Guojun's eyes were bloodshot. Yi Zhao was not wrong. He was indeed unconvinced, being suppressed by an unknown little character, which he considered the greatest humiliation of his life. Yi Zhao, stop. The Martial Extreme Association is not something you can provoke right now. I'll call my grandfather, and then we'll go to the Martial Extreme Association to apologize and clarify this matter. Perhaps we can downplay it, Lu Yi said earnestly. Although Yi Zhao had just resolutely rejected her proposal for reconciliation, she still couldn't bear to see Yi Zhao being suppressed by the Martial Extreme Association. If that happened, no matter how capable Yi Zhao was, he would likely not escape the consequences from the Martial Extreme Association. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Shen Guojun actually started to laugh sinisterly. It's useless. Even your Lu family can't protect this kid now. Those who dare to insult the disciples of the Martial Extreme Association only have one path, and that is death. Kid, today you either kill me, or as long as I have a breath left, I will have my day standing on your corpse. Although the Lu family was influential, Shen Guojun had considered giving Lu Yi face before, but that was before Yi Zhao had acted against him. Now that he was heavily pressed to the ground by Yi Zhao, if he didn't make Yi Zhao pay back tenfold for this humiliation, how could he stand in the Martial Extreme Association in the future? Therefore, even if it risked offending the Lu family, he had to have his master cripple Yi Zhao. Hearing Shen Guojun's words, Lu Yi's pretty face turned pale instantly. It seemed the other party had no intention of reconciling with Yi Zhao. What should she do? After Shen Guokai learned that his brother had murderous intentions towards Yi Zhao, he felt even less fear towards Yi Zhao. He boldly took out his phone. Kid, I'm calling Elder Shangwan of the Martial Extreme Association right now. If you want to live, let my brother go immediately and transfer all the shares of your company to my name. If Elder Shangwan knows about the humiliation my brother suffered, you will be completely finished. Not even a deity can save you. Yi Zhao deserved to die, but before he died, Shen Guokai wanted to swallow Yi Zhao's company. This was even more satisfying than simply killing Yi Zhao. Killing someone was nothing impressive. Truly dominating meant taking everything. Hearing that Shen Guokai was going to call Shangwan Yun, Yi Zhao almost laughed out loud. Did that cripple dare to come find him for trouble? Even if you lent Yun the cripple 10 times the courage, he probably wouldn't have the guts. Go ahead, hit me. Yi Zhao's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke, lifting the foot he had placed on Shen Guojun's shoulder. For a moment, Shen Guojun was caught off guard by Yi Zhao's actions. If Yi Zhao had released his older brother out of fear of his threat, then what did his nonchalant tone mean? Shen Guojun was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Yi Zhao's intentions. Did this kid still have some confidence? However, he didn't dwell on it. Even if Yi Zhao had some background, it couldn't possibly surpass his own. Just as he was about to stand up, Yi Zhao's indifferent voice rang in his ears. Did I tell you to get up? Stay on your knees. At these words, Shen Guojun's hands, which hung by his sides, clenched into tight fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. The muscles around his eyes twitched violently, as if he were struggling to suppress the anger that was about to erupt. But in the end, Shin Guojun still didn't dare to stand up. He had already experienced Yi Xiao's strength and didn't want to be forced to kneel again. Seeing Yi Xiao so audacious at this moment, Shin Guokai no longer hesitated and directly dialed a number. He put the call on speaker, partly so his older brother could communicate with Shang Guanyun, and partly to use Shang Guanyun to pressure Yi Xiao directly. "Shin Xiaoer, what do you want?" Shang Guanyun's slightly displeased voice came from the other end of the line. He was still at the Red Tide bar, lying with his woman. Naturally, he was somewhat unhappy to be disturbed. "Yun Yi, I'm in a bit of trouble here. My older brother is also here, but the other side is too treacherous. Even my brother has lost control, and they don't give us any face at the Martial Extreme Association. They said that even if you come, they won't hold back." Shin Guokai respectfully briefed Shang Guanyun on what had happened, of course, not forgetting to embellish and slander Yi Xiao. "What?" Shang Guanyun shot up straight, shocked. Shin Guojun was one of his more promising disciples, and now someone had beaten him? This was clearly a slap in his face. "Master, hurry to T&I Company. Your disciple is unfilial and has embarrassed you. I'm being forced to kneel on the ground right now." Shin Guojun shouted in a fit of rage. "Who did this? Tell me, who the hell did this?" Shang Guanyun on the other end was completely enraged. Not only had they beaten his disciple, but they were also forcing him to kneel. This was absolutely intolerable. In the reception room, Lin Hongjiao and Lu Yi naturally heard Shang Guanyun's voice. His furious roar sent a chill down their spines, as if it were freezing them whole. This was the authority of the elder of the Martial Extreme Association. Lin Hongjiao's pupils widened in sudden fear, and she mechanically turned to look at Yi Xiao, unsure how he would face the wrath of Shang Guanyun. However, to her astonishment, she saw not a trace of tension or fear on Yi Xiao's face. In fact, he even curled his lip in disdain. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hongjiao felt a wave of confusion. What was going on? Hadn't Yi Xiao heard of Shang Guanyun's reputation? Shin Guokai, of course, had no time to pay attention to Yi Xiao. At this moment, the grin on his face was almost splitting his ears. As expected, Shang Guanyun was furious, and he could basically predict the next scene. Either Yi Xiao would grovel and beg for mercy, or he would stubbornly confront Shang Guanyun and end up beaten to a pulp. There was absolutely no third option. Just as Shin Guokai was lost in such fantasies, Yi Xiao's voice floated over. "Yun the cripple, it's me. What's the matter? Do you have a problem?" On the other end of the line, upon hearing this voice, Shang Guanyun felt dizzy, beads of sweat dripping down like rain. His mouth opened for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. The prison master. How could it be him? Last time, he offended Yi Xiao because of his woman, and in the end, he had to kneel down and plead for mercy to calm Yi Xiao's anger. He never expected that in less than a month, his own disciple would provoke Yi Xiao again. Shang Guanyun's mind was racing, thinking about how to make Yi Xiao back off this time. As for why Yi Xiao was targeting Shin Guokai and his brothers, that was no longer within his consideration. If this matter wasn't handled well, his own life would be in danger, and he wouldn't have the luxury to think about anything else. "Kid, you better show some respect. Do you think you can humiliate Lord Yun?" Shin Guokai shouted angrily at Yi Xiao. But he was secretly laughing, applauding in his heart. "Ha ha, Yi, this time you're definitely going to be forced to death." However, Shin Guojun's heart sank. During the fight earlier, Yi Xiao had mentioned the name Yun Xiaozi, but at that time, he was too busy battling Yi Xiao and later was humiliated into kneeling, so he hadn't thought much about it. Now that he thought about it, Yi Xiao referred to Shang Guanyun in such a familiar way and even recognized the source of his martial arts. Could it be that he and Shang Guanyun already knew each other? Shin Guokai, kneel down and apologize to the person in front of you. If he has even the slightest dissatisfaction, you brothers can wait to be fed to the fish in the river. Shang Guanyun shouted anxiously. He wanted to make this indiscreet fool shut his mouth, otherwise, if he angered Yi Xiao further, he would probably face even worse consequences. Ah! Shin Guokai was instantly dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. What was going on? According to his expectations, Shang Guanyun should be pouring oil on the fire and getting even angrier at Yi Xiao, so why was he asking him to kneel and apologize instead? Lin Hongjiao and Lu Yi were equally baffled. What kind of identity did Yi Xiao have to make Shang Guanyun's attitude change so drastically, disregarding even his own disciple? Shin Guojun suddenly collapsed to the ground, his dazed gaze and the cold sweat brought on by fear made him look particularly disheveled. Indeed, his guess was not wrong. Yi Xiao had long known Shang Guanyun, and among the two, Yi Xiao was the one in a position of respect. What did this mean? He had been under Shang Guanyun for 2 years and knew how proud Shang Guanyun was. Even the president of the Martial Arts Association probably couldn't make Shang Guanyun so fearful. Yet he had thought of using Shang Guanyun to suppress Yi Xiao, Wasn't that like a woodpecker flying up a bitter tree, asking for trouble? After a chilling silence, Yi Zhao's voice came again. Yun Xiaozi, you have a good disciple. He dares to come to my company to cause trouble and even threatens to break my limbs. Such arrogance is probably something even the toughest inmates in prison wouldn't dare to say. I won't waste more words, these two must compensate me 300 million. As for how you deal with them, you can take care of that. Yes, Mr. Yi, I will follow your arrangements. On the other end of the phone, Shang Guanyun nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He knew the warden didn't want to expose his identity, so he chose to downplay the matter. If this were in prison, someone like Shin Guokai would probably not have a single bone left intact. After Shang Guanyun hung up the phone, Shin Guokai was already in despair. Now that even their powerful backer, Shang Guanyun, couldn't provoke Yi Xiao, what else could he do? So he plopped down on the ground. Mr. Yi, I was wrong just now. I was blinded by greed. The 300 million you mentioned, I will have someone transfer it to you immediately. When he arrived, Shin Guokai was so arrogant and full of himself, now he was so lowly and pitiful. It was easy to imagine that taking out 300 million was not his final outcome. Shang Guanyun would definitely not let it go so easily. Yi Xiao, however, only glanced at Shin Guokai once more, then turned to Lui and Lin Hongjiao, raising his chin slightly. You two handle this matter. I only have one request, each injured security guard gets 1 million. After saying that, Yi Xiao strode out of the reception room. As soon as he stepped out, he was met with a wave of applause from the staff. The respect for Yi Xiao instantly soared. He not only preserved the company's interests and dignity but also forced the Shin brothers to kneel and apologize, offering 300 million in compensation, something they had never anticipated. Previously, their respect for Yi Xiao had been the formal deference employees show to a big boss, but now, knowing his capabilities and his consideration for the staff, they felt proud to work under him. Faced with such a scene, Yi Xiao naturally couldn't just walk away. He raised his hand to calm them down, saying, today's events have startled everyone. I announce that everyone's bonus this month will be doubled. Long live Director Yi. The staff cheered excitedly. After leaving T&I Company, Yi Xiao prepared to take a taxi back to the song group, but at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown. It was Zhao Fuguei calling. He remembered that not long after arriving in Lingzhou, Zhao Fuguei had contacted him once, trying to mock him using his parents' bankruptcy, but unexpectedly, they had run into Shinqiani and ended up embarrassed. Logically, after that day, Zhao Fuguei should have been too ashamed to see him again. Why was he calling now? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xiao pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Xiao Yi? It's your uncle Zhao. Zhao Fuguei greeted warmly. What do you want? Yi Zhao's response was quite cold. Zhao Fuguei naturally sensed the impatience in Yi Zhao's tone, but he felt helpless. If his family hadn't been so snobbish back then, how could they have offended Yi Xiao? He chuckled awkwardly and continued, Xiao Yi, we were wrong about the previous matter. Can you, for the sake of your parents, ask President Shin to lift the sanctions against our company? Ever since Shinqiani announced in the tea house that he would never cooperate with Zhao's company again, businesses large and small in Lingzhou had cut ties with them. Despite Zhao Fuguei and Zhao Qiuping's efforts, they had achieved nothing, which is why they thought to seek Yi Zhao's help. Yi Xiao smiled slightly, realizing the situation. Alright, I'll mention it to Mr. Shen. He agreed directly. The grievances between him and the Zhao family were not worth his attention. If it weren't for Shinqiani standing up for him that day, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Zhao Fuguei sighed in relief, joyfully saying, Xiaoyi, thank you so much. By the way, I reserved a table at that tea house earlier. You should come over now. Our family wants to thank you in person. Before Yi Xiao could refuse, Zhao Fuguei continued, Xiaoyi, you wouldn't want your parents to come back and see our relationship so strained, right? So you must come. If you don't, our family will just wait for you at the tea house. Hearing Zhao Fuguei mention his parents, Yi Xiao exhaled. Considering his parents' feelings, he agreed. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiao arrived at the tea house, but at the spot where he had arranged to meet Zhao Fuguei, he only saw Zhao Qiuping sitting there. Yi Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, suspecting this was a deliberate arrangement by Zhao Fuguei. However, since he was already there, he decided to greet her before leaving. At that moment, Zhao Qiuping also spotted Yi Xiao. She changed her previous indifference and stood up with a beaming smile. Yi Xiao, you're here. Today, Zhao Qiuping had clearly dressed up carefully, her long hair fell to her shoulders, and she wore a red dress that split high above her knees, revealing her smooth, fair legs. At that moment, her phoenix-like eyes looked at Yi Xiao with a captivating charm, and as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, every movement exuded an enchanting allure. But to Yi Xiao, who had witnessed Zhao Qiuping's ugly face, all of this was merely a display, failing to attract him in the slightest. Yi Xiao sat down without changing his expression, his gaze calm as it swept over Zhao Qiuping, his eyes filled with indifference. Uncle Zhao, didn't he come? Seeing that Yi Xiao was completely unmoved by her, a trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed in Zhao Qiuping's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. My parents had something come up and left early. They specifically asked me to thank you properly. No need for thanks. Since we've all met, I'll take my leave now. As Yi Xiao spoke, he was about to stand up. Wait! Zhao Qiuping hurriedly called out to him. Yi Xiao, I still have something I want to say to you. Yi Xiao glanced at Zhao Qiuping, his expression unchanged, and said, then go ahead. Although he felt some aversion towards her, they had once been married, and since she was smiling at him, Yi Xiao couldn't bring himself to leave coldly. Zhao Qiuping hesitated. Yi Xiao, do you think there's any chance for us to get back together? Although I was wrong before, you left for 3 years, and I didn't know if you were dead or alive, or what you were doing. If you had stayed by my side back then, I definitely wouldn't. By the end, Zhao Qiuping was actually covering her face and sobbing. Yi Xiao merely watched the scene quietly, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After spending 3 years in the world's #1 prison with countless clever people, how could he not see whether someone's words were sincere or merely feigned? I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for today. Yi Xiao resolutely stood up and walked towards the door. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qiuping suddenly rushed up and hugged him from behind. Yi Xiao, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Can we go back to 3 years ago and reconcile? Zhao Qiuping said, tears streaming down her face. We can't go back. Yi Xiao's voice was calm, his heart devoid of any waves. He pried Zhao Qiuping's hands away and stepped outside. This time, Zhao Qiuping did not chase after him. She stared at Yi Xiao's retreating figure with tear-filled, vacant eyes, which slowly began to harden. Gradually, they turned cold and fierce. Yi Xiao, since you are so heartless, then don't blame me. With that, Zhao Qiuping took out her phone and made a call. Young Master Jiang, I've done as you instructed. Miss Xiao, I've seen the photos. You've done very well. A young man's voice came from the other end of the line. It was Jiang Bingquan, who had been repeatedly slapped in the face by Yi Xiao on the Business Alliance cruise. Then, young Master Jiang, you promised to give us orders for our company. Zhao Qiuping continued. The reason she had come to meet Yi Xiao alone today was that she had already conspired with Jiang Bingquan. When Jiang Bingquan approached her, saying he would deal with Yi Xiao and help her company out of its predicament, Zhao Qiuping agreed without a second thought. It was absolutely impossible for her to bow her head to Yi Xiao, a man she had abandoned. He could only live worse than her. To make her admit that her previous choice was wrong was no different from killing her. Moreover, in her view, Yi Xiao could never be Jiang Bingquan's opponent, so she felt this gamble was worth taking. Don't worry, Miss Xiao, I can guarantee that your company won't lack orders for 3 years. Jiang Bingquan smiled. Although he was already in Tianhai at this moment, he had set aside his hatred for Yi Xiao, so he intensified his efforts to investigate all of Yi Xiao's information and eventually discovered Zhao Qiuping's existence, obtaining a lot of information about Yi Xiao from her. Yi Xiao, since you made me lose face, don't expect to have it easy. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Bingquan's eyes, filled with a chilling murderous intent. Yi Xiao was naturally unaware of all this, and perhaps even if he knew, he wouldn't care much, because he had never regarded Zhao Qiuping and Jiang Bingquan as worthy of his attention. Everything flashy and shameless is meaningless. Time will prove everything. The next day, Yi Xiao still sent Song Qingxue to work at the company as usual. Along the way, neither of them spoke a word, as if they were both sulking, waiting to see who would break first and speak. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Xiao naturally sat at his workstation playing mobile games, while Song Qingxue prepared to start her busy day. Now, she could only fill her schedule with work to avoid thinking about other matters. However, today, when Song Qingxue entered the office, she was stunned in place, for on top of a pile of documents, she saw a stack of photos. When she clearly saw the content of those photos, her brows furrowed, and her breathing became rapid. The people in the photos were Yi Xiao and Zhao Qiuping. Trembling, Song Qingxue reached out to pick up the photos, which included images of Yi Xiao and Zhao Qiuping embracing, and finally, a wedding photo of the two taken 3 years ago. Upon seeing this wedding photo, Song Qingxue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her wrist trembled, and all the photos slipped from her hands to the floor. She sat slumped in her chair, murmuring, "Has he been married? Why has he been hiding this from me?" At that moment, the phone on her desk rang. Wiping away her tears, Song Qingxue answered the call. "President Song, I believe you've seen the photos." The speaker was Zhao Qiuping. "I've also heard about your engagement to Yi Xiao, but let me tell you, Yi Xiao and I are true love. He's just playing with you, and we are preparing to remarry. I advise you not to interfere, or you will only become a laughingstock." Zhao Qiuping sneered, not hiding her mockery of Song Qingxue. In that instant, Song Qingxue felt the world spinning. She closed her eyes in pain, and when she opened them again, her gaze was completely devoid of emotion. Zhao Qiuping, you're wrong. Yi Xiao and I have nothing. I have never had feelings for him. Your remarriage has nothing to do with me. With that, Song Qingxue hung up the phone with a snap. On the other end, Zhao Qiuping's crimson lips curled into a disdainful smile. Being a woman herself, she could tell that Song Qingxue's words were insincere. Now, her plan with Jiang Bingquan had succeeded halfway. Next, she would witness the drama of Yi Xiao and Song Qingxue's different dreams in the same bed. How satisfying. This was the first time Zhao Qiuping felt so at ease since returning from the world's #1 prison. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, who was playing games, suddenly received a call from Song Qingxue, asking him to come to the president's office immediately. Yi Xiao found it strange. Wasn't this girl still sulking with him? How could she want him to come over after just half an hour? Did something urgent happen at the company? As Yi Xiao pushed open the door to the president's office with a puzzled expression, Song Qingxue's icy cold gaze swept over him. Yi Xiao, you are fired. You must move out of my villa by today. Ha! Yi Xiao was stunned. What was wrong with this girl? Was she just looking for trouble? After a while, Yi Xiao finally came to his senses. President Song, you at least have to give me a reason. Besides, have you discussed this with your old man? What about the token you promised me when we signed the contract? Hearing Yi Xiao still thinking about the token at this moment made Song Qingxue even angrier. Perhaps, in Yi Xiao's eyes, his coming to her side was just a transaction. Song Qingxue clenched her fists, forcing herself to calm down. You want a reason, right? Fine, I'll give you a reason. Saying this, Song Qingxue suddenly threw the stack of photos in front of Yi Xiao. Since you both are remarrying, then don't come to bother me anymore. Song Qingxue's anger was not only due to Zhao Qiuping but also because of the earlier incident with Shen Luoyan. Women are like balloons, their grievances accumulating little by little until they finally explode at this moment. When Yi Xiao saw the photos of himself and Zhao Qiuping, taken secretly while they were having tea yesterday, as well as their wedding photo, he understood what was going on. Yi Xiao's eyes slowly narrowed. He had noticed yesterday that Zhao Qiuping was putting on an act, but at that time, he thought she was doing it for the benefit of the Zhao family company. Now it seemed that things were far from simple. It was very likely that the scheme had already begun since Zhao Fugue called him yesterday, and in this scheme, the Zhao family was probably not the mastermind, as they still lacked the courage to provoke him. Who could it be? Yi Xiao knew it wasn't the time to ponder these questions. He raised his head in feigned indifference as he looked at Song Qingxue. President Song, didn't we agree before to just fulfill the 3-month agreement with your grandfather and not interfere in each other's private matters? What do you mean by that now? For a straightforward man like Yi Xiao, Song Qingxue's actions were truly taxing. It was Song Qingxue who proposed the 3 rules, and he had adhered to them all. Even if he were to remarry Zhao Qiuping, it shouldn't concern Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue pressed her red lips together, the corners of her mouth growing colder. What do you care? I just can't stand a scumbag like you. I feel disgusted living under the same roof as you, is that okay? Song Qingxue shouted, trying to maintain her composure, but beneath her icy facade lay an unknown turmoil. The token of our relationship, I will find a way to return it to you. From now on, we have no connection whatsoever. Please disappear right now, I never want to see you again. With that, Song Qingxue turned her head away, seemingly intent on severing ties with Yi Xiao completely. Yi Xiao felt quite helpless, although he initially wanted to end the 3 months as soon as possible, even using the excuse of helping the Song group out of danger to negotiate a reduction of half a month with Song Qigong. Now that it was time to leave, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, he said nothing more and walked straight out of the president's office. After all, there would be no outcome, it was better to end it sooner. When Yi Xiao returned to the security department office, all the security personnel of the Song group stared at him wide-eyed because they had just received a mass message from the HR department stating that Yi Xiao had been fired. How is this possible? Wasn't there a rumor that Yi Xiao had that kind of relationship with the president? And he has protected President Song several times, helping the Song group resolve crises. How could they just fire him? The security chief, Hua Daiguan, also looked bewildered. He felt a bit regretful, although he had looked down on Yi Xiao when he first joined the company, thinking he had gotten in through the back door. After more than a month of interaction, he had come to deeply appreciate Yi Xiao's abilities. Yi Xiao, do you want me to plead with President Song again? Hua Daiguan said sincerely. No need. Yi Xiao waved his hand and smiled. I never intended to stay here long term. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. I'll treat everyone to a meal when I have the chance. After simply packing up his personal belongings, Yi Xiao strode out of the security department office and headed toward the building's exit. As for the resignation procedures, Yi Xiao didn't care at all. Since Song Qingxue didn't want to see him anymore, it was better for him to leave early. Just as Yi Xiao reached the bottom of the building, Tan Lang rushed over in a panic. Mr. Yi, take me with you. Due to his continuous training in the underground warehouse, Tan Lang was the last to learn about Yi Xiao's dismissal. Without hesitation, he ran out. He had come to the song group specifically for Yi Xiao, and now that Yi Xiao was leaving, he had no reason to stay. If he left with Yi Xiao, there might still be a chance to receive guidance from him. Yi Xiao turned around and smiled faintly. I have a 3-month agreement with Old Master Song, and there's still 1 month left to fulfill it. During this month, you can stay at the song group and help me keep an eye on General Song. He knew that Song Qingxue had many enemies, and if he left, those people would likely come to retaliate against her, so he made this arrangement. He couldn't guarantee that Song Qingxue would be worry-free for life, but he still wanted to honor the 3 months he had promised. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Tan Lang did not refuse. In his view, Yi Xiao was acknowledging him by saying this, and since he had helped Yi Xiao, this slippery guy should have a bit of conscience and wouldn't refuse to guide him in martial arts. Seeing Tan Lang agree, Yi Xiao continued, lend me your car for a bit, I want to take a look around. Suddenly leaving the song group, Yi Xiao didn't know where to go, so he thought he would first take a stroll. Tan Lang was taken aback, then hesitantly said, Mr. Yi, why don't you borrow a car from Minister Hua instead? My car isn't suitable for you to drive. This made Yi Xiao a bit displeased. He pouted, what luxury car isn't suitable for me? Tan Lang, have you gotten so arrogant now? Hurry up and take me over, I've driven planes and tanks before. Tan Lang forced a bitter smile, alright then. Soon, the two arrived at the underground parking lot. When Tan Lang pulled out the key and pressed the unlock button, Yi Xiao, who thought he could handle any vehicle, was stunned. The light revealed a 2-wheeled electric scooter, and it was a second-hand one at that. He turned his head, half smiling, and looked at Tan Lang. I remember you're a disciple of the Nanyang Tianwu sect, right? Didn't Wang Chufeng say he spent 10 million to hire you? Just this? Tan Lang's face turned red, which was rare for him. Mr. Yi, you should know I only stayed with young Master Wang for 2 days before resigning. And now I only earn a few thousand a month. Being able to buy this electric scooter is already quite good. Hearing this, Yi Xiao had nothing to say. After he defeated Tan Lang, causing him to switch sides on the spot, Wang Chufeng naturally wouldn't pay Tan Lang his salary. Sigh. Fine. An electric scooter is an electric scooter. He had already made a tough statement, and even if Tan Lang gave him a bicycle, he would still ride it away. Yi Xiao took the key from Tan Lang's hand and rode off on the electric scooter. After leaving the song group, Yi Xiao first returned to Song Qingshue's villa, quickly packed his luggage, and placed the key on the coffee table before setting off again. He planned to find a place to stay. Hadn't Wang Jinhe given him a villa? It was just right for him to move in now. Thinking that there would definitely be no food in the villa, Yi Xiao stopped by a fast food restaurant to pack a meal. Thus, Yi Xiao followed the navigation towards the Tianlong villa that Wang Jinhe had sent him.